3 years after transmigrating, the man inherited a mess left by the original owner of the body. Because of his poor grades, he failed to get into the cultivation academy. His parents had twice attempted to ascend to the tower in their youth, and were now nearing the end of their lives, leaving behind young siblings. Left with no other choice, the man decided to venture into the Infinity Tower, hoping for a sliver of hope. The shadow of the Infinity Tower loomed over the entire city. Standing beneath it, the man listened to the murmurs around him, his palms drenched in cold sweat. It is said that the Infinite Tower suddenly appeared in the centers of various cities more than 500 years ago. The Infinite Tower has always been managed by personnel appointed by the Allied nations, and each entry requires a fee of 100 low-grade spirit stones. However, everyone's first entry into the Infinite Tower is free. Soon, Chun Fan arrived at the Infinite Tower Management Office and registered. Afterwards, the Management Office gave him a basic handbook of the Infinite Tower and let him leave. Chun Fan took the basic manual to the side and began flipping through it. To be honest, Chun Fan hadn't learned much before, and in his memory, there wasn't much information about the Infinite Tower. After reading through several points in the manual, Chun Fan finally had a basic understanding. The gist was that once a month passed in the real world, it was equivalent to 3 months inside the Infinite Tower. Furthermore, the higher the world star rating, the higher the time ratio. All supplies you carry will be confiscated upon entering the Infinite Tower and returned upon your return. However, if one dies in the Infinite Tower, although they won't actually die, they will have 20 years of their lifespan deducted, which is the most fatal aspect. After reviewing the Infinite Tower Basic Manual, Chun Fan went to the management office. Led by a manager, Chun Fan walked to a circle of light. As soon as he stepped onto it, a sudden, intense light shone before his eyes, so bright he couldn't open them. Immediately afterward, he felt a wave of dizziness. When Chun Fan opened his eyes again, he found himself deep in a forest. All the trees here were exceptionally tall, and there were trees everywhere that would take several people to encircle. Ding! Welcome to the Infinite World. The world you have entered is the one-star forest world. You can silently recite to activate your attributes. A mechanical voice sounded in Chun Fan's ear, and then there was no further sound. Chun Fan silently activated his attributes, and a simple message appeared on the panel. ID, 1967. Race, human. Cultivation, none. Talent, none. Skills, none. Life skills, none. Chat channel, trading hall. Remaining personnel, 10,000/10,000. Chun Fan noticed that the attribute panel displayed numbers instead of names. The remaining personnel count showed 10,000, indicating that a total of 10,000 people had entered this world, and their numbers were randomly assigned. Chun Fan tried clicking into the chat channel. 99.99. Haha, I've finally arrived at the Infinite Tower. I'll show you what fear is. 110. The guy upstairs is an idiot, confirmed. 68.23. Dear brothers and sisters, I'm new here, please guide me. Chun Fan glanced at the chat channel a few times, then clicked into the trading hall. There, a lone trade notice hung. 1 piece of wood for 1 serving of food. Chun Fan looked around and found that apart from the clothes he was wearing, his backpack was gone. It had obviously been locked in the void and would only be returned when he got out. Now, Chun Fan had nothing useful left, not even the key in his pocket. All around him were towering trees, stretching as far as the eye could see, and looking up, all he could see were leaves, with only slivers of sunlight filtering through the gaps. Chun Fan chose a direction and slowly made his way forward. The vegetation in this world was incredibly tall. Even the shrubs beneath the trees were much taller than Chun Fan. He had to use his hands to carefully part the shrubs and weeds to barely get through. Chun Fan searched through the bushes and grass for over half an hour without finding anything. Just then, he suddenly noticed some reddish things in the bushes ahead, like some kind of fruit. Chun Fan quickly hurried over, and upon closer inspection, he realized that the fruit looked somewhat like a strawberry, but the tree didn't resemble a strawberry tree. After a moment's thought, Chun Fan quickly remembered a wild fruit, the raspberry. The raspberries were quite large, each one resembling a giant strawberry, and the tree itself was also quite tall, nearly 3 meters high, almost comparable to a real tree. Chun Fan didn't have time to think further and quickly picked one. Just then, he suddenly heard a voice in his mind. Another world discovered. System activating. Billion-fold amplification system successfully activated. Gained 1 raspberry. Quantity increased by 10 times. Gained 10 raspberries. Suddenly, Chun Fan found 10 raspberries in his hand, and he was stunned. The system. This was the system he had been thinking about constantly since he first transmigrated. He never expected that his system would actually activate after arriving at the Infinite Tower. System, introduce yourself as a system. Unfortunately, there was no answer. Chen Fan asked again, but still no response. If it weren't for the raspberries scattered on his hands and the ground, he would have wondered if he was hallucinating. Undeterred, Chen Fan said, "Open the system." This time, a panel immediately appeared in his mind, displaying Billion-fold Amplification System, Level 1. Amplification Multiplier, 10 to 100. Randomly amplifies the quantity or quality of collected items by 10 to 100 times, but the quality cannot exceed the level of this world. That's all. It was a very simple panel. The system didn't have anything like a sign-in system or in Points Mall. It only had a function to increase quantity or quality. Chen Fan wanted to give it a try, so he quickly picked another raspberry. Obtain 1 raspberry, quantity increased 10 times, quality increased 10 times. Obtain 10 grade 1 bronze raspberries. Grade 1 bronze raspberries. Chen Fan quickly looked at these grade 1 bronze raspberries and found that their size had not changed much. It was about the same size as the raspberries on the tree, but this grade 1 bronze raspberry seemed to have an extra layer of faint bluish light on its surface. Grade 1 bronze raspberry, edible, non-toxic, will increase cultivation level slightly after consumption. This completely unsettled Chen Fan. Eating it could actually increase one's cultivation level. He knew that fruits that could increase cultivation level were incredibly expensive outside. While not prohibitively expensive for most people, it was clearly unaffordable for a family like Chen Fan's. I'm rich. I'm rich, Chen Fan shouted in his heart, then looked at the ordinary raspberries. Raspberries are edible and non-toxic. They can quench hunger and thirst. Ordinary raspberries obviously wouldn't increase cultivation, so Chen Fan quickly picked one up and stuffed it into his mouth. Instantly, a sweet aroma spread throughout his mouth. With a gentle bite, the sweet juice filled his mouth, making Chen Fan reluctant to open his mouth, afraid that the sweetness and juice would spill out. It's so delicious, really so delicious, Chen Fan exclaimed after swallowing the fruit in his mouth. He then ate several more until he felt a little full, at which point he forced himself to stop. Chen Fan picked up another grade 1 bronze raspberry and put it in his mouth. This grade 1 bronze raspberry tasted even better. After eating it, he felt warm all over, as if a warm current was slowly flowing through his body. As the warm current gradually disappeared, Chen Fan felt that his body seemed stronger and his strength had increased. What a wonderful thing, Chen Fan thought to himself, looking at the whole tree full of raspberries, and suddenly had the idea of picking them all. Chen Fan then realized that he had nothing to put the raspberries in, and his hopes were dashed. Unfortunately, he didn't know how to weave a basket, so he had no choice but to leave the raspberries on the tree and come back to pick them later when he had something to put in them. So Chen Fan picked up the fallen raspberries one by one, put them in his pocket, and continued to feel his way forward. After walking several dozen meters, Chen Fan suddenly discovered a wooden treasure chest under a large tree that would take several people to encircle. He was immediately filled with excitement. However, he didn't dare to rush forward and open it. Instead, he carefully observed his surroundings and, after confirming that there was no danger, slowly approached the treasure chest. After opening the wooden treasure chest, he found several items inside, which Chen Fan took out one by one. Obtained 1 crafting blueprint for a workbench. Quantity increased tenfold. Obtained 10 crafting blueprints for a workbench. Obtained a rusty iron axe. Quality increased 30-fold. Obtained a fine iron axe. Obtained 1 500 milliliters bottle of purified water. Quantity increased 10 times. Obtained 10 bottles of 500 milliliters purified water. After Chen Fan took out all the items, he found that the wooden treasure chest had disappeared. Looking at the stack of blueprints in his hand, as well as the iron axe and bottled water that had fallen to the ground, Chen Fan was both happy and very troubled. There were just too many things, and there was simply no place to put them. Chen Fan looked around and spotted a type of grass that resembled foxtail grass, so he went over and broke off a stalk. Gained 1 foxtail grass. Quantity increased 100 times. Gained 100 foxtail grasses. What the heck? This grass gives me a 100-fold boost? What's the use? Chen Fan took the raspberries out of his pocket one by one, and then strung them back into the foxtail grass. When he took them out, he noticed that a few had been crushed. Luckily, the top-grade bronze raspberries were intact, otherwise Chen Fan would have been heartbroken. After stringing the foxtail grass together, Chen Fan tied a knot at both ends and hung it around his neck so it wouldn't get crushed. He then picked up the remaining foxtail grass and returned to the treasure chest. where he retrieved the blueprint and examined it. Workbench blueprints, used to learn how to make workbenches. With a workbench, you can make anything. You can learn how. It seems that if you want to make other things, you must first make a workbench before you can continue making other things. Chen Fan rolled up the blueprints and stuffed them into his pocket, then picked up the iron axe. Precision iron axe, forged from refined steel, extremely durable and sharp. A very good axe. With this axe, he could chop down trees and make a workbench. Chen Fan finished the bottle of water in one go, then tied the remaining 9 bottles together with foxtail grass and hung them on his waist, freeing up his hands. Chen Fan picked up the iron axe and swung it around, feeling that it was pretty good. Now the most important thing was to find a place to make a workbench. Chen Fan continued to explore for more than 30 minutes before finally finding a relatively open area. The trees here were sparse, and there was a black, charred log in the middle, which Chen Fan judged to have been struck by lightning. Arriving at the banana tree, Chen Fan put down his belongings, looked around, and found that the surrounding trees were relatively small, so cutting them down shouldn't be too difficult. Chen Fan then picked up his axe and went to a tree about the size of a bowl and began to chop. Gained 3 pieces of wood. Quantity increased 30 times. Now obtained 90 pieces of wood. The fallen tree turned into 3 pieces of wood, and then, with the quantity increase, it suddenly became 90 pieces of wood. Chen Fan carried all 90 pieces of wood back to the banana tree and took out the workbench to make the blueprints. Would you like to learn how to make a workbench? Requires 1 workbench crafting blueprint. Chen Fan decisively learned the blueprint. Making a workbench requires 10 pieces of wood. Crafting time is 10 minutes. Chen Fan immediately clicked craft, and then 10 pieces of wood were used up. A square, half a meter long and half a meter high, appeared before Chen Fan's eyes, with a countdown timer of 9 minutes and 58 seconds on it. Seeing that it would still take more than 9 minutes, Chen Fan wasn't going to wait foolishly for the workbench to be finished, so he picked up his axe and prepared to chop more wood, just in case. Gain 3 pieces of wood. The quantity increases by 30 times, gaining 90 pieces of wood. Gain 5 pieces of wood. The quantity increases by 50 times, gaining 250 pieces of wood. Gain 8 pieces of wood. The quantity increases by 20 times, gaining 160 pieces of wood. After Chen Fan chopped down a few trees, the workbench was completed. The workbench was square with some patterns on it, the purpose of which was unclear. When Chen Fan placed his hand on the workbench, some information appeared. The display shows what can be crafted currently, including over 10 basic resource crafting items and 1 wooden hut. Plank crafting. 1 log can make 3 planks. Root crafting. 1 log can make 5 roots, etc. To build a log cabin, you need 20 wood, 50 planks, and 100 logs. Chen Fan thought for a moment and decided it would be best to build the log cabin as quickly as possible. He then quickly made the planks and logs. Fortunately, these basic materials didn't require any crafting time and were completed instantly. Then Chen Fan started building the wooden house. The wooden house would take 60 minutes to build. Seeing the building time, Chen Fan had no choice but to go out and look for supplies again. Waiting was just a waste of time. He picked up his iron axe and groped his way in one direction. It was almost noon. Although Chen Fan had eaten raspberries, they weren't very filling. He felt hungry again after just a little movement. He was hoping to find something more filling. He walked forward for more than 10 minutes, but found nothing. Exhausted, Chen Fan looked up to wipe his sweat and stared at a treasure chest that was faintly visible among the leaves. He could hardly believe his eyes. He hadn't expected to be so lucky. He could find a treasure chest just by wiping his sweat. Chen Fan looked at the treasure chest on the tree and was a little troubled, because the tree was as thick as 2 or 3 people could hug, and the treasure chest was also quite tall, about 7 or 8 meters high, which might not be high for those who knew how to climb trees. But Chen Fan couldn't climb trees at all. Helpless, Chen Fan decided to cut the tree down. This way, he could not only get the treasure chest, but also harvest a lot of wood. Chen Fan picked up the axe, carefully observed the surroundings, and only started cutting the tree after confirming that there was no danger. Gained 20 pieces of wood. The quantity increased tenfold. Now you have 200 pieces of wood. Chen Fan ignored the wood and quickly went to a treasure chest that had fallen to the ground, only to find that it was a bronze treasure chest. It was a pleasant surprise. While it was in the tree, it wasn't very clear what quality the treasure chest was, but now that it was up close, it was much clearer. Chen Fan opened the treasure chest, reached inside, and took out the items one by one. Gained a backpack with a 100x increase in quality, and a low-grade Xianbing backpack. Gained 10 small breads with a 40x increase in quantity, and 400 small breads. Obtained 1 wooden bow crafting blueprint. Quantity increased tenfold. Obtained 10 wooden bow crafting blueprints. Obtained 1 wooden arrow crafting blueprint. Quality increased tenfold. Obtained 1 iron arrow crafting blueprint. There were 4 items in total, 1 more than the wooden treasure chest. Chen Fan picked them up one by one to examine them. He studied both blueprints, but there was no workbench here. Furthermore, I don't know what materials are needed to make this bow and arrow, so I can only wait until I get back to make it. The most important thing now is that I've obtained a backpack, and it even has 10 cubic meters of storage space. Back in the outside world, Chen Fan had always envied those who had storage space magic treasures. Now that he had one himself, how could he not be happy? Although the space was relatively small, it was still a space item. Chen Fan packed the bread and wood into his backpack. Looking inside, he found that it was almost full, with the wood taking up most of the space. It seemed that he could only pack more important items in the future, and he would have to find a place to store the wood. Seeing that his backpack was full, Chen Fan had no choice but to carry the wood back and put it away first. Otherwise, if he found something good later, he would have nowhere to put it, which would be a pity. With that thought, Chen Fan quickly returned to the place where he had put his workbench. I took all the wood out of my backpack. The spatial item was so convenient. I could take out or put in whatever I wanted with a single thought. The wooden house would take another 20 minutes to build, so I decided to go out again. It wasn't far anyway. After stringing the raspberries together, Chen Fan tied the 2 ends of the foxtail grass into a knot and hung it around his neck so he wouldn't have to worry about crushing them. Then, Chen Fan picked up the remaining foxtail grass, returned to the treasure chest, and glanced at the blueprint. Workbench blueprints, used to learn how to make workbenches. With a workbench, you can make anything. You can learn how. It seems that to make other things, you must first make a workbench before you can continue making other items. Chen Fan rolled up the blueprints and stuffed them into his pocket, then picked up the iron axe. A precision iron axe, forged from refined steel, extremely durable and sharp. It was indeed a very good axe. With it, he could chop down trees to make a workbench. Chen Fan finished a bottle of water in one go, then tied the remaining 9 bottles together with foxtail grass and hung them on his waist, freeing up his hands. Chen Fan picked up the iron axe and swung it around, finding it fairly easy to handle. The most important thing now was to find a place to build a workbench. Chen Fan explored for another 30 minutes before finally finding a relatively open area. The trees here were sparse, and in the middle stood a blackened, charred log, which Chen Fan judged to have been struck by lightning. Arriving at the charred log, Chen Fan put down his belongings, glanced around, and noticed that the surrounding trees were relatively thin, so chopping them down shouldn't be too difficult. He then picked up his axe, walked to a tree about the size of a bowl, and chopped down. Gained 3 pieces of wood. Quantity increased 30 times. Gained 90 pieces of wood. After the tree fell, it directly turned into 3 pieces of wood, and then, with the quantity increase, it suddenly became 90 pieces of wood. Chen Fan carried all 90 pieces of wood back to the charred wood, then took out the blueprints for a workbench. Would you like to learn how to make a workbench? Requires 1 workbench blueprint. Chen Fan decisively chose to learn the blueprints. Making a workbench requires 10 pieces of wood and takes 10 minutes. Chen Fan clicked Make, and the wood was reduced by 10 pieces. A square outline, half a meter long and half a meter high, appeared in front of Chen Fan. There was a countdown timer hanging above, showing 9 minutes and 58 seconds. Chen Fan saw that there were still more than 9 minutes left, so he naturally wouldn't stand there waiting for the workbench to be finished. He picked up his axe again and went to chop down more trees, intending to store up more wood for future use. Gain 3 pieces of wood. The quantity increases by 30 times, gaining 90 pieces of wood. Gain 5 pieces of wood. The quantity increases by 50 times, gaining 250 pieces of wood. Gain 8 pieces of wood. The quantity increases by 20 times, gaining 160 pieces of wood. After Chen Fan chopped down a few more trees, the workbench was finally completed. The workbench was square and had some patterns engraved on it, but its purpose was unclear. Chen Fan placed his hand on the workbench, and information immediately appeared. The display shows the items that can currently be crafted with only a dozen or so basic resources and a wooden hut crafting option. For example, plank crafting allows 1 log to make 3 planks. Root crafting allows 1 log to make 5 roots, and so on. Building the log cabin requires 20 pieces of wood, 50 planks, and 100 logs. Chen Fan thought for a moment and decided to build the log cabin as quickly as possible. He then quickly produced the planks and logs. Fortunately, These basic materials didn't require any crafting time. Everything was completed instantly. Next, Chen Fan began building the wooden hut. The hut would take 60 minutes to build, and seeing this time, Chen Fan had no choice but to go out and search for supplies again. After all, standing there waiting was just a waste of time. He picked up his iron axe and continued searching in one direction. It was almost noon, and although Chen Fan had eaten raspberries earlier, they weren't very filling. He felt hungry again after just a little movement. He wanted to find something more satiating. He walked for over 10 minutes, but still found nothing. Chen Fan was exhausted. He raised his hand to wipe the sweat from his brow, and when he looked up, he saw a treasure chest hanging faintly among the leaves. He could hardly believe his eyes. He never expected that he would find a treasure chest just by wiping his sweat. Chen Fan stared at the treasure chest hanging in the tree, momentarily at a loss. The tree was as thick as 2 or 3 people could hug, and the treasure chest was hanging quite high, about 7 or 8 meters. For those who could climb trees, this height might not be much. The problem was, Chen Fan couldn't climb trees at all. With no other option, he decided to simply chop the tree down. This way, he could not only get the treasure chest, but also harvest a good amount of wood. Holding his axe, Chen Fan carefully observed his surroundings to ensure there was no danger before beginning to chop the tree. Gained 20 pieces of wood. The quantity increased tenfold. Now you have 200 pieces of wood. Chen Fan didn't care about the wood anymore and quickly walked to the treasure chest that had fallen to the ground, only to find that it was actually a bronze treasure chest. This was definitely an unexpected surprise. While in the tree, it wasn't very clear what quality the treasure chest was, but now that he was up close, he could finally see it clearly. Chen Fan immediately opened the treasure chest, reached inside, and took out the items one by one. Gained a backpack, quality increased by 100 times, obtained a low-grade Xianbing backpack. Gained 10 small breads, quantity increased by 40 times, obtained 400 small breads. Gained a wooden bow crafting blueprint, quantity increased by 10 times, obtained 10 wooden bow crafting blueprints. Received 1 wooden arrow crafting blueprint, quality increased 10 times. Received 1 iron arrow crafting blueprint. A total of 4 items, 1 more than the wooden treasure chest. Chen Fan then picked up each item to examine it. Chen Fan studied both blueprints. However, since there was no workbench available, he didn't know what materials were needed to make the bows and arrows, so he could only try making them when he got back. Right now, the most important thing was the backpack he had obtained, and it was a spatial backpack with 10 cubic meters of space. Back in the outside world, Chen Fan had always envied those who possessed magical artifacts with storage spaces. Now that he himself had obtained one, he was naturally overjoyed. Although the space wasn't large, it was still a spatial item. Chen Fan packed the bread and wood into his backpack, then glanced inside, and found it was almost full, with the wood taking up most of the space. It seemed this backpack would only be suitable for more important items from now on. Things like wood would have to be stored elsewhere. Seeing that his backpack was almost full, Chen Fan had no choice but to carry the wood back and put it away. Otherwise, it would be a shame to find something good later and have nowhere to put it. With that thought in mind, he quickly returned to where he had placed his workbench. Chen Fan took the wood out of his backpack. The spatial item was indeed convenient. He could take out or put in whatever he wanted with a single thought. At this moment, there were still more than 20 minutes left to build the wooden house, so Chen Fan prepared to go out again, since he didn't plan to go far this time anyway. Chapter 4. The Sensation in the Trading Hall. Chen Fan walked several dozen meters in the dense forest and suddenly found several grayish-white mushrooms under a tree. He immediately went forward and picked one. Obtained 1 termite mushroom. Quantity increased 50 times. Obtained 50 termite mushrooms. His eyes lit up when the system notification popped up. He was familiar with termite mushrooms. They were delicious stir-fried and even more fragrant in soup, making them a prized ingredient. Seeing a few still on the ground, Chen Fan simply picked them all in one go. Gain 1 termite mushroom. The quantity increases tenfold. Gain 10 termite mushrooms. Gain 1 termite mushroom. The quantity increases 30-fold. Gain 30 termite mushrooms. Gain 2 termite mushrooms. The quantity increases 60-fold. Gain 120 termite mushrooms. In total, he harvested 210 termite mushrooms, which was definitely a bumper harvest. Chen Fan put all the termite mushrooms into his backpack, looked up at the sky, and estimated that it was almost noon. The wooden house should be finished by then, so he turned around and hurried back. Back at the workbench, the wooden house was indeed completed. Chen Fan took out the finished product and immediately had a small wooden house the size of a model in his hand. Wooden house, entirely made of wood, can withstand wind and rain and protect against ferocious wild animals. It can be placed in a chosen location, but cannot be moved once placed. He looked around and finally chose the relatively flat clearing under the lightning-struck tree. The area had originally been shaded by large trees, and there weren't many miscellaneous trees growing on the ground, making it perfect for building a house. After he confirmed the location, a small wooden house rose directly from the ground, backed by the lightning-struck tree. It wasn't large, but it looked quite sturdy. Chen Fan pushed open the door and went inside. It was a one-bedroom, one living room, and one bathroom apartment, none of which were very spacious. The bedroom could barely fit a bed and a wardrobe. The living room was about the same size, and the bathroom was even smaller. But no matter what, at least he finally had a place to stay. He quickly moved the workbench into the living room, and then moved half of the log in as well. It wasn't that he didn't want to move everything, but there simply wasn't enough room. But having a cabin was better than continuing to sleep outdoors. At least if a wild animal approached at night, he wouldn't be caught off guard and have no time to react. Thinking of this, Chen Fan remembered that he still had some bow and arrow crafting blueprints that he hadn't looked at closely, so he went to the workbench and took them out. Wooden bow and arrow requires 1 piece of wood and 10 pieces of spider silk. Iron arrow requires 1 stick, 2 feathers, and 1 iron block. After looking at it, he immediately felt a headache coming on. He had almost nothing left except wood. Chen Fan calculated the time. It was about 2 or 3 o'clock now, and there were still 2 or 3 hours until dark, so he could barely manage to go out one more time. So he changed direction and decided to explore the area around the cabin first, at least to get a clear picture of the surrounding safety situation. He didn't go very far this time, but he did manage to search the area around the cabin and found nothing of value, nor did he encounter any ferocious wild animals. He guessed that the wild animals might have temporarily avoided the area because of the lightning strike, but he didn't dare to let his guard down. After all, in such a place, no one could predict what might appear next. By the time Chen Fan returned to the cabin, it was completely dark. He immediately locked the doors and windows, ate 2 pieces of bread, drank half a bottle of water, and then ate a grade 1 bronze raspberry. Instantly, he felt an improvement in his physique, strength, and agility. Night fell, and the entire forest was terrifyingly dark. Alone in this desolate place, loneliness and unease still weighed on him. Chen Fan simply opened the chat channel, which was already buzzing with activity. Some were crying out that it was too dark and scary, asking for shelter. Others were starving after a day, begging for food. Some were relieved to have found a tree hollow, saving themselves from being carried off by wild animals in the middle of the night. Others had already built wooden huts, their tone full of boasting. Still others were willing to pay high prices for crafting blueprints, or exchange wood for food and water. Looking at these messages, Chen Fan felt a wave of fear wash over him. Luckily, he had prepared the cabin beforehand. Otherwise, this night would have been truly unbearable. He then opened the trading hall, where most transactions revolved around food and water. 10 pieces of wood can be exchanged for a portion of food, 10 pieces of wood for a portion of water, 2 pieces of iron for both food and water, 5 stones for a portion of food. After looking around, Chen Fan immediately understood that the most urgent needs were food and water. He thought for a moment and realized he still had more than 390 loaves of bread in his backpack, so he simply took out 200 and hung them up. The price was also very clear. 1 loaf of bread could be exchanged for 2 pieces of iron, or 5 portions of spider silk, or 10 feathers. These were all the materials he would need to make bows and arrows. He also added a note saying that anyone with rare resources or blueprints could message him privately. After listing the bread, Chen Fan also put the remaining 9 workbench blueprints and 9 wooden bow blueprints up for sale. He marked any blueprints and rare resources as exchangeable. Having finished that, he was too lazy to look at the trading hall anymore and went straight to bed. However, it was indeed a bit cold that night, and he was determined to make a campfire the next day no matter what. Chen Fan had gone to sleep, but the trading hall and chat channel were completely engulfed in excitement because of his move. Some exclaimed in astonishment that 1967 had suddenly listed 200 loaves of bread, which was simply outrageous. Others didn't believe it, but were dumbfounded after going to check. Some people even discovered that besides bread, there were blueprints too, and immediately began frantically asking to trade. Some shamelessly continued to beg for food, while others just wanted to get it for free, and some even claimed to be girls, hoping to exchange a few ambiguous words for food. The channel was in an uproar. Some people were cursing the freeloaders for being shameless, while others rushed to trade, afraid that they would miss out on their items if they were even a moment late. But Chun Fan was completely unaware of all this commotion because he had already slept soundly until dawn. The next morning, Chun Fan got up from the floor, feeling sore all over, clearly having not slept well the night before. He rinsed his mouth briefly, then ate 2 pieces of bread, 2 raspberries, and a grade 1 bronze raspberry. Only then did he remember the trade he had posted the night before, wondering about its current status. Before the trading hall even opened, the private chat in the chat channel was already flooded with messages. Some people asked how to exchange for crafting table blueprints. Some kept asking for food. Some wanted to exchange for wooden bow blueprints. Some even asked if they could exchange mithril for 2 loaves of bread. And there was even a girl pretending to be pitiful and whining. Chun Fan read through all the private messages from beginning to end, and finally, without hesitation, blacklisted all those who wanted to get something for free. Whether you're a cute girl or a mature woman, if you think you can get something for free from Chun Fan, you're dreaming. Chapter 5. Discovering the Diamond Treasure Chest. Chun Fan first replied to those who traded resources for bread. Most of them exchanged for or materials. In the end, he received a total of 10 pieces of mithril, 5 pieces of gold, and 8 pieces of refined iron, which was basically 2 pieces of bread for 1 piece. He then checked the trading hall and saw that he had already exchanged 128 loaves of bread, leaving 72. He also received a considerable amount of materials, 120 pieces of iron, 50 bundles of spider silk, and a full 580 feathers. With enough materials, Chun Fan immediately went to the workbench to make a wooden bow. The bow only required 1 unit of wood and 10 units of spider silk, and 10 minutes later, it was finished. He then made 50 wooden sticks and began crafting iron arrows. The iron arrows required 1 iron block, 1 wooden stick, and 2 feathers. Chun Fan made 50 in one go, thinking he could use them for now and make more later if needed. After dealing with the weapons, he continued trading blueprints. He exchanged 2 workbench blueprints for 20 iron blocks and traded a wooden bow blueprint with 5321 for an iron pot crafting blueprint. Chun Fan quickly studied the blueprints, and sure enough, an iron wok option appeared on the workbench. An iron wok required 15 pieces of iron, so he made a double-handled iron wok. Now he finally had something to cook soup and stir-fry. After finishing all this, the morning was almost over. Chun Fan stopped guarding the trading hall. He knew very well that with his amplification ability, finding resources himself would be much faster than trading. This time, he planned to go a bit further, so he brought everything he needed with him. He packed all the food into his backpack, made an extra workbench as a backup, put away the iron pot, hung the iron axe at his waist, and took his bow and arrows before finally setting off. Chun Fan walked deeper into the forest for over an hour, but found nothing. After another 10 minutes or so, a fruit tree finally appeared in the distance, with several mango-like fruits hanging on it, but they were ridiculously large. He quickly stepped forward and picked one, and a notification immediately popped up. Gained 1 mango. Quantity increased by 20 times. Gained 20 mangoes. Chun Fan then confirmed that it really was a mango, but everything in this world seemed ridiculously large. After confirming that there was no immediate danger, he quickly continued picking. Gained 1 mango. Quantity increased 10 times. Gained 10 mangoes. Gain 1 mango. Quantity increases 60 times. Gain 60 mangoes. Gain 1 mango. Quality increases 80 times. Gain 1 top grade golden mango. Gain 1 mango. Quantity increases 20 times. Quality increases 50 times. Gain 20 top grade silver mangoes. Gained 1 mango. Quantity increased 40 times. Gained 40 mangoes. This wave of gains stunned Chun Fan, who didn't expect to get 2 consecutive quality increases. He had just put all the mangoes into his backpack when a series of urgent squeaks suddenly came from the tree. Chun Fan quickly looked up and saw 5 or 6 huge monkeys perched in the tree, baring their teeth and barking angrily at him. He instantly realized that the mango tree had most likely been taken over by these monkeys long ago. Now that he had picked all the fruit, it was no wonder they were furious. Without the slightest hesitation, Chun Fan turned and ran. Seeing him flee, the monkeys howled even louder, one of them snapping off a thick branch and hurling it at him. Terrified, Chun Fan's scalp tingled, and he charged forward with all his might. Several monkeys swung between the trees at an astonishing speed, and it looked like they were about to catch up. They were taller than Chun Fan, and their strength was even more exaggerated. If he were blocked, the consequences would be unimaginable. As he fled for his life, he made a deep vow in his mind to deal with these monkeys when he was strong enough. Just as he was about to be caught, The woods ahead suddenly thinned out, and sunlight streamed in. Chun Fan's eyes lit up, and he rushed out with all his might. The next moment, he saw a huge lake. There were many animals drinking water by the lake, and it seemed that there was no danger in the water. But at this moment, he had no time to think, as the monkeys behind him had already caught up. Chun Fan gritted his teeth and jumped directly into the lake. He needed to get through this first. As for whether it was safe in the water, he could only gamble. As soon as he entered the water, the group of monkeys on the shore went wild, standing on the lakeside shouting angrily and throwing stones into the water. After several loud bangs, a large spray of water erupted, startling the surrounding animals that were drinking in the water, causing them to scatter in all directions. Chun Fan didn't dare to surface, holding his breath and swimming forward with all his might. Only after swimming some distance did he dare to look back. He saw several huge rocks slowly sinking to the bottom of the lake, and a wave of fear washed over him. He knew the monkey was still guarding the shore, so he continued to dive forward until he couldn't hold his breath any longer. Then he surfaced and took a deep breath. Sure enough, the monkeys were still gesturing wildly on the shore. As soon as he surfaced, they swung stones at him again. Chun Fan gave them the middle finger, not caring whether the monkeys understood or not, and then immediately submerged back underwater to prevent them from taking a detour to ambush him. But as he swam forward, he suddenly noticed a flash of light at the bottom of the lake. It wasn't sunlight reflecting off the water, nor was it the light refracted by fish scales. It was a dazzling light, like starlight. Chun Fan's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately swam towards the bottom of the lake. Below, dense aquatic plants thronged, and schools of fish darted about. He reached out and parted the plants, and the next second, he froze. Before him lay a treasure chest radiating dazzling light. A diamond treasure chest. This is the highest level treasure chest in every world, and there are very few of them. Chun Fan couldn't help but secretly thank those monkeys. If they hadn't chased him into the lake, he would never have discovered that there was a diamond treasure chest hidden here. He suppressed his excitement and cautiously approached, about to reach out and touch it, when he suddenly stopped. Normally, such high-level treasure chests would be guarded by powerful beasts, but the bottom of this lake was unusually quiet, showing absolutely no sign of danger. Chun Fan carefully scanned his surroundings again, confirming that there was still nothing unusual, before reaching out to open the treasure chest again. As the chest opened, the lake bed was instantly filled with radiant light. After the light faded, Chun Fan reached into the chest and touched it. Chapter 6, Diamond Treasure Chest, Abundant Harvest. Chun Fan reached into the treasure chest, and the next second, system notifications popped up one after another. Gained 1 Xianbing top-grade storage ring. Quantity increased by 90 times. Gained 90 Xianbing top-grade storage rings. Obtained 1 grade 1 platinum longevity fruit. Quantity increased by 50 times. Obtained 50 grade 1 platinum longevity fruits. Obtained 1 set of Xianbing superior poisonous bow and arrows. Quality increased by 100 times. Quality increase has reached its limit and cannot be increased further. Obtained 1 set of Xianbing supreme poisonous bow and arrows. Gained basic talent perception. Quantity cannot be increased. Quality can be increased by 20 times. Quality increase has reached its limit and cannot be increased further. Gained basic talent perception. Gained 1 basic taming scroll. Quantity increased by 10 times. Gained 10 basic taming scrolls. I obtained 1 grade 1 gold physique enhancement potion, with a 10x increase in quantity and a 30x increase in quality, and I also obtained 10 grade 1 platinum physique enhancement potions. 6 treasures were obtained in one go, and none of them were ordinary. After emptying everything out, the diamond treasure chest vanished into starlight. Without pausing, he stuffed everything into his backpack and swam towards the lake. Upon surfacing, Chun Fan took a deep breath and looked up to see the monkeys still guarding the shore. He flicked the middle finger at the other side, waved casually, and swam directly to the opposite bank. When he reached the other side of the lake and looked back, the monkeys were still jumping around and squeaking at him. The next second, one of the monkeys mimicked him, giving him the middle finger, and the others followed suit. Chun Fan was dumbfounded. Only one thought in his mind. Had he corrupted the monkeys? But now was clearly not the time to be stubborn. He slung his bag over his shoulder, turned, and ran, wanting to get away from the monkeys first. He jogged for over 30 minutes, constantly looking back, afraid the monkeys would catch up. Only after crossing a mountain ridge and completely losing sight of what was happening behind him did Chun Fan stop, panting heavily, and gulp down a bottle of water. Once he caught his breath, Chun Fan finally had the energy to examine his spoils. Although it was a close call, this trip was definitely a huge success. With that thought, he first took out the mango to examine it. A grade 1 silver mango, edible. It can increase cultivation after consumption. Each person can eat a maximum of 3. Eating more will have no effect. A first-grade golden mango, edible, can increase cultivation after consumption. Each person can eat a maximum of 3. Eating more will have no effect. After reading the introduction, Chun Fan did not hesitate and ate the first-grade golden mango. After the fruit entered his stomach, a warm current instantly spread from his belly, quickly surging to his limbs and bones. It felt as if his entire body had been completely opened up, and his strength surged. He felt so comfortable that he almost groaned out loud. Immediately afterward, he ate 3 more premium silver mangoes. The warm current returned, though weaker than with the golden mangoes, but the increase in power was still significant. After swallowing the 3, Chun Fan felt as if his entire body was filled with energy. Now, even if a bull stood in front of him, he would dare to punch it hard. Still somewhat skeptical, he ate another silver mango. This time, however, there was no reaction whatsoever. There was no warm current, and his strength didn't increase. Chun Fan was now completely certain that this fruit truly could only be eaten a maximum of 3 times per grade. Any more would be a waste. Thinking about how he had just wasted a silver mango, Chun Fan felt a pang of regret and quickly put away the remaining 16 silver mangoes. These things could definitely fetch a high price if sold elsewhere, and wasting even one made him wince. Next, he took out each item from the treasure chest and examined them. The first thing he looked at was the 90 storage rings. A top-grade Xianbing storage ring, with a storage space of 10 meters in length, width, and height. Upon seeing this description, Chun Fan's eyes lit up. With this thing, he'd never have to worry about where to store his resources again. Even more incredibly, he managed to fit all 89 other rings into the one he was wearing, and it still held. He then tried stuffing them in like nesting dolls, and it worked just as well. Now he was completely at ease. He wouldn't be afraid to collect any more resources in the future. Then he looked at the 50 longevity fruits. First-grade platinum longevity fruit. Consuming it can add 10 years to one's lifespan. A maximum of 3 can be consumed, with the effect halved with each subsequent consumption. This is definitely a good thing. The first consumption adds 10 years, the second 5 years, and the third adds another 2 years or so. Eating 3 longevity fruits would roughly translate to a 17-year lifespan. Chun Fan's first thought wasn't for himself, but for his parents. If he brought these fruits back, they could live many more years. Thinking of this, his heart warmed, and he quickly stored all the longevity fruits into his ring. Then, he picked up the set of poisonous bow and arrows. The bow was entirely emerald green, while the arrows were dark black, with the arrowheads faintly glowing. It was clear at a glance that it was no ordinary item. A top-grade Xianbing poisonous bow. When the arrows are fired, a small amount of wood elemental poison gas is condensed, which is even more effective when used with poisonous arrows. 10 top-grade Xianbing poison arrows. When fired, the arrows absorb surrounding poisonous substances to form poisonous gas. The effect is even better when used with a poison bow. After reading the description, Chun Fan felt a surge of excitement. This thing was simply a deadly weapon for scheming. A single arrow fired could not only injure, but also poison. Against an opponent of similar strength, this bow and arrow could easily decide life or death. He immediately put the bow and arrow away separately, afraid of accidentally losing it. Next up is the Beginner Taming Scroll. The Beginner Taming Scroll can tame ferocious beasts, demonic beasts, and spirit beasts below the 2nd rank, with a success rate of 25%. Chun Fan looked at the scroll, his mind immediately becoming excited. If he were lucky enough to tame a ferocious beast as a helper, traveling, fighting, and scouting would become much easier. Just thinking about it was exciting. Finally, he looked at the 10 doses of Grade 1 Platinum Physique Enhancement Potions. Grade 1 Platinum Physique Enhancement Potions can greatly improve physique. Each person can only take 1 dose. Chun Fan stared at the potion for a moment, but decided against taking it immediately. It was getting late, and he estimated that it would be dark in about 2 hours. The cabin was far away, and it was clearly unrealistic to rush back. The most important thing right now was to find a place to settle down. Chapter 7, Black Truffles. Chun Fan looked around and realized that he wasn't far from the summit, so he decided to find a flat spot near the top to spend the night. Soon, he found a clearing next to a rocky outcrop. It wasn't large, but it was enough for a wooden cabin. Next, Chun Fan went into the forest and chopped down a few more trees, obtaining 320 pieces of wood in one go thanks to the amplification effect. After taking out the crafting table, he first started crafting a wooden house, planning to take another look around before dark to see if he could find anything else. It was only about an hour until dark, so Chun Fan didn't dare go too far and just made his way westward. After climbing over a rocky cliff, he came to a pine forest and went straight in. At first, he didn't pay much attention, but as he walked, his foot suddenly slipped and he fell down. Chun Fan sat up, cursing, and was about to get up when his hand suddenly touched something hard. It was dark, with a textured surface, and at first glance looked like feces, but upon closer inspection, it wasn't. Most importantly, it didn't smell bad. Instead, it had a faint, pleasant fragrance. Chun Fan's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately grabbed a piece of dead wood and started digging. He hadn't dug very deep when he pried out a dark, unsightly object. Obtained 1 black truffle. Quantity increased tenfold. Obtained 10 black truffles. Upon seeing the notification, Chun Fan was stunned. It was a black truffle. He had only heard of its high price, but had never actually seen one. He'd just casually tripped and fallen, and somehow managed to find one. It was this experience that taught him roughly where black truffles grow. So he immediately bent down and used a twig to carefully clear away the dead branches and leaves on the ground to continue searching. Before long, he found another one. Obtained 1 black truffle. Quantity increased 50 times. Obtained 50 black truffles. Chun Fan became even more enthusiastic and searched the vicinity carefully for another half hour. When he stopped, thanks to the amplification effect, he had collected a total of 130 black truffles. However, he didn't know how to search professionally and relied entirely on luck by turning over leaves, so finding this many was already quite good. Seeing that it was getting late, Chun Fan didn't dare to delay any longer and immediately turned around and headed back. After returning to where he had placed the workbench, he first took out the wooden house, then placed it against the rock wall, and only then did he finally breathe a sigh of relief. After entering the house, Chun Fan tidied up his workbench, closed the door, ate 2 pieces of bread, drank half a bottle of water, and then began to organize the things he had accumulated over the past few days. He first took out a storage ring specifically for storing wood, and then separated another ring for food, putting mangoes, black truffles, and raspberries into it. He left the bread and water in his backpack for easy access. Then he took out a separate ring to store the high-quality items: longevity fruit, grade 1 silver mango, grade 1 bronze raspberry, and platinum physique enhancement potion, all grouped together. He put the ores in one ring, and miscellaneous items like feathers and spider silk in another, using a total of 5 rings, all clearly organized. After tidying up, the real highlight finally arrived. Chun Fan took out the bottle of grade 1 platinum physique enhancement potion, shook it gently, uncorked it, and gulped it down. The moment the potion went down, a warm current spread through his stomach, making him feel incredibly comfortable and relaxed. Not long after, his head began to spin, his eyelids grew heavier and heavier, and he eventually fell into a deep sleep. When Chun Fan opened his eyes again, it was already dawn. As soon as he sat up, he smelled a pungent stench. Looking down, he realized that his body was covered in a layer of dark grime, and the stench was coming from himself. He didn't care about anything else. His first reaction was to find water to wash himself. After rushing out of the wooden house, Chun Fan searched around the area and found a stream on the mountainside, not far away. Without saying a word, he took off his clothes and jumped in, scrubbing the grime off his body vigorously. He washed for over half an hour before finally feeling comfortable. But just then, Chun Fan's heart tightened, and a sense of danger suddenly surged up, coming from his left front. He instantly stood up, about to grab his clothes, when the next second, a huge spider suddenly sprang out of the grass. The spider was as big as a basket, its 8 legs thicker than an adult's arm, and the iridescent patterns around its body clearly indicated it was extremely venomous. The spider stared intently at him, making Chun Fan's scalp tingle and his hair stand on end. He inwardly cursed himself for being so careless. Knowing full well the dangers of this forest, he had still dared to take a bath naked. But now, regret was useless. Chun Fan quickly calmed down, knowing that he was probably doomed. Rather than waiting for the other party to pounce on him, he decided to make the first move. Thinking this, he lost his fear and charged towards the spider, braving the chill. He took a step closer and swung his fist, smashing it hard into the spider's back. With a muffled thud, the large spider was sent tumbling by his punch. Chun Fan was stunned. He looked down at his fist, clenched it, and his face was full of disbelief. He never imagined that his strength had reached such a level. Clearly, this was the effect of the Platinum Physique Enhancement Potion. Thinking this, Chun Fan's confidence surged, and he stared at the spider that had flipped over, a hint of ruthlessness in his eyes. But the next second, he saw that the spider had already gotten up again, swaying its body as if it hadn't suffered any serious injuries. The spider let out two sharp, strange cries at Chun Fan, its 8 long legs pushing off the ground, and in the next instant, it pounced straight at Chun Fan. Chapter 8. Fierce Battle Against a Ferocious Beast, Advancement. Seeing the spider about to pounce, Chun Fan didn't wait for it to make the first move. His previous punch had greatly boosted his confidence. He pushed off with his feet, kicking up a cloud of dirt, and rushed towards the spider. The spider reacted quickly, its 8 legs springing out, immediately dodging to the side. But Chun Fan was just as fast, following up and swinging his fist at its head. The spider tried to retreat, but it was too late. With a muffled thud, it was knocked to the ground, crushing the surrounding vegetation. Seeing this, Chun Fan gave the spider no chance to breathe, pounced on its back, and began to furiously pound its head with his fists. The spider struggled desperately, trying to shake him off, but Chun Fan held it firmly, his fists raining down like raindrops, and his feet stomping on its back. Before long, the large spider stopped moving completely. Chun Fan jumped off its back, gave it a couple more kicks to make sure it was really dead, and then let out a long breath, finally feeling a wave of exhaustion. After recovering, Chun Fan squatted down and began looting the corpse. He had learned before entering the Infinite Tower that as long as he killed creatures, he could collect materials from their corpses. Obtained 10 Grade 1 Bronze Spider Silks. Quantity increased by 20 times. Obtained 200 Grade 1 Bronze Spider Silks. Obtained 1 Grade 1 Bronze Poison Sac. Quantity increased by 10 times. Obtained 10 Grade 1 Bronze Poison Sacs. The harvest is not bad. It seems that this spider is a Grade 1 Bronze level ferocious beast. Chun Fan put his things into his storage ring, only then realizing he felt a chill. Looking down, he discovered he was still naked. He quickly glanced around. Thankfully, they were deep in the mountains, and no one had seen him, or he would have been killed on the spot. With that thought, Chun Fan hurried back to the stream to get dressed before returning to the cabin. After sitting down, he immediately checked his attributes. ID, 1967. Race, human. Cultivation, early mortal stage, approximately 500 gene of strength. Talent, danger perception, able to sense danger within 100 meters. Skills, none. Life skills, none. Chat channel, trading hall. Remaining personnel, 9120/10,000. Upon seeing the cultivation level section, Chun Fan clenched his fist, unable to contain his excitement. He had only been in the Infinite Tower for 2 days, yet he had already reached the initial stage of the mortal realm. Many people had to enter several times, and still might not be able to cross this threshold. Only upon reaching the initial stage of the mortal realm could one truly possess some self-defense capabilities in this one-star world. Like that spider just now. If he hadn't broken through his limits, he wouldn't have been able to defeat it with his bare hands. Unless he hid in the shadows beforehand and struck first with that top-grade Shimbing Poison Bow, he would most likely be the one to die in a real fight. Thinking back to that sneak attack, Chun Fan had a more intuitive understanding of his talent for danger perception. If he hadn't sensed something was wrong beforehand, he might have already been bitten by the spider. That thing looked extremely venomous. Once bitten, the outcome was unpredictable. He then glanced at the remaining numbers. In just 2 days, more than 800 people had disappeared. That number alone was enough to illustrate just how dangerous this world was. Chun Fan then opened the trading hall and looked around. It was still mostly people exchanging resources for food and water. He wanted to try his luck and see if anyone was trading crafting blueprints, but he didn't find any. After thinking for a moment, Chun Fan simply put 40 mangoes up there, with a note saying he was buying any crafting blueprints. As for the high-quality items, he had no intention of taking them out. He felt he had too few of these good things, even keeping them for himself, let alone letting others have them for free. In his view, he could collect ordinary materials himself. There was no need to constantly watch the trading hall. Others weren't stupid either. They rarely offered truly high-quality items for exchange. The blueprints are different, though. Once you learn them, they're yours to keep, and you can use them again when you enter the infinite world, so it's easier for someone to be willing to sell them. After hanging the mangoes, Chun Fan put away the workbench. As for the wooden house, he didn't plan to keep it anymore. He'd figured it out. Someone with amplification abilities like himself should be out there, searching for resources. There was no need to stick to a fixed base. After all, Shelters like cabins could be rebuilt whenever needed. As long as there were enough materials, building one before nightfall wouldn't be a problem. After packing his things, Chun Fan put the poisoned arrows into the ring on his hand, ensuring he could retrieve them immediately in case of danger. Last time he encountered spiders, his weapon was in his backpack, and he almost didn't realize it. This time he'd learned his lesson. Once prepared, Chun Fan picked up his axe and set off again, his destination still the pine forest from yesterday. The place wasn't particularly large, but there were definitely plenty of black truffles. Even if he didn't sell them, it would be worth taking some home for his family to try. After entering the pine forest, Chun Fan quickly started bending down and searching again. Obtained 1 black truffle. Quantity increased by 30 times. Obtained 30 black truffles. Obtained 1 black truffle. Quantity increased by 50 times. Obtained 50 black truffles. He searched for over an hour until the system notification popped up again. Obtained 1 black truffle. Quantity increased by 30 times. Quality increased by 80 times. Obtained 30 first-grade silver black truffles. Finally, a quality one appeared. Chun Fan's spirits lifted, and he continued searching for a while. In total, he dug up more than 500 black truffles, including 30 high-quality silver black truffles. Top-grade silver black truffles, edible, will increase cultivation level upon consumption. Upon seeing the description, Chun Fan's eyes lit up. Unlike mangoes, these silver black truffles had no limit on the number of times they could be eaten. This meant that as long as he had enough, he could continuously increase his cultivation level. Chun Fan decided to find a place to roast some of these black truffles and eat them. Improving his strength as quickly as possible was the most important thing. Chapter 9 Black Truffle with Grilled Fish. Chun Fan walked through the pine forest and came to a low-lying plain at the foot of the mountain. In the distance, Chun Fan saw a river that was not very big, so he decided to rest by the riverbank. Chun Fan found a relatively flat riverbank and prepared to start a fire to roast some black truffles. However, he found that he did not have any fire-starting tools. Originally, Chun Fan wanted to look for fire-starting tools in the trading hall, but then he thought that he was now a mortal in the early stage, so starting a fire by friction should not be a problem. Without hesitation, Chun Fan went to find some dry grass and branches, as these are easier to ignite. He then used an axe to slowly scrape the branches, producing fine lint. Next, he began to start a fire by friction. Chun Fan took a sturdy-looking piece of wood, sharpened it, and then took a larger piece of wood, using the axe to cut a notch in it. He placed the sharpened wooden root on the notch in the wood, and his hands began to twist the root, as if he were having cramps. Soon, smoke began to rise. Chun Fan quickly placed the fine velvet next to the smoking wood and slowly blew on it. Soon, sparks were blown from the wood onto the velvet, which slowly began to ignite. Before long, flames appeared. Chun Fan quickly placed the flaming velvet into the pile of dry hay that had already been set up. Soon the fire grew larger, and Chun Fan added a few thicker pieces of wood, which gradually stabilized the fire. Chun Fan found a flat stone by the river, washed it clean, and placed it on the fire. He then washed 5 grade 1 silver black truffles, cut them with an axe, some thin, some thick, and some even sawed like a saw. It was a truly pitiful sight. Fortunately, Chun Fan didn't mind. He put all the black truffles on the stone slab to roast. Before long, the aroma wafted out. Chun Fan swallowed. It smelled so good. After all, it was a grated black truffle, and the aroma was even more intense. Seeing that it was almost done roasting, Chun Fan couldn't wait to pick up the chopsticks he had sharpened with 2 wooden sticks, pick up a piece, and put it in his mouth. Instantly, his mouth was filled with a rich aroma. The aroma was so unique that Chun Fan really didn't expect that this high-quality black truffle was so wonderful. And so, Chun Fan kept eating with his chopsticks, finishing off the entire plate of the premium silver black truffle in no time. After the wonderful taste, he felt a warm sensation all over his body. This warm feeling lasted for a while before slowly fading away, but Chun Fan felt that he had become much stronger. Next, Chun Fan took out an ordinary black truffle, sliced it, and started grilling it on a stone slab. Chun Fan wanted to see what an ordinary black truffle tasted like, but to his surprise, the smell of the ordinary black truffle was somewhat like rotten eggs. Chun Fan was a little dumbfounded. He never expected that black truffles would smell like this. What Chun Fan didn't know was that truffles have a very unique smell, and because everyone's sense of smell is different, everyone will smell the same thing. This results in a variety of smells, such as mushroom, garlic, wet mud, honey, corn, bedbug, and rotting leaves. Some people even smell it similar to semen. Because Chen Fan had never been exposed to such a high-end ingredient as black truffles before, he didn't know what black truffles tasted like. What surprised Chen Fan was how different the quality of black truffles was from the quality of black truffles. When Chen Fan ate those mangoes before, he thought they were especially delicious, and he would finish several in no time. Chen Fan looked at the black truffle on the stone slab and simply couldn't swallow it. He just couldn't understand how so many people liked such a taste. Anyway, Chen Fan felt he couldn't eat it. Chen Fan picked it up and slowly took a bite. Instantly, the rotten egg smell became even stronger. Tui, tui, tui. Chen Fan couldn't take it anymore and spat it all out, almost bringing up the contents of his stomach. He then picked up all the black truffles and threw them into the river. Actually, Chen Fan didn't know that it was because he had just eaten high-quality black truffles, and now he had switched to ordinary ones. The taste and aroma were very different, so they smelled like rotten eggs to him. If Chen Fan had tasted ordinary black truffles first, he would have had a completely different experience, because black truffles offer different sensations and flavors each time they are tasted, which is why they are so popular. The black truffles thrown into the river drifted slowly downstream. Because the river was not a rapid current, the black truffles floating on the surface of the river drifted slowly downstream. Just then, the river surface suddenly splashed up with a splash, splash sound. Chen Fan looked into the river and saw several fish fighting over the black truffles floating on the surface. They looked quite large, which made Chen Fan's heart itch. He hadn't eaten any meat in the 3 days he had been here. Should he go and catch a few to try? But he didn't know how to catch fish, let alone with his bare hands. Then Chen Fan remembered a video he had seen online, where someone used a wooden stick to hit the water's surface hard. If the force was strong enough, it could stun the fish. Chen Fan considered his current strength and figured it shouldn't be a problem. So he went into the forest and cut down a tree root about the thickness of his arm. Luckily, such a small tree wouldn't turn into wood immediately, otherwise Chen Fan would have been really helpless. When Chen Fan returned, he found that the fish that had been fighting over the black truffles were gone and had all gone to the bottom of the river. Chen Fan took out another black truffle, casually chopped it a few times with an axe, and threw it into the river. Then he saw the fish in the river swim to the surface again to snatch the black truffles. When the fish were not paying attention, Chen Fan suddenly hit the surface of the river with a wooden stick. After hitting it several times, a few fish floated on the surface of the river with their white bellies up. Chen Fan quickly jumped into the water to catch the fish. Obtain 1 bluefish. The quantity increases by 30 times. Obtain 30 bluefish. Obtain 1 grass carp. The quantity increases by 70 times. Obtain 70 grass carp. Obtain 1 crucian carp. The quantity increases by 40 times. Obtain 40 crucian carp. Obtain 1 grass carp. The quantity increases 10 times. Obtain 10 grass carp. There were a total of 150 fish, enough for Chen Fan to eat for a long time. It's just that there was no quality increase. Otherwise his cultivation resources could have increased a bit more. Although the increase wasn't much, every little bit helps. Chen Fan took out another empty ring, intending to use it to store meat. The space inside the ring was static, so the meat wouldn't spoil no matter how long it was stored there. He put all the fish into the ring, went ashore, and prepared to grill a fish to eat first. He took out a grass carp, scaled and gutted it, and made a few cuts on the fish. Since there were no seasonings, Chen Fan was afraid the fish would be too fishy, so he took out a first-class silver black truffle, sliced it, placed a few pieces on the stone slab, and put a few pieces inside the fish's belly. That's how he started grilling it. After a while, a fragrant aroma wafted out. Because of the premium silver black truffle, the fish didn't smell fishy at all. Instead, it smelled even better. Chen Fan picked up a piece of fish with his chopsticks, blew on it, and put it in his mouth. It was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, and very delicious. Because there was no salt or other seasonings, it only tasted fresh. It was precisely because of this freshness that the flavor was so pronounced. Chen Fan slowly enjoyed the grilled fish and rested for a while before setting off again. Chapter 10 Giant Serpent and Fierce Tiger. Chen Fan crossed the river and entered a forest. He found that the trees in this forest were larger than those in the forest where he had just arrived in this world, but they were also relatively sparse. However, the leaves of these trees were not very dense, so walking in the forest was not very dark, and a lot of sunlight shone through the bushes. But Chen Fan did not dare to be careless and walked forward cautiously. Fortunately, he had the talent of danger perception, so at least he wouldn't run into any ferocious beasts. Chen Fan walked forward for more than half an hour. Suddenly, Chen Fan sensed an extremely dangerous signal coming from his right front, and not just one, but two such signals. Without a second thought, Chun Fan walked to the left. It wasn't that Chun Fan was cowardly, but rather that he wanted to avoid this unknown danger as much as possible. After all, his life was more important. If he lost his life, even the greatest opportunity wouldn't be of any use. Chun Fan ran wildly to the left for more than half an hour. Just when he thought it was safe, a loud and penetrating tiger roar came from the place where he sensed danger. Then came a series of very cold, hissing sounds. Chun Fan couldn't really tell what the sound was, but it felt very eerie, giving him goosebumps. Then came the sounds of a woo and hissing, followed by the sound of trees collapsing, as if the two guys were fighting. Chun Fan had no choice but to stop and see what was going on. He chose the tallest tree and climbed to the top. In the past, he would have struggled to climb the tree even if he had tried, since it was at least 100 meters tall. However, Chun Fan easily climbed to the top of the tree and looked into the distance. He saw that the place was filled with smoke and dust, and trees were falling down from time to time. There were roars and hissing sounds. Every now and then, a long tail would appear from the smoke and dust and sweep down, breaking and falling trees one by one, and splashing up a cloud of dust. Sometimes, one could see what appeared to be a live white figure leaping and bounding about, incredibly agile. Occasionally, a flash of cold light would appear, followed by the dispersal of blood mist, adding a touch of red to the smoke and dust. Chun Fan watched the two figures fight back and forth for more than 2 hours. Finally, the fighting gradually subsided, the smoke and dust slowly dissipated, and the surroundings gradually calmed down. As Chun Fan watched the smoke and dust slowly dissipate, he felt an urge to go and take a look, but reason told him to leave quickly, as the sooner he left, the safer he would be. After Chun Fan climbed down from the tree, he took off running. But after running only 100 or 2 meters, he stopped again, looking back at the dust that hadn't yet settled. He gritted his teeth and thought to himself, "The bold get rich, the timid starve. Let's go." Chun Fan then ran back, determined to see what was going on. For two such big guys to fight so recklessly, something good must have appeared. Soon, Chun Fan arrived at the outskirts of the area. There was still some dust around, and the trees were leaning to one side or the other. In the center, it was a complete mess, with dirt flying everywhere, broken branches and trunks scattered all over the place, and a dent in the middle. On either side lay two enormous creatures, a white tiger with yellow stripes, over 3 meters long and 2 meters tall, and a black python, tens of meters long and as thick as an iron barrel. The black python was now motionless, its entire body covered in claw marks, each mark resembling a knife cut. Near its head, it was a bloody mess, with blood trickling from several openings. It seemed to be dead. The giant tiger was bleeding from all 7 orifices, barely breathing, with only its tail still twitching slightly as proof that it was still alive. Chun Fan took out his poisoned bow and homemade iron arrows, knocked an arrow, and shot it at the giant python. The arrow struck the python with a clang, but it didn't penetrate its body. It just wobbled a few times on the python before falling to the ground. The arrow failed to penetrate the giant python's scales, demonstrating just how high their defensive capabilities were. Chun Fan then took out his top-grade Xianbing poison arrow and fired it. A flash of green light appeared, and with a poof, the poison arrow pierced the giant python's body, leaving only a small part of the arrow protruding from the ground. Chun Fan hadn't expected the poisoned arrow to be so powerful. It pierced the giant python's body in one go. Chun Fan thought it would be good enough if the arrow could even penetrate, but he didn't expect it to almost pierce through the python's body in one shot. The giant python didn't react at all after being pierced through, so it seemed to be completely dead. Chun Fan was relieved. He then took out a poisoned arrow, bent the bow, and aimed it at the tiger, preparing to give it one last shot and send it on its way, so it wouldn't suffer anymore. Just as he was about to release the arrow, he suddenly remembered something. So he quickly put the arrow down and took out a scroll from his ring. How could I have almost forgotten about this? Isn't it perfect to use this now? I almost lost out big time. What Chun Fan took out was the beginner taming scroll he got from the diamond treasure chest, which could tame second-grade ferocious beasts, demonic beasts, and spirit beasts. In Chun Fan's view, there shouldn't be any ferocious beasts, demonic beasts, or spirit beasts of grade 2 or higher in this star world. He might as well give this scroll a try. Anyway, he has 10 of them. If he can tame a ferocious beast or demonic beast, he won't have to be so worried in this world. At the very least, it can help him attract attention. Moreover, judging from the ferocious beast's appearance, it was quite powerful, probably of a high level. Chun Fan directly used the scroll on the tiger, but there was no reaction, and the scroll disappeared. What's going on? Why isn't there any reaction? Chun Fan was completely bewildered. Could it be that it wasn't successful? Chun Fan took out another scroll and fired it at the tiger again, but there was still no reaction. Take it again. Take it again. Take it again. He tried using 5 taming scrolls, but there was still no reaction. Chun Fan, his face darkening, took out another scroll. He refused to believe that he had failed even once out of the 25% chance of success with these 10 scrolls. I tried another one, but there was still no response. Take out another one. Use. There was no response. Take it again. Use. Chapter 11, Subduing the Wind and White Tiger. Use. This time, instead of being completely unresponsive, Chun Fan felt as if he had some connection with the tiger. Just like now, Chun Fan could feel that the tiger seemed to be in a lot of pain, and he could also feel that the tiger seemed to be very close to him. Could this mean the domestication was successful? Chun Fan tried saying, "Stand up." The tiger seemed to understand and tried to stand up, but it weakly fell to the ground and struggled a few times, but it couldn't stand up. It could only let out a weak, woof woof, and then look at Chun Fan with a pitiful expression. Chun Fan was speechless. It had gotten to this point. Could it be that the pet he had just acquired was going to die? Chun Fan thought that he had a platinum longevity fruit, so why not give it a try? So Chun Fan took out a platinum longevity fruit. As soon as the platinum longevity fruit was taken out, the tiger looked at Chun Fan with a longing expression. Chun Fan glanced at the platinum longevity fruit, then at the tiger, and said, "You got a good deal." With a pained expression, he held the platinum longevity fruit to the tiger's mouth, and the tiger swallowed it in one gulp without any further reaction. Holy crap. No way, no way, you ate it, and there's absolutely no reaction. At least you should feel somewhat better. What's the meaning of this? You've not even had this much reaction. Chun Fan pointed at the tiger with disbelief. The tiger looked at Chun Fan with an innocent expression, as if to say, "No way, no way, you think you can make me better right away with this little bit of stuff?" Chun Fan covered his face, looking at the tiger with a mixture of helplessness and heartache, and said, "What a waste of a thing. I'm really fed up." The thought that a platinum longevity fruit had had absolutely no effect on the tiger made Chun Fan feel truly sorry for it. Seeing the still weak tiger, Chun Fan gritted his teeth, took out another bottle of platinum physique enhancement potion, and poured it directly into the tiger's mouth, saying, "I'm at a huge loss. If you can't handle this, I'm not going to take care of you anymore." After the tiger let out a few innocent whimpers, it closed its eyes. Chun Fan watched the tiger close its eyes and waited for a moment. He then felt that the tiger's aura had changed, as if it had become even stronger than when it fought the python before. Slowly, the tiger opened its eyes, stood up excitedly, and roared to the sky, "Awoo!" Its aura became even more powerful. Chun Fan clapped his hands excitedly and laughed. "Thank goodness, at least I didn't waste my resources." Upon hearing Chun Fan's voice, the tiger came affectionately to his side and rubbed its huge head against him. As Chun Fan watched the tiger's massive head rub against his body, the soft, furry head felt incredibly comfortable to touch. At the same time, information about the tiger surfaced in Chun Fan's mind. Fenglan Baihu. Realm, first-grade diamond spirit beast. Bloodline, a trace of the sacred beast white tiger bloodline. Chun Fan hadn't expected that this was actually a first-grade diamond-level spirit beast, and it even carried a trace of the bloodline of the sacred beast white tiger. Now it seemed that he had really hit the jackpot. It's important to know that pets are divided into ferocious beasts, demonic beasts, and spirit beasts. Among them, ferocious beasts are the worst because they only have instinctive reactions and consciousness and cannot think at all. All battles are fought based on instinct. Although they may have innate skills, they only rely on instinct to fight, so they are often defeated by demonic beasts and spirit beasts that are weaker than them. Monsters are different. Monsters can cultivate various supernatural powers and spells. When their cultivation reaches a powerful level, they can even cultivate to transform into human form. Spirit beasts are even more different. They are born with powerful spiritual senses and intelligence. Not only do they have powerful bloodline talents, but they also have physical bodies that are stronger than those of ferocious beasts and demonic beasts. However, spirit beasts cannot transform into human form. In short, among all pets, spirit beasts are the strongest of the same rank, followed by demon beasts, and ferocious beasts are the weakest. Chun Fan looked at the wind and waved white tiger. He patted the tiger's huge head with great satisfaction and said, "From now on, I'll call you Dabai." Big White seemed to understand and let out 2 soft whimpers, as if responding to Chen Fan. At this moment, Chen Fan came to the giant python's side again and reached out to touch the corpse. Obtained 30 grade 1 diamond snake meat. Quantity increased 60 times. Obtained 1800 grade 1 diamond snake meat. Obtained 1 grade 1 diamond snake skin. Quantity increased by 50 times. Obtained 50 grade 1 diamond snake skins. Obtained 2 grade 1 diamond snake tendons. Quantity increased by 20 times. Obtained 40 grade 1 diamond snake tendons. Obtained 1 grade 1 diamond snake gallbladder. Quantity increased 10 times. Obtained 10 grade 1 diamond snake gallbladders. Gained 160 grade 1 diamond serpent scales, a 40-fold increase in quantity, for a total of 6,400 grade 1 diamond serpent scales. What a great harvest. Although there was no increase in quality, it's better than having a lot of quantity. And they're all top-grade diamonds. It seems this is a ferocious beast of top-grade diamond level. First-grade diamond snake meat, an ingredient. Cooking and consuming it can increase cultivation level. First-grade diamond snake skin, a material for refining weapons, can be used to forge Xian-level armor. First-grade diamond snake tendon, a refining material, can be used to forge Xian-level weapons or armor. A first-grade diamond snake gall, an ingredient for alchemy, can be used to refine first-grade pills. First-grade diamond snake scales are a refining material that can be used to forge Xian-level weapons or armor. These are all very good items, and they would be worth a lot of money even if sold. As long as he gets out of here safely, his family can live a very wealthy life. Chen Fan thought to himself with a sly smile, and then he sorted the items into his ring. He turned to Dabai and asked, "What were you fighting so fiercely over just now?" Big White let out 2 woof woof sounds and walked off in one direction. Chen Fan quickly followed and said, "There's something good there." Big White let out 2 more woof woof sounds, as if responding to Chen Fan, and then strode forward. Chen Fan looked at Big White leading the way. It was almost 3 meters tall and nearly 4 meters long. Chen Fan remembered that when he first arrived here and met Dabai, it was about 2 meters tall and only 3 meters long. How did it grow so much in the blink of an eye? Could it have taken the platinum enhancement potion and advanced? Chen Fan knew that the giant python was a first-grade diamond-level ferocious beast, while Dabai, before advancing to the next level, should have been a first-grade platinum-level spirit beast. The fact that Dabai could kill a first-grade diamond-level ferocious beast, even though he was also seriously injured, showed that he was still very powerful. Keep in mind that Dabai is only a first-grade spirit beast now. Now that Big White has advanced to the first-grade diamond level, there should be very few things in this world that can harm him. Even if he can't beat them, running away shouldn't be a problem. Chen Fan waved to Dabai and said, "Dabai, lie down." Dabai lay down, puzzled, and looked at Chen Fan with a question in his eyes. Chen Fan walked to Dabai's body, jumped up and sat on it, laughing. "Huh, not bad, we can go now." Big White rolled its eyes at Chen Fan in a very human-like way, and made 2 woo sounds as if it was complaining about Chen Fan. Chapter 12 Blood Coagulation Fruit. Breakthrough to the middle stage of Mortal Realm. Chen Fan sat on Big White's back, and soon they arrived at a valley. In the middle of the valley was a lake, and in the middle of the lake was a small island with only 1 tree and no other plants. On the tree were several bright red fruits, the type of which was unknown. Chen Fan patted Dabai and said, "You guys fought over this?" Big White barked a few times, indicating that this was the reason for the fight, and stared intently at the fruit on the tree. Chen Fan patted Dabai's head and asked, "How are you going to get across?" "Swim across." Chen Fan indicated that he could swim across, but he didn't know if the tiger could swim. After hearing Chen Fan's words, Dabai whimpered twice indignantly, then carried Chen Fan into the lake and swam towards the small island in the center of the lake. Chen Fan said that he really didn't know that tigers could swim. Upon arriving on the island, Chen Fan discovered that it wasn't very big, only a few square meters in size. Calling it an island was a bit of a disservice. The tree wasn't very tall either, only about 1.7 meters, about the same height as Chen Fan. It had 5 bright red fruits on it. As a lake breeze wafted by, a faint fragrance could be smelled, making one want to immediately pick the fruit and taste it. In fact, Chen Fan did just that, reaching out and picking one. Obtained 1 grade 1 platinum blood coagulation fruit. Quantity increased by 30 times. Obtained 30 grade 1 platinum blood coagulation fruits. The blood clotting fruit is edible. Consuming it will cleanse one's blood and energy, greatly increasing one's cultivation level. Chen Fan hadn't expected that this fruit was actually a first-grade platinum-level fruit, and moreover, a fruit that could cleanse one's blood and qi. If he used this fruit to cleanse his blood and qi, it would make his blood and qi even cleaner and more refined. It was an unparalleled divine medicine for building a foundation. Chen Fan quickly picked the remaining 4 fruits. Obtained 1 grade 1 platinum blood coagulation fruit. Quantity increased 10 times. Obtained 10 grade 1 platinum blood coagulation fruits. Obtained 1 grade 1 platinum blood coagulation fruit. Quantity increased by 60 times. Obtained 60 grade 1 platinum blood coagulation fruits. Obtained 1 grade 1 platinum blood coagulation fruit. Quality increased by 100 times. Obtained 1 grade 1 diamond blood coagulation fruit. Obtained 1 grade 1 platinum blood coagulation fruit. Quantity increased 10 times. Obtained 10 grade 1 platinum blood coagulation fruits. Chen Fan was overjoyed as he looked at the small pile of blood-clotting fruits in the ring. He truly hadn't expected to obtain so many good things upon entering this world. This small pile of blood-clotting fruits alone could completely change his family's life. From then on, the parents no longer had to rack their brains to find odd jobs to pay for their children's tuition. They could enjoy their old age at home in peace and even embark on the path of cultivation again. Of course, Chen Fan didn't forget to take the lead that Dabai had brought him here. He took out a platinum blood-clotting fruit from his ring and threw it to Dabai. Dabai opened its mouth wide without hesitation and ate it in one bite, just like Zhu Beiji eating ginseng fruit. After Dabai ate the blood-clotting fruit, its blood and qi surged, and its size increased slightly, but its rank did not improve. Chen Fan guessed that Dabai's bloodline had been enhanced. Chen Fan opened Big White's attribute panel. Fenglan Baihu. Realm, first-grade diamond spirit beast. Bloodline, a trace of the sacred beast white tiger bloodline. Looking at Dabai's attributes, Chen Fan was speechless. The attributes had not changed at all, but Dabai had indeed grown a lot, yet there was still only a trace of its bloodline. Could it be that this trace of bloodline had been purified? Chen Fan couldn't figure it out, so he had no choice but to let it go and focus on improving his cultivation. Chen Fan took out the only diamond-encrusted blood-clotting fruit from the ring, and saw Dabai looking at Chen Fan with resentful eyes, as if to say, "Master, you're not being fair. The one you ate was obviously bigger and tastier." Chen Fan ignored Dabai's gaze, told Dabai to get lost, sat down cross-legged on the spot, and started eating the blood coagulation fruit. Sure enough, the blood coagulation fruit had a unique fragrance, and Chen Fan finished it in a few bites. After eating, Chen Fan felt as if a fire was burning in his stomach, which then surged through every blood vessel and muscle in his body, making his whole body feel like it was on fire, but without feeling very hot. It was like soaking in a hot spring, which was very comfortable. After the burning sensation subsided, Chen Fan felt his blood and energy surging throughout his body, his blood boiling, and a tingling sensation spreading through his bones. Then, he felt a series of popping sounds inside his body, giving him a feeling of orgasm. He felt completely relaxed and couldn't help but groan. Chen Fan stood up and felt that his strength had increased significantly, more than double what it was before. After moving around, he felt that his agility had also increased considerably. Chen Fan quickly opened his attribute panel to take a look. Number, 1967. Race, human. Cultivation level, mid-level mortal, with a strength of about 1200 gene. Talent, danger perception, can detect danger within 100 meters in advance. Skills, none. Life skills, none. Chat channels, trading hall. Personnel remaining, 8631/10,000. Seeing that his attributes had broken through to the intermediate level of the mortal realm, Chen Fan was very happy. He had only been in this world for 3 or 4 days, and he had already reached the intermediate level of the mortal realm. Moreover, his resources were very abundant, unlike others who might have trouble even solving their basic needs. Looking at the remaining number of people, there are several hundred fewer people compared to the previous 2 days. You should know that if you die in this world, although you can be resurrected in your original world, 20 years of your lifespan will still be deducted. It can be said that a person only has 3 chances to enter the infinite tower unless you break through various realms and your lifespan increases. However, it's not that you can enter the infinite tower indefinitely based on your lifespan. The higher the level of the infinite tower, the more lifespan will be deducted. Therefore, you have to be extremely careful every time you enter the infinite tower, because you might die in no time. Of course, besides being careful with your own life, the most important thing is to obtain more resources. With resources, you can continue to cultivate. Without resources, you can hardly move an inch. The resources Chun Fan has acquired are truly abundant, resources that others might only obtain after entering the world more than 10 times. Moreover, Chun Fan has only been here for a few days. He believes that when he leaves, he will be able to obtain more resources, provided that he doesn't act recklessly and instead plays it safe. Chun Fan waved to Dabai, signaling it to come over. Dabai reluctantly and slowly came over, and even roared at Chun Fan, saying, "Why did you call me away when you were eating delicious food? Why did you call me back after you finished eating? I'm very unhappy." Chun Fan patted Dabai's head speechlessly, then flipped over and mounted Dabai's back, shouting triumphantly, "Let's go." Chapter 13 Diamonds. Big White roared and jumped into the water, speeding away southward. Along the way, Big White continued to express its dissatisfaction, saying that it hadn't tasted what the blood-clotting fruit was like at all, and that it wanted to eat another one. Chun Fan said that there was no more food, as he had already finished eating. Big White said, "I'm not well educated, don't lie to me. There were clearly 5. We each ate one, and you even ate the biggest one. You should give me 2 more, that would be fair." Chun Fan looked at the white beast that had stopped moving beneath him speechlessly and said helplessly, "You're already a first-grade diamond spirit beast. Eating more won't raise your grade. It's just a waste." Dabai whimpered twice and said, "I just wanted to taste it. I couldn't taste what it tasted like just now." Helpless, Chun Fan had no choice but to take out another platinum blood-clotting fruit and stuff it into Dabai's mouth, saying, all right, eat this slowly, don't swallow it all at once, or there really won't be any left." Dabai made 2 woof sounds to indicate that it understood, and then swallowed the blood-clotting fruit in 1 gulp. Chun Fan was speechless at this, but Dabai shook its head indifferently, indicating that it could taste the flavor this time. Chun Fan patted Dabai's head and said, "You're more familiar with this place. Is there anything else you like?" Big White stopped, shook its head, and hummed twice to indicate that it was only familiar with this area. It didn't know what good things were in places further away. The best thing here was the blood-clotting fruit. Chun Fan said speechlessly, "You've really lived in vain. You've been here for so long, and you still haven't traveled all over the world." Big White snorted unhappily, indicating that the world was quite large and dangerous, but now that he had leveled up, those dangerous areas should no longer be a threat to him, and he could go for a stroll. Looking at Dabai's smug expression, Chun Fan couldn't help but smile slightly. To be honest, when he first came in alone, he was really not used to it. Especially when he was alone, he felt particularly lonely. Now that Dabai is with him, it feels really good. At least we have someone to talk to now. Chun Fan patted Dabai and said, "Okay, since you said we can go for a walk, let's go for a walk." Big White let out a loud roar of excitement and sped off in one direction. After running for nearly 3 hours, he finally arrived at the foot of a barren mountain. The mountain was completely bare, with not a single blade of grass growing on it. It looked lifeless, and there was no trace of any living creatures that had ever been there. Moreover, wisps of yellow gas drifted by halfway up the mountain. After taking a quick look, Chun Fan looked at the giant white creature beneath him with a speechless expression. This was just an active volcano. What kind of dangerous area was this? Yes, it was somewhat dangerous, but not that dangerous, especially for a creature of the giant white's level. Chun Fan patted Dabai and said, "This is the dangerous place you were talking about? What's so dangerous about it?" Big White tilted its head and looked at Chun Fan, roaring in confusion. The gist of its voice was, "Isn't this place dangerous enough? If we fall into that cave on the mountain, we're done for. Isn't this dangerous enough?" Chun Fan was speechless. Although volcanoes are dangerous for ordinary people, they are not so dangerous for those who have broken through to the middle level of mortals. It can be said that they cannot withstand the lava head-on, but escaping is not a problem. For Dabai, it was even less of a problem. Dabai was already very fast. Chun Fan got off Dabai's back and looked at the yellowish-white smoke still floating above the halfway point of the mountain. He decided it was better not to go up. After all, Chun Fan had heard that the smoke was poisonous, and he didn't know how much immunity he, a mid-stage mortal, had to this toxin. But Chun Fan didn't dare to take any risks. After all, he had only been here for a few days. Although he had gained a lot, who would be satisfied with something so good? Chun Fan looked around at the protruding rocks at the foot of the mountain, but found nothing of value. He was about to climb onto the tiger when suddenly, a glimmer of light seemed to flash through a crevice in the rocks, causing Chun Fan to stop. Chun Fan, filled with curiosity, approached the rock and bent down to look into the cracks. He immediately saw tiny, shiny stones, or rather, stones that looked like glass. Damn, we're rich. Chen Fan exclaimed in surprise. Chen Fan reached into the crevice of the rock and pulled out several shiny stones that shimmered brilliantly in the sunlight. Yes, these were diamonds. These diamonds must have been ejected along with the lava during a volcanic eruption and ended up scattered in these rock crevices. Chen Fan picked one up and examined it, finding it to be about the size of a thumb. When Chen Fan opened his hand, he saw that there were 5 diamonds of that size. Gain 5 diamonds. The quantity increases 10 times. Gain 50 diamonds. That's 50 diamonds. Although diamonds aren't cultivation resources, they're still a rare commodity. Some women like sparkly things, and they're worth some money. The bigger the diamond, the more valuable it is. Without saying much, Chen Fan rolled up his sleeves and began searching the area below the halfway point of the mountain. Gain 8 diamonds, a 50-fold increase, for a total of 400 diamonds. Gain 6 diamonds, a 30-fold increase, for a total of 180 diamonds. Gain 10 diamonds, the quantity increases 80 times. Gain 800 diamonds. Chen Fan searched the area below the volcano's waste for 2 days and found a staggering 120,000 diamonds. Most of them were about the size of a thumb, though some were smaller, with even the smallest having a diameter of about 4.5 millimeters. There are also some that are bigger than a thumb, about the size of 2 thumbs. Of course, there aren't many of these big ones. With the increase in quantity, there are only about 2,000 of them, which is a small number compared to 120,000. Chen Fan looked at a ring filled with diamonds and suddenly felt bored, thinking that diamonds were just SOSO. Chen Fan arrived at the place where Dabai was resting and saw Dabai lying lazily under a rock, dozing off. Chen Fan kicked him and said, "I asked you to help me find it, but you're just lazing around sleeping." Big White looked at Chen Fan innocently, unable to understand why he was looking for this useless stone, which he could neither eat nor drink. Chen Fan wasn't really angry that Dabai wasn't helping him search. He was just a little resentful seeing Dabai sleeping so leisurely while he had been searching diligently for 2 days. To be honest, kicking Dabai made him feel much better. Chapter 14, a somewhat bizarre trading hall. Chen Fan sat down next to Dabai, took out a bottle of water from his ring, took a couple of gulps, and then asked Dabai, "Are there any other dangerous places around here?" After tilting its head and thinking for a moment, Dabai roared, meaning that there was one. Chen Fan's eyes lit up. There really was one. So he stood up and said, "Let's go." Big White reluctantly got up, groaning twice to indicate that he hadn't rested enough, hadn't eaten enough, and had no energy. Chen Fan reluctantly took out a silver-grade mango from his ring and tossed it to Dabai. Dabai said that he didn't eat vegetarian food, but since it was of a certain grade, he would reluctantly eat it and then swallow the mango in one bite. Chen Fan rode Big White forward, stopping and starting for 2 days. At night, he would build a wooden hut and rest on the spot. During the day, he would continue on his way. He did not encounter anything special along the way, nor did he have the luck he had before. He did not find anything good. After traveling for 2 or 3 days, Dabai carried Chen Fan to a place that looked like a swamp. To be precise, it was a swamp. Chen Fan was speechless. All the places he thought were dangerous were either volcanoes or swamps. Were all these places dangerous for Dabai? However, this swamp looks really dangerous, especially the muddy ground that bubbles up from time to time, and the murky water where something rolls around and then disappears in a flash. Chen Fan felt it was better not to take any more risks in this swamp, and besides, it didn't seem like there was anything good in it. So Chen Fan patted Dabai's head and said, "This place doesn't look like it has anything good. I think we should leave." Dabai glanced at Chen Fan sideways, as if to say, "Are you scared? I told you this place is dangerous." Chen Fan angrily slapped Dabai's head and said, "It's not that I'm scared, it's just that there doesn't seem to be anything good here." Dabai roared in dissatisfaction, then turned and left the swamp. Chen Fan had seen Dabai either taking him to volcanic areas or to swamps, so he stopped asking Dabai to find dangerous places. If he were to ask Dabai to find any more dangerous places, it would probably be cliffs or precipices, as if it wanted him to commit suicide. Chen Fan no longer wanted Dabai to go to any dangerous places. Dabai was really unreliable, so it was better to let things take their course. Thus, Dabai carried Chen Fan and strolled around slowly. At this moment, Chen Fan realized that he hadn't checked the chat channel for many days. Counting the time, half a month had already passed. He wondered how everyone was doing. He figured there must be many people more capable than him, so they should all be doing pretty well. Chen Fan opened the chat channel. 999. Wow, I'm so lucky today. I found a silver strawberry. It tastes really good, and my strength has improved a lot too. 1000. Wow, you're awesome. I've only ever found bronze quality once, and they taste pretty good too. 1894. Damn, you two are getting a bit Versailles-like, acting like nobody's ever been here before. 8765. 1894. You also collected it? 8888. You also collected 1894? 1894. No, but we'll find some later. 6767. You are all big shots. I bowed down in reverence. 8765. TCH. When Chun Fan opened the chat channel, the first thing he saw was 999's message. However, the rest were just casual chatter with no useful information. But that makes sense. Who would publish useful information? Even if they couldn't get it themselves, they wouldn't let others get it either. Next, Chun Fan opened the trading hall. 50 pieces of wood for 1 piece of iron. 100 feathers for 100 pieces of wood. 1 serving of food can be exchanged for 30 pieces of wood. 10 stones for 50 pieces of wood. Wooden house building blueprints exchanged for 10 iron pieces. Bow and arrow crafting blueprints can be exchanged for 20 pieces of iron. Chun Fan glanced at it and found that wood was really worthless now. That made sense, as wood was the easiest resource to obtain now compared to other resources. However, food should no longer be in short supply. Chun Fan opened his attribute panel again and checked it. All other attribute information remained unchanged. The only major change was the remaining personnel, 5783/10,000. Chun Fan was quite surprised. He hadn't checked for a week, and the number of people had dwindled to just over 5,000. It seemed that the world was still very dangerous. He had just gained some power and had become a bit arrogant, even asking to find some dangerous places. Fortunately, they hadn't found any truly dangerous places, or he might have been done for. Chun Fan rummaged through his ring and found that he didn't have any supplies he wanted to exchange. He already had food and water, and wood and stone were not as fast as he could just chop and mine. Chun Fan then looked at his equipment and immediately realized what he was missing. He should get better clothes, even if they were just ordinary ones, so that he wouldn't have to wear clothes with holes and cuts like he did now. So Chun Fan used the search function in the trading hall. The search function has several categories. 1. Food, including water resources, etc. 2. Weapons, all weapons included. 3. Protective gear, including clothes, pants, boots, and hat. 4. Jewelry, including rings, bracelets, rings, bangles, jade pendants, waist ornaments, headdresses, etc. 5. Blueprint making, including all blueprints. 6. Miscellaneous items, including ores, trees, and various items dropped in the wild. Chun Fan first opened the weapons category, and dozens of items appeared in the trade window. Rusty iron axe, exchange for any rank 1 bronze item. Wooden bow, exchange for various blueprints. Iron bar, exchange for 10 pieces of various metals. Wooden gun, exchange for various first-grade bronze materials. Greatsword, used to exchange various resources at a high cost. First-grade bronze iron axe, exchange for various first-grade silver materials. Chun Fan glanced at the items in his weapon inventory, and honestly, there wasn't much of anything good. The best item he had was a first-grade bronze iron axe. Well, in this world, how many people would be willing to exchange their best items for materials? Here, survival is the only way to survive. Chun Fan no longer held any hope of finding good armor in this trading hall. He would be lucky to find a few clean pieces of clothing. So, Chun Fan opened the armor category. Worn-out trousers, exchange for 10 pieces of iron. Whose pants are these? And they want to exchange them for 10 pieces of iron? Chun Fan was speechless. Ragged underwear, female exchange for 10 portions of food. What? Have all the women fallen so low that they're even offering their personal belongings for food? Sigh. It's really tough for them. Chun Fan sighed. Tiger skin skirt, exchange for various grade 1 bronze materials. Another bizarre thing. Chun Fanka doesn't want to be Sun Wukong. After searching for a while, Chun Fanjin couldn't find a single normal piece of clothing and closed the trading hall in frustration. Looking up at the sky, Chun Fan thought to himself, the world is going to the dogs. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something and abruptly opened the trading hall. Chapter 15. A set of clothes was made. Chun Fan reopened the trading hall and went directly to the category of blueprints. Wooden house construction blueprint. Exchange for 5 pieces of iron. Blueprint for a low-grade Xianbing refined iron bow. Exchange for 3 pieces of any grade 1 silver-level materials. Sweatpants crafting blueprint. Exchange for 1 piece of any bronze-level item. Iron pot making blueprint. Exchange 10 pieces of iron. Blueprint for a low-grade Xianbing cherry blossom spear. Trade any one piece of silver-grade food. Sure enough, the blueprint area is different. There are quite a few good things there. This is unavoidable, because many people obtain the blueprints but cannot collect all the materials required for them, rendering them completely useless, like a piece of waste paper. Therefore, many people are still willing to put their crafting blueprints up for trade. Chen Fan would trade any blueprints that he found useful, since he had plenty of resources. After a thorough search, Chen Fan acquired a total of 7 crafting blueprints. Blueprints for sweatpants, long-sleeved shirts, leather gloves, tiger skin boots, shovels, a low-grade Xian weapon butcher knife, and a low-grade Xian weapon jade gourd. Chen Fan spent 5 first-grade bronze-level spider silks and 4 silver-level black truffles to obtain these 7 crafting blueprints. He also exchanged the 5 first-grade bronze-level spider silks for 5 ordinary crafting blueprints, and the 4 first-grade silver-level black truffles for 2 low-grade Xianbing crafting blueprints. It's not fair to say whether it's a loss or a gain. It's just that exchanging first-grade bronze materials for ordinary crafting blueprints is a bit of a loss. However, Chen Fan is also very wealthy, so 5 bronze-level materials are nothing to him. You should know that Chen Fan's ring also contains a whole bunch of top-grade diamond-level materials. Chen Fan studied all 7 blueprints, and 7 new production templates appeared on the workbench. He opened them one by one and looked at them. Sports pants. Requires 2 units of fabric and 5 units of cotton thread. Long-sleeved. Requires 2 pieces of fabric and 3 pieces of cotton thread. Leather gloves. Requires 1 unit of leather and 1 unit of cotton thread. Tiger skin boots. Requires 1 tiger skin and 2 cotton threads. Shovel. Requires 5 iron blocks. Low-grade Xianbing butcher's blade. Requires 5 first-grade bronze refined iron and 1 piece of wood. Low-grade Xianbing jade gourd. Requires 10 grade 1 bronze jade stones. Chen Fan was also a bit troubled when he saw the material requirements. The first 4 common crafting materials were relatively easy to obtain, but the first-grade bronze material was really difficult to get. Although Chen Fan had many materials that were better than first-grade bronze, he still couldn't make the things on the blueprints with those materials. Chen Fan continued to open the trading hall, hoping to find the materials he needed. Ordinary materials were relatively easy to find, and Chen Fan spent some food resources to exchange for a considerable amount of ordinary resources. It's quite difficult to find high-grade materials. Chen Fan searched the entire trading hall and only found 2 people selling first-grade bronze jade, and they were only selling 1 piece each. There was even someone who wanted to exchange a first-grade bronze jade for a low-grade Xian weapon. Chen Fan just wanted to tell him that he was dreaming. After thinking for a moment, Chen Fan listed 10 of the first-grade bronze-level black truffles he had obtained, exchanging each black truffle for 1 first-grade bronze jade. As for bronze iron, Chen Fan was not in a hurry, since he already had a set of top-grade Xianbing poison bow, so he was not in a rush to forge the low-grade Xianbing butcher blade. Chen Fan took out another 100 fish and set them all to buy various fabrics, cotton threads, feathers, leather, tiger skins, and other items. They were all 1 for 1, which was the lowest price in the entire trading hall. Chen Fan has plenty of food resources now, and he can exchange them for things that are useful to him. As for the tiger skin used to make tiger skin boots, Chen Fan couldn't find any in the trading hall. He guessed that there were relatively few people who could hunt tigers. Chen Fan looked at the big white dog under him and wondered if he could get a piece from the dog to use first, and then return it to the dog later. Big White shuddered, stopped, and looked at Chen Fan with suspicion. It snorted twice, clearly displeased, as if to say, "Are you planning to ambush me again?" Chen Fan patted Da Bai's head, signaling Da Bai to keep walking. As for taking a piece of Da Bai's body to make tiger skin boots, Chen Fan only had a wicked thought about it. Chen Fan had Da Bai find a relatively flat spot on a high mountain, and they planned to spend the night there. Chen Fan first built a small wooden cabin, cooked a pot of fish soup, shared it with Da Bai, and then began to make a set of clothes. Chen Fan first made a long-sleeved shirt, just an ordinary round-neck long-sleeved shirt without any patterns or decorations, just a pure white long-sleeved shirt. Chen Fan felt that the white was too conspicuous, and walking in this world would make him a perfect human target. So Chen Fan found a darker dye in the trading hall, and finally made a dark long-sleeved shirt. Chen Fan was quite satisfied with the shirt, and quickly took off the clothes he had been wearing for half a month, and put on the dark long-sleeved shirt. Chen Fan felt pretty good about himself, and thought he looked even more handsome. As for that white long-sleeved shirt, just hang it in the trading hall, and set it to exchange for 4 pieces of cloth and 6 pieces of cotton thread, a clearance sale at a loss. Next, Chun Fan made a pair of black sweatpants and a pair of leather gloves. As for the tiger skin boots, Chun Fan looked at Dabai, shook his head, and decided to forget about them and make them when he had the chance. Chun Fan found a stream, washed himself thoroughly, put on new clothes, and felt like he had been reborn. Unbeknownst to Chun Fan, the chat channels and trading hall were all searching for him because he had directly posted 100 fish, 10 first-grade bronze-level black truffles, and a brand new long-sleeve shirt. At first, one person noticed that 100 fish had suddenly appeared in the trading hall. He was shocked to find that all 100 fish were listed by the same person with the ID 1967. So, this guy shouted in the chat channel, "Who is this 1967 god? He listed 100 fish at once." Others didn't believe it, so they went to the trading hall to check. What they saw was astonishing. It wasn't just 100 fish that were listed. The expert with the number 1967 had also listed 10 first-grade bronze-level ingredients in a brand new long-sleeve shirt. So everyone went back to the chat channel and called for the great 1967 to come out. Chat channel 8745. I don't know where the great 1967 caught so many fish. I'm so envious. 6666. I guess we ran into a fish trap and were wiped out in one fell swoop by 1967. It was pure luck. 6548. What about the 10 first-grade bronze ingredients? 6666. I guess it was just pure luck that I stumbled upon a black truffle hotspot. 3251. Luck is also part of strength. 1967. Please take care of me. 5421. 1967 God, please add me as a friend. I'm a bunny girl, and I'm very cute. 999. Ahem, don't be too envious. What are these ordinary fish? They're only worth a little money compared to ingredients from a first-grade bronze level. I've even eaten strawberries from a first-grade silver level. 3251. But you only have one silver rank 1, while God 1967 has 10. God 1967, add me as a friend. I'll warm your bed. 7666. I can't add this expert as a friend. He's probably blocked me. 8888. That's right. I guess they're just putting on airs and don't care to associate with us. 3322. 1967 is pretty good. This food is the cheapest in the trading hall. Anyway, I exchanged it for 2 fish. 45. Yeah, I also exchanged 3 fish. I haven't eaten meat in a long time. I can have grilled fish tonight. Thank you so much. Chapter 16. Grilled fish delicious. After taking a shower yesterday, Chun Fan went to bed early and slept until he naturally woke up. It was really comfortable. After washing up, he stretched his fists and feet next to the wooden house. Although he didn't have any martial arts skills, Chun Fan was already at the mid-stage of the mortal realm, with a strength of about 1200 gene. Every punch and kick he threw carried a strong wind, which was not bad. However, this only allowed Chun Fan to exert 50% of his own strength, and the rest of his strength was simply wasted. If Chun Fan were to learn some martial arts techniques, he could make full use of his strength. Right now, Chun Fan is only relying on brute force, so he is wasting half of his strength. Chun Fan thought it was time to acquire a martial arts technique for protection, but there was no rush. Martial arts techniques depend on fate. It would be good if he could acquire one, but he couldn't force it if he didn't have the opportunity. Thinking about it, Chun Fan opened the trading hall again and found that most of the fish he had listed had already been exchanged, with only a dozen or so left. He had also exchanged 5 grade 1 bronze level black truffles and gained 5 grade 1 bronze jade stones, which was not bad. Chun Fan took out all the materials he had obtained from the trading hall and made 2 black long-sleeve shirts and 2 pairs of black sweatpants. Now Chun Fan had clothes to change into. As for the low-grade Xianbing jade gourd, he was still short of materials. For now, the materials were from the crafting department. He could make it after he had collected all the materials. Chun Fan took out 4 or 5 more fish, scaled and gutted one of them in no time, stuck it on a stick, and put it on the fire to roast. As for the rest, Chun Fan simply threw it to Dabai, who didn't stand on ceremony, and started eating right away. More than 10 minutes later, Chun Fan brought the golden brown fish to his nose and smelled it. It smelled really good. He took a bite and found it to be very plump and delicious. Although there were no seasonings, the fish was very fresh and delicious. The outside was crispy and the inside was tender and juicy. Chun Fan ate one bite after another, looking very satisfied. Seeing how much Chun Fan enjoyed his food, Dabai slapped the fish that wasn't finished with its paw, sending it flying into the fire and sending sparks flying. Chun Fan quickly dodged to the side, looking at Dabai with an expression of utter disbelief. However, Dabai walked arrogantly to the fire, lay down, and looked at the fish sizzling and smoking in the fire. He looked at Chun Fan triumphantly, as if to say, "See, I can grill fish too." Chun Fan chuckled. He waited for Dabai to finish grilling the fish to see how well it turned out. Chun Fan took the fish to the side and began to eat heartily again. As he ate, Chun Fan suddenly stopped, then slapped his head and said, "Damn, I've made myself cry with stupidity." Chun Fan then opened the trading hall and quickly found what he needed. 200 grams of salt, exchanged for 10 portions of food. Chun Fan simply took out 10 small bread rolls to exchange for it. 100 grams of salt and pepper, exchanged for 10 servings of food. Chun Fan happily took out another 10 small bread rolls and exchanged them. 50 grams of chili powder, exchanged for 5 servings of food. 30 grams of honey, exchanged for 5 servings of food. 100 g of spicy hot pot base, exchanged for 10 servings of food. 100 grams of cumin powder, exchanged for 5 servings of food. 200 grams of sauerkraut fish ingredients, exchanged for 100 portions of wood. The exchange was made. For Chun Fan, wood was cheaper than food. 250 g of scallions, ginger, and cooking wine, exchanged for 100 portions of wood. Chun Fan traded all the seasonings he had exchanged for food and wood in one go. As for the other items, Chun Fan didn't trade them, mainly because food and wood were the cheapest items for him. Chun Fan sprinkled some of the salt he had obtained on the grilled fish and spread it evenly. He then went to the fire and continued grilling the fish to make it more flavorful. When it was almost done, Chun Fan sprinkled some cumin powder on it. This is the taste. Chun Fan picked up the grilled fish, took a deep breath, and said with great satisfaction. Chun Fan took a bite, and the salty and savory flavor filled his mouth, along with the unique taste of cumin. It had been more than half a month since Chun Fan had eaten anything salty again, and he was filled with emotion. Dabai smelled the cumin aroma emanating from Chun Fan's fish, then looked at the fish in his own fire with anticipation. Dabai thought that if he put his own fish in the fire to roast, it would definitely smell just as good. Soon, Chun Fan devoured the fish, even chewing the bones into pieces. He found the broth inside the fish bones to be very delicious. Dabai watched Chun Fan finish gnawing on the fish bones, then gave him a disdainful snort, as if mocking him for never having eaten fish before. Chun Fan glanced at Dabai, then looked in the direction of the campfire, and lay down on a crooked tree trunk with a mischievous grin, looking quite content. Seeing that Chun Fan ignored him, Dabai stopped mocking him and instead laid down by the fire, looking expectantly at the fish in the fire. It was waiting for the fish to be grilled until golden brown on both sides, just like Chun Fan's grilled fish. It was sure to be delicious. No, it was sure to be even more delicious than Chun Fan's grilled fish. Lying on the crooked tree, smelling the burnt barbecue, I chuckled to myself. After a while, Dabai saw that the fish on the plate was still not cooked, so he lay on the ground scratching at the dirt and started to get impatient. After a while, the fish on the surface finally started to turn golden brown. At this point, Big White became excited again, standing up and swaying left and right. After the surface was all golden brown, Big White actually picked up a piece of wood with its mouth and started poking at the fish in the fire. Before long, Dabai pulled the fish out of the fire. Not caring whether it was hot or not, he took a bite. Sparks flew everywhere, and Dabai quickly spat the fish out of his mouth. Then the fish fell to the ground, flipped over, and revealed that the other side of the fish was completely charred black, with sparks still flying from the bones in the middle. Big White stared blankly at the fish on the ground. A gust of wind blew by, and the fish started burning again, accompanied by a fragrant, burnt aroma. Upon seeing this, Chun Fan burst into laughter and said, "This is hilarious. The way you grilled this fish is amazing." Dabai looked at the fish on the ground, then at Chun Fan, and walked away sadly to the side, lying on the ground, gazing into the distance with eyes full of sorrow. After laughing for a while, Chun Fan took out another fish from his ring and started grilling it again. It was done in no time. He sprinkled some chili powder and salt on it, walked over to Dabai, and placed the fish near Dabai's mouth. Without any hesitation, Big White took a bite. Its eyes lit up, and it finished the fish in no time. The fish tasted really good, but why did it feel like its mouth was being roasted by a fire? It was very spicy. Is this what happens when you eat fish that's been roasted by fire? Oh well, I need to find some water to drink. Chapter 17, Digging Bamboo Shoots and Catching Bamboo Rats. After eating and drinking his fill, Chun Fan mounted Big White and let Big White carry him forward, not caring which way he went, as long as he moved forward and didn't go backward. After riding Big White through the forest for half a day, We arrived at a valley where bamboo grew everywhere, all kinds of bamboo. Chun Fan led Da Bai towards the bamboo forest. Not long after entering the forest, Chun Fan saw many bamboo shoots. He thought to himself, I can have some vegetarian food today. It's been so long since I've had any. I really miss it. Although Chun Fan is a transmigrator, compared to the otaku of the past, let alone distinguishing wild vegetables, even if he went to the market, there would probably be many vegetables he wouldn't recognize. So after helping in this world for a month, Chun Fan really didn't dare to pick wild vegetables randomly to eat, for fear that he might accidentally eat the wrong one and die. But Chun Fan knew about bamboo shoots. They were probably the easiest thing to identify as edible. Chun Fan quickly told Da Bai to stop, took out an axe, and went to a bamboo shoot about the thickness of a calf. He started digging, and with his current strength, he dug one up in no time. Chun Fan excitedly peeled off the outer shell and quickly unearthed a yellowish-white bamboo shoot. Gained 1 bamboo shoot. The quantity increased 80 times and obtained 80 bamboo shoots. Sure enough, any resources he obtained himself would be amplified, so Chun Fan didn't hold back. Gain 1 bamboo shoot. The quantity increases by 30 times. Gained 30 bamboo shoots. Gained 1 bamboo shoot. The quantity increased 60 times and obtained 60 bamboo shoots. Before long, Chun Fan had accumulated more than 1,560 bamboo shoots, which was a bit too many. Chun Fan didn't want to dig anymore. At this moment, Da Bai was humming and digging in the soil in the bamboo forest on the other side. Chun Fan didn't know what Da Bai was doing. Chun Fan came to Da Bai's side and saw that Da Bai was digging a deep hole. Chun Fan was delighted. Could there be something good in this hole? So Chun Fan told Da Bai to step aside, and he would do it himself. Chun Fan swung his big axe and dug a large pit in a few strokes. After digging a couple more times, he found several furry little creatures shivering in a small burrow. A rat? No, it's a bamboo rat, but this bamboo rat is too small. Chun Fan looked at the few trembling bamboo rats in the hole with some disdain, probably frightened by the aura emanating from Da Bai. Yes, if there are small bamboo rats here, there will be big bamboo rats. Da Bai, hurry up and find the big bamboo rats. Chun Fan pointed to the depths of the bamboo forest and instructed Da Bai. Roar. Big White growled reluctantly, indicating that the thing was too small and there wouldn't be much meat left after peeling off the skin. Chun Fan grinned wickedly. Do you still want to eat grilled fish? This bamboo rat tastes even better than grilled fish. Are you sure you don't want to go find some? Grilled fish. Da Bai smelled the aroma of grilled fish and quickly rushed into the bamboo forest. A moment later, it came out carrying a plump bamboo rat. Chun Fan estimated that the bamboo rat weighed about 8 pounds. Da Bai flung the bamboo rat out of its mouth, and it landed right at Chun Fan's feet, motionless. It seemed to be dead. Chun Fan bent down and picked up the bamboo rat. It felt heavy, more than 8 pounds, probably over 10 pounds. Chun Fan was waiting for the system to give him a multiplier bonus, but after waiting for a while, there was still no notification. It seems that you have to do everything yourself to get the multiplier bonus. His pet didn't even get a bonus for killing bamboo rats. He was thinking of sitting back and enjoying the fruits of others' labor. It seems that he has to do it himself. So Chun Fan asked Da Bai to find bamboo rats, and then he personally started hunting and killing them. Obtain 1 bamboo rat. The quantity increases by 40 times. Obtain 40 bamboo rats. Obtain 1 bamboo rat. The quantity increases by 60 times. Obtain 60 bamboo rats. Obtain 1 bamboo rat. The quantity increases by 30 times. Obtain 30 bamboo rats. The man and the tiger spent almost the entire day happily catching bamboo rats in the bamboo forest. It wasn't until it was almost dark that Chun Fan decided to pause the operation and continue it the next day. Tonight, he would prepare a bamboo rat feast to reward Da Bai and himself as well. Chun Fan asked Da Bai to find a place with a water source. Da Bai's nose was very useful, and it led Chun Fan to the bottom of the bamboo forest valley, where they found a clear lake. The lake water was clear and rippling, and they could see fish and aquatic plants swimming at the bottom of the lake. Chun Fan glanced around the clear lake and saw that there was a cliff on the other side of the lake. The lake water flowed down from the top of the cliff, forming a small waterfall. Above the waterfall, there was thick fog and lush green bamboo. Under the sunlight, there were tiny rainbows in each bamboo leaf, which was very beautiful. On the east side of the lake, a stream flows downstream, and tall bamboos grow along its banks. The stones on both sides of the stream are exceptionally smooth, likely due to frequent water erosion. Occasionally, One can see plump bamboo rats drinking water by the stream. To the west stand two very tall trees, which make them stand out in the bamboo forest. This also means that there are fewer bamboo trees in that area. The terrain there is also higher, making it a very suitable place to build a shelter. To the north where he was located, there were lush bamboo forests, like a sea of bamboo. Chen Fan immediately decided to build a permanent shelter there. The place was just too beautiful and too suitable for building a shelter. However, the shelter wasn't in a hurry. Right now, they should have a good meal first. Chen Fan led Dabai to the lakeside, moved two relatively large and flat stones, placed them on either side, then took out an iron pot, placed it between the two stones, filled it with water, and started cooking it in the pot. He asked Dabai to watch the fire while he went to process the bamboo rats and bamboo shoots. After Chen Fan finished processing the bamboo rat and bamboo shoots, the water in the pot boiled. Chen Fan put the bamboo shoots he had chopped with an axe into the pot to blanch them briefly, then took them out, changed the water, and put a bamboo rat that had been chopped into small pieces into the pot to blanch it. As for the other two bamboo rats that had been processed, Chen Fan did not chop them up together, but left them whole, intending to roast them. Chen Fan lit another fire, and went into the bamboo forest to cut down two bamboos to make a simple grill. He just picked up a bamboo and swung his axe down. Gained one bamboo. The quantity increased 60 times, gained 60 bamboo. Alright, one axe cut yields 60 bamboo stalks. Chen Fan went to the fire and used the axe to chop the bamboo into sections. He crossed two sections on each side of the fire, then used a thinner bamboo stalk to pierce the bamboo rat and placed it on top of the bamboo stalks at both ends. This way, he could roast the rat without holding it by hand. Then Chen Fan followed the same method and roasted another bamboo rat. Meanwhile, the water on the other side of the iron pot was boiling. Chen Fan took the bamboo rat out of the pot, washed it clean along with the bamboo shoots, and dried the pot. Then, Chen Fan took out the hot pot base he had obtained, broke off a piece, and put it into the pot, and cooked the hot pot base until it dissolved. Put the bamboo rat in, stir it continuously with a bamboo stick, then add some water and simmer it. When the bamboo rat is almost cooked, put in the blanched bamboo shoots and simmer them together. During this time, Chen Fan would occasionally turn the bamboo rats on the grill over at the other end. When the bamboo rats were half cooked, he would sprinkle some salt on them and continue grilling. Dabai, who was standing to the side, was already drooling, as the smell was just too delicious. When the bamboo rat and bamboo shoot stew in the pot was almost ready, Chen Fan added a handful of salt, stir-fried it for a while, and then removed all the firewood from under the pot, leaving only a little charcoal to continue simmering it over a low flame, much like eating a dry pot. Meanwhile, the bamboo rats over there were almost roasted. Chen Fan sprinkled some cumin and chili powder on them, and immediately, the aroma filled the air. Dabai, smelling the fragrance, drooled like a waterfall. Chen Fan looked at Dabai and shook his head helplessly. It seemed that he was another glutton. Chapter 18 Bamboo Fungus. Chen Fan took both bamboo rats off the grill, tossed one to Dabai, and took the other for himself. He sat down by the iron pot, picked up the roasted bamboo rat, and smelled it. Wow, it smells so good. Then, I tore off a leg, took a bite, and heard a crisp crunch, followed by a series of crunching sounds in my mouth. It was truly crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, with the crispy skin paired with the juicy meat inside, along with the aroma of cumin and the slight spiciness of chili powder. It was absolutely fantastic. Chen Fan picked up his homemade bamboo chopsticks and took out the bamboo rat meat that was still steaming in the iron pot. The bamboo rat meat stewed in the iron pot tasted different from the roasted kind. The meat had a spicy and fresh aroma as soon as it entered the mouth, and it was covered with broth. The meat was stewed just right, not too mushy or too tough. When I picked up a piece of bamboo shoot, it was even more amazing. It had absorbed the juices from the bamboo rat and the hot pot broth, making it fresh and delicious. Dabai quickly finished off a roasted bamboo rat and was now looking hopefully at the half-eaten bamboo rat in Chen Fan's hand. Seeing this, Chen Fan laughed and casually tossed the bamboo rat in his hand to Dabai. Dabai didn't stand on ceremony, leaped up, bit the bamboo rat meat in midair, and finished it in a few bites. Chen Fan watched as Dabai ate like Zhu Beiji eating ginseng fruit, and shook his head speechlessly. If it weren't for his amplification system, he probably wouldn't be able to afford to raise Dabai. After finishing the roasted bamboo rat, Dabai looked at the iron pot next to Chen Fan, as if to say, "How about some of this too?" Speechless, Chen Fan poured most of the bamboo rat and bamboo shoot stew from the iron pot into the pot for Dabai. Soon, The two of them finished the bamboo rat and bamboo shoot stew. After eating, Dabai ran to the stream to drink water. Dabai thought the roasted meat was delicious, but it was a bit wasteful of water. After finishing his meal, Chun Fan built a small wooden cabin and placed it between two large trees. The open space was large enough, so Chun Fan decided to settle down here for the time being. He would go out to find supplies during the day and return here to rest at night. The main reason was that the environment here was so good, and food resources were not lacking at all. After building the cabin, Chun Fan and Dabai went inside to rest and slept soundly until dawn. Nothing happened that night. After getting up in the morning, Chun Fan and Dabai casually roasted 2 bamboo rats, ate them, and then set off to catch bamboo rats. All morning, Chun Fan and Dabai were catching large bamboo rats, usually weighing more than 5 jin, 2.5 caddies. As for those weighing less than 5 jin, 2.5 caddies, Chun Fan let them go, since they were kept to continue breeding the next generation, so that they would have food to sustain their lineage. Chun Fan and Dabai had been catching bamboo rats along the way, including those caught yesterday. With the help of the amplification system, they now had over 6,800, all stored in one of their rings. Their initial enthusiasm had waned, and they continued walking for a while longer. In the distance, Chun Fan saw what appeared to be a blanket of white material beneath a bamboo grove. Chun Fan quickly told Dabai to go over. After Dabai carried Chun Fan into the bamboo forest, Chun Fan saw that the large area covered with this thing was actually a kind of fungus. It had a blackish-gray head on top and a white skirt underneath, just like a girl in a white dress. It was very beautiful. He wondered if it was edible. Chun Fan got off Dabai, walked forward, and picked a flower. Gained 1 bamboo fungus. The quantity increased by 30 times, and obtained 30 bamboo fungus. Chun Fan's eyes lit up instantly. This was bamboo fungus, also known as bamboo shoots, bamboo fungus, bamboo ginseng, netted mushroom, and even more elegant names such as the flower of fungi and plant chicken. It has extremely high nutritional value and is ranked among the 4 treasures of plants along with monkey head mushroom, shiitake mushroom, and silver ear fungus. Chun Fan knew that bamboo fungus was quite expensive. Once, at a relative's wedding banquet, a soup made with bamboo fungus was served, and the delicious taste still lingered in Chun Fan's memory. The sight of bamboo fungus covering the ground before him made Chun Fan excited. He took out his axe, chopped down a bamboo stalk, cut it into half-meter lengths, split it in half, and sharpened one end. He was preparing to dig up the bamboo fungus. Chun Fan looked at the large patch of bamboo fungus in front of him and had a headache. He didn't know how long it would take him to dig by himself. He couldn't very well ask Dabai to dig with him, but Dabai would have to know how to dig. So Chun Fan had no choice but to let Dabai play somewhere else and do the hard work himself. Chun Fan forcefully inserted the bamboo strip in his hand into the soil, and then slowly pried it up and dug out several bamboo fungus. Gained 5 bamboo fungus. The quantity increased by 100 times, and obtained 500 bamboo fungus. Wow, 500 in one go. With this amplification system, I can probably get tens of thousands of bamboo fungus after I finish digging up this patch. Just thinking about it is awesome. From now on, I can just eat 1 bamboo fungus and throw it away without any hesitation. Thinking it over, Chun Fan forcefully inserted the bamboo strip into the soil again and pried out a few more bamboo fungus. Gained 4 bamboo fungus. The quantity increased by 30 times, and obtained 120 bamboo fungus. Gained 7 bamboo fungus. The quantity increased by 20 times, and obtained 140 bamboo fungus. Gained 3 bamboo fungus. The quantity increased by 50 times, and obtained 150 bamboo fungus. After digging a few times, Chun Fan felt that digging with the bamboo stick in his hand was tiring and inefficient. He thought it would be great if he had a shovel. So, Chun Fan opened the trading hall and found a blueprint for making an iron shovel in the blueprint area. I learned how to make a shovel while I was at it, and a crafting icon for shovels appeared on my workbench. Shovel requires 3 iron blocks and 1 piece of wood. Chun Fan also had these resources, so he made them directly. Holding the iron shovel in his hand, he felt much more comfortable. Chun Fan dug down with his shovel and immediately unearthed a large patch of bamboo fungus. Gained 15 bamboo fungus. The quantity increased 60 times, and obtained 900 bamboo fungus. Awesome, Chun Fan thought to himself, and dug down with his shovel again. Obtained 12 bamboo fungus, with the quantity increasing 10-fold and the quality increasing 100-fold. Obtained 120 first-grade diamond bamboo fungus. What? This bamboo fungus can increase quality? Chun Fan really didn't expect that. He thought that since the bamboo shoots and bamboo rats hadn't increased quality, this bamboo fungus wouldn't either. But unexpectedly, this bamboo fungus could increase quality. This made Chun Fan even more excited. This was a huge patch of bamboo fungus, and he wondered how many high-quality bamboo fungus he could get after digging it all up. Without further ado, I started digging. After a flurry of activity, I quickly finished digging up more than half of it. The quality of the bamboo fungus was increased more than 10 times. Under the quality increase, I obtained 600 grade 1 bronze bamboo fungus, 450 grade 1 silver bamboo fungus, 300 grade 1 gold bamboo fungus, 220 grade 1 platinum bamboo fungus, and 120 grade 1 diamond bamboo fungus that I obtained at the beginning. As for the ordinary bamboo fungus, I had a whopping 68,880 pieces. Chapter 19, Crafting a Low-Grade Mystic Weapon, Jade Gourd. After digging for bamboo fungus for most of the day, Chun Fan felt tired and hungry. Looking at the remaining half of the bamboo fungus, Chun Fan decided to go back and get some food, rest for a while, and then come back to dig. Big White, let's go back. Chun Fan called to Big White, who was sleeping nearby. Big White lazily opened its eyes, stretched its limbs, and then slowly stood up and came to Chun Fan's side. Chun Fan leaped onto Dabai's back and shouted, "Let's go." Dabai roared back, startling a flock of birds in flight, and then carried Chun Fan for a few moments, quickly returning to their lodgings. Back at his lodgings, Chun Fan jumped straight into the lake, washing away his fatigue and feeling much better. Then he started preparing ingredients to cook. Oh, no rice, just vegetables. Today, Chun Fan planned to make fish soup, using the bamboo fungus he had dug up that day to stew the fish soup. Chun Fan took out 2 fish from his ring, each weighing about 5 jin. He scaled and cleaned them, then grilled them to make them more fragrant. He put the grilled fish into an iron pot, poured in water, and then washed about 10 bamboo fungus. After the bamboo fungus was washed, the fish soup in the pot boiled, and Chun Fan threw the bamboo fungus into the pot as well. Soon, the fish soup was ready. The milky white fish soup looked very tempting. Chun Fan sprinkled salt on it, and it was ready to be served. Chun Fan first picked out a fish for Dabai, and then he couldn't wait to pick up a bamboo fungus, blow on it, and stuff it into his mouth. After chewing it a couple of times, Chun Fan looked like he was constipated and then spat out all the bamboo fungus in his mouth. Tui, tui, tui. There was such a strange taste that Chun Fan found it hard to swallow. What Chun Fan couldn't understand was that he had never eaten it before, so why did his own cooking have this strange taste? Chun Fan even suspected that this was not bamboo fungus, but that the system was deliberately messing with him. Of course, another possibility is that he didn't know how to prepare bamboo fungus. Chun Fan tasted the fish soup again. It was fresh, but it had a strange taste that made it hard for Chun Fan to swallow. So Chun Fan decided to give it all to Dabai. Didn't you see that Dabai liked it? It's almost finished. Chun Fan poured all the fish and soup into a large, ordinary bamboo bowl that he had made himself, and handed it all to Dabai. When Dabai saw that Chun Fan had given him the fish and soup, he looked at Chun Fan with a puzzled expression and growled, as if to say, "Aren't you going to eat?" Chun Fan patted Dabai and said, "You've worked hard today, eat more." Big White lowered its head and ate heartily, indicating that it had indeed worked hard, helping to catch bamboo rats all day, so it wouldn't be polite. Then it ate a couple of bites of fish and drank a couple of sips of soup, feeling very satisfied. Chun Fan then processed 2 more bamboo rats, roasting them directly. They were ready in no time. He tossed one to Dabai, keeping one for himself. Although his appetite had increased considerably, a bamboo rat, after removing its internal organs and fur, still yielded about 3 jin of meat, enough for him to eat. After finishing his meal, Chun Fan lay down to rest and opened the chat channel. 999, I was lucky today. I picked another grade 1 silver apple. After eating it, I broke through to the middle level of mortals. It was so awesome. 8796, wow, you're awesome. Why can't I find anything of quality? It's been almost a month and I haven't seen a single thing of quality. 9696, hey, I've never seen it either. Can someone share a guide? 3854, I found honey here that is at least grade 1 silver or higher, but I don't dare to go up and harvest it. 7541, why don't you dare to go up and pick it? If you find it, you have to get it. If you miss it, you'll never get another one. Tell me where it is, I'll go get it, and we'll split it. 3854, what should we do? We don't know what kind of bees these are. They're all the size of a fist, and they all look like they have the strength of a first-grade bronze level bee. Not to mention, sometimes even bigger ones come out, with at least the strength of a first-grade silver level bee. There are so many of them. We can't handle them. 999. Brother, where are you? I'm already at the intermediate level of mortals. You can give it a try. Message me privately. 3854. Okay, boss. I'll send you the location now. Chen Fan glanced at the chat and felt that 999 was very active. Every time he entered the chat channel, he would be the first to speak, and he was also strong, just like himself. As for 3854, Chen Fan thought he was a bit stupid. He shared good things with others, as if he was afraid that others would not know. Why didn't he keep a low profile and make a fortune? Moreover, 999 was stronger than him, so why wasn't he afraid of inviting trouble? But Chen Fan wasn't going to be a saint and remind him that he should just focus on living his own life. After checking the chat channel, Chen Fan went to the trading hall and found that most of the items he had listed had already been traded. He had acquired all 10 pieces of grade 1 bronze jade, and was still short 2 pieces of grade 1 bronze refined iron. Chen Fan wasn't in a hurry. He would take his time, and someone would eventually trade with him. After taking out all the first-grade bronze and jade stones, Chen Fan went to the workbench. Low-grade Xianbing jade gourd requires 10 grade 1 bronze jade stones. Chen Fan started making it right away. It would take 12 hours to make, so Chen Fan had no choice but to leave it there, figuring it would be finished by the time he woke up from his nap. Nothing happened overnight. Chen Fan got up early in the morning, first went to the lakeside to wash up, then stretched his fists and feet haphazardly by the lake, and cooked a fish soup. He should eat something light in the morning. After breakfast, Chen Fan went to the workbench and checked the time. The low-grade Xianbing jade gourd would take another 4 hours to make. Chen Fan couldn't wait there, but he didn't dare to go too far either. In the past, when there were nothing of value, he could go further without fear of being caught again. But now that the workbench was making a low-grade Xianbing jade gourd, things were different. So Chen Fan decided to catch some fish in the lake this morning. The lake water was crystal clear, and he could see all kinds of fish swimming around there early in the morning. Wasn't that tempting? Chen Fan originally wanted Da Bai to go fishing with him, but then he thought that Da Bai wouldn't be able to boost his system, so he decided against it. Instead, he asked Da Bai to guard the house so that Lao Lu wouldn't steal it when he went fishing in the lake. When Da Bai heard that he would be in charge of guarding the house, he was overjoyed, as guarding the house was his specialty. After repeatedly instructing Da Bai to keep an eye on his workbench in the wooden house, Chen Fan went to the lake and jumped in. To be honest, the lake water was a bit cold in the early morning, but it was nothing to Chen Fan, who was at the intermediate level of mortal. The intermediate level of mortal had greatly improved Chen Fan's physical fitness, so he could handle the cold. Thank you. Starry sky and sea. I see through you. Thank you for the likes from both of you. Chapter 20 Trapping Fishing Nets. Chen Fan did a few stretching exercises on the lake shore, then jumped into the lake with a plop. The water in the lake was very clear, and even from the shore, one could clearly see the fish and aquatic plants at the bottom of the lake. After jumping into the lake, Chen Fan could see them even more clearly. With Chen Fan's current physical condition, catching some fish is still quite easy. Chen Fan quickly swam to a group of fish, which scattered and darted around. Chen Fan reached out to grab them, but caught nothing. But Chen Fan also saw the fish clearly. It didn't look very big on the lake shore, but Chen Fan realized it was quite large when he got closer. It weighed at least 10 pounds, which was quite a large fish. Chen Fan targeted a group of fish again and swam over, but the fish reacted quickly and scattered. Chen Fan then chased after one of the fish, and in the chase, he soon lost sight of it. The fish darted into the seaweed, and Chen Fan lost sight of it. Chen Fan surfaced for air, feeling quite frustrated. He had initially thought that catching a few fish would be easy with his current abilities. However, once in the water, he discovered that he was incredibly slow. Moreover, this fish is very fierce, fast, and energetic, unlike fish from other places. It seems impossible to catch it with bare hands. Chen Fan came up from the lake and prepared to check if there were any fishing tools in the trading hall. Soon, Chen Fan found a blueprint for making a bait net in the trading hall. However, the blueprint required a rather outrageous item, a first-grade bronze-level ingredient or fruit. But for Chen Fan, it was no big deal. He simply took out a first-grade bronze-level bamboo fungus and exchanged it for the bait net. A crafting icon for a new item has been added to the crafting table. Trapping net requires 10 spider silk and 5 straw ropes. Chen Fan had spider silk, but it was first-grade bronze spider silk, and he didn't know if it would work. As for straw rope, Chen Fan found some in the trading hall and exchanged 10 small bread rolls for 5 straw ropes. Although it was just a regular blueprint, Chen Fan decided to try it out with first-grade bronze spider silk to see what the finished product would look like. Chun Fan then made a new workbench and began to make a trap net. The trap net took much less time to make, only 20 minutes. Chun Fan had no choice but to wait 20 minutes in boredom. Soon, 20 minutes passed, and Chun Fan took out the bait net. This bait net was just a rope with a net bag attached. However, this net bag was quite large, probably about 1 meter wide and 2 meters long, narrow at the top and wide at the bottom. Unlike traditional fishing nets that are cast directly into the water, this trap net is simply placed in the water and left alone until you return to retrieve it. It's similar to a fish trap, but it's also quite soft. It will open up on its own once it's put in the water. If a fish gets in, the top will tighten and the bottom will open wider, so the fish can't get out. Chun Fan slaughtered a bamboo rat, put its entrails into a fishing net, found a place to put the net into the lake, tied the rope to the base of a bamboo stalk, and then he didn't have to worry about it anymore. He could just come back and collect the net after a while. By the time Chun Fan finished dealing with these matters, almost 4 hours had passed. The low-grade Xianbing jade gourd, which he was making on another workbench, was also finished. Chun Fan took the low-grade Xianbing jade gourd off the workbench. What I saw was a jade gourd, no bigger than the palm of my hand, with a delicate emerald green fish carved on it. It looked very exquisite. Low-grade Xianbing jade gourd. It has a space of 1 cubic meter and can only store liquids. To put it simply, this jade gourd has its own internal space, and 1 cubic meter of space can store 1 ton of liquid, which is already a very large space. Chun Fan took the jade gourd to the lakeside, opened the mouth of the jade gourd, and put the jade gourd into the lake water. He saw the mouth of the jade gourd begin to glug, glug, and fill with water. The amount of water entering was also very large, and eddies began to appear on the surface of the water. After a while, the mouth of the jade gourd stopped filling with water. Chun Fan picked up the jade gourd and examined it. He found that the jade gourd was still the same as before, and even its weight had not changed. It was still very light. Chun Fan immediately felt that this was a good thing. With this jade gourd, he would never have to worry about running out of water no matter where he went. Chun Fan quickly took out another 100 grade 1 bronze bamboo fungus and put them into the trading hall. The exchange was for grade 1 bronze jade. It didn't matter that he put in 100 bronze bamboo fungus, but the trading hall and chat channel went crazy. Chat channel. 8796. Damn, are grade 1 bronze items so common now? There are 100 grade 1 bronze bamboo fungus appearing in the trading hall all of a sudden. 6699. What is bamboo fungus? 8845. What is bamboo fungus? 3264. Bamboo fungus is a type of fungus that can be made into food and is very delicious. 8796. Aren't you focusing on the wrong thing? You should be focusing on the fact that 100 first-grade bronze bamboo fungus suddenly appeared. Where were so many first-grade bronze level items picked? 3334. Hey bro, I'm looking for a sugar daddy / sugar baby. I'm an expert in all positions. 7658. Maybe this big shot just stumbled upon a bamboo fungus nest. Chun Fan was unaware that the trading hall and chat channel were in an uproar. If Chun Fan had known what 7658 was saying, he could only say in a Versailles-like tone, "Brother, you're right. I've stumbled upon a bamboo fungus nest. There are still so many bamboo fungus that I haven't had time to dig up yet. It's really a headache." Not far west of Chun Fan, a strange man with green skin and a large head, after reading the chat channel and checking the trading hall, angrily punched a nearby tree trunk and said, "Who is this 1967? How can he be so lucky? These things should have belonged to me. If I had met you, I would have made you suffer a terrible death. Then your things would have been mine." After saying that, he stuck out his green tongue and licked his lips. "And that 3854, once I find you, With that, he started heading west again. Chun Fan had no idea that he was now being targeted. He put the jade gourd into his ring and set off again to dig for bamboo fungus. Chun Fan decided to dig up all the bamboo fungus today to prevent others from finding it and taking it away. Chapter 21. Harvesting Fish. Chun Fan called Dabai, and they headed towards the place where they were picking bamboo fungus. Before long, Chun Fan and Dabai arrived at the bamboo forest full of bamboo fungus. Without saying a word, Chun Fan got right to work. Gained 5 bamboo fungus. The quantity increased by 50 times, and obtained 250 bamboo fungus. Obtained 8 bamboo fungus, with the quantity and quality increasing by 100 times. Obtained 800 first-grade diamond bamboo fungus. Obtained 6 bamboo fungus, with a 30-fold increase in quantity and a 50-fold increase in quality, and obtained 180 first-grade golden bamboo fungus. Awesome. 2 quality boosts right away. The more I dig, the more enjoyable it is, and the more enjoyable it is, the more I dig. After most of the day's work, Chun Fan finally finished digging up this patch of bamboo fungus. Through Chun Fan's efforts, a total of 104,520 ordinary bamboo fungus, 1,300 first-grade bronze bamboo fungus, 920 first-grade silver bamboo fungus, 580 first-grade gold bamboo fungus, 520 first-grade platinum bamboo fungus, and 920 first-grade diamond bamboo fungus were obtained. I had a great time and went home happily. Chun Fan called Da Bai and headed back to his shelter. Once back, Chun Fan couldn't wait to go to the place where he had set up the bait nets. He reached out and pulled on the rope of the fishing net. At first, it felt easy, but when he had pulled it up about halfway, Chun Fan felt resistance. Chun Fan increased his strength slightly and pulled upwards. Before long, several large fish were pulled out of the water along with the fishing net. The fish were still struggling desperately on the surface, but what was the use? After all, Chun Fan was a mid-level mortal. With a little more effort, Chun Fan pulled the fishing net to the lake shore. Several large fish were still thrashing about after leaving the water, but how long could they keep thrashing? Chun Fan went up and flicked each of them on the head, and the fish stopped thrashing. Gained 5 big-head carp, the quantity increased by 60 times, and obtained 300 big-head carp. Chun Fan didn't know what a big-head carp was, but this fish looked exactly like the big-head carp he used to eat at the street food stalls. He could tell just by looking at the head. Big-head carp, also known as silver carp, is a great ingredient for making chopped chili fish head, as its head accounts for 1/3 of its body. Looking at this big-head carp reminded Chun Fan of the spicy fish head from the street food stalls, and he couldn't help but swallow. If he knew how to cook it, he would definitely have spicy fish head tonight. Chun Fan put some more bamboo rat entrails into the bait net, threw the net back into the lake, and then went back to prepare dinner for himself and Da Bai. After dinner, Chun Fan did some research and decided to continue exploring the area where he had previously discovered bamboo fungus to see if there were any other good finds. If not, he would explore in a different direction. After making his decision, Chun Fan went to the trading hall and made another round of trading. Today he exchanged for 5 pieces of first-grade bronze jade, and soon he will be able to make another jade gourd. After finishing his work in the trading hall, Chun Fan went to sleep. When Chun Fan got up in the morning, he stretched his fists and feet as usual, and made a fish soup to share with Da Bai. After eating, Chun Fan called Da Bai and set off. After taking only a few steps, Chun Fan felt something was wrong again, as if there was something he had forgotten. Chun Fan slapped his forehead. He hadn't even taken down the bait net yet. He quickly went to the bait net, pulled it up, and pulled up several more huge fish. They were still jumping around on the lake shore. As usual, Chun Fan went up and flicked each fish on the head. Obtained 6 grass carp. The quantity increased by 30 times, obtained 180 grass carp. Chun Fan wasn't particularly interested in grass carp, but each one weighed over 10 pounds. After putting all the fish into his ring, he cast the net again and then called Big White to leave. Upon arriving at the bamboo fungus harvesting site, Chun Fan discovered that several more bamboo fungus plants had sprouted overnight. Adhering to the principle of not wasting any, he harvested them all. Unfortunately, there was no quality increase, and he only managed to collect 360 ordinary bamboo fungus plants. After crossing the land that Chun Fan had ravaged, there were still various bamboo forests ahead, nothing particularly special. Chun Fan decided to explore further ahead. After walking for most of the day, he still hadn't found anything. As for bamboo rats and bamboo shoots, Chun Fan really couldn't muster any interest. There were just too many of them. Sometimes, when you have too much of something, you lose interest in it. As for catching bamboo rats and digging bamboo shoots to exchange for resources, Chun Fan felt it was unnecessary unless it was for exchanging for some high-quality items. Otherwise, it was really not as fast as gathering them himself. Chun Fan felt he still needed to explore further, at least to get out of the bamboo forest. So for the next 2 days, Chun Fan kept exploring forward. However, after 2 days, Chun Fan still couldn't get out of the bamboo forest. He kept going in this direction, but couldn't get out of the bamboo forest. However, during these 2 days, Chun Fan still managed to catch some rather plump bamboo rats and dig up some bamboo shoots that he found pleasing to the eye. Of course, he also collected bamboo fungus, but unlike the bamboo fungus patch, these bamboo fungus did not grow in a large, scattered area. These bamboo fungus are scattered here and there, and the quality of the bamboo fungus that have been dug up has not increased. Chun Fan felt he needed to change direction, His luck in this area had run out. So Chun Fan changed direction and continued his exploration. Several more days passed, and Chun Fan still found nothing. Besides bamboo shoots, there were bamboo rats. Chun Fan was sick of even the bait nets in the lake. They were mostly bighead carp and grass carp. Over the past few days, Chun Fan had almost run out of bait. He fished twice a day, and each time he caught at least 100 fish. In total, he had caught more than 2,300 bighead carp and more than 2,500 grass carp. But Chun Fan will still keep casting nets, enjoying the pain and the pleasure of catching fish every day. Chun Fan and Da Bai are tired of eating them. Chun Fan had explored the surrounding area thoroughly over the past few days. Apart from the direction he came from and the direction from which the thin cloth flowed down, he was certain that there was nothing of value in the other places. That morning, Chun Fan decided to climb up the thin cloth cliff to take a look. So, after Chun Fan made himself and Da Bai some breakfast, they set off. Chun Fan was quite confident about climbing the cliff, especially since there were bamboo trees growing on the cliff face, making it even easier. As for Da Bai, it was even easier. It easily leaped several meters up as if taking a leisurely stroll. It took Chun Fan and Da Bai half an hour to climb up the cliff. A short distance up the cliff, various large trees grew, no longer a bamboo forest. A stream stretched out into the unseen thicket, and the stream flowed down to the cliff. Chapter 22 New Discoveries. Looking at the depths of the stream, Chun Fan decided to go upstream and see what he could find around it first. Following the water upstream for about 2 hours, the view suddenly opened up, revealing clumps of low shrubs covered in colorful flowers. As far as the eye could see, it stretched out as far as the eye could see, like a colorful sea of flowers. In this sea of flowers, Chun Fan could see 1 or 2 bees flying around from time to time, except that these bees were a bit big. They were about the size of a fist. If these bees stung someone, it would probably be quite an unpleasant experience, Chun Fan thought. Chun Fan looked at the fist-sized bee and estimated that it was at least at the first-grade bronze level. If an ordinary person encountered it, they would probably have a hard time dealing with just one, let alone if the swarm attacked them all at once. It is estimated that even someone with Chun Fan's mid-level mortal strength would have to back down and not dare to confront him. Chun Fan glanced at the bees flitting among the flowers, not daring to approach and disturb them. If he attracted their attention, they might sting him, and he'd probably suffer a bit. Chun Fan looked at the flowers, walked to the very edge, and picked a white flower. Obtain 1 5-colored flower. The quantity increases by 70 times. Obtain 75 colored flowers. The 5-colored flowers didn't seem to have any effect. They were just ordinary flowers. Unconvinced, Chun Fan picked a few more, but apart from the increase in quantity, there was no increase in quality. Chun Fan had some understanding of this amplification system. Generally, things without quality would not receive quality amplification, but things with quality would receive quality amplification. Chun Fan looked at the endless sea of flowers and sighed with regret. If only this could be improved in quality, that would be great. To be honest, I could pick flowers here until I unlocked the infinite tower. What a pity. Seeing that there was nothing left to exploit, Chun Fan had no choice but to turn around and leave. Not far from Chun Fan, in a canyon behind a large tree, 2 heads were sticking out from either side of the tree, looking into a hole in the cliff face. Outside the cave entrance, a swarm of bees flew in and out, each bee the size of a fist, clearly not to be trifled with. The 2 people behind the big tree pulled their heads back behind the tree, looked at each other, and both looked helpless. In fact, they had been guarding this place for about 5 days. One of them was the guy with green skin and a big head, number 999. The other person was none other than the clever brother numbered 3854. He had a pair of ears as big as palm leaves and a body full of fat, looking exactly like a pig. At this moment, pigman number 3854 couldn't help but speak up. Boss 999, there are too many bees. We have no chance of getting the honey at all. I think we should just give up. The green-skinned monster, number 999, glanced at the opposite cliff face again and said unwillingly, "How can we give up? We have to find a way to get our hands on it. I can guarantee that this honey is at least of high grade, and maybe there's even royal jelly. That stuff is at least gold grade. Are you really going to give it up so easily?" After saying that, he stuck out his scarlet tongue and licked his lips, looking greedy. When the pigman number 3854 heard about the gold quality royal jelly, he looked greedy and said, "Boss, you decide how to do it. You make the decision, and I'll do it with you. Once we get the royal jelly, I want 2 tenths, and the rest is yours." The green-skinned monster, number 999, smiled gently and said, Then thank you very much, brother. Don't worry, I will follow your lead from now on. I will have meat to eat, and you will have soup to drink. Pigman number 3854 also laughed and said, thank you, boss. From now on, I will obey your every command. The greenskin monster, number 999, thoroughly enjoyed the flattery and said happily, from now on, you don't need to call me Big Boss anymore. My surname is Ku, and my given name is Lu. You can call me Boss Ku or Boss Lu. Number 3854 said, yes, Boss Ku, my name is Pig Incompetent. From now on, you can call me Little Pig or Little Incompetent, either is fine. Kulu glanced sideways at Zhu Wuning and thought to himself, he really is quite incompetent. He said, Little Pig, the most important thing for us now is to figure out a way to get our hands on the royal jelly inside. Once we get our hands on the royal jelly and consume it a few more times, our strength will definitely improve again. Maybe you can even advance to the low-level mortal realm then. Pig Incompetent said longingly, yes, Boss Ku, I thank you in advance. Kulu looked at Zhu Wuning, who was staring at him eagerly, and sighed inwardly. It seemed impossible for Zhu Wuning to come up with any good ideas. He would have to think of one himself. After thinking for a moment, Kulu said, how about this, let's walk around here first, get to know the surrounding environment, and then make a plan. Pig Incompetent shouted, yes, Boss Ku, and then kept staring at Kulu. Kulu was genuinely startled by the shout of Boss Kulu. If it weren't for the worshipful look in this incompetent pig's eyes, Kulu would have killed him right now. Although he couldn't kill him, Kulu, being a big idiot, still slapped him and said, why are you shouting so loudly? Trying to attract those bees? Pig Incompetent was so amused by Kulu that he almost fell to the ground. He covered his face and looked at Kulu with a wronged expression, saying softly, yes, boss, I will be more quiet in the future. Kulu almost got goosebumps from that incompetent pig's soft whisper. He couldn't help but want to give the incompetent pig a good beating. He took a deep breath and said fiercely, speak normally, or I'll beat you up. Looking at Kulu's fierce expression, Zhu Wuning was afraid that Kulu would really give him another big slap. If he were to be hit again, he probably wouldn't be able to take it. After all, Kulu was a mortal with the strength of a middle-level cultivator, while he was just a nobody who wasn't even a beginner mortal. He quickly replied, yes, Boss Ku. Kulu looked around and then said to Zhu Wuning, let's go around to the bottom of this beehive entrance and see if there's anything we can do. Pig Incompetent replied, yes, Boss Ku. So Kulu led Zhu Wuning slowly down the cliff face through the woods on the side. Chapter 23, Organizing the Gains. After failing to find any wool in the sea of flowers, Chun Fan followed the stream back to his shelter. Soon, Chun Fan returned to the shelter and casually went to the fishing net to catch a few fish, which were grass carp. This made Chun Fan wonder if there were only grass carp and bighead carp in the lake. Otherwise, how come after so many days? All he had caught were these two kinds of fish? Chun Fan stopped worrying about what kind of fish were in the lake, since this was a long-term source of extra income. He could just come and collect the fish every day. Back at the shelter, Chun Fan prepared some food for himself and Big White. After eating, he started planning his route again. He had been in this world for almost 2 months, and he would be able to leave in another month. Chun Fan planned to go out and see if there were any more resources. I've acquired quite a few resources since entering this world, but who would complain about having too few resources? Thinking about the resources he had acquired, Chun Fan had almost forgotten how much he had, only remembering a rough estimate. So Chun Fan decided to rest at the shelter tomorrow and take stock of the resources he had obtained. Nothing more was said that night. At dawn, as the sun rose, its rays shone into the lake nestled in the bamboo grove. A gentle breeze stirred, causing ripples that looked like twinkling stars. Chun Fan stood by the lake, took a few deep breaths, and immediately felt refreshed. Then he struck what he thought was a very cool starting stance and started practicing randomly. After finishing his training, Chun Fan cooked some food for himself and Da Bai as usual. Then he sorted through the things he had acquired since he came in. He didn't realize how much stuff he had until he started sorting it out. Chun Fan took out the rings one by one and began to sort them out. It took him almost the entire morning to finish sorting them out. 6 premium bronze raspberries. I ate a few at the beginning, and I've almost forgotten about the rest. I'll take the rest home for my family to try. There were over 1,600 pieces of wood. Wood is easy to obtain. Chun Fan would often chop down a few trees while walking. There were over 2,000 stones. Similar to pieces of wood, Chun Fan would casually collect a few each, and with the increase in quantity, it was more than just a few. There are over 1,000 bamboo stalks. The bamboo was all recently cut, as Chen Fan didn't need much bamboo, so he didn't cut many. 9 crafting table blueprints. Obtained from opening treasure chests at the beginning. I guess everyone has a crafting table by now. Chen Fan plans to list these blueprints in the trading hall, but he doesn't know if anyone still needs them. 9 wooden arrow crafting blueprints. These blueprints were obtained at the beginning, and Chen Fan had almost forgotten about them. He was going to list them for trading in the trading hall anyway, and keeping the extras was pointless. There are over 120 small bread rolls. Initially, he obtained 400, ate some himself, and traded over 200 in the trading hall. Chen Fan plans to put the rest in the trading hall as well, since he doesn't lack food right now. 210 termite mushrooms. Chen Fan originally planned to eat them after picking them, but then he had more food and forgot about it. He can cook them for a meal later. 110 mangoes. 16 premium platinum mangoes. There were originally 20, but Chen Fan ate 4. 49 premium platinum longevity fruits. Big White ate 1. 8 bottles of platinum physique enhancement potions. Originally, there were 10 bottles. Chen Fan and Da Bai each used 1. More than 600 black truffles. 30 premium silver black truffles. 190 pieces of first-grade bronze spider silk. 10 first-grade bronze poison sacks. The first-grade diamond snake meat cost 1,800 pieces. Chen Fan had almost forgotten about this diamond snake meat. He hadn't even eaten it yet. 50 pieces of premium diamond snake skin. 40 pieces of premium diamond snake tendons. 10 premium diamond snake gallbladders. 6,400 first-grade diamond snake scales. 78 premium platinum blood clotting fruits. 120,000 diamonds of various kinds. More than 2,000 bamboo shoots. I dug up some more in the last few days. There are more than 8,000 bamboo rats. More than 15,000 bamboo fungus. 1,300 pieces of first-grade bronze bamboo fungus. 920 pieces of premium silver bamboo fungus. 580 pieces of premium golden bamboo fungus. 520 pieces of premium white bamboo fungus. 920 pieces of premium diamond bamboo fungus. More than 3,500 bighead carp. More than 4,000 grass carp. These fish can be caught every day, and people usually collect dozens or hundreds of them daily. Chen Fan estimates that he can collect tens of thousands of fish when he goes out. All that's left are the weapons. A wooden bow and 50 iron arrows. A set of Xianbing top-grade poison bows. Contains 10 arrows. A low-grade jade gourd, a Xianbing weapon. There are also 90 storage rings of the highest quality Xianbing, mysterious weapon. There were also some other miscellaneous things. Chen Fan had no idea he had acquired so many resources until he took stock of them. Now that he had, he felt like he had become incredibly wealthy. If he sold all these resources, he would definitely be a billionaire. Overjoyed, Chen Fan took out 2 pieces of snake meat from a first-grade diamond and roasted them to eat. As soon as Da Bai saw Chen Fan take out the snake meat, it ran over excitedly, squatted down next to Chen Fan, stared at the roasted snake meat that Chen Fan kept turning in his hand, and drooled all over the ground. Chen Fan pushed Da Bai away with some disgust, saying, "Move away. You're drooling all over my pants. How disgusting." After being pushed back a few steps by Chen Fan, Da Bai crawled back to Chen Fan's side and rubbed its head against him, looking very well behaved. Seeing this, Chen Fan couldn't help but laugh and scold. What a glutton. After roasting, Chen Fan gave a piece of snake meat to Da Bai, and then picked up a piece of snake meat for himself and started eating. To be honest, eating quality food is always a pleasure. The taste is indescribable. Soon, Chen Fan and Da Bai finished the 2 pieces of snake meat. After eating, Chen Fan felt an energy growing in his body. This energy quickly transformed into his cultivation level. Chen Fan felt that if he ate snake meat a few more times, he would be able to advance to the advanced stage of mortal cultivation. After finishing their meal, Chen Fan and Da Bai went to rest. The night passed uneventfully. After getting up early in the morning, Chen Fan went to the lakeside as usual and practiced aimlessly for a while. After finishing his practice, Chen Fan made breakfast for Da Bai and himself. After eating, he continued to explore the area above the cliff. He hadn't brought anything back yesterday, so he had to bring something back today no matter what. In the past, when he was in the surrounding area, he could at least bring back some bamboo rats and bamboo fungus. But yesterday he came back empty-handed, which was a bit unreasonable. Having learned from their previous experience, Chen Fan and Da Bai quickly climbed up the cliff. This time, Chen Fan planned to explore the surrounding area. He chose a direction, jumped onto Da Bai's back, and urged Da Bai forward. Da Bai was used to Chen Fan riding on its back. Following the direction Chen Fan pointed, it slowly strolled away. Anyway, Chen Fan wasn't in a hurry. He could go wherever he wanted. He didn't have to worry about food or drink. It would be good to find something good, but he would be very happy if he found something really good. Chapter 24. Discovering one of their kin? Having learned from his previous experience, Chen Fan quickly climbed the cliff this time. This time, Chen Fan felt he should try a different approach. Last time, he followed the stream upstream and only found some 5-colored flowers, which were useless. Moreover, it's quite dangerous there. You might get swarmed by the bees if you're not careful, so it's best to be cautious. Chen Fan stood by the stream, unsure which way to go, and forgot to ask Dabai. Big White, which way do you think we should go? Roar. After letting out a low growl, Big White laid down on the ground, indicating that you could go wherever you wanted. Chen Fan was speechless. Well, he had to do it himself. He picked up a tree branch, stood it up, and said, "Go in the direction the branch is pointing." Then he let go, and the branch fell directly in front of Chen Fan. Chen Fan looked in front of him and realized that this was the place he had just been to yesterday. There was nothing there except for 5-colored flowers and bees. Chen Fan quickly adjusted the branch to a different direction and said, "This is the direction, it can't be wrong." Dabai looked at Chen Fan and was stunned by Chen Fan's actions. Why didn't you just go in this direction from the beginning? Why go through all this trouble? Chen Fan ignored the look that Dabai gave him as if he were an idiot and led the way into the dense forest. They hadn't gone far when Chen Fan and Dabai noticed that the area ahead was starting to open up and the blinding sunlight began to shine into the jungle. Chen Fan quickened his pace and arrived at the end of the jungle. He was speechless when he saw what he saw. Another sea of colorless flowers, stretching as far as the eye could see. Judging from the direction in which this sea of flowers extends, it should connect with the place Chen Fan visited the day before yesterday. If you calculate it that way, this colorless sea of flowers is terrifyingly large. Looking at the sea of flowers, Chen Fan was speechless. Was the whole place surrounded by these flowers? Chen Fan, somewhat skeptical, decided to investigate further, so he followed the edge of the sea of flowers southward. This journey took most of the day, and Chen Fan returned to the place he had visited the day before. The sea of flowers is still the same sea of flowers, but compared to before, it seems to be missing something. Chen Fan lowered his head and thought for a moment, then suddenly looked at the sea of flowers. When he came here before, there were still many bees collecting nectar. But now there isn't a single bee here. No wonder I feel like something is missing. Chen Fan looked at the sea of flowers and then at the sky. It should be dark soon, so he decided to come back tomorrow and continue exploring southward along the edge of the sea of flowers. Nothing more was said that night. Chen Fan returned to the edge of the flower field, but still didn't see a single bee. He couldn't care less about that anymore and continued south along the edge of the flower field. After walking for half a day, Chen Fan and Dabai finally found a canyon at the edge of the sea of flowers. The canyon was shaded by green trees and was no longer the 5-colored sea of flowers. Chen Fan breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, it was no longer a colorful sea of flowers. Although the colorless sea of flowers was very beautiful, it would still cause visual fatigue after looking at it for a long time. Any beautiful thing will cause visual fatigue after looking at it for too long. Chen Fan and Dabai entered the canyon. The trees in the canyon were shorter and less lush than those outside, and there were very few shrubs. Chen Fan and Dabai had only been inside the canyon for a little over half an hour when Dabai began to growl. Chen Fan also became alert and quickly whispered to Dabai, "Dabai, stop yelling and hide." Chen Fan then hid behind a tree trunk on the side, and Dabai also leaped onto a clump of lush tree trunks to hide. If you didn't look carefully, it would be very difficult to find Dabai. Chen Fan looked at the hiding place of Dabai, then at himself, and felt a little ashamed. It seemed that he still lacked experience. Unlike Baymax, the king of the jungle, who can hide so well that even if you know where Baymax is hiding, you won't notice anything unusual unless you look closely. After a while, Chen Fan and Dabai didn't find any movement, so Chen Fan called Dabai over and asked, "Have you found anything?" Big White growled twice, its gaze fixed on the depths of the canyon, and then gestured for Chen Fan to walk into the depths of the canyon. Seeing this, Chen Fan hurriedly followed Dabai and walked carefully for more than half an hour. At this time, Chen Fan also smelled a smell in the air that was like the smell of burning trees. Now, Chen Fan was certain that there were definitely people in this canyon. Chen Fan rubbed his hands together excitedly. Had he finally met a human like himself? Chen Fan hadn't interacted with anyone of his kind for over 2 months. Although he could sometimes communicate with Dabai, It was only a brief exchange and not a deep conversation, which was a bit of a regret. Now that I've met someone like me, we can at least have a good chat. Ideally, she'd be a girl, a pretty girl. Chen Fan had some lewd thoughts, but he wasn't brainless. He couldn't just swagger over and have an intimate conversation with someone. We still need to do some reconnaissance first, to see what kind of person this is, so that we can treat the problem accordingly. Chen Fan gestured for Da Bai to slowly approach the depths of the canyon. Da Bai nodded to Chen Fan, and then nimbly jumped to a more secluded spot on the side, crawling forward. After a short while, it turned back to signal to Chen Fan that it was safe to proceed. Chen Fan gave Da Bai a thumbs up for his actions, and then quickly went to Da Bai's side. After seeing Chen Fan arrive, Da Bai began a new round of progress. And so, with Da Bai leading the way and Chen Fan following behind at breakneck speed, they soon arrived at the depths of the canyon. Chen Fan and Da Bai hid behind a big tree and looked towards the place where thick smoke was billowing. They saw a guy with green skin and a green brain blocking a hole with a big rock. The rock was shaking from time to time, as if someone inside the hole was pushing the rock back and forth with the greenskin monster. It's clear that the people inside the cave are significantly weaker than this greenskin monster, and thick white smoke is billowing from the cave entrance, so the people inside are probably choking on the smoke. If this continues, it probably won't be long before the people inside die. Chen Fan looked at the greenskin monster and felt that the monster's strength was not too far from his own, so he should be able to handle it. Besides, he had Big White by his side, so dealing with this monster shouldn't be a problem. Moreover, his own danger perception didn't indicate how dangerous this guy was, and he wasn't sure of the situation, so he decided to wait and see. Chapter 25 Greenskin Monster and Pigman. Chen Fan and Da Bai waited for things to develop, but unexpectedly, they waited for most of the day. I wonder how strong the people inside are. The cave was clearly on fire, and there was so much smoke, yet they managed to push and shove the big rock with the greenskin monsters outside for so long without being defeated. After another half hour, the noise inside seemed to have subsided a bit, probably because they had stopped. The force of the impacts had clearly decreased, and the large rock blocking the cave entrance was no longer trembling. But the greenskin monster held on tightly to the large rock, probably afraid that the person inside was pretending to be dead. It wasn't until the sun was almost setting that the green-skinned monster slowly released the rock. Then he plopped down, probably because he was exhausted. Chen Fan was thinking about how to go out and say hello. Besides, this greenskin monster didn't seem like a good person. He guessed that the people in the cave were killed by this greenskin monster. I should be careful, or maybe I should give him a good shove first. Chen Fan took out the wooden bow, knocked an arrow, and was about to shoot. Old Master Ku. The shout of Boss Ku really startled Chen Fan. He hadn't expected there to be a third person present. At first, Chen Fan thought that it was just this greenskin monster who had tricked and killed the people in the cave, but he didn't expect that it was two people who tricked and killed the others. He didn't know how many people were in the cave. Boss Ku, how is it? Are all the things inside dead? Another loud voice rang out, and then Chen Fan saw a humanoid creature with a pig's head appear on a cliff above the canyon. At this moment, the pigman was sticking its head down and shouting. The greenskin monster below said to those above, "They should all be dead. Come down now." "Yes, Boss Ku," the pigman said excitedly upon hearing Boss Ku's words from below. Then, the pigman scrambled down and excitedly approached the greenskin monster, saying, "Boss Ku, you really have a way with things. We took care of all the bees so easily. Awesome." He then gave a thumbs up. Ku Lauda also said without any modesty, "That's right. Don't you know who I am? I am a well-known smart man in our kingdom." The pigman peeked into the still-smoking cave entrance and asked, "Boss Ku, can we go in now? I can't wait to taste some of the high-grade honey." He finished speaking with a greedy look on his face. The old man glanced at the pigman and said slowly, "What's the rush? Wait a little longer. What if all the bees inside aren't completely dead yet? Even if they are, there's still so much smoke in this cave. You'll choke to death if you go in. I don't mind, I can hold on for a bit, but you probably won't last more than half an hour." The pigman hurriedly laughed and said, "Yes, Boss Ku, then let's wait a little longer. I'm just a little too excited because this is the first time I've obtained something of a certain grade." Ku Lauda didn't even glance at the pigman and sat down to rest. He had exhausted himself while holding up the rock. Even with his mid-level mortal strength, he was almost overwhelmed. It wasn't that he wasn't anxious about what was inside, but he had just exhausted himself and needed to recover some strength. Otherwise, if something unexpected happened after he went into the cave, he wouldn't even have the strength to protect himself. Seeing that the withered old man was sitting there resting, The pigman didn't want to bring it up again, so he sat down as well, but his eyes kept glancing at the entrance of the hole, as if he couldn't wait to go in. After resting for most of the day, it seemed that the old man had finally rested enough. He got up and moved the large rock blocking the cave. As soon as the pigman saw the withered elder get up and move the large rock, he quickly got up as well and came to the cave entrance, saying, "Brother Ku, can we go in now?" As he spoke, he looked greedily at the cave entrance that was still emitting smoke. Ku Lauda glanced at the pigman, saw the pigman's greedy look, smiled disdainfully to himself, and chuckled. "Not bad. Wait for the smoke to clear up a bit more, then you can go in, and you can advance to the early stage of mortal." Upon hearing what the withered elder said, the pigman's greed intensified, and he wished he could rush into the cave right now. However, he dared not disobey the withered elder and could only wait anxiously to the side. After a while, the smoke in the cave finally became less dense. "You can go in now," said Boss Ku. Upon hearing that they could go in, the pigman rushed into the cave, shouting, "Boss Ku, I'll scout ahead." Before he finished speaking, he had already entered the cave. Seeing the pigman rushing in, the old man sneered. "I was thinking about how to get you to scout ahead, but you've already chosen to die." He sneered a few more times before entering the cave himself. Chun Fan and Dao Bai, who were hiding behind a big tree, watched as the pigman and the green-skinned monster entered the cave. After waiting a moment, they hurriedly told Dao Bai to follow. Chun Fan and Dao Bai quickly arrived at the cave entrance. Chun Fan peeked into the cave and confirmed that the pigman and the green-skinned monster had already entered. The cave looked very deep, otherwise, no one outside could hear any noise from inside. Chun Fan slowly walked into the cave. After only a few steps, he felt as if he had stepped on something. He quickly squatted down and, with the help of the dim light from outside the cave, looked at what he had stepped on. It turned out to be a bee the size of a fist. Chun Fan looked into the cave again and saw that from his feet all the way into the depths of the cave, there were countless bees the size of fists lying there. At this moment, Chun Fan finally understood what the pigman and the green-skinned monster were plotting. They must have come for the honey. Chun Fan suddenly remembered the content of that chat channel from more than 10 days ago. Chun Fan chuckled to himself, thinking, "These two, could they be 3850 for the Great Song Ming and 999 the same two? If it were those two, could I perhaps use a mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the Oriole behind tactic?" Chun Fan reached out and touched the bee at his feet, finding that its body was still very hard, especially its tail, which was like it was cast in steel. When he tapped it lightly, it made a tinkling sound, just like striking steel. Chun Fan pressed down a little harder, and it was still easy to squeeze it down. Chun Fan exerted more force, and with a poof sound, a bee stinger along with its internal organs was ejected, hitting the rocks inside the cave with a crisp ding sound. Chun Fan quickly found the stinger that had been shot out. He discovered that although the stinger sounded very hard after hitting the rock, it was actually not. Now, the stinger he was holding was only half of its original size. The remaining half of the stinger had disappeared. Chun Fan looked closer at the rock, but found no trace of the stinger remaining there. It seemed that the stinger was quite brittle and would break easily, so it wasn't of much value. Seeing that it had no useful value, Chun Fan did not linger any longer and called Dao Bai to slowly explore deeper into the cave. Chapter 26 Love is a light, so green it makes you panic. Chun Fan and Dao Bai cautiously made their way forward, afraid that the two people inside the cave would hear their footsteps. After all, it's my first time being the sixth person, so being careful is never a bad idea. This cave is really big. Chun Fan and Dao Bai walked for almost half an hour and still hadn't reached the bottom of the cave. Ah! At that moment, a scream came from inside the cave ahead. The sound was terrifying in the pitch-black cave. Chun Fan knew from the sound that it was not far away, so he quickened his pace. A short while later, Chun Fan noticed a faint light coming from ahead. Chun Fan slowly approached the brightly lit cave entrance. Chun Fan soon discovered that the light was coming from a huge grotto below. The grotto was enormous, probably at least the size of a football field. Chun Fan slowly stuck his head out and looked down. Below, a campfire had been lit, and around it were countless dead bees, with one carcass in the very center that looked even larger than the others. At this moment, the pigman was lying on the ground, clutching his stomach, and a trickle of bright red blood was flowing out from between his fingers. The pigman was panting heavily, and large beads of sweat streamed down his forehead. He looked at the withered old man with terrified eyes and said, "Old man Ku, why, I..." "Shut up, you idiot. Do you know what this is? This is top-grade platinum royal jelly. You still want a piece of the pie? You're courting death. Ku Lauda looked at the pigman lying on the ground with a look of disgust and said, looking at the murderous gaze of the pigman said in great fear, Boss Ku, I don't want the royal jelly anymore. Please let me go, please. Ha ha. Old Ku laughed out loud. I'm dying of laughter. What an idiot. From the moment you told me your coordinates, it was destined that you wouldn't survive. If I hadn't told you that there was high-quality honey here, you wouldn't have been able to get any honey at all. You're repaying kindness with enmity. You're so shameless. You. Go ahead and curse. All a piece of trash like you can do is rage helplessly. Only an idiot like you would tell others your coordinates. Didn't your family tell you when you came into this world that you should never trust anyone? The pigman wanted to say something, but then he remembered something, clenched his fists tightly, and slammed them hard into the ground, tears of regret streaming down his face. Yes, his family had warned him, but he was blinded by greed and trusted others, leading to consequences he couldn't bear, leaving him only to shed tears of helpless regret. All right, you can go now. Remember not to trust anyone next time. I'm teaching you a lesson with facts. You should thank me. After saying that, the old man stabbed the pigman in the chest with the dagger in his hand. The pigman stared wide-eyed at the withered elder, raising his trembling right finger and pointing at him, saying haltingly, You won't have a couldn't. After saying that, he collapsed to the ground, twitched a few times, and then died. Chen Fan, hiding above the cave, watched the spectacle below with great enjoyment. What did I tell you? This 3854 was incredibly clever, but in the end, he brought about his own downfall. It's truly tragic. This 999 is quite ruthless. He has the strength of a mid-level mortal and still managed to ambush that 3854, the great genius. He seems to be a cautious and treacherous villain. Why don't I make one myself? Thinking it over, Chen Fan took out the top-grade Xianbing poison bow and poison arrows, which he had never used before. He knocked the arrows and aimed them directly at Boss Ku. At this moment, the leader of the withered pigmen looked at the fallen pigman and spat disdainfully, saying, You dare to curse me even when you're dead? My fate will definitely be much better than yours. You just won't see it, huh? Chen Fan looked at the smug-looking Boss Ku. The poison bow aimed at Boss Ku's body had gathered a bright green light, and the poison arrow was also gleaming with a greenish luster. Chen Fan murmured, Love is like a light, so green it makes you panic. Then, he released his hand, and a green light shot out. The green light was as fast as lightning, and it arrived in front of Elder Ku in an instant. Just as Ku Lauda heard Chen Fan's voice and was about to react, a green light shot towards him and instantly pierced through his body. Old Ku looked down at his chest in disbelief and saw a fist-sized hole in it, through which his internal organs were clearly visible. What was most terrifying was that green gas was constantly corroding his flesh and blood from the hole, causing it to continue to enlarge. Ku Lauda stared intently at the hole in his chest as it continued to widen, his eyes wide open, before collapsing in resentment. What he was unwilling to accept was that he didn't even know who killed him. He only heard a whisper that said something like, You're scared of being green. I'm already cuckolded. Why would I need you to cuckold me? You bastard, don't let me find out who you are, or next time I run into you, I'll make you wish you were dead. You're despicable. Meanwhile, on a very large planet, inside an infinite tower, a figure is slowly emerging. It was the withered old man. He slowly opened his eyes filled with resentment and hatred, his teeth grinding together. You bastard, don't let me ever see you again, or I'll make you wish you were dead. Meanwhile, a staff member with green skin glanced at Boss Ku without saying anything, as if he were used to it. To be honest, he had seen many people like Boss Ku. If it weren't for the fact that this old man's family is considered a powerful clan on this planet, the staff here would have already told him to leave. Meanwhile, Chen Fan had arrived at the bottom of this massive underground cave, and he found it quite strange to see the pigmen and the withered old man's corpses gradually disappearing into the transparent void. So this is how you slowly disappear after dying in the infinite tower? Chen Fan murmured. After the body completely disappeared, several more items appeared on the ground. Did I lose equipment after dying in a PvP battle? Chen Fan quickly went over and picked up everything. He was familiar with PK, killing, and looting equipment. The important thing is to be quick. Whether your posture looks cool or not doesn't matter. Getting the product is the only thing that matters. Gained 1 iron dagger, quantity increased by 60 times, gained 60 iron daggers. Obtain 1 wooden bow, quantity increased by 40 times, obtain 40 wooden bows. Obtain backpack 1, Quantity increased by 100. Obtained backpack 100. Gained 65 blueberries. The quantity increased 30 times and obtained 1950. Gained 5 iron blocks. The quantity increased by 30 times and gained 150 iron blocks. Obtained 3 grade 1 bronze strawberries. Quantity increased by 20 times. Obtained 60 grade 1 bronze strawberries. Chapter 27 First grade bronze honey and first grade golden royal jelly. Chen Fan was speechless. Was this all that had been revealed? I just saw that old man's backpack was bulging. How come it only dropped this little bit of stuff? Chen Fan knew that after dying in the Infinite Tower, the deceased would lose everything. But what he didn't know was, if you are killed by someone or something inside the Infinite Tower, you will not drop any items. They will be directly recycled and disappear from the Infinite Tower. If you are killed by someone who has also entered from the outside, a few items will drop randomly, and the rest will be recycled and destroyed by the Infinite Tower. Why does it feel like we're playing a video game? Chen Fan felt like he was playing a video game, except that the consequences of dying in this game were quite severe. Then, Chen Fan retrieved the poisoned arrow that had killed Ku Laoda. Retrieving the arrows I shot multiple times didn't increase the multiplier, so the system feels a bit unfair. At this moment, Big White let out an excited roar, then quickly ran to the top of a pool of water, stretched its head above the pool, and showed a look of utter delight. Just as Big White was about to stick out its tongue to lick the pool, it realized that it was getting further and further away from the pool. Was the pool moving? How could the pool of water move? Big White looked around and realized that it wasn't the pool of water that was moving, but rather it was moving backward. Big White turned its head to look behind it, and found that its owner, Chen Fan, was pulling it backward by its tail. Oh whoa! Big White looked at Chen Fan with great grievance, almost bursting into tears. Just as Chen Fan saw Dabai rush to the edge of the pool and stretch its head to lick the water, he immediately thought of something. It was too late to speak, so he could only grab Dabai's tail and drag it backward. Chen Fan breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that Dabai hadn't licked the water in the pool. He stepped forward and gave Dabai a hard knock on the head, saying, "You went and licked it, and you ruined the whole pond. Didn't you see those two fighting to the death over it?" Dabai still looked at Chen Fan with a wronged expression and was very puzzled. How could it be considered a waste if it only licked a few times? There was such a big pool of it. Even if it drank every day, it could last for a long time. How could it be considered a waste? Ignoring Dabai's aggrieved look, Chen Fan went to the pool and discovered that the water had a very textured quality. The bottom part had turned white, while the top part had a gelatinous texture, like amber. Just as he had expected, the pool was full of honey. Chen Fan estimated the size and width of the pool and found that it was indeed quite large, about 2 meters long and 1.5 meters wide. As for the depth, Chen Fan could not measure it. The main thing is that the honey at the bottom has solidified into white sugar blocks, just like solidified lard, but it is more crystal clear than lard, like a piece of jade. Chen Fan reached into the honey pool and dipped a little honey onto his hand. Gain 1 drop of grade 1 bronze honey. Quantity increased 20 times. Gain 20 drops of grade 1 bronze honey. Looking at the large pool of honey, Chen Fan was very excited. This was a masterpiece that would make him rich. Meanwhile, Big White saw Chen Fan dip his hand into the honey. He expressed his dissatisfaction, saying that he couldn't even lick it himself, but Chen Fan could, so he let out a low growl to show his dissatisfaction with Chen Fan. All right. Once I've packed everything up here, you won't be left out." Chen Fan stood up and looked around again, wanting to see if there was any honey elsewhere, because he had clearly heard the conversation between the withered elder and the pigman mention royal jelly, which was definitely better than honey. Apart from this pool of honey, nothing else like it was found in the surrounding area. So Chen Fan walked towards the surrounding stone walls, and soon discovered a pool of golden honey in a small cave at the bottom of the lower stone wall. Chen Fan quickly squatted down and dipped his hand in the already golden honey. Obtain 1 drop of grade 1 golden royal jelly. Quantity increased 10 times. Obtain 10 drops of grade 1 golden royal jelly. It really was royal jelly. Chen Fan looked at the royal jelly in the cave with great joy. Judging from the appearance of the cave, there should be a lot of royal jelly, at least about 10 liters. Chen Fan was now facing another problem. How to store so much honey and royal jelly? Should he put them all in plastic bottles? How many plastic bottles would that take? Slap. Chen Fan slapped his forehead and said, "I've got it. How come I didn't think of it?" Then he took out a small, bright green gourd. The low-grade Xianbing jade gourd has a capacity of 1 cubic meter, which is enough to hold 1,000 liters of water, more than enough to hold royal jelly. Wait a minute, I still have a system. If this system is amplified 100 times, it won't be enough to hold everything. There's enough royal jelly, but the honey alone definitely won't be enough. That pool of honey alone probably has a capacity of more than 1,000 liters. Looks like I still need to keep buying jade and make another 10 or 8 pieces. That should be enough to show off, Chun Fan muttered to himself. Chun Fan was having a headache trying to figure out what to exchange for some jade. He had a lot of things on his hands, so he was willing to exchange anything. However, Chun Fan glanced at the pool of honey next to Big White and immediately made a decision. He would use the honey to exchange for it. Exchanging 2 drops of grade A bronze honey for 1 grade of bronze jade isn't unreasonable, right? I feel like I'm actually losing out. Chun Fan hurriedly walked to the pool of honey next to Dabai, and under Dabai's resentful gaze, he put 200 drops of honey on the shelf, setting a price of 2 drops of honey in exchange for a piece of jade. Chun Fan's action caused quite a stir in the trading hall. 2 drops of honey may seem like a small amount, but they are still 2 drops of grade 1 bronze honey. Usually, 1 drop of grade 1 bronze honey can be exchanged for a piece of grade 1 bronze jade. Now that he is buying at a premium, many people are eager to bring out their treasured jade to exchange for it. And then some busybodies started spreading the news in the chat channel again. 8686. Everyone hurry to the trading hall. I wonder which big shot actually traded 2 drops of grade 1 bronze honey for a grade 1 bronze jade. How generous. 7869. Holy crap, is this for real? I have 2 more pieces of jade here. 666. Impossible, who would be so stupid? 9367. Rumor. 7869. It's true. I just traded my 2 pieces of jade for 4 drops of honey. I made a killing, haha. 8886. Really? I'll go check it out too. 4396. It's true. I also exchanged a piece of jade for 2 drops. Quite a few people did it. I guess it won't be long before they're all gone. 666. Damn, they were all gone when I went there. I really regret it. I still had 3 pieces of jade and 6 drops of honey. I lost so much. 5362. I didn't get one either. It hurts to think about it. I guess I'll never have this chance again. 7869. Haha. Luckily I went to see it right away, otherwise I would have regretted it just like you guys. Thanks to user 505385501329822 for the 5 inspiration capsules. Thank you. Our journey in this world is about to end, and this world has been rather boring. The next world will be much more exciting, so let's look forward to it together. Chapter 28. Preparing to leave this world. After hanging the honey in the trading hall, Chun Fan took the jade gourd to the entrance of the cave containing royal jelly, placed the jade gourd into the entrance, and the mouth of the bottle just touched the royal jelly. A miraculous thing happened. The mouth of the jade gourd seemed to have a suction force, sucking in every last drop of royal jelly from the cave. Obtained 11 liters of premium golden royal jelly, a 60-fold increase in quantity, and obtained 660 liters of premium golden royal jelly. Chun Fan happily picked up the jade gourd and looked at it. Although it contained 660 liters of royal jelly, the jade gourd still felt as light and easy to hold as before, with no change. Chun Fan looked at the mouth of the bottle again, and from there he could vaguely see golden royal jelly inside the jade gourd. He put the small lid on, shook it in his hand, and could clearly feel the liquid moving inside. Chun Fan put the jade gourd away with satisfaction. Next, Chun Fan went to the pool of honey next to Dabai, who was drooling. Chun Fan was somewhat disgusted and speechless, feeling that this big white thing was a bit silly and cute. Didn't this big white thing know that it had just obtained better royal jelly? It just kept guarding this pool of honey. Chun Fan opened the trading hall and quickly discovered that all the honey he had listed had been exchanged for jade. All the jade stones were taken out. There were a total of 100 jade stones. Chun Fan then took out a workbench and began making the jade gourd. It takes 12 hours to make 1 jade gourd. Chun Fan calculated that it would take 120 hours to make 10 jade gourds, which is too long. By the time the jade gourds are finished, he can almost leave. After thinking for a moment, Chun Fan created 9 more workbenches. By creating all 10 workbenches at once, he could make all 10 jade gourds in just 12 hours. So Chun Fan and Dabai waited in the cave and ate something. But this big white thing is a bit annoying. It keeps heading towards that pool of honey. It's fine if it goes there, but what's with all that drool coming out of its mouth? Chun Fan was genuinely worried that Dabai's mouthful of drool would fall into the honey. Finally, Chun Fan had no other choice but to call Dabai to go outside and collect some firewood. They roasted 2 bamboo rats and coated them with honey. I must say, it really had a unique flavor. The two of us, one man and one tiger, quickly finished off a bamboo rat, but we still weren't satisfied. So they started roasting them again, and they did this 3 times in a row, roasting a total of 12. Chun Fan ate 5 of them, and the rest went into Dabai's belly. Chun Fan really couldn't eat anymore. Dabai still wanted to eat, but Chun Fan didn't want to grill anymore, so Dabai had to give up. After eating and drinking their fill, Chun Fan and Dabai rested, as it was too late to go back to the shelter now. Besides, I wouldn't feel comfortable leaving this huge pool of honey here. If some animal suddenly wandered in and ruined all the honey, I'd be devastated. Chun Fan got up from Dabai, feeling refreshed. He twisted his waist a couple of times, feeling comfortable. Next, Chun Fan took out all 10 jade gourds from the workbench and went to the honey pool. Chun Fan was somewhat conflicted. This large pool of honey could be filled with a single jade gourd, but the key was how to increase its quantity. The increased quantity would definitely be more than what was currently in the pool. After thinking for a moment, Chun Fan simply threw 10 jade gourds into the pool of honey. Small vortices began to appear at the mouths of the 10 jade gourds, and the honey visibly disappeared slowly into the mouths of the 10 jade gourds. Even the honey that had solidified like white jade disappeared into the mouths of the jade gourds. In no time, the pool of honey was completely devoured by the 10 jade gourds, leaving not a trace behind. When Big White saw that the large pool of honey had disappeared, he paced back and forth anxiously, occasionally whimpering, showing great distress. Chun Fan patted Dabai's head speechlessly and laughed. I really don't understand. Are you a bear or a tiger? If you were a bear, I could understand you. But you're a tiger, so why do you like honey so much? Big White proudly raised its head and hummed twice, indicating that it loved eating honey. So what? Chun Fan smiled, jumped into the pool, and picked up all 10 jade gourds filled with honey. Obtained 825 liters of grade 1 bronze honey, a 10-fold increase. Now obtaining 8,250 liters of grade 1 bronze honey. 10 times. Although it's the smallest multiple, Chun Fan was still very happy. A 10-fold increase was just enough to accommodate it. One should be content and not be too greedy. Chun Fan looked at the 10 jade gourds already in the ring and was very satisfied. Calculating the time, it should be about a few more days before I can go back to my own world. I've been here for about 3 months now. Time really flies. Compared to others, my journey hasn't been particularly dangerous. It's all thanks to the amplification system. Otherwise, I might be dead by now. Chun Fan plans to stay at his shelter for the next few days and rest. He has enough supplies now, and there is no need to take any more risks. Chun Fan took Big White back to the shelter and began a carefree and leisurely life. Occasionally, I'll go out to catch bamboo rats, dig up bamboo shoots, and collect some fish. The rest of the time, I'll slowly prepare what I consider to be delicious food. After a few leisurely days, the day finally arrived for him to return to his own world. In just a few hours, he could go back and see his family. Chun Fan was still very excited about it. With an excited heart, Chun Fan checked his attributes. Number, 1967. Race, human. Cultivation level, mid-level mortal, with a strength of about 1200 gene. Talent, danger perception, can detect danger within 100 meters in advance. Skills, none. Life skills, none. Chat channels, trading hall. Personnel remaining, 3692/10,000. Good heavens, out of 10,000 people who came in, only about a third of them will make it out alive in the end. 2/3 of them died directly. Although they didn't actually die, deducting 20 years of lifespan is not something everyone can accept. How many 20-year periods does one have in a lifetime? If I hadn't obtained the system, I would probably be among that 2/3 of people. Then Chun Fan opened the trading hall and found that today's trading hall was full of all kinds of ordinary weapons, tools, and food. Moreover, all of them were high-quality items, and there were many items for trading one high-quality item. As for anything of quality, you won't find a single one. Come to think of it, these ordinary items are of little use when taken out. High-quality items, on the other hand, will sell well and fetch a considerable price. As for ordinary items, there are plenty of better ones available outside, and they're cheaper too. We're about to embark on our journey to the next world. Good luck, everyone, and thank you for your support. Chapter 29, Going Home. Chun Fan noticed that many people were trading away things they didn't need. She also wondered if she could trade away the low-quality things she possessed. But when he thought about all the low-quality items in his ring, Chun Fan stopped thinking about it. Chun Fan packed all his belongings into the ring, called Big White to his side, and quietly waited for the time to leave this world. Not long after, Chun Fan felt a flash of light before his eyes and found himself at the teleportation point of the Infinite Tower. Chun Fan walked out of the teleportation point, and Da Bai followed closely behind. Big White was a little nervous about this unfamiliar world because it sensed that the staff on all four sides were very strong and posed a great threat to it. Big White had no choice but to stay close to Chun Fan, afraid that if it left Chun Fan even half a step, it would be killed, roasted, and eaten by the people around it. Chun Fan chuckled and patted Da Bai's head, indicating that Da Bai didn't need to be nervous. The staff around him were not surprised that Chun Fan had brought back a large white tiger. For these staff members, some of whom had even seen mythical beasts, a spirit beast of this rank was nothing special. It was afternoon, and there were still many people coming and going. Some were newbies who were entering the Infinite Tower for the first time and saw Big White next to Chun Fan. I'm so envious. I hope I can have such a cool and stylish pet too. Chun Fan led the still nervous Da Bai out of the Infinite Tower. As soon as they stepped out of the Infinite Tower's gate, Chun Fan saw his parents and younger siblings staring expectantly at the gate from afar. As soon as Chun Fan stepped out of the Infinite Tower gate, his sharp-eyed fifth sister, Chun Ru, spotted him first and immediately shouted excitedly, Big brother, Mom and Dad. Look, it's Big Brother." As she spoke, she held her mother's hand and pointed to Chun Fan in front of the Infinite Tower gate, gesturing for her mother to look. Chun Fan's mother, Fang Bingwei, father, Chun Guotao, second sister, Chun Bing, third brother, Chun Ping, and fourth brother, Chun Dong, all looked towards the gate of the Infinite Tower upon hearing this. Chun Fan appeared before the gates of the Infinite Tower, with a majestic white tiger standing beside him. Chun Fan's relatives all had different feelings. Fang Bingwei saw Chun Fan's slightly tired expression and his slightly tanned skin from being outdoors, and felt extremely sorry for him. What Chun's father saw was Chun Fan's growth and perseverance, and his heart was filled with joy. The second sister, Chun Bing, felt that her brother gave her a greater sense of security, and her heart was filled with longing. The third brother, Chun Ping, and the fourth brother, Chun Dong, looked at Chun Fan and the big white dog beside him with admiration and longing. As for the fifth sister, she was simply happy to see her brother. As for Chun Fan, struggling alone in another world, what he misses most is naturally his family. Seeing my family waiting for me at the entrance of the Infinite Tower fills me with warmth and peace of mind. Chun Fan strolled towards his family. Chun Fan's fifth sister, Chun Ru, also let go of her mother's hand and ran towards Chun Fan. Chun Fan pulled his fifth sister, Chun Ru, into his arms and kissed her hard on the cheek. This made Chun Ru giggle. Chun Fan led Chun Ru to their family. Chun Bing, the second sister, looked at Chun Fan with a big smile and said, "Brother, welcome back." Chun Ping and Chun Dong looked at their brother with admiration, excitedly calling him brother, and then looked curiously at the big white dog following Chun Fan. Chun Fan looked at his aging parents and said slowly, "Dad, Mom, I'm back." Fang Bingwei couldn't help but reach out and hug Chun Fan, murmuring, "It's good that you're back. It's good that you're back." Mr. Chun patted his wife to comfort her. Then he patted Chun Fan's shoulder twice more, heavily. The two heavy pats on Chun Fan's shoulders felt like an ancient way of passing on traditions. The feeling of complete trust that one can entrust the heavy burden in one's hands to future generations. Chun Fan also felt that his father seemed to have suddenly unloaded a heavy burden on his shoulders, and he felt much lighter. Chun Fan was also very willing to take on this heavy responsibility. Although the pressure on me has increased, it has also become my motivation. I will eventually grow into a strong tree that can shelter my family from the wind and rain. Chun Fan reached out and patted his mother's back, saying, "Mom, it's all right. Let's go back first. I'm hungry." Fang Bingwei quickly let go of Chun Fan, rubbed her red eyes and blamed herself, saying, Yes, look, Mom forgot. Xiao Fan must be starving. Come on, let's go home now and make you something delicious." As she spoke, she took Chun Fan's hand and led him home. Fifth sister Chun Ru watched her mother take her eldest brother back home, leaving her behind, and said with great dissatisfaction, "Humph, mother is biased. She forgets about Xiaoya once she has her eldest brother." Chun Bing reached out and pinched Chun Ru's face hard twice, laughing. "It's okay, your older sister still loves you, doesn't she?" Chun Ru covered her aching face with both hands and said, "I don't want you to be in pain." After saying that, she ran to her father's side, took his large hand, and made a face at Chun Bing as she turned back. The family returned home laughing and joking. Fang Bingwei rushed into the kitchen to prepare the dishes, and Qin Bing followed her into the kitchen to help her mother. Chen Fan followed him into the kitchen, casually taking out a fish and a bamboo rat from his ring, along with some bronze-grade bamboo fungus. Chen Fan's move greatly shocked Fang Bingwei and Qin Bing. Qin Bing stammered, "Brother, where did you get that from?" Fang Bingwei, being worldly wise, quickly thought of spatial equipment and asked in astonishment, "Xiao Fan, do you have spatial equipment?" After saying that, he looked at Chun Fan with an incredulous expression. Chun Fan smiled as he looked at his mother and sister's expressions and said, "Mom, Xiaobing, let's cook first. I'll talk to you after we eat." Fang Bingwei and Qin Bing could only nod blankly. Then, Chun Fan left the kitchen to take a shower. Chun Fan had only been in the bathroom for a short while when he heard a loud knocking on the door. Chun Fan could only give himself a quick rinse, put on his clothes, and open the door. Then he saw his parents and siblings blocking the doorway. Chun Fan looked at his family members with a puzzled expression and asked, "What's wrong? What happened?" Chun Fan's father, Chen Guotao, asked very seriously, "Xiao Fan, was the bamboo fungus you just gave your mother a first-grade bronze level?" Fang Bingwei looked at Chun Fan very carefully, waiting for his answer. Chapter 30: A Joyful and Harmonious Moment. Chun Fan found it somewhat amusing to see his family members looking so nervous. He said helplessly, "Mom and Dad, it's just a first-grade bronze-level bamboo fungus. What's the big deal?" "What do you mean it's just a first-grade bronze bamboo fungus? Do you know how much a first-grade bronze bamboo fungus can sell for outside?" Chen Guotao said angrily. "That's right, Xiao Fan. Even if you don't sell it, you can hand it over to offset some spirit stones when you enter the Infinite Tower next time," said Chen Fan's mother, Fang Bingwei, who couldn't bear to use it for cooking. After all, Chen Fan had brought out about 10 first-grade bronze-level bamboo fungus, and one bamboo fungus was worth one low-grade spirit stone. Seeing his parents' excited expressions, Chun Fan could only offer words of comfort. "Dad, Mom, I know what I'm doing. I've prepared the spirit stones for the next Infinite Tower, and I still have plenty of these first-grade bronze bamboo fungus, so don't worry." Chen Fan noticed that his parents still didn't seem to believe him. He had no choice but to emphasize again, "There really are still many." Fang Bingwei asked with some doubt, "How many is many?" Chen Fan thought for a moment and said, "Probably more than 1,000. How much? How little?" "More than 1,000. 1,000 more?" Fang Bingwei tugged at Chen Guotao beside her in disbelief, thinking she had misheard. Chen Guotao also said with an incredulous look, "More than 1,000. It's worth noting that his peak achievement was only a little over 100 first-grade bronze strawberries and 5 silver-level ones, which he found by sheer luck, accidentally discovering a strawberry field. He often boasted about this to the children and neighbors. Hearing the number Chen Fan mentioned, he was truly incredulous. How much luck would it take to find so many grade 1 bronze bamboo fungus? "Back then, I found over 100 bronze-level strawberries and only 5 silver-level ones appeared. Now that his son has more than 1,000 first-grade bronze-level bamboo fungus, it means that his son has at least 50 first-grade silver-level bamboo fungus." Thinking of this, Chen Guotao asked with trembling lips, "Do you still have any silver-level items on you?" Chen Fan didn't hide anything and said, "Yes, there are several hundred, so you don't need to worry, there will be more in the future." Upon hearing that Chen Fan still had several hundred silver-level items, the family stared at him in shock, speechless. Chen Fan's family had been struggling at the bottom of society, so it was hard for them to imagine that hundreds of silver-level items would appear in their home. Even if Chen Guotao had found a bronze-level item in the infinite world before, he would have been happy for a long time, let alone a silver-level one. Seeing the shocked expressions on his family's faces, Chen Fan dared not continue to say that he had things of even higher quality. "I'm really worried they won't be able to handle it, and also because my younger siblings are still young and might easily let something slip. Let's wait until they all go to school before we tell Mom and Dad. Children shouldn't know too much." Looking at his parents, who were still in shock, Chen Fan said helplessly, "Mom, I'm starving. Is dinner ready?" Fang Bingwei woke up with a start and exclaimed, "Oh dear, my fish." Then she ran to the kitchen. Chen Fan picked up his fifth sister, Chen Ru, and followed her out, along with the other 3 siblings. Only Chen Guotao remained somewhat bewildered. Fortunately, the fish that Fang Bingwei was cooking wasn't burnt. It was just slightly overcooked. Soon, the whole family filled the table. The table was filled with Chun Fan's favorite dishes: braised pork, braised fish, bamboo rat stew, sweet and sour pork ribs, pork bone and bamboo fungus soup, and a green vegetable dish. Big White, who had been lying by the door since entering the house, smelled the aroma and came over, going straight to Chun Fan's side. She patted Chun Fan's leg with her paw, signaling Chun Fan to give her some. Speechless, Chun Fan took out a large basin from the kitchen and filled it with more than half a basin of food for Dabai. Dabai then happily went to the side to eat. Chun Fan returned to the table and eagerly picked up a piece of braised pork to eat. It's delicious. If it's delicious, eat more, Fong Bingwei said lovingly. Chun Fan nodded as he ate, barely managing to reply. I haven't had any staple food for 3 months. This braised pork with rice is absolutely delicious. Chun Fan quickly finished a bowl of rice, and then got up to get another bowl. Chun Fan ate 3 bowls in a row before finally stopping his eating. Only then did she realize that her younger siblings were staring at her in disbelief, while only her parents were smiling at her. Chun Fan looked at them with great confusion and said, Eat. Why aren't you eating? Chun Ping said, Brother, have you not eaten in a long time? Chun Fan laughed and said, Yeah, it's been so long since I've had rice. I'm so tired of eating fish and bamboo rats every day in the Infinite Tower. The younger siblings were speechless at Chun Fan's Versailles analogy. They eat meat and fish every day and still say they're tired of it. Chun Guodao and Fong Bingwei, being experienced individuals, naturally understood life inside the Infinite Tower. Sometimes people eat tree bark to survive, while others eat meat and fish every day until they vomit. Newcomers who have just come out of the Infinite Tower usually behave similarly to Chun Fan, like a starving ghost reincarnated. People who have been to the Infinite Tower a few times will gradually adapt, and as their cultivation level increases, they will gradually become less dependent on food. However, to satisfy their appetites, many practitioners still eat it from time to time. Chen Guotao then coughed and said, All right, let's eat. After saying that, he picked up a piece of fish and put it in his mouth. This fish is delicious. Honey, your cooking skills have improved. After saying that, he picked up another piece of fish and put it in his mouth. Hearing Chun Guotao's praise, Fong Bingwei, somewhat skeptical, picked up a piece of fish and put it in her mouth. Chun Bing and the others followed suit and started eating as well. Really? Yes, Mom's fish is so delicious. Uh-huh. Delicious, delicious. Fong Bingwei smiled and shook her head, saying, It's not that the fish I cooked was delicious. It's that the fish itself was delicious. Chun Bing said, That's because Mom's cooking is delicious. Fong Bingwei said, I did it the same way as before, and it was even a little burnt, but the fish was of good quality, so the overall taste was improved. Chun Guotao said, Where did you buy this fish? It should be completely wild. This was given to me by Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan gave it to me. Could it have been brought out from inside? Chun Fan smiled and nodded, saying, Yes, I still have a lot more. I'm planning to sell these fish. This wild big fish is quite rare. It should fetch a high price. This bamboo rat and bamboo shoots are delicious too. Chun Dong said at this moment. I'll give it a try, and wow, it's really delicious. I'll give it a try too. So Chun Bing, Chun Ping, Chun Dong, and Chun Ru all joined in the scramble for food. The family enjoyed their meal together in a harmonious atmosphere. Chun Fan had finished eating his 5th bowl of rice and was full. At this moment, Chun Fan's mother handed him a bowl of soup. Chun Fan saw a bamboo fungus floating in the soup, remembered the strange taste, and frowned. Fong Bingwei also noticed Chun Fan frowning and asked in confusion, What's wrong, Xiao Fan? Oh, it's nothing. Looking into his mother's loving eyes, Chun Fan scooped up a spoonful of soup, blew on it, and put it in his mouth. A fresh taste immediately filled my mouth, with no trace of that strange flavor. Chun Fan took a few more sips. It was truly fresh. He then scooped up the bamboo fungus and put it in his mouth. It was very fresh and crisp, so delicious. It tastes so good, so fresh. Fong Bing smiled and said, Of course it's fresh, and it's bronze level, so it's even fresher. That's not right. The last time I cooked it myself, it had a strange taste. You haven't been in the kitchen much. When you eat bamboo fungus, you have to remove the black part at the very top so that it won't have that strange taste. Do we have to remove the black stuff? I knew it. How could such a good thing have a weird taste? And so many people like to eat it. I thought they had unique tastes. After Chun Fan finished speaking, he scratched his head sheepishly. Chun Fan's younger siblings laughed, and Chun Guotao and Fong Bingwei laughed along with them. It felt so good to have the whole family together in harmony. You should all drink more of this high-quality drink. It will improve your health, Chun Guotao said with a smile. Chun Fan said, Dad, you and Mom should drink more too. Drink. Drink them all, Fong Bing said with a smile. Chapter 31, Giving Parents the Platinum Longevity Fruit. Chen Fan had a very warm and cozy evening yesterday, and the whole family chatted happily. Chen Fan also recounted some of the adventures and dangers he encountered in the Infinite Tower. Everyone looked excited when talking about their serendipitous encounters. Everyone became particularly nervous when the topic of dangerous places came up. Chen Fan's mother, Fong Bingwei, kept complaining that Chen Fan was too reckless, and what if he accidentally got hurt? Of course, Chen Fan was reluctant to tell his parents, younger brother, and younger sister about his system. He intended to keep it a secret. It wasn't that Chen Fan didn't trust his parents. It was just that the matter was a bit bizarre, and the fewer people who knew, the less danger there would be. The family chatted until almost 1 a.m., but because the younger siblings had to go to school the next day, they had to go back to sleep. The next day, Chen Fan woke up at 10 a.m., having not had such a relaxing sleep in a long time. Although I have a relatively easy time in the Infinite Tower compared to others. However, even when sleeping, Chen Fan remained vigilant and did not dare to fall into a deep sleep. After washing up, Chen Fan went to the living room and saw that his parents had not gone to work. Instead, they all sat in the living room watching TV, as if they had been waiting for him. Upon seeing Chen Fan, Fong Bingwei immediately said, "Xiao Fan, are you hungry?" Chen Fan smiled and said, "There is a bit of that. Okay, Mom will make you a bowl of noodles. Wait here." A short while later, Fong Bingwei brought over a steaming bowl of noodles. Just then, Big White appeared out of nowhere again and patted Chen Fan's trouser leg with its foot. The meaning couldn't be clearer. Chen Fan had no choice but to give half of it to Dabai again, saying, "I forgot about you. I'll make you something nice to eat at noon, so have something to eat first." Big White looked at the meager amount of pasta in its bowl with some disdain. It wasn't even enough to fill a tooth gap. Looking at Dabai's expression, Fong Bingwei found it quite funny and said, "Oh dear, I forgot I had a big guy at home. I'll go cook some more." After saying that, Fong Bingwei went back into the kitchen. This Dabai was really clever. Upon hearing that Fong Bingwei was going to cook something, he quickly licked the bowl of noodles clean. He picked up his wash basin and followed Fong Bingwei into the kitchen, wagging his tail. This action made Chen Fan think that Dabai was a bit like a dog. Soon, Chen Fan finished the noodles in his bowl and even drank the soup. Fong Bingwei saw that Chen Fan had even drunk the noodle soup and thought that Chen Fan was not full, so she went to cook some more for Chen Fan. Chen Fan quickly stopped Fong Bingwei and said, "Mom, don't bother with that. I have something to tell you and Dad." After thinking for a moment, Chen Fan took out 6 platinum longevity fruits from his ring and gave 3 to Fong Bingwei and Chen Guotao. "Dad, Mom, this is the platinum longevity fruit. Please eat it." Fong Bingwei and Chen Guotao were both stunned when they heard this. It wasn't until Chen Fan called out Mom and Dad again that they realized what was happening. Realizing what was happening, Chen Guotao quickly got up, closed all the windows, drew the curtains, went to the door, opened it, peeked around to make sure no one was there, and then locked the door from the inside. Returning to the living room, I looked at the 6 platinum longevity fruits on the table. "Is it really the platinum longevity fruit?" Chen Guotao asked, his lips trembling slightly. Fong Bingwei also looked at the platinum longevity fruit on the table with a nervous expression. Chen Fan nodded and said seriously, "Yes." Chen Guotao said with a serious expression, "You should put it away quickly and don't take it out casually in the future." Fong Bingwei nodded solemnly and said, "Yes, Xiao Fan, you should put it away quickly. It will be troublesome if someone finds out." Chen Fan smiled and said to Fong Bingwei and Chen Guotao, "Don't worry, Mom and Dad. I know that you shouldn't flaunt your wealth. These 6 longevity fruits are for you to use." Chen Guotao said, "We don't need it. You can sell the longevity fruit when the time is right and use the money for cultivation resources." Fong Bingwei chimed in, "Yes, Xiao Fan, we don't need it either. You can take it and exchange it for cultivation resources." Chen Fan also knew why his parents refused to accept him. In their eyes, their child's future was more important than their own lives. But in Chen Fan's heart, weren't his parents' lives more important than his own future? Besides, with his current system that amplifies cultivation by billions of times, he doesn't need to worry about cultivation resources at all. Seeing that his parents said so, Chen Fan had no choice but to take out 4 more platinum longevity fruits and say, "Mom and Dad, you don't need to worry about my cultivation resources. I have more here." Fong Bingwei and Chen Guotao were stunned again. They thought that Chen Fan's limit was already 6 longevity fruits, but they did not expect that Chen Fan had more. Chen Guotao was stunned for a while before speaking again. "You little brat, Are you trying to scare us to death? Just tell us directly how much you have left. Don't keep making us panic. Seeing the awkward look on his father's face, Chun Fan smiled and said, Not many, only 50 in total. How many? 50. How many? 50. 50. Yes. Let me calm down. Let me calm down. As Chun Guotao spoke, he slowly sat back down on the sofa. Fong Bingwei also sat there with an incredulous expression. After Chun Guotao and Fong Bing calmed down for a while, Chun Fan then spoke again. Mom and Dad, you should take these longevity fruits. There are still so many left. I plan to keep some for backup, and I'll trade the rest for cultivation resources. Moreover, a person can only take a maximum of 3 doses. Taking more than that will have no effect. Fong Bingwei spoke first after hearing this, saying, Since Xiao Fan has said so, let's eat it. We can't let Xiao Fan's good intentions go to waste. All right. Chun Guotao and Fong Bingwei were not pretentious people. Since their son had been so capable of bringing back the platinum longevity fruit, how could they not take it themselves to live up to their son's filial piety? Besides, who would want to die if they could live? Soon, Fong Bingwei washed the longevity fruits, and she and Chun Guotao each ate 3. The longevity fruits themselves were not very large. Chun Guotao and Fong Bingwei finished eating in no time. After they finished eating, Chun Guotao and Fong Bingwei showed obvious changes. First of all, the hair on their heads turned black again from being half white, and most of Zhou Wen's hair disappeared. He looks much more energetic and doesn't look 60 years old anymore. It should be noted that Chun Guotao and Fong Bingwei are actually only in their 40s, and they had been to the Infinite Tower several times before. Chun Guotao survived to the end 3 times and gained a lot. On 2 occasions, he was eliminated before his time was up, which directly deducted 40 years from his lifespan. Fong Bingwei fared even worse. She only made it to the end once, and was eliminated the other 2 times. If it weren't for a fortuitous encounter that brought their cultivation to the late stage of mortal cultivation and slightly increased their lifespan, the 2 of them would probably be dead by now. Chapter 32 Shocked Parents. Now, both of them have eaten 3 platinum longevity fruits, which have increased their lifespan by about 17 years. His physical functions have recovered considerably, and Chun Fan believes that he will be able to obtain even better longevity fruits in the future, thus extending the lifespan of his parents. Chun Guotao and Fong Bingwei also felt the changes in their bodies and were very excited and happy. They were already very worried about their short lifespan, living in constant fear that they might suddenly die one day. Now that life expectancy has increased by 17 years, there's no longer any need to worry about suddenly dying. Seeing his parents' joyful and excited expressions, Chun Fan was also filled with happiness. Who wouldn't want their parents to live longer? Chun Fan then took out 2 more rings and said to Chun Guotao and Fong Bingwei, Mom and Dad, you can take these rings too. Is this a spatial ring? Chun Guotao and Fong Bingwei both held the ring and looked at it with great curiosity. They were no longer as surprised as before by the things Chun Fan had taken out. Yes, this is a top-grade Xianbing storage ring, with a space of about 10 meters inside. It's actually a top-grade Xianbing storage ring. Fong Bingwei exclaimed in surprise. Both of them put the rings on their fingers and looked at them curiously from left to right, occasionally putting things from the tea table into the rings and then taking them out again. They were also amazed by the storage ring's wonderful uses. In the past, they would envy others who had storage items, and now that they had one themselves, they were naturally curious about its uses. Seeing his parents playing with the storage ring, Chun Fan took out 20 platinum longevity fruits and said, Mom and Dad, keep these 20 platinum longevity fruits for now, just in case. Xiao Fan, you should exchange this longevity fruit for some cultivation resources. Your father and I are all ready. Mom, this is just in case I need it someday. Besides, longevity fruits aren't something you can just get whenever you want. Even if I don't need it, what about my younger siblings? Of course, I hope my family will never need it. That would be the best, but we still have to keep some on hand. You never know when we might need it. The longevity fruit is currently in high demand, but not available in the market. In the future, even if you have money, you really won't be able to buy it. Chun Fan interrupted Fong Bingwei before she could finish speaking, and then rattled off a whole bunch of things. Chun Guotao also said, Honey, Xiao Fan is right. It's better to be prepared. Let's keep it for now. All right then, I'll keep it for now. After listening to their explanations, Fong Bingwei also felt that she should prepare some, so she put away all 20 platinum longevity fruits. Then Chun Fan kept taking things out. 10 premium platinum mangoes, 5 bottles of platinum physique enhancement potion, 30 premium silver black truffles, 200 pieces of premium diamond snake meat, 10 pieces of premium diamond snake skin, 10 premium diamond snake tendons, 1,000 first-grade diamond snake scales, 20 premium platinum blood coagulating fruits, 500 pieces of first-grade bronze bamboo fungus, 300 pieces of premium silver bamboo fungus, 200 pieces of premium golden bamboo fungus, 200 premium white bamboo fungus, 500 premium diamond bamboo fungus. These are all high-quality items, which Chun Fan kept for his family. He believed that with so many resources, his family members' cultivation levels would improve. As for the rest, Chun Fan planned to sell some of it and use the rest for his own cultivation. Seeing Chun Fan take out so many things, Chun Guohao and Fong Bingwei were now numb from their initial shock. They simply couldn't understand how Chun Fan could bring out so many things from just one trip to the Infinite Tower. Did they raid the old lair of the Infinite Tower world? Xiao Fan, this is too much. Yes, this is too much. Is it a lot? Not really. If it's not enough, I have more. Let me know when you've used them up, Chun Fan said, quite Versailles-like. There's more. Chun Guohao and Fong Bingwei exclaimed in unison. Okay, Mom, from now on you can just use these to cook. We'll eat them every meal so that my younger brother and sister can improve their cultivation, and so can Mom and Dad. Eating that every meal? Isn't that too extravagant? It's okay, Mom. We can afford to be luxurious. We have plenty of good things. Our lives will only get better and better in the future. Mom, you and Dad should put the things away first. We are still relatively weak right now, and you understand the principle of not flaunting wealth better than I do. Let's try to keep a low profile. My younger siblings are still small, so let's not tell them yet, lest we let something slip and cause trouble. Chun Fan instructed Fong Bingwei and Chun Guohao that he believed his parents understood the principle of not flaunting wealth better than he did, but he still wanted to remind them. So, Fong Bingwei and Chun Guohao each put some into their rings. After Chun Fan saw that they had put everything away, he started taking things out again. This time, Chun Fan brought out ordinary level items, mainly some ingredients. More than 1,000 bighead carp, more than 1,000 grass carp, 5,000 diamonds of various kinds, more than 500 bamboo shoots. There are more than 1,000 bamboo rats, more than 5,000 bamboo fungus, more than 200 black truffles. Mom and Dad, you should also put these ingredients away. Although they can improve your cultivation, they are wild and naturally grown, and they taste much better than the artificially cultivated ones sold outside. Chun Guohao and Fong Bingwei had no choice but to numbly put it away. Then Chun Fan gave each of his parents 10 rings, saying, "You should keep these rings. Your younger brother and sister are still small, so don't give them to them yet. Give them to them when they grow up." Fong Bing nodded numbly and said, I know. Oh, right, Mom. Do we have any glass bottles for storing water? I also have some honey and royal jelly. We don't have any at home. You can go out and buy some. I'll go out and buy some later. Never mind if you don't have any. I'll go out and buy some, and I'll also exchange them for some cultivation resources. Chun Fan said casually. It's almost noon. Let's eat lunch first before we go. Okay. I just ate a bowl of noodles, and I'm actually a bit hungry. After lunch, Chun Fan went out. Chun Fan first arrived at the bustling city center and entered a magnificent building, which was none other than the Starlight Jewelry Store, famous throughout the universe. This Starlight Jewelry has branches in every city on every planet, and they only sell and buy jewelry-related items. Most importantly, this jewelry store has a very high reputation. As soon as Chun Fan stepped inside, he heard several pleasant sounds. Welcome to Starlight Jewelry Store. Upon hearing the sound, Chun Fan looked over and saw 6 beautiful young women standing on either side of the doorway, dressed in red slit cheongsams. They were bending over, one hand on their chest and the other outstretched, gesturing for him to come inside. Chun Fan touched his nose slightly embarrassedly, then quickly walked inside. Chapter 33 Selling Diamonds, 1.55 billion. Once inside, the entire hall was adorned with jewels, and the crowd was bustling with activity. Many prominent families and wealthy business elites come here to select their favorite jewelry. This was Chun Fan's first time here, and he had no idea that the area was where the acquisition took place. Everything looked like it was for sale, with no one buying it. Just as Chun Fan was about to ask any of the staff around here, a waiter approached and asked, Sir, how may I help you? In such a large company, you won't see those ridiculous, snobbish scenes of people looking down on others. These large companies train people with very high professional qualities. I'd like to sell some diamonds. Do you buy them? Sir, we are here for acquisition. This way, please. After the waiter finished speaking, he gestured for Chun Fan to walk forward. Soon, the waiter led Chun Fan to a private room and said, "Sir, please wait a moment. I will ask the appraisers to come over." Chun Fan nodded in acknowledgement, then casually found a seat and sat down. Not long after, the waiter returned with a middle-aged man. After serving them tea, the waiter left. The middle-aged man sized up Chun Fan and then smiled, saying, "Let me introduce myself. I'm Liao Zhong, a 2-star appraiser at this branch of Starlight Jewelry. May I ask your surname, young man?" Appraisers are ranked from 1 star to 9 stars, with 1 star being the lowest and 9 stars the highest, and there are even higher ranks above 9 stars. Chun Fan also sized up the appraiser named Liao Zhong and replied, "Chun Fan. Brother Chun Fan, what are you selling? Could you please show it to me first? It's nothing valuable, just some diamonds." After Chun Fan finished speaking, he took out several diamonds from his ring. Liao Zhong wasn't surprised when Chun Fan took out several diamonds from his ring. He had already noticed the ring on Chun Fan's hand when he came in and looked him over. Liao Zhong took out a piece of cloth and placed it on the table, indicating to Chun Fan to place the diamond on the cloth. Chun Fan placed the diamonds on the cloth, and Liao Zhongzai picked one up from the cloth and examined it closely. Liao Zhong took out several diamonds one by one and examined them, saying, very good diamonds. They should be diamonds brought out by volcanic eruptions. The quality is quite good. How about the price?" As for the price, well, based on the quality of this diamond, 1 carat is worth 5,000 Azure Dragon coins. Chun Fan is currently in the Azure Dragon Star region. Within the Azure Dragon Star region, Azure Dragon coins are universally accepted. No matter which planet you go to, Azure Dragon coins can be used, and prices won't differ much, except for some special products, which will have slight price differences. Before Chun Fan came, he specifically checked the price of diamonds, which is generally 4,500 to 5,500 per carat. The better the quality, the higher the price. Chun Fan didn't hesitate and said, "Okay, but I have a lot of these. I don't know if you can accept them." When Liao Zhong heard Chun Fan say that the quantity was a bit large, his eyes lit up, and he said, "How much is there? Don't worry, we'll take as much as there is. Don't worry about us not being able to handle it all. Okay, let's find somewhere to put it. I don't think we can fit it here." Chun Fan looked around the private room and said, "Okay, I'll go arrange it first. Please wait a moment." After Liao Zhong finished speaking, he hurriedly went out to make the arrangements. Not long after, Liao Zhong returned and said, "Brother Chun Fan, I've made all the arrangements. Please come with me." After hearing this, Chun Fan followed Liao Zhong to the arranged place. Soon, Chun Fan followed Liao Zhong to a basement. The basement was huge and divided into several areas. Chun Fan followed Liao Zhong to the area with the gemstones hanging on it and entered one of the rooms. Before entering the room, Chun Fan thought it would just be a slightly larger room. But after entering, he realized he was wrong. It was not a slightly larger room at all. It was clearly a large warehouse. The warehouse was surrounded by shelves, with only a small open space in the middle covered with foam mats. "Brother Chun Fan, do you think this can fit?" Liao Zhong pointed to the area where sponge mats had been laid out on the open ground. "It should be about time. Then I'll trouble Brother Chun Fan to leave it here for now. I'll have someone count the quantity and wait right away." Without saying much, Chun Fan kept more than 500 of his favorite, high-quality ones and placed all the diamonds from the rings on the prepared sponge. Suddenly, under the warehouse lights, the entire warehouse flickered, almost blinding the two men. Looking at the diamonds covered in foam padding, Liao Zhong excitedly patted Chun Fan on the shoulder and said, "Brother Chun Fan, that's impressive. Brother Chun Fan, why don't you go to the VIP room and rest for a bit? I'll arrange for someone to take inventory right away." After Liao Zhong finished speaking, he made a gesture of invitation. Chun Fan wasn't afraid that Liao Zhong was faking it, so he followed Liao Zhong to the VIP room. Upon arriving at the VIP room, Liao Zhong personally brewed tea for Chun Fan and said, "Brother Chun Fan, please sit down and rest for a while. I'll go arrange for the staff." "Okay, thank you for your help." "No trouble at all," he said, and then went out. Not long after Liao Zhong left, another waiter brought in fruit and placed it on the table next to Chun Fan, saying, "Honorable guest, is there anything else you need? Please feel free to make any requests, and I will do my best to accommodate you." Chun Fan shook his head and said, "No, you can go now." "Yes, esteemed guest, please feel free to call me if you need anything. I won't disturb your rest any longer." After speaking, the waiter withdrew. Chun Fan was enjoying fruit and tea in the VIP room, having a very pleasant time. About half an hour later, Liao Zhong finally re-entered the VIP room, covered in sweat. The excited smile on his face was impossible to hide. Brother Chen Fan, the count has been completed. There are a total of 114,480 pieces, with a total weight of 282,960 carats. Brother Chen Fan, here's the arrangement. I'll raise the price to 5,500 Azure Dragon coins per carat. The total value of your batch of diamonds will be 1,556,228,000 Azure Dragon coins. Please don't compare this to real-world prices and money. Although Chen Fan was mentally prepared, his heart still skipped a beat when he heard the price of 1.55 billion. Okay, then let's do as Mr. Liao says. Just transfer the money into this card. After Chen Fan finished speaking, he took out a card under his own name and handed it to Liao Zhong. Okay, please wait a moment. I'll go and arrange it right away. Liao Zhong took the card and went out to make the arrangements. Not long after, Liao Zhong came in again with a smile and the card in hand. Brother Chen Fan, it's all taken care of. Please take a look. Chen Fan took the card and checked it on his smartwatch. Sure enough, a sum of 15.5 had been deposited into his account. Chen Fan nodded to Liao Zhong and said, "That's right. The money has been received. Good to receive. Brother Chen Fan, if you need to do business like this again in the future, remember to contact me. I guarantee you the best price." Liao Zhong said with a smile. You know, just from this deal alone, Liao Zhong could get tens of millions in commission. Why wouldn't Liao Zhong want more deals like this? Okay, I'll definitely come to Mr. Liao next time I have something good. I'll be going now. Okay, take care, Brother Chen Fan. Chen Fan quickly left Starlight Jewelry Store, and his next stop was Baozun. Many people have tested positive recently, and the author was no exception. It felt really bad. My whole body ached. I hope those who haven't tested positive will be extra careful when going out, wear masks, and hopefully never test positive again. I also wish those who have tested positive a speedy recovery. Thank you to Wei Yang, who loves yam and pumpkin soup, for the bubble tea. Thanks to Wei Guoli, who loves homestyle tofu, for the like. Thank you to user 220745534 for their generous support. Chapter 34 39.5 million low-grade spirit stones. Chen Fan entered the Treasure Pavilion, which is also a 1,000-year-old gourmet hotel. Chen Fan intended to sell all the remaining fish, bamboo rats, bamboo shoots, and bamboo shoots from his ring to the Treasure Pavilion. After entering the Treasure Pavilion, Chen Fan went directly to the purchasing manager, negotiated the price, and then sold all the items. Anyway, my mom still has some at home, and I'll get tired of eating it all the time. Fish are priced at a uniform price of 30 Qinglong coins per gene, bamboo rats at a uniform price of 50 Qinglong coins per gene, and bamboo shoots at a uniform price of 10 Qinglong coins per gene. The buyers also have a sharp eye. They can tell at a glance that these are purely wild, and the price is much higher. Chen Fan also instructed the purchasing manager to find an empty warehouse and dump all the goods out. Treasure Pavilion called in more than 20 workers, and they quickly weighed the item. There are more than 7,000 fish, each weighing about 8 pounds on average, with a total weight of 61,200 pounds. The number of bamboo rats is similar to that of fish, with more than 7,000 each. Each bamboo rat weighs about 6 gene, 3 caddies, on average, and the total weight is 45,000 gene, 22,500 caddies. There were fewer bamboo fungus, about 1,500 in total, weighing 7,500 gene. The purchasing manager of Treasure Pavilion was very satisfied with this and quickly had the finance department calculate the result. The total price of the fish is 1,836,000. The total price of the bamboo rat is 2,250,000. The total price of the bamboo shoots is 75,000, and the total price is 4,161,000. For Chen Fan, who had just earned 1.55 billion, for million was nothing. It's optional. It mainly just clears out some of my storage rings. Chen Fan had originally planned to sell the ordinary bamboo fungus, but then he thought better of it. Wouldn't it be better to keep it for himself? This stuff is relatively rare, and if he wanted to eat it in the future, he wouldn't be able to buy it. He might as well keep it and enjoy it slowly. Anyway, he wouldn't be short of money. Next, Chen Fan planned to visit the Treasure Pavilion, which only accepts high-quality items. Chen Fan planned to sell some things and buy some things, at least a martial arts manual. Soon, Chen Fan arrived at Qijin Pavilion. Qijin Pavilion was decorated in a more classical and elegant style, unlike Xinguang Jewelry Store, which was more glittering and precious. Qijin Pavilion is relatively understated, but it is just as popular as, and perhaps even more popular than Starlight Jewelry. However, most of the people who come here are those with cultivation abilities. Very few are without them. After all, those who come here are either buying cultivation resources or have just come out of the Infinite Tower and are here to resell them. Chen Fan found a sales assistant and said he wanted to sell some items, and quite a lot of them. The sales assistant immediately led Chun Fan to the lounge next door. "Sir, all our prices are clearly marked. You can take a look first." After saying that, the sales assistant took out a booklet that looked like a menu and handed it to Chen Fan. Chen Fan took it, opened it, and roughly understood what the price was. It's actually quite simple. The general price is: all items of the first-grade bronze level are uniformly priced at 1 low-grade spirit stone. 1 low-grade spirit stone equals 10 million Azure Dragon coins. Items of the first-grade silver level are uniformly priced at 3 low-grade spirit stones. The price for a grade 1 gold item is a uniform 9 low-grade spirit stones. The price for a first-grade platinum level item is 27 low-grade spirit stones. The price for a first-grade diamond level item is 81 low-grade spirit stones. That is to say, it triples at each level. The price is different for second-grade items. In short, the higher the grade, the more expensive the item. In addition, there are some rarer items that cannot be priced according to the prices listed here. Some rare items, even if they are of low quality, can still fetch a high price. After reviewing the acquisition price, Chun Fan began to take out the items he wanted to sell. After all, there are some things that you really can't use yourself, so it's more practical to exchange them for resources that you can use. Chun Fan took out the first one. 190 pieces of first-grade bronze spider silk. 10 first-grade bronze poison sacks. 40 pieces of premium diamond snakeskin. 30 pieces of premium diamond snake tendons. 10 premium diamond snake gallbladders. 5,000 grade 1 diamond serpent scales. Keep the rest for when you might need them later. 50 premium platinum blood clotting fruits. In addition, he took out 7 jade gourds filled with first-grade bronze honey. These items were all piled up in an open space, which startled the sales assistant. The sales assistant initially thought Chen Fan was talking a lot and didn't really care, but it turned out he was talking a lot. "Sir, there are so many. I can't make the decision on my own. I'll have our manager talk to you right away." After saying that, he hurriedly ran out to find the manager. A short while later, the sales assistant returned with a slightly chubby young man wearing a yellow robe. When the fat man came in and saw the pile of things on the ground, his eyes narrowed slightly, and then he looked at Chun Fan with great surprise. Then, smiling, he said to Chun Fan, "Brother, you really are a hidden talent. You've managed to find so many good things. You're really amazing." After saying that, he even gave Chun Fan a thumbs up. Chun Fan smiled and said, No problem, I was just lucky." The fat man laughed and said, "Luck is also part of strength, and good luck is very important. My surname is Jean, and my given name is Yuan Bao. You can call me Yuan Bao or Fatty Jean. It's fine either way." He then smiled narcissistically. "What is your surname, brother?" His surname is Chun, and his given name is Fan. Chun Fan didn't mince words and gave his name. "So it's Brother Chen Fan. Brother Chen Fan is going to sell all of these things to us, right?" Chun Fan nodded and said, "Yes, Brother Yuan Bao. Please give me an estimate." Jean Yuan Bao said, "Okay, Brother Chen Fan. Please wait a moment while I take a look." Jean Yuan Bao, accompanied by the sales assistant, began to inspect the items. After a short while, he picked out the 7 jade gourds containing honey. "Brother Chen Fan, I'll give you a separate price for these bottles of honey. If you think it's okay, you can sell it to us. How about it?" "All right, Brother Yuan Bao, just give me a quote." "Brother Chen Fan, the rest are all clearly priced, which is easy to calculate. The first-grade bronze level is exactly 200 low-grade spirit stones. The platinum blood coagulation fruit is quite rare. I estimate it costs 30 low-grade spirit stones each, which adds up to 1,500 low-grade spirit stones. The contents of these snakes will be priced according to the price tags, totaling 411,480 low-grade spirit stones. In that case, I'll round it up for Brother Chen Fan, making it a total of 413,200 low-grade spirit stones." Jean Yuan Bao took out a golden abacus and quickly calculated the price for Chen Fan. Chen Fan also heard that there was nothing wrong with it, so he nodded and said, "Okay." As for the honey, after holding the honey in his hand and pondering for a moment, Jean Yuan Bao said, "In that case, I will buy it for 5 million low-grade spirit stones per bottle, because that is really a lot. We can't sell it all at once, otherwise the capital conversion will not be fast." Chun Fan hesitated, because he didn't know whether he would make a profit or a loss if he calculated it this way. He couldn't calculate it by the drop or the bottle, as that would waste a lot of time. After thinking about it, Chun Fan decided to calculate it according to Jin Yuanbao's suggestion. Anyway, he had the system, and he would only earn more and more in the future. Okay, let's do as Brother Yuanbao says. Haha, Brother Chun Fan is straightforward. Jin Yuanbao laughed heartily and patted Chun Fan on the shoulder, then said to the sales assistant with great satisfaction, "Go and fetch 39.5 million low-grade spirit stones." Upon hearing this, the sales assistant immediately went out to make arrangements. "Brother Chun Fan, please wait a moment. I will give you the spirit stones shortly." Chun Fan also heard Jin Yuanbao's instructions, which meant he was given tens of thousands of spirit stones. However, compared to such a large number, tens of thousands was nothing, so Chun Fan remained silent. Chapter 35 Martial Arts Techniques. A short while later, the sales assistant returned with a storage bag. Jin Yuanbao took the storage bag, habitually tossed it a few times with his hand, and then handed it to Chun Fan. "Brother Chun Fan, please count the quantities and see if they are correct." After receiving the storage bag, Chun Fan did not count it in front of everyone, but instead put the storage bag into his ring. "I still trust Qijin Pavilion's reputation, so I won't order." "Haha, I am honored by Brother Chun Fan's kindness. Trust Qijin Pavilion, don't worry. If there are any problems, come back and find me, Jin Yuanbao." Jin Yuanbao was very happy to see that Chun Fan trusted him and Qijin Pavilion so much. "By the way, Brother Yuanbao, do you sell any martial arts techniques or manuals?" "Martial arts techniques? Yes, there are plenty of them here. I wonder what kind of martial arts techniques Brother Chun Fan would like. Could you tell me more about it?" "Of course. How about this? I'll have someone bring a few martial arts manuals for Brother Chun Fan to take a look at." After saying that, Jin Yuanbao asked the purchasing agent to fetch a few martial arts manuals. Soon, after Chun Fan chatted with Jin Yuanbao for a few minutes, the sales assistant brought out several martial arts manuals for Chun Fan to choose from. After Chun Fan took them, he carefully examined them. There were about 10 martial arts manuals in total. Among them, there are 8 martial arts manuals, and the remaining 3 are cultivation techniques. Martial arts techniques and skills are categorized. The martial arts techniques brought this time include the Tiger Taming Fist, 7-Animal Fist, Willow Wood Knife Technique, Whirlwind Leg Technique, Rainstorm Spear Technique, Serpent Step, Drifting Rain Sword Technique, and True Martial Overlord Blade. The techniques are the Lesser 5 Elements True Method, the Overlord Force Technique, and the True Martial Arts Manual. Of course, these are all martial arts techniques and skills, not as powerful as immortal cultivation spells. They may sound impressive, but they are actually no match for true cultivation techniques. There are also powerful martial arts techniques, but these techniques are all advanced martial arts that have reached the level of sainthood. These techniques and skills are imbued with the power of laws, and with Chun Fan's current cultivation level, he simply cannot cultivate them. After considering his own circumstances, Chun Fan ultimately selected 2 martial arts techniques and 1 cultivation method. For martial arts, Chun Fan chose the Serpent Step and the True Martial Overlord Blade, and for cultivation techniques, he chose the Lesser 5 Elements True Method. The Serpent Step is a movement-based martial art. Once mastered, it resembles a snake's skin, making it unpredictable and difficult to anticipate. Jinwu Bideo is a rather violent sword technique. This technique requires a great deal of strength, and is considered a powerful sword technique that emphasizes overcoming all other techniques with sheer force. The Lesser 5 Elements True Method is a relatively gentle cultivation method in its early stages, mainly focusing on nourishing the meridians. It can be considered a cultivation method, but in its early stages, it cannot compare with any other cultivation method. Since it mainly nourishes the meridians, its power is naturally negligible. However, although the Lesser 5 Elements True Method is not very powerful in the early stages, it is relatively easy to switch to any other cultivation method later on, which is also an advantage of the Lesser 5 Elements True Method. These 3 books will do. How much? Jin Yuanbao looked at the 3 martial arts manuals that Chun Fan had chosen and said, "Brother Chun Fan, these low-level martial arts manuals are not worth much, so I'll give them to you as a token of friendship." "That won't do. Making friends is fine, but even brothers have to keep clear accounts. Business is business, and friendship is friendship. Brother Yuanbao, you should do the math." "Haha. Alright then, let's say 2,000 low-grade spirit stones per book, Brother Chun Fan. I'll give you 6,000 spirit stones." Jin Yuanbao laughed when he saw Chun Fan insist. Chen Fan promptly handed over 6,000 low-grade spirit stones and said, "Thank you, Brother Yuan Bao. I'll take my leave now. Brother Chen Fan, take care. If you have any good stuff in the future, feel free to come to my Qixin Pavilion. I guarantee you the best price." When Jin Yuanbao saw Chen Fan get up to take his leave, he quickly got up to see him off as well. Chen Fan nodded and said, "Okay, if I have any good stuff in the future, I will come to your esteemed pavilion as soon as possible." After Chen Fan finished speaking, he walked out of the Qixin Pavilion. Jin Yuanbao saw Chen Fan out of the pavilion and then returned to the previous restroom. Just then, the sales assistant returned and said, "Young master, go, have 2 retainers secretly follow him." "Yes, young master." The sales assistant then went out first. After leaving the treasure pavilion, Chen Fan went to a general store, bought some glass bottles, and then went home. When Chen Fan returned home, he saw his parents still sitting in the living room, seemingly still not recovered. "Dad, Mom, I'm home. Xiao Fan is back. How is it? Did you get the cultivation resources you wanted?" Fang Bingwei spoke first, and Chen Guotao also looked up at Chen Fan. Chen Fan smiled and said, "We've made the exchange and sold quite a few things. From now on, you won't have to go out and do odd jobs for others anymore." "How many were sold?" "Guess," Chen Fan said, a little smugly keeping it a secret. Fang Bingwei raised her hand and slapped Chen Fan on the shoulder, saying, "You brat, you're getting cocky now. Hurry up and tell me." "More than 1 billion Azure Dragon coins, and several 100,000 low-grade spirit stones." Chen Fan only mentioned a small portion of his spirit stones, afraid that telling more would worry his parents. "So many." Fang Bingwei and Chen Guotao both gasped in surprise. The 1 billion plus Azure Dragon coins were one thing, but the hundreds of thousands of low-grade spirit stones were something the couple couldn't even imagine. Hundreds of thousands of low-grade spirit stones. One low-grade spirit stone is worth 10 million Azure Dragon coins. So how many Azure Dragon coins are there for hundreds of thousands of low-grade spirit stones? Fang Bingwei and Chen Guotao couldn't even imagine it. Chen Fan said, "Mom and Dad, this is nothing. There will be more in the future. By the way, Mom, have you cooked yet? My younger siblings will be home from school soon." Upon hearing this, Fang Bingwei slapped her thigh and exclaimed, "Oh dear, I forgot. I'll go do it right away." After saying that, he got up to cook. Chen Fan quickly pulled Fang Bingwei aside and said, "Mom, if you haven't made it, then don't make it. Let's go out to eat later." Fang Bingwei said, "Eating out is so expensive. It's much more economical and affordable to cook at home." As she spoke, she prepared to cook again. Chen Fan held Fang Bingwei's hand and said, "Mom, your son has plenty of money now, so he doesn't care about that little bit. After dinner, let's go buy a house. The security here isn't very good. Honey, just listen to your son. You should enjoy the money you've earned. Otherwise, what's the point of making money?" Chen Guotao, however, sat calmly on the sofa, picked up a newspaper, and said leisurely, "You, Xiao Fan has just made a little money, and you're already showing off. Haha, that's because my son is capable. So what if I'm proud? Look at you, so useless. Your son's abilities are not as good as yours, so what's there to be proud of? That's my son too, and I'm so proud of him. You've lost all shame, you." Chen Fan watched the old couple bickering and smiled, saying to Fang Bingwei, "Mom, Dad is right. I earn money so that you don't have to work so hard and can enjoy life. Otherwise, what's the point of earning so much money? All right, all right, all right. I can't accept this from you two. I'll go get ready to go out." Fang Bingwei went into the room after saying that. Although Fang Bingwei was referring to Chen's father, as a mother, how could she not feel proud of her son's success? "Although my husband and I are not successful, raising an outstanding son is our greatest achievement." Chapter 36 is all arranged. Time to enter the Infinite Tower. Not long after, Chen Fan's younger brother and sister returned. They were all very happy to hear that they were going out for a big meal. They rarely ate out because one meal there would cost as much as several days' worth of food at home. Soon, the family was ready to set off. Chen Fan led his family directly to the treasure pavilion. The family was quite surprised when Chen Fan brought them to the treasure pavilion. Chen Fan's parents were all right, knowing that Chen Fan was now worth tens or hundreds of billions, so they thought it was acceptable for him to have a meal at the treasure pavilion. But Chen Fan's younger siblings didn't think so. They had all heard that the things at Qixin Pavilion were very expensive, and ordinary people really couldn't afford them. Chen Bing came up to Chen Fan first, tugged at his sleeve, and whispered, "Brother, we're not going inside, are we? I heard from my classmate that things inside are very expensive." Chen Ping chimed in, Yeah, I heard it from my classmates too. Let's go back to that food stall we went to before. It's delicious and cheap. Chen Fan felt gratified but also a little heartbroken as he looked at his younger siblings who were so sensible. My family rarely eats out. My parents usually cook for us at home. When we do eat out, we always choose the cheapest street food stall. It was all to save a little money, because it was so hard for his parents to earn money. Fortunately, Chen Fan's younger siblings were all very sensible. However, things are different now. Chen Fan can now say that he has plenty of money. Although that amount of money is nothing to a cultivator, it is a huge sum for an ordinary family. Chen Fan waved his hand and said domineeringly, "No need. We'll eat here. Come on, follow your brother inside." After saying that, he walked in with his head held high and chest puffed out. Chen Fan's younger siblings wanted to punch him for being so pretentious, but they looked helplessly at their parents. Chen Fan's parents smiled helplessly and followed him inside. Seeing that their parents had gone inside, Chen Bing and the others had no choice but to follow them in. Chen Fan entered the treasure pavilion, requested a private room, and then ordered a table of signature dishes from the waiter. Before long, the table was full of dishes. Seeing such a sumptuous meal, Chen Bing and the others no longer cared about anything else. Then they started eating with their hands. The family quickly finished their meal. After they had eaten and drunk their fill, Chen Fan paid the bill and then took them to the real estate company. Chen Fan plans to buy a nicer house because the security in the Old Town area is not very good. After all, he had recently made a fortune, and there were bound to be some people eyeing his family. It's fine if I'm at home, but if I'm not, the consequences are hard to predict. Moving to a safer neighborhood can avoid a lot of trouble. Chen Fan directly selected a villa, and it was a property recently developed by Starry Sky Fortress Company. Starry Sky Fortress has an excellent reputation, with top-notch security and property management. Chen Fan chose Villa number 12. He originally wanted Villa number 1, but villas numbered 1 through 10 were not for sale. Chen Fan had no choice but to give up and chose Villa number 12. As for why he didn't choose Villa number 11, it was because Villa number 11 was already occupied. This Villa, number 12, occupies an area of over 1,000 square meters, with the villa itself occupying over 300 square meters and the remainder being other outdoor space. The villa is a 3-story building. The first floor has a kitchen, a dining room, 2 living rooms, and 3 servants' rooms. The second floor has 7 bedrooms, and Chen Fan's family can each have their own bedroom, with some leftover. The third floor contains a study and some entertainment facilities. As for the outdoor area, it mainly consists of swimming pools and other recreational facilities. This villa cost Chen Fan a total of 300 low-grade spirit stones, which is approximately 3 billion Azure Dragon coins. Chen Fan then asked the property management to help him hire 3 more maids, a cook, a house cleaner, and a yard cleaner. From now on, Chen Fan's parents can sit back and enjoy their retirement. At first, Chen Fan's parents disagreed with what he was doing, but they couldn't stop him from doing it so fast. By the time they objected, the people had already come to their door, so they had no choice but to give up. After everyone went home and packed their belongings, they moved directly into the villa, chose their rooms, and moved in. A month quickly passed, and during this time, Chen Fan's strength had broken through to the peak of the mortal realm. He was just one opportunity away from breaking through to the body tempering stage. As for cultivation techniques and martial arts skills, Chen Fan had almost mastered them. After practicing the lesser 5 elements true method, Chen Fan felt that his meridians were more resilient and wider. Chen Fan also made some progress in mastering the true martial overlord blade. In order to practice the true martial overlord blade, Chen Fan even went to the treasure pavilion to buy a first-grade bronze longsword, which cost him 3 low-grade spirit stones. As for the serpent step, let's not even mention it. Chen Fan always felt that the serpent step was a bit cheeky. In a few days, Chen Fan's month-long rest period will be over. After a month, Chen Fan will be able to enter the Infinite Tower again. Of course, you can choose not to enter, but if you want to become stronger, you need to enter the Infinite Tower to obtain more resources and grow faster. As for his home, Chen Fan had already made all the necessary arrangements. To ensure the safety of his family, he had also hired 10 bodyguards at the late-stage mortal level from the Cosmic Security Company. The personnel of the Cosmic Security Company are quite reliable, but they are a bit pricey. A bodyguard costs 2 low-grade spirit stones a month, which is equivalent to 20 million Azure Dragon coins. After making the arrangements, Chen Fan prepared to head to the Infinite Tower. At first, Chen Fan's parents didn't want him to take the risk, because their family's living conditions were already quite good, and they wanted Chen Fan to settle down, get married, and have a healthy grandson. But Chun Fanji is determined to become stronger and wants to leave this planet and embark on a journey into the stars. After Chun Fan's parents tried to persuade him to no avail, they could only tell him to be careful in everything he did, as he wouldn't always be so lucky. In order not to worry his parents, Chun Fan had no choice but to agree to all of them. To Chun Fan's dismay, it was one thing for his parents to give him instructions, but Chun Bing and the others had to nag him again, making Chun Fan truly feel the care from his family. Chun Fan did not allow his family to see him off this time, and quietly left alone the next day. Chun Fan entered the Infinite Tower this time to break through to the body-tempering realm, so that he could enter a higher-level infinite world. The higher the level of the world, the more resources he could obtain. Chun Fan quickly arrived at the Infinite Tower, paid 100 low-grade spirit stones to the staff, and then stepped into the teleportation circle with ease. His figure disappeared in no time. Welcome to the Infinite World. Ready to enter the Infinite World? What kind of world is it? Chapter 37, Descending into the Zombie World. Ding! Welcome to the Infinite World. The world you have entered is a zombie world. You can silently recite to open your attributes. Chun Fan's body slowly emerged in a dilapidated room. Zombie world. Chun Fan had read novels of this kind in his previous life, but he didn't know how this world was different from the novels he had read before. Chun Fan first went to the door and checked whether it was locked. Then they went to the only window in the room and looked out. I found myself in a rented room, and judging from the buildings outside, I was on the 6th floor or so. There's a street outside, and it's very quiet now. There isn't a single pedestrian in sight. However, some roars could still be heard from afar from time to time. Chun Fan first opened his attribute panel and took a look. Number: 6,897. Race: human. Cultivation level: peak mortal, with a strength of about 3,000 gene. Talent: danger perception, can detect danger within 100 meters in advance. Skills: none. Life skills: none. Chat channels: trading hall. Personnel remaining: 10,000/10,000. Compared to the previous world, only the numbering has changed. Nothing else has changed. Chun Fan looked at himself again, and sure enough, apart from his clothes, he had nothing on him. However, Chun Fan was not worried that those things would disappear. As long as he left the Infinite Tower, those things would be returned to him. Chun Fan's primary task now is to find some supplies. Chun Fan first searched the small, dilapidated house, but found nothing. Since the situation is still unclear, going out rashly could lead to many dangers and changes, so Chun Fan felt it was necessary to gather some intelligence. If you're looking for the best place to gather intelligence, chat channels are the place to be. Chun Fan immediately entered the chat channel. 8975. Is anyone there? There are zombies all over the outside. Is there anyone who can help me? I'm so scared. 2354. Me too. There are zombies everywhere outside. I don't dare to go out now, but luckily I have enough supplies here. 1212. I haven't seen a single zombie here, let alone any zombies. 9986. As someone who's been there, I advise you to find supplies as soon as possible, otherwise it will be even harder to find supplies once the zombies evolve. 8866. Dude, can these zombies evolve? 7722. Yeah, boss, how far will these zombies evolve? 9986. Zombies usually evolve for the first time in about a week. During this week, it's best to find sufficient supplies as soon as possible. If you don't have a cultivation level of at least mid-stage mortal, find a safe place to hide, otherwise you won't even know how you died. Also, be careful of mutated beasts. They are even more terrifying than zombies. 8866. Thank you, boss. After looking through the chat history, Chun Fan roughly understood the rules and danger level of this zombie world. With my peak mortal strength, I should be able to walk around this world. However, just to be on the safe side, we still need to hurry up and break through to the body-tempering realm. Chun Fan looked out the window at the sky. It was around 2 p.m. He should take advantage of this time to go out and look for some supplies. Otherwise it might be more dangerous if he waited until night. Chun Fan searched the small, dilapidated house again, hoping to find a weapon for self-defense, but he found nothing. In the end, they only found a nearly broken broom in the corner of the doorway. Chun Fan removed the broken broom head, and it became a small wooden stick. Although it's just a small wooden stick, at least we don't have to fight hand-to-hand anymore. Chun Fan took the small wooden stick and went to the door. He listened to the sounds outside, but there seemed to be no movement. In addition, his own sense of danger did not detect any danger. Chun Fan gently opened the door and looked outside. There was a long corridor with many doors like Chun Fan's on both sides. The surroundings were quiet, except for the occasional roars coming from afar. Chun Fan tiptoed out of the room, first went to the next room, and pushed the door, only to find it locked. Chun Fan pushed the door open with a little force. Upon entering the room, I found that the layout was similar to the room I had just left, except that this room seemed to be a girl's room. How did they know this was a girl's place? Because there were many girls' clothes, and even a few bras. Chun Fan didn't find any supplies in this room either. It was similar to the room he came out of, except for a few more pieces of clothing. Next, Chun Fan opened the doors of several rooms along the corridor. They were all basically the same layout, indicating that the building was for rent. Moreover, these are likely temporary rentals with cheap rents, probably rented to people with financial difficulties. Such people usually rent for short periods, typically around a week. Therefore, these types of tenants rarely keep any belongings in their rental properties. After searching several more rooms without finding anything, Chun Fan decided to leave the building and see if there were any supplies on other floors. Chun Fan slowly made his way downstairs, and for some reason, there wasn't a single zombie on this floor. Soon, Chun Fan went down to the first floor and looked out. There wasn't a single zombie or living person on the entire street. Soon, Chun Fan found a small shop on the street corner. The convenience store was in complete disarray, clearly indicating that someone had been there. The floor was covered with various damaged packaging bags. Chun Fan searched the convenience store inside and out again, but couldn't find any food. However, he did find a watermelon knife. Obtained 1 watermelon knife, quality increased by 30 times. Obtained 1 low-grade, Xianbing watermelon knife. Chun Fan picked up the watermelon knife in his hand and chopped a few times. It felt pretty good, much better than that small wooden root. Chun Fan walked out of the convenience store carrying a watermelon knife. He looked around the street, and, judging from the state of the store, it seemed unlikely that he would find any supplies on this street. From the current perspective, this street is relatively safe. Chun Fan now has no choice but to look for supplies elsewhere. Chun Fan continued walking down the street, without encountering a single zombie or human along the way. As for searching for supplies on this street, Chun Fan randomly checked a few shops, only to find that they had already been visited, so he stopped searching. Soon, Chun Fan walked out of the street, and the view suddenly opened up before him. After leaving this street, there is a large commercial street with a wide road, but there are already scattered zombies wandering around on that wide road. Roar. Chapter 38, Is it really that hard to upgrade a bag? Roar. Soon, a zombie spotted Chun Fan and rushed towards him at a speed similar to that of an adult running. They weren't as slow-moving and stiff as zombies are described in novels. As soon as this zombie moved, the other zombies around it noticed and rushed towards Chun Fan. Chun Fan watched as the zombies rushed towards him, but he felt no fear, only excitement. Just as the first zombie to run over stretched out its foul-smelling claws, about to grab Chun Fan. Chun Fan raised his knife and brought it down, and the zombie's claws fell to the ground. The zombie seemed to feel no pain and still stretched out its severed arm to stab at Chun Fan. Chun Fan turned around, dodging the zombie's arm, and simultaneously circled behind it. He slashed the zombie's neck with his knife, and the zombie's head fell to the ground. The zombie's body ran forward a few meters before collapsing to the ground. After taking down the zombie, Chun Fan charged towards the other zombies. A few flashes of light appeared, and several more zombies fell to the ground. With Chun Fan's current peak strength as a mortal, taking down a few ordinary zombies was not difficult at all. This commercial street looks quite large, and Chun Fan is currently at the end of the commercial street, behind which is the street he just came out of. Chun Fan glanced at the shop next door, a clothing store. The store was in a mess. There wasn't much to see in the clothing store, but after living here for 3 months, he seemed to need some clothes. Chun Fan walked into the store and randomly picked out 2 sets of clothes. Receive 1 cotton long-sleeve shirt. The quantity increases by 100 times, and you will receive 100 cotton long-sleeve shirts. Receive 1 pair of casual trousers. The quantity increases 60 times. Receive 60 pairs of casual trousers. Receive 1 pair of cotton underwear. The quantity increases 40 times. Receive 40 pairs of cotton underwear. Looking at the pile of clothes after the amplification, Chun Fan was a little speechless. It wasn't that he couldn't use that many clothes. It was just that he had nowhere to put them. Chun Fan had no choice but to pick up 2 sets and carry them with him. He grabbed a bag from the clothing store and put them in it, then amplified the effect again. As Chun Fan walked out of the clothing store, several more zombies wandered over from a short distance away. Chun Fan gripped the watermelon knife in his hand and rushed forward. With a few swift strokes, he felled the zombies to the ground. After cutting down several zombies, Chun Fan did not disturb the zombies in the distance, but instead slipped into a shop. This shop sells handbags. Chun Fan came here to try his luck and see if he could enhance a handbag to the Xianbing level so that he would have space to equip it and wouldn't have to worry about not having enough room to store his things. However, this store mainly sells women's bags. Chun Fan didn't care about anything else. As long as he could upgrade the space equipment, he didn't care whether it was for women or men. Receive 1 women's handbag. The quantity increases 60 times. Receive 60 women's handbags. Receive 1 women's handbag. The quantity increases by 30 times. Receive 30 women's handbags. Chun Fan picked up all the women's handbags, but they all increased in quantity, not a single one increased in quality. The ground was already piled high with women's handbags. Then, Chun Fan picked up the women's shoulder bag and started increasing its power. However, the effect of this increase is still only SOSO. It's mostly about increasing the quantity. Chun Fan refused to believe it and started using his backpack to enhance his abilities. Receive 1 women's backpack. The quantity increases by 30 times. Receive 30 women's backpacks. Receive 1 women's backpack. The quantity increases 20 times. Receive 20 women's backpacks. Obtained 1 women's backpack. Quality increased by 80 times. Obtained 1 mid-grade Xianbing women's backpack. Finally, after countless increases, we have finally achieved a quality increase. However, this style, Chun Fan was speechless. This is a pink backpack. Pink is one thing, but what's most shameful is that it's shaped like a rabbit, with 2 long rabbit ears. Sigh, let's see if we can amplify other things. Chun Fan sighed. Then, Chun Fan continued to increase the amount of energy. Unfortunately, no more quality enhancements were released after that. Chun Fan picked up the pink rabbit bag with great resentment and examined its appearance. The backpack, a mid-grade Xianbing weapon, has a space of 5 meters in length, width, and height, which is not bad. It can already store a lot of items. Girls would probably be very happy to get this space equipment. Chun Fan shamelessly put all his clothes into his backpack and then carried it on his back. As Chun Fan walked out of the shop, he kept looking back at the backpack on his back. Roar. A roar drew Chun Fan's resentment to the side. Chun Fan looked at the zombies right in front of him, gripped his watermelon knife tightly, swung it around, and then angrily charged forward, cleaving the zombies in 2 with a few strokes. After killing all the zombies, Chun Fan felt a little better. He then went back to the clothing store and packed more than 10 sets of clothes into his backpack. Now that he had clothes and spatial equipment, Chun Fan was ready to find some food supplies. However, there were no food shops nearby, so Chun Fan decided to look further ahead. This was a large commercial street, so it should be easy to find food. Chun Fan slowly walked forward, leaning against the corner of the shop wall. He didn't dare to be too arrogant, knowing that a zombie horde could be terrifying and could engulf Chun Fan in an instant. Chun Fan slowly advanced, and whenever he encountered a few zombies, he would simply go up and slash them down with his sword. If he encounters more than 10 zombies, Chun Fan will make some noise to lure them over one by one and kill them. After walking for 50 or 60 meters, Chun Fan finally saw a childhood snack shop. Chun Fan was secretly pleased. There was food. However, there were about 30 zombies gathered at the entrance of the snack shop. We need to find a way to lure the zombies over in batches, without alerting another group of zombies in the distance, which also has about 20 of them. There are more in a more distant area. If there were only these 50-odd zombies, Chun Fan could still kite them to death. However, there are still many zombies in the distance, and Chun Fan is finding it difficult to handle them. Chun Fan found a shop that sold skincare products. He first checked the general layout of the shop and found that it was a dead end. There was only one entrance, and there was a restroom at the back, but no back door. Chun Fan shook his head and found another shop. This shop sold some artworks and had a restroom on the first floor, but it still didn't have a back door. However, Chun Fan discovered that the shop actually had a partitioned area above it. Chun Fan went up to the second floor cubicle, which was a bedroom, probably used by the shop owner to rest when he was tired. Chun Fan looked around the room, and, to his surprise, he found something. There is a window in this cubicle. Although the window is not big, it is still big enough for an adult to go out through. Chapter 39 Nostalgic Snacks. However, the window is quite high off the ground, and most people wouldn't dare to jump down from it. But this wasn't a problem for Chun Fan. At least if a large number of zombies are attracted later, I will have a way to escape. They are not afraid of being surrounded by a large number of zombies. Chun Fan went down to the first floor, looked at the group of zombies in front of the snack shop, then picked up a watermelon knife and started banging it against the wall. Soon, some zombies reacted and began to come towards the sound. One zombie moved, and the rest of the zombies started moving as well. More than 10 zombies immediately surrounded Chun Fan's shop. Chun Fan dragged over a few stools from inside the shop and used them to block the entrance. At the very least, we can't let the zombies get into the store so quickly. Soon, a zombie came to Chun Fan. Chun Fan swung his watermelon knife and cleaved the zombie in two. Just as I killed this zombie, 2 more zombies pounced on me. With a horizontal slash, Chun Fan cleaved the heads off 2 zombies, sending their bodies flying, before they collapsed to the ground. Just as the 2 zombies fell to the ground, even more zombies pounced on them. Chun Fan hacked and slashed, killing more than 10 zombies in a short time. The doorway was littered with zombies lying on the ground. But even more zombies rushed over, and even zombies from afar began to surround them. Chun Fan killed several more zombies in succession. Looking at the ever-growing number of zombies behind him, he got goosebumps. If this were to turn into a zombie horde, Chun Fan wouldn't be able to withstand it. Even if it were a small zombie horde, Chun Fan would have to run away as soon as he saw it. As more and more zombies rushed over, Chun Fan glanced at the snack shop across the street. There were no more zombies over there, so Chun Fan decided to lure them all into the shop, jump out of the window, and then circle back. After making up his mind, Chun Fan began to retreat in an orderly manner, while the zombies began to rush forward. However, because the entrance is too narrow, a maximum of 3 zombies can enter at the same time. These low-level zombies have no intelligence and only know how to keep rushing forward, which resulted in 4 or 5 zombies crowding at the doorway, and it was very difficult for one zombie to squeeze in. Seeing this situation, Chun Fan was in no hurry to retreat. He would chop down any zombie that squeezed in. After more than 10 zombies squeezed in, Chun Fan killed them all one by one. More and more zombies gathered behind them, which led to an increasing number of zombies squeezing in. Chun Fan didn't linger in the fight and ran straight to the attic, with the zombies that had squeezed in following him. Chun Fan ran to the attic, saw the zombies chasing after him, and kicked one of them. With one kick, the zombie fell backward, knocking down another zombie that was running up alongside it. These zombies tumbled and rolled down the slope, and this roll caused a huge commotion, knocking over a whole bunch of zombies behind them. After laughing, Chun Fan went to the window, grabbed the top of the window with both hands, pushed off with his feet, bent over, and his feet were already outside the window. With a twist of his waist, he was out the window. As soon as Chun Fan landed, zombies rushed up the attic again. Unfortunately, Chun Fan was already outside the window, so the zombies could only stretch their hands out the window and scratch wildly, accompanied by unwilling roars, which attracted even more zombies. Chun Fan looked at his location. It seemed to be a small alley. He walked along the alley until he finally found a door behind a wall. Chun Fan pulled on the door and found it was locked from the inside. There was no other way for Chun Fan but to resort to violence. Click. With a forceful pull, Chun Fan yanked the entire door out. Chun Fan casually tossed the door panel aside. After Chun Fan entered the door, he realized that it didn't seem to be locked at all. However, the door wasn't pulled outwards, but pushed inwards, which made Chun Fan feel that his IQ wasn't quite up to par. It's definitely not that I'm not smart enough. It's definitely that the person who designed this door has a problem with their brain. Stopping worrying about the door, Chun Fan entered and found it to be a simple lounge. This shop is right outside the lounge. It also sells clothes, but it mainly sells women's underwear. Chun Fan wasn't a pervert. He was only slightly interested in it. So he casually picked up 2 sets of lingerie sets that he thought were nice, thinking he could give them to his future girlfriend. Hey. Receive 1 set of white lace lingerie, quantity increased by 100 times. Receive 100 sets of white lace lingerie. Receive 1 set of white lace French sexy lingerie, quantity increased 80 times. Receive 80 sets of white lace French sexy lingerie. Well, this has increased again. Luckily, his backpack is big enough. Chun Fan packed all 180 sets, so his girlfriend won't have to worry about not having underwear to wear anymore. Chun Fan glanced at his backpack, which was pink with a rabbit design and filled with women's underwear. It seemed a bit perverted. I don't dare to think about it. I don't dare to think about it. Forget it. I don't want to think about it anymore. After leaving the lingerie store, Chun Fan returned to the commercial street he had just been on, and the snack shop was just across the street. It wasn't far, only 4 or 5 shops away, but most people were drawn to that art shop by me. If I go to the snack shop now and close the door, there shouldn't be any danger. Chun Fan used his serpentine movement skills to quickly arrive at the snack shop. After entering the snack shop, Chun Fan gently closed the glass door. Looking outside, the zombies seemed to have discovered something and had begun to move towards them. However, they stopped after Chun Fan closed the glass door. It seems that although these zombies don't need to see, they are still quite sensitive to smells and sounds. Seeing that the zombies were not making any unusual movements, Chun Fan then turned his attention to the items in the shop. This shop mainly sells nostalgic snacks, and there are quite a few varieties, all of which are snacks that Chun Fan ate when he was a child. Chun Fan didn't stand on ceremony and immediately started packing into his backpack. We obtained 33 packs of Pingxiang spicy chips, a 60-fold increase, bringing our total to 1980 packs of Pingxiang spicy chips. Received 28 packs of hand-torn bean curd sheets, a 40-fold increase, for a total of 1,120 packs of hand-torn bean curd sheets. Received 53 packs of Happy Peach, a 90-fold increase, for a total of 4,770 packs of Happy Peach. Obtained 62 packs of dried fig strips, a 30-fold increase, bringing the total to 1,860 packs. Received 85 packs of Xinxiang fatty beef, a 30-fold increase, for a total of 2,550 packs of Xinxiang fatty beef. You get 48 packs of scallions, which increases the quantity tenfold, so you get 480 packs of scallions. After a flurry of packing, all the snacks in the store were in Chun Fan's backpack. Now the entire store was completely emptied by Chun Fan, and even the food in the back warehouse was all in his pocket. Chapter 40 Mutant Rats. After searching through everything, there were about 80 different kinds of snacks. Each type of snack has several thousand packs after the increase. This is enough for Chun Fan to eat for hundreds of years, and he probably still wouldn't be able to finish it. Chun Fan first took out a bag of spicy strips, tore open the packaging, and a spicy and oily aroma wafted out. Chun Fan took out a spicy strip and stuffed it into his mouth. It's really good. It tastes a bit like it did when I was a kid. Chun Fan finished a bag of spicy strips in no time. Still hesitant, I opened another package and quickly finished it. Then he took out a packet of winter melon tea and drank it in a few gulps. However, these snacks won't fill you up, so you still need to find something to fill your stomach. With such a large commercial street, there must be plenty of large shopping malls and supermarkets. The mall shouldn't be lacking those items, but I wonder if anyone has actually visited this mall. To be honest, I haven't met a single person yet, let alone anyone who came in from the outside. Is there no survivor in this world? Or have all the people in this world turned into zombies? After resting for a while, Chun Fan prepared to set off to look for the shopping mall. These kinds of shopping malls are usually located in the center of commercial streets. As soon as the glass door opened, several zombies nearby surrounded Chun Fan. Chun Fan went up and slashed the zombies a few times, as easily as cutting melons and vegetables, and finished them off effortlessly. However, Chun Fan was also a bit overwhelmed looking at the densely packed zombies in the distance. Are you just going to rush in and fight the zombies like that? That's impossible. Chun Fan isn't that stubborn. It seems we need to think of a solution. Of course, Chun Fan wasn't trying to kill all the zombies. He didn't have the energy to do so. We need to find a way to lure all these zombies to the street where Chun Fan just came out. At this stage, zombies are most sensitive to smells and sounds. We need to create some sounds and the smell of blood. The sound is easy to make, but how do you get the blood? You can't just bleed yourself, that's impossible. However, it's already getting late, so let's find a place to stay for the night. Unlike the previous world, in this world, you don't need to build your own wooden house to live in. There are plenty of houses in this world that are habitable. It's still quite dangerous at night. So Chun Fan felt that for safety's sake, it would be safer to go back to the street he had just come from and stay there for the night. Chun Fan quickly returned to the building he had just come from. Chun Fan first closed all the main doors of the building, and then pulled several tables and chairs from the next room to block the doors. Then, after checking the surrounding area of the floor to make sure nothing was missed, he returned to the room where he had first come from. After locking the door, he prepared to rest. Before taking a break, Chun Fan decided to fill his stomach first. He took out various snacks and tried almost every kind. Some of them do still taste like they did when I was a child, while others have lost that taste. After tasting all the flavors, it was already evening. The howls became more frequent at night, and every now and then a sound like the roar of some wild beast could be heard. Hearing the roaring outside, Chun Fan closed his eyes and went to sleep. Click, click. Chun Fan, who was sleeping, suddenly opened his eyes. Click, click. The sound became clearer, as if it were coming from outside the door. It sounded like someone chewing on wood. Wait a minute, isn't the door to my room a wooden door? Is something outside gnawing at the wooden door I'm standing on? Chen Fan quietly got up, reached for the watermelon knife, and stared at the wooden door. It must be said that it is nighttime, and it is pitch black. However, with Chen Fan's current cultivation level, he dares not say that he can see the night as if it were daytime, but he can at least see things vaguely. Not long after, a wooden plank fell down in the lower right corner, and a hole appeared. A head poked its way in through the hole, followed by its entire body struggling to squeeze through. Perhaps the hole was a little small, making it difficult for the body to get through. Only after the thing had burrowed its entire body through him could Chen Fan see its full appearance. This is a rat. A rat that's even bigger than a grown-up teddy bear? Is this a mutation? The mouse came in and pounced on the snacks Chen Fan had eaten, eating anything it could find. They completely ignored Chen Fan's existence. Is this a starving ghost reincarnated? Chen Fan tapped the metal bunk bed with the watermelon knife, speechless. The rat then turned to look at Chen Fan, but it didn't seem afraid of him at all. It even showed Chen Fan two big front teeth and made two squeak sounds, as if threatening Chen Fan. Chen Fan found it hilarious, so he got up from the bed and kicked him. The hit was direct. The rat squeaked in pain and was kicked into a corner by Chen Fan. It kicked twice and then fell silent. Turns out he's all bark and no bite. He even dared to threaten me. He really doesn't know what's good for him. Chen Fan walked over, used a watermelon knife to lift the creature up, went to the window, opened it, and was about to throw the rat out. Suddenly, something occurred to me. It seems this mouse has some kind of ingenious use. Chen Fan closed the window and stared at the dead rat for a moment. All right, we can use this rat's blood to attract zombies. Maybe that will lure them all to this street. After thinking it over, Chen Fan found a bag and put the rat's carcass in it. Then, Chen Fan went out to look for other mice. He searched the entire building but couldn't find a second mouse, so he had to give up. Back in his room, Chen Fan looked at the wooden door with a hole in it, sighed, went to another room to find a table, used it to block the hole in the door, and then went back to bed. The night passed quickly, and nothing happened by morning. Since there were no toiletries or water available, Chen Fan simply decided not to wash up. I took out some snacks that were filling, ate a couple of bites, and then prepared to carry out today's plan. First, Chen Fan needed to familiarize himself with the terrain of the street, make sure he had a way out, and try to keep all the zombies inside the street. Locking up the entire street is impractical. It would be better to lure all the zombies into a building and then lock them inside. That might work. Chen Fan's first task is to find a building that can hold so many zombies. It would be difficult to hold them all, but at least it would be enough to hold 7 or 8 out of 10. The remaining estimates are not a problem. After Chen Fan made up his mind, he began to take action. First, he went to scout out each building, planned an escape route, and then found a floor that could hold so many zombies. Chapter 41: Preparing to Attract Zombies. However, the buildings on this street are generally not tall, with the tallest being only 7 stories high, and the area is not wide. This street is lined with typical privately built houses, which are usually rented out after completion. There were very few large buildings. Chen Fan walked from the building he came out of all the way to the street corner, but he couldn't find a decent-sized building. This frustrated Chen Fan, who decided to keep looking and see if there were any larger buildings on the streets behind. Chen Fan had never actually been to the streets behind that area, mainly because there was simply no need to go there. However, things are different now. To find a larger building, we have to make a trip. Thinking about it, Chen Fan started walking towards the back, but to his disappointment, the floors behind were not as good as the ones in front. The tallest buildings in the back are no more than 5 stories high, and their areas are much smaller than those in the front. This forced Chen Fan to think of other solutions. What if the zombies were introduced to different floors in batches? It is feasible, but the risk factor is very high. If things go wrong, you will face a horde of zombies. Furthermore, it is safest to implement the method of introducing the floors in batches by having 2 or 3 people do it. Chen Fan can't find any reliable people to work with, and besides, he can't possibly find anyone to cooperate with. If he gets scammed, he won't even know what happened. After all, human nature is treacherous, and in the face of self-interest, anyone might betray anyone else. Chen Fan continued walking further in, but when he was almost at the end of the street, he still couldn't find any building that could be used to carry out his plan. However, Chen Fan discovered another place. At the right end of the street, there was a large warehouse-like building. Chen Fan rushed over to take a look and found that the warehouse was indeed quite large. It covered an area roughly the size of 2 football fields. I have no idea what this warehouse is used to store. Chen Fan also saw that there were zombies in the warehouse, but not many. It seems the security guards, or something similar here, have turned into zombies. Chen Fan didn't rush into the warehouse, but instead walked around the warehouse wall. The warehouse was found to be entirely surrounded by a wall over 3 meters high, with barbed wire mesh on top. The warehouse had only 3 exits. One exit is a gate facing the street, which is also made of a 3-meter-high iron railing. It is estimated that the gate was welded and made by themselves. It is a double door, with a wheel at each of its 2 corners, and the other corner is inserted into a bolt fixed to the side of the wall, because of the presence of the wheel. This makes opening and closing the door relatively easy. Next, there's another large door on the right, and that door is the same as the one on this side. Finally, there's a small door at the back. That small door must have been carved out of the wall later. Just like a regular room door, it was also fitted with an iron gate. Chen Fan really liked this warehouse. It was his ideal place. There are about a dozen warehouses inside. Basically, none of the warehouses were filled with items, except for 2 warehouses which contained some ironware and steel bars. If you lure all the zombies into the warehouse, then slip away from the back, go around to the front door, and lock it, all the zombies will be trapped inside. Then you can relax and find supplies anywhere outside without worry. Even if there are still some zombies that have escaped outside, I believe there won't be many. Chen Fan returned to his residence, put the rat in a bag, and took it with him. Obtain 1 mouse. The quantity increases 10 times. Obtain 10 mice. Huh, it even has this kind of increase. Why didn't it have this increase yesterday? Could it be a system delay? That's impossible. Could it be that I picked it up with a watermelon knife last night intending to throw it away, which is why there was no increase in power? Chen Fan stopped worrying about it, and put all 10 mice into a bag. Then they returned to the commercial street. As for how to lure all the zombies in the commercial street to the warehouse, Chen Fan had no other choice. Chen Fan originally wanted to find a truck, but he discovered that all electrical products in this world were unusable. The car exists, but it can't move without power. As for whether there were other ways to start the vehicle, Chen Fan had not researched that before. So the only way now is to use your nimble snake steps to lure as many zombies as possible. We'll attract as many as we can. As for the noise, Chen Fan found a gong in a small shop, which was still quite loud when struck. Looking at the densely packed zombies on the commercial street from afar, Chen Fan felt that if he were to lure the zombies like this, it seemed like he was courting death. Even with the nimble snake step technique, his chances of survival are slim. Am I being too presumptuous? We still need to think of a better solution. Chen Fan looked at Luo in his hand and the rat in the bag, and felt that the rat was superfluous. It seems that as long as I ring this bell, I'll probably attract a lot of zombies. It would be a shame to throw it away. Was it baked? Forget it. I'm not so hungry that I'd eat anything. Chen Fan had a flash of inspiration and came up with a good idea. Chen Fan quickly returned to the warehouse and looked through each of the warehouses. They discovered that these warehouses all had iron gates, and each warehouse had a small, open space at the top, large enough for an adult to squeeze through. Those empty spaces are about 3 meters above the ground, and it shouldn't be a problem for me to climb over them. Thinking it over, Chen Fan quickly took a few running starts, pushed off the warehouse wall a few times, and easily flipped over and crawled through. Then Chen Fan took out a mouse and tied it to a gap in the fence. As for the other mice, Chen Fan hid them in other warehouses. When I got back, I used a watermelon knife to cut several wounds on the rat. Then fresh blood began to flow out again. Chen Fan didn't dare to linger and immediately ran out to lure the zombies. He wasn't sure if dried blood would still be attractive to zombies. Soon, Chen Fan arrived at the commercial street. He climbed onto the rain shelters set up on the street, which were all uniformly installed. They are all assembled using a combination of steel frames and a transparent plastic material, making them quite sturdy. Chen Fan quickly approached the horde of zombies. The zombies under the awning began to stir when they heard Chen Fan's footsteps. Many zombies had already started following Chen Fan, chasing after his footsteps. Chen Fan watched the zombies below without being moved and continued forward. Seeing the growing number of zombies below, Chen Fan decided to lure one wave of zombies over first, as it would be difficult to lure over too many. Chapter 42: Attracting Zombies. Packing up the supermarket. Clang, clang. Chen Fan struck the gong. The zombies below suddenly became as if they had been injected with chicken blood, and they all moved closer to Chen Fan. Unfortunately, the rain shelter is too tall, about 3 meters high. The zombies couldn't reach them. Chen Fan felt a chill run down his spine, looking at the densely packed zombies below. Soon, the surrounding zombies were attracted, and judging by their number, there must have been at least 1,000. Chen Fan felt that was about right. Without lingering, he banged the gong and ran towards the street where the warehouse was located. The zombies behind Chen Fan also ran after him, and the huge scene attracted even more zombies. Seeing that the commercial street was almost over, Chen Fan jumped off the awning. He then ran towards the warehouse at the end of the street, banging on a gong. Now that the awning was no longer there to protect him, he could see the crazed zombies chasing after him relentlessly, their gaping maws seemingly determined to swallow him whole. This actually made Chen Fan a little nervous. However, Chen Fan soon discovered that the zombies' speed was still no match for his own. This discovery made Chen Fan quite smug. Sometimes they would deliberately stop, bang the gong a few times, and then continue running only after the zombies got a little closer. After leading the zombies into the warehouse, Chen Fan banged on the back of the warehouse a few times, and the zombies began to enter. Chen Fan then climbed over the wall and jumped out of the warehouse. The zombies, smelling the blood, went even crazier, all rushing toward the rat carcass. Unfortunately, the rat carcasses were hanging too high for the zombies to reach. All it could do was stretch out its withered hands, waving them incessantly and roaring helplessly. Some zombies also began licking the bloodstains on the walls. The zombies in front couldn't reach it, while the zombies behind kept pushing their way in. This led to a zombie stampede. When Chen Fan went around to the main gate from the outside, he found that all the zombies had already entered the gate. Moreover, they all crowded towards the rat corpses, and many zombies had already become stepping stones. Chen Fan jumped up and pulled down the warehouse's roller shutter door, trapping the zombie inside. Although there was no key to lock the door, the zombies wouldn't open it either. As for how long they could keep it locked, Chen Fan didn't know. Chen Fan only knew that he could be locked up for a few hours. After closing the door, Chen Fan began to repeat the process, luring all the zombies into the warehouse. After going back and forth 7 or 8 times, they finally managed to lure almost all the zombies into the warehouse. As for those already inside the building, Chen Fan didn't plan to move them to the warehouse. The main problem is that you have to search inside the building, which is too troublesome. I'll deal with those zombies when I encounter them. Chen Fan closed the warehouse door and then found some steel bars to securely tie the door together. In this way, even if the zombies come out of the warehouse inside, they won't be able to get out of this door immediately. This outer door is much sturdier than the warehouse's roller shutter door. Having settled everything, Chen Fan was in high spirits and ready to reap his spoils. Chen Fan returned to the commercial street, which had changed drastically and was now almost deserted. The bustling zombies of the past are gone, and the whole street has become quiet. The streets were in a mess, with various dark brown bloodstains. Occasionally, Chen Fan could still see 2 or 3 zombies whenever he encountered one. They were either cut in 2 by Chen Fan's sword, or split in 2. Chen Fan was determined to go to a large shopping mall, and he discovered one while he was luring the zombies. The large shopping mall is located in the center of the commercial street, where there is a large square. But let's go shopping in the mall first, and leave the other shops as for now. I'll explore it at my own pace later. Chen Fan walked into the mall and saw several zombies inside as soon as he entered, but they were all locked inside the counters and couldn't get out. These zombies must have been the previous sales staff, but now that they've turned into zombies, they can't open the door anymore. So the counters and counter doors that used to protect them have become cages that confine them. Chen Fan glanced at the items sold on the counter. They were mostly gold and silver jewelry and cosmetics. Chen Fan wasn't particularly interested in these things. In the past, Chen Fan would have definitely swept this place clean. You should know that Chen Fan can easily sell a bronze-level item for tens of millions of Azure Dragon coins now. They no longer had much interest in these gold and silver jewelry pieces. It's better to find something to eat. After killing the zombies, Chen Fan went straight to the second floor, because there was nothing interesting on the first floor, as it was mostly filled with cosmetic shops. In the past, you could at least look at some girls here, but now, it just makes you feel disgusted. For some unknown reason, all electrical equipment in the world stopped working, including the elevators, so Chen Fan had to climb the stairs. When we got to the second floor, it turned out to be a clothing store. The entire floor is dedicated to selling clothes. Chen Fan wasn't interested in clothes at all, so he skipped over them. However, those zombies still need to be killed. As long as there is even one zombie, it poses a threat to us. After killing the zombies, Chen Fan went to the third floor, where the supermarket was located. He killed all the zombies there first. Chen Fan then began to select items. Chen Fan first went to the self-heating hot pot area. Looking at the rows of self-heating hot pots, Chen Fan swallowed hard. There are several types of self-heating hot pot and self-heating rice available here. Without saying much, Chun Fan started stuffing things into his pink bunny bag. Received 8 boxes of Haidee Lao Spicy Beef Self-Heating Hot Pot, a 30-fold increase, bringing the total number of Haidee Lao Spicy Beef Self-Heating Hot Pots to 240. Received 5 boxes of Haidee Lao Crispy Beef Tripe Self-Heating Hot Pot, a 50-fold increase, and received 250 boxes of Haidee Lao Crispy Beef Tripe Self-Heating Hot Pot. Received 10 boxes of Haidee Lao Spicy Vegetarian Self-Heating Hot Pot, an 80-fold increase, for a total of 800 boxes of Haidee Lao Spicy Vegetarian Self-Heating Hot Pot. Received 6 boxes of Haidee Lao Self-Heating Braised Beef Rice, a 60-fold increase, bringing the total to 360 boxes of Haidee Lao Self-Heating Braised Beef Rice. Chun Fan didn't care about anything else and pretended to be anything he saw. This large supermarket has a wide variety of self-heating products. What's self-heating Odin? That's a lie. Self-heating hand-pulled lamb, packaged. Self-heating pasta dishes, packaged. Self-heating Odin, packaged. Regardless of the flavor, let's pack it up first. Anyway, it's all free, and getting something for free is so great. Next area, bread. In the bread section, Chun Fan only picked out a few delicious brands of bread and packaged them. But that's still a lot. Next area. Chapter 43. Upgrade your inventory again. Open treasure chests. This area is for rice and flour. Chun Fan casually packed 5 or 6 bags of rice. Don't underestimate these 5 or 6 bags. With the system's boost, it can easily add up to dozens or even hundreds of bags. The main issue is that he couldn't possibly finish all of them himself. Chun Fan also packed some noodles. Next was the roast meat section. Chun Fan picked out some sausages and cured pork, but with the system's boost, he already had quite a lot. Chun Fan went on a shopping spree in various sections of the supermarket. Soon, Chun Fan realized that his bag was almost full. I need to find another place that sells bags to upgrade my gear, and then come back here to do another sweep. After thinking it over, Chun Fan decided to go upstairs to take a look. The mall seemed to have 7 or 8 floors, and the office buildings should be above that. The 4th floor is still a supermarket. The 5th floor sells electrical appliances, but in this world, electrical appliances have become scrap, so we'll skip it. The 6th floor was entirely dedicated to selling cosmetics, which made Chun Fan even less interested. The 7th floor sells bags, hats, and scarves. Chun Fan casually walked into a bag shop and began his business of increasing wealth. The first shop didn't produce any Xuanbing level items. Continuing, the second shop, no luck. The third one, none. The fourth one, none. The fifth one received 1 women's wallet, quality increased by 70 times, and 1 mid-grade Xianbing women's wallet. Chun Fan was speechless. It was another pink wallet. Does that mean I'm inextricably linked to pink? Undeterred, Chun Fan moved on to the next shop. The 6th one. The 7th one. The 8th store sells outdoor products. The backpacks sold here are generally quite large. After enhancing 7 or 8 backpacks in a row, I finally enhanced another backpack. Obtained 1 outdoor backpack, quality increased by 100 times, obtained 1 Xianbing superior outdoor backpack. Finally, another increase. After that, Chun Fan never received any further boosts. Chun Fan glanced at the wallet and backpack that had been amplified. The wallet's dimensions are the same as the woman's backpack, both being 5 by 5 by 5 centimeters. The backpack is different. It's 10 by 10 by 10. Moreover, this backpack is quite nice to look at. It's probably the smallest backpack in this outdoor gear store. It's only slightly larger than a regular backpack, and it's entirely military green. Chun Fan liked it very much and put the women's backpack and pink wallet into the backpack. Chun Fan felt a sense of relief and immediately felt much more relaxed. He no longer had to worry about being misunderstood as a pervert. After acquiring 2 new spatial equipment items, Chun Fan went back to the supermarket and started his sweep. Now there's no need to worry about not having enough space. We've packed all sorts of rice, oil, salt, and other necessities, as well as seasonings and hot pot base. Of course, water is also essential. In this zombie world, who knows if the water outside is still usable? Upon arriving at the frozen food section, I found steaks, dumplings, chicken wings, various skewered barbecue ingredients, and all sorts of meatballs, which I packed up and took away. After looting the supermarket, Chun Fan then went to the supermarket's warehouse area. Another sweep. It can be said that Chun Fan now has a considerable amount of supplies. Living here for 3 years wouldn't be a problem, let alone 3 months. With these supplies, Chun Fan no longer needed to worry about daily necessities. We can now focus all our efforts on finding resources and breaking through to a higher realm. After clearing out the supermarket, Chun Fan thought for a moment and decided to go up to the roof of this floor to check the surroundings. This building is considered quite tall for the area. Once you get to the rooftop, you should be able to see the surrounding environment and some basic information about the zombies. Thus began Chun Fan's journey of climbing stairs. Of course, climbing the stairs wasn't very smooth, as zombies would occasionally appear to block Chun Fan's progress. However, they were all cut down by Chun Fan. An hour later, Chun Fan finally reached the rooftop. If he hadn't had to stop every now and then to kill zombies, Chun Fan estimated that he could have reached the rooftop in half an hour. Chun Fan counted the floors. There were probably 50 or 60 floors. If an average person climbed 50 or 60 floors, they would probably be exhausted by now. What's more, they also have to face attacks from zombies. However, it was a minor issue for Chun Fan, whose physique was excellent. I climbed to the top floor without even breaking a sweat. Chun Fan walked to the edge of the floor and looked down. He saw that the zombies below had become like ants, moving slowly. Looking west, there are residential buildings on that side, and there don't seem to be many zombies there. Chun Fan then went to the north and looked towards the area. The sky and earth there were rather gray and hazy, which was probably the factory area. That area has the most zombies. It looks like a dense swarm of ants. People with trypophobia would probably get goosebumps just looking at it. Chun Fan then turned to the east, which seemed to be the city center, where there were also more zombies. Next is the west side, which is near the stairwell where Chun Fan came up. Chun Fan has to go around the stairwell to see what's going on the west side. Chun Fan walked around the stairwell and looked west. The area to the west seemed to be a tourist area. Moreover, Chun Fan discovered something interesting. There were very few zombies in other parts of the west, but in one place that looked like a park, there were piles and piles of zombies, and the zombies were all crowding into the park. Moreover, the other zombies over there also seemed to be consciously moving towards the park. Could there be survivors over there, or adventurers like myself, or something else that attracts zombies? Regardless of what it was, Chun Fan decided to go and take a look. Having observed enough, Chun Fan turned to go downstairs. But something against the wall in the stairwell caught Chun Fan's eye. A treasure chest. It's a treasure chest. That's incredibly lucky. I just wanted to come up and observe the surroundings, but I didn't expect to find a treasure chest. Moreover, this is a silver-level treasure chest. Chun Fan rubbed his hands together, walked up to the treasure chest, and opened it. Obtain 1 Tang sword. The quantity increases by 30 times, the quality increases by 40 times, and obtain 30 low-grade Xianbing Tang swords. Obtain 1 bottle of grade 1 silver body forging liquid. The quantity has increased 60 times. Obtain 60 bottles of grade 1 silver body forging liquid. Obtain 1 grade 1 bronze zombie core. Quantity increased by 20 times. Obtain 20 grade 1 bronze zombie cores. We received a total of 3 items. The Tang sword has a very simple design, just like a regular sword, but it is much harder and more rigid. And getting 30 Xianbing weapons at once is awesome. Next is the body tempering liquid, which, as the name suggests, is a medicinal liquid used to strengthen the body. As for the last zombie core, Chun Fan really didn't understand what it was used for. But it's still a first-grade bronze item, so let's keep it for now. Chun Fan put everything into his backpack, except for a bottle of body-strengthening liquid. I uncorked the bottle, held it to my nose, and smelled it. There was only a faint herbal scent. I took another small, careful bite. It had a slightly bitter taste and a herbal flavor. Chun Fan drank the whole bottle down his throat. Chapter 44 Advancement to the first level of body tempering, system upgrade. A bottle of body-strengthening liquid was quickly swallowed by Chun Fan. At first, he didn't feel anything, but after a while, Chun Fan felt like there was a ball of fire in his stomach. It began to burn into his own body, making Chun Fan feel as if his whole body was on fire. This made Chun Fan want to find some water to cool off. Chun Fan took out a large bottle of mineral water from his backpack and poured it directly over his head. As the water flowed over his body, Chun Fan finally felt a little more comfortable. But he still felt very irritable, which made Chun Fan want to go find some zombies and kill them right now. Since there were no zombies on the rooftop, Chun Fan had no choice but to pick up his Tang sword and start practicing the true martial overlord blade technique on his own. After practicing it once, Chun Fan felt a little better. Then continue practicing a second and a third time. After practicing 5 times in a row, Chun Fan suddenly felt as if he had suddenly become much more relaxed. Moreover, I felt my strength increase several times over, and my body felt much lighter. Chun Fan clenched his fist exuding a powerful aura. Chen Fan felt like he could now go in and out of a zombie horde 7 times over. Open your own attribute panel. Number: 6897. Race: human. Cultivation level: body tempering level 1, with a strength of about 10,000 gene. Talent: danger perception, can detect danger within 500 meters in advance. Skills: none. Life skills: none. Chat channels: trading hall. Personnel remaining: 8632/10,000. I've finally broken through to the body tempering realm. Its strength increased more than threefold, and even the range of its danger perception increased. I just don't know why. Even after eating so much top-grade diamond snake meat, I still haven't broken through the bottleneck. He broke through after drinking a bottle of a first-grade silver-level potion. When the time comes, we can ask those seniors, and maybe we'll find out the reason. Chen Fan saw that there were only 8,000 people left. Only a day or two had passed, and there were only 8,000 people left. Moreover, according to information obtained from the chat channel, the Chinese Academy of Sciences learned that the situation would be even more dangerous a week from now. And now nearly 2,000 people have already died. I really don't know how many will be left. Anyway, Chen Fan wasn't worried about himself, since he was already at the body tempering realm. It should be more than enough to deal with this world. Chen Fan put away the watermelon knife and took out a Tang's sword. After eating some more, I prepared to go downstairs. Now that I have no shortage of any resources, all I need to do is find cultivation resources. Soon, Chen Fan went down to the supermarket. After seeing that there were still many things in the supermarket, Chen Fan thought for a moment and decided to take some things to the trading hall to exchange for some things. There must still be many people who need food and water. So Chen Fan opened the chat channel. 5568. Can any expert come and save me? I'm trapped by zombies. 555. 1567. I'm dying of thirst, and there are zombies downstairs. What should I do? 385. Where are you all? I don't see a single zombie here. 8647. You can just die of thirst and hunger. Anyway, I own a supermarket. Ha. 6582. Wow, you're awesome. Could you send me some food? Thanks. 9665. Don't be a coward when you encounter zombies. Just go and fight them. 1254. Yeah, just go and fight. Actually, zombies aren't that scary. I've killed several of them already. Chen Fan glanced at the chat messages and got a general idea of the situation. It seemed that most people were still lacking food and drink. If I trade all the items in the supermarket, I should be able to acquire a lot of cultivation resources. I just don't know if anyone has received any good items yet. Chen Fan casually picked up a bottle of WHH mineral water, intending to hang it up in the trading hall. Receive 1 bottle of WHH mineral water. The quantity increases by 200 times. Receive 200 bottles of WHH mineral water. What happened? The number increased by 200 times. Why has the growth cap been increased? Could it be because of my improved cultivation level? Chen Fan hurriedly called to open the system. A system that amplifies a billionfold. Level 2. Amplification multiplier. 1001000. Randomly amplifies the quantity or quality of collected items by 100 to 1,000 times. The quality may exceed 1 level of this world. Sure enough, the system leveled up along with my cultivation level. Moreover, the increase rate is not low. The lowest growth rate is now 100 times, and the highest is 1,000 times. Most importantly, the increase in quality can exceed that of the rest of the world by a whole level. In other words, items that could previously be upgraded to a maximum of grade 1 diamond can now be upgraded to grade 2 or higher. In other words, if it continues to upgrade, the multiplier will increase, and the quality may even surpass the current world level by several levels. Moreover, the highest amplification level at the current body tempering realm is 1,000 times. What about the later realms? Chen Fan was excited just thinking about it. After the initial excitement, Chen Fan listed all the items on the trading platform. Mineral water, soft drinks, various breads, snacks, cigarettes and alcohol, etc. The accompanying message reads, I own a large supermarket and buy any quality goods, at any price. Chen Fan was discovered not long after it was released. Soon, someone began to contact Chen Fan. Chen Fan quickly made deals with those whose demands weren't outrageous. As for those who made this or that request, Chen Fan blocked them all. Someone thinks they can just trade a piece of first-grade bronze-level material for a bottle of mineral water. Otherwise, he would ask for a few meals of rice, but Chen Fan ignored him and blocked him. However, news that Chen Fan could exchange for food and drinks quickly spread in the chat channel. Some people, whether they were lucky or unlucky, it's hard to say. They found some items of rank 1 bronze or higher, but no food or water. Now, upon hearing that Chun Fan's place offers food and water in exchange, they immediately understand. They all came to exchange supplies with Chun Fan. After all, survival was the most important thing. Otherwise, even with the best resources, it would be of no use. If we survive, we might get something even better. Soon, Chun Fan's supplies were almost all replaced. Gradually, fewer people came to exchange supplies. As for those who made exorbitant demands but didn't receive any supplies in return, they've already started verbally abusing Alibaba in the chat channel. However, Chun Fan ignored those people. Chun Fan calculated that he had only traded 30 grade 1 bronze zombie yuan pills and 8 grade 1 silver zombie yuan pills in total. 15 portions of grade 1 bronze iron and steel, and 2 portions of grade 1 bronze red copper. After the transaction, Chun Fan discovered that these cultivation resources were not even as much as his own enhancement. It feels like a waste of time. It's faster to go out and find resources yourself in this time. If you're lucky, you might get 1,000 times the return. Wouldn't that be incredibly awesome? Chapter 45 Body Tempering Triple Stage, Library. Having made his decision, Chun Fan prepared to go out and find resources on his own. Anyone who wants the leftovers from the supermarket can take them. I already have enough supplies. As for taking it outside, there's absolutely no need for that. The resources outside are far more abundant than in this world. Chun Fan casually took out another bottle of body-strengthening liquid and poured it into his mouth. Suddenly, a surge of heat flowed from his abdomen into his entire body. However, compared to the first surge of heat, it was much smaller. However, Chun Fan could still feel that his cultivation level had increased significantly. Moreover, after activating the Lesser 5 Elements True method, this heat flow was digested even faster. Their cultivation level also increased much faster. This immediately energized Chun Fan. Then he kept pouring bottles of body-strengthening liquid into his mouth, operating the true method of the 5 elements. Soon, Chun Fan felt that he had made another breakthrough. Chun Fan quickly checked his own attributes. Number: 6,897. Race: human. Cultivation level: body tempering level 2, with a strength of approximately 20,000 gene. Talent: danger perception, can detect danger within 500 meters in advance. Skills: none. Life skills: none. Chat channels: trading hall. Personnel remaining: 8583/10,000. Sure enough, I made another breakthrough. Chun Fan looked at the body tempering liquid he had used to break through to the second level of body tempering. There were a whopping 8 bottles. Is that a lot? Then continued drinking the body strengthening liquid. After drinking 17 more bottles, Chun Fan finally broke through to the third level of body tempering. It seems that this body strengthening liquid increases in volume layer by layer. In other words, Chun Fan would need at least 34 bottles of body tempering liquid to break through to the fourth level of body tempering. Chun Fan looked at the body tempering liquid and found that there were exactly 34 bottles left, which meant that he could break through to the next level. So Chun Fan finished off the remaining 34 bottles of body strengthening liquid. However, to Chun Fan's disappointment, he did not make a breakthrough. It seems that the 34 bottles of body strengthening liquid poured in later had only a slight effect. After pouring in 34 bottles of body tempering liquid, I felt that my cultivation level had only improved by a tiny bit. It seems that the body strengthening liquid cannot be obtained by simply adding layers one at a time. It's also possible that you drank too much body strengthening fluid, causing you to become somewhat immune to its effects. However, being able to break through to the third level of body tempering is already quite good. It's safe to say that as long as you don't do anything reckless, you're practically immortal in this world. After reaching the third level of body tempering, his strength also broke through to 30,000 gene. It's time to get out and have some fun. No, it's time to go out and find resources. As Chun Fan stepped out of the mall, 2 more zombies pounced on him. Chun Fan casually threw 2 punches, sending both zombies flying. The 2 zombies shattered into pieces mid-air, leaving no intact remains. Chun Fan looked at his fist, somewhat incredulous, feeling as if he hadn't even used much force. The 2 zombies were blown to pieces by themselves. It felt so good. Chun Fan laughed heartily a few times, then went to test his strength on a few more zombies. Without exception, they were all blasted into pieces by Chun Fan's fists. Now Chun Fan has a deeper understanding of his own power, and of course, it's not just about physical strength. The speed increase is also huge. Now that I'm running at full speed, those zombies probably won't even be able to see my shadow. I'm not afraid of zombie hordes anymore. As long as you are fast enough, those zombies will not be able to surround you at all. After experiencing the increase in his strength and speed, Chun Fan prepared to head to the park he had seen from the rooftop. With so many zombies gathered there must be something good attracting them. I definitely won't be able to sleep if I don't go and see for myself. Once Chun Fan had identified the direction, he began heading towards the park. At Chun Fan's current speed, he can reach the park in less than an hour. Before long, Chun Fan arrived near the park. There are still many zombies heading into the park from this area. Even if Chun Fan, a living, breathing person, stood there, the zombies would ignore him. They all went into the park. However, Chun Fan didn't act too arrogantly and kept a low profile, avoiding the main force of zombies. Chun Fan found a sculpture that looked like a landmark of the park, resembling a deer. Standing over 20 meters tall, Chun Fan climbed to the very top of the sculpture. Once Chun Fan reached the top of the sculpture, he could see the entire park. Now we finally know where all those zombies went. These zombies were all heading towards a pavilion in the middle of a lake. The pavilion was now crammed with zombies, as if something in the middle of the pavilion was attracting them. Many zombies had already been pushed into the lake, and they kept splashing around in the water, as if trying to get back to the pavilion. There are too many zombies over there now, making it difficult for Chun Fan to break in and investigate. The main problem is that zombies are constantly coming into the park from outside, and no matter how many he kills, he can't kill them all. Moreover, Chun Fan didn't know what was in that pavilion, so he decided to observe for a day or two and see what happened. Chun Fan searched around the park and actually found a great spot. Surprisingly, there is a library on the east side of this park. The library is a 3-story, oval-shaped building, like a giant rugby ball. The outer door was locked, but that was no big deal for Chun Fan. He took out his Tang sword and chopped the large iron lock in two. Pushing open the door, Chun Fan found the room quiet, with rows of bookshelves blocking his view. In addition, the library is not well lit, making it feel gloomy. Chun Fan first went through each bookshelf, mainly looking for any zombies inside. Chun Fan searched the first floor, but found no trace of any zombies. I searched the second floor again, but there was still no trace of it. Then we went to the third floor. Upon reaching the third floor, Chun Fan discovered that the bookshelves were no longer there. Instead, there were numerous small rooms, presumably places for people to read and rest. Chun Fan pushed open the doors one by one and found that the layouts inside were basically the same. It consisted of a desk, 2 stools, a single bed, and a bookcase. That's about it. The next area is the staff rest and work area, with signs hanging on them. Director, Deputy Director, and the like. Chun Fan pushed open a door with a sign that read, Deputy Curator, and found the interior to be much more luxurious than the other places. There was a sofa, a large desk, and a small cubicle inside with a double bed. Everyone else had a single bed, but the Deputy Curator used a double bed. Their motives are impure. Chun Fan pushed open the doors to the staff members' rooms one by one. They're basically all the same, and there are no zombies or people in them. Chapter 46 5-Colored Turntable, Zombie Evolution. Chun Fan finally pushed open the door with the curator's sign hanging on it. After pushing it open, a beam of light suddenly shone out from inside. Chun Fan instinctively dodged and hid behind the wall. After the doors were pushed open, 5-colored light shone out from inside. After waiting for a short while, Chun Fan found that there was no danger, and his danger sense did not detect any danger. Only then did he feel relieved enough to peek into the curator's office. I was immediately bewildered by what I saw. Actually, the director's office is nothing special, except that it's more luxurious than any of the deputy director's offices. What really baffled Chun Fan was that there was a 5-colored turntable in front of the curator's large desk. The 5-colored spinning will look just like the gambling machines I used to play. Those 5-colored rays were the light emitted from this rotating disc. Chun Fan slowly approached the 5-colored turntable. Upon approaching the 5-colored turntable, Chun Fan discovered that each of the 5 colors corresponded to one of 5 areas. There are 5 patterns above. One pattern resembles a book, another resembles a fruit, another resembles food, another resembles a weapon, and the last resembles a medicine. Furthermore, all 5 patterns divide the area equally, with no pattern having a larger area and another smaller area. This means that the probability of winning for each pattern should be around 20%. In the middle is a bronze-colored round hole, which is probably where you insert coins. What Chun Fan couldn't understand was why this machine had electricity when there was no electricity elsewhere. Moreover, Chun Fan had checked and found that the machine was not connected to electricity. To be precise, Chun Fan couldn't find any interface or plug with wires. It seemed like the machine used batteries, but Chun Fan searched around and couldn't find a place to put the batteries. This machine gives people a very strange feeling. Next, Chun Fan found some coins to put into the machine, intending to test whether it could still work. When the coin was inserted, there was no reaction at all. On the contrary, Chun Fan felt that the size of the coin slot was the same as the size of something he had seen before, but he couldn't remember it for a moment. If he couldn't remember, he simply stopped thinking about it. Chun Fan went to the curator's lounge, lay down, and rested. When Chun Fan woke up, he found that it was already dark outside. After Chun Fan cooked 2 self-heating hot pots and finished eating them, I went to the rooftop to observe the zombies again. They were still pushing and shoving each other in the pavilion, and the zombies in the water were splashing around even more. After observing for a while and seeing that nothing had changed, Chun Fan went back to rest. While resting, I casually opened the chat channel to see if there was any new information. 6879. Is there any kind soul who can help me? I've been starving for 2 days, and I'm surrounded by zombies. I can't get out. 2354. Me too, what bad luck. I fell right into a floor surrounded by zombies. There's food, but no water. Could someone please give me some water? 9966. What's there to be afraid of zombies? Just go out and fight them. Kill a few every day, and the number of zombies surrounding you will gradually decrease. 1986. The person upstairs is a real expert. I can only cook 1 a day at most. 4321. I've noticed a lot of mutated beasts clustered together here, all heading towards a valley. I wonder what they're doing. 8974. There must be something good in that valley. Brother, why don't you go and explore? 9966. That's right. There must be something good here. Maybe it's a great opportunity, and it's not impossible to rise to the top in 1 step. 4321. Then I'll go take a look. 9986. I suggest you don't go. You might die without even knowing how. 3432. Listen to the expert upstairs. With your small frame, you should play it safe and develop your strength cautiously. 4321. So should I go or not? Chun Fan didn't get much useful information from the chat channel. The mutated beasts mentioned by 4321 are clustered together, which is somewhat similar to the clusters of zombies on our side. They may have gathered together for some kind of food. Looks like I'll have to go check it out tomorrow. Chun Fan fell asleep while thinking about it. When he woke up, the sun was already high in the sky. He casually ate some bread and milk, then prepared to set off to find out what was going on. Chun Fan was already approaching the pavilion at an extremely fast speed. When they were still 200 meters apart from the pavilion, Chun Fan simply couldn't get any closer. Because the area in front was basically filled with zombies, there wasn't even a gap to jump through. However, with over 200 meters away and the pavilion in front completely blocked the view of zombies, it was impossible to see what secrets lay inside. Left with no other choice, Chun Fan had to give up. Of course, he could have charged in, but it would have taken an unknown amount of effort. And you never know when you might get hurt. Injuries alone are not a big deal, but if you get infected with the zombie virus, that's no joke. After weighing the pros and cons, Chun Fan decided to go back to the library and observe the situation. Chun Fan observed for 3 days, and sometimes he even felt like going out for a stroll. But I'm also afraid that something might happen if I go out. So I had no choice but to stay here for 3 whole days. When he was bored, Chun Fan would find a few zombies to tease. On the 4th day, the zombies outside finally changed. They became even more frenzied. The zombies outside started crowding into the pavilion, causing even more zombies to fall into the lake. The zombies in the lake kept thrashing about, trying to get closer to the pavilion. That day, the zombies roared and charged toward the pavilion, but there were simply too many zombies in the center of the pavilion. This meant that the zombies outside couldn't get close to the pavilion at all, and could only roar incessantly from the perimeter. Chun Fan spent another day amidst the constant roars of the zombies. When Chun Fan woke up after a night's sleep to a beautiful lullaby, the roars of zombies outside have stopped. Chun Fan curiously pulled back the curtains and looked into the pavilion. They discovered that the zombies were actually lining up, and they were orderly queuing up inside the pavilion to lick a crystal. The crystal seemed to grow on the stone table in the pavilion. After licking the crystal, the zombies would line up and leave from the other end of the stone table. The crystal would slowly shrink as the zombies licked it, just like a block of ice. Moreover, Chun Fan also discovered that the zombies that licked the crystals would slowly change. The zombies that had licked the crystals seemed to move more agilely. Some zombies started to grow bumps on their bodies, making them look even more robust. The The zombies' limbs seemed to have grown even longer. Some of the zombies' heads seemed to have become even larger. Chapter 47 Zombie Core. This is an evolution of zombies. Chun Fan muttered to himself. Then, Chun Fan became excited again, wondering what the zombie would look like after it evolved. Chun Fan planned to wait until all the zombies had fully evolved before going out to try again. I just don't know if that crystal has any effect on humans. Even if it were effective, Chun Fan wouldn't want the crystal. After all, it was licked by a zombie. If you were to lick it yourself, you might get poisoned, not to mention the risk. Just thinking about it makes me feel a bit perverted and disgusted. After most of the day had passed, all the zombies had finally finished licking the crystal, and the crystal had become very, very small. At that moment, a zombie with a very large head stepped forward and swallowed the crystal in one gulp. After swallowing the crystal, the zombie swayed its entire body. It grew rapidly at a visible rate, and its head became even larger. The zombie stopped growing after it reached about 3 meters in length. The zombie let out a huge roar as it looked up at the sky. The zombies then obediently lined up in a long queue. The one with the big head stood at the very front, followed by the zombies with long arms and legs, and at the very back stood the zombies with enlarged bodies. The 3-meter-tall, giant zombie looked like an ancient general, organizing his army, and was very imposing. After all the zombies had lined up, the giant zombie roared a few more times. The long-armed and long-legged zombies began to leave the group and head out of the park, moving much faster than the unevolved zombies. Of course, compared to Chun Fan, it's like a tortoise crawling. Chun Fan couldn't understand what the zombies were yelling, nor did he know what these long-armed and long-legged zombies were up to. It's only roughly clear that the giant zombie gave these zombies orders, telling them what to do. As for the remaining zombies, a large-headed zombie led 3 giant zombies and began to head out of the park. Soon, most of the zombies in the park had left. Only the giant zombie and a dozen or so large zombies remained. The giant zombie simply found a boulder in the park and used it as a seat, sitting down there. The enlarged zombies scattered and surrounded the giant zombie, as if they were guarding it. Chun Fan watched this scene with great surprise, feeling it was unbelievable. Does this mean that zombies will develop intelligence and their own thoughts once they evolve? Is this still considered a zombie? This is a completely different life form, or more accurately, a different species, like an alien. Before long, Chun Fan saw the long-armed and long-legged zombies leading some ordinary zombies back. The long-armed, long-legged zombie led the ordinary zombie to the giant zombie. After the giant zombie roared a few times, the ordinary zombie stood still on the open ground to the side. Then, more and more ordinary zombies were brought back by the long-armed and long-legged zombie, and the number of ordinary zombies in the open space also increased. Then those big-headed zombies returned, leading those zombies that had grown larger. The enlarged zombies all carried back items such as tires, various pieces of wood, planks, and various stools and sofas. Then the giant zombie would place these things on an open ground. At first, Chun Fan didn't realize anything was wrong. However, as time went on, the piles of things from these zombies grew larger and larger, gradually surrounding the ordinary zombies in the open space. The pile of things kept getting higher and higher until it was taller than a normal zombie, at which point it stopped piling up. To be fair, these enlarged zombies are actually quite good at their jobs. In less than half a day, they had surrounded all the ordinary zombies. From Chun Fan's perspective, with the zombies piled up like this, ordinary zombies simply couldn't get out. Then, those zombies continued to go out and guide ordinary zombies. The big-headed zombie continued to lead the enlarged zombie out to search for materials, while continuing to surround the ordinary zombie. Soon, the zombies had created 3 cage-like spaces within the park. Moreover, each cage contained approximately 200 zombies. Chun Fan really couldn't understand why these zombies were doing this. Chun Fan decided to go out and test the waters tomorrow. Chun Fan checked what was different about these zombies, and if there was nothing unusual, he planned to leave. After all, the resources he cared about had already been devoured by the zombies, so there was no point in staying any longer. After making the decision, Chun Fan casually cooked a few self-heating hot pots, ate them, and then went to rest early. The next morning, after a quick wash, Chun Fan followed a long-armed, long-legged zombie out of the park. After leaving the park, the zombie seemed to have a purpose and started running south. Chun Fan followed the zombie and soon arrived at a bungalow. The zombie entered the room and soon came out with another zombie. Just as the zombie was about to take the ordinary zombie back, Chun Fan suddenly appeared behind the zombie. He cleaved the long-armed, long-legged zombie in two with a single stroke. Then he kicked the ordinary zombie away with another kick. The long-armed, long-legged zombie never expected that someone would suddenly attack it. After the zombie split in two and fell to the ground, a round, bead-like object rolled out of its head. When Chun Fan saw it, he felt a bit disgusted and wanted to kick it away. But I feel like I've seen this somewhere before. It seems to be the zombie core that appears when I open treasure chests and trade with others. I wonder what the use of this zombie essence is. Chun Fan took out a tissue from his backpack, wrapped it in the tissue, and picked up the zombie's core. Obtained 1 grade 1 bronze zombie core, increasing the quantity by 500 times, and obtained 500 grade 1 bronze zombie cores. Well, killing one zombie directly yielded 500 grade 1 bronze zombie cores. Although we still don't know what the use of this zombie essence is, but it is still a first-grade bronze level item. But I've killed so many zombies before, and I've never seen any of them drop this thing. In other words, only evolved zombies will drop this zombie core. There are so many evolved zombies in that park. Then I'll become rich. Chun Fan's eyes gleamed as he looked toward the park. Thinking about it, Chun Fan prepared to go back and kill all the zombies. I can harvest a batch of zombie essence pills. When they were halfway back, Chun Fan thought about it again and felt something was wrong. These zombies can evolve, so if I don't touch them, will they keep evolving indefinitely? The flu has been quite severe lately, and I unfortunately got infected. It's been almost a week, and it seems like the flu is more serious than COVID-19. Everyone should wear masks and take precautions when going out. Chapter 48 Lottery. Chun Fan felt he needed to raise these zombies first. Wouldn't it be better to reap the rewards when you're almost out of the infinite world? That's how it has to be done. I need to go out and find more of those zombies that can lick the crystals that allow them to evolve. That way, the zombies will evolve faster, right? That would make it seem like I'm raising these zombies in a captivity. We'll kill him when he's grown up. Raising zombies. I feel like I'm a bit of a weirdo. Chun Fan quickly returned to the library director's office. The first thing that catches the eye is that colorful lottery machine. You know, it's been several days, and this lottery machine hasn't been plugged in or had any batteries. It seems like this electricity is inexhaustible. However, the more Chun Fan looked at the coin slot, the more it seemed to resemble something else. Chun Fan slapped his forehead. That's right. Isn't this the zombie core I just obtained? Chun Fan took out a zombie pill from his backpack. I compared the coin slots, and they fit perfectly. I tried putting one in. A red light illuminated around the coin slot. Chun Fan took a closer look and found that there were 10 small lights surrounding the coin slot. It should light up a small light when you insert a zombie core. You should be able to enter the lottery after filling your inventory with 10 zombie pills. Chun Fan stuffed in 9 zombie yuan pills in succession. After all 10 small lights lit up, the lights displaying the patterns began to flash, and the lights started to move like a running light. It's just like the old-fashioned fruit slot machines. Soon, the scrolling light stopped at a place with a fruit area. Then, a fruit that looked like an apple fell out from under the colorful lottery machine, but it was much smaller than an apple. Chun Fan picked it up. Obtained 1 grade 1 bronze red vine fruit. The quantity increased by 300 times, obtaining 300 grade 1 bronze red vine fruits. Grass. That works too. Chun Fan really didn't expect that the items drawn from the 5-color lottery machine could be amplified this time. In this way, the zombie essence dropped by killing zombies will amplify your power once, and then you can draw items from the lottery machine, which will amplify your power again. This is a two-way increase. This is just too awesome. Let's draw again. Chun Fan calculated the number of zombie cores he currently possessed. I got 20 from opening the treasure chest. The transaction yielded 30. I just killed zombies and got 500. Having just used 10, I now have 540 grade 1 bronze zombie cores left. There are also 8 grade 1 silver zombie cores. I have enough zombie essence pills to draw 54 more times. Chun Fan then stuffed in 10 more first-grade bronze zombie pills. The scrolling text started moving. Finally, we stopped at the food area. Then a dumpling fell out. Chun Fan picked up the dumplings. Receive 1 grade 1 bronze seafood dumpling. The quantity increases by 200 times. Receive 200 grade 1 bronze seafood dumplings. No doubt about it, it's just awesome. Continue. Obtained 1 grade 1 bronze pure spirit fruit. The quantity increased by 600 times. Obtained 600 grade 1 bronze pure spirit fruits. Obtained 1 bottle of grade 1 bronze vitality potion. Quantity increased by 800 times. Obtained 800 bottles of grade 1 bronze vitality potion. Obtained 1 bottle of grade 1 bronze antidote. Quantity increased by 100 times. Obtained 100 bottles of grade 1 bronze antidote. Obtained 1 low-grade Xian Bing Qingguang spear. The quantity increased by 500 times, obtaining 500 low-grade Xian Bing Qingguang spears. Obtained 1 copy of the first-grade martial art Flying Grass, increasing the quantity by 400 times, and obtained 400 copies of the first-grade martial art Flying Grass. Chen Fan extracted all the zombie cores in one go, and the resources he obtained were unimaginable. Chen Fan looked at the remaining 8 grade 1 silver zombie yuan pills in his hand, and stuffed one into the pill, but there was no reaction after it was stuffed in. In Chen Fan's mind, a first-grade silver-level zombie core should be worth at least 10 first-grade bronze-level zombie cores. You might get a chance to win a prize with just 1 ticket, but nothing ever happened. However, Chen Fan didn't feel bad about losing this zombie core, since there were at least 500 evolved zombies outside. The only thing to figure out is why this grade silver zombie pill can't be used in the lottery. When these zombies have all evolved, my gains will be even greater. Chen Fan looked at all the items he had won in the lottery. I found the most grade 1 bronze spirit fruits. I drew them 55 times, and at least 20 of them were grade 1 bronze spirit fruits. Now I have more than 10,000 spirit fruits. Secondly, there's food. There are over 7,000 food items at the first-grade bronze level. Then came the potions. 1,200 bottles of first-grade bronze-level antidote, 1,600 bottles of vitality potion, 800 bottles of body-strengthening potion, and 2,100 bottles of hemostatic potion. He also drew weapons twice. The first time he drew the Azure Light Spear, a low-grade Xianbing weapon, and later Chen Fan drew 500 Xian Tai axes, also low-grade Xianbing weapons. Then there are the martial arts manuals. Besides the grass-flying skill I drew at the beginning, I drew 2 more martial arts manuals later. These are 300 copies of the Qinghua Sword Manual and 600 copies of the Monkey Fist Manual. Chen Fan had no idea what use all these cultivation techniques and secret manuals he had. He thought that if they were different, he could sell them for some spirit stones. These techniques are all exactly the same. Although they can be sold for some money, they are not as valuable as they seem. Chen Fan suddenly had an idea. He now had so many mysterious weapons and cultivation manuals. Should I go to the trading channel and harvest some zombie essence pills? That would be better than going out and selling some spirit stones. Without hesitation, Chen Fan first put 5 Qinghua sword manuals, 5 monkey fist manuals, 5 Xian Tai axes, and 5 Qingguang spears on the trading hall. Set all to exchange 10 grade 1 bronze zombie yuan dan for 1. No matter how you exchange it, you're still making a profit. After Chen Fan packed everything up, cooked a few self-heating hot pots, and finished eating, he was done. Chen Fan then discovered that all the items he had uploaded had been successfully traded. He immediately gained 200 zombie essence pills. It seems that these cultivation techniques and secret weapons are still quite popular. Chen Fan then placed 5 copies on each of them. It wasn't that Chen Fan didn't want to stock more items, but he was afraid that if he stocked too many, prices would drop. After all, things are valued for their scarcity. Making money takes time. After putting the item on the shelves, Chen Fan went to rest. The trading hall and chat channels became lively again. On the very top floor of a beautiful high-rise building, a young man frowned and muttered to himself. What's going on? Has someone already discovered the use of the zombie core and started buying it up? That shouldn't be possible. I've been observing for a long time, and I think I'm the only old man who has entered this world, but we can't rule out the possibility that someone else is hiding. No, I have to speed things up, or I won't even get to drink the soup. Chapter 49 Advancement to the 5th level of body tempering. The night passed, and the first thing Chen Fan did when he woke up was to open the trading channel. Sure enough, all the items I uploaded were successfully traded. Chen Fan then placed 5 copies of each on the table again. Then take out some bread and a few bottles of milk. I just ate a few bites. Today, Chen Fan plans to go out and see if he can find any more crystals like those that the zombies licked before. But before that, let's improve our own skills first. I won body strengthening liquid in yesterday's lottery. With the system's boost, 800 bottles were produced immediately. Chen Fan took out the body strengthening liquid and started pouring it in. After downing 7 bottles in a row, Chen Fan finally felt a surge of energy coursing through his body. Body forging level 4. The power surged immediately. Cool. Continue. This time, Chen Fan drank 156 bottles in a row before a new surge of power flowed through his body. Body tempering level 5. Chen Fan eagerly opened his attribute panel. Number: 6,897. Race: human. Cultivation level: body tempering level 5, with a strength of approximately 50,000 gene. Talent: Danger perception, can detect danger within 500 meters in advance. Skills, none. Life skills, none. Chat channels, trading hall. Personnel remaining, 7992/10,000. At the 5th level of body tempering, one possesses a strength of approximately 50,000 gene, 25,000 caddies. How terrifying must that strength be? However, Chun Fan now feels that drinking the body-strengthening liquid is no longer very useful. Even if I drink all the remaining 600 bottles, I'll probably only be able to reach the 6th level of body tempering. However, it's impossible for Chun Fan to finish it all in one go. He can still drink dozens or even hundreds of bottles a day. It's estimated that drinking the body-strengthening liquid will only allow him to advance one more level. Drinking it no longer has any effect. Then we need to find something more advanced to improve our strength. However, someone at the 5th level of body tempering could probably do whatever they wanted in this world. It's time to get out and have some fun. As for the zombies here, they have already become quite a force to be reckoned with. Ordinary people probably wouldn't be able to do anything about these zombies. I'll come back and harvest them when these zombies advance to a higher level. Chun Fan jumped from the 3rd floor and left the park at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, we arrived outside the park. Chun Fan decided to leave the city first before making any further decisions. Heading west, Chun Fan soon left the city. After leaving the city, Chun Fan originally planned to travel along the highway. But after thinking about it, I realized that traveling along the highway was a bit too slow. So Chun Fan went straight for the mountains and valleys. Crossing mountains and valleys is a piece of cake for Chun Fan now. Chun Fan even took out the grasshopper light body technique and started practicing it on the spot. Sure enough, his lightness, skill, and agility are truly exceptional. With just a little bit of leverage, Chun Fan can fly quite a distance at an extremely fast speed. This allowed Chun Fan to fully experience the charm of light-footed skills. Chun Fan reached the mountaintop with ease. Looking into the distance, there is an even higher mountain peak ahead. However, there seems to be another small town at the foot of the mountain, and there seem to be quite a few zombies in that town. Chun Fan decided to go to the small town first. They flew down again and soon arrived at the town. The arrival of Chun Fan also alerted the zombies in the town. They began to surround Chun Fan. Chun Fan calmly took out 2 Tang swords, watching the approaching zombies. With a slight upturn of her lips, she smiled and said, "Come on." Then he leaped into the air and flew to the zombie. He swung his Tang swords horizontally. Hiss, hiss, hiss. With a few slaps, Chun Fan cleaved the first few zombies in half at the waist. With another downward slash of the twin blades, the 2 zombies were split in 2. Chun Fan dodged left and right, his twin swords wielding extreme power. The true martial overlord blade technique he unleashed was already quite domineering, and combined with Chun Fan's own strength. The zombies I encountered were mostly cut in half or broken in 2. These zombies were torn in 2 before they could even touch Chun Fan's clothes. In the blink of an eye, dozens of zombies fell to the ground. Half an hour later, the number of zombies surrounding Chun Fan was decreasing. The streets were also littered with zombie corpses. Chun Fan slew the last zombie with his sword, then stylishly twirled the blade before putting it back into his backpack. But he was still clean. Chun Fan looked back at the street behind him, which was now covered with the corpses of zombies. Dealing with these ordinary zombies didn't take Chun Fan much effort at all. However, this town is not very big, and the total number of zombies is only about 1,000. It took Chun Fan almost an hour to clear out all the zombies. Chun Fan wandered around the small town casually, but didn't find anything useful. Just as I was about to leave, I suddenly noticed a strange noise coming from one of the rooms. Chun Fan initially thought it was a zombie locked in a room, but Chun Fan had just heard a voice that sounded like a woman's. In this world, zombies all make screams, so that female voice was easy to recognize. Chun Fan slowly approached the house. Then he kicked open the front door of the house. I slowly stepped into the house. Chun Fan looked around and confirmed that there was no one on the first floor. Then Chun Fan climbed up to the second floor. Then my gaze settled on a room that looked like a study. He walked over and kicked the door open. Looking around, I noticed something that looked like a headdress peeking out from behind the desk. Chun Fan walked over and reached out to grab the headdress. Chun Fan tugged at it and found that the headdress seemed to be quite secure. Then Chun Fan used a little force, and as a result, he directly lifted out the person wearing the headdress. "Wah, don't kill me." At this moment, a woman's voice cried and begged Chun Fan for mercy. Chun Fan placed the person he was holding on the ground. Only then did he realize that the person in front of him was not purely human. Instead, she was a little girl with rabbit ears. That thing that looked like a headdress was actually the little girl's ears. No wonder I couldn't tear it off. Chen Fan brought the little girl up to his face. The girl trembled as she looked at Chen Fan with tears in her eyes. Chen Fan was embarrassed by this. It felt like I was bullying the weak. Apart from having 2 rabbit ears on her head, this girl is not much different from a human. I just wonder if this little girl will grow up to be that sexy bunny girl. Wah, don't kill me, uncle. When the little girl saw that Chen Fan was staring at her, she started to sob again. Chen Fan put the little girl down, touched his handsome face, and said, "Do I really look that much like a bad guy?" The little girl nodded innocently, then shook her head violently, looking like she had a strong will to survive. Chen Fan, speechless, reached out to pat the little girl's head. But the little girl was so frightened that she turned pale and backed away. Chen Fan awkwardly withdrew his hand and said, all right, I won't kill you." Chapter 50 Blood Lotus. She heard Chen Fan say he wouldn't kill her. The little girl stopped trembling and looked pitifully at Chen Fan, saying, "Uncle, you really won't kill me." Chen Fan rolled his eyes and said, "Why would I kill you? I'm not a serial killer." But, you just killed so many people," the little girl said weakly, looking out at the street. Chen Fan was even more speechless and said, "Those aren't human, they're monsters. Didn't you see they were the ones attacking me?" The little girl thought for a moment, and it seemed that those people had attacked the old man first. And those people are also terrifying. Chen Fan looked at the little girl and couldn't understand how such an innocent girl could have entered the Infinite Tower. "Aren't her parents worried?" Chen Fan asked. "Why did you enter this Infinite Tower? Aren't your family worried about you?" The little girl lowered her head shyly and said, I sneaked in. If I had known this world was so scary, I wouldn't have come in." Chen Fan looked puzzled. Had someone sneaked in? What kind of amazing move is this? Judging from this, the little girl must come from a large family and has never been exposed to the dangers outside. I thought going into the Infinite Tower would be something fun. Chen Fan's opinion of the little girl immediately plummeted. It seems that the children in this large family are all quite willful and mischievous. Just because her family disagreed, she dared to sneak into this infinite world, completely unaware of how dangerous it was outside. This is utter nonsense. Chen Fan glanced at the little girl, and then prepared to turn and leave. He couldn't be bothered with someone like her. But at this moment, the little girl grabbed Chen Fan's sleeve and wouldn't let go. Chen Fan glared at the little girl with a stern look and said, "Let go." But the little girl still refused to let go of Chen Fan's sleeve. She was just a moment ago afraid that Chen Fan would kill her, but now she seems afraid that Chen Fan will leave. "Uncle, please don't go. I'm scared." Chen Fan slapped her hand away and said, "I have things to do. There's no danger here now, so you don't need to be afraid. As long as you stay here obediently, you won't be in any danger." The little girl sniffled and said in a tearful voice, But, if I don't go out, I'll starve and die of thirst." Chen Fan was annoyed when he heard this and said, "You know you'll starve and die of thirst. Why don't you just stay at home? Why do you have to come here to play? Uncle, look how cute I am. Will you stay and protect me? When we get out of here, I can give you lots of spirit stones." "No, I have things to do." Chen Fan can earn spirit stones himself. He can easily earn quite a few. "Then can I go with the uncle?" The little girl pleaded again. Chen Fan looked at the little girl in front of him with disdain and said, "Besides eating, what else can you do?" The little girl looked at Chen Fan somewhat guiltily and asked, "Does being able to dance count?" Chen Fan glanced at the little girl speechlessly, then turned and left. The little girl immediately hugged Chen Fan's leg, preventing him from leaving. "Wah, uncle, don't leave me." Chen Fan tried to pull his foot out several times, but couldn't. He stopped, looking quite helpless, and said, "Let go, or I'll beat you up." "I won't let go. I'd rather die than let go. I'd rather be killed by the old man than be eaten by the monsters outside." Chen Fan slapped his forehead in exasperation. If he had known it would turn out like this, he wouldn't have come into this shabby room. If Chen Fan were really asked to kill such a little girl, he really couldn't bring himself to do it. "Although I am not a good person, I am not a bad person either, and I would not kill innocent people indiscriminately." After thinking for a moment, Chen Fan said, "I'll find a safe place first, then come back here to pick you up." The little girl stared at Chen Fan with innocent eyes, as if to say, "Uncle, you're not saying this on purpose because you're planning to abandon me, are you?" Chen Fan smiled wryly and said, "This village is relatively safe now. I will leave you enough food and water, and I will come to pick you up when I find a safe place. Besides, if you follow me now, you'll only be heading towards death. If you get eaten by zombies, I won't care about you. If you want to follow me, You'd better behave. Uncle, when will you come back to find me? I can't say for sure. Maybe he'll be back in a few days, maybe in a week. Chen Fan really has things to do. If he carries this burden, he won't be able to do anything. The little girl could also see the determination in Chen Fan's eyes, and she was certain that Chen Fan really wouldn't take her with him. He had no choice but to settle for second best, saying, "Then you must come back to see me in a week, okay? Okay, I'll come back to you in a week. Just stay here obediently, and I'll leave you enough food and water." After Chen Fan finished speaking, he took out a large amount of food and water from his backpack. "This food and water is enough for you for 2 weeks. As long as you stay here and don't wander off, you'll be safe." When Chen Fan first entered the town, he had already cleared out most of the zombies. That means there are only some zombies left that can't get out of the room. As long as the little girl doesn't wander around outside and stays in the room, she's basically safe. At this moment, the little girl was already eating a bottle of water in her left hand and a duck neck in her right hand. She didn't forget to see Chen Fan off, saying, "Uncle, you must come back." Chen Fan looked at what the little girl with rabbit ears was holding and felt something was off. Aren't rabbits supposed to be vegetarians? Okay. Chen Fan nodded to the little girl and then jumped onto the wall. "Uncle, my name is Jingli. Remember to come back and pick me up." Chen Fan. Chen Fan replied with one sentence and then drifted away. Chen Fan sped along, soon crossing another mountain peak. There is no town at the foot of this mountain, but a secluded valley, which is lush and green with very tall trees. Chen Fan leisurely used his grass-walking lightness skill to enjoy the scenery along the way at a moderate pace. Before long, they arrived at the bottom of the secluded valley. There was a huge lake at the bottom of this secluded valley. Moreover, there are 5 blood-red lotus flowers in the center of the lake. Upon seeing the blood-red lotus, Chen Fan immediately sensed that it was a valuable thing. However, being in the middle of the lake, it's unclear whether there are any dangers within. Chen Fan flew away, his toes lightly touching the lake water, and soon arrived next to the lotus flowers. He reached out to pick a blood lotus. Chen Fan sensed the danger in advance and immediately withdrew. Just 2 meters away, the lake water churned, and then a giant mouth emerged from the surface. With a single bite, a loud click was produced, demonstrating just how terrifying the bite force was. Chapter 51 Testing the Giant Crocodile. Then water splashed everywhere, and Chen Fan took advantage of the gaps in the water. I can finally see what it is. It turned out to be a giant crocodile. The crocodile's body alone, when it leaps out of the water, is the size of a train engine, which shows how big it is. Then, with a loud splash, waves surged and crashed directly onto the surrounding lake shore. At this moment, Chen Fan also retreated to the lake shore and leaped onto a giant tree. The waves in the lake were still lapping against the rocks and various bushes around the lake shore. After the waves receded and the lake returned to calm, the blood lotus in the center of the lake remained as blood-red as ever. It was as if the waves had no effect on it at all. The giant crocodile had vanished without a trace, as if it had never existed. If it weren't for the water droplets still dripping from the bushes around the lake, one would really think that the giant crocodile had never appeared. Judging from the aura of the crocodile when it leaped out of the water, Chen Fan believed that this crocodile should have the strength of the first level of body tempering, and it seemed to have just broken through to the first level of body tempering. If they were on land, Chen Fan could easily deal with the crocodile, but in the water, it would be much more difficult. The most important thing is that the lake looks very deep, and even though such a huge crocodile dives into the water, it can't be seen at all. This shows how deep the lake is. To kill this crocodile, you must lure it ashore and then strike it dead in one fell swoop, giving it no chance to escape. If the crocodile is given a chance to escape into the water, it will be even more difficult to kill. But how can we lure this crocodile ashore? Chen Fan thought for a long time, but couldn't come up with a good solution. Then we can only use the simplest and most effective method. The most effective, albeit clumsy, method is to use yourself as bait to lure the crocodile ashore. Do it as soon as you think of it. Chen Fan first found a dead tree, chopped it into several sections with his Tang sword, and then split it into plank shapes. They were all thrown into the lake by Chen Fan. Soon, the lake's surface was covered with planks. After getting ready, Chen Fan flew into the lake again, his feet lightly touching the ground, and soon he was back among the blood lotus flowers. Reaching out to pluck the blood lotus, Chen Fan could feel the immense power emanating from beneath the lake the moment he did so. As long as Chen Fan picks this blood lotus, he will definitely be bitten by the giant crocodile at the bottom of the lake. Chen Fan wouldn't dare risk his own flesh and blood to test the giant crocodile's teeth. He immediately retreated, and the wooden planks floating in the lake provided Chun Fan with the perfect foothold. With a light tap of the feet on the wooden planks in the lake, I easily returned to the tree on the lake shore. At that moment, the giant crocodile plunged into the lake with a loud plop and disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. Chun Fan had just tested the giant crocodile's reaction. Judging from the crocodile's reaction speed, it shouldn't be able to keep up with Chun Fan's speed. It's just that the crocodile is too huge. The attack range has thus increased. If Chun Fan were to actually pluck the blood lotus, he might actually be bitten by the giant crocodile. Even if he wasn't bitten, the chances of him bumping into it were extremely high. If you get injured here, the consequences will be very difficult. Therefore, we will still adopt the dog-walking tactic. The giant crocodile fell back into the lake, splashing up huge waves, and the wooden planks floating on the lake's surface were scattered in all directions. Some were swept away by the waves, while others were pushed onto the rocks on both sides of the lake, sending wood chips flying everywhere. This time, Chun Fan didn't wait for the waves to calm down before heading towards the blood lotus in the lake again. He pretended to pluck the blood lotus, and sure enough, a huge tail lashed out at Chun Fan. Chun Fan retreated smoothly, avoiding the giant tail. Bang! With a loud crash, the giant tail missed Chun Fan and instead slammed into the water, sending waves scattering everywhere. But the blood lotus in the lake was completely unaffected. The shrubs around the lake were not so lucky. Many of their leaves were washed away by the waves. Chun Fan stood on a wooden plank, which remained extremely stable in the waves, showing no signs of tilting or swaying. While the giant crocodile was still struggling to regain its strength, they took advantage of the moment. Chun Fan rushed toward the blood lotus at an extremely fast speed. He reached out to pick the blood lotus. However, the danger perception immediately detected the danger. Chun Fan had no choice but to retreat again. Just as they retreated, a huge crocodile's mouth emerged from the water. Fortunately, Chun Fan retreated quickly. 2. Chun Fan's expression was not good. He was certain this was the second giant crocodile. If there were only 2, Chun Fan was confident that he could wear down these 2 giant crocodiles. But I'm afraid there might be a third, a fourth, or even more. That would be really difficult. If there were that many, Chun Fan would have no choice but to leave. We can't waste time here. If they were on land, even if there were 10 or 8 of them, Chun Fan could easily handle them. In the water, Chun Fan is at a real disadvantage, mainly because he's difficult to kill. This time when I go out, I must find a water-based cultivation technique first, otherwise I will be in a very passive position again, just like this time. Chun Fan said through gritted teeth. We still need to keep testing the waters, if there really is a third or fourth one. Chun Fan turned and left, determined not to waste any more time here. After making up his mind, Chun Fan unleashed his full power, and his speed soared. Boom! As soon as Chun Fan approached the blood lotus, a tail slapped at him. Chun Fan changed direction and continued forward. Bang! Another giant mouth came crashing down. Chun Fan lightly touched the ground with his feet and spun upwards. A giant mouth followed closely behind, but it wasn't as high as Chun Fan's face, so it fell down again. Chun Fan landed lightly on a wooden plank in the lake. With a light tap of his toes, he charged towards the blood lotus at an extremely fast speed. The 2 giant crocodiles were no longer lurking in the water. They had both surfaced. Its huge, gong-like eyes were fixed on Chun Fan. Chun Fan chuckled. Do you think I'm afraid of you just because you're staring at me with wide eyes? As he spoke, Chun Fan threw the Tang sword in his hand away. The Tang sword flew with incredible speed toward the giant crocodile's eye. Sensing danger, the giant crocodile ducked into the water. It narrowly avoided the Tang sword, but the blade still grazed the giant crocodile's head, leaving a white mark on its scales. With a whoosh, the Tang sword flew across the lake, drawing a straight line of spray with the water. Boom! After the sound, dust flew everywhere. Suddenly, the Tang sword was seen stuck into the rocks on the lake shore, and a large circular gap appeared on the rocks outside, as if they had been hit by a missile. Chun Fan looked thoughtfully at the sinking giant crocodile. The Tang sword that I just casually tossed aside actually left a white mark on its hardest point. It seems that the giant crocodile's defenses are not as strong as I imagined. That makes things easier. Chun Fan then took out a Tang sword from his backpack. This time, Chun Fan is prepared to confront the giant crocodile head-on. Chapter 52, Slaying the Giant Crocodile. After understanding the giant crocodile's defensive capabilities, Chun Fan shouted, "Come on!" Then it transformed into a sharp arrow and rushed towards the nearest giant crocodile. Seeing Chun Fan charging towards him, The crocodile swung its tail and slapped at him. This time, Chun Fan stopped dodging and instead used one hand to parry with his knife, while thrusting the knife straight at him with the other. Bite. Buzz. The crocodile's tail slammed down on the tang sword that Chun Fan had raised to block above his head. The immense force nearly sent Chun Fan flying, and the water around his feet dispersed in all directions, forming a huge funnel-shaped vortex. But the giant crocodile wasn't having an easy time either. Because it was struck on that tang sword, several scales at the tail were knocked off. The tang sword had cut deep into the flesh, and blood was slowly flowing out. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Chun Fan used the tang sword in his other hand to stab the crocodile's belly. The abdomen is precisely the crocodile's soft spot. Seeing Chun Fan's tang sword stabbing towards its abdomen, the giant crocodile tried to flip over and dive into the water. However, its tail was still stuck on another tang sword, and it was too late to enter the water. Uft! The tang sword easily pierced the giant crocodile's abdomen. The giant crocodile let out a loud roar. It struggled desperately, while simultaneously sending out distress signals to its companions. But the more the crocodile struggles, the bigger its wounds become. Another giant crocodile saw its companion injured and also received its distress signal. It swam over quickly, its crocodile head charging directly at Chun Fan. Seeing this, Chun Fan parried the tail with his tang sword and pulled hard. Spicy. Blood splattered. The crocodile's tail was almost completely severed. The wound was so deep that the bone was visible. As for the tang sword that had pierced the crocodile's belly, it was too late to pull it out. Helpless, he had no choice but to give up and push off with his feet, heading straight for the head of the giant crocodile that was charging towards him. Using the power of that giant crocodile, with a whoosh, they had already retreated dozens of meters away. At the same time, he took out a tang sword from his backpack and held it in front of him. The wounded crocodile, with a tang sword still lodged in its belly, was rolling around on the surface of the water. The entire lake's surface was covered in crimson, indicating that a lot of blood had been shed. Chun Fan planned to deal with one crocodile first, then the other. So they launched another attack on the injured crocodile. The uninjured crocodile saw that Chun Fan was about to attack its companion again. It quickly stepped in front of Chun Fan, while simultaneously sweeping its tail towards him. Chun Fan stomped his feet on his hands and leaped high into the air. They dodged the sweeping giant tail. At the same time, it also crossed the giant crocodile. The two tang swords thrust straight down. The injured crocodile clearly did not expect Chun Fan to bypass his companions and attack it. This giant crocodile believed that with its companions protecting it, it was safe. It's too late to react now. Boom! Chun Fan, wielding two swords, plunged them directly into the giant crocodile's head, piercing right through it. The force was so great that it was as if a cannonball had exploded in the lake. The lake water splashed up in all directions, creating a large spray of water. Large areas of the lake even overflowed onto the shore. Then it slowly flowed into the lake. At this moment, the injured crocodile had two tang swords stuck in its head, and its body was already floating on the lake, with only its tail still occasionally waving. He is obviously dead. The other giant crocodile clearly hadn't expected its companion to be killed by Chun Fan so easily. When he saw that his companion had two tang swords stuck in his head, he stopped moving. It let out a deafening roar and charged towards Chun Fan like a madman. Chun Fan stood on the head of the dead crocodile, watching another crocodile charge towards him like a madman. He calmly took out two more tang swords, chuckled, and charged towards the giant crocodile. Just as it was about to reach him, the giant crocodile opened its enormous mouth, as if it wanted to swallow Chun Fan whole. Instead of retreating, Chun Fan advanced, wielding a tang sword, and thrust it straight at the giant crocodile's throat. The crocodile clearly realized that swallowing Chun Fan was a mistake. With a flick of its tail on the water's surface, its entire body leaps high into the air. Then, headfirst, it attacked Chun Fan. Chun Fan watched as the crocodile leaped into the air and charged at him. He then glided through the water, narrowly avoiding the giant crocodile above. The giant crocodile plunged into the water with another deafening roar, splashing water everywhere, making the entire lake seem as if a torrential rain had begun. Chun Fan shook the water droplets off his head. It turned around and charged at the giant crocodile again. The giant crocodile leaped out of the water again, its massive tail sweeping across the battlefield. Chun Fan saw the crocodile's tail sweep towards him. He hurriedly used his two swords to block in front of him. Ding, ding, ding. Several sounds, sparks flying everywhere. Chen Fan was also swept away by this tremendous force, flying more than 10 meters. But the giant crocodile was in even worse shape. Its tail was covered in blood, and much of its scales had fallen off. At this moment, it was in pain, wildly wagging its tail on the lake's surface. Chen Fan found it amusing. Both crocodiles had clearly suffered a loss at the hands of Tang Dao. Take advantage of your illness to kill you. Chen Fan wouldn't make such a basic mistake. Seize the opportunity and go all out. My feet touched the wooden board in the water. It charged toward the giant crocodile like an arrow released from a bow. The giant crocodile, not to be outdone, charged towards Chen Fan. Another sweeping attack came hurtling towards Chen Fan. Chen Fan laughed loudly. It seems you never learned your lesson and are resorting to this trick again. You can forget about getting your tail back. Chen Fan raised his knife and stepped forward, preparing to lie in wait for the giant crocodile's tail to sweep down. Suddenly, the giant crocodile's sweeping tail changed direction and plunged directly into the water. It came from underwater with a whip from the Shangliao. Holy crap, they launched a sneak attack. Chen Fan swore. The two swords blocking the way quickly crossed and slashed down. With a single step on the water's surface, both feet are lifted into the air. He stood upside down. The crocodile's tail struck just in time. Uft! Roar! Blood splattered everywhere. Half of the crocodile's tail had broken off and fallen into the lake. The giant crocodile roared in pain. Chen Fan's feet landed back on the wooden plank in the lake. She chuckled softly and said, "How are you? Are you all right?" The giant crocodile stared intently at Chen Fan, roared, and turned to run away. It disappeared in no time, probably having dived back to the bottom of the lake. Chen Fan stared at the vanished giant crocodile, somewhat speechless. Just now, the giant crocodile roared, and I thought it was about to fight me to the death. Unexpectedly, the giant crocodile escaped. I'm still too young. Chen Fan originally intended to chase after the giant crocodile and take it down, but then he realized that he might not be able to defeat it in the water. So forget it. That giant crocodile probably wouldn't dare to provoke me again. I just don't know if there are any other giant crocodiles. Logically speaking, after fighting those two giant crocodiles for so long, no other giant crocodiles have joined the battle. There shouldn't be any other giant crocodiles in this lake. Now it's time to reap the rewards of victory. Chapter 53: The Strange Little Mountain Village. Just in case, Chen Fan first came to the Blood Lotus. We'll start by picking the Blood Lotus. Obtained 1 grade 1 diamond blood mist lotus. Quantity increased by 700 times. Obtained 700 grade 1 diamond blood mist lotuses. Obtain 1 grade 1 diamond blood mist lotus. Quantity increased by 300 times. Obtain 300 grade 1 diamond blood mist lotuses. Obtain 1 grade 1 diamond blood mist lotus. Quantity increased by 100 times. Obtain 100 grade 1 diamond blood mist lotuses. Obtain 1 grade 1 diamond blood mist lotus. Quantity increased by 600 times. Obtain 600 grade 1 diamond blood mist lotuses. Obtained 1 grade 1 diamond blood mist lotus, with the quantity increased by 300 times and the quality increased by 800 times. Obtained 700 grade 2 golden blood cloud lotuses. Surprisingly, there was a quality increase, and they directly produced second-grade items. This is awesome. This is a real windfall. And we can't overlook these lotus leaves either. Chen Fan simply plucked a lotus leaf. Obtain 1 lotus leaf. The quantity increases by 300 times. Obtain 300 lotus leaves. Chen Fan was surprised that the lotus flowers were made of diamonds, but the lotus leaves didn't even have a grade. Negative review. Next, they cleaned up the crocodile carcass. Chen Fan approached the crocodile carcass and touched it. Obtain 1 grade 1 diamond blood crocodile. The quantity increases by 100 times. Obtain 100 grade 1 diamond blood crocodiles. Well, that's 100 crocodiles. I don't know how long it would take to eat just 1 crocodile, let alone 100. Chen Fan packed his things and went ashore. After fighting for so long, Chen Fan was also hungry, so he took his Tang sword and cut off a large piece of crocodile meat. Roast them over a fire. In no time, the crocodile meat was grilled and sprinkled with cumin and chili powder. Fragrant. 1 bite, and your mouth is filled with oil. So satisfying. Chen Fan grilled and ate it several times in a row because this diamond-grade crocodile meat was just too delicious. Don't be fooled by the size of the crocodile. Its meat is incredibly tender, and when grilled, it's crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. Chen Fan only stopped eating when he really couldn't eat anymore. I glanced at the half-buried crocodile tail still floating on the surface of the water. Chen Fan jumped down again and retracted the tail. obtained 1 piece of grade 1 diamond blood crocodile tail, increasing the quantity by 500 times, obtaining 500 pieces of grade 1 diamond blood crocodile tail. After putting away the crocodile tail, Chun Fan patted his behind and left. As for the other crocodile, Chun Fan didn't plan to deal with it anymore, not wanting to waste any more time there. After Chun Fan left, the giant crocodile slowly surfaced, looking in the direction Chun Fan left, and then at the place where only lotus leaves remained. It was filled with indignation and resentment. Chun Fan sped along and finally spotted a small mountain village ahead before sunset. This small mountain village doesn't look very big. There should be about a few dozen households. However, there wasn't a single zombie in this small mountain village, which seemed rather eerie. I've been in this zombie world for about a week now, and along the way, this was the first time Chun Fan had ever seen a village without zombies. Other villages all have zombies to varying degrees. Chun Fan stepped into the village and discovered that there were indeed no zombies there. On this path strewn with fallen leaves, there wasn't a trace of zombie activity to be seen. Chun Fan arrived at the edge of a courtyard and casually pushed open the courtyard gate. Apart from some fallen leaves, the yard was quite clean, as if the family had only been away for a few days. Chun Fan pushed open the doors of several more courtyards, and they were all basically the same, as if the people here had only been gone for a short time. There was not a trace of zombies. It was as if there were no zombies at all, but the fallen leaves in the yard proved that it hadn't been cleaned for several days. It was as if everyone in the village had vanished into thin air. Chun Fan pushed open the door to one of the rooms in the courtyard. The room was found to be relatively clean, and there were signs that someone had lived there recently. They've all disappeared for the past few days. Then Chun Fan went to the kitchen to take a look. There was leftover food on the stove, but it had all gone moldy. Chun Fan left the courtyard, feeling quite puzzled. Then Chun Fan cut down all the houses in the village and found that they were basically all the same. It's as if everyone in this village has vanished. By this time, it had gotten dark outside, so Chun Fan had no choice but to find a better apartment building to settle down in. After quickly preparing some food, Chun Fan got ready to rest. I plan to rest well, and then explore the village again tomorrow to see if I can find anything. The night passed quickly. After getting up in the morning, Chun Fan washed up and ate breakfast. Chun Fan then began to explore the village again. But still, nothing was gained. Chun Fan didn't intend to dwell on this for too long, so they decided to leave first. Just as Chun Fan was about to leave, a flash of yellow appeared behind the small village. Upon seeing this, Chun Fan quickly chased after them. Chun Fan was very fast and caught up with the yellow one in no time. When Chun Fan caught up, he realized it was a dog. Chinese rural dog? At this moment, the dog was looking at Chun Fan with a wary expression. Chun Fan looked at the dog, which was staring at him warily. He flashed what he thought was a friendly smile and said, "Hello, Big Yellow." The dog looked at Chun Fan with a puzzled expression. It was certain that it had never seen Chun Fan before. But how did this person know that his name was Da Huang? Chun Fan noticed that the big yellow dog had relaxed its guard and was looking at him with a puzzled expression. Chun Fan knew he had guessed right. The dog's name must be Da Huang. So Chun Fan continued, "Big Yellow, do you know where everyone here goes?" Da Huang still looked at Chun Fan with a puzzled expression. Seeing that Chun Fan showed no hostility, it wagged its tail at him and walked past him. Seeing that the dog ignored him, Chun Fan followed and said, "Hey, Big Yellow, don't go. Where have all the villagers gone?" But Da Huang ignored Chun Fan and ran ahead on its own. Chun Fan felt that Big Yellow definitely knew where everyone in the village had gone. Soon, Chun Fan followed Da Huang around a hill and arrived at a valley. Continue along a path that winds around the valley, with a small river flowing below the path. Continuing upstream, a cave soon appeared at the end of the river ahead. The river water was flowing out of the cave, but it was very murky at the moment. Before the apocalypse, this river must have been very clear. Da Huang didn't mind Chun Fan following him all the way. After arriving at the cave entrance, it barked, "Woof woof," towards the entrance. But he hesitated and dared not go in, only daring to call out from outside the cave entrance. Chapter 54 Strange Cave, Human-Faced Spider. Upon seeing this, Chun Fan knew that there must be something inside that was preventing Da Huang from moving forward. But Big Yellow really wanted to go inside. Chun Fan came to Da Huang's side and looked into the cave entrance as well. But it was pitch black inside, and you couldn't see anything inside at all. If only we had flashlights, but for some reason, nothing electrified can be used in this world. Chun Fan picked up a stone and threw it towards the cave entrance. With a whoosh, the stone entered the cave entrance, and soon the sound of the stone hitting the rock wall and falling to the ground could be heard from inside the cave. The entrance to the cave was too dark. We couldn't see anything at all. After thinking for a moment, Chun Fan found a large amount of dry wood nearby, and then found a dried-up pine tree, from which he cut out a large number of pine resin strips. With the increase in quantity, they directly obtained tens of thousands of pine resin strips, which they probably couldn't use up. Then they lit a fire at the entrance of the cave, and with the help of pine torches, the fire quickly spread. With a fire at the cave entrance, we could finally see the space inside the cave, which was only 2 meters deep. Inside the cave, a winding path stretched into the dark depths. Below the path was still a small river, and the water was still murky. Chun Fan called over De Huang and asked De Huang to come in with him. Fear flashed in De Huang's eyes, but then he became determined and took the initiative to lead the way for Chun Fan. Chun Fan picked up 2 relatively large pine torches from the fire and, by the firelight, followed behind De Huang. For safety reasons, Chun Fan set up another fire a few meters away. This also made the entire cave appear much brighter. This also allowed Chun Fan to see the situation inside the cave. Actually, the situation inside the cave is similar to that at the entrance. Both are cobblestone paths with a small river flowing below them. There are no stalactites or stalagmites. It's a very ordinary cave. But the cave is still very deep. Chun Fan and De Huang had already come in about 100 meters. However, the deepest part of the cave cannot yet be seen. Big Yellow continued to lead the way, but now it was much more cautious. Every few steps it would take it to stare warily at the cave ahead for a long time before continuing forward. Chun Fan didn't urge De Huang, because there must be something that could kill De Huang. After walking another 100 meters or so, the space finally opened up considerably. Chun Fan was also very familiar with the scene before him. In the middle of the cave, a statue of a deity was carved on the rock. It looked like a Buddha and had 3 heads and 6 arms. The face was not visible, and Chun Fan had no idea what kind of deity it was. What surprised Chun Fan the most was that the ground beneath the statue was now piled with white bones. Judging from the shape of the bones, they should all be human remains. Judging from the shape of these bones, they must have been left over from being eaten by something, as there are clear tooth marks on them. At that moment, De Huang lay down in front of the pile of bones and started crying. Seeing De Huang like this, Chun Fan understood perfectly well that these remains must belong to the villagers. Judging from the appearance of these skeletons, these villagers must have all been eaten by some kind of monster before the apocalypse broke out. Chun Fan could imagine it. Before the apocalypse broke out, this village must have been holding some kind of grand temple fair. This temple fair is a place where people from the entire village come to worship this statue. But a monster has somehow gotten into this cave. Just as the villagers were holding a lively temple fair, the monster appeared and killed all the villagers. They dragged them back to the cave and ate them one by one. Finally, it must have been the yellow dog that stayed behind in the village that came to search the cave after seeing that none of the villagers had returned. Upon arriving at the cave entrance, Big Yellow sensed something terrifying lurking deep within the cave. That's why Da Huang kept lingering at the cave entrance, afraid to go forward. It wasn't until Chun Fan appeared that Da Huang mustered the courage to enter the cave. What kind of monster could have rendered these villagers completely defenseless? Even if this monster is powerful, it's impossible for it to surpass the body-tempering realm and reach the Qi-refining realm. Even if someone at the Qi-refining realm came, it would be impossible for them to kill all the villagers in an instant. It's only about 200 meters from here to the cave entrance. Surely a few of them could escape. How did this monster manage to wipe out all these villagers? Just then, unless his sense of danger was triggered, he instantly felt the danger coming from all around him. Damn, poison gas. Chun Fan cursed under his breath, grabbed Big Yellow who was lying on the ground crying, and flew out of the cave. Chun Fan should have realized that the only way to capture all the villagers at once was by using poison. In this basically sealed cave, poison was the best method. Seeing Chun Fan fly out, the monster inside stopped hiding. Chun Fan then dashed out. Chun Fan flew out of the cave at an extremely fast speed, and the monster followed him out. Only then did Chun Fan realize what kind of monster it was. It turned out to be a spider with a human face. It has a huge belly, 8 long legs, a human face hanging on it, and 8 eyes growing on its abdomen, making it look terrifying. Although he looks terrifying, his strength is inferior to Chun Fan's. Chun Fan could tell at a glance that the human-face spider's strength was at most just at the first level of body tempering. Its most significant lethality is likely its poison. Now that we're not in the cave, we don't need to worry too much about the venom of the human-face spider. Chun Fan took out a bottle of bronze antidote from his backpack and drank it down his throat. Although I'm not worried about the venom of the human-faced spider, it's better to be cautious. The spider-faced creature hissed at Chun Fan a few times, then charged towards him on its 8 long legs. Chun Fan took out 2 Tang swords from his backpack and charged forward, not to be outdone. Swords and legs flash at any moment. Jingle bells, jingle bells. The two, one human and one monster, quickly exchanged dozens of blows. After they separated, Chun Fan's Tang sword was already sharp, but the spider-faced creature's legs were in bad shape. At this point, all 8 legs were covered in knife wounds, from which green blood was flowing. The spider with a human face was in pain, and its 8 legs were trembling incessantly. Chun Fan smiled slightly and said, "You really are brave. Last time you dared to use your mortal body to fight my knife head-on, and now you've become my food." The spider-faced creature clearly couldn't understand what Chun Fan was saying, but judging from Chun Fan's smile, it was obviously mocking him. The human-faced spider roared angrily, bulged its abdomen, and launched a load of white stuff at Chun Fan. Chun Fan dodged and disappeared dozens of meters away. The spot where Chun Fan had been standing had been covered with a layer of white netting. Judging from the color of the net, it's white with a hint of blue, so it must be poisonous. Luckily I dodged quickly, otherwise I would have been hit. Chapter 55 Slaughtering the Man-Faced Spider. Seeing that Chun Fan had dodged, the spider-faced creature shot out another swarm of projectiles. Chun Fan dodged again. Shoot again, dodge again, shoot again, dodge again. Soon, Chun Fan realized something was wrong. Because the surrounding area was already covered with spider silk shot by the human-faced spider, their personal activity area is getting smaller and smaller. Chun Fan then decided not to continue playing along with the human-faced spider. When the human-faced spider shot out its silk again, Chun Fan dodged it with a quick movement. Then he dashed to the faceless spider. The spider-faced creature clearly hadn't expected Chun Fan to suddenly stop dodging. Chun Fan thrust his knife directly into one of the eyes on the human-faced spider's abdomen. Uffed! A single stab to the heart, and he was chilled to the bone. The human-faced spider let out a miserable howl. Chun Fan did not linger in the fight. He drew his sword and retreated. The human-faced spider let out another miserable howl, and then green blood spurted from its abdomen. The faucet seems to be free. Turn the water up to the maximum and let it flow freely. Chun Fan smiled as he watched the green blood gushing from the human-faced spider. He casually shook the green blood off his Tang sword. Then he rushed forward again. The spider-faced creature saw Chun Fan charging towards it again, but it couldn't reach the blood gushing from its abdomen. It tried to retreat into the cave with its 8 long legs, but unfortunately, the knife wounds on its legs slowed it down considerably. Chun Fan wanted to retreat back to the cave when he saw the human-faced spider, but he couldn't do as the spider wished. No longer holding back, he caught up with the human-faced spider in a few flashes. He stabbed the spider-faced creature directly in the back with a knife. Uffed, uffed, uffed. He stabbed her 3 times in succession. The human-faced spider howled in agony and turned to spew a cloud of dark green poisonous mist at Chun Fan. Seeing this, Chun Fan quickly retreated, although he took the antidote himself. But who can guarantee that the antidote will completely neutralize the venomous mist of the human-faced spider? It's best to be careful. After the human-faced spider spewed out a mouthful of poisonous mist, it became noticeably more listless. He was staggering when he walked. They persisted in walking into the cave. After the poisonous mist dissipated, Chun Fan once again caught up with the human-faced spider. With another stab, he blinded one of the spider's eyes on its abdomen. Seeing that it could not escape, the spider with the human face contorted its expression, clearly intending to fight to the death. Chun Fan could not let it leap high as it wished. The 2 swords pierced directly into the human-faced spider's head from above. The human-faced spider never imagined it wouldn't even have a chance to fight back. With a mournful cry of great resentment, it collapsed to the ground. Chun Fan twirled his knife in a cool manner, then looked at the corpse of the human-faced spider with disdain and said, "It's nothing special." Then he walked up to the corpse of the human-faced spider, thinking of putting the human-faced spider back into his backpack. But just thinking about it makes me feel disgusted. Spiders don't taste good, and their whole bodies are covered in green blood. Let's forget about it. Just as Chun Fan was about to leave, he suddenly noticed something in the corner of his eye on the head he had just pierced. Chun Fan used his knife to cut open the head of the human-faced spider, and a round bead fell out. This bead is somewhat similar to the zombie's core. Chun Fan picked up the bead, obtained 1 grade 1 diamond beast essence pill, increasing the quantity by 600 times, obtaining 600 grade 1 diamond beast essence pills. Are the beast core essence pills like the zombie core essence pills, available through a lottery? We can try it when the time comes. Speaking of the beast core, I seem to have also obtained the corpses of 100 crocodiles. Could it be that these 100 crocodiles also had the beast core? Chun Fan quickly took out the carcass of a crocodile and made a hole in its head. Sure enough, a beast core fell out. Chun Fan picked it up and examined it, finding that it was similar to the beast core that had fallen from the human-faced spider and should also be a first-grade diamond. However, this time there was no increase, probably because it was already increased once, so it cannot be increased again. Chun Fan took out all the crocodile carcasses and dissected them one by one. Sure enough, he gained another 100 grade 1 diamond beast cores. After putting everything back into his backpack, Chun Fan called Da Huang, and they returned to the cave. Back in the cave, Big Yellow started crying again, lying down in front of the bones. Chun Fan, on the other hand, wandered around inside the cave. Chun Fan was very curious about where such a large spider was hiding, as he hadn't even noticed it when he came in. Chun Fan searched around and quickly found a good spot to hide the spider. That is behind the statue, which blocks the view, and the cave is already quite dark. Even if you light a torch, you can't see what's behind the statue. Chun Fan leaped onto the statue's shoulder. Sure enough, there was a large cave behind the statue, just big enough to accommodate the spider. Chun Fan tossed a lit pine torch down. As Song Mingzi descended the path, Chun Fan gained a clearer view of the space inside the cave. The cave was filled with spider silk, and the fallen pine torch was quickly stuck to a spider silk thread. However, the spider silk was quickly burned off by the flames. The pine torch continued to fall, and soon it was entangled in a spider silk. But it couldn't withstand the heat of the flames, and soon broke. This continued for more than 10 minutes, until Song Mingzi finally fell into the cave. At that moment, a flash of golden light also streaked past. Chun Fan caught it. There is something. Chun Fan looked at the cave covered with spider silk, lit more pine torches, and threw them all into the cave. Let's burn all the spider silk in this cave first. After throwing all the pine torches in, Chun Fan summoned Big Yellow back. These pine torches shouldn't burn out so quickly. Let's go back and rest for the night first, and then come back tomorrow. As for whether someone else will beat him to it, Chun Fan is not worried. Especially at night, few people go out, for fear of being attacked by zombies. Big Yellow looked at the pile of bones, whimpered twice, and then followed Chun Fan out. Chun Fan arrived at the small mountain village, found a room at random, cut off a large piece of crocodile meat to roast and eat, and also roasted some for Da Huang. After finishing his meal, he took out a few more first-grade bronze spirit fruits and ate them. Sure enough, the spiritual fruit was quite sweet and delicious, and I couldn't resist eating a few more. I also threw 1 or 2 at Big Yellow. Da Huang didn't stand on ceremony and ate the spirit fruit in no time. After eating and drinking his fill, Chun Fan went to rest. Nothing happened overnight. When Chun Fan woke up early the next morning, he found that Da Huang was different. He seems to have grown quite a bit taller and bigger. Has this evolved? When Da Huang saw Chun Fan get up, it wagged its tail and came over, rubbing its head against Chun Fan's leg. Chun Fan patted Da Huang's head happily and said, Da Huang, you're very good. I knew I hadn't misjudged you. Big Yellow affectionately stuck out its tongue and licked Chun Fan's hand. Chun Fan withdrew his hand with some disgust and said, Ugh, Big Yellow, you're disgusting. Da Huang looked at Chun Fan with a somewhat innocent expression. Chapter 56 Golden Treasure Chest, 9th level of body tempering. After washing up, Chun Fan made breakfast for himself and Da Huang. After finishing their meal, Chun Fan took Da Huang back to the cave. Chun Fan leaped onto the statue's shoulder and looked down into the cave, only to find he couldn't see anything. Then he lit another torch and threw it down. Only then could they see the situation below clearly. The spider silk below had been almost completely burned away. As for the remaining little bit, it's no longer a problem. Chun Fan jumped into the cave. The cave was blackened by the fire, but at the very back of the cave, there was a glimmer of golden light. However, the golden light was now covered by a layer of black powder, with only a corner of the gold showing. Chun Fan used his Tang sword to peel away the layer of black powder. Then a golden treasure chest was revealed. An unexpected bonus. Chun Fan clicked his tongue twice. Chun Fan walked over and opened the treasure chest. Obtained 1 grade 1 golden zombie core, increasing the quantity by 700 times, and obtained 700 grade 1 golden zombie cores. Obtained 3 bottles of grade 1 golden body tempering liquid, a 300-fold increase, Now obtaining 900 bottles of Grade 1 golden body tempering liquid. Obtain 10 Grade 1 silver flying knives, increasing the quantity by 400 times, for a total of 4,000 Grade 1 silver flying knives. 3 items appeared in total, which is not bad, especially the body tempering liquid, which means Chun Fan can continue to level up. Chun Fan returned to the cave, called over Big Yellow who was sobbing there again, and then went back to the small mountain village. Chun Fan plans to stay in this small mountain village for a while and upgrade his skills first. Over the next few days, Chun Fan stayed in this small mountain village and basically used up all the golden body tempering liquid. Although he had almost used up all the body tempering liquid, Chun Fan's cultivation level had reached the peak of the body tempering realm. Continuing to drink the body strengthening liquid has no effect. Chun Fan checked his attributes. Number: 6,897. Race: human. Cultivation level: 9th level of body tempering, with a strength of approximately 90,000 gene. Talent: danger perception, can detect danger within 900 meters in advance. Skills: none. Life skills: none. Chat channels: trading hall. Personnel remaining: 5823/10,000. They have reached the highest level of the body tempering realm. The next step is to break through to the next realm, and then I can open the door to immortality cultivation. After breaking through to the 9th level of the body tempering realm, not only did his strength increase dramatically, but the range of his danger perception also increased significantly. I just don't know what it will be like to break through to the next level. The properties panel is already open. Chun Fan simply checked the chat channel. 8972. Have the zombies evolved now? It feels like the zombies are faster and stronger, and they've gotten bigger. 6868. Yeah, the zombies have gotten stronger now. It's become quite difficult to kill one now. 2468. It's alright, feels about the same. 1432. The guy upstairs is a big shot, unlike us nobodies. 993. Hey everyone, I came across a golden compass here. What's it for? And it's electrified. This is the first time I've ever seen anything electrified since I came to this world. 9986. Buying all kinds of zombie yuan dan. If you have any for sale, please send me a private message. I'll buy them at a high price. 6688. Wow, the big boss is still collecting zombie essence pills. He's been doing it for days. 2623. I also have a compass here, but it's not gold, it's silver. 993. Does anyone know what this compass is used for? Please enlighten me. After glancing at the chat channel, Chun Fan got a general idea of the current situation. The most important one is the compass, and it seems I already know how to use it. That means compasses are also graded. For example, a bronze compass lottery machine can only use bronze zombie pills. The only way to win the silver compass lottery is with silver zombie pills. The same logic applies to the following cases. Since there are different levels, it means that the higher the level of the compass, the greater the reward you will receive. And then there's the zombie core, which will probably become the only currency in this world. Moreover, these zombie essence pills are a limited resource. Once all the zombies in this world have been cleared out, there will be no more zombie essence pills. Therefore, those who are prescient and insightful have a huge advantage. Just like 9986, it has been collecting zombie essence pills for several days now. They've probably stored up quite a few zombie essence pills by now. However, no matter how much you collect, it's not as fast as killing a zombie yourself. I just don't know if the items inside this compass lottery machine are limited. Therefore, I must find those compasses as soon as possible. Thinking of this, Chun Fan felt it was necessary to contact the 2 people who had just encountered the compass. He first contacted the person who encountered the silver compass, number 2623. 6897. Brother, where did you find that silver compass? Could you send me the location? I can offer you a reward. 2623. Brother, who's your brother? What business is it of yours where the compass was found? Chun Fan hadn't expected such a reply. This person in 2623 seemed to be on edge. Chun Fan immediately blocked the person. Then contact the next person who encountered the golden compass. 6897. Brother, do you trade your gold compasses? I'll buy them at a high price. 993. How do we trade? Is this compass fixed in place? 993 didn't immediately confront Chun Fan. 6897. It's very simple. You provide the address, I'll go there to confirm, and then I'll complete the transaction. What do you want? Chun Fan sent the message but didn't receive a reply for a while. I thought that was all there was to it. 993. How could I have trusted you? What if you come here to kill me and silence me? 6897. Then what do you need to do to make me trust you? 993. Unless you tell me what this compass is for and trade me an item of at least grade 1 silver rank, I will not tell you the location. Chen Fan thought for a moment. Even if he told him the function of the compass, he might not be able to obtain the first-grade gold zombie essence pill. Next up is a first-grade silver level item, which might be a bit of a waste for others. But for Chen Fan, it was a piece of cake. 6897. The compass can be used to draw prizes. Just put the zombie core into the hole in the middle, and you can draw a prize. 6897. Of course, you need the corresponding zombie essence to participate in the lottery. For example, the golden compass you encountered requires a first-grade gold-level zombie essence to participate in the lottery. After a while, 993 still hadn't replied. Chen Fan was fine with it. He didn't want to waste any more time arguing with this person. You might as well go out and find it yourself instead. As for the compass, Chen Fan believed it wouldn't be a secret later on. Wherever a compass was found, it would be revealed. Chapter 57. The New City. Chen Fan felt it was time for him to leave this small mountain village. After all, I've been here for almost a week now. So Chen Fan called Da Huang and prepared to leave the small mountain village. However, when Chen Fan brought Da Huang to the village entrance, Da Huang stopped there and refused to move. Chen Fan turned to look at Da Huang and said, "Come with me. You won't live long if you stay here alone." Big Yellow barked twice at Chen Fan. Chen Fan walked over and patted Da Huang's head, asking, "Are you really going to stay here?" When Da Huang saw Chen Fan return, it wagged its tail frantically and kept whimpering. It was as if they were begging Chen Fan to stay. Chen Fan sighed and said, "You have your reasons for staying, and I have my reasons for leaving." After saying that, Chen Fan patted Da Huang's head. "Since you're not leaving, I'll leave you something." Then he took Big Yellow back to the room in the village. They pulled out a crocodile tail, followed by various kinds of ham, packaged chicken and duck legs, and pig's trotters. These are all packaged and can be stored at room temperature for a long time. Then they gave Da Huang 10 more bottles of premium golden body tempering liquid. After drinking the rhubarb, Da Huang went straight to sleep. Chen Fan saw that Da Huang had fallen asleep. After thinking about it, I decided to stay here for another night and leave after Da Huang wakes up. While we were at it, we also roasted the crocodile's tail for Big Yellow. The night passed quickly. Early in the morning, Da Huang woke up very early. Seeing that Chen Fan was still there, it happily went over and licked the back of Chen Fan's hand. Chen Fan also woke up and saw that Da Huang was full of energy. Having sensed Da Huang's strength, it seems he possesses the power of a first-grade silver-level expert. With Da Huang's current strength, as long as he doesn't wander off and stays in the vicinity of this small mountain village, he shouldn't be in much danger. Chen Fan patted Da Huang's head and said, "Da Huang, since you don't want to leave with me, then you can stay in this little mountain village. Don't wander around. It's very dangerous outside right now." It seemed as if Da Huang could understand what Chen Fan was saying. The two woo-woo sounds were a response to Chen Fan. Then Chen Fan taught Da Huang how to tear open the packaging bags and eat the contents. Big Yellow was very clever and learned it quickly. After explaining the matter to Da Huang, Chen Fan got up to leave. When Da Huang saw Chen Fan get up, it rubbed against Chen Fan's trouser leg reluctantly, making a woof-woof sound. Chen Fan patted Da Huang's head and said, "All right, we'll meet again someday." After saying that, Chen Fan walked out of the house and left the village. Da Huang followed Chen Fan out of the village until Chen Fan's figure disappeared from sight. It barked a few times, reluctantly returning to the village this time. Perhaps this village was once bustling, but now only a lonely dog remains. Perhaps this dog will live a lonely life until the day it dies of old age. By this time, Chen Fan had already traveled quite far from the village. We continued speeding along, crossing one high mountain after another. Soon, another city appeared in front of Chen Fan. Moreover, the city appears to be quite large, suggesting it must have been very prosperous before the apocalypse. Bustling cities also mean greater danger. Bustling cities like this usually have a large population. With a larger population, there will be more zombies in the apocalypse. Before Chen Fan even entered the city, just as he approached its outskirts, he could already hear the roars of zombies. Moreover, groups of zombies could be seen wandering around the perimeter. Chen Fan headed towards the city center at an extremely fast speed. Before the zombies could react, Chen Fan was already more than 10 meters away. By the time the zombies realized what was happening, Chen Fan had already vanished. The closer you get to the city center, the denser the zombie population becomes. As darkness approached, Chen Fan decided to find a place to stay and rest for the night before continuing his journey the next day. Chen Fan looked at the buildings in front of him. They found a building that looked like a karaoke room and went inside. There weren't many zombies in the lobby on the first floor, and Chen Fan dealt with them in no time. Then they closed the gate. Then they went up to the second floor. At this moment, it also got dark. The second floor was pitch black, so dark you couldn't see your hand in front of your face. Chen Fan took out a pine torch and lit it. Only then did some light appear on the pitch black second floor. The second floor is like some KTVs from my previous life, with a long corridor and private rooms on both sides. Chen Fan opened the doors to each of the private rooms. There were indeed some zombies inside some of the doors, but Chen Fan dealt with them all. Chen Fan quickly cleared away all the zombies on the second floor. Then we went to the third floor. There are fewer private rooms on the third floor, but the private rooms are much more luxurious. Moreover, there were relatively few zombies in the private rooms on the third floor, so Chen Fan easily cleared out all the zombies on the third floor. The fourth floor is the top floor, and there are even fewer private rooms on the fourth floor. There are only 5 private rooms in total. There wasn't a single zombie on the fourth floor. Chen Fan randomly picked a private room and found it to be fairly clean, so he decided to stay there. This private room is like a 3-bedroom, 1 living room, with beds in all 3 rooms, while the living room is similar to a normal KTV private room. Chen Fan entered a room, locked the doors and windows, ate something, and then rested. Roar. I was woken up early this morning by the roar of zombies. Chen Fan got up and quickly washed up. After a quick breakfast, we continued our journey towards the city center. As Chen Fan ventured deeper, the number of zombies became increasingly dense. Although the zombies were densely packed, it was as if Chen Fan was in an empty field. As they approached the city center, Chen Fan finally discovered some different kinds of zombies. There are zombies that are 3 meters tall, and there are also long-armed zombies that have their hands on the ground. These are all evolved zombies. Chen Fan licked his lips, deciding to harvest some zombie cores here first, so he could go back and try his luck at the lottery. In a flash, Chen Fan arrived in front of a 3-meter-tall zombie. With a single slash, he cleaved the zombie's head off. Chen Fan darted forward, flicked his Tang sword forward, and impaled the zombie's head on the blade. Before the surrounding zombies could react, Chen Fan had already retreated. Chen Fan leaped onto the rooftop of a building and retrieved the zombie's core. Obtained 1 grade 1 bronze zombie core, quantity increased by 200 times, obtained 200 grade 1 bronze zombie cores. Not bad. Then Chen Fan did the same thing. You can easily obtain zombie cores, even from zombies that land on their hands and feet and are known for their speed. Before he could react, Chen Fan sliced him in half with a single stroke. Obtained 1 grade 1 bronze zombie core, quantity increased by 600 times, obtained 600 grade 1 bronze zombie cores. Obtained 1 grade 1 bronze zombie core, with the quantity increased by 500 times and the quality increased by 800 times. Obtained 800 grade 1 diamond zombie cores. Chapter 58, Goodbye Little Girl. Chen Fan was picking up zombie cores all the way. We can also boost the quality from time to time. It was absolutely awesome. However, the closer you get to the city center, the more mutated zombies you'll encounter. However, the more mutated zombies there were, the happier Chen Fan became. These are all zombie cores. However, Chen Fan is no longer in a hurry to collect the zombie's core essence, since the zombie can't escape here anyway. The fact that so many mutated zombies have appeared here means there must be something in the city center that allows the zombies to evolve. Just like the crystalline objects that appeared in the park, they are the ones that can make zombies evolve. But the crystalline objects in that park were only enough to support the evolution of a few hundred zombies. There are easily thousands of evolved, mutated zombies in the city center. This is only what we see from the outside. As for what's inside, that remains unknown. This further confirms that there is something here that can support the evolution of these zombies. Perhaps in a few more days, all the zombies in this city will have evolved. As Chen Fan approached some of the central areas, mutated zombies of the first grade silver rank began to appear. That thing is already close to 5 meters tall. As for the mutated zombies that were on their hands and knees, their physical forms were even smaller. But it's definitely faster and more agile. Chen Fan found a relatively tall building and leaped onto the roof. He pulled out a pair of binoculars he'd gotten from the supermarket, looking towards the very center. At this moment, in the very center, a seemingly platinum-level zombie appeared, a giant zombie that was 7 or 8 meters tall. Scales began to grow all over its body. As for the speed-type zombies, they actually started growing wings. Although the wings are only half-grown now, it is believed that once it evolves again, the zombie should be able to fly. Chun Fan knew that this city must have something that allowed the zombies to evolve rapidly. And it's not a disposable item. Otherwise, these zombies wouldn't have evolved into platinum-level zombies so quickly. It might even be diamond grade. Why is it said that there might be diamond-level diamonds? Judging from the positions of these zombies alone, there must be some diamond-level zombies. Because these zombies were all gathered around a tall building. Even with binoculars, Chun Fan couldn't see what was inside the building. Chun Fan carefully observed the building through binoculars. However, the building was fitted with reflective glass, meaning that only people inside the building could see outside. People outside the building cannot see anything inside. Chun Fan continued to look upwards. When Chun Fan's gaze fell upon the rooftop, his heart skipped a beat. There were 3 lottery roulette wheels on the roof of the building. They shimmered in gold, platinum, and a dazzling, diamond-like sparkle. What excited Chun Fan even more was that there were more than 10 treasure chests on the rooftop, ranging from low to high level. Chun Fan had already seen 2 diamond-level treasure chests. Damn, what an auspicious place this is. Chun Fan couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. However, this place can be considered both a blessed and an inauspicious place. If anyone else came here, let alone get close to that building, they probably wouldn't even be able to get in from the outside. But Chun Fan is different. The highest level here is only the 1st or 2nd stage of body tempering, which is nothing to someone like me who is at the 9th stage of body tempering. There are just too many zombies. However, Chun Fan wasn't in a hurry. He would kill them slowly and eventually clear out all the zombies. But not now, because Chun Fan had promised the little girl that he would go back to pick her up in 2 weeks at the latest. It will take about the same amount of time to get back from here. Chun Fan is not a man of his word. If he promises someone, he will do it. While we're at it, let's go back to the park and harvest another batch of zombie cores. When I return here, there should be even more diamond-level zombies. Just thinking about it makes me excited. Chun Fan quietly left the city. After 2 days on the road, we finally returned to the village where we first met the little girl. The village remained unchanged, except that the trees around it had grown wildly and were almost completely engulfing the village. Chun Fan approached the house where the little girl had hidden without making a sound. There was no sound from inside the house, but Chun Fan could still sense that someone was inside. Chun Fan pushed open the door to the room. At first glance, there was no one in the house. Come out, stop hiding, Chun Fan said listlessly. A little girl with rabbit ears walked out from the shadows around a corner, grinning. Uncle, you're finally back. I'm afraid you won't come back to me. The little girl first spoke to Chun Fan with a smile, but as she spoke, her eyes began to redden. Chun Fan looked at the little girl and said, I'm not a person who goes back on his word. It's good that you've been obedient and haven't run around. This world is so dangerous, and I'm not stupid. Why would I run around aimlessly? Knowing it was dangerous, you still came in. I really don't understand you. Well, I didn't know this world was so dangerous. If I had known, I wouldn't have come. Get ready, we're about to set off. Uncle, could you please let me eat my fill before I leave? The little girl tugged at Chun Fan's pants and said pitifully. Chun Fan sighed, then took out food and water and fed the little girl until she was full. After the little girl finished eating, Chun Fan got up and left. The little girl quickly followed. Starting from here, it would only take Chun Fan a day to get to that park. But with this little girl, it will probably take 2 or 3 days to walk. Uncle Chun Fan, why did you enter the infinite world? On the way, the little girl tried to make conversation. To become stronger. But the world here is so dangerous. I was almost killed when I first entered this world. The little girl looked scared as she spoke. Looking at the little girl's expression, Chun Fan shook his head helplessly. This little girl is like a flower in a greenhouse. She has no idea how dangerous the outside world is. I entered the infinite world just for fun. Chun Fan decided to take the little girl to the park first, and then eliminate the zombies there. He took her to Da Huang's place to settle her in, and then went to that city on his own. After thinking it over, Chun Fan felt much better. Otherwise, carrying such a burden would have been too tiring. Seeing that Chun Fan wasn't in the mood to speak, the little girl stopped talking. We traveled over mountains and valleys. Night fell quickly. Chun Fan and his group found a cave to rest temporarily, as it was still quite dangerous at night. Chun Fan moved a large rock to block the entrance of the cave, so that even if there was any danger outside, it would provide some protection. Chapter 59 Returning to the Park. After having dinner with the little girl, Chun Fan planned to rest. But then the little girl started talking again. Uncle Chun Fan, how old are you? I won't tell you. Uncle Chun Fan, do you have a girlfriend? Uncle Chun Fan, what kind of girl do you like? Uncle Chun Fan, who else is in your family? Uncle Chun Fan. Uncle Chun Fan, do you still remember my name? My name is Jing Li. Do you remember me? Jing means scenery, and Li means pear. Chun Fan couldn't take the questioning anymore, so he had no choice but to reply. I know, the Jing in scenery, and the Li in pear. I told you to rest, because you have to walk all day tomorrow. Okay, Uncle Chun Fan. Uncle Chun Fan, how much longer until we can get out? Shut up and rest. Oh, stingy, Jing Li muttered, then fell silent. Chun Fan breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that Jing Li had finally calmed down. Sometimes having a talkative person around can be a form of suffering. This further solidified her resolve, and when they arrived at Da Huang's place, she handed her over to Da Huang. Nothing happened that night, and no danger was encountered. After getting up in the morning, Chun Fan and Jing Li had a quick breakfast and set off. After a day of hurried travel, Chun Fan and his group finally returned to the city where Chun Fan had first arrived. There seemed to be far fewer zombies in this city. Chun Fan discovered this after entering the city. He remembered that when he left, there weren't many zombies in the city, but there were still quite a few. Now, only a few zombies can be seen wandering the streets. Chun Fan had lost interest in the ordinary zombies. As long as these zombies don't come to their deaths, Chun Fan doesn't bother with these ordinary zombies. However, Chun Fan was too lazy to pay attention to these zombies. But the zombies don't see it that way. They pounced straight at Chun Fan and his group. When Jing Li saw the disgusting zombie rushing towards her, she panicked and turned to run away. Chun Fan shook his head, reached out and grabbed Jing Li, who was about to run away, and shouted angrily, "Don't move." Hearing Chun Fan's voice, Jing Li calmed down, her eyes brimming with tears as she looked at him. Chun Fan sighed and said, "Don't move around." Jing Li obediently nodded. Chun Fan released Jing Li this time, and looked at the zombies rushing towards him. With a flurry of kicks, he sent all the zombies flying. Jing Li saw Chun Fan easily kick these disgusting zombies away. Only then did he calm his uneasy heart and stare blankly at Chun Fan. Chun Fan lifted his foot and walked forward, saying, "Keep up, don't just stand there." Oh, okay. Seeing Chun Fan walk away, Jing Li followed him in a daze. Chun Fan was completely taken aback by Jing Li's reaction. A few ordinary zombies had managed to terrify her. Logically speaking, the offspring raised by a large family shouldn't be this bad. However, since they only met in this infinite world, it was irrelevant to Chun Fan. Once they left the infinite world, who would recognize whom? So he simply stopped caring. As long as Jing Li didn't do anything reckless, Chun Fan could still save her life. As they advanced, they encountered many fearless zombies that charged at Chun Fan and his companions, but Chun Fan easily dealt with them all. Along the way, seeing how easily Chun Fan dealt with the zombies, Jing Li felt much more at ease and no longer panicked when she saw zombies. After spending some time on the road, Chun Fan finally brought Jing Li to the vicinity of the park. Find a safe place for Jing Li to take refuge. Otherwise, with Jing Li by my side, I wouldn't be able to do anything. Chun Fan found a 5-story building and a relatively clean room on the 5th floor. They arranged for Jing Li to stay in this room and left her some food, snacks, and drinks. You stay in this room and don't come out. I have some things to take care of. Uncle Chun Fan, what are you going to do? Kill zombies. Chun Fan responded simply. Upon hearing about killing zombies, Jing Li's face turned pale. Why go kill zombies? Those things are disgusting. Can't we just stay here and go back when it's time? I'm not like you. I need to keep getting stronger, which means I have to keep plundering resources. Chun Fan said in a firm tone. Seeing Chun Fan's firm tone, Jing Li didn't dare to say anything more and asked weakly, "How long will it take you to come back?" I come back every day. After Chun Fan finished speaking, he went out. Chun Fan walked around the entire building, and after confirming that there were no zombies, he went downstairs and closed all the doors to the building. They also cleared out all the zombies around the building. If Jing Li still gets into trouble after all this, then it's just that she's unlucky. After doing all this, Chun Fan headed towards the park. When Chun Fan approached the park, he found that it had completely changed. If the statue hadn't remained unchanged, Chun Fan would have thought he had gone to the wrong place. The park's perimeter was now filled with piles of wrecked cars, various doors, windows, and iron frames. Although it was a pile of all kinds of garbage together. But that doesn't mean they should be piled up haphazardly. Instead, they were stacked in a regular pattern. These things were piled up like walls. There's an oil-filled aisle in the middle that can easily accommodate several people walking together. Moreover, there were zombies guarding both sides of these passageways, just like soldiers. When Chun Fan left, different kinds of zombies appeared here. The zombies with octopus-like heads must have developed intelligence. But I've been out here for so long, and I've never seen any zombies like this before. At this point, it seems that the zombies here are quite intelligent, having already begun to establish their own territories. However, this is not a problem for Chen Fan. Just charge in, and we'll be done with it. The zombies guarding the perimeter now are not evolved zombies. Chen Fan simply ignored the zombies. In a flash, he arrived at the city wall made of piles of garbage. Before the zombies could react, the person had already vanished. Chen Fan quickly appeared in the center of the park. The central area of this park is mostly inhabited by bronze-level zombies. Chen Fan showed no mercy to these zombies, wielding 2 swords. With a swift movement, the knife fell. Swish, swish, swish. After a few sounds, several zombie heads flew off. Chen Fan has stopped digging for zombie cores for now. We should clear out these zombies first. Before the zombies could react, Chen Fan struck again, decapitating several more zombies. After slashing down a few more zombies, the surrounding zombies finally reacted. The main problem is that Chen Fan is too fast. The zombies, realizing what was happening, began to swarm and attack Chen Fan. However, their speed and strength were nowhere near Chen Fan's. With flashes of light, a group of zombies fell. But this cannot stop the zombie attack. What's most terrifying about zombies is their fearlessness. They keep charging forward relentlessly, exhausting you to death. Chapter 60. Slaughter all the zombies in the park, a great harvest. However, it still poses no threat to Chen Fan. Even if I can't kill all the zombies that keep coming, leaving will still be a piece of cake. Awoo. The zombies in front kept falling to the ground, while the zombies behind kept rushing towards Chen Fan. As for the last zombie, all it could do was howl. Chen Fan fearlessly charged in and out 7 times. A large number of zombie corpses fell down. At this moment, several silver-level zombies suddenly appeared and charged towards Chen Fan. Some of the bronze zombies blocking the way were knocked to the ground or sent flying by these silver zombies. These silver zombies charged fiercely towards Chen Fan, seemingly intending to smash him to death. Looking at the zombies rushing towards them, Chen Fan smiled dismissively. With a swift stroke, the heads of these silver-level zombies were severed from their bodies and flew away. To Chen Fan, whether you're bronze or silver, it's all the same. Unless you reach the diamond level, you might have some chance to fight back. As for those below the diamond level, they are basically all the same, except for being a bit bigger. After several silver-level zombies were decapitated, the bronze-level zombies quickly surrounded them. Chen Fan mercilessly reaped the zombies. With flashes of his blade, a group of zombies fell to the ground. Roar! Just then, a low growl echoed through the park. The bronze zombies surrounding Chen Fan all retreated. Just when Chen Fan thought that these bronze zombies were going to step back and make way for the powerful zombie to have a fair fight with him. After the bronze zombies retreated, hordes of ordinary zombies began to rush towards Chen Fan. What the hell is this? What are these ordinary zombies doing? Are you here to die? Or rather, they wanted to exhaust Chen Fan to death. Faced with these ordinary zombies charging towards him, Chen Fan had no choice but to send them on their way first. These ordinary zombies are like scarecrows. A single sweep can wipe them out in large numbers. Soon, a vacuum zone was cleared around Chen Fan. The speed at which the ordinary zombies rushed over was no match for the speed at which Chen Fan swung his knife. Chen Fan did not wait in place for the zombies to charge at him. These zombies seem to be disciplined, so it's likely that a high-level zombie is directing these ordinary zombies to attack Chen Fan. The goal is to either exhaust or wear down Chen Fan. However, Chen Fan could only say that in the face of strength, all tricks are meaningless. Besides, this isn't even a conspiracy. Anyone could see it with a casual glance. One could only say that the guy controlling the zombie horde has some intelligence, but not much. Chen Fan charged forward and soon had already covered a considerable distance, leaving the zombies behind him unable to catch up. The zombies in front fell to the ground like wheat being harvested. Roar! Another low growl followed. After the low growl, bronze-level zombies began to surround and attack Chen Fan. It seems the zombie controllers are getting impatient, seeing that ordinary zombies have no effect on Chen Fan. The bronze zombies have started being deployed again, but it was useless. Chen Fan still cut down large swathes of crops, just like harvesting wheat. As Chen Fan got closer to the center of the park, the low growls of the zombies rang out again. After the noise, another silver-level zombie appeared. This time, the silver-level zombies aren't as domineering. Instead, they came along with the bronze-level zombies. But that's about it. It poses no threat to Chen Fan. Like chopping melons and cutting vegetables, Chun Fan quickly cleared away all the zombies around him. Roar! The deep, guttural roars of the zombies resumed, this time continuous. Then he saw the zombies around him continue to swarm towards Chun Fan, as if they were going to drown him in a zombie horde. However, it was useless. Chun Fan was always in a vacuum. The zombie horde was quickly depleted, and the low growls began to subside. After Chun Fan cleared away all the zombies that had surrounded him, the incessant roaring stopped. At this moment, Chun Fan saw a group of very unusual zombies running towards the depths of the park. These zombies all had tentacles growing from their heads, and their heads were enormous. Chun Fan had seen these zombies before. After they evolved, these zombies behaved differently. It seems to be able to command other zombies and possesses a certain level of intelligence. It seems these zombies have become much smarter. Seeing the zombies trying to escape, Chun Fan leaped after them. They killed the zombies in just a few moves. Only one enormous zombie remained, its head also covered in tentacles. This zombie must be at least at the gold level. Upon seeing Chun Fan, he trembled with fear. These zombies can be afraid? Chun Fan was afraid when he first saw a zombie. Other zombies are fearless, but this one is quite timid. He even did something that surprised Chun Fan. At this moment, he actually knelt on the ground, clasped his hands together, and begged Chun Fan for mercy. Of course, Chun Fan wouldn't let the zombie go just because it begged for mercy. With a flash of light, the zombie's head flew off. By this time, the park was completely cleared of zombies. Now it's time to reap the rewards. Chun Fan walked to the golden zombie's head, reached out, and flicked it with his tang sword. He cleaved it open, and a zombie core fell out. Obtained 1 grade 1 golden zombie core, increasing the quantity by 600 times, and obtained 600 grade 1 golden zombie cores. Cool. Next. Obtained 1 grade 1 silver zombie core, quantity increased by 100 times, obtained 100 grade 1 silver zombie cores. Obtained 1 grade 1 silver zombie core, increasing the quantity by 800 times, and obtained 800 grade 1 silver zombie cores. Obtained 1 grade 1 bronze zombie core, quantity increased by 300 times, obtained 300 grade 1 bronze zombie cores. It took Chun Fan more than half an hour just to collect the zombie cores, and he finally finished collecting them all. Chun Fan now has more than 100,000 bronze zombie cores. There are over 30,000 silver grade stones, over 1,000 gold grade stones, none platinum grade stones, but over 3,000 diamond grade stones. With so many bronze level zombie cores, Chun Fan felt he could empty the entire bronze level lottery machine. But now is not the time to go draw the prize. Let's go back and rest for the night, and draw the prize tomorrow. Chun Fan quickly returned to the room where Jing Li was staying. When Jing Li saw Chun Fan return, she was very happy and said, "Uncle, you're back." After responding, Chun Fan went to wash up. "I killed zombies all day long, and although I didn't get a single drop of zombie blood on my body, I still killed zombies and hordes of zombies all day long. I still feel like I have some body odor." Chapter 61 Draining the Bronze Roulette. Chun Fan quickly finished washing up and changed into a new set of clothes. Then I cooked myself a few Haidaleo hot pot meals and finished them quickly. "Uncle, when are we leaving here? There are too many zombies in this city. I think the place we went to before was better, there were no zombies there." Chun Fan glanced at Jing Li and said, "I'll leave in a day or two." Then he went to rest. Chun Fan really didn't like Jing Li, so he really didn't want to communicate with her. It's not that Jing Li is any bad person or anything. Chun Fan simply doesn't like Jing Li as a person. There's no reason why I feel this way. Seeing that Chun Fan wasn't in the mood to talk, Jing Li didn't dare to say anything more, since she still needed Chun Fan to survive in this world. The next morning, after a quick wash and a simple breakfast, Chun Fan prepared to head out for the lottery draw. "Uncle, are you going out again?" Jing Li had just gotten up when she saw Chun Fan preparing to go out and asked him. Chun Fan responded with a single word. "Uncle, can you take me with you? I'm so bored here all by myself." "Are you going to kill zombies?" No, I'd rather not go." Jing Li quickly waved her hand and shook her head. Chun Fan then ignored him and went out on his own. Chun Fan is planning to draw a prize today, and even if Jing Li wants to go with him, he won't take her along. Soon, Chun Fan arrived at the park's library. Upon arriving at the curator's office on the 3rd floor, the bronze-colored sampling machine still gleamed with multicolored light. Chun Fan rubbed his hands together and excitedly began stuffing bronze zombie pills into the lottery machine. Obtain 1 bottle of grade 1 bronze tempering liquid. The quantity has increased by 300 times. Obtain 300 bottles of grade 1 bronze tempering liquid. Obtain 1 grade 1 bronze antidote pill, increasing the quantity by 100 times, and obtain 300 grade 1 bronze antidote pills. Obtained 1 low-grade Xianbing red tassel spear, the quantity increased by 600 times, obtaining 600 low-grade Xianbing red tassel spears. Obtained 1 low-grade Xianbing storage bag, quantity increased by 200 times, obtained 200 low-grade Xianbing storage bags. Chen Fan kept participating in the lottery. At first, he was very enthusiastic, but later he became numb to it. Looking at the nearly 60,000 grade 1 bronze zombie cores he still had in his hand, Chen Fan was about to throw up. How long was this going to take? If it weren't for the storage bag he drew, Chen Fan would have nowhere to store his resources. Chen Fan continued to draw prizes, experiencing both pain and pleasure. Just as Chen Fan was thinking about trying again tomorrow, the lottery machine suddenly stopped giving anything away. Is it possible for a lottery machine to actually draw all the items inside? Chen Fan tried drawing the ink dozens more times, but found that nothing came out. Is it that my random sampling machine isn't producing anything? Or are all the lottery machines ceasing to produce anything? Chen Fan felt he needed to figure this out. Since this lottery machine isn't giving anything out, there's no point in leaving it here. Chen Fan then headed home. Of course, there wasn't actually a mansion. It was just that we returned to the room where Jingli was. As soon as the door opened, Jingli came out to greet her. Uncle Chen Fan, you're back. Chen Fan casually replied. We'll leave here tomorrow. Really? That's great. I'm so tired of being here. Jingli said happily. Yes, I'll rest for the night and leave tomorrow. After Chen Fan finished speaking, he washed up, ate something, and then went to rest. While saying he was going to rest, Chen Fan actually opened the chat channel. 6798. What's wrong with the bronze roulette wheel today? It's not giving anything out. I just drew it twice and got nothing. I wasted 20 bronze zombie pills. 2233. Me too. I tried once and got nothing. 7912. You guys are real big shots. I've only gotten 1 bronze zombie core so far. 9986. Buying silver zombie cores. Message me again. I'll buy at a high price. 5551. Why is the boss now accepting silver instead of bronze? I still have bronze zombie cores here. 9911. Yeah, boss. I also have bronze level zombie cores here. 9986. We've collected enough bronze grade zombie cores. Now we're starting to collect silver grade and above zombie cores. 3212. No. Boss, please buy some more. 6675. Haha. I just tried the silver roulette wheel and got a silver level greatsword. So awesome. 5588. Wow, what a big shot. He's actually starting to use silver level zombie cores. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit room, there was also a bronze level lottery wheel. A young man stared at the lottery wheel with a livid expression. Damn it. Who is it that has drawn all the bronze level items so quickly? They must be people who have been to this world before. I haven't seen anyone buying large quantities of bronze zombie cores in the chat channels or trading hall. I can't let that person beat me to the level of silver or above. After speaking, the young man, his face darkening, pulled out handfuls of bronze zombie pills from his ring. They were all discarded on the ground. Now that we've used up all the bronze level roulette wheels, there's no point in keeping these things. He then grabbed another handful and, gritting his teeth, threw it all on the ground. He even stomped on the zombie cores with his feet. Meanwhile, Chen Fan had also gathered the information he wanted. That means you can actually draw all the items in the prize wheel. Moreover, it's a lottery wheel that radiates throughout the entire world, meaning that lottery wheels all over the world are interconnected. Once the items in the bronze lottery will have been used up, no more items will be generated from it. The next step is to compete for the items in the silver level or higher lottery wheel. However, Chen Fan did not find the silver level lottery wheel. As for the remaining gold, platinum, and diamond lottery wheels, Chen Fan did manage to find some. Chen Fan decided not to look for the silver level lottery wheel, as he didn't have the time to do so anyway. All you need to do is collect all the remaining items from the lottery wheel. The night passed quickly. In the morning, Chen Fan and Jingli had breakfast and then set off. They arrived at the village where Da Huang lived without any major setbacks. As soon as Chen Fan and Jingli entered the village, Da Huang darted out of a house. This startled Jingli. Dog, dog, dog. Jingli pointed at Da Huang and screamed. Da Huang ignored Jingli and wagged its tail, barking at Chen Fan. Chen Fan patted Da Huang's head and said, Da Huang, it's been a long time. Chapter 62 in Lingxiashan Village. Big Yellow responded to Chun Fan with a woof woof. Then Da Huang led Chun Fan toward the house where Chun Fan had stayed before. Jingli then realized what was happening and caught up with Chun Fan, asking, "Uncle, is this your dog?" "No, this dog originally came from this small mountain village, but everyone in the village perished, leaving only this big yellow dog." Chun Fan stroked Da Huang's head and said, "Oh, then this dog is very pitiful." Jingli looked at Da Huang with sympathy. Chun Fan didn't continue Jingli's words, but said, "From now on, you will stay here." Jingli panicked immediately when she heard Chun Fan tell her to stay there. "Uncle, aren't you taking me with you? I'll be a good boy and listen to you." As she spoke, she stared at Chun Fan with teary eyes. Ignoring Jingli's teary eyes, Chun Fan said, "It's very dangerous for me to go out this time. I can't take you with me. Taking you will only harm you. And you're safe here. Big Yellow can protect you. But they want to be with you. If you want to follow me, just listen to me. I'm keeping you here for your safety. It's too dangerous to go out this time. I can only protect myself and can't take care of you." Chun Fan explained patiently. "Stay here. Big Yellow can protect you, and I will leave you enough supplies." "All right then," Jingli said, sobbing. "I'll rest here for the night and leave tomorrow." Chun Fan glanced at the sky and decided to rest there for the night before continuing his journey tomorrow. "But we can't delay for too long. Since I know the prize will eventually run out of items, I have to act quickly. After all, who knows if there are any hidden big shots in this world." Chun Fan took out a lot of supplies from his backpack, enough for Jing Li and Da Huang to survive in this small mountain village for half a year. There were all kinds of snacks, rice and noodles, a lot of packaged meat, and also a lot of water and drinks. Even if Da Huang and Jing Li eat like crazy, it'll be enough for them to live comfortably for half a year. Soon, the night was over. Chun Fan then prepared to set off. "Uncle, will you come back?" Jingli looked at Chun Fan and said, "We'll see. If all goes well, I should be back. You don't need to worry. The supplies here are enough for you to survive until you get out, and Big Yellow will protect you. As long as you don't do anything reckless, there won't be any problems." Hearing Chun Fan's words, Jingli couldn't help but roll her eyes and said, "Uncle, am I really that bad in your eyes?" Chun Fan, in a very straightforward manner, replied, "Yes." "Humph, I'm ignoring you, you old geezer." After Jingli finished speaking, she ran back into the house. Chun Fan patted Da Huang's head and said, "Da Huang, protect Jingli and don't leave the village." Big Yellow wagged its tail and barked at Chun Fan a few times to show that it understood. Chun Fan patted Da Huang's head again, and then set off alone. Jingli looked at Chun Fan and thought to herself, quite annoyed, "You old geezer, what a clueless straight man. I hope you never find a girlfriend in your life, humph." After a day of rushing, Chun Fan finally arrived in the city before dark, more than a week after he last left. Chun Fan first found a house to rest for the night, as it was really difficult to move around after dark. We'll talk about everything when it gets light. Soon, the night was over. Chun Fan had a good breakfast, which included a dozen or so steaks. After having a good meal and drinks, Chun Fan prepared to set off. Chun Fan walked forward for several dozen meters, and then noticed the difference. When I last came here, the outskirts of the city were still infested with ordinary zombies. But now that we've arrived, a large number of bronze zombies have already appeared on the outskirts. Chun Fan came here this time with the intention of slaughtering all the zombies in the city. Since bronze-level zombies have already started appearing on the outer perimeter, the level of zombies inside must be even higher. For Chun Fan now, the bronze and silver zombies are no longer of any use. The bronze wool had been emptied, and the silver compass was nowhere to be found, so it was of no use. The zombies in that city are evolving so fast. Should I wait until all these zombies have evolved before reaping them? The answer is no, because by now, a month and a half has passed. Moreover, given its own growth rate, there's absolutely no need for it. Then there's no need for me to kill these bronze and silver zombies. Just go and kill zombies of gold rank or higher. Therefore, Chun Fan simply ignored these bronze and silver zombies. They sped quickly past the zombies. Before the zombies could react, Chun Fan was already 100 paces away. Even the silver-level zombies couldn't react in time. Soon, Chun Fan approached the central area, where gold-level zombies began to appear. Chun Fan gripped the tang sword tightly in both hands and slashed at the golden zombie beside him. Uft! A zombie head flew off, the zombie not even having time to let out a roar. With a flick of his tang sword, the zombie's head was split in two, and a zombie core fell out. Chun Fan casually put it into his backpack. After succeeding, Chun Fan vanished. Instead of directly confronting the zombies, Chun Fan planned to gradually wear them down. Anyway, at his speed, these zombies wouldn't even be able to touch him. This way, I can relax a bit more. Chun Fan slaughtered his way through in this manner. After a day, Chun Fan had almost completely slaughtered all the golden zombies in the central area. In the evening, Chun Fan found a safe place to rest for the night. Then he began his slaughtering spree again. The golden zombies were mostly killed yesterday, but when Chun Fan got up this morning, he found that a lot of golden zombies had appeared again. However, for Chun Fan, it was just an extra batch of golden zombie pills. After killing all the golden zombies, Chun Fan continued to advance. After Chun Fan slaughtered dozens of platinum zombies. Roar! This finally triggered a reaction from the zombies in the central area. With a loud roar, several diamond-level zombies charged towards Chun Fan's location. These diamond-level zombies approached Chun Fan at lightning speed. Chun Fan smiled lightly, and then leaped up to face a zombie. He wielded his Tang sword without hesitation, slashing at the heads of the charging zombies. Both sides are moving very fast. When Chun Fan's knife was still a few centimeters away from the zombie's head, the zombie had no time to dodge. Under the influence of speed and force, the Tang sword effortlessly sliced open the zombie's head. The zombie continued to run for more than 10 meters due to inertia before collapsing with a thud. Chun Fan no longer cared about the fallen zombies. He turned around and charged at another diamond zombie. Chapter 63 Fierce Battle Against the Zombie Horde. Even after seeing their companions fall, the zombies still fearlessly pounced on Chun Fan. Chun Fan wielded two swords, exuding an aura of dominance. Although it's impossible to kill a diamond zombie with a single strike. However, after a few slashes, one of the diamond zombies will inevitably fall. Then he also killed a few platinum zombies. Soon, all of these diamond zombies became victims of Chun Fan's blade. Roar, roar, roar. At that moment, several roars rang out. Then dozens more diamond zombies rushed towards Chun Fan from various directions. Chun Fan watched as the diamond zombies attacked. I don't really care. It seems there's a zombie king here, ruling over all the zombies in the city. In the blink of an eye, these dozens of diamond zombies had rushed in front of Chun Fan. Chun Fan also fearlessly charged forward. Sparks flew and blades gleamed all the way. The clanging sounds never stopped, and the splattering sounds kept reaching the ears. After fighting for 2 or 3 hours, Chun Fan finally managed to defeat all of the dozens of diamond zombies. At this moment, the silver, gold, and platinum-level zombies began to retreat. Everything blocked Chun Fan's path forward. It stretches as far as the eye can see. Chun Fan hadn't really noticed it when he was fighting. Now that he had stopped, he realized that these zombies were blocking Chun Fan's path toward the center. Chun Fan looked at the densely packed zombies in front of him and rubbed his temples, feeling a bit of a headache. It seems that without killing all the zombies in front of him, he will never be able to get close to the very center. However, Chun Fan was a bit tired now, so he decided to dig out all the zombie cores first, then go back to rest for the night and come back tomorrow. Under the watchful eyes of these zombies, Chun Fan dug out all the zombie cores. Obtained 1 grade 1 platinum zombie core, quantity increased by 100 times, obtained 100 grade 1 platinum zombie cores. Obtained 1 grade 1 platinum zombie core, increasing the quantity by 800 times, and obtained 800 grade 1 platinum zombie cores. Obtained 1 grade 1 diamond zombie core, increasing the quantity by 600 times, and obtained 600 grade 1 diamond zombie cores. Obtained 1 grade 1 diamond zombie core, increasing the quantity by 900 times, and obtained 900 grade 1 diamond zombie cores. After a period of fruitful harvest, there are 78,600 platinum zombie cores and 32,300 diamond zombie cores. Chun Fan glanced back at the zombies that were just surrounding him without attacking him. Forget it. Let's just get here for today and come back tomorrow. Chun Fan left the place quickly. We found a place to rest for the night. After a night's rest, Chun Fan resumed his slaughter. When I got tired, I started packing up my spoils. Then go back and rest. This has been going on for several days in a row. The number of zombies in the city has shrunk considerably in the past few days. When collecting his spoils, Chun Fan only picked up the gold, platinum, and diamond-level zombie cores. As for the bronze and silver ones, Chun Fan was too lazy to pick them up anymore. Over the past few days, Chun Fan has been killing zombies so much that he's starting to feel nauseous. Although the number of zombies in the city has decreased, there are still a lot of zombies. Chun Fan looked at the densely packed zombies and felt somewhat helpless. There are simply too many zombies to kill. It seems we need to change our strategy. Chun Fan originally planned to slaughter an entire city by himself. Looking back now, I realize I overestimated myself. Even if these zombies stood there for me to kill, I wouldn't be able to kill them all in less than a month or two. To catch the thief, first catch the king. Chun Fan decided to take down the biggest zombie king first, and then deal with the zombies below slowly. After making up his mind, Chun Fan went back and got a good night's rest. I had a hearty breakfast this morning. They then got ready to go. This time, Chun Fan didn't get entangled with these low-level zombies. Instead, it swept directly over the heads of these zombies at an extremely high speed. They pushed the speed to its limit. Zombies below platinum level didn't even have time to react. Chun Fan had already disappeared. It wasn't until Chun Fan had flown a long way away that the zombies realized what was happening. Chun Fan approached the central building at an extremely fast speed. When we were almost at the center, finally, some diamond-level zombies began to pounce on Chun Fan. Chun Fan ignored the zombies and continued heading towards the building. At that moment, a series of sharp roars came from inside the building. After that roar, more diamond zombies pounced on Chun Fan. There are already no fewer than 100 diamond zombies. More diamond zombies were attacking Chun Fan from a distance. A conservative estimate would be around 300 diamond zombies. Even Chun Fan felt a chill run down his spine at the sight of such a zombie team. But since we've already come this far, there's no turning back. Chun Fan also roared and continued to increase his speed. Even the diamond zombies couldn't keep up with Chun Fan's speed. The diamond zombies behind could only desperately chase after Chun Fan. As for the zombies in front, Chun Fan avoided it if he could. There was no way to avoid it, and Chun Fan killed it at an extremely fast speed. The speed at which you kill zombies will inevitably be affected. Chun Fan's speed quickly decreased. Finally, it even stopped. There are just too many diamond zombies. They had already completely surrounded Chun Fan. This left Chun Fan with no way to avoid it. There's no other way. I'll just have to give it my all today. Let's deal with the diamond zombies first. Chun Fan took out a handful of antidote potions and drank several bottles directly. Then he took out several days' worth of vitality potions. I also drank several bottles. Bring it on. After letting out a roar, Chun Fan charged towards the diamond zombies. These diamond zombies fearlessly pounced on Chun Fan. Chun Fan charged in and out 7 times, darting left and right. Zombie limbs and severed parts were flying everywhere. Soon, the Tang sword in Chun Fan's hand began to chip. Chun Fan had no choice but to discard the Tang sword in his hand. He took out 2 more Tang swords from his backpack and charged forward. Chun Fan grew stronger with each battle, replacing his blade as soon as it became dull. This intense battle lasted for half a day. When I get tired, I drink a few bottles of energy potion. When the last diamond zombie fell at Chun Fan's feet, the platinum-level zombies began to swarm around them again. Dealing with these platinum-level zombies is relatively simple. Almost every stab was fatal. These platinum-level zombies were no match for Chun Fan. Soon, Chun Fan approached the central building. Chun Fan didn't linger and rushed straight into the building. After Chun Fan rushed into the building, the zombies behind him stopped rushing in. The zombies just stood around the door, roaring at Chun Fan, but they wouldn't come in. It seems there's something in this building that frightens these zombies. Could it be the Zombie King? Chapter 64 Fierce Battle Against the Zombie King. Thinking of that Zombie King, Chun Fan couldn't help but become more cautious. First, he took out several bottles of vitality potion and drank them down. He threw the 2 Tang swords in his hands on the ground and put on 2 new Tang swords instead. Having many knives means you can do whatever you want. Then they slowly walked forward. Before the apocalypse, this building was probably a hotel. The place Chun Fan just entered should be the front hall. There was no movement in the front hall. Chun Fan slowly walked into the back hall. The back hall was pitch black at this time, so dark you couldn't see your hand in front of your face. It seemed that all the curtains in the hall were drawn, and not a single ray of light could see in. With Chun Fan's current eyesight, he can only see things within 1 meter of himself. Such limited visual range is extremely disadvantageous for Chun Fan. Chun Fan quickly took out the remaining pine torches, lit them, and threw them out. Instantly, the hall became brightly lit. At this moment, Chun Fan noticed a giant crystal-like object standing in the center of the hall. This crystal was clearly the same one Chun Fan had seen in the park before. Crystals that can allow zombies to evolve. Even that tiny crystal in the park allowed those zombies to evolve. The crystal in the center of the hall was enormous, with a diameter of at least 5 meters. It's not just big, the key thing is how tall this crystal is. It's so tall that it passes right through a building. I don't even know which floor we got to. This is still the crystal left over from creating so many evolved zombies. If the zombies hadn't yet licked the crystal, they wouldn't have known how big it was. At that moment, a dark figure slowly emerged from behind the crystal. When the dark figure fully appeared in front of Chen Fan then realized that it was a zombie. This zombie is quite robust, but not enormous. He is only slightly taller than a normal person, about 2 meters tall. His skin was jet black, with a faint hint of gold showing through it. The strangest thing is that the other zombies all have tattered clothes hanging on their bodies. But this zombie was wearing a very straight black suit with a tie on its chest. He was wearing shiny leather shoes and white gloves, looking very much like a gentleman. The zombie first smiled slightly at Chen Fan and gestured for him to enter. Chen Fan was slightly taken aback at first, then bowed and gestured for him to enter. Just as Chen Fan bent down, the zombie king struck first. He raised his foot and kicked at Chen Fan. Just as Chen Fan looked down, he saw the zombie raise its foot and quickly used his Tang sword to push it forward. With a ding, the Tang sword in Chen Fan's hand hummed. Chen Fan also felt the force coming from his hand and took a few steps back. Damn it, zombies can even ambush. You old bastard. Chen Fan shook his hand and said. At this moment, the zombie king was no longer the gentleman he had been just moments before. He stared at Chen Fan with a ferocious expression, roaring something incessantly, as if he were cursing Chen Fan. Just by looking at his lip movements, Chen Fan knew how nasty the insults were. Chen Fan raised his twin swords, pointing them at the zombie king, and said, "Come on." As if the zombie king could understand Chen Fan's words, it stretched out its finger, pointed at Chen Fan, then beckoned with its finger and roared, as if to say, "Come here." Seeing the zombie king's provocative attitude, Chen Fan decided not to be polite anymore. He raised his twin swords and leaped forward, using them to clear a path, aiming straight for the zombie king's neck. Not to be outdone, the zombie king raised his fist and charged at Chen Fan. Fist and twin swords collided with a clang. Sparks flew, and both sides took a step back. Both sides have already understood each other's strength and power, and they are evenly matched. After exchanging a glance with the zombie king, Chen Fan charged towards him again. Ding, ding, ding. Sparks flew as the two exchanged blows, fiercely fighting for dozens of moves before separating. Chen Fan raised his hand and looked at the Tang sword, which already had many cuts and a worn edge, and thought to himself that this zombie's skin was really tough. The zombie king looked at the broken Tang sword in Chen Fan's hand and roared loudly a few times. It seemed like they were mocking Chen Fan's weaponry. Chen Fan threw away the Tang sword in his hand, took out 2 more Tang swords, pointed at the zombies, and said, "Fight." Then, another round of swordplay and fistfights ensued. Chen Fan discovered that the Tang sword he was using now was completely ineffective against the zombie king. When the sword struck the zombie king's hand, it only left a faint white mark, which disappeared immediately. Meanwhile, the Tang sword in his hand kept getting cuts and chipped. He had been fighting the zombie king for half a day, but to no avail. If only we had a better weapon. Chen Fan suddenly remembered that there was a spinning wheel and treasure chest on the rooftop, and he wanted better weapons. Once you get to the rooftop, you'll definitely get better quality weapons. Without hesitation, Chen Fan fought the zombie king again, and as the zombie charged at him once more, he sidestepped and sprinted towards the stairs. The zombie king clearly hadn't expected Chen Fan to sidestep it. Because it was rushing too fast, it sprinted forward several meters before finally managing to stop. When I turned around, Chen Fan had already disappeared at the top of the stairs. Seeing that Chen Fan had actually run away, the zombie king roared angrily a few times and then chased after Chen Fan. Chen Fan headed straight for the rooftop without looking back, completely ignoring the zombie king chasing after him. In terms of speed, Chen Fan is actually a bit faster. Although the zombie king possesses unparalleled strength and defense, its speed is still considerably inferior. The distance between the two sides grew further and further, causing the zombie king to roar repeatedly, but he was helpless. Although this building is quite tall, about 60 stories high, at Chen Fan's current speed, they quickly reached the top, only to find the door to the rooftop locked. Chen Fan simply cleaved the lock in two with a single stroke and kicked it away. The large iron gate flew straight out. Chen Fan rushed to a treasure chest and opened it without hesitation. I didn't even have time to check what level the treasure chest was. They quickly took everything out of the treasure chest. Obtained 1 grade 1 golden zombie core, quantity increased by 100 times. Obtained 100 grade 1 golden zombie cores. Obtain 1 bottle of grade 1 golden antidote. Quantity increased by 600 times. Obtain 600 bottles of Grade 1 Golden Antidote. Obtain 1 bottle of Grade 1 Golden Body Tempering Liquid. The quantity has increased by 300 times. Obtain 300 bottles of Grade 1 Golden Body Tempering Liquid. There is none left. Chen Fan was speechless. He hadn't been able to open the door properly. I randomly opened a treasure chest, and it turned out to be the lowest level gold treasure chest here. And we haven't even gotten the weapons yet. Roar. Chen Fan heard the Zombie King's roar coming from the stairwell, and he didn't have time to think anymore. They immediately opened the other treasure chest next to it. Chapter 65 Fierce Battle Against the Zombie King 2. Received 1 bottle of Grade 1 Platinum Vitality Potion, increasing the quantity by 400 times, and obtained 400 bottles of Grade 1 Platinum Vitality Potion. Obtained 1 piece of Grade 1 Platinum Refined Iron. The quantity increased by 200 times, obtaining 200 pieces of Grade 1 Platinum Refined Iron. Obtained 5 high-grade Xianbing throwing knives, an 800-fold increase in quantity, bringing the total to 4,000 high-grade Xianbing throwing knives. Obtained 1 Grade 1 Platinum Zombie Core, quantity increased by 100 times, obtained 100 Grade 1 Platinum Zombie Cores. Damn it, what a crappy throwing knife. I need a weapon, not a hidden weapon. Chen Fan was speechless. It was clearly too late to open another treasure chest, because the Zombie King had already rushed out of the stairwell and punched Chen Fan directly in the face. Chen Fan took a step back, trying to dodge the punch. But the zombie showed no intention of letting Chen Fan go and continued to charge straight at him. They quickly approached the edge of the rooftop terrace. If this continues, even if Chen Fan isn't knocked down by the Zombie King's punch, he'll be forced to fall off the roof. Falling from this floor wouldn't be fatal, but it would mean facing an attack from the zombies below. I finally made it to the top of this building. How can I just give up and start over? Chen Fan stomped his foot hard on the ground, accelerating backward until he was almost at the edge of the rooftop. He tapped the ground to the side with the Tang sword in his hand, and his whole body spun around the edge of the rooftop before returning to the rooftop. After rolling twice on the ground, it stood up. At this moment, the Zombie King, having charged too fiercely, almost fell off the edge of the rooftop. Fortunately, he managed to steady himself, turned around, and roared and howled at Chen Fan again. Chen Fan also brandished his Tang sword at the Zombie King, making no attempt to hide his provocation. Chen Fan drew a throwing knife and threw it at the Zombie King. Chen Fan didn't know how to use hidden weapons. He relied entirely on his brute force to throw them. When the Zombie King saw Chen Fan throw something at him, he casually reached out and swatted at the flying knife. With a sizzle, sparks flew as Chen Fan's thrown knife made contact with the Zombie King's hand. The throwing knife, having made contact with the Zombie King's hand, veered off course and flew in another direction, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Chen Fan didn't care about losing a throwing knife. What he was concerned about was the Zombie King's hand, which had developed a crack and was oozing green blood. There's potential. Chen Fan smiled with satisfaction. Then Chen Fan threw out another throwing knife, which flew through the air and headed straight for the Zombie King's face. The Zombie King also realized that the throwing knife was still harmful to him, and when he saw the knife coming, he dared not confront it head-on. He simply dodged to the side, and the throwing knife disappeared with a whoosh. Seeing that the zombie easily dodged the throwing knife, Chen Fan no longer held back and quickly took out a throwing knife and threw it. Soon, 4 or 5 throwing knives flew towards the Zombie King. The Zombie King was shocked to see 4 or 5 throwing knives flying towards him at once. Terrified, they dodged repeatedly as the throwing knives flew out with a whoosh, 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 some of them embedding themselves in the walls, causing them to crack open. With a series of crack, crack sounds, many sections of the wall collapsed. Seeing that the Zombie King had dodged the throwing knives, Chen Fan took out more throwing knives and threw them at the Zombie King. The Zombie King had just dodged the throwing knife Chen Fan threw and was about to rush towards Chen Fan, ready to smash him to pieces. Then he saw that Chen Fan had many throwing knives in his hand, and without hesitation, he threw them directly at him. The Zombie King roared in frustration, rolled over, and dodged the flying knife. As he stood up, he saw another flying knife coming. Then it rolled over, got up, rolled over, got up, rolled over. After repeating this more than 10 times, Chen Fan had just taken out his throwing knife, but before he could even throw it, the Zombie King began to roll. Chen Fan watched with amusement as the Zombie King rolled around incessantly. After rolling around more than 10 times, the Zombie King finally realized something was wrong. After getting up, seeing Chen Fan's smug smile, They wanted nothing more than to tear him to pieces. The zombie roared and charged forward, intending to smash Chun Fan into a pulp. However, Chun Fan threw the throwing knife at the Zombie King again, forcing the Zombie King to dodge once more. Chun Fan was even faster this time, forcing the Zombie King to speed up his dodge. This enraged the Zombie King, who roared repeatedly, wishing he possessed the lion's roar technique to make Chun Fan bleed from all 7 orifices and die. In its furious attempt to dodge, the zombie was unfortunately struck by a throwing knife, which pierced the Zombie King's left arm, embedding half of itself in the blade. Now the Zombie King was even angrier. Just as he was about to reach out and pull the throwing knife that was stuck in his arm, Chun Fan threw another throwing knife right in front of him. Forced to dodge again, the Zombie King found itself with more and more throwing knives as Chun Fan threw them faster and faster. Before long, the Zombie King had more than 10 throwing knives stuck in his body. Although these throwing knives were not fatal, they still made the Zombie King roar repeatedly, causing him to completely lose his mind. Especially Chun Fan's teasing manner infuriated the Zombie King, who roared repeatedly. When Chun Fan threw the throwing knife again, the Zombie King had completely lost his mind and ignored the incoming knife. It accelerated and rushed towards Chun Fan. Seeing this, Chun Fan didn't hesitate and took off running, throwing knives at the Zombie King as he ran. The Zombie King was even more furious at Chun Fan's despicable behavior, and he roared in anger. Chun Fan, with a smile on his face, dangled the Zombie King, occasionally throwing knives at it. Before long, the Zombie King was covered in hundreds of throwing knives, and he was almost like a hedgehog. Green blood was flowing from its body, making it a completely different zombie from the gentlemanly-looking Zombie King from before. However, Chun Fan believed that the current Zombie King was more in line with the characteristics of a Zombie King. The current Zombie King was obviously an unusual zombie. The Zombie King was now like an enraged bull, charging headlong at Chun Fan, completely ignoring the throwing knives Chun Fan was throwing. As Chun Fan watched, more and more throwing knives were stuck into the Zombie King's body, and the Zombie King's speed began to slow down. The Zombie King was already slower than Chun Fan, and now that it has slowed down, it can no longer catch up with Chun Fan. At this moment, the Zombie King stopped, roared a few times, and then ignored Chun Fan, running towards the stairwell. Chun Fan thought to himself, "Oh no, this Zombie King is trying to escape." But how could Chun Fan let the Zombie King escape? He quickly chased after it, throwing knives in his hand. Puff, puff, puff. All the throwing knives hit the Zombie King, causing him to stumble and almost fall to the ground. Chapter 66, Slaying the Zombie King, the Harvest Begins. Chun Fan followed, knowing that the Tang sword had very limited effect on the Zombie King. The only thing he had that could harm the Zombie King was his throwing knife. Chun Fan had no choice but to hold. He leaped high into the air, holding a knife in each hand, and thrust it towards the Zombie King's head. The Zombie King seemed to sense the danger coming from behind, but it was too late to turn around and fight back, so he could only run forward desperately. However, with multiple injuries, it could no longer run fast. The throwing knife in Chun Fan's hand plunged fiercely into the Zombie King's head. The Zombie King let out a mournful cry, took 2 steps forward, and then collapsed to the ground. The Zombie King lying on the ground still had a high survival rate, and it even crawled towards the stairwell ahead. The speed was not slow either, so Chun Fan certainly wouldn't let the Zombie King continue crawling forward. Because Chun Fan could already hear messy footsteps coming from the stairwell, as well as the low growls of zombies. It must have been the order given by the Zombie King to have the zombies below come up and hold him back, so that the Zombie King could take the opportunity to escape. But how could Chun Fan give the Zombie King a chance? He took out his throwing knife again, caught up with the Zombie King in a few steps, and stabbed the Zombie King's head repeatedly. The Zombie King was no longer as fierce as before. He only wanted to escape and crawled forward recklessly, not daring to put up even the slightest counterattack. It seems that this Zombie King was a coward in life, but he only dared to be so arrogant after he gained power. Now he has been beaten back to his original form by Chun Fan. Seeing that the Zombie King was no longer fighting back, Chun Fan attacked even faster, while the zombie roars coming from the stairwell grew closer and closer. The Zombie King had obviously heard the sound coming from the stairwell and was climbing forward without regard for anything else. Seeing this, Chun Fan stepped on the Zombie King and swiftly plunged the throwing knives in his hands into the Zombie King's neck. The Zombie King's head was too hard. Even after so many stabs, the Zombie King did not die. Chun Fan had no choice but to cut off the Zombie King's head. The zombie king was pinned to the ground by Chen Fan, struggling desperately to break free. Chen Fan swiftly plunged the throwing knife into the zombie king's neck. 1, 2, 3. Finally, when a zombie appeared in his line of sight at the top of the stairs, Chen Fan swiftly severed the zombie king's head. The zombie that had just run out of the stairwell was clearly stunned for a moment before rushing towards Chen Fan. After Chen Fan dealt with the zombie king, he breathed a sigh of relief. It wasn't that Chen Fan was no match for the zombie king. The main reason is that the zombie king's skin is too tough, and the only thing Chen Fan has that can hurt the zombie king is his throwing knife. If the zombie king escapes, given its intelligence, it certainly won't let Chen Fan play tricks on it like this. In that case, it would take Chen Fan a lot of effort to deal with it, so it's better to deal with it first. The remaining zombies are no longer a threat to Chen Fan. Facing the oncoming zombies, Chen Fan calmly took out his Tang sword and cleaved one of them in half. Green blood splattered all over the ground, and then a second zombie pounced, its head also being cleaved off with a single blow. The third one, the fourth one. More and more zombies rushed out from the stairwell, and Chen Fan kept slashing them down. Soon, the zombie corpses almost completely blocked the stairwell, making it even more difficult for the zombies behind to advance. The stairs were also piled high with zombie corpses, and the zombies were charging towards Chen Fan fearlessly. The staircase is too small. Only 3 zombies can come up at a time. 3 zombies were no big deal for Chen Fan. As long as a bunch of zombies filled the stairwell, Chen Fan would kick them all down the stairs. The zombies rolled down the stairs like a gourd, making it increasingly difficult for the zombies behind them to move forward. More than half an hour later, the entire stairwell was piled with zombie corpses, and the zombies behind could not get up at all. All it could do was roar and howl incessantly from the bottom of the stairs. Chen Fan breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that the zombies below could no longer climb up. To be honest, after fighting for so long, I'm exhausted. They took out food and water and began to eat slowly. He finished his food and then drank his water in no time. Clapping his hands, it was time to reap his spoils. Chen Fan first put away the zombie king's zombie core. Obtained 1 grade 2 bronze zombie core, increasing the quantity by 800 times, and obtained 800 grade 2 bronze zombie cores. It's actually a 2nd grade zombie essence pill, but I don't know what its use is. As for the zombie cores at the stairwell, Chen Fan was too lazy to collect them anymore. He currently has far too many zombie essence pills, far more than he can use. Zombie essence pills cannot be used for medicine or alchemy, nor can they be used for cultivation. Bringing them out of the infinite tower would render them useless, so there's absolutely no need to hoard these zombie essence pills. Zombie cores can only be used for lottery draws in this world. Once the lottery machine is empty, the zombie core loses its value, just like a grade 1 bronze zombie core. Chen Fan rubbed his hands together, his eyes shining as he looked at the things upstairs. There was more than he had seen with his binoculars. Chen Fan had only seen a dozen or so treasure chests with his telescope at first, but now he saw more than 20. There are 5 diamond chests, 4 platinum chests, and 16 gold chests. As for the lottery wheel, it was roughly the same as the one Chen Fan had seen before. 1 diamond, 1 platinum, and 1 gold lottery machine. I don't know why all these things are gathered here. Is this a case of the greater the risk, the greater the reward? That's true. Even with my own strength, it would have been difficult for me to get these things. It took a lot of effort to obtain them. Ordinary people would find it very difficult to obtain these things, and they wouldn't even dare to approach the city. Chen Fan planned to open all the treasure chests first, and then go to draw a prize. Chen Fan first ran to a diamond treasure chest, and opened it first. Obtain 1 bottle of grade 1 diamond body tempering liquid. Quantity increased by 100 times. Obtain 100 bottles of grade 1 diamond body tempering liquid. Obtain 1 grade 1 diamond spirit flower, increasing the quantity by 400 times, and obtain 400 grade 1 diamond spirit flowers. Obtain 10 grade 1 diamond zombie yuan pills, increasing the quantity by 800 times, and obtained 8,000 grade 1 diamond yuan pills. Obtain 1 superior grade Xianbing Qingfeng sword. The quantity increased by 200 times, obtaining 200 superior grade Xianbing Qingfeng swords. Obtain 5 pieces of grade 1 diamond refined iron, a 500-fold increase in quantity, totaling 2,500 pieces of grade 1 diamond refined iron. Chapter 67, So many lottery draws, I'm sick of it. There were 5 items in total, and overall it was pretty good. If you had just opened this treasure chest, dealing with the zombie king would have been a piece of cake. Next, Chen Fan arrived at the 2nd diamond treasure chest. Open the diamond chest directly. Obtain 5 grade 1 diamond zombie cores. The quantity has increased by 300 times, resulting in a total of 1500 grade 1 diamond zombie cores. I have obtained 2 bottles of grade 1 diamond body tempering liquid, which increases the quantity by 500 times and the quality by 800 times. I have also obtained 1000 grade 2 silver body tempering pills. Obtain 1 grade 1 diamond blood Ganoderma. The quantity is increased by 400 times. Obtain 400 grade 1 diamond blood Ganoderma. Gain 2 pieces of grade 1 diamond mithril, a 600-fold increase, for a total of 1,200 pieces of grade 1 diamond mithril. Obtain 1 piece of grade 1 diamond refined iron. The quantity has increased by 100 times. Obtain 100 pieces of grade 1 diamond refined iron. This diamond chest also yields 5 items, but the quality is somewhat inferior to the previous diamond chest. However, 1 item from this diamond treasure chest was enhanced in quality, and I immediately obtained a 2nd grade body tempering pill. Then, Chun Fan opened all the treasure chests. After opening all the treasure chests, Chun Fan obtained the following resources. There are 7,200 grade 1 diamond zombie cores. There are 5,600 pieces of top grade diamond refined iron. 3,100 pieces of 1st grade diamond mithril. 1,300 grade 1 diamond blood Ganoderma lucidum. 2,400 1st class diamond hyacinth flowers. 200 superior grade Xianbing Qing foam swords. 100 Xianbing high grade thin swords. Later on, there were all sorts of top grade platinum and top grade gold items. There were just too many things to list. Chun Fan was too lazy to keep track of everything. He would just pick out everything he could use once he got back. Whether the rest is left to my parents or to Qijin Pavilion, I'm too lazy to deal with it myself. Sometimes having too much stuff can be a nuisance. There's no lottery involved yet. The thought of the lottery gave Chun Fan another headache. He had so many zombie pills on hand. He was going to empty the lottery machine again. Chun Fan looked at the zombie yuan pills in his hand. There were as many as 180,000 1st grade gold pills, about 122,000 1st grade platinum pills, and more than 80,000 1st grade diamond pills. With so many zombie essence pills, he doesn't even know how long he'll have to keep drawing them. Ugh, what a hassle. Let's rest first. Chun Fan took out a tent from his backpack. He planned to stay here for the next few days. We'll talk about it after we've emptied the lottery machine. I cooked myself some self-heating rice in a self-heating hot pot, and then took out a bottle of carbonated beverage. He ate and drank to his heart's content, and then went to bed early, as he was really too tired today. Get some rest so you can participate in the lucky draw tomorrow. Chun Fan slept well last night. Although there were many zombies roaring downstairs, he wasn't worried about them coming up. As for the roars, Chun Fan was already immune to them. In this zombie world, it felt strange that I didn't hear any zombie roars that night. Chun Fan ate a few bites of breakfast quickly before heading off to the lottery. Chun Fan started opening treasure chests from the diamond chests. This caused him to lose all interest in opening the gold chests later on. Therefore, Chun Fan decided to start the lottery with the golden lottery roulette. That way, I can have something to look forward to. Chun Fan approached the golden lottery wheel, inserted the golden zombie essence pill, and began the lottery draw. Obtain 1 piece of grade 1 gold refined iron. The quantity has increased by 100 times. Obtain 100 pieces of grade 1 gold refined iron. Get. Chun Fan continued participating in the lottery, experiencing both pain and joy. After smoking like this all morning, Chun Fan felt it was more painful than killing zombies. Sometimes I really want to just give up smoking. However, Chun Fan was reluctant to part with these resources. Even if he couldn't use them himself, he could give them to his family or exchange them for other useful resources for his own cultivation. At noon, Chun Fan treated himself to a delicious lunch and then took a nice nap. It was nearly evening when I got up. Seeing that it was already evening, Chun Fan decided to take care of dinner first, so he started preparing dinner. After finishing dinner, Chun Fan didn't want to move. I've decided to continue the lottery tomorrow. Chun Fan slept until he naturally woke up, and it was already noon. He stretched and loosened his muscles a few times. I felt like I slept really well this time. I think I was too tired from the lottery yesterday, which made me want to sleep. Now when I wake up, I feel incredibly energetic. After cooking himself a nutritious breakfast and eating his fill, Chun Fan prepared to draw a prize again. This time, Chun Fan decided to start by drawing from the diamond level, so that even if he didn't want to draw any more in the end, he could give up on the later ones. The main problem was that there were just too many zombie cores, and starting with the golden lottery wheel was a mistake. We should start with the better ones, beginning with the diamond lottery machine. So Chen Fan went to the diamond lottery machine and started drawing prizes. Obtain 1 bottle of grade 1 diamond body tempering liquid. Quantity increased by 600 times. Obtained 600 bottles of grade 1 diamond body tempering liquid. Obtained a grade 1 diamond. Soon, the morning passed by in the lottery that Chen Fan was talking about. Even a diamond-level lottery can get boring after a while. Chen Fan felt sleepy again. He was really bored. At noon, Chen Fan made himself lunch, but only ate a few bites because he really wasn't in the mood for a proper meal. I've already had my fill of winning prizes, but I still need to continue drawing blood in the afternoon. It's better to get it over with quickly than to suffer for a long time. Let's finish drawing blood first. In the afternoon, Chen Fan sped up the lottery draw and finally emptied the diamond lottery machine by evening. After drawing all the items from the diamond lottery machine, Chen Fan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Keep it up and try to win everything from the platinum lottery machine tomorrow. Chen Fan finally had a bit of an appetite tonight, so he made himself a small hot pot and ate it with great relish. The only downside was that it was all meat and no vegetables. After finishing his meal, Chen Fan had a wonderful nap. I'll continue the lottery draw when I get up in the morning. And so, Chen Fan drew prizes for 3 consecutive days, finally emptying all the items in the lottery machines. The lottery machines at the gold level and above are no longer producing anything, and Chen Fan doesn't know whether the silver ones are still producing anything. After drawing the prize, Chen Fan discovered that he still had a lot of zombie essence pills left, which were now useless to him. Chen Fan simply discarded them all. As for why he didn't exchange it for something, Chen Fan had also thought about that question. The main advantage is that we now have chat channels, so everyone will know immediately if there's any news or activity. Chen Fan decided not to tarnish his character. Chapter 68, Finding a Comfortable Place to Stay, Preparing to Leave This World. After drawing the prize, Chen Fan calculated the time. In a few days, the time would come, and he could return to the real world. Overall, Chen Fan was the biggest winner, having emptied out almost all the lottery machines of gold level and above. Chen Fan originally wanted to go back to that small mountain village, but after thinking about it, he decided against it. Chen Fan really didn't like Jingli. If it were just Daohuang there, Chen Fan would probably go back and check on it. However, even if he didn't go back to that small mountain village, Chen Fan still wanted to find a more comfortable place to stay. Living in this city full of zombies is really unpleasant. We need to find a better environment and enjoy a few comfortable days. Without hesitation, Chen Fan jumped off the tall building and quickly approached the ground. The zombies on the ground seemed to sense the presence of living beings coming from above. They all looked up and roared towards the spot where Chen Fan had landed, raising their hands as if to welcome his arrival. Chen Fan looked at the zombie on the ground that was raising its hands to welcome him, and waved his hand at the zombie in a very flamboyant manner. Then, stepping on the zombie's head, he quickly flew away and soon disappeared from the zombie's sight. Zombie, are you being polite? Chen Fan quickly left the city, randomly choosing a direction and heading forward. After a day of trekking through mountains and valleys, Chen Fan arrived in another city. There weren't many zombies in this city, and only a few zombies were moving around on the streets. Moreover, the main street is relatively clean and new, as if it were just paved asphalt road, and the greenery on both sides of the road is well planned, although the plants are still relatively small. It's obvious at a glance that the plants were recently planted, and the buildings here look very new. Even the streetlights are new. This is clearly a newly built city, and such cities usually don't have many residents. If not many people live there, then there won't be many zombies. This explains why there are so few zombies here. As Chen Fan walked along, groups of zombies rushed towards him, but he ignored them all and shook them off without even bothering to lift a finger. Chen Fan walked around, stopping frequently, and soon settled on a place he thought was pretty good. Before the apocalypse, this place must have been a high-end villa community built specifically for the wealthy. At this moment, from the outside, there were no zombies in the community. Chen Fan leaped over the iron gate and entered the residential area, carefully examining it. There really wasn't any trace of zombies found. It's even better if there are no zombies. Chen Fan strolled leisurely through the neighborhood, going in to look at anything he liked. However, the villas here are basically only decorated on the outside. The inside is still a bare shell. This disappointed Chen Fan greatly. He couldn't possibly live in this unfinished apartment. He had finally found a decent living environment, and this was it. Undeterred, Chen Fan checked each one carefully, and sure enough, he found a European-style villa, fully furnished with furniture and appliances. Although the appliances are mostly just for decoration these days, As long as they look pleasing to the eye, that's enough for Chen Fan. The only thing that Chen Fan disliked was the villa's European and American style of decoration, which he didn't particularly like. Chen Fan still prefers the rural scenery, but he's only staying there for a few days, so he can't expect too much. So Chen Fan decided to stay here for a few more days, and then he could leave when the time was up. That evening, Chen Fan treated himself to an extra meal. He had been working so hard for so long. It was time to nourish himself properly. There wasn't much good stuff, so I just cooked a hot pot, grilled some lamb chops and steaks, and took out some soda. They then began to devour the food with great relish. After eating and drinking his fill, Chen Fan randomly found a room on the second floor. The beds inside were already made up and looked brand new. Chen Fan first went to the shower room to take a shower. Because of the apocalypse, the water supply was cut off, so Chen Fan took out dozens of 5L bottles of mineral water from his ring, poured them into the bathtub, and took a comfortable shower. After changing into more casual clothes, I jumped onto the soft bed and rolled around comfortably on it. I lay comfortably in bed and casually opened a chat channel. 6235. I was lucky today. I drew a silver-grade body-strengthening liquid. After taking a sip, I felt much lighter and stronger. 998. Stop showing off. As if you're the only one who can draw the same thing. I drew a mid-grade Xianbing weapon, the Willow Leaf Blade. Am I proud of that? 9287. Holy crap, I used the golden lottery machine to draw a prize, but I got nothing. Is there a bug? 2398. How could there be a bug? Could it be that everything in the gold lottery machine has been taken away, just like in the bronze lottery machine? 4423. Impossible. I was still doing the silver lottery, and all the gold was stolen. 9683. It really is. I just tried it too, and there's really nothing left. 8552. Stop talking. I just tried to get platinum and didn't get anything. 6689. Wow, this guy is awesome. He can even pull for platinum now. 666. 8756. Are you sure you drew the platinum one and not the silver one? 9987. It's true. Damn. Who is so powerful that they managed to take all the gold and platinum stuff? Meanwhile, in a room with gold and platinum lottery machines, a young man stared at the machine with a dark expression. He originally thought he had a great advantage in entering this world because he had never been there before, and that he could make a fortune by relying on his foresight. Unexpectedly, the large amount of bronze zombie essence pills he had just received were all taken away. Fortunately, I decisively switched to buying silver, which allowed me to draw something. I had already received quite a lot of golden zombie cores and platinum cores, but unexpectedly, they were all taken by someone else. All the resources I spent to acquire it have turned into junk. The silver resources I originally drew have now been mostly exchanged for gold and platinum zombie essence pills, and now they're all useless. How can this not make people angry? Now he even has the urge to kill. Damn it, The youth could only rage in vain. There are only a few days left before we have to leave. It was clearly too late to find resources now. Meanwhile, Chen Fan was leisurely grilling steak and eating hot pot, completely at ease. With so many resources at my disposal, I wonder if I can break through to the qi refining stage. Without hesitation, Chen Fan began to use a large amount of resources to break through to the qi refining stage. Chapter 69. Returning home, warmth. With a wealth of resources accumulated, Chen Fan felt he was on the verge of a breakthrough. But no matter what he did, he couldn't break through. It was as if some invisible force was blocking his chance to break through. After several attempts, Chen Fan had to give up. The only thing Chen Fan could think of was that this world was suppressing his breakthrough, so he could only break through after he left. Now all I can do is wait bored for a few days before I can go out. Meanwhile, in that small mountain village, Jing Li was holding Da Huang's head, looking very worried, and said to Da Huang, "Da Huang, why hasn't Uncle come back yet?" Da Huang simply made a few cooing sounds in response. Jing Li didn't care whether Da Huang understood or not, and continued, "Do you think Uncle isn't coming back? They'll probably come back." Time flies, and soon it was time for Chen Fan to leave this world. He had been living a very comfortable life these past few days. I spend my days eating, drinking, and sleeping. When I'm bored, I take out the books I borrowed from the library and read them. I'm still living a very comfortable and carefree life. Today is the day I leave this world. Chen Fan packed his things, waiting to leave. The screen went black, and when Chen Fan could see clearly again, he was already inside the Infinite Tower. The Infinite Tower was bustling with activity, with many people coming and going. Some people had smiles on their faces, some looked worried, and some looked calm. You can tell how well they fared just by looking at their expressions. As Chun Fan stepped out of the Infinite Tower, he saw his family already waiting for him at the entrance. Upon seeing Chun Fan emerge, he happily went to greet him. Fifth sister Chunru ran the fastest, skipping and hopping all the way. Chun Fan was afraid that Chunru would fall, so he quickly went to meet her and said, "Slow down, don't fall." Chunru stretched out her arms with a grin and said in a childish voice, "Brother, hug me." Chun Fan pulled Chunru into his arms and kissed her on the cheek. Unexpectedly, Chunru wiped her face with her sleeve with a look of disgust and said, "Ugh, drool." Chun Fan looked at Chunru with a smile, and then kissed her rosy cheeks a few more times. Terrified, Chunru desperately tried to break free from Chun Fan's clutches and hid behind Fong Bingwei, vigorously wiping the drool off her face. Seeing her like this made Chun Fan's whole family burst into laughter. After laughing for a while, Chun Ping looked at Chun Fan first and asked, "Brother, how did it go? Did you encounter any danger this time?" When Chun Ping asked the question, the whole family looked at Chun Fan with concern. Chun Fan patted Chun Ping's head and said, "There's no problem. Let's go back and talk about it." Chun Guotao also said, "Well, let's talk about it when we get back. It's not convenient to talk about it here." After saying that, he led Chun Fan to an extended version of the BYD luxury car. This car is very suitable for families with many members and can seat 8 people including the driver. The car has a powerful exterior and a spacious interior, comfortably seating 8 people without feeling cramped. It seems that Mr. and Mrs. Chun Guotao still know how to enjoy life, and they don't just save money instead of enjoying themselves. Chun Fan entered the infinite world so that his family could enjoy life without having to toil and struggle for a little money. Moreover, Chun Guotao and his wife's cultivation levels have also improved, both reaching the first level of body tempering, making them look much younger. Chun Bing has reached the middle stage of the mortal realm, while her third and fourth brothers are at the initial stage of the mortal realm. As for her fifth sister, Chunru, she remains the same as before, with little cultivation. Chun Fan looked at his family with satisfaction. It seemed that the resources he brought back had yielded some results, and he was in a good mood. Chun Guotao drove smoothly back to the villa. As soon as Chun Fan entered the house, he said, "I'm going to take a shower first." After saying that, she rushed upstairs to her room to take a shower. Fong Bingwei and Chin Bing also went into the kitchen one after the other to prepare a big meal for Chun Fan. Although there is a housekeeper to cook for the family, Fong Bingwei still often goes to the kitchen to help. Not to mention that today is the day her eldest son is returning. Fong Bingwei is going to personally cook a meal for Chun Fan. By the time Chun Fan finished showering and came downstairs, the food was almost ready. Chun Guotao and his siblings were already seated at the table, while Fong Bingwei and Chun Bing began serving the dishes. Soon, the table was filled with dishes, all of which were Chun Fan's favorites. After Fong Bingwei and Chun Bing sat down, Chun Guotao, the head of the family, spoke first. "Come on, let's have a toast to celebrate Xiao Fan's safe return." Everyone raised their glasses to celebrate Chun Fan. Then they began to feast, and the family reunion dinner was finished amidst laughter and joy. After the meal, the younger siblings started pestering Chun Fan to tell them about his exciting journey into the infinite world. Chun Fan was quite helpless, so he could only pick out some parts to talk about. Chun Guotao and Fong Bingwei listened to Chun Fan's story with great attention. Although Chun Fan recounted relatively light-hearted experiences, Chun Guotao and Fong Bingwei both knew that the infinite world was still fraught with various dangers. One wrong move, and you could lose your life on the spot, so it's a huge relief to come back safely each time. By the time Chun Fan finished speaking, it was already 10 p.m., and Chun Bing and the others were sent to bed by Chun Guotao and Fong Bingwei. After Chun Bing and the others returned to their rooms to rest, Chun Fan chatted with his parents again. "Dad, Mom, why don't we open a trading company too?" "Open a trading company?" Chun Guotao and Fong Bingwei asked at the same time. "Yes, because I get more things inside the Infinite Tower. If I keep going out to exchange resources, I'll quickly attract other people's attention. It would be different if we opened our own trading company. We could collect and exchange various resources, which would be more convenient. But opening a business requires a lot of manpower and resources, Xiao Fan. I think we should take it one step at a time and start with a single shop," Chun Guotao said. "Besides, opening a trading company right away is too big a step and too risky. We can start with a single shop, then open a chain of stores, and finally move up to a trading company. This way, we can gradually cultivate trustworthy people without attracting attention too quickly." "Yes, Xiao Fan. Opening a business right away will attract too much attention. Our foundation is too weak, or rather, we have no foundation at all. We should listen to your father and open a shop first, and then build it up slowly. Fang Bingwei also offered timely advice to Chen Fan. Chen Fan nodded in agreement after hearing his parents' words. Opening a trading company was something Chen Fan wanted to do in his last few days in the zombie world, mainly because he had acquired so many resources that he didn't need some of them at all. Chapter 70 Future Plans. Opening a shop first. Weapons like xianbing, various mineral materials, various spiritual herbs and medicinal herbs, and some unused pills and materials. These can all be sold or exchanged for other things. However, if I go out to trade so many things every time, I will soon attract the attention of some people with ulterior motives, and then my family may be ruined. But things are different once you have a shop. Shops can be sold and bought, and your own belongings are easy to sell. Plus, it's very profitable, and you don't have to take any risks. With the system that amplifies gains by billions, you'll only reap more and more rewards in the future, relying solely on selling them yourself. It would be exhausting, and some things can't be sold just like that. Sometimes you have to find someone who needs them to get a good price. After thinking it through, Chen Fan said to Chen Guotao and Fang Bingwei, "Dad, Mom, let's open a shop first. It just needs to be able to sell and buy, and we can also exchange resources for resources. As for the resources we sell, we'll use the resources I obtained from the Infinite Tower to sell first, so we don't need to purchase anything else. Fanner, what you get from the Infinite Tower is limited after all. If we don't buy anything else, it will probably be sold out very soon." "Yes, Fanner, if we don't import supplies from outside, the things you obtained in the Infinite Tower will probably be gone in no time." Chen Guotao and Fang Bingwei both expressed their disagreement. "Dad, Mom, don't worry about that for now. We'll rent or buy the shop first. As for the supply of goods, I'll take care of that," Chen Fan assured him. Seeing that Chen Fan had already made the decision, Chen Guotao and Fang Bingwei didn't say anything more. If the supply of goods became insufficient in the future, they could find other suppliers themselves. So, they then discussed the details of opening a shop and pricing. Chen Fan felt that his prices could be 3% lower than the market price, which would effectively attract people. As for why he didn't lower them even further, the main thing is not to disrupt the market, otherwise all the merchants will target you together. At that time, even if you have great abilities, it will be difficult to deal with the joint attack from all of them, unless one has grown to a certain level and can make decisions unilaterally. Chen Fan and his parents discussed the matter until 1 a.m., finalizing some details before returning to their rooms to rest. I slept soundly until dawn. Chen Fan got up relatively late, mainly because he had just returned home and was relaxed, so he slept for a longer time. By the time Chen Fan finished getting ready and went downstairs, his younger siblings had already gone to school. The youngest sister, Chen Ru, is the only one who hasn't gone to kindergarten yet. Chen Ru said she had a stomachache today and asked the school for leave. Chen Fan watched Chen Ru playing happily, unsure whether she was really in pain or not. She was such a clever little devil. After Chen Fan finished breakfast, he suggested that they go to the real estate agency to see if there were any suitable shops. Chen Fan's parents obviously weren't in such a hurry as Chen Fan, thinking that they should wait a couple of days before looking for a shop, and that he should rest for a few days as well. Fang Bingwei said, "Xiao Fan, why don't you rest for a few days? There's no need to rush." Chen Fan knew his parents were concerned about him, so he smiled and said, "Mom, no need, I'm in great spirits. You guys get ready first, we'll go out in a bit. Oh, by the way, don't bother cooking lunch, we'll eat out." Seeing that Chen Fan had said so, Chen Fan's parents didn't delay and quickly went into the room to change their clothes, and also tidied up Chen Ru. The family happily got into the car and headed straight for the largest real estate agency in the area, a budget agency. This budget real estate agency is one of the top real estate agencies on the planet, with branches in various countries and regions. Chen Fan led the way into the agency. Although it was an agency, it was quite large. In the center of the lobby was a miniature 3D simulation map of the area. The office area of this real estate agency is on the left side of the lobby, while the right side consists of small cubicles. These cubicles are actually small rooms partitioned off by huge screens. It's supposed to protect privacy, but it's not really that useful. If you speak even slightly louder, your voice will carry to the next room. After Chen Fan and his group were seated, a woman in business attire came over and greeted them, saying, "Hello everyone, my surname is Song. May I ask what kind of needs you have?" Chen Fan said, "Our requirements are very simple. We just need to find a shop with a large space and a good location, preferably one that we can buy." After quickly writing down Chen Fan's requirements, Ms. Song said, Okay, please wait a moment. I'll check for you right away. Do you have any requirements regarding the price? I have no requirements. Price is not an issue, Chen Fan said. Okay, please wait a moment. I'll check right away, Miss Song said, her eyes lighting up after hearing Chen Fan say that price wasn't an issue. Not long after Miss Song left, another girl brought in tea and snacks. After waiting for a while, which was boring for Chen Fan's family, Miss Song returned with the documents. Hello, sir. I've filtered through the options for you and found 3 shops that meet your criteria, but the prices are relatively high. As he spoke, he handed all 3 documents to Chen Fan, indicating that Chen Fan should choose one. Chen Fan was fully aware of Miss Song's ulterior motives. These 3 shops were likely the more expensive type, and the more expensive the items sold, the higher the commission Miss Song would receive. However, Chen Fan didn't care about these things. As long as he was satisfied with the location of the shop, he didn't mind her little schemes. Let me introduce you. Although he had the documents in hand, Chen Fan still wanted Miss Song to give him an introduction. After all, some things can't be seen from the documents, but people working at the agency are more aware of them. Sir, please take a look at the first document. This shop is located in the southeast. Over there is a Times Square and a night market street, and the foot traffic is usually very high. It's just that the shop there is a bit smaller. If you're not doing a very big business, this shop is still a good choice. Moreover, the price isn't too high. The selling price is 50 million Azure Dragon coins. Let's find another one. This one's too small, Chen Fan said, glancing at the information in the document. Sir, please take a look at the second one. This shop is located in the commercial street and central square in the city center, so the foot traffic is naturally very high. But the space in this shop is quite large, and it has 2 floors. Needless to say, the price is extremely high. You could say it's worth every inch of land. Chen Fan carefully examined the documents. This shop was indeed exceptionally large, with over 300 square meters on a single floor, a truly enormous space. Chapter 71 Breakthrough to Qi Refining Stage. Chen Fan still quite liked this shop, and the price was no longer a consideration for him. This is good, Chen Fan said. Miss Song continued. As for the shop mentioned in the last document, it is a shop located in an upscale residential area. The shop covers an area of more than 150 square meters, but the foot traffic is a little low. However, the customers here are generally quite generous. Chen Fan picked up the third document and glanced at it. He wasn't interested in the shop. The space was decent, but the items here were generally sold to the wealthy. It would be difficult to sell in large quantities. Chen Fan returned the first and third documents to Miss Song, then patted the documents in his hand and said, "Let's take this one. How much does it cost to buy it directly?" Upon hearing Chen Fan's words, Miss Song's eyes lit up and she said, "Sir, because this shop is located in a prime location and has a huge space, the shop owner is offering 100 low-grade spirit stones." When Chun Guotao and Fong Bingwei heard the price, they couldn't help but gasp. This price was equivalent to that of a first-grade diamond item. 100 low-grade spirit stones were equivalent to 1 billion Azure Dragon coins. Chun Guotao couldn't help but exclaim, "This is too expensive." "Yes, this is too expensive, Xiao Fan. I think we should find another one. I think the first shop we just visited was pretty good. Although it was a bit small, we can start slowly and build it up. When we make money in the future, we can find a bigger one." Fong Bingwei also tried to persuade her. "Dad, Mom, don't worry about the money. We'll earn it all back in the future," Chun Fan said to Chun Guotao and Fong Bingwei. When Miss Song heard that Chun Fan's family had differing opinions, she spoke up at the right moment. "Sir, please wait a moment. I'll talk to the landlord and see if we can lower the price a bit more." Chen Fan glanced at Miss Song with surprise, then said, "Okay, ask the landlord first and see if you can lower the price a bit more." It's not that Chen Fan is stingy. Having Miss Song communicate with him to lower the price a bit was also to put his parents at ease. Not long after, Miss Song returned and said to Chen Fan and the others, "Sir, I just spoke with the landlord and we can lower the price by 10 low-grade spirit stones. Is that all right with you?" "Okay, thank you. When can we sign the contract?" "The landlord just said that if you accept the property, I will notify the landlord to come over and sign the transfer agreement now." "Okay, go and tell the landlord to come over." After hearing this, Miss Song went out to make the arrangements. Before long, Miss Song arrived with a bald, middle-aged man. After Miss Song arrived, she introduced the landlord, saying, "Sir, this is the landlord." Chen Fan stood up, shook hands with the landlord, and then began to discuss the relevant transfer contract. Nothing unexpected happened along the way, and the landlord was very easy to talk to. The two quickly signed the transfer agreement. Miss Song quickly processed the property certificate for Chun Fan. Chun Fan paid the landlord with low-grade spirit stones, and the landlord gave Chun Fan the keys to the shop. The cooperation between the two parties was very pleasant. Around noon, Chun Fan took his family out for lunch and then drove towards the shop where he had made the purchase. In less than half an hour, Chun Fan and his group arrived at the shop. This shop is really big. The first floor alone is over 320 square meters, and the second floor is nearly 300 square meters. After inspecting the shop, Chun Fan was very satisfied. Then he went home. As for the shop's decoration and such, Chun Fan didn't get involved. He left those things to his parents. One must be strong to have an endless supply of resources. Chun Fan used the items in the Infinite Tower to exchange for some cultivation resources that he could use. He then began to cultivate in seclusion at home. He had tried to break through to a higher level in the zombie world last time, but he failed. Upon returning this time, Chun Fan planned to make a breakthrough. After Chun Fan went into seclusion to cultivate, Chun Guotao and his wife did not disturb him too much and were busy with the shop. The shop has been renovated and looks quite presentable. After all, it's the first time Chun Guotao and his wife have opened a shop. They all decorated based on their own feelings, deciding what was good and what was bad based on their own intuition. During this period, Chun Fan also went to take a look once. He didn't have many opinions about the shop's renovation, as long as his parents thought it was good. After inspecting the shop's renovation, Chun Fan went back to his secluded cultivation. After several days of diligent cultivation, Chun Fan finally broke through the current limit of the body tempering realm and reached the Qi refining stage. After reaching the Qi refining stage, Chun Fan clearly felt an extremely faint Qi within his Dantian. When he started practicing the lesser 5 elements technique that he had bought before, he could feel a faint spiritual energy being slowly absorbed into his body from the outside. After walking along one's own meridians several times, the spiritual energy absorbed from the outside is compressed and transformed into spiritual energy within the body, which then flows into the Dantian, increasing the spiritual energy within the Dantian by a trace. Although this trace of spiritual energy is not much, cultivation is always a process of accumulating little by little. After reaching the Qi refining stage, Chun Fan spent a few more days consolidating his realm, which took a total of more than 10 days. In just over 10 days, the shop was renovated, and Chun Guotao and Fong Bingwei also set a date for the opening. Chun Fan gave most of what he had obtained in the Infinite Tower to Chun Guotao and his wife, keeping only a few things that were useful to him. When Chun Guotao and his wife saw so many supplies, their jaws nearly dropped in astonishment. They simply couldn't imagine where their son got so many supplies. The storage rings were filled to the brim with hundreds of items, and the supplies of a first-grade diamond filled 2 storage rings. Keep in mind that a single storage ring is the size of a football field, so the amount of supplies that could be stored in hundreds of these storage rings is simply unimaginable. If this were converted into spirit stones, there would be countless amounts of them. Just the resources here could be exchanged for cultivation resources for various realms. They could all help their family cultivate to the golden core stage, but it's impossible to exchange so many resources for various cultivation resources all at once. It can also easily attract the attention of some people, which could lead to their death. At this point, Chun Guotao and his wife finally understood why Chun Fan wanted to establish a trading company. Only by operating through a business can one obtain cultivation resources without attracting too much attention. It also makes it easier to exchange for the cultivation resources one needs. Chun Guotao and his wife wouldn't put all these supplies out to sell or exchange for other cultivation resources at once. Good things should be released gradually, otherwise the price would drop. Chapter 72, A New World, New Rules. After handing over all the supplies to Chun Guotao and his wife, Chun Fan instructed them to be careful when selling items of gold quality or higher before preparing to enter the Infinite Tower. His time to enter the Infinite Tower had come again. He didn't actually need to rush in. However, Chun Fan knew that his current strength was far from enough. Although no one had coveted the many resources he had acquired yet, they would inevitably attract trouble sooner or later. The only problem that can be solved is one's own strength. Everything else is irrelevant. Chun Fan arrived at the Infinite Tower once again and entered it with complete familiarity. The same darkness engulfed him, and when he could see the object again, Chun Fan was already in the jungle. At the same time, Chun Fan had another manual in his hand. Chun Fan opened the manual in his hand. 1. Congratulations on passing the beginner period. From now on, characters and things will no longer be presented as attributes. 2. The chat channel in the trading hall has been removed. 3. After the beginner period, all skills need to be learned and understood on your own. 4. From now on, everything in the infinite world will be no different from reality, and there will be no more manuals or prompts. After Chen Fan finished reading the manual in his hand, the manual disappeared. However, Chen Fan had already learned that the period before the body tempering stage was considered the beginner stage. Once you reach the Qi refining stage, you've passed the beginner phase. From then on, the infinite tower you enter will be no different from anything in reality, and you'll have to rely on yourself to learn skills. Chen Fan tried to open the panel, but nothing appeared. The chat channel and trading hall were also gone. Moreover, I didn't bring anything with me, so I guess this rule still exists. I wonder at what level I'll reach before this rule is removed. I just don't know how my billion-fold amplification system is doing. Is it still unusable? Chen Fan hurriedly called to open the system. A system that amplifies a billion-fold. Level 3. Amplification multiplier, 1,000 to 10,000. Randomly amplifies the quantity or quality of collected items by 100 to 1,000 times. The quality can exceed 2 levels of this world. It seems my billion-fold amplification system is still working, and its level has even been raised to level 3. Sure enough, the higher my level, the greater the amplification. I just don't know if the level of this amplification system can be increased indefinitely. If it can, then the amplification system is a bit terrifying. Moreover, the quality of what I've obtained now exceeds the quantity of 2 levels in this world. If we calculate it this way, the items I currently obtain in this world, even the first-grade items, can be amplified to the level of third-grade diamonds. After understanding his system, Chen Fan prepared to leave the forest. There were no more prompts, and he didn't know which world he had arrived in. However, according to his Qi refining stage, he had arrived in a 3-star world. As for what kind of world it is, we'll only know after we go out and find out. The lack of a chat channel is a significant disadvantage for someone like me who has just passed the beginner stage. If there's a chat channel, you can at least get some important information, which can better help you get through the first few days. However, Chen Fan still possesses considerable strength, and he wonders if he is currently at the lowest level in this world. Chen Fan used his exceptional lightness skill to speed towards one of them. After traveling at a brisk pace for almost a day, as darkness approached, Chen Fan finally saw a small town, which was now ablaze with lights from every home. It looked quite lively. Chen Fan followed the crowd into the town. There were no guards at the entrance. The people here dress in all sorts of strange and unusual ways. There are people dressed like Chen Fan in modern clothes, and there are also people dressed in clothes like those in ancient martial arts dramas. The men are elegant and handsome, and the women are ethereal and beautiful. Of course, there were also some people dressed in even more bizarre and outlandish ways, which were much more eye-catching than Chen Fan's attire. Although the town wasn't very big, it had everything you needed for daily life, and Chen Fan even saw the legendary brothel. To be honest, Chen Fan still wanted to go inside and take a look, but since he had no money, he had to give up. The most urgent task was to understand the information about this world. Chen Fan searched along a street. He originally wanted to find a tea house to ask for some information, but he didn't have any money, so he gave up. After searching around, Chen Fan still couldn't find any useful information. He couldn't just grab anyone on the street and ask them directly. "Brother, may I ask how to make money here?" Chen Fan casually pulled a middle-aged man who looked like a scholar and asked. The middle-aged man glanced at Chen Fan and then said casually, "Making money? As long as you have the ability, you can make money anywhere." "Where can you make money?" "I'm very capable." The middle-aged man looked Chen Fan up and down, then said, "If you're really capable, you can go to the mission hall up ahead and take a look. There are often missions there, and the rewards aren't bad." After saying that, he pointed ahead. "Mission hall, what is this?" "Thank you. What are the requirements for this mission hall?" "No. Anyone can take on a mission as long as they dare to do so. Even ordinary people can take on missions." Okay, what does that mean?" Chen Fan stopped replying to the middle-aged man and quickly walked towards the mission hall, which really did look like a large hall. The first floor was quite spacious, with several sets of tables and chairs placed on both sides, presumably for people to rest. In the middle, there was a large wooden board covered with slips of paper. When Chen Fan went inside, he discovered that the slips of paper contained posted tasks. They ranged from finding small items to murder to cover up crimes. Chen Fan looked at the missions. Many of the items were things he didn't recognize, and he didn't want to take on the murder missions either, mainly because he couldn't find the people to kill. Finally, Chen Fan found a mission to hunt monsters. He had to hunt a first-tier bloodthirsty boar, which would earn him 5 low-grade spirit stones. Upon seeing the spirit stones, Chun Fan's eyes lit up. At least he knew that this world could use spirit stones as currency, which was, after all, a cultivation world. Chun Fan had previously seen people using gold as currency when searching for items, but he never expected that spirit stones would also be used as currency. As everyone knows, the presence of spirit stones signifies the existence of the cultivation world. After deciding on the task he wanted to take, Chun Fan found a place to sit down. Even if he wanted to do a task, he should wait until dawn before going out to do it. It's already dark, so I guess I'll just have to make do for the night. Chapter 73 Information about the Cultivation World. Thinking back to my previous 2 worlds, I had a comfortable first night each time. Unexpectedly, upon arriving in this world, Chun Fan found himself sleeping on the streets on his very first night. However, he did gain something from spending the night in this mission hall, at least learning some information about this world. From these people's conversations, Chun Fan learned that this world was indeed a cultivation world, and that there were 5 major sects in this world, among which the Taoist sect, the 3 Talents sect, and the Lingyun sect, which claimed to be righteous, were the 3 major sects. The demonic path has 2 major sects, the Soul Refining sect and the Ghost Nether sect. The rest are some minor sects, each affiliated with one of these 5 major sects. The righteous and demonic factions are constantly fighting, and battles often occur, but they are all minor skirmishes. A real war has not happened for a long time. Chun Fan also learned a very useful piece of information. The 5 major sects would be coming down the mountain to recruit disciples every 10 years and would be arriving in this small town in a few days. Being chosen by these 5 major sects is a sure path to great success, and at the very least, safety is relatively guaranteed. It's like when facing danger. As long as you mention your sect, most people won't dare to kill you. Chun Fan felt that he had to join one of the 5 major sects, but he needed to understand the differences between them first. Let's see what kind of martial arts these 5 major sects practice. For Chun Fan, there is no distinction between righteous and demonic cultivation methods. The best cultivation method is the one that suits him best. Take the real world outside as an example. There are also many powerful cultivators who practice demonic arts, who also uphold justice and are revered by the people. As long as one's conduct is upright, it doesn't matter what kind of practice one uses. A person with a dark heart, even if they practice orthodox Taoist techniques, will still become a demon and kill without hesitation. Therefore, for Chun Fan, all he needs to do is find a cultivation method that suits him. In the outside world, good cultivation methods are generally not shared. Outside, martial arts techniques are generally priceless and hard to find. Sometimes, no matter how much money you have, you can't buy a powerful martial arts technique. That night, Chun Fan also learned from other people what a bloodthirsty pig looked like. After learning what a bloodthirsty pig looks like, Chun Fan sat down to meditate and rest, while also listening to some information that these people inadvertently revealed. Chun Fan also tried to cultivate the lesser 5 elements technique in this world, and found that the spiritual energy in this world was much greater than that in the outside world. However, Chun Fan's lesser 5 elements technique was too low level, so practicing it was pointless. In addition, the place is noisy and crowded. If someone with ulterior motives were to mess with me while I was cultivating, I would be in big trouble. At worst, I would be injured and weak, or at worst, I would vomit blood and die. If you want to cultivate, you need to find a safe place so that you can cultivate in peace. The night passed quickly, and early in the morning Chun Fan prepared to set off to hunt the first-tier demon beast, the bloodthirsty boar. According to the cultivation level here, the bloodthirsty boar was around the 5th level of body tempering. Therefore, even without weapons, Chun Fan should be able to easily kill him. Chun Fan had already found out the approximate location of the bloodthirsty pig. In fact, it was located in the forest where Chun Fan had come from. That forest is called the Monster Mountain Range. The Monster Mountain Range stretches across dozens of mountain ranges and is incredibly vast. Moreover, the deeper you go into the mountain range, the stronger the monsters become. It is said that deep within the Monster Mountain Range, there are 5th-tier monsters comparable to those in the nascent soul stage. Even the nascent soul ancestors of this world dare not easily step into the depths of the Monster Beast Mountain Range. If they must enter the depths of the Monster Beast Mountain Range, they must form a team of 3 to 5 people before daring to go deep. According to Chun Fan's understanding, the highest cultivation level in this world is that of an ancestor in the nascent soul stage, and he has never heard of anyone with a higher cultivation level. Among the 5 major sects, Each has a nascent soul stage elder who oversees the sect. For Chen Fan, the nascent soul stage was a very powerful existence, representing a direct leap across 3 major realms. Chen Fan couldn't understand the rules of this infinite world either. Even if he had high combat power in the first 2 worlds, it wouldn't be higher than his own highest combat power by 1 level. It's no wonder that the period before the Qi refining stage is called the beginner stage. It can be considered a perk of the beginner stage. After reaching the Qi refining stage, the world ahead may become increasingly difficult and dangerous. This fueled Chen Fan's burning desire to become stronger. With his billion-fold amplification system, survival would be much easier for him than for others. Chen Fan sped along, thinking and planning, and finally, nearing afternoon, he returned to the forest he had just arrived in, the Monster Mountain Range. When Chen Fan came out last time, he didn't encounter any monsters. It's hard to say whether Chen Fan was lucky or unlucky. However, the last time he left this Monster Mountain Range, Chen Fan traveled at high speed without deliberately looking for it. This time, things are different. Chen Fan came specifically to find the bloodthirsty pig. According to the information Chen Fan gathered, there isn't much difference between bloodthirsty pigs and ordinary pigs. The most significant difference is that its entire body fur is dark red, and its fangs are also relatively long and dark red. This bloodthirsty pig is extremely bloodthirsty. When it encounters an enemy, it usually insists on bloodshed and fights to the death. Otherwise, you shouldn't leave at all. The word escape doesn't exist in the dictionary of a bloodthirsty pig. Chen Fan felt that this characteristic was similar to that of a certain animal in the real world. Chen Fan glanced at the sky. It would be dark in about 3 hours. He needed to hurry, otherwise the Monster Mountain Range would still be very dangerous after dark. Because monsters are generally more active at night, Chen Fan didn't hesitate for long and went straight into the Monster Mountain Range. First-tier monsters like the bloodthirsty pig usually roam the outer perimeter of the Monster Mountain Range. Chen Fan didn't need to venture too deep into the Monster Mountain Range. He could find the bloodthirsty pig just on the outskirts. However, Chen Fan had been in the Monster Mountain Range for an hour and still hadn't seen the bloodthirsty pig. Not to mention the bloodthirsty pig, Chen Fan hadn't encountered any other demonic beasts either. He did encounter some ordinary beasts, but these were not Chen Fan's targets. Another half-hour passed, and Chen Fan finally encountered a monster, but it wasn't a bloodthirsty pig. It was a snake-like monster. Judging from the aura emanating from it, this snake must be at least at the 9th level of body tempering. Chen Fan's current strength is at the 1st level of Qi refining, so dealing with this demonic beast at the 9th level of body tempering is relatively easy. Although demonic beasts have a certain advantage in terms of physical strength, once they reach a higher level of cultivation, that physical advantage disappears. Chen Fan was just about to take action and deal with the monster first, so he could at least sell it for some money. To Chen Fan's surprise, the snake-like monster darted away the moment it saw him and disappeared shortly afterward. Chapter 74 2,000 Bloodthirsty Pigs. The snake-like monster's escape completely baffled Chen Fan. Am I really that powerful? Could it be that the domineering aura emanating from me could scare away all the monsters? Staring at the now-vanished empty space, Chen Fan remained silent for a long time. Once these kinds of monsters disappear into the dense forest, they become very difficult to find. Chen Fan had no choice but to abandon his plan to find it and continue on his way. If they still haven't found the bloodthirsty pig in another half hour, then they'll have to go back first. It's impossible for Chen Fan to spend the night in this dangerous area. Chen Fan understood the principle that a wise man does not stand under a crumbling wall. They continued searching for another half hour, but still couldn't find any trace of the bloodthirsty pig. Chen Fan had no choice but to go back first, feeling frustrated. It was still 3 or 4 hours away from that town, and it was just in time to head back now. Chen Fan sped up and headed towards the edge of the Monster Beast Mountain Range. Just as he approached the edge of the mountain range, he glanced around and caught a glimpse of a dark red figure flashing past in a dense forest. Bloodthirsty pig! Chen Fan exclaimed in surprise, then was overjoyed and quickly followed. Sure enough, under a tree, a red, bloodthirsty pig was using its long, dark red tusks to butt a feline-like animal. At this point, the feline had lost its vital signs, and the bloodthirsty pig had pulled out its intestines. Blood was everywhere, emitting a foul stench. The bloodthirsty pig was completely oblivious to Chen Fan's arrival, still staring at the carcass of the feline. Chen Fan didn't care whether the bloodthirsty pig noticed his arrival or not, and immediately flew up. With a powerful kick, Chun Fan sent the bloodthirsty pig flying more than 10 meters away before it could even react. Along the way, it also smashed and broke several large trees. After it crashed into another large tree and slid down, the broken trees finally collapsed with a loud thud. It also broke some smaller trees, which fell to the ground with a loud bang, startling many birds into flight. They all flew out to watch the spectacle. Before all the trees had fallen, Chun Fan darted forward again, not even waiting to see if the bloodthirsty boar was dead. He grabbed the bloodthirsty pig by its hind leg, swung it around, and slammed it to the ground, sending grass and dirt flying everywhere. Now you can hear the sound of bones breaking coming from the bloodthirsty pig. It seems it's definitely dead. The bloodthirsty pig died without ever seeing who its enemy was or what they looked like. Chun Fan grabbed the bloodthirsty pig from the ground and prepared to make a run for it. Obtained 1 grade 2 golden bloodthirsty boar, increasing the quantity by 2,000 times, resulting in 2,000 grade 2 golden bloodthirsty boars. To avoid confusion, we will use grade as the classification from now on. Instantly, 2,000 bloodthirsty pigs covered the ground. Chun Fan was dumbfounded when he saw the bloodthirsty pigs all over the ground, because this world had just begun and there were no storage rings or anything like that. If you have items like storage rings, the system-enhanced items will be directly placed into the storage rings. Because when I entered the infinite world, all my belongings were confiscated by the infinite tower. So Chun Fan has nothing on him right now, except for the clothes he's wearing. It's impossible for Chun Fan to carry all 2,000 bloodthirsty pigs away, and it's not realistic to carry them back and forth. It's estimated that as soon as Chun Fan leaves, many wild beasts and monsters will come to share the food. Chun Fan could now hear rustling sounds coming from the distant jungle, guessing that some wild beasts and monsters had already begun to approach. In addition, it was getting dark, which was the time when these wild beasts and monsters would come out to hunt for food. If it were completely dark, there would be even more wild beasts and monsters coming out. Without a second thought, Chun Fan hoisted a bloodthirsty boar onto each shoulder and 2 more into each hand, then began to race towards the edge of the monster mountain range. It wasn't that Chun Fan didn't want to take more, nor that he lacked the strength. He simply couldn't carry that many. He couldn't possibly carry another one on his head. Chun Fan felt he still had some self-respect and couldn't ruin his image for a few spirit stones. Soon, Chun Fan left the monster beast mountain range. Once outside the mountain range, the journey became much easier. Many people on the road had also come from the monster mountain range, and when they saw Chun Fan's appearance, they all cast strange glances at him. Because it's really rare to see someone like Chun Fan carrying a monster corpse on their shoulder here. At the very least, they should have some kind of storage bag. Anyone who dares to enter the monster beast mountain range to hunt monsters must have at least the strength of body tempering level 8. Otherwise, entering the monster mountain range would be suicide. Someone like Chun Fan, who can hunt down so many demonic beasts all by himself, must be incredibly strong. He must have some kind of storage bag or something. But now Chun Fan is carrying it by hand and on his shoulder, which others see, making it clear that Chun Fan is blatantly showing off. Suddenly, fierce gazes were cast upon him from all around, which startled Chun Fan. After all, in this world, Chun Fan's current strength was only that of a nobody, and there were countless people more powerful than him. Those who had made some gains weren't looking at Chun Fan with such fierce eyes. At most, they were staring at him like he was an idiot. Some people who gained nothing were staring at the bloodthirsty pig on Chun Fan's body. Although they weren't exactly greedy, they still seemed to be up to no good. Don't you love to show off? Don't you love to act cool? We'll rob you of all your prey in a bit, then we'll see how you show off. You'll be crying then. Several burly men chuckled and surrounded Chun Fan, causing Chun Fan's anus to tighten. He swallowed hard, gave an awkward smile, and looked at the burly men who had gathered around him, saying, "Brothers, what's the matter? Hee, what do you think?" The burly men continued to gather around with strange laughs. Hearing the laughter, Chun Fan clenched his fists even tighter and quickly said, "Brothers, although I'm somewhat handsome, there are plenty of men more handsome than me. Look, that handsome guy is much more handsome than me." As he spoke, Chun Fan pointed to a young man dressed in flowing white robes. Everyone looked in the direction Chun Fan was pointing, and sure enough, the young man in white was indeed handsome, with fair skin and red lips, and had a better presence than Chun Fan. Even Chun Fan felt a pang of jealousy, and couldn't help but mutter "sissy" to himself. The young master looked at Chun Fan with a blank expression, pointed to himself, and then looked around with a surprised and slightly dazed look. When the guards around the young master saw Chun Fan pointing at him and many people around him looking at him, they glared angrily at Chun Fan, surrounded the young master, and gave the people around them warning looks. Classification of materials for the realm. To make it easier for everyone to understand the different levels of this book and the various grades of its materials, a special chapter has been dedicated to classifying the grades. Cultivation realms. Mortal realm, early to middle stages. Body tempering realm, body tempering level 1 to body tempering level 9. Qi refining stage, Qi refining level 1 to Qi refining level 9. Foundation building stage, early, middle, and late stages. Golden core stage, early, middle, and late stages. Nascent soul stage, early to mid-late stages. Out-of-body stage, early to late stages. Nascent soul stage, early to late stages. Fusion period, late middle and high school. Mahayana stage, early, middle, and late stages. Tribulation transcending stage, early to late stages. Loose immortal, from loose immortal of the first tribulation to loose immortal of the ninth tri. Human immortal, early to mid-late stages. Earth immortal, early to mid-late stages. Celestial beauty, early to mid-later stages. True immortal, early to mid-late stages. Mystic immortal, early to late stages. Golden immortal, early to mid-late stages. Tai golden immortal, early, middle, and late stages. Great golden immortal, early, middle, and late stages. Immortal lord, early to mid-late stages. Immortal king, early to mid-late stages. Immortal emperor, early to mid-late stages. Immortal venerable, early to late stages. Primordial realm, primordial level 1 to primordial level 9, primordial great perfection. Heavenly Tao realm, heavenly Tao realm level 1 to heavenly Tao realm level 9, heavenly Tao great perfection. The great Tao realm, from the 1st to the 9th level of the great Tao realm, and the great perfection of the great Tao. Tao ancestor realm, Tao ancestor realm level 1 to Tao ancestor realm level 9, Tao ancestor great perfection. Classification of magical artifacts. Mystic weapon, lower, middle, upper, and excellent grade. Ritual implements, lower, middle, and upper quality. Spiritual artifact, lower, middle, upper, and excellent quality. Magical artifact, lower, middle, upper, and excellent quality. Spiritual treasure, lower, middle, upper, and excellent grade. The treasure of the day after tomorrow, lower, middle, upper, and supreme grade. Innate treasure, lower, middle, upper, and supreme grade. Chaotic spiritual treasure, lower, middle, upper, and supreme grade. Chaos treasure, lower, middle, upper, and supreme grade. Primordial spiritual treasure, lower, middle, upper, and supreme grade. Primordial treasure, lower, middle, upper, and supreme grade. Classification of medicinal materials. Elixir, rank 1 to rank 9. Rank 1 is further divided into 5 levels: bronze, silver, gold, platinum, and diamond. Spiritual materials, grades 1 to 9. Elixir of immortality, grades 1 to 9. Immortal grade materials, grades 1 to 9. Chaotic spiritual roots, ranks 1 to 9. Chaos materials, grades 1 to 9. Primordial spiritual roots, ranks 1 to 9. Harmony materials, grades 1 to 9. Cultivation techniques are classified into levels: 1st grade techniques to 9th grade techniques, chaotic techniques, and primordial techniques. Talent, beginner, intermediate, advanced, spiritual, immortal, chaos, primordial. Monster and spirit beast ranking system, rank 1 to rank 9. Each rank is divided into 5 levels: bronze, silver, gold, platinum, and diamond. The above is the initial concept of realms and level divisions. Further updates will be added later. Alchemist, alchemy apprentice, junior alchemist, intermediate alchemist, senior alchemist, grandmaster alchemist, great grandmaster alchemist. Weapon refiner, apprentice refiner, junior refiner, intermediate refiner, senior refiner, grandmaster refiner, great grandmaster refiner. Array master, array apprentice, junior array master, intermediate array master, senior array master, array grandmaster, grandmaster of array. Talismans, talisman apprentice, junior talisman master, intermediate talisman master, senior talisman master, talisman grandmaster, grandmaster talisman. Restrictions, restriction apprentice, junior restriction master, intermediate restriction master, senior restriction master, restriction grandmaster, restriction grandmaster. As for other secondary professions, they will not appear in this book. Since there are many different levels of cultivation, Too many secondary professions might cause confusion and headaches. So for now, let's use these 3 secondary professions. If you have any requests, please feel free to let me know, and I will add them as appropriate. These levels will be unified in the future, but the level divisions of some worlds may be different because each world has its own civilization. We will try our best to make things consistent in the future so that it will be clearer for everyone. Chapter 75, Dividing the Bloodthirsty Pig. Those around them only realized what was happening when they saw the guards protecting the young master. Holy crap, I almost got led astray by this kid. We men are all straight. One of the men glared at Chen Fan and said, "Kid, don't change the subject. I'm a normal person, not what you think." Yes, I'm a normal person too. Yes, I'm a normal person too. Me too. Me too. For a time, everyone was trying to prove their innocence. Okay, I believe you are all normal people. May I go now? Chen Fan said reassuringly. If you believe me, then you can go. After saying that, the man stepped aside to let Chen Fan pass. Chen Fan pulled up his pants. No, he pulled up the bloodthirsty pig and prepared to slip away. However, one of them immediately realized, damn, I almost got led astray by this kid again, and immediately said, don't leave. Leave the bloodthirsty pig behind, and you can get lost. Hearing the man shout, the others reacted and immediately surrounded Chen Fan again, shouting, yes, leave the bloodthirsty pig behind. Chen Fan then seemed to realize something and said, oh my, big brother, you should have said you wanted the bloodthirsty pig earlier. If you had said so earlier, I would have given it to you. The people around were completely bewildered. What was going on? They would have given it to them if they had just told them earlier. No, that's not right. When we want your prey, shouldn't you look indignant and heartbroken? At the very least, shouldn't you show some reluctance? You just gave it to us so readily, leaving us all at a loss. Really for us? One of them asked incredulously. Yes, they're all yours, Chen Fan said with utmost seriousness. The person who asked the question looked at Chen Fan's serious expression and scratched his head sheepishly. He was embarrassed to accept the money since the person had actually given it to him. The same goes for everyone else. Since they were all so generous, they felt embarrassed to accept it. Seeing that these people were still hesitant about taking it, Chen Fan quickly handed one of the bloodthirsty pigs in his hand to one of them, saying, here, take it. Anyway, there are still many over there. I'll just go and get 2 more. Lots. Were there lots of them? Everyone was completely bewildered. When did bloodthirsty pigs become so numerous? At first, when the crowd saw Chen Fan carrying 6 bloodthirsty pigs, they all thought he was showing off. Now that Chen Fan is saying there are many more there, how many are there? Where are they? How many are there? One of them couldn't help but ask. The others looked at the person who asked the question with disbelief, as if he believed whatever the person said. The person who asked the question blushed when he saw everyone looking at him, as if he were an idiot. Chen Fan replied dismissively, it's just on the outskirts of the Monster Mountain range. We arrived not long after entering. There are about 2,000 of them. I didn't have a storage bag, and with more monsters coming, I had to carry a few and run. When Chen Fan said he had 2,000 bloodthirsty pigs, everyone looked incredulous. They thought he was lucky to have even managed to get 6. Now you're actually saying there are 2,000 bloodthirsty pigs? Do you think we're all idiots? Even if there were 2,000 bloodthirsty pigs, how did so many of them die? Did they commit mass suicide? Seeing that no one believed him, Chen Fan said again, what I said is true. If I hadn't been carrying this bloodthirsty pig, I would have taken everyone to see it. Seeing that Chen Fan spoke with such conviction, the crowd couldn't help but feel a glimmer of hope. If there were 2,000 bloodthirsty pigs, it would be like picking up money off the ground. At this moment, the young master stepped forward and said to Chen Fan, how about this? You take us to see it. I have a storage bag here. I'll give it to you. After saying that, he took out a storage bag and tossed it to Chen Fan. Chen Fan took the storage bag and stuffed all the bloodthirsty pigs inside. He checked the storage bag's space. It was a relatively low-grade bag, only about 5 square meters. To reiterate, only items Chen Fan himself gathers will be amplified. Items given by others or obtained through trade will not be amplified. This young master is very generous. I will take you there right away. Chen Fan gave this young master a thumbs up. After putting away the storage bag, Chen Fan led the way, and soon he brought the crowd to the place covered with bloodthirsty pigs. At this moment, many wild beasts and monsters were already feasting on the food. Upon seeing so many humans suddenly arrive, they were so frightened that they dropped the food in their mouths and began to flee in panic. Of course, some were quite possessive of their food and kept yelling at the crowd, as if threatening them not to come closer. However, there were quite a few experts in the 7th or 8th level of chi refining among the crowd, who quickly killed off the remaining wild beasts and monsters. And here we are, more than a dozen more monster corpses. However, everyone was puzzled when they saw the ground covered with the carcasses of bloodthirsty pigs. Why were there so many carcasses of bloodthirsty pigs, and they all looked fresh? Apart from a few dozen that were destroyed by the monsters, the rest were intact. See? I didn't lie to you. I found this bloodthirsty pig right here, Chen Fan said to the crowd. As he spoke, he began stuffing the carcass of the bloodthirsty pig into his storage bag. Why are these bloodthirsty pig carcasses here? Someone asked Chen Fan. I don't know either. When I passed by here, there were already so many bloodthirsty pig carcasses. As he spoke, he put several more carcasses of bloodthirsty pigs into the storage bag. Of course, Chen Fan wouldn't tell them that these bloodthirsty pig corpses were all amplified by his billion-fold amplification system. Where did these bloodthirsty pigs come from, and why are they all here? One person pondered. The others were also baffled, unable to understand why there were so many bloodthirsty pig carcasses here. Of course, some people had doubts about Chen Fan, but his cultivation level wasn't high, only at the first level of chi refining. Even if Chen Fan just stood there and let himself kill so many bloodthirsty pigs, it would be impossible for him to finish them all in a short time. Moreover, bloodthirsty pigs are notoriously brainless. They'll fight to the death over anything they see, and they certainly won't just stand there and let themselves be slaughtered. Just as everyone was pondering, Chen Fan stuffed several more bloodthirsty pig carcasses into his storage bag. After thinking for a while without coming to a conclusion, one of them spoke up. How should we distribute so many bloodthirsty pigs? Although these bloodthirsty pigs are relatively low grade and not very valuable, their sheer number makes up for it, and their combined value is not low. How else can it be distributed? Of course, whoever grabs it first gets to keep it. It all depends on their ability. Yes, it's all about skill, there's nothing more to say. More than a dozen people with relatively high cultivation levels unanimously agreed to fight for it based on their own abilities. As for those with lower cultivation levels, they had no say at all and could only agree and agree. Chapter 76 Little Treasure, Baby? Since things were already out in the open, there was no need for further pleasantries. Everyone just started grabbing the items. Needless to say, more than a dozen people with cultivation levels of 7 or 8 in the chi refining stage swept up most of them, and the rest were divided up among themselves. Chen Fan also seized the opportunity to grab dozens of heads, and some people even got carried away and started fighting. Those who lack the strength have no choice but to use their life savings to buy their lives, truly losing both their wife and their army. If you're weaker than others, you can only accept your bad luck. You're lucky to have survived. After the bloodthirsty pigs had all been divided up, everyone headed home. On the way back, some people were laughing and chatting, while others looked worried and distressed. As for Chen Fan, he didn't show much emotion. He couldn't say he was heartbroken, nor could he say he was happy. In short, with his billion-fold amplification system, Chen Fan has everything he needs, so he's not afraid of lacking resources. Now we just have to wait to go back and complete the mission. By the way, now that so many people have bloodlust pigs, can anyone complete the mission? Is this task infinite or finite? Thinking of this, Chen Fan quickened his pace, preparing to go back first to hand in the mission, fearing that if he waited too long, the mission would be lost. But before he could take 2 steps, someone called out to him. Excuse me, sir, please wait a moment. Chen Fan turned his head and saw that it was that young master. Hey handsome, are you calling me? Chen Fan asked. The young master was stunned for a moment, clearly not expecting Chen Fan to call him handsome so directly. Could it be that he was really so handsome that even a man was falling for him? However, the thought of a man liking him made the young master's hair stand on end and his anus tighten, causing him to abandon this absurd idea. Yes, young man, may I ask your name? Oh, my surname is Chun, and my given name is Fan. My name is Song Xiaobao, the young master said, bowing slightly to Chen Fan with a flourish. Oh, it's young master Song. May I ask what brings you here? Brother Chen, do you mind if I call you that? Chen Fan shook his head, indicating that he didn't care. All right, Brother Chen, you don't need to be so polite. Just call me Xiaobao or Baobao, that's fine too. Song Xiaobao said to Chen Fan with a smile. Huh, baby? Chen Fan's mind was in turmoil. Don't you feel disgusted by a man calling you baby? Even if you don't feel disgusted, I do. Ahem, I'll still call you Xiaobao. Chen Fan coughed twice and said, baby really can't say it. That's fine, Brother Chen. Are you here in the Monster Beast mountain range alone for training? Yes, I originally came here to train, but I found nothing after a whole day. When I came out, I happened to see a large group of bloodthirsty pig corpses, which made me very happy. It's a pity I don't have any spatial equipment, otherwise all those bloodthirsty pigs would be mine. Chun Fan pretended to be very dejected and distressed as he spoke. Brother Chun, don't be discouraged. Perhaps more opportunities await you in the future. Song Xiaobao comforted him. Brother Chun, are you selling your bloodthirsty pig? Go ahead and sell it. I'm so poor I only have my underwear left. Do you really want to take it, Xiaobao? If Brother Chun is willing, I can offer a high price to acquire it. How much will you charge? Normally, a bloodthirsty pig costs 5 low-grade spirit stones, but I can buy Brother Chun's for 6 low-grade spirit stones. Sure, you want them all? With so many bloodthirsty pigs, can you possibly use them all? Well, we should be able to use it all up. My family happens to be in this line of work. Selling pork? No, my family owns a trading company that specializes in reselling certain items. Oh, I thought Xiao Bao's family sold pork. Or maybe they were a merchant family. So you're a rich kid? Ahem. Well, let's leave that aside for now and talk about the acquisition of the bloodthirsty pigs. Song Xiaobao almost choked on Chun Fan's words and quickly changed the subject. Sure, let me see how many bloodthirsty pigs I have. Do you want them all, Xiaobao? Chun Fan asked, rummaging through the storage bag. Yes, I'll take as many as you have. Yes, there are 65 in total. Okay, I'll take them all. Uncle Lu, give Brother Chun some spirit stones. Song Xiaobao gestured to one of the middle-aged men who looked to be in his 50s. Yes, young master. Uncle Lu stepped forward, waved his hand, and a pile of spirit stones appeared. He handed them to Chun Fan, saying, Young brother, there are 390 low-grade spirit stones here. Please count and keep them safe. Chun Fan put away all the spirit stones and said, No need to burn them. I trust Xiaobao's character. At the same time, the bloodthirsty pigs in the storage bag were released. 65 heads, please count them. No need. Brother Chun trusts me so much. How could I not trust him? Uncle Lu put it away. Uncle Lu collected all the bloodthirsty pigs and then returned to his previous position. Brother Chun, are you planning to go back to town? Yes, we're getting ready to go back. It won't be safe later. Chun Fan replied. Xiaobao, you should also go back to town. Yes, together. Good. While it was said that they were traveling together, it was actually a group of people returning to the town together, since no one wanted to spend the night in the wild due to the many uncertainties involved. Nobody wants to spend the night in the wilderness if there's a safe place to stay. This Song Xiaobao is quite a character. He managed to collect most of the bloodthirsty pigs along the way. Only a few people did not sell to Song Xiaobao. Almost everyone else sold the bloodthirsty pigs to Song Xiaobao. Along the way, Chun Fan also asked Song Xiaobao a lot of questions about what he wanted to know. Chun Fan now knew the name of this world, the Immortal Absolute Continent. As for why it was called the Immortal Absolute Continent, he had no idea. Among them was news of the 5 major sects recruiting disciples. The 5 major sects would recruit disciples in the Immortal Continent every 10 years. These 5 major sects recruit disciples in various places, recruiting in each town, and each town has people from all 5 sects recruiting. As for which sect to join, that depends on your own wishes. Chun Fan also learned about the main cultivation methods and characteristics of the 5 major sects. The Taoist sect places great emphasis on the cultivation of magic, and its members generally possess profound magical power. The cultivation methods of the Sankai sect are quite diverse, but the sect has a unique characteristic. Everyone possesses a skill, namely alchemy, weapon crafting, and formation. Lingyun sect is a sword cultivation sect, and most of its members are sword cultivators. The characteristic of sword cultivators is their fierce attacks and extremely high damage. The soul refining sect primarily cultivates soul power, supplemented by puppetry. They frequently dig up graves and refine the corpses into puppets to serve them, which makes many people disgusted by the sect, but some people still like it. As for the Ghost Nether sect, their cultivation methods are extremely sinister and vicious, often involving the extraction and refinement of souls to enhance their own cultivation. They are also the sect least compatible with the Immortal Continent. Chapter 77, Staying in the Hotel. After hearing Song Xiaobao's introduction, Chun Fan was truly surprised to find that the demonic sects of the Immortal Continent were so wicked. A sect that specializes in digging up people's graves is definitely doing something that diminishes one's merit. One sect specializes in extracting people's souls for fun. They're absolutely perverted. Chun Fan doesn't plan to join those two sects, so he'll join the remaining three. Chun Fan of the Three Talents sect didn't even consider it. With his billion-fold amplification system, there was absolutely no need for him to refine pills or craft weapons. Of the remaining two sects, Chun Fan still needs to consider which one is better to join. However, Chun Fan cannot simply join any sect he wishes to join. It depends on whether either of these sects will accept him. Chun Fan and Song Xiaobao chatted all the way, and after more than 3 hours, they finally returned to the small town. After returning to the town, Chun Fan parted ways with Song Xiaobao and went to find an inn to have a good meal. After searching around, Chun Fan found that there weren't many inns in the town, only 3. He chose the largest one, named Luxury Inn. It's called a luxury inn, but its decor is anything but luxurious. In fact, it's far from luxurious. It was just an ordinary 2-story building. Chun Fan stepped inside, and a waiter ran out to greet him, saying, "Sir, are you here for a meal or a room? If we eat and stay at a hotel, how much does it cost per day?" "Sir, we have standard rooms and deluxe rooms. Which one would you like to stay in?" "It's luxurious, isn't it?" "Sir, a luxurious stay costs 5 taels of gold per day. How many days are you planning to stay?" "Let's stay for 5 days first," Chun Fan said. "All right, sir, this way please," the waiter said, leading Chun Fan to the counter. "Shopkeeper, this guest is staying in a deluxe room for 5 days," the waiter said to the shopkeeper, who was working on an abacus at the counter. The innkeeper then looked up at Chun Fan and smiled. "All right, 5 days in a deluxe room, 25 taels of gold in total." Chun Fan took out a spirit stone and gave it to the shopkeeper. When he returned from the Monster Beast mountain range, Chun Fan had already learned about the currency exchange rate here from Song Xiaobao. Among them, silver was the most commonly used by ordinary people. 1 tael of silver could buy a family of 3's daily food rations. 1 tael of gold can be exchanged for 100 taels of silver, and 1 low-grade spirit stone can be exchanged for 100 taels of gold. When the innkeeper saw Chun Fan take out a low-grade spirit stone, he happily accepted it, and quickly gave Chun Fan 75 taels of gold, saying, "Xiao Lianzi, quickly take the guest to the deluxe room in room A and fetch him some water." Chun Fan put away the gold, and Xiao Lianzi quickly led Chun Fan upstairs to the 2nd floor, arriving at the deluxe room in room A. He pushed open the door and said, "Sir, we've arrived. Please come in. I'll fetch you some water first." Chun Fan walked into the luxurious guest room with the character Jar on it, waved his hand, and signaled Xiao Lianzi to go down and fetch water. Chun Fan, however, took a closer look at the deluxe room. While it was called deluxe, it was really just an extra living room, and the room itself was nicely furnished. Of course, it was much better than those ordinary guest rooms. Before long, the waiter, Xiao Lianzi, brought water to Chun Fan's room. Chun Fan quickly washed up and went down to the lobby to have a proper meal. Once downstairs, Chun Fan found a table near a window. By this time, it was completely dark outside, and there were hardly any pedestrians on the streets. "Waiter, bring me a few of our signature dishes and some rice," Chun Fan called to the waiter. "All right, please wait a moment, sir. It'll be ready soon," the waiter replied quickly. Then he went into the kitchen to make arrangements, and while Chun Fan was waiting for the food to arrive, a group of people walked in from outside the inn. Chun Fan looked up and, coincidentally, saw Song Xiaobao and his group. Song Xiaobao also saw Chun Fan and greeted him first, saying, "Brother Chun, we meet again." He then walked over to Chun Fan's table and sat down, saying, "Brother Chun, you're staying here too." His entourage sat at the other 2 tables next to Chun Fan. "Xiaobao, are you also planning to stay here?" "Yes, after searching high and low, this inn is the only one that's barely acceptable. When you're traveling, you can only make do with what you have." Chun Fan didn't respond to that, and seeing that Chun Fan didn't answer him, Song Xiaobao said again, "Brother Chun is preparing to have a meal." "Yes, I just ordered some food. Let's eat together," Chun Fan said. "All right then, I won't stand on ceremony. Waiter, bring all your dishes to 3 tables, Song Xiaobao said generously. Chun Fan quickly stopped him, saying, "Xiaobao, this is too much. We can't finish it." Song Xiaobao waved his hand and said, "It's all right. How can I be stingy when I'm having dinner with Brother Chun?" Chun Fan was speechless. Was this a matter of being stingy? No, it was a waste, and waste is shameful. His entourage, clearly accustomed to Song Xiaobao's extravagance, sat there without reacting. Seeing that none of Song Xiaobao's attendants tried to dissuade their young master, Chun Fan let him be. "Anyway, this meal won't cost me much money," and soon the dishes started to be served one after another. Seeing that each dish looked delicious, Chun Fan casually picked up a piece of unidentified green vegetable and put it in his mouth. The vegetables tasted really good, very crisp and refreshing, which made Chun Fan unable to resist picking up a few more bites. As for the other dishes, Chun Fan tried them all, and they all tasted very good. Some of the dishes even had a hint of spiritual energy. It seems that culinary skills have developed quite well in this world. Song Xiaobao originally suggested having some drinks, but Chun Fan refused. Why not drink? The main concern is getting drunk. Getting drunk in an unfamiliar place is very dangerous. Chun Fan felt that he needed to stay sober at all times. He could drink alcohol anytime, but he couldn't afford to lose his life anytime. He had to keep his life in his own hands to be safe. After finishing his meal, Chun Fan went to pay the bill, which turned out to be a total of 1 spirit stone plus 50 taels of gold. Chun Fan readily paid the bill, then said to Song Xiaobao, who was still eating, "Xiaobao, take your time eating. I'm going to rest now." "All right, Brother Chun, see you tomorrow." After greeting Song Xiaobao, Chun Fan went upstairs to rest. After Chun Fan left, Uncle Lu walked up to Song Xiaobao and said, "Young master, Brother Chun paid for the meal. Should we pay him back?" This Brother Chun is quite a character. In the past, people would fawn over me when they saw I had money, trying every possible way to get something out of me. As for the meal expenses, there was no need for them to pay, Song Xiaobao said. "Yes, young master," Uncle Lu replied, and then went to the counter to check into his room. Nothing happened that night. The next morning, Chun Fan got up early, washed up, and prepared to go out for a stroll. The time for those sects to come to this town to recruit disciples had not yet arrived. It was said that they would arrive in 3 more days. Chapter 78. The sect arrives, the test begins. Chun Fan pushed open the door, and just then the door opposite his also opened. Chun Fan glanced at it, and saw that it was Song Xiaobao again. "Good morning, my little darling." "Oh no, my little treasure." When Song Xiaobao heard Chun Fan call him little darling, he almost jumped out of his skin. He looked at Chun Fan with a strange expression, not knowing how to greet him. Sorry, I just woke up, it's a bit of a tongue twister." Chun Fan explained somewhat awkwardly. "Ahem, Brother Chun, are you going out so early?" Song Xiaobao said, trying to ease the awkwardness. "Yes, I'm planning to go out for a stroll. I've been here for a while now, but I haven't had a proper opportunity to explore. I'm also planning to go out for a stroll. How about we go together?" "Okay, let's go." Chun Fan didn't hesitate and readily agreed. Then, the two went out for a whole day. After a whole day, Chun Fan came to a conclusion. The monsters below the second rank here were extremely cheap, with a whole monster only worth a few spirit stones. First and second grade spiritual fruits and medicines are also of very low value. Only those of grade 3 and above are slightly more expensive. Just like the bloodthirsty boar that Chun Fan hunted before, a second-grade gold-level bloodthirsty boar would be worth at least 20 low-grade spirit stones in the outside world. In the immortal continent, it's only worth 5 low-grade spirit stones, while first-grade items are worth gold. It's a pity that you can't bring things from outside into the Infinite Tower. Otherwise, you could bring in a lot of spirit stones, buy goods from here, and then resell them. You could make a fortune. However, when it's time to go out, use all the spirit stones you have to buy supplies, and you can make a lot of money. However, with its own enhancement system, it doesn't require the hassle of purchasing resources here. Where can you find the satisfaction of gathering resources yourself? Chun Fan waited in this small town for nearly 5 days, spending his days cultivating, sleeping, and shopping. It wasn't that Chun Fan didn't want to go out and acquire resources. He was mainly afraid of missing the time when the 5 major sects were recruiting disciples. The main problem is that these 5 major sects only recruit disciples within these 5 days. If you happen to be out on a particular day and the person recruiting disciples arrives, wouldn't that be a disaster? On the 6th day, the people from the 5 major sects finally arrived in the town to begin recruiting disciples. Upon hearing the news, Chun Fan immediately went to the town's central square, which was already packed with people. Everyone wants to join one of the 5 major sects. After all, it's good to be under the shade of a big tree. Chun Fan wasn't quite sure what the requirements were for these 5 major sects to recruit disciples, so he could only take it one step at a time. On a temporary platform erected in the middle of the square, there were 6 chairs, each occupied by a different person, who were chatting and laughing. Among these 6 people, one of them is the town mayor, who is said to have a cultivation level of mid-foundation establishment. The other 5 people are the people in charge of recruiting disciples from the 5 major sections. I heard that they are all at the foundation establishment stage. Behind each of their seats stood 2 disciples, or guards. Judging from their attire, it's quite easy to tell which sect they belong to. Those carrying a sword on their backs are undoubtedly from the Lingyun sect. After all, they are sword cultivators, so carrying a sword isn't unreasonable. The Soul Refining sect and the Ghost Nether sect are even easier to distinguish. The pair of huge puppets standing at the back gate of the Soul Refining sect is a good symbol of this. As for the 9 Nether gate, they were dressed in black cloaks, covering their entire faces, with only a pair of pale hands showing. The remaining Dao Yi sect and Sankai sect are relatively difficult to distinguish, but they can be differentiated if you observe carefully. The clothing of the Dao Yi sect is embroidered with cloud patterns, while the clothing of the Sankai sect is embroidered with flame patterns. The people below the stage kept watching the 6 people on the platform talking and whispering among themselves. Around noon, the 6 people on the platform stopped. The town mayor stood up and came to the front, saying, "Everyone, the once in 10 years disciple recruitment ceremony has arrived again. I know that you all hope to join the 5 major sects, but for those who do not have talent, I still have to advise you to withdraw now, so you won't get hurt. When we enter the assessment stage, everyone will at least be injured, and in severe cases, it may even be fatal. Everyone should act according to their abilities. I won't say anything more. As for the assessment content, the people from the 5 major sects will release the assessment content. Those who want to take the test, stand in the very center of the square. As for those who just want to watch, step back behind the guards." After the mayor finished speaking, a group of people walked to the center of the square and cleared out a large open space there. At this point, the town mayor said, "All right, now those who want to take the test, come into this open space. I advise everyone to act according to their abilities." After the mayor finished speaking, many people squeezed towards the open space in the center of the square. Seeing this, Chun Fan also squeezed in. As more and more people gathered in the central open space, the guards had to expand the central area outwards once again. As time went on, fewer and fewer people entered the center of the square, while some on the periphery remained undecided. "All right, that's enough for these people. No need for anyone else to come in." At this moment, the town mayor spoke up. Some of those who were undecided breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing the mayor's words, while others secretly regretted their lack of decisiveness and missed the opportunity. At this moment, the leader of Dao Yi sect, one of the 5 major sects, stepped forward and took out a colorful stone from his hand, saying, "Now we will begin testing spiritual root attributes. Although everyone can cultivate immortality, the level of one's spiritual root talent determines one's highest achievement. Of course, there are exceptions. Some people with low talent and spiritual roots can still become immortals and attain enlightenment as long as they are willing to work hard. But the higher one's spiritual root talent, the fewer detours one will take. What I have in my hand is the spirit root testing stone. I will activate the testing stone in my hand, and it will soon be able to test the level of your respective spiritual roots." As he spoke, he began to activate the testing stone in his hand. The testing stone began to emit multicolored light, which slowly gathered together to form a beam of light that shot straight into the sky. Then the beam of light began to spread out, falling from the sky and enveloping everyone in the center of the square. Soon, beams of light appeared above everyone's heads in the center of the square, and each person's beam was a different color, a kaleidoscope of colors. Moreover, these light beams vary in color depth and height. Some people have extremely dark-colored beams of light above their heads, and these beams are also very tall. Some people have very light-colored beams of light, almost transparent, and their height is only about 5 centimeters above their heads. These people make up about 2/3 of the total. Chun Fan looked up at his head with curiosity and saw a nearly transparent, milky white pillar of light above him. Although it couldn't break through the sky, it was almost reaching the clouds. Chapter 79 Spiritual Root Test. Chun Fan didn't know what the milky white beam of light represented, but he could understand its height to some extent. The higher the height, the stronger the innate spiritual root. As far as Chun Fan's light pillar is concerned, there are only about 10 people who can surpass Chun Fan's height. There were more than 10 people at a similar height to Chun Fan, but most of them were shorter than Chun Fan and the others. The person in charge of Dao Yi sect then spoke up. Those whose light pillars are less than 1 foot in diameter can leave. Those in the center of the square who heard this immediately became noisy, some disappointed, some indignant, and some unconvinced. Some breathed a sigh of relief when the beam of light reached over 1 foot high, while others gloated. Those who were eliminated, seeing the gloating smiles of those who were 1 foot taller, immediately complained, "Why? Isn't it said that talent and spiritual roots don't determine a person's level of achievement? Why are we being kicked out? That's right, that's right. That's right, we don't accept it. We refuse to accept this. We refuse to accept this. After someone took the lead, others started to stir things up, and eventually more than a third of the people began to shout. The person in charge of the sect on the high platform immediately darkened his face and shouted angrily, "You're so arrogant." Those who were shouting seemed to be under immense pressure, and they all started bleeding from their 7 orifices. Some even fainted and collapsed to the ground. Those who were still standing, bleeding from all 7 orifices, were now silent and trembling with fear. Those who were allowed to stay were now too afraid to speak. Their faces changed drastically. "Leave the crowd now, or we will kill you here." The leader of Dao Yi sect shouted. The Taoist friends of Dao Yi sect are so merciful. If it were us, we would have killed them all and extracted their souls to refine them. On the high platform, the people from the Nine Nether sect made strange noises. Those in the audience were terrified upon hearing this and rushed to leave, fearing they would be too late. As for those who collapsed and lost consciousness, they were simply dragged out of the crowd by the guards. After clearing everyone out, the remaining third of the people stood in the center of the square, making it seem rather empty. At this moment, the person in charge of Dao Yi sect continued. "All right, the rest of you don't need to be too happy yet. You've only passed the first test. The rest of you need to pass the second test before you're qualified to return to the sect with us. As for the second test, it will be overseen by the fellow Taoists of the Nine Nether sect." After the person in charge of Dao Yi sect finished speaking, he returned to his seat and sat down. The leader of the Nine Nether sect stepped forward, cackled a few times, and said, "You all had better behave yourselves. I'm not as merciful as the people of the Dao Yi sect. The path of cultivation is inherently cruel. If you can't hold on any longer, you'd better quit immediately. Otherwise, you know what I mean. All right, let's begin." As soon as the leader of the Nine Nether sect finished speaking, everyone felt as if a heavy object was pressing down on them from the air. The pressure was increasing, and soon, some people's faces turned red and their legs began to tremble. Then he fell to the ground with a thud, and as if this set off a chain reaction, a large number of people began to fall down one after another. Some of the smart ones who fell to the ground quickly crawled outside. The further they crawled, the lighter the pressure on their bodies became. Those who believed they could still hold on chose to persevere even after collapsing to the ground. As expected, they all vomited blood, fell unconscious, and their fate remained unknown. Seeing this, some people dared not delay any longer and began to crawl outside, fearing that if they stayed any longer, it would not just be a matter of being unconscious, but that they might really lose their lives. Chen Fan felt that the pressure he was experiencing was still within his tolerance range. Her face was slightly flushed, but it was unclear how long this pressure would last. After a while, the pressure increased again, and even Chen Fan felt his legs trembling slightly. The scene among the crowd was even more tragic. Many people were coughing up blood and collapsed to the ground, completely exhausted. The pressure came and went quickly, and those who were still standing breathed a sigh of relief. Chen Fan secretly wiped away a cold sweat. If the pressure continued for any longer, he probably wouldn't be able to hold on. There were only a few people left standing in the square. A rough estimate puts it at less than 20. The people from the 5 major sects on the high platform all stepped forward and nodded in satisfaction as they looked at the people still standing below. Not bad. There are 21 people. That's good enough. Now, let's all show our skills and see how many disciples we can recruit. All 5 nodded. Those who wish to join my Dao Yi sect, please come up to me. My Dao Yi sect has abundant cultivation techniques and resources. Once you join the Dao Yi sect, you will be one step ahead in cultivation. Those who are willing to join my Lingyun sect, please stand on my side. My Lingyun sect is definitely a blessed land for sword cultivators. After all, who doesn't want to travel the world with a sword? We sword cultivators are known for having the strongest attack power, and that's no exaggeration. Those who wish to join my 3 Talents sect, please come forward. Our 3 Talents sect may not have much else, but we have an abundance of elixirs and magical treasures. Moreover, our 3 Talents sect is proficient in alchemy, weapon crafting, and formations. As long as you cultivate any one of these, you will never lack cultivation resources such as spirit stones. Especially for those with fire attribute spiritual roots, joining our sect will make your cultivation twice as effective with half the effort. After the person in charge of the 3 Talents sect finished speaking, he also gave a special look at the people with red beams of light above their heads. Those who wish to join my soul refining sect, please come over here. My soul refining sect excels at group battles. See this? This is a puppet of my soul refining sect. It's as strong as my cultivation level. I have more than 10 puppets like this, but I haven't brought them out yet. After saying this, the person in charge of the soul refining sect proudly patted the puppet behind him. Those who wish to join my Nine Nether sect, stand before me. The attacks of my Nine Nether sect are unpredictable and varied, making them impossible to defend against. At a high level, one can even extract souls and refine their spirits, making their souls fight for one's own sake. Haha. The leader of the Nine Nether sect finished speaking and then let out a few more strange laughs. The people from the other sects frowned and looked at the Nine Nether sect members with disdain upon hearing the strange laughter. The representatives of the 5 major sects have already introduced the advantages of their respective sects. Now it's up to you to choose. First, 2 people with red beams of light above their heads chose the 3 Talents Gate, indicating that they had already made their choice from the beginning. The leader of the Sankai sect saw 2 people approaching him and said with great satisfaction, "Not bad, not bad. You will be proud of your choice." Just as the person in charge of the Sankai sect finished speaking, another person with a red beam of light above his head came and stood at the Sankai sect. Haha, that's great. Anyone else want to join the 3 Talents sect? Joining the 3 Talents sect guarantees you'll never lack cultivation resources. The people of the Sankai sect started stirring things up again. Chapter 80, Joining the Dao E sect. At this moment, a figure with a gray beam of light walked into the 9 Netherworld gate and stood still. Kid, not bad. The person in charge of the 9 Nether sect also smiled happily. At this moment, 2 more burly young men walked up and stood in front of the soul refining sect. The people from the soul refining sect didn't say much, they just nodded to the 2 of them. At this moment, 5 men, each wielding a sword, arrived before the Lingyun sect. The sect leader nodded in satisfaction. Now, only the Dao sect remained unassigned. Chen Fan is now considering which sect to join, choosing between Dao E sect and Lingyun sect. The Lingyun sect follows a relatively singular path, focusing primarily on sword cultivation, and Chen Fan does not particularly enjoy using swords. Chen Fan decided to join the Dao E sect, so he stepped forward and stood at the Dao E sect's location. The person in charge of Dao E sect nodded to Chen Fan without saying anything more. The next group of people also chose their favorite sections. To Chen Fan's surprise, it seemed that apart from himself choosing the Dao E sect, everyone else had chosen one of the other 4 sects. Surprisingly, the most popular choice was the 3 Talents sect, with as many as 8 people. The second most popular choice was the Lingyun sect, with 6 people. Then came the Soul Refining sect with 4 people. Even the 9 Nether sect had 2 people. In the end, the Dao E sect only had Chen Fan. Chen Fan even wondered if he had made the wrong choice, since the natives of the immortal continent here would definitely know more about the details of the various sects than he did. Chen Fan really wanted to say, "Is it too late for me to back out now? Alright, now that you have chosen your respective sects, you should say goodbye to your loved ones. The journey to immortality is long, and we may not see each other again for a long time." The leader of Lingyun's sect addressed the disciples below. Upon hearing this, the disciples all walked towards the crowd to say goodbye. As for those from other sects, the person in charge also told them to go and say goodbye to their relatives. After all, once you embark on the path of cultivation, you will no longer be in control of your own destiny. It is possible that you will never return, or you may return after you have achieved great success in your cultivation, only to find that your relatives have already been laid to rest. Chen Fan came from outside and had no relatives here, so he didn't go out. Seeing that Chen Fan did not move, the person in charge of Dao E sect said, "Why don't you go and say goodbye to your family? You know, once you leave, you don't know how long it will be before you can go home." "Oh, I don't have any relatives here," Chen Fan replied. The person in charge of the Dao sect was taken aback, clearly having misunderstood Chen Fan's words and thinking that Chen Fan was an orphan. Chen Fan didn't offer any further explanation. Could he possibly explain that he came from the outside world and that his family lived there? The person in charge said, "I am a steward of the outer sect of Dao E sect. My surname is Li. You can call me Stewardly from now on. Since you have no relatives here, we can set off now." After finishing speaking, Stewardly took out a magic artifact resembling a jade rui, rolled up Chen Fan and the 2 disciples behind him, cupped his hands in greeting to the other 4 sects, and said, "Fellow Taoists, I'll head back now." After saying that, he recalled the colorful testing stone and put it into his storage ring. The 4 greeted each other, and then managerly rode the jade rui towards the sect. This was the first time Chen Fan had ever flown into the sky without any protection. Moreover, The spot where he was standing was rather small, just big enough for his feet to fit together. At first, Chun Fan was worried that he might fall. After taking off, Chun Fan clearly felt a force stabilizing his body, as if his feet were completely glued to the Jade Rui. Now, even if the Jade Rui were turned upside down, he would not fall. After flying for a while, Chun Fan finally asked his question, "Manager Li, what is the attribute of my innate spiritual root?" From the start of the test, Chun Fan had been wondering what kind of attribute his spiritual root was and what grade it had reached. Manager Li turned to look at Chun Fan and said, "Your attributes are a bit strange. They seem to be attribute-less spiritual roots. Your grade is 7th, which is quite high. You have a good chance of reaching the golden core stage in the future. No attribute, 7th rank. Generally speaking, all spiritual roots have attributes. Just like the 5 elements, a golden spiritual root is golden, a wood spiritual root is green, a water spiritual root is blue, a fire spiritual root is red, and an earth spiritual root is yellow. But your spiritual root attribute is 2 Ming color, which is equivalent to having no attribute at all. Such a spiritual root is quite rare. Of course, there are also some special spiritual roots, which are called unique spiritual roots. For example, the lightning attribute is silver, and the Yin attribute is gray. The first one to join the Nine Nether sect was of the Yin attribute. People like him who join the Nine Nether sect and cultivate the Nine Nether sect's techniques will achieve twice the results with half the effort. Manager Li spoke so much in one breath, but perhaps feeling a bit thirsty, he took out a wine flask, took a sip of wine, and then continued. As for the grade, it is divided into grade 1 to grade 9, and above that is the immortal grade. However, our immortal continent has not produced an immortal grade spiritual root for a long time. An immortal grade spiritual root will definitely lead to immortality. With your 7th grade spiritual root, you are capable of achieving the golden core stage in the future, but as for the nascent soul stage, that depends on fate. In fact, Chun Fan didn't care what grade of spiritual root he had. Even if he had a 1st grade spiritual root, he had the ability to use resources to upgrade it. What Chun Fan cares about now is his spiritual root attribute. In fact, his spiritual root attribute is not completely transparent. It has a milky white color, but this milky white color is not very obvious, making it look like it is transparent, unlike what Manager Li said about a spiritual root without attributes. However, you have to explore these things yourself. After flying with Chun Fan and the others for a while, Steward Li would stop to rest for a short time. This was mainly because Steward Li's cultivation level was not high enough to support him flying continuously, so he needed to stop to recover his spiritual energy. They traveled on and off for 5 days, finally arriving at the gate of Daoi sect. Manager Li led Chun Fan to land in the center of a plaza on a mountain. There were already quite a few people in the central plaza. As soon as Steward Li landed, several people approached, one of whom said, "Senior Brother Li, why is there only one?" Manager Li said helplessly, "Yes, have any of you junior brothers gained anything?" Upon hearing Manager Li's question, 2 of them lowered their heads, somewhat embarrassed. Manager Li didn't say much, as he was aware of the sect's difficulties in recent years. Have all the other fellow disciples returned? Most of them have returned, except for Senior Brother Tian and Junior Brother Zhu, but they should be back today. All right. All the senior elders should be coming to the apprentice acceptance ceremony tomorrow. By the way, what's your name? Manager Li turned to Chun Fan and asked. Chun Fan. Chun Fan, go register first. When it comes to the disciple acceptance ceremony tomorrow, it will depend on your own luck. With your 7th grade spiritual root, an elder should be able to accept you as a disciple, or at the very least, you can enter the inner sect. After speaking to Chun Fan, Manager Li said to one of his disciples behind him, "Take Chun Fan to register and arrange accommodation." The disciple replied, "Yes, master." Then they took Chun Fan to register. Chapter 81 Elder Master Su Xiang, Qi Refining Pill. The disciple led Chun Fan to a side hall, quickly helped him register, and then took him to a place to rest. Then he left, only saying that they would meet at the square tomorrow, without exchanging much with Chun Fan from beginning to end. Chun Fan didn't dwell on it too much, and the night passed quickly. The next morning, Chun Fan got up early and strolled to the square. By this time, there were already quite a few people in the square. Some were chatting in 2s and 3s, while others were sitting cross-legged, perhaps practicing martial arts. The group waited in this environment for more than an hour before the stewards who had brought them into the sect finally arrived. Manager Li, who brought Chun Fan there, was naturally among them. These stewards landed below a high platform at the front of the square, lined up in a row, as if waiting for someone to arrive. Not long after, a dozen or so people flew in from the sky. After they landed, everyone could see what they looked like. They were all at the golden core stage. There were 8 men and 3 women. When the disciples and managers maintaining order below the stage saw these 11 people, they all bowed and said, "Greetings, sect master, peak leaders, and elders." Then an elderly man with white hair and beard stepped forward and said in a gentle yet dignified voice, "First of all, welcome to my Daoist sect. I am the sect leader of Daoist sect. You can call me Sect Leader Sunday. My Daoist sect." What followed was a long and rambling speech, which Chun Fan felt resembled some of the school principals in his world. On stage, Sect Master Sun of Daoist sect spoke eloquently, but it was really nothing more than the history of Daoist sect's development and its rules. After Sect Leader Sun finished speaking, the heads of the various peaks took turns coming up to say a few words. Chun Fan wondered if they had been cultivating for too long and were just bored, so they came here to make their presence known. Finally, an hour later, the 4 peak chiefs had finished speaking, and another elder stepped forward and said, "All right, now let's begin arranging the disciples' future." Chun Fan had thought that these elders would also come up and discuss the Tao one by one, but thankfully they didn't, otherwise he would have had a hard time. First of all, those below the 4th rank are considered menial disciples, and they are led by the steward in charge of menial disciples. After breaking through the Qi refining stage, they can enter the outer sect after passing the assessment. After receiving the order, the steward led the disciples with spiritual roots below the 4th grade down. Without great opportunities, it would be very difficult for these disciples with spiritual roots below the 4th grade to break through to the Qi refining stage. Those who are at the 5th or 6th rank can enter the outer sect and will be led by the outer sect manager. Once an outer sect disciple reaches the foundation establishment stage, they can pass the assessment to enter the inner sect. The outer sect manager led all the disciples of the 5th and 6th ranks away, and after these disciples left, the square immediately became empty. There were only about 20 people left. The sect leader, the chief disciple, and the elders present would each be assigned a disciple. However, the sect leader stated that he would no longer accept disciples. Therefore, each of the chief disciples and elders present was assigned 2 disciples. Among the disciples present, the highest level of spiritual root was 8th grade, and there wasn't a single 9th grade disciple, so there was no competition for disciples. Generally speaking, those with 7th or 8th grade spiritual roots have a good chance of reaching the golden core stage, while reaching the nascent soul stage depends on individual opportunities and fortune. Chun Fan was assigned to the sect of an elder, who was a female elder with a cultivation level of early golden core stage. Along with Chun Fan, there was another woman who was taken in as a disciple by this female elder. The female elder is also the elder of the 2nd peak, one of the 4 peaks. These 4 peaks are named from the 1st to the 4th peak, a very simple naming convention. As for the sect leader, he is naturally on the main peak. The 4 peaks form a quadrilateral shape, surrounding the main peak in the center. The female elder led Chun Fan and the woman to her cultivation ground, which was located in a valley. "Please introduce yourselves." The female elder led Chun Fan and the woman into a cave, and then spoke. "Disciple Li Xiaotong." "Disciple Chun Fan." Li Xiaotong and Chun Fan answered in turn. "I am the 2nd elder of the 2nd peak, surnamed Su, named Xiang. Above you is another disciple named Ling Shuer, who is your senior sister. She has gone out to train now, and I will introduce her to you when she returns." Su Xiang continued, "This valley is my training ground. You are free to carve out your own caves. You can also collect resources from other sects on your own. I can't give you much. This is the Guiyuan technique of the Daoist sect. This Guiyuan technique can lead to the nascent soul stage. You can take it to study and cultivate. If you don't understand anything, you can ask me. Each of you will receive 1 foundation establishment pill." As Su Xiang spoke, she took out 2 jade mirrors and 2 pills, and handed them to Chun Fan and Li Xiaotong respectively. Chun Fan and Li Xiaotong accepted the items and said, "Thank you, master. You can ask me anything you don't understand in the future. You can go down and collect the sect's resources now. You are now inner disciples of the 2nd peak. Inner disciples can collect their cultivation resources from the 2nd peak's resource hall every month." "Yes, master." After bowing to each other, the 2 left Su Xiang's cave first. As soon as they left Su Xiang's cave, Li Xiaotong asked first, "Chun Fan, how old are you?" Chun Fan was a little confused by Li Xiaotong's question. Why was she suddenly asking about his age? But he still answered, 20. "I'm 22, so I'm older than you. From now on, you should call me senior sister, and I'll be your 2nd senior sister." Hearing Li Xiaotong's words, Chun Fan chuckled. He thought it was something serious, but it turned out to be just about a senior sister. For Chun Fan, being a senior or junior brother didn't matter. His main purpose in joining the sect was to obtain the cultivation techniques, and now that he had them, nothing else mattered. Yes, second senior sister, please guide me in the future. Yes, you're a good girl. I'll take better care of you from now on. Let's go get this month's resources together. The two quickly received the resources for the inner disciples and the new disciples for the month. The resources for new disciples are actually 2 sets of exclusive Dao E-Sect clothing, an identity jade token, and a warning array plate. Inner disciples can receive resources every month, based on their cultivation level. For example, Chun Fan's current cultivation level is Qi Refining, so he can receive 10 low-grade spirit stones and Qi Refining pills every month. A bottle contains 3 Qi Refining pills. These pills can effectively accelerate cultivation speed. Of course, Qi Refining pills also have grades. Inner disciples generally use 2nd grade gold level Qi Refining pills. Outer disciples use 2nd grade silver level weapons, while menial disciples use 2nd grade bronze level weapons. The higher the grade of the pill, the fewer impurities and toxins it contains, and the better its medicinal effect. For example, 2nd grade diamond level pills are basically free of impurities and toxins, but such pills are rare. After receiving the resources, Chun Fan and Li Xiaotong returned to the Valley Dojo where Su Xiang was. Both of them were eager to cultivate new techniques, so they randomly found an empty cave. Within this training ground, there are quite a few cave dwellings. To determine whether a cave dwelling is inhabited, one only needs to check if there is an array in front of its entrance. Cave dwellings with arrays definitely have owners. Conversely, if there is no formation, it is usually an uninhabited cave. Chapter 82 Trial Grounds, Ironstone Bear. Chun Fan entered the cave and placed the warning array at the entrance. In fact, the warning array only served a warning purpose, just like a doorbell. As long as someone wants to enter the cave's owner will know in advance that the formation has no offensive or defensive effects. However, such a formation can only be used within the sect. If it were to be used outside, a more advanced formation would be required. Chun Fan closed the door to the cave dwelling before examining it. Actually, this cave is very simple. It's just a cave with a stone bed inside, and nothing else. Now Chun Fan had no choice but to make do. He sat cross-legged on the stone bed and couldn't wait to take out the jade mirror and stick it to his forehead. A flood of information rushed into his mind, and it took Chun Fan some time to process it all. Guiyuan Zhu is a unified cultivation method of the Taoist sect. The characteristic of this method is that it is relatively stable, and the spiritual power cultivated is relatively profound. It can be cultivated by spiritual roots of any attribute. Of course, this sect doesn't only have the Guiyuan technique. There are other types of techniques as well. However, these techniques need to be acquired through one's own abilities, which will not be discussed in detail here. After receiving all the information about the Guiyuan technique, Chun Fan prepared to begin cultivating, first taking out a Qi Refining pill and swallowing it. Then, following the cultivation path of the Guiyuan technique, Chun Fan began to cultivate, and he felt the spiritual energy in his dantian begin to increase significantly. This Qi Refining pill is equivalent to about 10 days of arduous cultivation. Soon, Chun Fan swallowed all 3 Qi Refining pills and felt that he was not far from the 2nd level of Qi Refining. Without the aid of Qi Refining pills, Chun Fan estimated that it would take him another half a month to break through to the 2nd level of Qi Refining by cultivating step by step. I don't have that much time to waste here. My strength lies in going out and having fun. To be ascetic here is to go against the grain. Early the next morning, Chun Fan left his cave, intending to go out and explore, as he couldn't stay within the sect all the time. Chun Fan first went to find out about the situation from his fellow disciples on the other 2 peaks. It is known that the requirements for new disciples to leave the sect are quite strict. First, they need the approval of the sect, that is, the master's approval, and secondly, they must pass the test of the same realm. Only then can one leave the sect for training. At the same time, this can also be considered a form of protection. If anyone could leave the sect at will, it would inevitably be a disaster. Just like Chun Fan now, it's definitely impossible for him to leave the sect. First of all, his master Su Xiang would not agree. Chun Fan then abandoned the idea, deciding that he would wait until his cultivation level improved before proposing to go out for training. Since this method doesn't work, we'll have to find another way. After making inquiries from various sources, Chun Fan finally discovered another way to obtain a large quantity of spirit stones and pills. That was a trial set up within the sect, divided into two trial sites. One is a trial site for the body tempering realm, and the other is a trial site for the chi refining realm. This trial site is actually a mountain surrounded by an array. People who want to enter the trial site have to pay the corresponding spirit stones as an entrance fee, and they can only stay for 1 day. However, there are also many opportunities and resources involved. Those who are lucky can make a fortune, while those who are unlucky can lose everything. Entering a trial point for the body refining stage requires paying 1 spirit stone per entry, while entering a trial point for the chi refining stage requires paying 10 spirit stones per entry. Chen Fan learned that the sect's trial site was located in the back mountain of the sect, so he went there without stopping. Actually, quite a few people come here for trials, especially those in the body tempering realm. There were slightly fewer people at the chi refining stage trial site. Chen Fan arrived at the chi refining stage trial site, handed over spirit stones, and a senior brother used an array token to open the array. Chen Fan didn't hesitate and barged in. Upon entering the trial site, Chen Fan felt as if he had returned to a primeval forest, where the trees were lush and verdant. Just as Chen Fan was surveying the forest, 2 more people entered. After glancing at Chen Fan, the 2 rushed into the forest, fearing that if they were too slow, they would lose everything. Seeing this, Chen Fan didn't dare to delay any longer and rushed out in one stride. It's important to know that the resources here are limited. They are usually reset once a month, meaning that elders will come and place resources at irregular intervals each month. At the same time, some demonic beasts above the 3rd rank will be eliminated to prevent the appearance of demonic beasts above the 3rd rank. As for demonic beasts below the 3rd rank, they will be used as trials for the disciples. The trial site cannot be completely without danger. If there were no danger at all, what would be the point of the trial? Chen Fan sprinted all the way and soon emerged from the dense forest into a relatively open area. The area is overgrown with shrubs and looks quite desolate. There shouldn't be any opportunities here, so Chen Fan decided to bypass this place. Just as Chen Fan was about to bypass this place, suddenly, a bear-like monster rushed out of the bushes, but this monster had no fur at all, only smooth skin. His skin was a bit like stone. When he came here for the trial, Chen Fan had already brushed up on all kinds of knowledge, including knowledge about demonic beasts, spiritual herbs and medicines, and various materials. At the very least, one should know which resources are useful, and Chen Fan knew this about the demon beast. Its name is Ironstone Bear, a 3rd-grade gold-level animal. Its characteristics are extremely strong defense and great strength, but its disadvantages are that it is rather clumsy and has low agility. Most people avoid iron bears, mainly because their hides are incredibly tough. Breaking through their defenses is quite difficult. Chen Fan was also a bit annoyed when he saw the Ironstone Bear charging towards him. He dodged the Ironstone Bear's charge. Ironstone Bear charged a long way, then turned around and charged at Chen Fan again. Chen Fan had no choice but to dodge again, and the Ironstone Bear rushed far away again, just as it was about to charge at him again. Chen Fan knew he couldn't delay any longer, and it was best to leave first. Chen Fan didn't linger any longer, and directly crossed the bushes, ready to make a quick getaway. Seeing Chen Fan trying to run away, the Ironstone Bear became even more enraged and charged wildly, tearing the bushes to pieces and scattering them all over the ground. However, the Ironstone Bear was no match for Chen Fan's speed, so Chen Fan didn't rush to leave. As the Ironstone Bear continued to dangle along the way, it became even more enraged, as if it was determined to catch Chen Fan. Chen Fan didn't know why the Ironstone Bear was so fixated on him, as he didn't seem to have provoked it. Since this Iron Bear insists on chasing him, he might as well play with it for a while. And so, Chen Fan kept playing with the Ironstone Bear, never venturing far, just running within the bushes, which the Ironstone Bear had thoroughly plowed through. Everything turned into sawdust, scattered all over the ground. Ironstone Bear must have been exhausted from chasing it, because it stopped panting. After yelling at Chen Fan a few times, he slowly prepared to leave. Chapter 83 2nd Grade Platinum Chi Refining Pill. Chen Fan wouldn't allow that. You've been chasing me for so long, and now you think you can just leave? That's impossible. Chen Fan hurriedly chased after the Ironstone Bear and kicked it in the rear. The kick sent Ironstone Bear staggering, nearly falling to the ground. Ironstone Bear turned and roared at Chen Fan, as if threatening him. But it was just a threat, and then he turned and left. It seems that the Ironstone Bear is really tired and is now eager to go home and rest. But how could Chen Fan let it go? He kept harassing the Ironstone Bear, who was extremely annoyed by Chen Fan's harassment, but could only roar repeatedly. Several times it turned around to chase after Chen Fan, but with the speed of the Ironstone Bear, it couldn't catch up with Chen Fan at all, and could only roar and walk back. Chen Fan continued to harass the Ironstone Bear, but the Ironstone Bear ignored him and slowly made its way to a cliff in the thicket. There is a cave in this cliff, which seems to be the den of the Ironstone Bear. Ironstone Bear arrived at the cave entrance, turned around, and roared at Chen Fan a few more times, as if to say, "Once I've eaten and rested enough, I'll see how I slap you to death." Ironstone Bear turned and entered the cave. Chen Fan watched Ironstone Bear enter the cave, hesitating whether to follow it in. Chen Fan thought for a moment, then followed him inside. At his own speed, the Ironstone Bear couldn't catch up with him. As for whether or not to kill the Ironstone Bear, with my current strength, it would be very difficult. The main problem is that the Ironstone Bear's defense is just too strong. With such a defense, only a Foundation Establishment cultivator could possibly kill it. Chen Fan entered the cave and found that it was not deep. The light shining in from the entrance made it easy to see what was inside. At this moment, the Ironstone Bear was preparing to eat. Chen Fan glanced at what the Ironstone Bear wanted to eat and immediately understood. Ironstone Bear was about to eat a giant python-like monster that was over 4 meters long. Judging from its rank, it should be similar to Ironstone Bear, probably a third-rank gold-level spotted python. Chen Fan was initially puzzled as to why this third-grade gold-level Ironstone Bear had such low stamina, as it had run out of energy after only a short time chasing him. The problem lies here. The Ironstone Bear fought the giant, colorful python for a long time, and the Ironstone Bear outlasted the python with its own defensive capabilities. Ironstone Bear had just dragged the giant python home and was preparing to eat when Chen Fan appeared. It assumed that Chen Fan had come to steal its food, which explains why it relentlessly chased after him. The Ironstone Bear survived the giant python, but not Chen Fan. It returned to prepare to eat and rest before settling accounts with Chen Fan. When the Ironstone Bear saw Chen Fan enter, it glared at him angrily, baring its teeth and roaring at him, as if afraid that Chen Fan would take away its food, which it had barely managed to survive. Chen Fan glanced at Tai Shixiong speechlessly. He was just passing by, and Tai Shixiong had been chasing him all the way, and now he dared to roar at him. Well, a good man doesn't fight with a bear. But whether or not to capture this giant, colorful python is a question. This third-grade demon beast should fetch a lot of spirit stones, right? Let's just forget about it. I'll let you off the hook for now, considering how pitiful you are. Chen Fan kicked the Ironstone Bear again and was about to turn and leave when a flash of light suddenly appeared in his vision. Chen Fan looked into the cave with a puzzled expression. He saw that the walls of the cave were full of pits and bumps, which were obviously natural formations rather than later excavations. However, upon closer inspection, Chen Fan found nothing unusual. Ironstone Bear kicked Chen Fan again, expressing its anger. It kicked itself, but instead of running away, it was still looking around its home. Did this two-legged creature have its eye on its home? Ironstone Bear roared angrily. If he weren't so hungry, he would have smashed the two-legged beast into a pulp. Chen Fan ignored the Ironstone Bear's roar and searched carefully again, but still found nothing. Chen Fan turned slightly, and a bright light appeared again. He had found it. Chen Fan excitedly clenched his fists. He stepped forward, reached out, and took it down. It was a small jade bottle. The quantity of the one bottle of grade 2 platinum qi refining pill has increased by 2,000 times, resulting in 2,000 bottles of grade 2 platinum qi refining pills. 2,000 bottles of grade 2 platinum qi refining pills. That's like taking drugs until you die. Chen Fan excitedly turned around and kicked the Ironstone Bear again, this time hitting it in the face. Ironstone Bear was even more furious. He could tolerate this, but he couldn't tolerate it anymore. It was one thing for him to kick another bear, but to kick him in the face was another. Enough is enough. There's no need to endure it any longer. With a roar, the Ironstone Bear, despite its exhausted body, was determined to make Chen Fan pay the price. Ironstone Bear staggered to its feet, pawed at the ground twice with its hind legs, and then charged at Chen Fan. Chen Fan laughed and ran out of the cave, with the Ironstone Bear angrily chasing after him. Having made his move, Chen Fan had no intention of lingering and was about to make his escape. However, seeing the furious Ironstone Bear chasing after him, Chen Fan gave a wicked smile. He deliberately slowed down, keeping the Iron Bear within a meter of him, making the Iron Bear feel like it could catch up, but it couldn't. Ironstone Bear followed Chen Fan, panting heavily, almost collapsing from exhaustion. After running for a while, Chun Fan immediately sped up, turned a corner, and ran directly towards the entrance of the Iron Stone Bear's cave. Iron Bear didn't react in time and ran some distance before realizing what was happening. He braked suddenly, carving 2 deep furrows into the ground. However, by the time it turned around, Chun Fan had already reached the cave entrance, and the Iron Stone Bear let out a tragic roar. He hurriedly got up, and the more anxious he was, the more trouble he caused, resulting in his hind legs slipping a few times. Iron Bear's eyes welled up with tears. However, Chun Fan ignored the Iron Stone Bear and went straight into the cave entrance, putting the colorful giant python on the ground into his backpack. Obtained 1 grade 3 golden spotted giant python, increasing the quantity by 1,000 times, obtaining 1,000 grade 3 golden spotted giant pythons. Done, time to go. After taking away the colorful giant python, Chun Fan noticed a cloth bag on the ground. Chun Fan picked it up and looked at it. Oh dear, who was this unlucky guy who dropped this storage bag? He wondered if the unlucky guy was dead. Then I won't stand on ceremony. I'll keep it for you. Obtained 1 mid-grade Xianbing storage bag. The quantity increased by 1,000 times, and obtained 1,000 mid-grade Xianbing storage bags. Haha, awesome. I just wonder what's in this storage bag, and whether the items inside will also be amplified. They should be amplified, right? The Qi refining pills I just obtained will increase my power, so there's no reason why this storage bag shouldn't increase its power as well. Chun Fan grabbed the items and dashed out of the cave. Just then, the Iron Stone Bear returned to the cave entrance. The Iron Stone Bear was momentarily stunned, and Chun Fan kicked it again. Iron Stone Bear instantly collapsed to the ground, its eyes brimming with tears as it roared at Chun Fan. Chun Fan laughed and walked away. The Iron Stone Bear slowly got up, wearily walked back into the cave, looked at the empty cave, and let out a mournful howl that lasted for a long time. I should have known better than to provoke those 2-legged beasts. Now I'm exhausted, hungry, and have no energy left to hunt. However, unable to sleep due to hunger, he had no choice but to go out of the cave again to gnaw on some tree bark to stave off his hunger. However, when it came out of the cave, it found a giant, colorful python lying at the entrance. The Iron Stone Bear roared with joy and quickly dragged the python back into the cave. Otherwise, once those 2-legged creatures see it, they'll steal my food again. Iron Stone Bear struggled to drag the colorful python back into the cave to enjoy its food. Seeing that the Iron Stone Bear had dragged the giant python back into the cave, Chun Fan also leaped up and, in a few leaps, arrived at the mountainside. There are only a few hours left until dark. Let's search around and see if there are any resources left for us to gather. As for the contents of the storage bag, I'll check them when I get back. After all, I can't waste time. It costs 10 low-grade spirit stones to come in here for a day. Before he knew it, Chun Fan had almost reached the top of the mountain, but he hadn't found anything else. During the journey, he also encountered several fellow disciples. However, everyone was in a hurry to find resources and didn't have much communication. As darkness approached, Chun Fan had no choice but to head down the mountain. It seemed that this was the end of the day, and there was no time to explore the other side of the mountain. The descent was much faster. Chun Fan leaped down like a giant bird. Soon he reached the dense forest at the exit. Chun Fan stood on the treetop, looked in the direction of the exit, and saw that it wasn't far. He then prepared to descend to the ground and slowly walk out. He leaped down from the treetop, and halfway down, Chun Fan suddenly spotted a bird's nest. There were no birds or eggs in the nest. But there is one bag. Yes, it's a storage bag. Holy crap, which elder is so talented? They're such a master at hiding things. First, there was the Qi refining pill at the entrance of the Iron Stone Bear cave, and now it's the storage bag in the bird's nest. Could the storage bag in the Iron Stone Bear cave have been left there by the elder? I thought it was some unlucky guy who lost it. Chun Fan lightly touched the tree trunk beneath him with his toes, then leaped onto the tree trunk with the bird's nest, retrieved the storage bag from the nest, and jumped down again. Obtained 1 mid-grade Xianbing storage bag. The quantity increased by 600 times, and obtained 6,000 mid-grade Xianbing storage bags. Chun Fan walked through the dense forest with a big smile on his face, but when he was almost at the exit, he completely stopped smiling and put on a look of deep sorrow. Seeing Chun Fan's state, the senior brother guarding the entrance knew exactly what was going on and comforted him. Junior brother, come again next time. Chun Fan pretended to be listless, waved his hand, and walked away dejectedly. The senior brother guarding the door laughed and said, "Sigh, another junior brother who has been dealt a blow." The others burst into laughter upon hearing this. Chapter 84 Qi Refining Level 9. Chen Fan rushed back to the valley where Su Xiangdao Temple was located on the second peak. Upon reaching the valley, Chen Fan couldn't wait to return to his cave and close the door. Chen Fan came to the bedside and took out all the storage bags, piling them up all over the floor. Looking at the storage bags scattered all over the floor, Chen Fan felt a headache coming on again. With so many storage bags, I have to open them one by one and then sort and organize them. It would take forever. Never mind that for now. Let's see what's in the storage bag first. Chen Fan opened a storage bag and took out all the items inside. There were 4 items in the storage bag, including a jade bottle, the same one that contained qi refining pills. Chen Fan opened the jade bottle, and sure enough, it contained qi refining pills, but only one. Judging from the quality, it should be grade 2 gold. The second item is a jade mirror. I don't know what's inside. Chen Fan placed the jade mirror on his forehead, and a large amount of information flooded into his mind. This is a jade mirror related to formations, which records the formation of an illusion array. According to the jade mirror, once this formation is successfully set up, even a golden core cultivator would need more than 10 breaths to break it. Chen Fan put the jade mirror away and picked up another item. Chen Fan threw it away immediately. It turned out to be a red belly band. Chen Fan couldn't understand what the purpose of this belly band was. It might be useful for female cultivators. What use would a man like me have for it? To clean my gun? Chen Fan picked up another item and found it was a piece of metal. He recognized the metal as a piece of purple gold stone, which was usually used in the crafting of magical artifacts. This purple gold stone is quite popular. It can usually be sold for 12 yuan per gene, 500 G, of low-grade spirit stone. The purple gold stone in Chen Fan's hand weighs about half a pound, which means it can be sold for 6 low-grade spirit stones. Then Chen Fan picked up another storage bag and emptied its contents, which were the same as the previous storage bag. He picked up another one and poured it out. This time, what came out was different, a pile of spirit stones. Chen Fan counted them. There were 50 low-grade spirit stones. This storage bag must have been taken from a bird's nest. Each storage bag contains 50 low-grade spirit stones. If I have 6,000 such storage bags, I will have 300,000 spirit stones at once. Chen Fan did not empty all the spirit stones from the 6,000 storage bags together. He only emptied 1,000 storage bags, and he did not intend to empty the rest. The main purpose of unearthing 1,000 storage bags is to store other things. As for the storage bag he found with Iron Stone Bear, Chen Fan didn't plan to take it out. Chen Fan then took out the jade bottle containing the grade 2 platinum qi refining pills and poured out all the pills, which totaled 5. That means I'll have 10,000 grade 2 platinum qi refining pills this time. This medicine is going to be very effective. Regardless of whether it will kill you or not, if there's a drug, you should take it and improve your own spiritual level first. Chen Fan put away all his belongings and began his drug-taking journey. After taking a grade 2 platinum qi refining pill, Chen Fan immediately felt that this grade 2 platinum qi refining pill was far superior to the gold qi refining pill. The spiritual energy is richer and purer. After Chen Fan circulated the returning origin technique several times, he felt a jolt in his dantian, and the cluster of spiritual energy within it grew considerably larger. This means they have broken through to the second level of qi refining. After breaking through to the second level of qi refining, Chen Fan did not stop and continued to take drugs. 1, 2, 3. Qi refining level 3, qi refining level 4, qi refining level 5. And the amount of medicine he swallowed kept increasing. At first, they swallowed them one by one, then 2 at a time, and later they ate them by the handful. His cultivation level soared, and apart from necessary eating, drinking, and relieving himself, Chen Fan spent most of his days consuming pills and cultivating. In just 1 month, Chen Fan had broken through to the 9th level of qi refining. After reaching the 9th level, Chen Fan felt that he had reached his limit. No matter how much medicine he took to cultivate, he would not make any further progress. After reaching the 9th level of qi refining, the spiritual energy in Chen Fan's dantian increased significantly. If the spiritual energy at the first level of qi refining was like the amount of water in a cup, the amount at the 9th level of qi refining was like the amount of water in a bucket. Both the quantity and quality have been greatly enhanced. Having focused all my efforts on breaking through to the 9th level of qi refining this past month, it's time to take a break and consolidate my cultivation. While consolidating my cultivation, it's also time to practice some offensive techniques. Chen Fan left the cave, intending to find his cheap female master and see if he could ask her for some offensive spells or something. Chun Fan arrived outside Su Xiang's cave and bowed slightly towards the cave, saying, "Master, your disciple has come to pay his respects." However, after a while, there was no response from inside. Chun Fan bowed again and said, "Master, your disciple has come to pay his respects." There has still been no response. Nobody's here. Did they all go out? Just as Chun Fan was wondering where his master had gone, a woman in white walked over from a distance. Upon seeing Chun Fan, she quickly ran towards him. "Junior brother, have you come to see master?" Li Xiaotong looked at Chun Fan with a smile. "Yes, senior sister is also here to see master." "No, I was just passing by and happened to see you here, so I came over to check on you. However, you may be disappointed if you look for your master. He left half a month ago." "Master went out? How come I didn't know? All you do all day is cultivate, so you probably don't know that when you were cultivating, master only told me," Li Xiaotong said. Chun Fan carefully examined Li Xiaotong's cultivation level and found that she was still at the 3rd level of the body tempering realm. Chun Fan clearly remembered that when Li Xiaotong first entered the sect, she was at the 2nd level of the body tempering realm. Now, a month later, she has only just reached the 3rd level of the body tempering realm. It's clear that Li Xiaotong hasn't been practicing much this past month. "By the way, junior brother, what do you want with master?" Li Xiaotong asked curiously. "I want to find a master to learn some magic," Chun Fan answered truthfully, as it wasn't something he couldn't tell anyone. "Ah, you've reached the qi refining stage?" Li Xiaotong asked Chun Fan in surprise. "Yes." Chun Fan was puzzled as to why Li Xiaotong asked that, since he had just joined the Daoyi sect and was already at the qi refining stage. "No wonder you came to master for magical cultivation techniques. I don't even know when I'll reach the qi refining stage," Li Xiaotong said, sounding a little frustrated. Chun Fan really wanted to say, "If you just work hard and practice diligently, you should reach the qi refining stage soon, right?" Seeing that his cheap master had gone out, Chun Fan had no choice but to think of another way. "Junior brother, you don't necessarily need to find a master if you want to practice magic." "How so?" "There is a library within the sect. As long as you have sect contributions, you can exchange it for the spells you want," Li Xiaotong said. Chapter 85 Exchange Contribution Points, Library. Chun Fan knew about the library, but he wasn't quite clear about its intricacies. "How do we obtain sect contribution points?" Chun Fan asked, revealing the key question. Sect contribution points can be earned by completing tasks issued by the sect and submitting materials. The sect will also reward some powerful individuals with sect contribution points, Li Xiaotong explained. "Then where can I exchange contribution points?" "The Hall of Contribution is right next to the Hall of Missions." "Okay, I understand. Goodbye, senior sister." After saying that, Chun Fan ran off in a flash. "Hey, junior brother, wait for me," Li Xiaotong called out as she chased after him. Chun Fan pretended not to hear and ran even faster. Chun Fan quickly arrived at the contribution hall, preparing to exchange resources for contribution points. As for doing missions in the mission hall, that's impossible. Chun Fan doesn't have that much time to do missions either. Chun Fan walked into the Hall of Contribution, which was quite lively, with many people there to exchange contribution points for resources. Generally, after completing a task and obtaining the corresponding contribution points, you can exchange them for resources that you can use in the contribution hall. Didn't you see the long queues at the resource exchange point? And people were constantly coming in from the doorway. As for the places where resources are exchanged for contribution points, there was no one there, which was in stark contrast to the places where contribution points were exchanged for resources. At this moment, at the resource exchange contribution point area, there was only an old man lying on a recliner, which was swaying back and forth, looking quite leisurely. This old man is an elder of the contribution hall. Chun Fan approached the elder of the contribution hall, bowed, and said, "Elder, I've come to exchange contribution points." The elder who was lying on the recliner stopped rocking, slowly opened his eyes, looked at Chun Fan, and said, "Come and exchange for contribution points." After saying that, he tossed a booklet to Chun Fan and said, "Take a look. It has almost everything. It shows how many contribution points you can exchange for what resources." Chun Fan took the booklet, flipped through it, and sure enough, it explained how many contribution points each resource could be exchanged for. 1 grade bronze level spiritual herbs and elixirs can be exchanged for 1 contribution point. A 1st grade silver level elixirs and herbs can be exchanged for 3 contribution points. A 1st grade gold level elixirs and herbs can be exchanged for 6 contribution points. And so on. The higher you go, the more contribution points you get. Of course, there are also some 1st grade items that are very valuable, much more valuable than ordinary first-grade resources, and some are even more valuable than second-grade resources. These items are generally determined by their rarity and difficulty of acquisition. Just like some first-grade bronze items, which are rare and difficult to obtain, their value is naturally high. The contribution points for second-grade items are doubled. Chen Fan also saw that low-grade spirit stones could be exchanged for contribution points. One low-grade spirit stone can be exchanged for 10 contribution points. Chen Fan saw the exchange price of the third-grade gold-level demon beast he had obtained. Surprisingly, it's not low. A single rank 3 gold-level monster is worth 15,000 contribution points. That's equivalent to 1,500 low-grade spirit stones. As for the purple gold stone, 1 pound of purple gold stone can be exchanged for 1,200 contribution points. After thinking for a moment, Chen Fan decided to exchange 2 rank 3 gold-level demonic beasts for 30,000 contribution points. Chen Fan decided to see if 30,000 contribution points would be enough. He didn't dare to exchange too many resources at once, or he might get killed and robbed. After all, his strength in this world was still very low. He hadn't even reached the foundation establishment stage. Elder, I have 2 rank 3 gold-level demonic beasts that I would like to exchange for contribution points. Upon hearing this, the elder opened his eyes and looked Chen Fan up and down. Seeing that Chen Fan possessed the strength of the 9th level of Qi refining, he was not surprised. At the 9th level of Qi refining, it's quite normal to hunt down a few third-grade gold-level demonic beasts. Alright, put the demon beast inside. The elder took out a storage bag and handed it to Chen Fan. Chen Fan put the 2 giant, colorful pythons into the storage bag and then returned the bag to the elder. The elder took the storage bag, looked at it, and then nodded to Chen Fan, saying, "Okay, a grade 3 golden spotted giant python can be exchanged for 31,000 contribution points. Give me your token." Chen Fan handed his token to the elder, who then tapped his token against Chen Fan's. Then he handed it back to Chen Fan and said, "Alright, the contribution points have been transferred. Thank you, elder." Chen Fan took the token and looked at it curiously. He hadn't expected that the token would have another use. After exchanging his contribution points, Chen Fan headed towards the library. He was unaware that he could exchange 30,000 contribution points for a cultivation technique. Currently, apart from the Guiyuan technique taught by his master, Chen Fan has no other cultivation methods. Of course, there are some martial arts manuals in the mortal world, but compared to the cultivation techniques of the immortal realm, the martial arts manuals in the mortal world are really not good enough. The cultivation techniques of immortal cultivators far surpass those of mortals in both quality and attack range, not to mention those powerful techniques that can move mountains and fill seas. Just like martial arts in the mortal world, which are generally focused on close combat, even if there are some techniques that can be used from a distance, their quality is worlds apart from those of cultivation techniques, and they cannot be compared at all. Soon, Chen Fan arrived at the library. The minimum requirement to enter the library was to be at the 1st level of Qi refining. Because the minimum requirement for the techniques within is to have a Qi refining cultivation level in order to unleash their full potential. Otherwise, even if I gave it to you, you wouldn't be able to use it. How could you possibly unleash the power of cultivation techniques if you have no spiritual energy in your body? 2 elders are stationed outside the library at all times, making it impossible for disciples below the Qi refining stage to sneak in. When Chen Fan entered the library, the 2 elders didn't even raise their eyelids. With their golden core cultivation, these 2 elders could easily sense Chen Fan's aura and know what level he was at. Chen Fan walked into the library, which was quite spacious, with rows of shelves arranged in an orderly manner. On the shelf were jade slips, each containing a cultivation technique. Chen Fan walked over and saw that each jade slip had a tray underneath with an introduction to the cultivation method. Ice Soul Needle, a 1st-grade cultivation technique. Blazing Palm, a 1st-grade martial art. Dragon Slaying Technique, a 2nd-grade martial art. As Chen Fan walked along, he looked at the descriptions of the cultivation techniques and found that they were all 1st or 2nd-grade techniques. There are no cultivation techniques of grade 3 or above. Chen Fan looked around, randomly picked a senior brother, and walked over. "Hello, senior brother. I'd like to ask you something. Is it convenient for you?" Chen Fan went over and greeted this senior brother, and also slipped him a spirit stone. The senior brother skillfully accepted the spirit stone and said politely, "Junior brother, please feel free to ask any questions you may have." "Senior brother, why are all the cultivation techniques in this library 1st grade or 2nd grade? Aren't there any cultivation techniques of 3rd grade or higher?" Chapter 86 Exchange of Cultivation Techniques and Resources. Is this what you're asking about, junior brother? Do you know that our sex library has 4 floors? The first floor contains first and second grade cultivation techniques. The second floor contains third grade cultivation techniques, and the third floor contains fourth grade cultivation techniques. Only direct disciples can enter the third floor. Inner disciples like us simply cannot go up there. As for the fourth floor, I heard that it contains our sect's highest cultivation technique, a 5th grade technique. I've heard that this technique can be cultivated directly to the tribulation transcending stage, allowing one to ascend directly to the immortal realm. After hearing this, Chun Fan understood. It seemed that the highest he could get from the library this time was a 3rd grade cultivation technique. Then, senior brother, how do you exchange contribution points for cultivation techniques here? Chun Fan asked again. A 1st grade cultivation technique requires 100 contribution points, a 2nd grade technique requires 1,000 contribution points, a 3rd grade technique requires 5,000 contribution points, a 4th grade technique cannot be obtained even if you have contribution points, and a 5th grade technique can only be cultivated by the sect leader and the supreme elder. Whatever cultivation technique you want, just take the corresponding jade slip to the elder and have him imprint it, the senior brother continued. The jade slips here are now engraved with restrictions, so you can't see any cultivation techniques on them. Okay, I understand. Thank you for your explanation, senior brother. Chun Fan cupped his hands in greeting to his senior brother. Not at all, not at all. It is my duty to answer your questions, junior brother. If you have any questions next time, remember to come to your senior brother. I will answer them to the best of my ability. Okay, thank you, senior brother. Chun Fan said, then turned around and prepared to go upstairs. Remember to come find your senior brother. My name is Lu Jishu, and I am an inner disciple of the 3 Peaks. As Chun Fan walked away, senior brother Lu Jishu said to his departing figure. Chun Fan could only wave his hand helplessly to indicate that he understood. Chun Fan arrived at the 2nd floor, which was more spacious than the 1st floor. There were fewer shelves on the 2nd floor, and consequently fewer cultivation technique jade slips. Chun Fan looked through the cultivation techniques one by one, and sure enough, all the techniques on this floor were 3rd grade. Chun Fan even discovered the returning origin technique, which he was currently cultivating. Previously, I didn't know what grade of cultivation technique I was practicing. Now I know that I am practicing the 3rd grade returning to origin technique. A 3rd grade cultivation technique can be practiced to the nascent soul stage. Of course, this does not mean that the highest level one can reach is the nascent soul stage, but rather that the lower limit is the nascent soul stage, and the upper limit depends on individual fortune and aptitude. Chun Fan glanced at the 3rd grade cultivation techniques on the 2nd floor and selected 3 techniques for himself. One is the offensive technique Flaming Blade, another is the defensive technique Mystic Ice Shield, and the third is the Flashing Star movement technique, which increases movement speed. Chun Fan held the jade slips containing the 3 cultivation techniques in his hand, preparing to go downstairs to have the elders imprint them. It wasn't that Chun Fan didn't want to learn more techniques, but he simply didn't have many contribution points left, only 16,000. Chun Fan also planned to buy a few more foundation establishment pills to break through to the foundation establishment realm. Chun Fan went downstairs, selected a control technique from the 1st grade cultivation methods, and then handed the jade slip to an elder. The elder glanced at the jade slip and said in a hoarse voice, 15,100 contribution points. Chun Fan gave his token to the elder, who then touched Chun Fan's token to his own. 15,100 contribution points were deducted. The elder took out 3 new jade slips, inscribed the 3 cultivation techniques on them, and handed them to Chun Fan without saying much during the process. It's not like what's written in novels, that this technique isn't suitable for you or that it's extremely difficult to cultivate. After receiving the cultivation technique jade slip, Chun Fan greeted the elder and then prepared to exchange it for some resources at the contribution hall. First, choose a magic weapon according to your chosen cultivation method, then get a flying sword, and finally, the foundation establishment pill. When Chun Fan arrived at the hall of contribution, the place where contribution points were exchanged was still deserted, with only the elder lying in a rocking chair, slowly swaying back and forth. Chun Fan arrived at the resource exchange area, which was managed by several senior brothers. Chun Fan didn't wait in line for long before it was his turn. Junior brother, what resources do you want to exchange? The person in charge of exchanging resources in the line Chun Fan was a senior sister. Senior sister, I want a magic weapon in the shape of a knife, a high-quality flying sword, and finally, a foundation establishment pill. The senior sister was a little surprised when she heard what Chen Fan wanted. Because when fellow disciples come to exchange resources, they usually do so in small quantities, so it's quite rare to see someone like Chen Fan who wants to exchange so many things right away. Moreover, this junior brother was a complete stranger, so he spoke first. Junior brother, the item you want to exchange for might require a lot of contribution points. How about I show it to you first, and then you can decide whether you want to exchange it? Okay, thank you, senior sister. The low-grade blade-shaped magic weapon you need will cost 1,000 contribution points, and the low-grade flying sword will cost 1,300 contribution points. Because flying swords are more popular, they will be more expensive. As for the Foundation Establishment Pill, one pill will cost 5,000 contribution points. Junior brother, take a look at which ones you want to change. Senior sister, how many contribution points are needed for a higher quality magic weapon? At a higher level? A mid-grade magic weapon costs 2,000 contribution points. Junior brother, are you sure you want a mid-grade one? The senior sister asked with some doubt. Yes, senior sister, I need a mid-grade sword-shaped magic weapon, a mid-grade flying sword magic weapon, and 2 Foundation Establishment pills. Seeing that Chen Fan didn't seem to be joking, the senior sister said, Okay, junior brother, it'll be 14,600 contribution points in total. Flying swords and magic weapons are a bit more expensive. Okay, Chen Fan said, handing over his token. The senior sister quickly collected the contribution points, and then took out everything Chen Fan wanted. A mid-grade Cloudblade magic weapon, a mid-grade flying sword magic weapon, and 2 Foundation Establishment pills. Junior brother, please accept these. After handing over the items to Chen Fan, the senior sister returned Chen Fan's token to him. Okay, thank you, senior sister. Chen Fan packed everything up and turned to leave. The crowd behind them began to murmur amongst themselves. Who is this senior brother? He exchanged 2 Foundation Establishment pills and 2 mid-grade magic artifacts at once. Never seen him before. I wonder which big shot he is. I'm so envious. Yes, I wonder which powerful figure's disciple he is. Has any of you seen him before? I don't know. I only know that he is from the second peak. Don't ask me why I know he is from the second peak, because I am also from the second peak. As for which disciple he is, I don't know. His master is really good to him, unlike my master, who is so stingy that he won't give me a single contribution point and makes me work my butt off to do tasks to earn just a few contribution points. Which senior elder are you a disciple of? My master is Elder Yun of the 4th peak. I'm going to tell my senior uncle that you said he was stingy. Junior brother, no. Chapter 87 Practicing the Technique, Breaking Through the Foundation Establishment Stage. Meanwhile, Chen Fan had already returned to his cave on the second peak amidst the crowd's discussions. Chen Fan was preparing for a new round of secluded cultivation. Chen Fan planned to finish practicing the spells first, and then take the opportunity to consolidate his cultivation. The first skill to cultivate is the art of manipulating objects, which can be considered an essential skill for cultivators. Once you learn to control objects, you can fly on a sword. Of course, it's not just swords. You can also control knives, spears, or even large cauldrons, depending on your personal preference. Of course, it's not just about flying. Using objects to attack is also a common attack for cultivators. Chen Fan chose a flying sword, since flying on a sword has been his lifelong dream. Chen Fan placed the jade slip containing the art of object manipulation on his head, and soon, the cultivation method for object manipulation appeared in his mind. Chen Fan tried to cultivate according to the incantation. He first tested it with a small stone, releasing his spiritual power to wrap the stone and try to make it move. The pebble twitched slightly, then began to slowly roll around inside the cave, but it was still a bit short of flying. After practicing several times, Chen Fan finally managed to make the pebble float in the air and start flying around inside the cave, but the speed was still extremely slow and it wasn't agile enough. To achieve both speed and high sensitivity, you need to practice diligently. Mr. Chen Fan spent 2 days practicing speed. When his speed was about right, he then turned to training his agility. Compared to speed, agility is much harder to cultivate, mainly due to factors such as sudden acceleration and deceleration, turning, and sudden stops. It took Chen Fan 5 whole days to train his sensitivity to achieve the effect he wanted, but he was still not proficient. Then Chen Fan spent another day practicing flying on his sword. Once you've mastered the sword control technique, flying on a sword becomes much easier. In a day, Chen Fan had almost finished his training. However, he was mainly limited by his own spiritual power. His sword flight time was not long, and his spiritual power would be exhausted in about half an hour. I had to stop and meditate to restore my spiritual energy. After mastering the art of manipulating objects, Chun Fan switched to cultivating the blazing blade. In fact, the blazing blade is a fire attribute technique, and it is generally better for people with fire spiritual roots to cultivate it. Moreover, it is more efficient and its power is greater than that of other elemental roots. Chun Fan doesn't know what kind of spiritual root he has, so let's just assume he has no attribute. It took Chun Fan a full 5 days to master the blazing blade. It took Chun Fan another 3 days to cultivate the Mystic Ice Shield. The principle of the Mystic Ice Shield is the same, and it is easier for people with water attributes to cultivate it, and the defensive effect is also better. Of course, the effect would be even better if someone with a mutated ice attribute spiritual root cultivated the Mystic Ice Shield. After mastering all the spells, Chun Fan felt that his cultivation level was almost consolidated. Because of his practice of magic, he is quite proficient in using spiritual power. It's time to break through the foundation establishment stage. Chun Fan activated the array in his cave and opened the door, preparing to break through to the foundation establishment stage in one go. After taking the first foundation establishment pill, as the medicinal effects took hold, Chun Fan felt his previously unbreakable foundation begin to loosen. The spiritual energy within his body began to forge his Tao foundation. Forging a Tao foundation requires a great deal of spiritual energy, so Chun Fan took out tens of thousands of low-grade spirit stones and began to absorb the spiritual energy within them. When the foundation of his Tao was half solidified, Chun Fan felt as if he was running out of steam. Chun Fan quickly took another foundation establishment pill. With the replenishment from this pill, Chun Fan's foundation establishment continued, and the spirit stones in his hand were continuously consumed. 10,000, 20,000, 30,000. The foundation forging within his body was finally completed. With his foundation established, Chun Fan felt that his spiritual power was many times stronger than that of the Qi refining stage. The main reason is that the spiritual energy stored in the body has increased many times over. If flying on a sword could only last for half an hour before, now it can last for at least 3 hours. Furthermore, the spells used for attack have been greatly enhanced. After breaking through to the foundation establishment stage, Chun Fan spent 2 more days consolidating his current realm. Once his cultivation level was fully consolidated, Chun Fan prepared to leave the sect to gain experience. Once you reach the foundation establishment stage, you can apply to leave your sect for training. However, just as Chun Fan was preparing to leave seclusion, second senior sister Li Xiaotong rushed over, shouting anxiously outside the cave, "Junior brother, come out quickly, something terrible has happened." Upon hearing this, Chun Fan immediately opened the cave and came out. Then Li Xiaotong said anxiously, "Junior brother, something bad has happened. The Soul Refining sect and the Ghost Nether sect have surrounded our sect." Upon hearing this, Chun Fan's expression changed. The consequences of these 2 major sects besieging Tao Yi sect were predictable. What did our sect say? Did we seek help from the Lingyun sect and the Sankai sect? I don't know either. All disciples are now forbidden from going out. Some disciples who went out were surrounded and killed by people from the 2 sections. Chun Fan was about to say something. Then, a heavy bell rang out from the main peak of the sect, once, twice, 3 times. The 3 bell tolls signify a major crisis for the sect. All disciples must assemble at the main peak, regardless of what they are doing, Li Xiaotong said worriedly. "Let's go then. Where's Master? Has Master returned yet?" Chun Fan grabbed Li Xiaotong's hand, and the flying sword soared into the air, heading towards the main peak. "Ah, junior brother, you can fly on a sword now," Li Xiaotong said in surprise. "Where is Master?" Chun Fan asked again. Was this a discussion about whether he could fly on a sword? Master hasn't returned since he went out last time. I wonder if Master knows that the sect is in trouble, and whether he will come back to save us. Li Xiaotong asked, frowning. Chun Fan was speechless. Li Xiaotong was really naive to think she could come to rescue people. Now the sect was surrounded, unable to get in or out, and they were trapped like turtles in a jar. How could he come back to save her? If he were Su Xiang, he would definitely hide in secret, quietly develop his sect, and wait for an opportunity to take revenge. Chun Fan led Li Xiaotong to the main peak square, which was already crowded with people. Moreover, more and more people flew over on their swords one after another. To be honest, Chun Fan has been in the sect for almost 3 months, but he knows very few people, mainly because he has been in seclusion for cultivation. Chun Fan stood in a corner, where Li Xiaotong knew many people and greeted them. Before long, she disappeared somewhere. Chun Fan didn't care about her anymore. If the sect were to be besieged later, Chun Fan himself would have trouble protecting himself. They couldn't care less about others. Even their own escape was uncertain. About half an hour later, no more people flew over, and the square was packed with people. There were all sorts of voices, some worried, some anxious, some angry, and some afraid. Chapter 88. The sect suffers a calamity. The soul-refining sect and the 9 Nethergates attack. Chen Fan was also a little anxious. He was worried about how the sect would arrange things and whether there was a safe way to evacuate. I need to figure out a way to escape. I can't run away now, and if I go out now, I'll definitely die a horrible death. At this point, the discussions in the square grew louder and more numerous. What exactly happened? Some disciples who were still confused asked anxiously. Our sect is under siege by the soul-refining sect and the ghost nether sect. How dare these 2 sects act like this? Aren't there 2 other major sects? We can ask them for help. Don't even think about it. Maybe the other 2 major sects would love for us to be wiped out. Quiet. Suddenly a loud shout rang out. More than 20 elders and the 4 peak chiefs flew over together. Then the sect leader appeared on the high platform above the square. The sect leader looked solemnly at the disciples in the square and said, "The soul-refining sect and the ghost nether sect attacked the Tao E sect without cause and even slaughtered our sect's disciples who were away. They really think our sect has no one to rely on. In that case, let's show the soul-refining sect and the ghost nether sect our power. Are all disciples willing to fight alongside me and protect our sect?" Some of the disciples below, full of enthusiasm, began to shout, "We swear to defend our sect to the death. We swear to defend our sect to the death." Then more people joined in the shouting, and the worry and fear on their faces gradually faded. Chen Fan also joined in the shouting as a symbolic gesture. He had no choice. If he didn't shout, the stares from those around him would be enough to kill him. Why don't you shout? Are you unwilling to defend the sect? Do you want to be a traitor or a deserter? Seeing that the atmosphere had been set right, the sect leader continued. Now, everyone go to the resource hall to collect the necessary combat supplies. Don't worry too much. As long as we rely on the sect's protective formation, we'll have a sure victory. Even if a nascent soul stage ancestor came, they wouldn't be able to easily break through our sect's protective formation. All right, all disciples, go to the resource hall to collect your combat supplies. Dismissed. After the sect leader finished speaking, he led the 4 peak leaders and many elders back to the sect's main hall. Sect leader, are we really going to fight them to the death? The first peak chief was the first to speak. Yes, sect master, we should send some of our personal disciples out to leave behind the sect's seeds. Select some disciples with great potential, take some supplies, and have the first elder and third elder secretly escort them out of the sect. If the sect wins and you are lucky enough to survive, you can come back. If the sect loses, then you should live in anonymity and leave a trace for the sect. Under no circumstances should you seek revenge, the sect leader said solemnly. Upon hearing this, the 4 peak leaders all bowed and replied, yes. Then he hurriedly left to gather some disciples with great potential. The Grand Elder also went down to gather disciples with great potential from the main peak, as these disciples with great potential from the main peak were the candidates for the future sect leader. Damn it! If it weren't for the sudden change in the Supreme Elder's situation, how dare the soul-refining sect and the 9 Nether sect act like this? It's outrageous, the 4 peak leaders said angrily. Alas, the elders sighed as well, for who could disagree? Originally, each of the 5 major sects had a nascent soul stage patriarch in charge, and they lived in peace. However, the nascent soul patriarch of the Tao E sect passed away a year after returning from a trip 2 years ago. This matter was originally to be kept absolutely secret, but someone leaked the news that the nascent soul ancestor of the Tao E sect had died. Although the Tao E sect tried its best to deny it, it was no use. In the past few months, the soul-refining sect and the 9 Nether sect have tested the waters multiple times. Even the Lingyun sect and the 3 Talents sect have secretly tested the waters and confirmed that the nascent soul ancestor of the Tao E sect is dead. This time, on the surface, only people from the soul-refining sect and the 9 Nether sect came to besiege the enemy. However, in secret, the Lingyun sect and the Sankai sect will definitely add fuel to the fire. After all, Tao E sect is such a big piece of meat, it is impossible not to take a bite. Although Tao E sect has been keeping a low profile over the past year, it's no wonder that others would covet a large amount of treasure when the sect lacks the support of the highest level of martial arts. The sect leader of Tao E sect also looked very unpleasant, with a worried expression on his face. It seems that the Tao E sect will end here with my generation as the sect leader. I have failed my sect and my master. The sect leader of Tao E sect sighed. This time, the sect was doomed. The only thing they could do was send out some sect seeds using an ancient teleportation array left by their ancestors. This teleportation array can only teleport a maximum of 10 people, and it's a one-time use item. The remaining people had no choice but to fight to the death. Even if they died, they would teach these two sects a lesson. The Daoi sect master's face showed a resolute expression. Before long, the four peak leaders each brought 2 disciples, and the Grand Elder also brought 2 people. Looking at the disciples brought by the four peak leaders and the Grand Elder, the Daoi sect master nodded and took off a ring from his hand. He handed it to the Grand Elder, saying, "Grand Elder, this ring contains most of the Daoi sect's resources, and the teleportation array disk is also inside. After you and the third elder escape with the disciples, you must be extra careful and patient. The future of Daoi sect depends on you. You must carry on the legacy of Daoi sect. Otherwise, we would all be ashamed before the ancestors of our sect." The first elder hesitated before accepting the ring, saying, "Sect master, why don't you and the third elder take the disciples and leave? I'll stay here. Anyway, I don't have many years left to live. You're still young and can advance further." The Daoi sect master waved his hand, and the ring landed in the Grand Elder's hand. He said, "I am the Daoi sect master. If I were to flee, what would my disciples think? How would the world view my Daoi sect?" "That's settled then. No need to say more. And you guys, you must listen to the first elder. Now the first elder is the acting sect leader. Daoi sect is not what it used to be. You must consult with the first elder and the third elder on everything. Do not act rashly. Remember that. Third elder, I'll have to trouble you to assist the first elder more. From now on, we'll have to rely on you and the first elder to support Daoi sect. I hope these lads can break through to the nascent soul stage one day, so that we can restore the glory of Daoi sect." One of the 2 men brought by the Grand Elder bowed to the Daoi sect master and said, "Master, I am willing to stay and fight alongside you to the very end." "Nonsense. What time is it now? You're still so ignorant. Your survival is the greatest reward for the sect." The sect leader of Daoi sect shouted angrily at the young man. The young man, his eyes red, bowed to the sect leader of Daoi sect and said, "Yes, master, your disciple will not disappoint you." The Daoi sect master helped the young man up, patted his head, and said, "The Daoi sect will rely on you from now on. Go." The disciples from the other 4 peaks also bid farewell to their masters and elders. The 4 peak leaders also handed over their rings to their respective disciples, meaning that each of these rings contained more than half of the resources of the 4 peaks. After they had all finished explaining, the first elder and the third elder led their disciples out of the main hall and headed straight for the back mountain. Chapter 89 Great Battle. Meanwhile, all the disciples of Daoi sect went to the resource hall to collect combat supplies. This time, Daoi sect is really bleeding money. They're prepared to drag these 2 sects down with them even if it means their own demise. Of course, we should pull it down. The combat resources distributed this time are quite abundant, and they are distributed according to cultivation level. With a foundation establishment cultivation level like Chen Fan's, the combat resources he received included a high-grade magic weapon flying sword and a bottle of spirit recovery pills, with 5 pills in the bottle. 10 grade 3 fire blast talismans, 30 grade 2 ice cone talismans, and 20 grade 2 Vajra talismans. It's important to know that a 3rd grade talisman is equivalent to a full force attack from a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator. A 2nd grade talisman is equivalent to a full force attack from a 9th level chi refining cultivator. Just after everyone had received their combat resources, a loud bang suddenly came from outside the sect, the sound resounding through the heavens and earth, followed by an earthquake. It looked as if the entire mountain was about to collapse. Then came shouts of battle. Chen Fan's expression changed. This sect's protective formation was too weak. It was supposed to be able to withstand the attacks of a nascent soul stage ancestor. Was this a joke? Chen Fan didn't have time to think further, so he mounted his flying sword and headed towards the back mountain. Meanwhile, chaos erupted within the sect, with figures riding flying swords appearing everywhere. Chen Fan didn't dare to fly too high, but flew close to the ground, trying his best to hide his figure. Meanwhile, various magical roars and screams could be heard from the surrounding area. The sect leader of Daoi sect and the chief elders of the 4 peaks also hastily went to meet the battle. He was immediately besieged by experts from 2 major factions. There were no more words to say. Since they were going to kill him anyway, why waste any more time on unnecessary talk? In the blink of an eye, they were all fighting together. The disciples of Dao sect were also besieged by disciples of the two major sects and suffered heavy casualties in the blink of an eye. Some disciples were so frightened that they knelt down and begged for mercy, but the outcome for them was the same. Since their sect was to be destroyed, they would definitely be wiped out completely. Begging for mercy would only hasten their death. Seeing that begging was useless, they had no choice but to fight desperately. With some Dao sect disciples unafraid of death, the Lianhuan sect and Juyo sect also suffered heavy losses. The sect leader of Dao sect even burned his lifespan to reach the nascent soul stage, and in the blink of an eye, he killed several elders from the soul refining sect and the Nine Nether sect. The elders also began to burn their lifespans, fighting to the death, causing the elders of the soul refining sect and the Nine Nether sect to retreat steadily. When the people from the soul refining sect and the Nine Nether sect saw that the people from the Dao One sect had begun to burn their life essence and blood to increase their combat power, they began to engage in skirmishes. After all, the lifespan and essence of burning blood are limited in time. You can't keep burning indefinitely. After the Dao sect master killed dozens of people in succession, a person suddenly flew in from a distance, moving as fast as lightning, and arrived above the Dao sect in the blink of an eye. The person was shrouded in a dark cloak, exuding a sinister aura. The Dao sect master looked at the man with a solemn expression and said, word by word, Nine Nether sect ancestor Luno. Young Shun, surrender now, disperse your cultivation, and become immortal, and I may spare your life, said Lu Nong, the patriarch of the Nine Nether sect, looking at the sect leader of the Dao sect. It's impossible for me to surrender. Make your move. I've never experienced what it's like to fight a nascent soul cultivator before. I'll use you as a test today. The Dao sect master raised his hand and pointed his sword at Lu Nong, the patriarch of the Nine Nether sect. Stubborn to the end, then die, said Lu Nong, the patriarch of the Nine Nether sect. After speaking, black energy emanated from his body, transforming into countless little ghosts that attacked the sect leader of Dao sect. The sect leader of Dao sect looked solemnly at the approaching ghostly imps. His body radiated golden light, and then he raised his hands above his head, conjuring a giant sword in his hands, which he fiercely slashed at the ghostly imp attacking him. When the golden lightsaber touched the ghostly imp instantly melted away, turning into black mist and dissipating. Upon seeing this, Lu Nong, the patriarch of the Nine Nether sect, exclaimed, "You've got some skill." He casually slapped out a palm, which transformed into a black hand that grew larger and larger, slapping towards the golden lightsaber that was slashing towards him. The golden lightsaber and the giant black hand collided, unleashing a deafening roar and sending out waves of energy. Boom, boom, boom. In the end, the golden lightsaber cracked inch by inch, breaking into pieces and disappearing without a trace. The black giant palm, its momentum undiminished, slammed into the Dao sect master, sending him flying like a cannon swatting a mosquito. The Dao sect master spat out blood incessantly, as if it were free. Upon seeing this, the four peak leaders anxiously called out, "Sect master." The four of them no longer held back, burning their life essence and lifespan to leap into the air, unleashing strength no less than that of the nascent soul stage. They surrounded the Nine Nether sect master, each holding a flag, and then made the same hand seal while shouting in unison, "For symbols formation, activate." Then he saw that a layer of transparent energy enveloped Lu Nong, the patriarch of the Nine Nether sect. Lu Nong, who was in the middle of the formation, immediately felt the pressure coming from all directions, and goosebumps rose all over his body. Not daring to be negligent, he unleashed his ultimate skill and shouted, "Nether Soul Protection." A stream of black energy covered his entire body and slowly rose higher. Soon, a Netherworld Ghost General covered Lu Nong, the patriarch of the Nine Netherworld sect. The Ghost General was fully armored, wore a ferocious helmet, and had blue ghostly light emanating from his eyes. At this moment, the formation set up by the four peak masters of Dao sect was also completed, condensing into four ancient giant elephants, which rushed towards Lu Nong. Each giant elephant seemed capable of shattering space as it crashed towards Lu Nong with thunderous roars. Lu Nong, clad in the Netherworld Ghost General robes, charged toward a giant elephant with equally imposing momentum, swinging his fist to smash it onto the elephant's head. The fist collided with the giant elephant's head, producing a deafening roar and sending energy waves rippled outwards. What followed was a back and forth of collisions and attacks. Bump, bump, bump. Each impact produces a clattering sound and an outpouring of energy. As time went on, the giant elephant's form became increasingly ethereal, and the four peak leaders who were maintaining the formation began to bleed from their mouths and noses. After all, their realm advancement was achieved by burning their life essence and lifespan, and it couldn't be maintained for long. The Dao Yi sect master, who had been sent flying by Lu Nong, flew back again, but he was in extremely poor condition, and his magical artifacts and clothes were tattered. Just as he was about to rush into the Four Symbols formation to help the four peak leaders kill Lu Nong in the formation, the sect leaders of the Soul Refining sect and the Nine Nether sect stopped the sect leader of the Dao Yi sect in time. The three clashed in the blink of an eye. The Dao Yi sect master's realm advancement, achieved by burning his life essence, caused the two sect masters of the Lianhuan sect and Juyo sect to suffer repeated defeats. The Soul Refining sect master's two puppets were destroyed, which caused him great distress. It should be noted that the cost of crafting a puppet is enormous, requiring a great deal of money and effort, and cannot be accomplished overnight. The sect leader of the Nine Nether sect was also in a bad situation. The sect leader of the Dao Yi sect's technique naturally countered his technique, and he could only exert 70% of his strength, leaving him with no choice but to be beaten. Chapter 90: The Destruction of the Daoist Sect. As time went on, the Dao Yi sect master's speed began to decrease, and he knew he couldn't hold on for much longer. One of them had to be killed no matter what, so the leader of the Nine Nether sect became the one the leader of the Dao One sect had to kill. Who could blame them when the Nine Nether sect master's cultivation technique happened to be the one that countered their own? In addition, the Nine Nether sect ancestor came in person, so the Nine Nether sect would definitely receive special treatment. The Dao Yi sect master completely disregarded the Lianhuan sect master's attacks and launched a frenzied assault on the Juyo sect master. The four peak leaders, under the fierce attack of the Nine Nether sect's patriarch, could not hold out for much longer. The ancient giant elephant was already on the verge of disappearing. It was estimated that after two more clashes, it would completely vanish. The disciples of Dao Yi sect had already suffered heavy losses under the siege of the disciples of Lianhuan sect and Juyo sect, with corpses lying haphazardly all over the mountain gate. The remaining disciples had already begun to flee, and those who saw no way to escape began to self-destruct, hoping to buy their fellow disciples some time to escape with their own lives. Seeing his disciples in such a miserable state, the Dao Yi sect master let out a deafening roar and flashed to the side of the Lianhuan sect and Juyo sect masters. Just as the sect leaders of the Soul Refining sect and the Nine Nether sect were about to attack together, they discovered that the sect leader of the Dao Yi sect was radiating a violent aura. The sect leader of the Dao Yi sect looked at them with a sinister smile and said, "Let's die together." "Oh no, he's going to self-destruct." The sect leader of the Soul Refining sect shouted loudly, and at the same time, he used all the puppets he had brought to block in front of him, surrounding him, and took out all the defensive magic treasures to completely surround himself. The sect leader of the Nine Nether sect was clearly a step too slow. His defenses were already too late, and his attempt to escape was nothing but a pipe dream. Boom, boom, boom. A tremendous sound rang out, and violent energy waves spread out, shearing off a section of the mountaintop. After everything calmed down, only the Soul Refining sect master remained in midair, and he was in a very miserable state. He only had one arm left, and both legs were severed at the knees. His clothes were so tattered that only a few strips of cloth remained hanging on his body. The sect leader of the Soul Refining sect dared not linger there and flew away immediately. Seeing their sect leader self-destruct right before their eyes, the four peak leaders all cried out in grief, "Sect leader! Let's all die together." The four peak leaders were about to self-destruct. Since they were all going to die anyway, they might as well take someone down with them. Seeing this, the other three also went into self-destruct mode. When Lu Nong, the patriarch of the Nine Nether sect, saw this, he was terrified, for this was equivalent to the self-destruction of four nascent soul cultivators. Although none of these four people have reached the true nascent soul stage yet, they are still much stronger than the late golden core stage, and at least they are all half-step nascent soul. The combined self-destruction of these four people is equivalent to the self-destruction power of a nascent soul stage cultivator. I'm currently heavily depleted, so it's very difficult for me to withstand such a massive self-destruction energy. But it was too late to run away. Because of the Four Symbols formation, there was no way to escape. Now all we can do is defend with all our might, unleashing all our defensive magic and spiritual treasures in the hope of absorbing as much energy as possible. Another loud boom 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 sound, Meanwhile, the disciples of Dao Yi sect saw that their sect leader and the heads of each peak had already self-destructed, taking the enemy with them. They were fearless and went up to self-destruct, which terrified the people from the Soul Refining sect and the Nine Nether sect, who were so scared that they ran away in terror. With deafening roars, like cannon fire, the main peak and 4 peaks of Dao Yi sect were blasted into craters. Many disciples of the Soul Refining sect and the Nine Nether sect ended their lives in this self-destruction, but many more lost their hands and feet, and some were coughing up blood due to the energy wave. The self-destruction energy in the air dissipated, and Lu Nong, the patriarch of the Nine Nether sect, was completely destroyed, leaving only a weak nascent soul. Looking down at the remaining elders and disciples of the Soul Refining sect and the Nine Nether sect, Lu Nong realized that only about 40% had survived. He truly didn't know if this trip had been a mistake or a right one. Lu Nong's nascent soul let out a shriek. All disciples returned to the sect immediately, without fail. The remaining elders of the Soul Refining sect also issued an order to return to the sect immediately, without fail. They didn't even dare to take the resources left behind by the Dao Yi sect, mainly because they had to guard against the other 2 sects. The remaining remnants of the army here are utterly incapable of resisting the Lingyun sect and the Sankai sect. I thought wiping out the Dao Yi sect would be easy, but I didn't expect the Dao Yi sect members to be so unethical. They all actually self-destructed. As a result, the Soul Refining sect and the Nine Nether sect have gained nothing and suffered heavy casualties. Even the sect leader of the Nine Nether sect died here, and the ancestor only left behind his nascent soul. I believe that the people from Lingyun sect and Sankai sect will arrive soon, and then we won't be able to leave even if we want to. The disciples of the Soul Refining sect and the Nine Nether sect dared not linger any longer and flew away with the disciple who had lost his arm and leg. As Chun Fan flew close to the ground, no disciples from the Soul Refining sect or the Nine Nether sect noticed him. The main reason was that Chun Fan ran towards the back mountain, and at that time the disciples of the Nine Nether sect of the Soul Refining sect had not yet attacked. So Chun Fan was able to escape. As Chun Fan fled to the back mountain, a series of loud explosions came from the front gate. Even the back mountain trembled 3 times, which made Chun Fan run even faster. Suddenly, the sounds of fighting and shouts came from ahead. Chun Fan quickly concealed himself. Third brother, why you? Elder, how are you? Third elder, what are you doing? Why did you attack the first elder? Quickly, protect the first elder. The third elder is a traitor. Various sounds came from ahead. Ha ha ha. Boss, hand over the ring the sect leader gave you, and maybe we can spare your life. The third elder laughed wildly. And you lot, hand over your rings, or I'll give you a quick death. Otherwise, I'll extract your souls and refine your spirits. Don't even think about it. We'd rather die than hand it over to you. Then go die. Then came the sounds of fighting and screams, which soon stopped. Suddenly, another exclamation rang out. You're not dead yet. It sounded like the third elder's voice. Even if I die, I'll drag you down with me. Even if the secrets of my Taoist sect are lost, I will never pass them on to an ungrateful wretch like you. The Grand Elder said angrily. Do you really want the Dao Yi sect's legacy to be wiped out in our hands? How can you face the ancestors of the Dao Yi sect? I don't think our ancestors would allow an ungrateful person to inherit the Taoist lineage. So you'll come to hell with me. You're a madman, a madman. After a while, there was no sound. Chun Fan waited a while longer, but still no sound came. He didn't dare to be careless and slowly made his way forward. Chapter 91. The system upgrades again, yielding abundant rewards. After leaping over several tall trees, a scene of devastation appeared ahead, filled with debris and broken trees from various magical bombardments. At this moment, there were more than 10 corpses lying haphazardly on the ground, each one a gruesome sight, missing limbs or heads. Chun Fan waited on a tree for a while, and when he found that there was no movement, he slowly groped his way to a corpse. It wasn't that Chun Fan was cowardly, it was just that these old sly foxes were too cunning. Who knew if they would fake their death again? Chun Fan touched the corpse and, judging from its clothing, believed it to be a direct disciple of the Dao Yi sect. Chun Fan took out his mid-grade magic weapon, the Cloud Blade, and pointed it at the dead disciple, finding that there was no reaction. Only then did he remove the storage ring from the disciple's hand. Obtain 1 top-grade magic artifact storage ring. The quantity is increased by 10,000 times, and 10,000 top-grade magic artifact storage rings are obtained. The largest increase in quantity, awesome. After searching the body for a while, without finding anything, his gaze then turned to a flying sword next to the deceased. Chen Fan picked it up. It looked better than his own. It must be a spiritual artifact. Obtained 1 low-grade spiritual weapon flying sword. The quantity increased by 30,000 times, obtaining 30,000 low-grade spiritual weapon flying swords. Wait a minute. How come the increase is so much? Isn't my own amplification system supposed to increase by 1,000 to 10,000 times? Could it be that the system has been upgraded again? Chen Fan hurriedly opened his amplification system. A system that amplifies a billion-fold. Level 4. Amplification multiplier, 10,000 to 1 million. Randomly amplifies the quantity or quality of collected items by 10,000 to 100,000 times. The quality can exceed 3 levels of this world. Sure enough, the system upgraded again. It must have been upgraded when I broke through to the foundation establishment stage, but I didn't notice it at the time. The increase has reached between 10,000 and 100,000, which is already quite terrifying. Chen Fan was secretly overjoyed. Then Chen Fan went to another corpse and took off the storage ring from its body. Obtained 1 superior grade magic artifact storage ring. The quantity increased by 50,000 times, and obtained 50,000 superior grade magic artifact storage rings. He also touched the body and found other things, including a storage bag. Obtained 1 superior grade Xianbing storage bag, increasing the quantity by 20,000 times, and obtained 20,000 superior grade Xianbing storage bags. Chen Fan suppressed his joy. There was no time to see what good things were in the storage rings now. He just needed to put them all away first. What if someone comes, and there's nothing left? Having taken the storage rings from both of them without any reaction, Chen Fan grew bolder. Seeing 2 corpses entangled together in the center, Chen Fan gripped his knife tightly and slowly approached. Even in death, the 2 corpses were still tightly gripping each other's necks with their hands, as if they would not let go of each other even in death. Judging from their attire, they should be elders of the Dao sect, probably the first elder and third elder they just heard being called. Chen Fan walked over and tapped the 2 men's faces with the knife in his hand, but they didn't react at all. Just as Chen Fan was about to step forward to search for the items, a sudden surge of danger arose within him, and he quickly stepped back to a distance. Sure enough, the 2 weren't quite dead yet, and I almost fell into their trap. Luckily, I was alert and had a sudden sense of danger. This must be his innate danger perception. At first, Chen Fan thought that his danger perception had also disappeared, but it seems that this danger perception talent is still there. Were neither of them truly dead, or was one of them faking their death? Chen Fan took out a flame burst talisman and threw it at the 2 of them. Boom. After a loud bang, a person was seen struggling to stand up, trembling. Chen Fan wouldn't give him a chance. The knife in his hand flew out instantly and slashed directly at him. With a thud, the knife cut into his neck. Although the knife hit his neck, it didn't go very deep before the man grabbed the knife with his hand, making it impossible for the knife to cut any further. Chen Fan tried to pull the knife back, but it wouldn't obey him at all, stuck firmly in the man's hand. Chen Fan took out 2 more fireball talismans and threw them out. Boom, boom. With 2 loud bangs, Chen Fan took out another flying sword, controlled it, and stabbed it towards the man. The man stretched out another hand and grabbed the flying sword as well. However, at this moment, the man was charred black all over, with black smoke rising from his body, and Chi Chiao was bleeding profusely. His cold gaze was fixed on Chen Fan. If looks could kill, Chen Fan would have died countless times already. Ignoring the coldness in his gaze, Chen Fan once again controlled a flying sword and thrust it towards the man. At this moment, the man was holding both the flying sword and the knife in his hands, so he couldn't free his hands to block the flying sword again. It was unclear whether the man was unable to move, but he remained standing there motionless, still holding the flying sword and knife in his hands, as if grasping these 2 weapons had exhausted all his strength. He had no extra strength to resist the flying sword, and could only watch helplessly as it pierced his heart. With a whoosh, the flying sword pierced right through his heart. The man glared at Chen Fan and hissed venomously. "You little brat, I'll haunt you even as a ghost, cough cough." The man responded with another flying sword, which pierced his skull, and his body fell to the ground, motionless. Chen Fan controlled the flying sword to pierce through his body several more times before he felt relieved. It wasn't that Chen Fan wanted to desecrate the corpse, but mainly he was afraid that the corpse would fake its death again. Chen Fan walked over and looked at the blackened corpse. This time, the danger perception was not triggered, so it seemed that this guy was really dead. Chen Fan took off the storage ring from his hand. Obtained 1 mid-grade spirit artifact storage ring. The quantity increased by 50,000 times, and obtained 50,000 mid-grade spirit artifact storage rings. Good stuff, a mid-grade spiritual artifact storage ring. Elders are something else. As for the rest, there's nothing else. The main thing is that the Fire Blast talisman blew the person's clothes into strips, so you can see at a glance what's left on their body. Chen Fan then came to another person, an old man with completely white hair and beard. If he were still alive, he would definitely look like an old immortal who had stepped out of a myth. Chen Fan discovered that he actually had 2 storage rings on his hand, which was a great find. Chen Fan took off both rings. Chapter 92, Huge Gains, Void Technique. Obtained 1 mid-grade spirit artifact storage ring. The quantity increased by 20,000 times, and obtained 20,000 mid-grade spirit artifact storage rings. Obtained 1 top-grade spirit artifact storage ring. Quantity increased by 50,000 times. Quality increased by 80,000 times. Obtained 50,000 top-grade spirit treasure storage rings. Nice. With an 80,000-fold increase in quality, I directly obtained a top-grade spiritual treasure storage ring. The items inside will also be amplified, but I don't know what's inside. Then, Chen Fan took out a few more items from the old man. A jade pendant, 2 talismans, and a small jade flying sword. Obtained 1 mid-grade spiritual artifact nurturing jade. The quantity increased by 10,000 times, and obtained 10,000 mid-grade spiritual artifact nurturing jades. Received 2 grade 4 diamond fire dragon talismans, increasing the quantity by 40,000 times, and obtained 80,000 grade 4 diamond fire dragon talismans. Obtained 1 top-grade spiritual weapon, the jade sword, increasing the quantity by 60,000 times, and obtained 60,000 top-grade spiritual weapons, the jade sword. Before he could even look at the contents, Chen Fan proceeded to remove the rings from the dozen or so corpses one by one. Obtained 1 high-grade spiritual artifact storage ring. The quantity increased by 30,000 times, and obtained 30,000 high-grade spiritual artifact storage rings. After looting all the storage rings, Chen Fan then plundered all the magical artifacts and spirit weapons, gaining an additional 10 or more enhancements to these artifacts. After looting everything, Chen Fan dug a large pit and buried all the corpses. After all, they were fellow disciples, and I inherited all their property. I should at least bury them to prevent them from being eaten by wild beasts and monsters. As for the guy who attacked him, Chen Fan didn't care and just left him there. He holds grudges very well. After finishing his preparations, Chen Fan quickly slipped away. Although no one had arrived yet, who knew what might happen later? Unbeknownst to Chen Fan, shortly after he left, a golden core cultivator led a team to the back mountain. The search continued until they arrived at a spot where Chen Fan had just left, where they found a body with tattered clothes. He rushed forward to check. This is Shan Xiong, the 3rd elder of the Daoyi sect. He must have died recently, but we don't know who killed him. The person shouldn't have gone far. Let's chase after him. After saying that, he took a step forward and flew out first. Chen Fan flew on without stopping, and whenever his spiritual energy was depleted, he would take a spirit recovery pill before flying out of the back mountain of Daoyi sect. After flying out of the back mountain of Daoyi sect on their swords, they flew for a whole night and finally saw a city. Chen Fan stopped, intending to go into the city to rest. He figured he had flown far enough that no one would be chasing him anymore. Even if someone comes after me, I'm hiding in the bustling downtown area of Immortal City, so they shouldn't be able to find me so quickly. Chen Fan entered the city, found an inn at random, ate something haphazardly, and washed up. Then they began to take stock of their gains. When taking inventory, you should naturally start with the best items. Taking out the top-grade spiritual treasure ring, Chen Fan began to examine his finds. An 8th-grade diamond teleportation array can be activated to teleport to any location within 1,000,000 miles. 8th-grade diamond 9 Tribulations Thunderstorm Talisman, 8th-grade diamond Ice Dragon Breath Talisman, 8th-grade diamond 8 Trigrams Golden Bell Talisman, 8th-grade diamond Storm Thunder Dragon Talisman. All kinds of talismans are available. 5,000 top-grade spirit stones, the 9th-grade cultivation technique Void Technique, the 9th-grade cultivation technique Returning to Origin Divine Technique, the 9th-grade cultivation technique Godslaying Technique, the 9th-grade cultivation technique Divine Division Technique, the 8th-grade cultivation technique. There are also many cultivation techniques of various grades. There are many kinds of spiritual herbs, medicinal materials, and refining materials, including grade 9 diamond blood dragon grass, Grade 9 Diamond Fire Radiance Flower, and Grade 9 Diamond Flame Soul Stone. The Supreme Spiritual Treasure Azure Flame Blade. The Supreme Spiritual Treasure Storm Armor. The Supreme Spiritual Treasure Primordial Gourd. All sorts of divine weapons and powerful artifacts. Grade 9 Diamond Dragon Blood Pill, Grade 9 Diamond Tribulation Cloud Pill, and various other pills. Upon opening the top-grade spiritual treasure ring, Chun Fan was stunned by what he saw. There were so many things inside, all of which had been enhanced in quality. Everything was boosted to the maximum, and all items were available in 80,000 portions, with top-grade spirit stones alone reaching 400 million. Chun Fan sorted and categorized everything. When he finished organizing the resources, he found that there were over 700 million top-grade spirit stones, over 5 billion high-grade spirit stones, countless cultivation techniques and pills, and over 1 million talismans. Chun Fan felt that even if all the resources in the world were combined, they might not be as abundant as what he had acquired. With so many resources available now, Chun Fan absolutely must first break through to the Golden Core stage before he can go and cause trouble for those from major sects. If someone destroys their own sect, they should at least seek some justice. Otherwise, it's not fair. Chun Fan first took out all the 9th grade cultivation techniques. There were as many as 12 jade slips containing the 9th grade techniques. It should be noted that the 9th grade techniques are all techniques that can directly lead to the path of immortality. Chun Fan didn't know what the highest level a 9th grade cultivation technique could reach, but his own 3rd grade cultivation technique allowed him to directly cultivate to the nascent soul stage. Logically speaking, cultivating to the point of immortality after reaching the 9th rank should not be a problem. Chun Fan glanced at the descriptions of the 12 techniques and got a general understanding of them. Of these 12 techniques, 5 were cultivation techniques, while the rest were combat and support techniques. With this 9th grade cultivation technique, I can discard the 3rd grade technique I practiced before. The 9th grade martial arts techniques are Void Technique, Returning to Origin Divine Technique, Flaming Dragon Technique, Water God Technique, and Golden Radiance Technique. Just by looking at the descriptions of these 5 cultivation techniques, Chun Fan immediately abandoned the Flaming Dragon Technique, the Water God Technique, and the Golden Radiance Technique. These 3 cultivation techniques are specifically designed for the 3 attributes of metal, fire, and water. Since I don't possess these 3 attributes, it will definitely be more difficult for me to cultivate them, and the power will certainly be weaker than that released by people with these 3 attributes. That leaves only the Returning Origin Divine Technique and the Void Technique as choices. The Returning Origin Divine Technique is quite suitable for him. It doesn't discriminate based on attributes and can be cultivated directly. More importantly, it is very inclusive, and it is relatively easy to switch to other cultivation methods later. Chun Fan plans to cultivate this technique. However, when Chun Fan looked at the Void Technique, he discovered that it was only the upper part, and there was more to come. The upper part of the technique alone had reached the 9th rank. If all the remaining techniques are found, what rank can this technique reach? Moreover, after reading this technique, Chun Fan had a feeling that his attributes were very compatible with it. Moreover, this cultivation technique is actually a dual cultivation technique for both body and mind, and it also comes with various offensive spells. It can be said that this cultivation technique is already very perfect. The only drawback is that this cultivation method only has the first part, but the first part alone is enough for him to cultivate and become an immortal. Chapter 93 Void Body Refining Technique, Dual Cultivation of Dharma and Body. Without further hesitation, Chun Fan immediately decided to cultivate the Void Technique. After practicing for a morning, Chun Fan found that this cultivation method was really suitable for him. Although he did not make any progress in his cultivation level after just one morning, the spiritual energy in his body had changed. If the spiritual energy in Chun Fan's body was previously in the form of mist, the spiritual energy now is like liquid, with a higher density and stronger properties. Moreover, the meridians have been widened considerably. Previously, the meridians were like small streams, but now they are like rivers, dozens of times wider than before. Chun Fan felt that if he used it to fly on his sword, he could go 7 days and 7 nights without rest without any problems. This is just the effect of Chun Fan cultivating for only one morning. In that morning, he only converted all the spiritual energy he had before into void spiritual energy. According to the introduction of the cultivation method, he converted the spiritual energy in his body into void spiritual energy. After being converted into void spiritual energy, the attack skills that come with this technique can be used to unleash their maximum power. The massive meridians were not yet filled with spiritual energy. What Chen Fan needed to do now was to fill the spiritual energy in his body first, and then consider improving his cultivation level. In the past 2 days, Chen Fan used top-grade spirit stones to finally fill the void spiritual energy in his body. It was time to start improving his cultivation level. However, this is not a good place for seclusion. The best solution would be to buy a house here. Chen Fan asked the waiter here to find a house. The house was in a relatively remote location. Although it wasn't very big, it wasn't small either. It was quite spacious since Chen Fan lived there alone. Chen Fan has reached the foundation establishment stage, which means he can now abstain from grains, so the problem of food and drink can be completely solved. Chen Fan didn't know any formations, so he had to take out 2 or 3 sets of 6th grade formation plates from his storage ring. With 1 defensive formation, 1 offensive formation, and 1 illusionary formation, once set up, even a nascent soul stage ancestor wouldn't be able to get in. It should be noted that the sect-protecting formation of Dao E sect was only a 4th grade formation back then. A 4th grade formation can stop a nascent soul stage ancestor, so a 6th grade formation can instantly kill a nascent soul stage cultivator. However, one must have solid skills to succeed. Relying on external aids is ultimately not as good as having one's own strength. After preparing everything, Chen Fan was ready to go into seclusion to cultivate. He had been in this world for almost 3 months, and he needed to seize the time to break through to the nascent soul stage. Resources are plentiful, but time is scarce. I don't know how long I can stay in this world. I need to break through to the nascent soul stage as soon as possible, and then go and cause trouble for the other major sects. If we seize all the resources they have, the resources will be unimaginable. With the nourishment of a dose of powerful pills and countless top-grade spirit stones, Chen Fan's cultivation level rose rapidly, like a rocket. Mid-stage foundation building, late-stage foundation building. After reaching the late stage of foundation establishment, one must begin to condense the golden core. It's unclear whether this cultivation method is particularly suitable for Chen Fan, or whether it's due to the aid of elixirs and spirit stones. Chen Fan condensed his golden core with ease, quickly creating a transparent milky white core that shimmered within his body. After breaking through to the golden core stage, Chen Fan pressed on with his efforts, using pills and spirit stones as if they were free, and reached the late golden core stage in just 2 months. After reaching the late stage of the golden core realm, Chen Fan also felt the obstacle. It wasn't that he couldn't break through to the nascent soul stage. Moreover, I feel that my rapid breakthrough to the nascent soul stage will lead to instability in my cultivation level, mainly because I have broken through too quickly these days. Others lack the resources to break through, while Chen Fan has too many resources and dares not break through so quickly. The two are different. Since I don't dare to break through so quickly, I might as well practice other techniques of this void technique. Chen Fan glanced at the other techniques of the void technique. It was discovered that most of these techniques require an extremely strong physique. Without a strong physique, it is very difficult to support the release of these skills. At this moment, Chen Fan also understood why this cultivation method required both physical and spiritual cultivation. The void body refining technique is a cultivation method divided into 9 levels, but the first half that Chen Fan obtained only recorded the cultivation methods for the first 3 levels. Body cultivation focuses on physical strength, while magical cultivation focuses on spiritual energy. They can be described as 2 completely different paths. Following the cultivation manual, Chen Fan began preparing materials to train his body. Unlike cultivation techniques, body refinement requires a lot of materials, while cultivation techniques only require sufficient spiritual energy. Chen Fan had all the materials, mainly because the dozen or so rings he obtained contained so many items that he had most of the materials. After preparing the medicinal liquid according to the recipe described in the cultivation method, Chen Fan began to cultivate the void body refining technique. With sufficient materials, Chen Fan quickly mastered the basics. His body was covered in the medicinal liquid, and he circulated his cultivation technique to slowly absorb the liquid into his body. It absorbs fat from bones and viscera, affecting every cell and causing every inch of its bones to change, becoming stronger, as if it were being restructured. But the process is also quite painful. It's like every bone is broken and then reassembled, and the internal organs, skin, flesh and blood are cut off piece by piece. Without great willpower, one truly cannot master body cultivation, which is why there are so few body cultivation cultivators. After more than 10 days of cultivation, the first level of the void body refining technique was finally completed. After completing the refining process, Chun Fan felt that his body was now like a humanoid weapon, and the perfection of the first level of the realm was equivalent to a top-grade spiritual weapon. Whether for attack or defense, it is as hard as a top-grade spiritual weapon. After achieving the first level of body refinement, Chun Fan took a day off to rest and went for a stroll in the city. After a day of eating and drinking outside, Chun Fan returned to the courtyard to prepare to practice the attack spells that came with the Void Technique. The minimum requirement for the Void Technique is to reach the first level of the Void Body Refining Technique. Once you reach the first level of body refinement, you can cultivate 2 offensive spells and 1 support spell. One is the Void Slash, the other is the Void Fist, and the third is the Void Teleportation. The Sky Severing Slash is extremely powerful, incredibly sharp, and unpredictable. It is said that when mastered to its peak, it can sever space itself. The Void Fist was tailor-made for the Void Body Refining Technique, and when practiced to its extreme, it can even collapse space. The ability to teleport through the void is even more remarkable. It allows one to teleport out of thin air, ignoring all kinds of arrays and restrictions. Of course, the distance that can be teleported through the void is unknown. It depends on one's own physique. For example, Chun Fan is currently at the first level of the Void Body Refining Technique, and at most he can only teleport 50 meters. But 50 meters is already quite good. The main reason is that Chun Fan's current physical strength is not enough, and 50 meters is already his limit. Chun Fan discovered that using Void Teleportation in conjunction with the Void Fist was even more effective. Chun Fan discovered that using these techniques in combination yielded even better results. At this moment, Chun Fan also understood what kind of cultivation technique he was practicing. This is clearly a cultivation technique related to space, and Chun Fan also guessed that his spiritual root attribute might belong to the space-type spiritual root. Otherwise, how could I have mastered this void technique so quickly and with such efficiency? Chapter 94: The Most Tragic Generation of 9 Nether Sect Masters. With this cultivation method, I have a clearer understanding of my future cultivation direction. If one's cultivation progresses too quickly, there is a risk that one's realm will become unstable and one's mental state will not be able to keep up. Once one reaches the late stage of the Golden Core realm, Chun Fan no longer intends to go into seclusion. Although he is not invincible in this world in terms of realm alone, he is still considered a master. As long as the nascent soul stage does not emerge, the Golden Core stage is nothing to Chun Fan. Even if a nascent soul cultivator comes, even if I can't defeat them, I can still escape with Void Teleportation. Even if we take a step back and assume the worst, I still have so many rank 8 talismans that I could easily kill these nascent soul stage cultivators. Does that mean I can start causing trouble for the other major sects? Chun Fan removed and retrieved the array from the residence, leaving the residence itself unattended. I've been in this world for over 8 months now, and I still don't know when I'll be able to go back, but I think it should be soon. Then I need to hurry up and take out the strongholds of these sects first. With his ability to teleport in the void, he can go wherever he wants. If anyone dares to intercept him, he'll let them taste the power of an 8th grade talisman. Following the route he remembered, Chun Fan returned to the Dao Yi sect's headquarters. However, the Dao Yi sect had changed beyond recognition. Although only about 4 months had passed, the Dao Yi sect had completely transformed. Everywhere there were ruins and rubble, and corpses could be seen from time to time. Of course, some rogue cultivators could also be seen searching for resources that were useful to them. However, it is generally difficult to find, because this place has already been searched by several major sects, and it is unlikely that any good things have been left behind. Looking at this scene, Chun Fan felt a little emotional, but he didn't think it was sad. The main reason is that, all things considered, Chun Fan has only been in this sect for 2 or 3 months, and he doesn't know many people. He only met his master when he became an apprentice. I am only really familiar with one senior sister. As for the other fellow disciples, I am not familiar with any of them. Chun Fan was just there to see what his first sect looked like now. Then I'll help them get revenge, and that will be the best I can do for them. Chun Fan had nothing to linger over, so he prepared to head to the 9 Nether Gate first. As for why he went to the 9 Nether Gate first, there was no reason. Chun Fan just chose it randomly. After finding out the location of the 9 Nether sect, Chun Fan flew there on his sword. Chun Fan traveled around, experiencing the local customs and culture of this world. After 3 days, he finally arrived at the jurisdiction of the 9 Netherworld sect. After suffering heavy losses in the siege of the Dao Yi sect, the 9 Nether sect has kept an extremely low profile for the past few months. Unfortunately, in this battle, the sect leader was destroyed by self-destruction, and the nascent soul ancestor was also destroyed by self-destruction, leaving only his nascent soul to escape back to the sect. The elders and disciples of the sect suffered heavy losses. It can be said that after the battle with Dao Yi's sect, Jiuyu sect has almost fallen out of the top 4 sects. Previously, there were 5 major sects, but now that Dao Yi's sect has been destroyed, only 4 major sects remain. If it weren't for the fact that the Nine Nether sect still had a nascent soul elder, they probably wouldn't be among the 4 major sects by now. The newly appointed sect leader issued a rule that all disciples should minimize going out, keep a low profile when they do go out, and avoid causing trouble, which has essentially brought the sect to the point of closing itself off. This new sect leader may be the most difficult sect leader in history. Other sect leaders take office with great fanfare and exude domineering aura, while he can only keep his disciples huddled within the sect. This angered many disciples, who felt that the sect leader was too weak and lacked the prestige of a major sect. Many disciples of the Nine Nether sect refer to their leader as a good-for-nothing. The sect leader of the Nine Nether sect sat on the highest seat in the main hall and let out a soft sigh. As the sect leader of the Nine Nether sect, how could he not know about the gossip among his disciples? But what could he do? The sect's patriarch was still in seclusion, and he didn't know how he was doing. He was also the sect leader with the lowest cultivation level in the history of the Nine Nether sect, only reaching the middle stage. The elders under his sect also had the lowest average cultivation level in all generations. On average, they are only at the early stage of the Golden Hair realm, and there are even a few elders at the late stage of the Foundation Establishment realm. Once Chen Fan entered the territory of the Nine Nether sect, he began to deliberately inquire about the sect's situation. He learned that the Nine Nether sect was currently in a weakened state. The sect's patriarch's fate is unknown, and the sect leader's strength is inferior to mine. So what's there to hesitate about? Let's take it on. Chen Fan sped up his journey to the location of the Nine Nether sect. The scenery of the Nine Nether sect's location was quite nice, not as bad as Chen Fan had imagined. The Nine Nether sect is built on a huge mountain range, with all the disciples of the sect residing on a single peak. The disciples at the foot of the mountain are considered menial servants, while those on the mountainside are outer disciples. The inner disciples live on the mountainside, while the mountaintop houses the cave dwellings personally established by the sect leader and elders. The higher you go, the denser the spiritual energy becomes. Previously, the place at the foot of the Nine Netherworld sect was deserted, with a constant stream of people coming to become disciples. Even becoming a menial disciple was considered a great honor for one's ancestors. But now, you can hardly see any people. If a sect doesn't have tall trees to shelter it from the wind and rain, but it possesses treasures and auspicious land, it might be wiped out in an instant. The Dao Yi sect serves as a cautionary tale, so no one would come here to die. At this time, the Nine Nether Gate was shrouded in the sect's grand formation, and non-disciples could not enter unless someone from inside came to meet them. However, Chen Fan could easily enter the Nine Nether Gate because he had the ability to teleport through the void. Chen Fan used the void teleportation technique and easily entered the Nine Nether Gate. The Nine Nether Gates showed no reaction whatsoever, remaining completely unaware. Chen Fan did not come here to kill anyone. He believed that the best revenge against the Nine Nether sect was to wipe out all of their treasures and resources. However, if any fools try to stop him, he is not someone who is easy to talk to. It all depends on whether the people of the Nine Nether sect know what's good for them. Generally speaking, each sect has its own treasure trove, just like the Dao Yi sect. However, after the Dao Yi sect was destroyed, its treasure trove was divided up by the other major sects. Even the spiritual veins of the sect where Dao Yi sect is located have been completely dug up by several factions. That's why the place where Dao Yi sect is located is now depleted of spiritual energy, and no one is willing to establish a sect there anymore. However, Chen Fan did not know where the Nine Netherworld sect's treasure vault was located, so the most effective way was to ask someone. Lin Yong has been quite pleased with himself lately. Why? Because almost none of the people from his sect who went out to attack Dao Yi sect have returned, resulting in a significant loss of Golden Core stage and above personnel in the Nine Nether sect. However, some positions cannot be left vacant, and Lin Yong's position is that of an inner sect elder, the lowest ranking elder. Although he was the lowest ranking elder, Lin Yong was still very happy. In the past, the minimum cultivation level for an inner sect elder was at least the Golden Core stage. However, Lin Yong has now become an inner sect elder at the Foundation Establishment stage, which also symbolizes that the sect recognizes his strength. Chapter 95 Investigating the Nine Netherworld Gates Treasure Vault. In fact, What Lin Yong cared about most was that his disciples would bow and greet him as Elder Lin when they saw him. This is when he enjoys himself the most, and he often walks back and forth inside the mountain gate. That day, Lin Yong had just thoroughly enjoyed the respect and flattery from the disciples in the outer sect and was comfortably preparing to return to the inner sect. Suddenly, someone appeared in front of him and knocked him unconscious without saying a word. When he woke up again, his cultivation had been sealed, and he was already inside a cave. And there was someone sitting in front of him, looking at him with a smile. "Who are you? Why did you bring me here?" Lin Yong asked in terror. "I'm telling you, don't do anything reckless. This is the Nine Nether Gate. I am an elder of the Nine Nether Gate. If you dare to lay a finger on me, you won't leave the Nine Nether Gate alive," Lin Yong said in a terrified yet threatening tone. Chen Fan looked at Lin Yong with a disdainful smile. Has the Nine Nether sect fallen so low that even a foundation establishment cultivator can become an elder? It's okay. As long as you answer my questions properly, I won't do anything to you, Chen Fan said calmly to Lin Yong. What do you want to do? Let me tell you, I will never betray the sect, Lin Yong said resolutely. Is that so? I see you won't learn your lesson until you see the coffin. I'll let you taste the pain of being skinned alive, Chen Fan said, and was about to step forward to give him a good beating. Stop. Let's talk this out. Lin Yong quickly stopped Chen Fan's actions. You're smart enough to know what's good for you. Now I'll ask you a question and you answer it. Name: Lin Yong. Gender: male. Hobby. Do I really have to say this too? Explain. I like to hear people flatter me. Chen Fan was speechless. How could anyone have this hobby? Is the patriarch of the Nine Nether sect alive or dead? I don't know either. Only the sect leader knows. You won't tell the truth, huh? Then die. After saying that, Chen Fan pulled out his knife and slashed at the target. Bite. The knife struck the rock next to Lin Yong, sending up a spark. The knife was only a hair's breadth away from Lin Yong's finger. Lin Yong could touch the blade with the slightest movement of his finger, and the chill emanating from it could freeze his fingers. Startled, Lin Yong quickly pulled his hand back, breaking out in a cold sweat. I almost chopped my hand off. My fingers are still a little sore. Oops. I missed. Did I scare you? Chen Fan said. I'll be careful this time and won't miss again, don't worry. Lin Yong thought to himself. Thank goodness you missed, or I would be finished, but he quickly said aloud. No, I'll talk. We truly do not know whether our ancestor is alive or dead. Only the Alliance leader knows. However, many people are secretly saying that our ancestor's condition is not optimistic. He is estimated to be in seclusion for a long time, and may even die from the desolation of his soul. Lin Yong quickly said, Brother, that's all I really know. Okay, I'll ask you one more question. If you answer correctly, I'll let you go. Brother, ask away, I will answer everything I know. Lin Yong answered quickly this time, afraid that if he was any slower, Chen Fan would chop him off with a single stroke. Where is the Nine Nether sect's treasure vault located? Behind the main hall, there is a 5-story pavilion that houses most of the treasures of our Nine Nether sect. However, it is protected by a protective array, and no one can enter without the sect leader's authorization. Are there any other places where treasures are hidden? There are many places where treasures are hidden, and I can't list them all in a short time, Lin Yong said with a mournful face. Write down everything you know, and I'll let you go. Chen Fan tossed a piece of paper and a pen to Lin Yong. You just said that too, Lin Yong muttered to himself. What did you say? Speak louder, I didn't hear you, Chen Fan said, picking at his ear. No, I didn't say anything. I'll write it down right now. Lin Yong picked up paper and pen and quickly began to write. Looking at his cowardly appearance, Chen Fan had no idea how he joined the Nine Nether sect or how he cultivated immortality. Lin Yong kept writing and drawing until he filled a whole sheet of paper, then shakily handed it to Chen Fan. Big brother has finished writing it all. Take a look. Chen Fan picked up a piece of paper and looked at it. There was quite a lot of it. Everything was written very clearly on it, with everything marked out in detail. Good. Wait here for a while. I need to go out and verify if you're lying. Don't even think about leaving. I have set up a 6th grade formation in this cave. Even a nascent soul cultivator can't get out. You know the consequences if you lie. Big brother, I absolutely did not lie, Lin Yong said in a panic. Whether you're lying or not isn't up to you to decide. I need to go out and verify it. If you're not lying, I'll let you go. I keep my word. Stay put in this cave. If you dare to wander off and trigger the formation I set up, don't blame me for breaking my word if you die. No, I'll stay here and wait for my brother to come back. I bet you wouldn't dare. After Chen Fan finished speaking, he took the paper and teleported away. Seeing that Chen Fan had disappeared, Lin Yong wanted to go out of the cave to report to the gate, but he was afraid that there might really be a formation in the cave. If he triggered the formation, he would be really finished. So he decided to stay here and wait for the man to come back. Chen Fan wasn't worried about Lin Yong going out to report. He had genuinely set up a 6th grade formation in the government compound. Even if a nascent soul cultivator came, let alone a foundation establishment cultivator like himself, they wouldn't be able to leave this cave. Chen Fan followed the order recorded on the paper and arrived at the treasure vault. There were 2 guards outside the vault, and the entire pavilion was also protected by an array. Chen Fan sensed their auras, and they should both be cultivators at the early stage of the Golden Core realm. The man did not sense Chen Fan's arrival, and Chen Fan instantly teleported into the treasure vault. This treasure vault doesn't look very big from the outside, but the space inside is quite large. Chen Fan is currently on the 1st floor, which contains mostly 1st and 2nd grade spiritual herbs and plants, as well as various 1st and 2nd grade materials. I just don't know if there are any additional restrictions on these things, or if they will trigger an alarm. Chen Fan tried to pick up a bottle of pills. Received 1 bottle of grade 1 diamond rejuvenation pill, increasing the quantity by 10,000 times, and received 10,000 bottles of grade 1 diamond rejuvenation pill. It seems no alarm was triggered, and it's probably true. It's impossible for every person who comes in and takes something to trigger an alarm, or the people guarding the treasure vault would be exhausted. Since that's the case, why didn't Chen Fan hold back? With a wave of his hand, he transferred all the spiritual herbs and medicines from the 1st floor of the treasure pavilion into his storage ring. The entire floor was empty in a short time. Chapter 96, Emptying the Treasure Pavilion, Emptying the 9 Nether Gate. I didn't even have time to look at the system's growth notifications. They arrived at the 2nd floor, where various magical artifacts were stored. With a wave of his hand, all the items entered his storage ring. Before he could even look at all the news about the increases, Chen Fan went up to the 3rd floor. The 3rd floor is filled with 3rd grade items, 3rd grade spiritual herbs and medicines, monster materials, and various 3rd grade ores. These items are of higher value. Chen Fan unceremoniously put them all into his storage ring. Then they went to the 4th floor, where spiritual artifacts and various 4th grade materials were stored. With another wave of his hand, everything disappeared. This week is the 5th floor. On the 5th floor are some magical treasures and some 5th grade materials. Chen Fan put everything into his storage ring. The system notifications kept ringing, and Chen Fan didn't have time to look at them. In an instant, he was out of the treasure pavilion, and the 2 golden core cultivators guarding the pavilion had not noticed anything yet. Chen Fan grinned slyly. He imagined their expressions after they discovered everything in the treasure vault was gone. He couldn't help but laugh. Their expressions would be priceless, maybe even enough to make a meme. Next, Chen Fan arrived at a medicinal garden, which was also shrouded in an array. There were also many people picking or planting medicinal herbs in the garden. Chen Fan teleported into the herb garden and appeared next to a person. Before the person could react, Chen Fan knocked him unconscious. Using the same method, Chen Fan knocked everyone in the herb garden unconscious. The highest cultivation level among them was only at the foundation establishment stage, so they were no match for Chen Fan. After knocking everyone unconscious, Chen Fan harvested all the mature medicinal herbs and plants from the herb garden. Then they went to the house in the herb garden, picked all the medicinal herbs and plants, packed them up, and took them away. In a flash, he appeared outside the herb garden. Then, Chen Fan mentioned several more resource points. At this point, chaos broke out in Jiyuming, probably because the resource points had been discovered and looted. Before long, the entire 9 Nether sect mobilized, and roars echoed from the main hall of the 9 Nether sect. Are you all incompetent? So many resource-rich areas have been taken over in one fell swoop, and you haven't even reacted. The 9 Nether sect master roared angrily. Sect master, it's terrible. Our treasure trove has been completely looted. At this moment, 2 golden core cultivators hurriedly flew in from outside the door. What? The 9 Nether sect master nearly fainted when he heard that his family's treasure trove had been completely wiped out. After finally regaining her balance, she asked in a trembling voice, "What were you just saying?" The 2 golden core cultivators, feeling both guilty and angry, said, "Sect master, it was our negligence that allowed the thief to empty the treasury of all its resources." Upon hearing this, the leader of the 9 Nether sect nearly spat out a mouthful of blood and roared in a shrill voice, "Useless trash. You are all useless trash. What use are you? The two golden core cultivators knelt there, their faces flushed with shame and guilt, utterly at a loss for words. It was indeed their negligence that had led to the loss of the sect's treasure vault. The most shameful thing is that I don't even know who stole it, and I don't know where they are now. Find him for me. You must find him. 9. The Netherworld sect master angrily gave the following order. Yes. The elders accepted the order and went to make arrangements, immediately causing chaos within the Nine Nether sect, with shouts and reprimands echoing throughout. Meanwhile, the resource-rich areas that had not been seized were now heavily guarded, making it impossible for Chun Fan to take them away silently again. Since these resource sites are already heavily guarded and difficult to seize, and these resources are not that important, there is no need to alarm the Nine Nether sect. Then switch to the most important resource, and leave immediately once you've got it. That way, even if the people from the Nine Nether sect realize what's happening, you can still leave quickly. What is the most important thing for a sect? It is spiritual energy, of course. A place with abundant spiritual energy must have spiritual veins underneath. Therefore, the last place Chun Fan needed to go to was the location of the spiritual vein. According to what Lin Yong wrote on the paper, the entrance to the Nine Netherworld sect's spiritual vein is an extremely hidden cave, a place that ordinary people simply cannot enter. At the same time, that place is also where the patriarch of the Nine Nether sect secluded himself for cultivation, and also served as the guardian of the spiritual veins. Chun Fan arrived at the cave entrance where the forest vein was located, following the description on the paper. There was no one guarding the cave entrance. However, there is still an array at the entrance to the cave, which should be around the 5th rank. A 5th grade formation cannot be broken even by a nascent soul cultivator in a short time. Furthermore, this is where the Nine Nether sect's patriarch secluded himself for cultivation, so there were no guards outside the cave entrance. With only a nascent soul patriarch here, no one would come here to die. According to the information Chun Fan obtained, when the Nine Nether sect's patriarch attacked the Dao Yi sect, he was killed by the self-destruction of the 4 peak leaders of the Dao Yi sect, leaving only his nascent soul to escape. This has been seen by many people. Now it is uncertain what state the ancestor of the Nine Nether sect is in. Although the ancestor of the Nine Nether sect is now only at the nascent soul stage, he is still at the nascent soul stage. Ordinary people wouldn't dare to act rashly. Even the nascent soul elders of other sects wouldn't dare to make a move without confirming the status of the Nine Nether sect's elder. If you push the patriarch of the Nine Nether sect too far, he might also self-destruct your nascent soul. In that case, injury is inevitable, and in severe cases, your physical body may be destroyed, leaving only your nascent soul. However, if it is confirmed that the patriarch of the Nine Nether sect has perished, the Nine Nether sect may follow in the footsteps of another sect. However, none of this mattered to Chun Fan. What Chun Fan was thinking about now was to dig out all the spirit stones from the Nine Nether sect's spiritual veins. As for the patriarch of the Nine Nether sect, he no longer posed any threat to Chun Fan. In fact, Chun Fan didn't like fighting and killing. All he wanted were resources. When Chun Fan entered the cave, he put on an 8 trigrams golden bell talisman made of an 8th grade diamond. The main purpose was to prevent being ambushed by the patriarch of the Nine Nether sect when entering the cave. Even if a terrestrial immortal came, they wouldn't be able to cause Chun Fan any harm with an 8th grade diamond talisman. Chun Fan teleported and appeared inside the cave. After entering the cave, Chun Fan clearly felt that the concentration of spiritual energy here was several times higher than outside the cave. Cultivating inside this cave would be at least several times faster than outside, but right now it's exclusively enjoyed by the Nine Nether sect ancestor. Chun Fong observed the situation inside the cave. She had not yet found the patriarch of the Nine Nether sect. The cave entrance continued downwards, and it seemed to be quite deep. Chun Fan continued to grope his way down. Footsteps made a pattering sound inside the cave. When they were halfway there, Chun Fan noticed that low-grade spirit stones had begun to appear on the cave walls, scattered here and there. Chapter 97: The Sudden Death of the Nine Nether Sect Ancestor. As Chun Fan walked down, the spirit stones on the cave walls became increasingly dense as he went deeper. As Chun Fan turned a corner, the interior suddenly opened up. Beneath one corner of the wall was a jade bed, and a middle-aged man was sitting cross-legged on it. The middle-aged man suddenly opened his eyes as Chun Fan stepped into the cave. His eyes flashed with a cold light as he stared intently at Chun Fan. "Who are you? How dare you trespass into the spiritual veins of my Nine Netherworld sect? And who are you?" Chun Fan didn't answer, but asked a question instead. "I am Lu Nong, the patriarch of the Nine Nether sect. You are not a disciple of my Nine Nether sect." Chun Fan was taken aback and said, "You are the Nine Nether Ancestor? Wasn't your body destroyed? Who exactly are you? How dare you trespass into the spiritual veins of my Nine Nether sect? Well, seeing that your cultivation level is not low, I happen to need some nourishment, and you've delivered yourself right to my doorstep." The Nine Nether sect patriarch looked at Chun Fan with a sneer. "It seems you have been reborn through possession, but your cultivation level looks like it's at the late Golden Core stage, or perhaps even stronger than that," Chun Fan said suspiciously to the Nine Nether sect patriarch. "Haha, once I absorb your nourishment, I will return to the nascent soul stage. It seems there were some problems when you tried to possess someone, causing your cultivation level to be unstable. You're not even at the nascent soul stage yet, so it's a good opportunity to test my own combat strength." Chun Fan was eager to try. Upon hearing Chun Fan's words, the old man from the Nine Nether sect flashed anger across his face. "Do you think that just because my cultivation level is unstable, I have the right to challenge me? I'll show you what despair is." After the Nine Nether sect patriarch finished speaking, he didn't give Chun Fan any more chance to speak. He flew over and grabbed at Chun Fan with a claw. Chun Fan Jian, the Nine Nether ancestor, came over and then calmly teleported away. The Nine Nether sect patriarch missed his target and was quite surprised by Chun Fan's speed. "Kid, you're pretty fast." After saying that, the Nine Nether sect patriarch pounced over again, pushing his speed to the limit. However, they still missed their target. The patriarch of the Nine Nether sect looked at Chun Fan in disbelief. "Why are you so fast?" The Nine Nether sect's patriarch didn't even see how Chun Fan flew out. "What secret technique did you use?" The Nine Nether sect patriarch asked suspiciously. "Yes, you must have used some secret technique. I don't believe your secret technique can last long," the Nine Nether sect patriarch said confidently. After saying that, he flew over again, wanting to see how long Chun Fan's secret technique could last. The Nine Nether sect patriarch pushed his movement technique to its limit. They were determined to catch Chun Fan, but they couldn't even touch a single piece of his clothing. Finally, he even used a series of spells in an attempt to capture Chun Fan. However, it still couldn't even touch the hem of Chun Fan's clothes. Even large-scale spells had no effect on Chun Fan. "No, this isn't a secret technique at all. It's teleportation. How is that possible?" The Nine Nether sect patriarch exclaimed in astonishment, as if he had seen a ghost. "What realm are you at? How can you teleport?" The Nine Nether sect ancestor couldn't believe it. He wasn't sure what realm the person who could teleport was at. No, you are indeed at the Golden Core stage. But how can you teleport?" "I get it. It must be this teleportation secret technique. Ha ha ha. As long as I capture you, this secret technique will be mine." The patriarch of the Nine Nether sect looked at Chun Fan with a greedy expression. "So what if you can teleport? Such a powerful teleportation technique must consume a lot of energy. Once your spiritual energy is depleted, let's see how you run away." Then the Nine Nether sect patriarch attacked Chun Fan even more frantically. Chun Fan also became more and more proficient in using the void teleportation technique by taking advantage of the attacks from the Nine Nether sect ancestor. After Chun Fan felt that he had reached a certain level of proficiency in his void teleportation, he decided to try out his void fist and void blade. At this moment, a dark aura emanated from the Nine Nether sect's patriarch, and this dark aura slowly formed into small ghosts. Soon, the cave entrance was filled with little devils, making it difficult for Chun Fan to find a place to stand. "Hee hee, kid, let's see where you run to," the Nine Nether sect patriarch said smugly. "Do I need to run? Let me show you the power of my empty fist." Chun Fan clenched his fist and unleashed the empty fist. Instantly, the space seemed to compress wherever the fist passed, and the little devils blocking the way were all reduced to ashes. The force of the punch traveled more than 20 meters, creating a large crater in the cave wall. "Not bad, but do you think that's the end of it?" With a wave of his hands, the Nine Nether sect patriarch summoned the countless little ghosts that filled the entire cave and rushed towards Chun Fan. At the same time, the patriarch of the Nine Nether sect used another spell, the same spell he used against the sect leader of the Daoist sect. Instantly, the black energy connected to form a giant palm, which slapped towards Chun Fan. As Chun Fan watched the little ghosts rushing towards him, he calmly unleashed his void fist. Wherever his fist passed, the little ghosts were instantly dissipated, turning into wisps of black smoke. These little devils couldn't even get close to Chun Fan before being torn to shreds by his fists. Just as the giant palm unleashed by the Nine Nether ancestor was about to reach him, Chun Fan clasped his hands together, raised them high above his head, and shouted, "Void Slash!" With both hands, he slashed downwards fiercely, and a giant, hard-to-detect blade of void cleaved through the giant palm, tearing it apart in the middle and causing it to collapse with a crash. Anazi's air blade charged towards the Nine Nether Ancestor with undiminished momentum. The Nine Nether Ancestor was completely unaware. By the time the void blade was already in front of him, it was too late to dodge, and he was met with a soft "Uft." The old man from the Nine Netherworlds was split in two, and his nascent soul ran out screaming. Impossible, impossible. What kind of move is this? How can it be so powerful? The nascent soul of the Nine Nether Ancestor screamed wildly. Nothing is impossible. Prepare to die. Chen Fan wouldn't give the Nine Nether Ancestor any time to react. In a flash, the fist struck the nascent soul of the Nine Nether Ancestor. Before the nascent soul could react, the fist had already struck the nascent soul. The nascent soul of the Nine Nether Ancestor flew more than 10 meters away and shattered with a crash. Now there's no chance of being reborn through possession. So easily defeated, Chun Huan muttered. Last time, I picked up the ring from the corpse that had been split in two. Obtained one top-grade spiritual artifact storage ring. The quantity increased by 60,000 times, and obtained 60,000 top-grade spiritual artifact storage rings. After putting away his storage ring, Chun Fan looked around. The walls of the cave were inlaid with a large number of mid-grade spirit stones. It seems we're quite close to the center of the spiritual vein. This spiritual vein is at most a mid-grade spiritual vein, and at most it can only produce mid-grade spirit stones. But how am I supposed to dig out these mid-grade spiritual stones from the vein? How am I supposed to dig them out one by hand? How long would that take? It's impossible to hire someone to dig it up, so we'll have to rely on ourselves. Chapter 98. A huge harvest of spirit stones, the soul refining sect's treasure vault. Chen Fan looked at the hole he had just created with his empty fist. Many spirit stones had already fallen there, and Chen Fan suddenly realized something. Yes, I can just use my void fist to smash this mountain to pieces, and then I can just collect the spirit stones. Having come up with an idea, Chen Fan began to practice his empty fist technique. A punch to the left, a punch to the right. The mountain echoed with a constant rumbling sound. A large number of spirit stones and pebbles fell down, making a crackling sound. Although a loud noise came from inside the cave, not a sound could be heard outside. This was because there was an array that isolated the area, and it was also considered a forbidden area of the Nine Nether sect. Few people come here. Usually, it's only when the higher-ups encounter problems they can't solve that they come here to consult the Patriarch together with the elders. That's why Chen Fan can now use his empty fist to blast caves into the mountain without any restraint. Chen Fan also displayed a spirit of not being afraid of hardship or fatigue, bombarding the area for a day and 2 nights, and finally blasted all the spirit stones off the entire spiritual vein. Now the space of the entire cave has increased dozens of times. Chen Fan looked at the cave, which had expanded dozens of times over, with satisfaction, and put away all the spirit stones. Obtained 2 million mid-grade spirit stones, a 30,000-fold increase, totaling 60 billion mid-grade spirit stones. Obtained 5 million low-grade spirit stones, an increase of 70,000 times, totaling 350 billion low-grade spirit stones. Looking at the system's notification, Chun Fan was completely stunned. The system's boost was way too much. How long would it take his parents to earn so many spirit stones if they opened a trading company? Is it wrong to have my parents open a business? In the infinite world, I could easily find a spiritual vein to dig and earn more than my parents would in a lifetime. Sigh, I won't think too much about it. Since I've already opened the business, I'll just keep doing it. My parents won't be too bored. However, I'll ask them to spend their extra time on cultivation as much as possible. As for resources, we have our own enhancement system, and for the resources we need later, it's faster to get them ourselves than to rely on the merchant guild. After collecting the spirit stones, Chen Fan left the cave. With no one around, he teleported away. Not long after Chen Fan left, the sect leader of the Nine Nether sect led a group of elders to the outside of the cave. The 108th generation sect leader, along with the elders, respectfully invited the ancestor to emerge from seclusion. The sect leader of the Nine Nether sect led the elders to kneel down and shout. After a while, there was no response from inside the cave. The 108th sect leader, accompanied by his elder brother, requests the Patriarch to emerge from seclusion. The sect leader of the Nine Nether sect and the elders continued to shout. However, there was still no reaction inside the cave. The ancestor could not be, an elder exclaimed. No, it won't happen. Impossible. The elder's exclamation instantly threw all the elders in the room into chaos. Silence. Elders, follow me to activate the formation, the Nine Nether Sect Master commanded. Sect Master, only the Ancestor can open this formation. We simply cannot. The Nine Nether Sect Master was dumbfounded. Then let's break this formation, the Nine Nether Sect's left and right leaders ordered. Good. The elders responded and shouted. So they joined forces to try to break the formation, but when their attacks hit the formation, it didn't budge. They attacked the formation together for more than half an hour, but the formation remained unchanged, showing no signs of breaking. Sect Master, this formation is simply beyond our ability to break. Yes, even a nascent soul cultivator would need a long time to break this formation. We simply can't break it. What should we do then? The Nine Nether Sect Master said in exasperation. The elders remained silent for a long time, unsure of what to do or simply wait there. Chen Fan, who was leaving, didn't care about the Nine Nether Sect. He only knew that he had gained a great deal this time. The kind that's unimaginably big. Traveling at a brisk pace, Chen Fan stopped to rest when he saw a city, taking the opportunity to inquire about the Soul Refining Sect. Chen Fan's next target is the Soul Refining Sect. The Soul Refining Sect is definitely much stronger than the Nine Nether Sect. At the very least, the Patriarch of the Soul Refining Sect was at his peak strength, while the Patriarch of the Nine Nether Sect was only at the nascent soul stage. He can only exert half of his strength, but even if the Soul Refining Sect Ancestor is at his peak, so what? With just the 8th grade talismans he possessed, he could easily kill them, but he simply disdained to use them. The Soul Refining Sect is quite far from Chen Fan. The journey alone takes 5 days. However, Chen Fan was not in a hurry at all. He traveled around, enjoying the scenery and eating and drinking. After a 7-day journey, Chen Fan arrived at the territory of the Soul Refining Sect. Compared to the Nine Nether Sect, the Soul Refining Sect might not be so easy to deal with. Chen Fan waited outside the Soul Refining Sect's gate for a few days, and quite a few people came to the Soul Refining Sect to become disciples. Chen Fan initially wanted to pretend to become an apprentice to sneak into the Soul Refining Sect, but then he thought it was unnecessary, and he didn't have that much time to take his time. He didn't know how much longer it would be before he was released. Chen Fan simply charged straight in, throwing talismans at anyone he couldn't defeat. He teleported into the Soul Refining Sect, and the sect's formations couldn't stop Chen Fan's teleportation. After entering the Soul Refining Sect, Chen Fan concealed himself, wanting to find out where the sect's treasure vault was located first. The Soul Refining Sect suffered some losses during its last attack on the Daoi Sect, but compared to the Nine Nether Sect, it wasn't considered serious. After exploring the Soul Refining Sect for several days, Chen Fan finally figured out where the sect's treasure vault was located. It turns out that the treasure vault of the Soul Refining Sect is actually underground, unlike the treasure vault of the Nine Nether Sect. The Soul Refining Sect's treasure vault is even more heavily guarded, with 5 golden core stage cultivators guarding the outside alone, and it is also protected by an array. For ordinary people to enter the treasure vault, they must have the sect leader's token and be accompanied by the 5 elders guarding the vault. It would be difficult for Chen Fan to enter the treasure vault silently, mainly because the vault was built deep underground. Chen Fan's teleportation technique couldn't reach that deep. If you enter through the entrance of the treasure vault, you will inevitably be discovered by these 5 golden core cultivators. If there's no other way, we'll have to launch a full-scale attack. Chen Fan used an 8th grade Bagua Golden Bell talisman on himself, and even a nascent soul cultivator would find it difficult to break through the talisman's protective shield in a short time. With these 2 instantaneous teleportations, they were already close to the entrance of the treasure vault. Just as they approached the treasure vault, a shout rang out. Then another flying sword came stabbing at him. Chen Fan teleported again and arrived at the entrance of the treasure vault, where 3 more attacks followed closely. However, all 3 attacks missed their mark, and Chen Fan had already appeared inside the treasure vault. What happened? Where are they? Gone. 5 figures appeared one after another at the entrance to the treasure vault. I looked around, but found nothing. Could they have entered the treasure vault? One of them said. Impossible. Without our joint access or the sect leader's token, we simply cannot enter the treasure vault. Chapter 99. After taking the Soul Refining Sect, go to the 3 Talents Sect. You all stay here and guard this place. I'll report to the sect leader immediately, one of them said. All right, hurry back. It would be safer for us to go into the treasure vault and take a look, the other person said. Before long, the sect leader of the Soul Refining Sect returned with the elder who had brought the news. Open the treasure vault, said the sect master of the Soul Refining Sect. Chen Fan, inside the treasure vault, didn't care about the situation outside. Once inside, he took whatever he saw, regardless of whether he could use it or not. Basically, they take whatever they can get, adopting a take-everything policy. Basement Level 1, Basement Level 2, Basement Level 3. After Qin Fan finished collecting all the items on the 4th floor, the Soul Refining Sect Master, along with 5 elders, arrived at the treasure vault on the 1st basement floor. They stared in disbelief at the empty treasure vault, where there was truly nothing left, not even the shelves where the treasures had been placed. "Where's the stuff?" the Soul Master shouted. "Oh no, hurry down there," one of the elders said anxiously. After saying that, he took the lead and ran towards the 2nd floor of the treasure vault, and the others followed immediately upon hearing this. Sure enough, the 2nd floor was also completely bare. The 3rd floor still. Just as I was about to go to the 4th floor, I saw someone slowly walking up the stairs. "You scoundrel, how dare you!" the sect master of the Soul Refining Sect roared, as if he wanted to rush over and tear Qin Fan to pieces. "Sect master, wait." One of the elders hurriedly grabbed the sect master's clothes. "Why are you stopping me?" The Soul Refining Sect master angrily tried to shake off the elder's hand. "Sect master, look at the talisman in his hand. It's a 5th-grade talisman," the elder said anxiously to the Soul Refining Sect master. Upon hearing this, the sect leader of the Soul Refining Sect stared in astonishment at the talisman in Qin Fan's hand, unsure of what to do. Qin Fan also raised the talisman in his hand, a faint smile on his lips. "You must understand, a 5th-grade talisman is equivalent to a full force attack from a nascent soul cultivator. These few golden core cultivators, let alone a 5th-grade talisman, wouldn't be able to withstand even a 4th-grade talisman. The question now is not whether it will be difficult for Qin Fan, but whether the rest of them can survive." "Calm down, young man, calm down," the Soul Sect Master said to Qin Fan in as gentle a tone as possible. "Either let me go, or I kill you all, and then I leave. The choice is yours," Qin Fan said calmly. "Go, go," the sect leader of the War Soul Sect hurriedly said, and then made way for Qin Fan to leave. The other elders also made way for them. Qin Fan calmly walked through the path they had cleared, and once he was out of the cave, he disappeared in a few flashes. "Should we report to the ancestor and ask him to take action and kill him?" one of the elders asked the sect leader. "Didn't you see he has a rankless talisman in his hand? Even a rat couldn't withstand it. That's something that can kill a nascent soul cultivator. Do you want our sect to be wiped out like the Daoyi sect?" the Sword God Sect Master roared. "So you're saying he's gone?" an elder asked. "What can we do? Go after them. Go chasing after someone. You'd have to be crazy to do that. Treasures can be found again, but people are gone forever. This matter must not be spread. I will go and report to the Patriarch first." After saying this, the sect master of the Soul Refining Sect turned and left. The elders could only shut up and follow them out. After leaving the Soul Refining Sect, Qin Fan headed towards the 3 Talents Sect. As for the other resources of the Soul Refining Sect, Qin Fan felt they were dispensable. The main reason is that most of the resources of the Soul Refining Sect are mainly for making puppets, which are not suitable for Qin Fan. Moreover, some of the resources of the Soul Refining Sect can only be used by the Soul Refining Sect, and even if they are sold, others may not be able to use them. So Qin Fan only took the resources from the treasure vault and didn't need anything else. Originally, Qin Fan also wanted to get some spirit stones, but after thinking about it, he decided against it. The main reason was that if you were to dig up their spiritual veins, the people from the Soul Refining Sect will definitely fight to the death. Qin Fan came here not to kill, but to acquire resources. The main reason was that there wasn't much time left. Qin Fan didn't want to waste time here. He could sense that his time to leave this world was not far off, so he had to speed up the process of acquiring other resources. Of all the resources from the 3 Treasures Sect, Qin Fan desired the most. Because most of the resources of the 3 money grubbers are elixirs, talismans, formations, and other such resources. The 3 Talents Sect was quite a distance from the Soul Refining Sect. Qin Fan traveled day and night, and it took him 13 days to reach the 3 Talents Sect's territory. The 3 Talents Sect was the sect Qin Fan most wanted to visit. In terms of current strength, the 3 Talents Sect and the Lingyun Sect could be considered the strongest. However, the overall strength of the Sankai Sect is not as strong as that of the Lingyun Sect. The Sankai Sect mainly deals in pills, talismans, and formations. Their overall strength wasn't high, but the 3 Talents Sect was the richest. When fighting, they threw talismans around like they didn't need money, and they also took pills like they didn't need money. It could also be said that dealing with the people of the 3 Talents Sect is quite frustrating and painful. But for Qin Fan, It didn't matter. If it was about talismans, he had higher level ones, and if it was about having more talismans, then there was no need to compare. As for formations, they are no longer very effective for Chen Fan, unless they have spatial limitations. Upon arriving at the Three Talents Sect's headquarters, Chen Fan decided to force his way in this time. Take everything that the Three Talents Sect can take with them, except for the spiritual veins which we don't have time to deal with. There's no way around it. The resources of the Three Talents Sect are definitely the best. He cast an 8th grade Bagua Golden Bell talisman on himself, and in a flash, he appeared inside the Sankai sect. Chen Fan was about to hide himself and scout out the situation so he could find out the target's location and avoid wandering around aimlessly like a headless fly. Who dares to trespass on my Three Talents Gate? Then several people appeared in front of Chen Fan. Fellow Taoist, what brings you into my Three Talents Gate so silently? One of them said to Chen Fan. Chen Fan hadn't expected that the Three Talents Sect's formation was so powerful. They had discovered him the moment he entered. It's nothing much. I just wanted to borrow something from your clan. You're here to cause trouble, aren't you? If you really wanted to borrow something, you would have barged into my sect without a sound. You could say that. I'm just here to cause trouble, Chen Fan said casually. Court death. Act recklessly. As soon as Chen Fan finished speaking, the people opposite him began to berate him. Then they attacked Chen Fan. Chen Fan didn't dodge or flinch, and with a few casual slaps, the men fell to the ground, staggering all over the place. Chen Fan could easily handle these Foundation Establishment stage guys with one hand. Quickly, use talismans, one of them said. Soon, dozens of talismans rained down on Chen Fan as if they were free, all striking the Bagua Golden Bell shield. Not a single mark was left on the Bagua Golden Bell cover. Chen Fan finally witnessed the wealth and power of the Three Talents Sect. These talismans were indeed free. He could casually throw out dozens of them, and they were all second-grade talismans. Chapter 100 Attacking the Three Talents Gate. However, second-grade talismans have no effect on Chen Fan. Quickly, send a distress signal. With a whoosh, followed by a loud bang in midair. Then, several sword lights flew over. Then, more and more flying swords flew in, and in just a moment, there were no less than 100 people surrounding Chen Fan, all of whom were at the Foundation Establishment stage. Seeing so many fellow disciples arrive, the previous group of people started to show off again. Are you scared yet? Daring to cause trouble at my Sankai sect is like asking for death by lighting a lantern to pick up dung. One of them said arrogantly. Despite being surrounded by 100 people, Chen Fan remained calm and said indifferently, no matter how many people there are, it's useless. Upon hearing Chen Fan's words, hundreds of people glared angrily at him. Act recklessly. Court death. Let's all go together. Hundreds of people shouted angrily in unison. After all, nobody wants to be looked down upon. First, various spells, talismans, and other special techniques were unleashed upon Chen Fan, whose figure was completely overwhelmed by the sheer volume of magic and talismans. Thick smoke billowed from where Chen Fan was standing, and for a moment, Chen Fan's figure could not be seen. After hundreds of disciples from the Three Talents Sect stopped attacking, Chen Fan's figure gradually came into view. How could that be? Completely unharmed. Look at that faint golden light on his body. What kind of magic is that? Our attacks can't break through it at all. Go quickly and invite the elder. Some disciples, sensing something was wrong, hurriedly went back to fetch the elders. Chen Fan chuckled at their astonished expressions. With these second-grade talismans, they were no match for his 8th grade 8-hanging Golden Bell talisman. The 8 trigrams Golden Bell talisman consumed not a single trace of energy. You've finished attacking, now it's my turn, Chen Fan said, looking at the astonished expressions on his disciples' faces. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Fan disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already in front of a disciple. He threw a punch, and the disciple was sent flying. He coughed up a mouthful of blood midair with a loud whoosh. This was before Chen Fan even used the Kongming Fist technique. He was only relying on his own body-refining strength. If the Void Fist had been used, this disciple would probably have already shattered. Before the other disciples could react, Chen Fan dodged and punched them one by one, beating up the kids. In an instant, screams filled the air, and within a few breaths, dozens of disciples had fallen. The remaining disciples unconsciously retreated, their faces filled with fear, not understanding why the punishment was carried out so quickly. There wasn't even time to react before dozens of disciples collapsed to the ground. Just as Chen Fan was about to attack again, a voice called out from afar, "Stop!" Then several figures flew over quickly, It seemed that the elders of the Three Talents sect had arrived. When the elder of the Three Talents sect landed on the ground, he looked at his fallen disciple and glared angrily at Qin Fan. "Your Excellency's attack was far too ruthless," one of the elders remarked. "No need to say more. I'm just here to borrow something." "What do you need to borrow?" "Lend me some pills and talismans, preferably your alchemy skills, and also the pill formulas." "Your appetite is far too great. Aren't you afraid of overeating?" "You don't need to worry about whether you'll choke or not. Just tell me whether you're willing to lend it or not. If you're not willing to lend it, I'll take it myself." "You're quite arrogant, aren't you? Let me test whether you're capable of such arrogance." After saying this, the elder controlled his flying sword and thrust it directly at Qin Fan. It was incredibly fast, arriving in front of Qin Fan in the blink of an eye, but Qin Fan was even faster, disappearing in a flash. When he reappeared, he was already in front of the elder. With a simple punch, the elder was sent flying before he could react. Puffed! He spat out a mouthful of blood in midair. Seeing this, the other elders all unleashed their spells and attacked Qin Fan. Qin Fan was too lazy to get entangled with them, and he quickly disappeared into the distance. Having reached the halfway point of the mountain, the elders and disciples, seeing this, quickly spurred on to give chase. "Sound the alarm and stop him," an elder shouted, as he threw his flying sword and talismans at Qin Fan. However, these attacks couldn't even touch a hair on Qin Fan's head. Almost all of them landed on the ground. "Stop him quickly! Stop him!" Some elders and disciples who came down from the mountain also surrounded Qin Fan, but to no avail. In the blink of an eye, Qin Fan had passed through the crowd and flew straight to the top of the mountain. How is that possible? How did he fly over there? His speed is just too fast. It's like teleportation. All the elders and disciples couldn't believe it. So many people were besieging Qin Fang, yet Qin Fan managed to escape the encirclement. This was simply outrageous. Moreover, it was impossible to see how Qin Fan broke through the encirclement. "Go quickly and invite the alliance leader and the ancestor." Qin Fan ignored them and went straight into a building. Finding that the resource he was looking for was not there, he quickly left the building. The disciples watched as Qin Fan darted between buildings, unable to catch up with him at all. No matter how tightly they surrounded him, Qin Fan always appeared outside the encirclement. Soon Qin Fan arrived at a 3-story building and went inside. Upon entering the kitchen, he discovered something different. There were rows and rows of shelves filled with jade slips. This is the library, and Qin Fan doesn't care what the purpose of these jade slips is. "We'll collect everything first. After finishing the first floor, we'll move on to the second floor, and then the third floor." After collecting all 3 furnaces, Qin Fan flashed out of the library and rushed directly towards another building. The elders and disciples were very anxious when they saw Qin Fan enter the library. Not long after, they saw Qin Fan leave the library and fly towards another building. "Stop him! Stop him right now!" an elder shouted angrily, but he couldn't stop Qin Fan at all. The entire Sankai sect was in complete chaos. The elders hurriedly entered the library, only to be dumbfounded when they arrived. The library was completely empty, and even the shelves that held the jade slips had disappeared. "Bastard, shameless scoundrel." One of the elders angrily spat out a mouthful of blood. "Quickly go check the second and third floors." The elders rushed to the second and third floors, but the result was obvious. They were all empty. Puff, puff. 2 more elders, unable to bear the blow, also coughed up blood. "The ancestor and the sect master have arrived," someone shouted. The elders all came out of the library and looked at the arriving alliance leader and patriarch. They all looked at the sect leader and the patriarch with mournful faces and said, "Sect leader, patriarch, this person has emptied our library. Patriarch, please kill this villain quickly." Chapter 101: Confiscating the Library and Treasure Pavilion of the Sankai Sect. The sect leader and patriarch of the Sankai sect were shocked to hear that Qin Fan had emptied all the jade slips from the library. His face also showed a murderous aura. "You little thief, you're asking for death." The nascent soul ancestor roared and lunged forward, intending to kill Qin Fan. The nascent soul ancestor was very fast and quickly caught up with Qin Fan, reaching out to grab Qin Fan's back. Just as they were about to catch him, Qin Fan's figure vanished into thin air, and the nascent soul ancestor missed his target. The nascent soul ancestor was also taken aback for a moment, not expecting Qin Fan to be so fast. "Ancestor, this person's speed is extremely fast, like teleportation. We can try to trap him with a formation." "Yes, use a formation." As they spoke, many people took out array plates and began throwing them at Qin Fan's feet. Instantly, The Sankai sect was filled with array formations. At first, Chun Fan was also startled, mainly because there were too many formations. However, Chun Fan soon discovered that these formations were useless to him. No matter how many things were useless to him, Chun Fan didn't need to worry. What's there to be afraid of if something doesn't harm you? Chun Fan moved with ease through the various formations. The formation is ineffective against him. How could that be? Is the formation too basic? Let's use a more advanced formation. Upon hearing this, the elders of the Three Talents sect also took out advanced formations and threw them at Chun Fan. In an instant, several more large formations surrounded Chun Fan, but they still had no effect. Chun Fan continued to move freely within the Great Formation. However, the Patriarch of the Three Talents sect was also affected by the formation set up by his own elders, and his speed decreased. The Patriarch of the Three Talents sect was also very frustrated, saying that they had only made things worse. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Chun Fan entered a pavilion, which turned out to be a treasure pavilion. Chun Fan was overjoyed. After searching for so long, he had finally found it. Chun Fan was completely unreserved, taking whatever he saw with more ease than he would his own. This treasure tower is 6 stories high, and one can imagine the amount of supplies stored inside. The first floor is filled with materials in extremely large quantities. Chun Fan quickly transferred the entire massive amount of materials into his storage ring. Then we arrived at the second floor, which was also made of materials, but the quality of the materials on the first floor was much higher. They were all stored in their own storage rings. The third floor was filled with pills. Chun Fan was incredibly excited as he looked at the shelves overflowing with bottles of pills. Chun Fan swept all the pills into his storage ring. The system kept giving him notifications, but Chun Fan didn't have time to look at them. At this moment, the people outside saw Chun Fan enter the treasure pavilion and exclaimed in surprise. He's entered the treasure pavilion. Ancestor, stop him quickly. Ancestor, hurry. The Patriarch of the Three Talents sect was furious. You fools. Hurry up and remove the formation. Upon hearing this, the elders and disciples of the Sankai sect finally realized what was happening and hurriedly and hastily dismantled the formation. No wonder the ancestor scolded them for being fools. The well-prepared formation failed to trap the enemy. Instead, it trapped their own ancestor inside. Given that the enemy managed to sneak into the treasure pavilion, and considering their tendency to steal everything from the library, it's likely that the treasure pavilion won't escape their clutches either. There will definitely be nothing left. Seeing that the formation had been removed, the Patriarch of the Three Talents sect hurriedly entered the treasure pavilion. But when he entered the treasure pavilion, he was dumbfounded. The first floor was completely empty, with nothing left but a wisp of breeze. Ignoring his grief and indignation, the Patriarch of the Three Talents sect hurriedly went up to the second floor, only to find it still empty. The Patriarch of the Three Talents sect was furious, and at the same time cursed his own disciples as fools. If they hadn't trapped him with the formation, how could Chun Fan have taken the opportunity? Once this matter has calmed down, they must be punished properly. After Chun Fan finished looting the third floor, he immediately went up to the fourth floor. The fourth floor was filled with talismans. Chun Fan didn't even have time to see what kind of talismans they were. He just kept stuffing them into his storage ring. He kept putting all the talismans from the 4 floors into his storage ring. After collecting all the talismans, Chun Fan went to the 5th floor, where there were some array plates. Chun Fan didn't have time to see what kind of array plates they were, and just stuffed them all into his storage ring. Just as Chun Fan finished installing all the array plates on the 5th floor, he heard a sound approaching rapidly from the 3rd floor. It seemed that the Patriarch of the Three Talents sect had entered. Chun Fan did not delay and went straight up to the 6th floor. The 6th floor also contained some array plates, pills, and talismans, but these items were all of relatively high quality and in smaller quantities, though Chun Fan wouldn't mind. They all put them into their own storage rings. Just as Chun Fan put everything into his ring, the Patriarch of the Three Talents sect had already arrived on the 6th floor. Staring intently at Chun Fan with bloodshot eyes. His teeth were clenched so hard they were clicking, as if he wanted to swallow Chun Fan whole. You little thief, you're asking for death. Without caring whether the treasure pavilion would collapse, he immediately used his great magic to condense a giant hand. The giant hand slammed down on Chun Fan. Chun Fan looked at the giant hand so close to his eyes and smiled slightly at the Patriarch of the Three Talents sect. In a flash, it disappeared, and the giant palm slammed directly onto the wall of the 6-story building. With a loud boom, one wall on the 6th floor collapsed completely. Damn it, you little thief, stop running. The elder of the Three Talents sect was furious and wished he could skin Chen Fan alive. Once he catches Chen Fan, he will make Chen Fan suffer a fate worse than death, and he will make his soul light up in order to vent his hatred. Chen Fan flashed out of the treasure pavilion, ignoring the people from the Three Talents sect, and ran away. He didn't want to deal with the rest, mainly because it was a bit troublesome. The resources aren't concentrated in one place. It's too much work to handle them all if we try to get them from one place to another. In a few flashes, Chen Fan had already left the Three Talents Gate. When the people from the Three Talents Gate saw Chen Fan leave the treasure pavilion, they headed out of the sect. One by one, they chased after Chen Fan, while the patriarch of the three-layered sect also flew out from the hole he had blasted open and chased after Chen Fan. However, at their speed, they couldn't catch up with Chen Fan at all. Chen Fan used void teleportation the entire way. Before long, he had left the people of the Three Talents sect far behind, leaving only the patriarch of the Three Talents sect in hot pursuit, but even he could not keep up with Chen Fan's speed. Watching Chen Fan's figure recede into the distance, the patriarch of the Three Talents sect was so angry, he almost vomited blood. You could accept that you couldn't beat him, but Chen Fan wouldn't fight him at all. He just kept running away, and you couldn't catch up with him. You could only watch helplessly as Chen Fan ran away. Chapter 102 The ancestor of the Three Talents sect cried. However, he couldn't afford not to pursue it. Otherwise, the wealth accumulated by the Sankai sect over generations would be lost. Chen Fan wiped them all out in one fell swoop. How will he face his ancestors in his sect? After a brief chase, Chen Fan's figure had completely disappeared from the sight of the Three Talents sect's patriarch. The patriarch of the Sankai sect finally couldn't hold back and spat out a mouthful of blood. The wealth accumulated by the Sankai family over generations was thus lost. The patriarch of the Sankai sect let out a painful cry with tears in his eyes. The figure landed on the ground, pounding the ground fiercely, sobbing. I am guilty. I have failed the ancestors of the Three Talents sect. Big brother, Grandpa. I'm calling you Grandpa now. Please don't run away. Leave something for my Sankai sect. I beg you, wah. The patriarch of the Sankai sect knelt on the ground and burst into tears. When the sect leader and elders of the Sankai sect caught up, they found their ancestor kneeling on the ground, weeping uncontrollably. Everyone looked on in astonishment. How much injustice had the ancestor suffered that he was crying like this? The sect leader of the Three Talents sect cautiously stepped forward and asked, Ancestor, it's my fault. I have failed our ancestors and lost all the resources left by the sect. The patriarch of the Three Talents sect said, weeping. The alliance leader and elders were deeply saddened to see their ancestor crying like this. Ancestor, this isn't just your fault. We're all at fault too. Sob, sob, sob. Yes, we also made mistakes, and we will face our ancestors. Soon, the sect leader and all the elders began to weep. It's impossible not to feel sad that all my resources have been stolen. You have to understand that with so many disciples in the sect, the resources consumed in just one day are countless. Now that Chen Fan has taken all the resources, his disciples will have to tighten their belts and live frugally from now on. Previously, the Sankai sect was arguably the wealthiest sect, but unexpectedly, it has now become the poorest. However, what they probably didn't expect was that their Three Talents sect wasn't the poorest sect. At least they weren't worse off than the Nine Nether sect. The Nine Nether sect is now truly the poorest sect, because Chen Fan has taken all the spiritual veins. Ancestor, let's go back first. As long as we are still alive, the sect's resources will not be lacking in the future, said the sect master of the Three Talents sect. Right. Yes, Ancestor, let's go back first. The elders also offered their advice. The patriarch of the Three Talents sect slowly got up, wiped away his tears, and said, Go back and issue a kill order. We must retrieve the resources from this thief. Yes, the sect leader and elders of the Three Talents sect responded in unison. However, Chen Fan was already thousands of kilometers away at that moment. Chen Fan hadn't even had time to look at the resources he'd plundered from the Three Talents sect. We plan to visit Lingyun's sect first, and then check how many resources they have. Lingyun's sect is one of the 5 major sects. After all, I have already plundered the other 3. It would be very disrespectful to Lingyun's sect if I didn't go there myself. To show respect, I'll reluctantly go. Lingyun's sect, thank you so much. Lingyun's sect is not far from Sankai sect. It only takes a day to travel there. After a day of traveling, their identities then extended to the territory of the Lingyun sect. This time, Chen Fan was prepared to charge straight in and no longer conceal his presence. Upon arriving at the gate of Lingyun's sect, He took out a 6th grade fire dragon talisman. It was thrown directly into the Great Formation at the Lingyun sect's mountain gate. Instantly, the talisman transformed into a fire dragon, roared, and charged directly towards the Great Formation in the clouds. Boom! The Lingyun sect's Grand Formation was directly broken by the fire dragon. After a series of earthquakes, the Lingyun sect's Grand Formation shattered, and the disciples and elders of Lingyun sect who were resting, cultivating, or discussing the Tao, they all looked up in astonishment at the shattered formation, not knowing what had happened. Their sect's formation had been destroyed. Then they saw a man barge into their sect. At this moment, the elders of Lingyun's sect realized, enemy attack. After the enemy attack, the disciples of Lingyun's sect were thrown into chaos. They never expected that an enemy would attack Lingyun's sect. Without any preparation, the enemy had already come knocking on our door. Fortunately, the elders of Lingyun's sect are not like their disciples. They quickly surrounded Chen Fan, and one of the elders shouted at him, "You dare to trespass into my Lingyun sect, and even break our sect's Great Formation? What kind of logic is this? Do you think my Lingyun sect has no one to rely on?" Chen Fan didn't waste any more words with the Lingyun sect members. He directly took out a 7th grade spirit talisman and said to them, "I won't talk nonsense with you. Do you know what grade this spirit talisman is? It's a 7th grade spirit talisman. Have you ever seen one like it before? A 7th grade spirit talisman? How could that be? It must be fake. Are you trying to scare our Lingyun sect? Do you think we are easily frightened? There is no such thing as a 7th grade spirit talisman in this world." The elders and disciples of Lingyun's sect heard Chen Fan say that it was a 7th grade spirit talisman. No one believed it at all. They'd never even heard of it, let alone seen it. How could they possibly believe that Chen Fan possessed a 7th grade spirit talisman? "If you don't believe me, why don't you give it a try?" Chen Fan said with a smile to the people of Lingyun's sect. As he spoke, he prepared to activate the talisman, slowly gathering the spiritual energy within his body into it. Instantly, a terrifying aura emanated from the talisman. The elders and disciples of the Three Talents sect immediately felt a terrifying aura lock onto them, rendering them unable to move an inch. Just as Chen Fan was about to launch the attack with the spirit talisman. "Wait a moment." A hurried shout rang out. Chen Fan looked up and saw 2 sword lights approaching from afar, quickly arriving in front of Chen Fan and the others. When the elders and disciples of Lingyun's sect saw the two, they all bowed and said, "Greetings, ancestor and sect master." One of the elders waved his hand, indicating that the elders and disciples of Lingyun's sect did not need to be so polite. Then he said to Chen Fan, "Fellow Taoist, has my Lingyun sect offended you? Please point out the fault, and my Lingyun sect is willing to apologize." "No, it's just that your Lingyun sect people surrounded me as soon as they came up, so I had to take out some things to defend myself," Chen Fan said. "Ancestor, that's not how it is. He broke through our sect's formation first." The old man waved his hand, interrupting the disciples who were about to speak. He hated these disciples who were talking and was furious. "Can't you see the situation clearly? Do you need to remind us? Even if the other side is wrong, we will make them right." He then said to Chen Fan, "Fellow Taoist, it was my fault for not disciplining you properly. I apologize to you here." "No need for an apology. A simple gesture of remorse will suffice." "I wonder what you want?" asked the Lingyun sect patriarch. Chapter 103 Choose What You Want. "Can I have anything I want?" Chen Fan asked. "Yes, you can have anything you want, as long as Lingyun sect has it," Laozi from Lingyun sect replied humbly. "Can we refuse? Do you think we can refuse the 7th grade talisman you're holding? All right, then hand over your Lingyun sect's signature cultivation technique, and a few hundred magical treasures and flying swords as compensation. How about that? Am I generous enough?" "This, fellow Taoist, even if you wiped out our entire sect, we still couldn't gather these hundreds of magical treasures." Upon hearing this, Chen Fan waved the 7th grade talisman in his hand unhappily. "Fellow Taoist, this really is impossible to gather. Our entire sect has at most 5 magic treasures." "That's a bit tricky," Chen Fan said, taking out another talisman and waving it in front of the Lingyun sect's patriarch. The patriarch of Lingyun sect was sweating profusely. "Stop showing off with your 7th grade talismans all the time, okay? I know you have them, but it's really scary. Fellow Taoist, my sect truly doesn't have that many magic treasures. How about we compensate with something else?" the Lingyun sect patriarch suggested. "Other things? That's not impossible, but I don't know what your sect has to offer as an apology." Chen Fan scratched his nose and said, "Well, shall we discuss this?" Please come to my sect to rest for a while. Once we've discussed it, we'll give you an answer immediately. All right, you guys hurry up and figure it out. My hands are getting a little sore, and I might accidentally drop the talisman, Chen Fan said, rubbing his hands. The patriarch of Ling Yun's sect twitched his eyelids a few times and called over an elder, saying, Elder Yu, take this fellow Taoist to rest for a while and treat him well. Then he said to Chen Fan, Fellow Taoist, please rest for a moment. We'll discuss it and give you the result right away. As he spoke, he gestured for him to enter. Chen Fan, who was using the Bagua Golden Bell talisman, was not afraid of any tricks from the other party. He followed Elder Yu generously and did not forget to remind the Ling Yun sect ancestor. Hurry up. The patriarch of Ling Yun's sect took a deep breath and said, Okay, soon. You can rest for a while. The other elders and disciples of Ling Yun's sect also glared angrily at Chen Fan. Chen Fan, however, followed Elder Yu leisurely without a care in the world. After Chen Fan left, the sect leader of Ling Yun's sect couldn't wait to ask, Ancestor, should we really agree to his request? Yes, Ancestor. This is too much. I think we should have the patriarch subdue him when he's not paying attention. Ancestor, I also think that if you take action and subdue him directly, he shouldn't be able to react. Once we get our hands on that talisman, we'll be in control. Silence. The Ling Yun sect's patriarch shouted. Do you think I don't want to subdue him? Do you think he only has one talisman? He has already used a talisman of no less than the 7th rank. Even if I attack him, it will be useless. Do you think he would come in unprepared? He came prepared. We should think about how to compensate him. If this isn't handled properly, our Ling Yun sect might face annihilation. The Ling Yun sect's patriarch said helplessly. It wasn't that he didn't want to make a move against Chen Fan, but rather that he couldn't. He could sense an extremely strong aura emanating from Chen Fan, an aura that he couldn't break through with his own strength. If Chen Fan is pushed too far, he might actually release the talisman in his hand. With the power of a 7th grade spirit talisman, the entire Ling Yun sect would probably be razed to the ground. This is why he dared not make a move. He did not want the Ling Yun sect to be passed down from generation to generation, only to end with his generation. Otherwise, he would be a sinner against the Ling Yun sect. But we simply don't have that many magical treasures. The entire sect can probably only gather 5. The sect leader of Ling Yun sect said helplessly. Yes, what can we use to make up for those deficiencies in magical artifacts? Another elder asked. The patriarch of Ling Yun sect was also very troubled. If Chen Fan hadn't had a 7th grade spirit talisman, he wouldn't have been so troubled. Also, should we really hand over our sect's signature martial arts technique to him? The sect leader of Ling Yun sect asked. What can we do if we don't pay? Are you just going to watch the Ling Yun sect perish? Said the Ling Yun sect's patriarch. The sect leader of Ling Yun sect was speechless. Yes, if they didn't hand it over, would Ling Yun sect perish? Let's think about how to make up for the deficiencies in those magical artifacts. Would using spirit stones be feasible? Even if we use spirit stones, we can't come up with that many. Then you used other techniques? I doubt they'd lack any cultivation techniques either. Use other resources, such as pills or low-level flying swords. I just don't know if people will even look at him. He can only use magic weapons. He probably wouldn't even look at flying swords that are inferior to magic weapons. This won't do. That won't do. So what can we do? Let him choose for himself, an elder said angrily. The Ling Yun sect patriarch's eyes lit up upon hearing this. That's right. Since he couldn't find anything to make up for it, he might as well let him choose for himself. All right, let him choose for himself. He can't possibly take everything from our sect, said the Ling Yun sect patriarch, slapping his thigh. No, ancestor, I only said that in anger. You wouldn't really let him choose, would you? The elder hurriedly explained. Yes, ancestor. How could we let him choose for himself? The Ling Yun sect master hurriedly added. Can you come up with a better way? Can you produce more magical treasures? Patriarch Lin Yinzong asked in return. The Ling Yun sect master was speechless. If he could produce so many magical treasures, would he still have this headache? He could only helplessly say, let's follow the ancestor's opinion. All right, I'll leave this matter to you. I have a bit of a headache, so I'll go back and rest first, the Ling Yun sect patriarch said to the Ling Yun sect master. After saying that, he turned around and left. He really didn't want to see Chen Fan again. If he couldn't afford to offend him, couldn't he at least avoid him? The sect leader of Lin Yunzong stared in disbelief at the departing figure of his ancestor. No, ancestor, this. The sect master of Ling Yun sect stared at the departing figure of his ancestor, speechless for a long time. You think you can just give up? You think you're so clever? I can too. When his gaze fell upon the group of elders, they They scattered in all directions. I just remembered, there's another batch of pills being refined. I have to hurry back, or the furnace will explode. An elder said this, and then hurriedly left. Oh, my spirit beast seems to be about to give birth. I have to go back and keep an eye on it. Another elder left. I'm currently crafting a flying sword, and I've reached a crucial moment. Suddenly, I've had an inspiration, and I need to go back and try it out, an elder said. I have the same inspiration, I'll go with you. Then the two elders flew away together. I. Chapter 104. After defeating the 4 major sects, I prepare to go into seclusion. Soon, the elders made various excuses and left, leaving the sect leader dumbfounded. After a long while, the sect leader of Lingyun's sect slowly came to his senses. Looking at the many disciples, they all looked at each other. The sect leader of Lingyun's sect really wanted a disciple to step forward and say, "Sect leader, leave this matter to me." But the disciples were all looking up at the sky, down at the ground, and glancing left and right. Nobody was looking at him, so all his encouraging look went to waste. Sigh. The sect leader of Lingyun's sect sighed. None of his disciples were reliable, so he had to take charge himself. Without lingering any longer, the Lingyun sect master went alone to where Lin Fan was resting. At this moment, Chun Fan was sitting in a chair, leisurely eating spiritual fruit and drinking spiritual tea. Beside her was a beautiful female disciple, who was in charge of entertaining her, looking quite relaxed and smug. Not long after, the sect master of Lingyun's sect arrived. Chun Fan looked at the Lingyun sect master and the Lingyun sect master, who both had constipated smiles on their faces as they approached Chun Fan, and said, "Fellow Taoist, we really can't produce that many magic treasures. After a decision by the sect, you can choose the resources you want yourself. Take whatever you like. We just hope you can be merciful." Chun Fan smiled and said, No problem. I'm not some robber or bandit. A little something will do. Thank you very much, fellow Taoist. This way please, I will take you there now. The sect master of Lingyun's sect was very pleased to hear Chun Fan's words and led the way. The Lingyun sect master led Chun Fan to the resource vault. Upon opening the vault and entering, Chun Fan was greeted by a collection of low-level cultivation resources, which held no interest for him. The main problem is that he has collected a lot of low-level resources now, and he probably won't be able to use much of them no matter how he uses them. As for selling them for spirit stones, that's even less necessary. It's much better to gather more high-level resources, which can easily fetch a high price, far better than collecting these low-level resources. The Lingyun sect master was a little disappointed to see that Chun Fan wasn't interested in these resources, but he still strongly recommended them, saying, "Fellow Taoist, take some here. Look, these are good things." As she spoke, she picked up a bright red plant and said to Chun Fan, "This blood spirit grass is a rare and precious blood-refining medicine that is hard to come by in the body-tempering realm. Take a look at this too, ironbone grass. It's a rare and precious medicine for strengthening the body, even if it's broken." The Lingyun sect master picked up another herb full of bone-like joints and introduced it to Chun Fan. However, Chun Fan scoffed at this, saying he didn't like these resources. The Lingyun sect master had no choice but to lead Chun Fan up to the second floor. When I got to the second floor, it was really annoying, so I just picked out some resources that I was interested in and didn't take anything more. Upon seeing this, the sect master of Lingyun's sect secretly sighed that Chun Fan was a good person. What he feared most was that Chun Fan would take everything he saw. Fortunately, Chun Fan only took some of the rarer resources and did not take the other resources. Then he led Chun Fan to the third floor, where high-quality resources were stored. Chun Fan once again only selected some relatively rare resources, and then had the Lingyun sect master lead him up to the fourth floor. The Lingyun sect master was pleased to see that Chun Fan hadn't taken much, thinking that this fellow Taoist wasn't a greedy person. He readily agreed to Chun Fan's suggestion to go to the fourth floor to select resources. Upon reaching the fourth floor, Chun Fan observed that all the resources were of grade 4 or higher. Since that's the case, then Chun Fan won't stand on ceremony. This is good. I like it very much. This one is good too. I'll take it. I like this one too. The Lingyun sect master stared at Chun Fan in disbelief. No, you weren't like this just now. You must be joking with me. Yes, it must be a joke. However, Chun Fan's next move almost made the Lingyun sect master cry. I like everything here. After saying that, Chun Fan put all the resources into his storage ring. Fellow Taoist, please show mercy. Fellow Taoist, please leave some for our sect. Even the sect leader of Lingyun's sect burst into tears. Chun Fan had actually put everything from the fourth floor into his storage ring. You promised to go easy on me, sob sob sob. Okay, that's all for now, Chun Fan said after collecting everything from the fourth floor. Fellow Taoist, please leave some for me. I can't explain this to you. Please leave some for me. The Lingyun sect master almost knelt down to plead. Chun Fan only took a token amount from the first 3 floors, but no one expected that he would take everything from the 4th floor. Although this is not all of Lingyun sect's high-level resources, it still accounts for about 70%. Chun Fan felt embarrassed when he saw the sect leader of Lin Yunzong looking at him with teary eyes, so he took out a few spirit herbs from his pet ring and put them on the shelf on the 4th floor. All right, I've already left you a little. Go and give me the rest of the magic treasures and my cultivation technique. The sect master of Lingyun sect was speechless when he saw the few spiritual herbs Chun Fan had taken out. He had told Chun Fan to leave some, not just a few. What use were a few spiritual herbs to him? It would have been better not to leave any at all. The Lingyun sect master continued to look at Chun Fan with a pitiful expression, hoping that Chun Fan could leave some more for the Lingyun sect. What? I've already saved some for you. You don't want me to save some more for you, do you? That's a bit unfair of you, Chun Fan said, feigning anger. Hurry up. Where are the magic weapons and cultivation techniques I need? If you don't hurry, I'm afraid I'll get itchy and accidentally unleash the power of the talisman. Helpless, the sect leader of Lingyun sect had no choice but to give Chun Fan the 5 magic treasures he had prepared, as well as the sect's inherited cultivation technique, the 9 swords of cloud soaring. After receiving the magic weapon and cultivation technique, Chun Fan said, I have received your sincere apology, so I will not hold it against you. I hope we will meet again someday. After saying that, Chun Fan teleported away and disappeared in a few flashes. The sect leader of Lingyun's sect looked at the empty 4-story building and felt very frustrated and helpless. There was nothing he could do. In the cultivation world, strength was the only thing that mattered. If you didn't want to feel so frustrated, you had to be stronger than others. As for seeking revenge against Chun Fan, I think it's best to forget about it. As long as Chun Fan doesn't come to Lingyun's sect again, that's fine. After absorbing the resources from these 4 sects, Chun Fan planned to go into seclusion for a while to see if he could break through to the nascent soul stage after leaving this world. The main point is that after plundering the resources of these 4 sects, the resources at hand are so plentiful that there's no need to search for other resources. The most important thing is to improve our strength so that we can acquire even more resources later. After several days of travel, Chun Fan returned to the courtyard he had purchased, intending to take stock of his resources before going into seclusion to cultivate. Chapter 105 Breakthrough to the Nascent Soul Stage, New Skill, Void Space. After Chun Fan sorted and categorized all the resources, he discovered that he had an astonishing amount of resources. Chun Fan filled over 1,000 rings with 1st and 2nd grade low-level resources. As for the quantity, Chun Fan didn't bother to count them. He planned to hand over all the resources in these 1,000 rings to his parents after he left. The resources, which were of the 3rd and 4th rank, were stored in more than 700 rings. These resources of the 3rd and 4th rank were not of much use for city defense, and would be handed over to his parents to deal with later. The 5th grade resources filled more than 300 rings. These 5th grade resources are still useful to Chun Fan at his current level, but once he breaks through to the nascent soul stage, these resources will be useless to him, and he will hand them over to his parents to deal with. There are relatively few 6th and 7th grade items, mainly because there are no resources of grade 6 or higher in this world. They are all obtained through quality enhancement. Currently, only 1 storage ring is full. As for those above the 8th rank, there are even fewer. They can't even fill a single storage ring, let alone half a storage ring. The 6th and 7th grade resources will be useful once Chun Fan breaks through to the nascent soul stage, but it doesn't mean that all resources can be used. Only a small portion can be used. However, let's break through to the nascent soul stage first. He prepared all the necessary pills and spirit stones, and then placed the array plate to avoid being disturbed. After arranging everything, Chun Fan went into seclusion. He was already at the late golden core stage, just 1 step away from the nascent soul stage. After 2 months of consolidation, Chun Fan felt that his cultivation had been greatly strengthened, and it was time for him to break through to the nascent soul stage. He swallowed the pills, then sat cross-legged in the room where a spirit gathering array had been set up, with a large number of top-grade spirit stones beside him. The golden core inside the body began to spin wildly, its energy becoming increasingly abundant, emitting cracking sounds, and slowly developing cracks. The golden core spun faster and faster, and the cracks grew larger and larger. Fragments began to fall from the surface of the golden core, and slowly more and more fragments fell off. Inside the golden core, a figure slowly appeared. Immediately afterwards, all the outer golden cores fell off, just like an eggshell. Within the golden core, the figure grew clearer and clearer, slowly revealing itself and opening its eyes as if to meet Chun Fan's gaze. This was Chun Fan's nascent soul. This person's appearance was exactly the same as Chun Fan's. The nascent soul slowly sat down cross-legged and began to absorb the fallen golden core fragments. At this time, the nascent soul was still relatively fragile. It began to circulate its cultivation technique to absorb energy and slowly make itself stronger. The fragments of the golden core transformed into wisps of energy, which were absorbed into the nascent soul's body. Once all the energy from the golden core fragments was absorbed, the nascent soul began to absorb the remaining energy from the pill and the spiritual energy from the surrounding spiritual stones. Gradually, the cause became more and more solid. After the nascent soul in Chun Fan's body stopped absorbing energy, the entire nascent soul looked like it had flesh and blood. This proves that Chun Fan has broken through to the nascent soul stage. After reaching the nascent soul stage, both his magical power and its quality have been greatly improved. Moreover, the nascent soul within the body is constantly circulating its cultivation techniques to absorb external spiritual energy, keeping itself in a state of cultivation at all times. When one reaches the nascent soul stage, one's ability to sense external spiritual energy becomes much more natural, and the external spiritual energy that one can mobilize for spells becomes much easier. Of course, another benefit of reaching the nascent soul stage is that one can use the nascent soul to nourish one's own natal magic weapon, to make one's natal magic weapon more powerful and compatible with oneself, thereby achieving a state of complete freedom. However, Chun Fan has not yet found a suitable natal magic weapon. He cannot rush to find a natal magic weapon. It is not something that can be done by simply finding any one. To find a suitable one, it's best to find a cultivation method that matches your own strengths. Such a natal magic weapon is easy to control and powerful. The best approach is to refine it yourself so that your natal magic weapon can be upgraded indefinitely. To forge a natal magic weapon, one must first have materials that match one's cultivation method. For someone like Chun Fan with spatial attributes, it would be best to find a material with spatial attributes so that the resulting natal magic weapon would be more suitable for Chun Fan. Therefore, Chun Fan will not consider refining his own natal magic weapon until he encounters good materials. Upon breaking through to the nascent soul stage, Chun Fan discovered that there was another cultivation technique within the void technique that he could practice. This skill is a bit special. It's neither an offensive nor a defensive technique. Named the void space, it's actually like a storage ring. You can cultivate a separate space to store items, but only you can use it. No one else can open it. Even if you die, the things stored in the space will not be accessible to others. Following the instructions of the cultivation technique, Chun Fan first used his own spiritual power to create a new space, and then imprinted his spiritual imprint on this space. In this way, one can communicate with this space anytime and anywhere, and the size of the space opened up is related to one's own level of spiritual attainment. With Chun Fan's current cultivation level at the nascent soul stage, the space he can create is at most 10 cubic meters in size. Although this space is small, it is portable. I just don't know if I can bring the things in this space into the infinite world next time I enter it. We'll have to try this out. Compared to using storage rings or storage magic items, this space is quite convenient and quick. Chun Fan tried it out, and with just a thought, the items inside would be automatically categorized, and taking them out would be more convenient and faster. Moreover, the item will appear wherever you need it to be. For example, when fighting someone, you can take out a talisman from this void and make it appear behind the enemy. Then you can detonate it, making it impossible for the enemy to defend against. In short, it's a great skill for ambushing people. At first, I thought this skill could only be used to store things, but now it seems that it's also great for ambushing people in fights. However, this space is a bit small now, mainly because Chun Fan doesn't have enough magic power to maintain it. The higher one's magical power, the larger the space that can be created, and it can even be infinitely large. Therefore, it still comes down to cultivation level. It determines everything. Chun Fan threw all the storage rings into his own void space, making the space infinitely large. You don't necessarily have to store other things in it. You can store storage rings too. Once you've expanded your space significantly, you can put whatever you want in it. After breaking through to the nascent soul stage, One can temporarily put aside the pursuit of legal realms and focus on improving one's physical cultivation level. Having acquired so many resources, he also has enough for body tempering. Chapter 106 Returning to the Real World. Chun Fan prepared the necessary spiritual herbs and medicines for body tempering and refined them into a medicinal liquid. He then entered the body refining stage. After 4 or 5 days of body refining, Chun Fan finally broke through to the second level of the void body refining technique. Its own attack and defense capabilities have reached the level of a low-grade magic weapon. Chun Fan's teleportation distance can now reach 1,000 meters, and the power of his Void Fist and Void Blade has also been greatly enhanced. In the late stage of the Golden Core realm, one can contend with those in the nascent soul stage. Now that he has reached the nascent soul stage, Chun Fan can be said to be invincible in the nascent soul stage, as his ability to teleport through the void alone makes him invincible. Not to mention the 2 deadly moves, Void Fist and Void Blade. Chun Fan discovered that the techniques and skills in this void technique were much more powerful than other techniques and skills, more than twice or even 3 times stronger. As for how many times stronger, Chun Fan had not tested it. Chun Fan reviewed all the techniques to make his skills and techniques more fluid and natural, so that he would be better able to adapt to any crisis. After a few days of reflection, the restlessness of breaking through to the nascent soul stage has completely subsided. Calculating the time, this period of seclusion took a total of 15 days, which is not a long time. However, after calculating the time since he entered this world, Chun Fan realized that more than 11 months had already passed. Only a few days left until 12 months. He doesn't know when he'll be able to get out, but right now he's basically invincible in this world. Because there was no chat channel, Chun Fan didn't know how many people had entered this world or what their situation was. He hasn't encountered a single person coming in from outside yet, and even if he did, Chun Fan wouldn't be able to tell them apart. After Chun Fan emerged from seclusion, he removed the array in the courtyard and planned to leave and wander around. For several days in a row, Chun Fan traveled around, enjoying the local customs and cuisine. These past few days have been the most relaxing and enjoyable for Chun Fan, and he feels that his state of mind has been elevated in a unique way. That morning, Chun Fan had just woken up and was preparing to find a place to have breakfast. However, suddenly a suction force came, and Chun Fan was sucked in without any resistance. Chun Fan's vision went black, and he could see nothing at all. When the light returned, Chun Fan found himself in a familiar place. This familiar place is inside the Infinite Tower, and Chun Fan is standing on the teleportation platform. Stepping off the teleportation platform, Chun Fan stretched and yawned. He didn't know how much time had passed since he entered the Infinite World, but he had stayed there for a year. No problem, we'll find out when we get back. Chun Fan walked out of the Infinite Tower. This time, he didn't see his family coming to pick him up. His family didn't know when he would be able to return. They guessed that Chun Fan had been staying in the Infinite World for a long time, and they must be very worried about him. Chun Fan smiled slightly, identified the direction of his home, and teleported away. After a few flashes, Chun Fan was back home. There was no one at home at the moment. My younger siblings were probably at school, and my parents were undoubtedly busy at the shop. Chun Fan first went back to his room to wash up, and then found a breakfast shop to eat something. Then he quickly headed towards the shop. Soon, they arrived at the location of their own shop. At this moment, the area in front of the shop was crowded with people. At first, Chun Fan thought that his shop was doing well. Only when you get closer do you hear the noise coming from inside. You shameless old hag, don't push your luck. Young Master Lu is doing you a favor by buying your things. A shrill female voice rang out. No, this is far too little. You haven't even given us 1/10 of the cost price. Fong Bingwei's voice came from inside. I'd be doing you a favor if you even get 1/10 of the credit. If young Master Lu gets angry, he could smash your shop to pieces. Young Master Lu, don't go too far. It's one thing if you come once or twice, but if you come every day, no one can stand it. Chen Guotao's angry voice rang out. Haha. Old man, I told you long ago that I'd invest in your shop, taking 80% of the shares. With the Lu family backing you up, your business will be much easier, a soft, effeminate male voice said. With your meager funds, you want to own 80% of the shares? What's the difference between that and robbery? Fong Bingwei said angrily. No. I'm a law-abiding citizen. I would never rob someone of their money. The effeminate male voice said again. I paid for this. If you're willing, sign the contract. That way, it'll be good for both of us. Otherwise, I'll come here every day to talk to you. You've gone too far. I'm reporting this to the authorities right now. Go away. Go away. Do you want me to tell you the number? I can give it to you. Do you know that my uncle is the head of the municipal government? You. Fang Bingwei was so angry that she couldn't speak. My family's wealth is meager, and we are no match for these powerful and influential people. If we refuse, we may face the tragedy of our entire family being wiped out. However, it is absolutely unacceptable for Chun Guotao and his wife to hand over 80% of the shop's profits to others. Doing so would not only prevent them from making money, but would also be using their own savings to subsidize others. Even the most substantial wealth cannot withstand such losses. Besides, the shop wasn't something Chun Guotao and his wife could decide. In their minds, the shop always belonged to Chun Fan, and only Chun Fan's word counted. Even Chun Fan's younger siblings are not entitled to sell their shares in this shop. Sai, how did this shop get involved with the Liu family? It's no wonder they're draining the shop dry. Yes, with the Liu family's investment, it will be very difficult for us to buy resources at such low prices again in the future. Isn't there anyone who can do anything about the Liu family? I don't even know how many shops they've forced to sell. How can we manage them? It's said that their old man is a golden core expert, and their uncle is also a government official with foundation establishment cultivation. We ordinary people simply can't afford to offend them. At this moment, the people around were also whispering among themselves, clearly fearing retaliation from the Liu family. Well, have you thought it through? The effeminate male voice rang out again. No need to consider it. We'd rather die than transfer the shop's shares to you, Fang Bingwei said with a defiant air. That's right. Besides, this shop doesn't belong to my husband and me, it belongs to my son. Even if we want to transfer it, we have to wait until my son comes back before making a decision, Chun Guotao said rationally, hoping that this would slow things down and at least wait until his son returned. Who the hell has time to wait for your son to come back? I've already checked. This shop is registered under your and your husband's names. Are you trying to stall for time? Think it over carefully, or you won't get a single sale. I'll be coming here every day. Chapter 107 Beating Up Young Master Liu. Don't even think about it. You don't even need to consider it. Just as Fang Bingwei was about to continue refuting young Master Liu, a loud voice rang out. Then everyone felt a blur before their eyes, and a man appeared in front of them. Young Master Liu was startled when he saw the man who suddenly appeared in front of him. He then said angrily, "Who are you? You scared me. Men, break this man's legs and throw him into the countryside to feed the wild dogs." When Chun Guotao and his wife saw the man, they exclaimed with delight, "Fanner." Then, when he heard young Master Liu order someone to break Chun Fan's legs, he hurriedly shouted, "Fanner, run." However, at this moment, several burly men at or above the 5th level of body tempering had already surrounded Chun Fan. Trying to leave? Is it too late? Beat him up, young Master Liu said cruelly. Dad, Mom, don't worry, these few scoundrels can't touch me. Chun Fan turned around and said to Chun Guotao and Fang Bingwei with a smile. When the Han court officials saw Chun Fan refer to them as worthless wretches, they all showed anger and accelerated their charge towards Chun Fan. In the blink of an eye, they were in front of Chun Fan, and they swung their fists, as big as sandbags, at Chun Fan. The men all had ferocious smiles on their faces, as if Chun Fan would fall in front of them at any moment. Xiao Fan, be careful! Chun Guotao and Fang Bingwei both exclaimed in alarm. Chun Fan looked at the fist so close to his face, slowly extended his palm, and struck back, grabbing the fist that was almost in front of him in one go. He shifted his body slightly to the side, dodging the attacks from the others. With a quick pull, Chun Fan grabbed the fist and yanked it. The burly man, whose fist was being held by Chun Fan, immediately felt the immense force coming from the fist and had no time to react before Chun Fan swung him up and slammed him to the ground. With a bang, I felt the ground tremble. The burly man didn't even have time to scream before he fainted. The others were also startled when they saw this and stepped back, not expecting Chun Fan to be so powerful. Chun Fan clapped his hands casually, looked at the others, and said with a disdainful smile, "Continue." Seeing this, the others hesitated and dared not step forward. Uncle Liu roared, "Get him! What are you cowering for?" Hearing young Master Liu's angry roar, the group reluctantly surrounded Chun Fan again. Chun Fan looked at the group with a cold smile. If they didn't appreciate the chance to live, then they couldn't blame him for being ruthless. Before the group could reach him, Chun Fan vanished in a flash. The burly men were stunned for a moment, and then they felt a tremendous force strike them, and they lost consciousness. Bang, 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 and the burly men fell to the ground one after another. Before anyone could react, they were still wondering what was going on. Young Master Lu was terrified, completely bewildered as to why all his subordinates had collapsed. Before he could even react, he felt dizzy and was thrown to the ground, his mouth and nose hitting the ground and bleeding profusely. Young Master Lu let out a few groans, spat out a few teeth, and screamed, "Do you know who I am? You dare hit me? I'll make sure your whole family suffers a terrible death." Chun Fan looked at young Master Lu, who was groaning on the ground, and saw that he still dared to threaten him. He was truly courting death. He stepped forward and stomped on young Master Lu's back, causing young Master Lu to fall heavily to the ground again. "Ah, you're dead. I'm telling you, I'm dead," young Master Lu said with a ferocious expression, his face covered in blood. "Is that so? I'd like to see who dies first, you or me," Chun Fan said coldly, increasing the pressure on his foot, causing young Master Lu to vomit blood a few more times. "Ouch, it hurts so much. I'll make sure your whole family suffers a terrible death." The young master was still struggling desperately under Chun Fan's feet. "Eh, you think you can compete?" Chun Fan sneered. "Do you know who my grandfather is? My grandfather is the famous golden core cultivator Lu Qingxian. When my grandfather arrives, I will definitely tear you to pieces." "Oh dear, I'm so scared," Chun Fan said, feigning fear. Then he added, "Take me to your grandfather right now. I want to see what kind of person raised such a worthless wretch like you, daring to set his sights on me." "I'm afraid you won't dare to go," young Master Lu said to Chun Fan with a smug look on his face. "I don't know what this young Master Lu has to be so proud of. Is it just because his grandfather is a golden core cultivator?" Chun Fan grabbed this young Master Lu and lifted him up like a chick. Then he turned to Chun Guotao and Fang Bingwei and said, "Mom and Dad, I'll take him to get this sorted out first." Chun Guotao and Fan Bingwei said worriedly, "Xiao Fan, why don't we just let it go? His grandfather is a golden core cultivator. We can't afford to offend him. Besides, he also has an uncle who works in the government and is a foundation establishment cultivator." "Mom and Dad, don't worry, I can handle your son," Chun Fan said with a smile to Chun Guotao and Fang Bingwei. "You all just stay here and wait for my good news." After saying that, Chun Fan turned to young Master Lu and said, "Hurry up and give me directions." As he spoke, he slapped young Master Lu on the head. Young Master Lu glared at Chun Fan with resentment, but had no choice but to obediently give directions. In his heart, he was thinking that once his grandfather caught Chun Fan, he would make Chun Fan wish he were dead. Under young Master Lu's guidance, Chun Fan soon arrived at a manor. The manor was quite spacious, at least 1,000 square meters in size. The entire building is an antique-style building, with artificial hills and flowing water, lush trees, and blooming flowers, making it a very beautiful place. As Chun Fan approached the manor, he could clearly sense that an array was covering the entire manor, but the array was not of a high grade. It was at most a second-grade defensive array. "Kid, see that? You can't even get into the formation of my family's manor. If you know what's good for you, just let me go and beg for mercy on your knees. Maybe I can spare your family," Lu Xiaoyan said to Chun Fan with a smug look on her face. Chun Fan didn't bother with him or say anything more. He went up and punched the formation directly. With a loud boom, the formation shattered. Chun Fan strode over, carrying young Master Lu, and headed into the manor. Young Master Lu was stunned and speechless for a long time when he saw Chun Fan shatter the defensive formation of his family's manor with a single punch. Even if his grandfather came, he couldn't possibly shatter this formation with a single punch. Chun Fan's actions really frightened young Master Lu quite a bit. Now he understood a little and guessed that Chun Fan's cultivation level was even higher than his grandfather's. At this moment, young Master Lu, who was being held in Chun Fan's hand, trembled involuntarily, his heart filled with extreme fear. The only thing he can pray for now is that his grandfather's cultivation level is higher than Chun Fan's, so that he can still be saved. Chapter 108: The Demise of the Lu Family. After Chun Fan broke the manor's defensive formation, Lu Qingxian inside the manor immediately sensed it. Just as he was about to leave the manor to check, a young man carrying his grandson appeared before him at lightning speed. Lu Qingxian narrowed his eyes, carefully examining Chun Fan. He couldn't discern Chun Fan's cultivation level at all, and didn't know if Chun Fan possessed a magical artifact or technique to conceal his cultivation, or if his cultivation level was so high that he couldn't detect it. Then he looked at his grandson Lu Fugui, whose face was covered in blood and who had lost several teeth. Lu Fugui was looking at him with hope, and said, "Grandpa, save me." Lu Qingxian looked at his grandson with a pained expression, then slowly said to Chun Fan, "Senior, I don't know how my grandson Lu Fugui offended you. Please give me face and release my grandson. I will definitely repay you handsomely. So you're Lu Qingxian? You're nothing special, are you? The grandson you raised is such trash, and now you've set your sights on me. Chen Fan looked at Lu Qingxian with a face full of disdain. After hearing Chen Fan's words, Lu Qingshuan's face was full of anger, but he had to force a smile and said, Yes, senior is right. I apologize to you on behalf of my good-for-nothing grandson. No need for an apology. Dead people don't need apologies, Chen Fan said coldly. Fellow Taoist, this matter cannot be allowed to pass. Do you think you have me cornered? Lu Qingxian looked at Chen Fan with a gloomy expression. If your Lu family doesn't have anyone with higher cultivation than you, then I'm truly confident I can take you down, Chen Fan said. However, even if the Lu family has someone with a higher cultivation level than Lu Qingxian, it poses no threat to Chen Fan. Even if someone at the Mahayana or Tribulation Transcending stage comes, Chen Fan is not afraid. With the 8th grade spirit talisman in his hand, Chen Fan had nothing to worry about unless a cultivator above the earth immortal level came. Lu Qingxian looked ashen-faced. Not only was there no cultivator with a higher cultivation level than him, there wasn't even one with the same cultivation level as him. Fellow Taoist, please don't push your luck. I have connections above me, and they are nascent soul stage cultivators. If you would like to let this go, I would be extremely grateful. Let's just let this go. Don't even think about it. You know what your grandson did at my shop, don't you? How could Lu Qingxian not know what his grandson had done? He just didn't care because he was high level and could protect his grandson. He figured that with him watching over him, no one would dare to do anything to his grandson. Now that someone with a higher cultivation level than himself has come knocking on his door, he can only blame his grandson for being blind. My grandson is ignorant. Please forgive him, senior. I am willing to compensate you. Humph. There's no point in saying more, just prepare to die. Chen Fan snorted coldly, threw Lu Fugue to the ground, and then disappeared. When she reappeared, she was already behind Lu Qingxian. Lu Qingxian didn't react at all before Chen Fang kicked him in the back. He coughed up a mouthful of blood and flew backward 4 or 5 meters away. Lu Fugue saw his grandfather being beaten so badly by Chen Fan that he vomited blood and trembled uncontrollably. Lu Qingxian struggled to his feet, staring blankly at Chen Fan. Chen Fan's attack had severely injured him, and without a miraculous medicine, he would probably be close to death. Chen Fan said calmly, Don't be too arrogant in your next life. Remember that there are always people more capable than you. After Chen Fan finished speaking, he slapped Lu Fugue, killing him instantly. Lu Qingxian watched helplessly as his grandson was killed by Chen Fan. He felt both hatred and regret, but he didn't hate Chen Fan. He hated himself for spoiling his grandson too much. She also regretted that if she had been stricter with her grandson, he might not have turned out this way. But it's too late to say anything now. I wasn't like this before, so why did I become like this? Right? Ever since I broke through to the Golden Core stage, I've become arrogant. The Lu family has been expanding ever since I broke through to the Golden Core stage, offending quite a few people. Now that I'm not far from death, I estimate that the Lu family will also suffer a tragic fate. There are no permanent friends, only permanent interests. Lu Qingxian understood this principle very well. At this moment, Lu's bodyguards and Lu Fugue's parents finally arrived. When Lu Fugue's parents saw their son lying on the ground like a tattered rag, they were completely stunned and almost fell over. My son, Lu Fugue's mother, Zhu Jingjing, rushed to Lu Fugue's body and wailed as she held his body. Lu Fugue's father, Lu Xiaobao, also had bloodshot eyes and couldn't believe it. He really couldn't understand who in H City had the audacity to mess with his Lu family. Who is it? Who is it? I will make him wish he were dead and his family destroyed. Me, Chen Fan replied. Upon hearing Chen Fan's reply, Lu Xiaobao and Zhu Jingjing finally noticed him, their eyes red as they stared at him. Zhu Jingjing then pounced on Chen Fan in a frenzy. Lu Qingxian hurriedly shouted, No! But it was too late. Zhu Jingjing had just rushed to Chen Fan when Chen Fan punched her away. Zhu Jingjing flew straight out and was dead. Seeing this, Lu Xiaobao roared and charged towards Chen Fan. Xiaobao no! Lu Qingxian shouted. Quick, stop him! Then he shouted loudly at the bodyguard, but it was too late. With a simple punch, Lu Xiaobao was sent flying, going to the underworld with his wife, Zhu Jingjing. Lu Qingxian watched as his grandson, daughter-in-law, and son died one after another before his eyes, powerless to do anything. His heart ached, he spat out a mouthful of blood, and filled with regret, he collapsed and followed them in death. The bodyguards looked at each other, unsure of what to do. Now, the entire Lu family is dead, and there's no one left in charge. Quickly, go find Captain Zhu and bring him here, a bodyguard captain said to one of his men. The man immediately took out his phone and quickly dialed a number. Seeing that all the Lu family members were dead, Chun Fan decided to leave. Just as he turned around, his bodyguard stepped forward and blocked his way. Sir, you can't leave yet. You can leave when Captain Zhu arrives, the bodyguard captain said to Chun Fan. It wasn't that he had great courage to stop Chun Fan. He simply had no other choice. If Captain Zhu arrived later and the perpetrators were released, their lives would become very difficult, and they might even face certain death. They had no choice but to bite the bullet and stop Chun Fan. Chun Fan glanced at the bodyguards indifferently and said softly, "Get lost." The bodyguards then fell backward, spitting out blood. Clearly, their internal organs had been displaced after Chun Fan's shout. Chapter 109. The three strongest in H City arrive. Chun Fan had no liking for these bodyguards either, especially since they were all hired by the Lu family. However, these bodyguards also had the effect of aiding and abetting evil. If it weren't for these bodyguards protecting the Lu family, perhaps the young master of the Lu family wouldn't have been so arrogant. Therefore, Chun Fan will not be polite to them either. After Chun Fan shouted them away, the bodyguards dared not stop him anymore. Chun Fan turned to leave, but he was stopped again as soon as he reached the entrance of the manor. The person who blocked Chun Fan's way was none other than Captain Zhu Qiangfa, who had just called to inform him and was also Zhu Jingjing's younger brother. He had originally planned to visit his sister at the Lu family's house, but he didn't expect to receive news of the entire Lu family's annihilation halfway there. Upon hearing the news, Zhu Qiangfa was incredulous. He knew that the old man of the Lu family was a golden core cultivator. Although he wasn't one of the top experts in H City, he was still considered a top-tier expert. How could someone have wiped out the Lu family so easily? After confirming it several times, Zhu Qiangfa dared to believe that the information was true, and the Lu family's bodyguards dared not joke about it. So Zhu Qiangfa sped over and blocked Chun Fan right at the door. Zhu Chang stared intently at Chun Fan with his gloomy eyes and said, "You are the murderer who killed my sister's family." Chun Fan replied indifferently, "So what if it is? Surrender." Chun Fan couldn't help but laugh after hearing this. This world values the strong and respects the weak, and the rules are made by the weak themselves. He could easily crush a foundation establishment cultivator like this now, yet he dares to obstruct him. He's simply courting death. Chun Fan looked at Zhu Qiangfa, who was blocking his way, and slapped him across the face. Zhu Qiangfa was clearly not expected that Chun Fan would act so decisively. He didn't even realize it. Even if you prepared it for him, he wouldn't have been able to react. With a smack, Zhu Qiangfa was sent flying by Chun Fan's slap. Bang! Then he fell hard to the ground and couldn't get up for a long time. When Zhu Qiangfa struggled to get up, one side of his face was already swollen. Just as he was about to speak, several teeth fell out along with blood. You do know who I am. I'm a government official. Attacking a government official, you can wait to rot in jail. Zhu Qiangfa's face was swollen, and he spoke with a lisp and incoherently, only able to utter intermittent sounds. Chun Fan didn't bother arguing with him, walked up to him, and kicked Zhu Qiangfa in the stomach again. Zhu Qiangfa saw Chun Fan walking over and was about to speak when he saw Chun Fan kick him. He was so frightened that he tried to back away, but he was no match for Chun Fan's feet. With a bang, Zhu Qiangfa was kicked away hard by Chun Fan again. He landed heavily on the ground, and now he was completely unable to get up. Just as Chun Fan was about to go up and kick him a couple more times, a sound suddenly came from afar. "Fellow Taoist, please stop." Then 3 people flew in from a distance, an old man and 2 middle-aged men. Once the old man and the 2 middle-aged men landed in front of Chun Fan, the old man stepped forward first, cupped his hands, and said, "Fellow Taoist, this old man greets you." Then the 2 middle-aged men also cupped their hands in greeting to Chun Fan. "Who are you? Why are you blocking my way?" Chun Fan asked, somewhat displeased with those who were blocking his path. Seeing that Chun Fan seemed somewhat displeased, the 3 of them didn't pay too much attention to it. The old man said, "I am Jin Buhuan, the current mayor of H City. These 2 are Director Lien Qingtian and Director Huang Zhongyi." "Oh, is there anything I can help you with?" Chun Fan asked, looking at the 3 of them with some surprise. Unexpectedly, this visit to the Lu family has attracted the mayor and others, but even if the mayor comes, it won't make a difference. Chun Fan had also seen through the cultivation levels of the 3 people. Among them, Mayor Jin Buhuan had the highest cultivation level, reaching the same nascent soul stage as himself. The other two also possessed golden core cultivation levels, so it seems that these three constitute the city's strongest fighting force. The three were not angry at Chun Fan's cold words. Jin Buhuan spoke first. Fellow Taoist, it is like this. Zhu Qiangfa is, after all, a government official. Let us handle him. Oh, so what do you want to do with him? I will definitely not let you down, and from now on, no one will bother your family and shop in H City. All right, then I'll wait and see how you handle it. Fellow Taoist, would you be free to come and sit with me at my place? Jin Buhuan invited Chun Fan again. Okay. Chun Fan nodded. In the end, he still needed the support of the government to develop in H City. Even if he entered the infinite world later, with the support of the government, he wouldn't have to worry so much, and his parents would be safe. At the very least, some unscrupulous individuals wouldn't dare to set their sights on his shop. Please. Jin Buhuan gestured to Chun Fan. Guided by Jin Buhuan, Chun Fan and the other three arrived at Jin Buhuan's residence. Jin Buhuan lived in a 3-story villa, elegantly and uniquely decorated. Jin Buhuan led Chun Fan and the other two to the study, where they sat down. Then a servant brought in fragrant tea. Please, everyone, Jin Buhuan said to the three of them, then picked up the teacup next to him and took a sip. Chun Fan and the other two also picked up their teacups and tasted the tea. After the tea was finished, Jin Buhuan spoke first, asking, May I ask your name, fellow Taoist? Chun Fan. Chun Fan replied simply. Fellow Taoist Chun, I have already begun to investigate the Liu family's affairs, and I have a general understanding of the matter. The Liu family was blind and foolish. Since they provoked you, they deserve to be wiped out. As for Zhu Qiangfa, I will follow up on that as well, and let him spend the rest of his life in prison. After all, he is a government official and he has not committed any major crimes. If he is executed directly, it will affect the credibility of the government. I hope fellow Taoist Chun can understand. Chun Fan pondered for a moment and felt that Jin Buhuan's words made sense. No matter what, he had to give the authorities some face. Otherwise, his family members wouldn't be able to develop well in this city, since his own strength hasn't reached a certain level yet. If I were even stronger, I could have the final say in everything. Before one has fully matured, one still needs to rely on certain connections to ensure that one's family can live a better and safer life. Since Mayor Jin has said so, it would be unreasonable for me not to give you face. Let's leave it at that, but you still need to deal with the matter concerning his family members. Otherwise, I won't be so lenient with you later, Chun Fan said, showing considerable respect to Mayor Jin. Upon hearing Chun Fan's words, Jin Buhuan smiled and said happily, No problem, no problem. Leave the rest to me. I guarantee that the Zhu family will never appear in front of you again. Okay, as long as they don't show up in front of us again, I won't bother them anymore, Chun Fan said. Chapter 110, What to Use to Exchange Resources. Fellow Taoist Chun has already reached the nascent soul stage at such a young age. He is truly a prodigy, Jin Buhuan praised. My meager cultivation is nothing to boast about. There are countless geniuses among our human race, and many people have higher cultivation levels than me. Chun Fan replied modestly. Chun Fan certainly wouldn't get carried away by a little praise. If it weren't for the system's help, he would probably still be struggling at the bottom. Fellow Taoist Chun is too modest, Jin Buhuan continued. Even Director Lien and Director Huang said that Chun Fan was too modest. After a moment of silence, Director Huang broke the silence first, saying, Senior Chun, I wonder how the Infinite Tower has fared during this period. Are there any upgrade resources available? We would like to purchase some. After Chun Fantian realized, he had initially wondered why these old guys had come to see him. It was impossible for all three of them to have come over for Zhu Qiangfa. It turned out that it was about cultivation resources. Of course, Chun Fan couldn't just accept the offer immediately. He picked up the tea and began to savor it carefully. Jin Buhuan and the other two were clearly getting restless. They exchanged glances, and Jin Buhuan spoke first. Fellow Taoist Chun, as you know, old guys like us have basically lost the chance to enter the Infinite Tower again. With our lifespans, if we fail even once, we may die. But we are not content with our current level and always hope to go further, so that our lifespan will increase. In that case, we might have another chance to enter the Infinite Tower. That's why we asked you fellow cultivators if you had any extra cultivation resources that you could sell to us. Jin Buhuan sighed, saying that they had once been ambitious, but the punishment for failing to enter the Infinite Tower was simply too great. Based on your cultivation levels and lifespans, you should be able to enter the Infinite Tower many times. Why do you say that your lifespans are not long? Chen Fan asked curiously. According to the rules of the Infinite Tower, each failure deducts 20 years of lifespan. The body tempering stage adds 50 years of lifespan. The Qi refining stage adds 100 years. The foundation establishment stage adds 200 years. The golden core stage adds 500 years. And the nascent soul stage adds 1,000 years. If you calculate it this way, adding my original lifespan, I'd have at least 1,900 years left. How many times would I have to fail before my lifespan was almost gone? It seems fellow Taoist Chun is not yet clear about the rules of the Infinite Tower. The infinite world we just entered is considered a one-star world. In a one-star world, only 20 years of lifespan are deducted. In a two-star world, the lifespan is multiplied, and of course, the time spent inside will also increase. In a one-star world, you only need to stay there for 3 months. In a two-star world, you need to stay there for 6 months, but the lifespan deducted is also doubled, deducting 40 years of lifespan. The same principle applies to the Samsung world. Of course, there are also some special worlds where time is not calculated by stars. Resources in special worlds are relatively easy to obtain. There are usually other humans in these worlds, and resources are collected in one place. So these resources are relatively easy to acquire. Generally, those who can enter these worlds are geniuses among geniuses. After hearing Jin Buhuan's account, Chen Fan was shocked. Could it be that he had entered a special world before? No wonder he was able to obtain resources so easily. Then Chen Fan was filled with regret. Why had he been so soft-hearted back then? He hadn't gathered all the resources from the other 3 sections. He had thought that the world that followed would be like the special world, where resources would be easy to obtain. Looking back now, I realize I really lost out. Jin Buhuan and the other 2 watched Chen Fan's expression change constantly, wondering what was wrong, but they dared not ask him and could only wait for him to speak. After struggling with the decision for a while, Chen Fan felt relieved. With his enhancement system, would he lack resources in the future? There was no need to dwell on the loss at that moment. The key is to secure the future. If all else fails, we can always take advantage of any special circumstances we encounter in the future. When Chen Fan came to his senses, he saw the 3 people looking at him with hopeful eyes. Chen Fan smiled, but did not reply immediately. Jin Buhuan and the other 2 breathed a sigh of relief when they saw Chen Fan smile. Chen Fan took another sip of tea before slowly saying, I have the resources you want, but what will you offer in exchange? Upon hearing Chen Fan's words, the 3 of them were initially delighted, but then their faces turned worried. Indeed, what did they have to offer Chen Fan in exchange for? Senior Chen, how about we trade using spirit stones? Director Huang asked tentatively first. Spirit stones? I don't need any more spirit stones. Let's exchange them for something else. This put the 3 of them in a difficult position. They had basically used all the resources they had available for cultivation, and they had been living frugally for the past few years. All 3 of them thought there was no hope of making any further progress and were preparing to enjoy their retirement. But Chen Fan's appearance gave them hope again. Even if the 3 of them had spirit stones, they couldn't possibly produce many. As for Azure Dragon coins, they could produce a lot, but exchanging Azure Dragon coins for spirit stones was a rare and unavailable business. No one would be willing to take out extra spirit stones to exchange for Azure Dragon coins. This put the 3 of them in a dilemma, as they simply didn't have any extra resources to exchange with Chen Fan. Looking at their conflicted expressions, Chen Fan felt a mixture of amusement and sadness. They were all cultivators, yet who was willing to be ordinary? Everyone had lofty ambitions, but in the end, they all faded into obscurity among the masses. I can give you a batch of resources first, but in exchange, I want you to protect my family when I enter the Infinite Tower, Chen Fan said to the 3 of them. After hearing Chen Fan's words, the 3 of them looked at him in surprise, wondering whether his request was too difficult or too simple. All they needed to do was protect Chen Fan's family when he entered the Infinite Tower. This was far too easy for the 3 of them. Fellow Taoist Chun, is this true? Jin Buhuan asked, his breathing becoming heavier. Of the 3, his heart for seeking the Tao was the most steadfast. Now that he has a chance to take another step forward, he is determined to seize it no matter what. The other 2 also looked at Chen Fan with expectant expressions. Chen Fan chuckled and said, Would I lie to you? As long as you can ensure that my family is not in any danger or harassment when I enter the Infinite Tower, that's fine. The 3 exchanged a glance and said in unison, All right, as long as we have a breath left, we will absolutely not allow fellow Taoist Chen's family to be harassed or endangered in any way. Chapter 111 Subduing Jin Buhuan, Lian Qingtian, and Huang Zhongyi. After hearing their assurances, Chun Fan smiled with satisfaction. All Chun Fan wanted was for Jin Buhuan and the other two to ensure the safety and undisturbed status of their families when he was away. Of course, Chun Fan didn't completely trust these three people, and he would also provide his family with an additional layer of protection. Then Chun Fan took out 2 sets of cultivation resources needed for the Golden Core stage, and 1 set of cultivation resources needed for the Nascent Soul stage. When the 3 of them saw these resources, they were all dumbfounded and couldn't believe it. Then, a greedy look appeared in their eyes. They had expected Chun Fan to provide some cultivation resources, but they didn't expect him to offer so many. Each person has enough cultivation resources to advance 1 realm. Chun Fan smiled slightly as he looked at the greedy eyes of the 3 men. He wasn't afraid that they would be tempted by his wealth. Having more trump cards made all the difference. These are for you, 1 for each of you. Chun Fan pushed the cultivation resources next to them. All 3 were breathing heavily, and they reached out to put all the resources into their storage rings. Jin Buhuan was the first to stand up and bowed deeply to Chun Fan, saying, "Thank you for your generous gift, young Master Chun. I am willing to follow you." Jin Buhuan was also shocked by the resources Chun Fan had provided and sincerely admired him. In this place where cultivation resources are scarce, how many people would be willing to give so many resources for others to cultivate? Even one's own master or elders wouldn't be able to give away so many resources for their cultivation all at once. After their initial shock at seeing that Jin Buhuan had submitted to Chun Fan, Lian Qingtian and Huang Zhongyi also spoke up, saying, "We are also willing to follow young Master Chun. We hope that you will not find us disrespectful." Now it was Chun Fan's turn to be unsettled. "I really just wanted to exchange these cultivation resources for their protection of my family. I never intended to subdue them. Are you really willing to follow me?" Chun Fan asked again to confirm. "We are all willing. Please take us in, young master." Jin Buhuan, Lian Qingtian, and Huang Zhongyi said in unison. "All right, since you're all willing to follow me, then stay. However, what I hate most is betrayal. If I ever discover that any of you have betrayed me, I won't be lenient. Of course, I am not stingy with cultivation resources for my own people. I can provide you with all your cultivation resources in the future. The rest depends on your own efforts." "We will never betray our young master," the 3 said in unison. "Here are 3 platinum longevity fruits. You can each have 1, which will increase your lifespan by 10 years, Chun Fan said, taking out 3 platinum longevity fruits. You should know that things that can increase lifespan are currently very rare and expensive, mainly because they are extremely scarce. Chun Fan obtained something that increased his lifespan when he entered the first world, but he did not obtain anything that increased his lifespan in the subsequent 2 worlds. This shows how rare they are. Upon hearing that Chun Fan had taken out something that could increase lifespan, the 3 of them were filled with excitement and reached out with trembling hands to receive the platinum longevity fruit, knowing that their lifespans were already limited. Now that there is a longevity fruit that can increase lifespan, it's like having an extra life for them. For people whose lifespans are already short, adding 10 years to their lifespan is already a lot. If they cannot break through their current realm before the end of their lifespan, they may perish. Now that they have an extra 10 years of lifespan, they have an extra layer of protection. "Thank you for your great kindness, young master. We are willing to go through fire and water for the princess without hesitation," the 3 said in unison. "I don't need you to go through fire and water for me. Just protect my family when I'm not around," Chun Fan said calmly. "Yes, young master, please rest assured, I will definitely protect your family," Jin Buhuan assured him first. The other 2 responded, "Please rest assured, young master." "All right, now that this matter is settled, I'll head back now. Remember, handle the Zhu family's affairs well." Chun Fan finished speaking and turned to walk out the door. "Don't worry, young master, I will handle the Zhu family's affairs well," Jin Buhuan said. Then Chun Fan vanished in a flash. After Chun Fan left, the 3 of them sat down again and remained silent for a long time. Jin Buhuan spoke first, saying, "Gentlemen, since we are also following the young master, we must do our best to complete the tasks he has proposed." Lian Qingtian and Huang Zhongye both nodded, indicating that they understood. "Then let's first introduce some policies that benefit the young master's family, so that it will be more convenient for them." "Yes, doesn't your family own a shop? We can start from there. I think we should check the specific circumstances of the young master's family so that we can come up with the best policy." Jin Buhuan, Qingtian, and Huang Zhongyi discussed for a long time various preferential policies for Chun Fan's family. However, Chun Fan was unaware of these policies. At this moment, Chun Fan had already returned to his family shop. By this time, order had been restored in the shop, and people were still coming in droves to buy resources. The main reason is that the resources in this shop are cheaper than elsewhere. Don't underestimate this small amount. Over time, it can be used to purchase other resources. After all, not all cultivators are wealthy. The majority are relatively poor. Chun Fan walked into the shop and saw that his parents were busy, so he didn't bother them and turned to go into the restroom. Chen Guotao and Fang Bingwei also saw Chun Fan, and after he entered the lounge, they helped him finish what they were doing. They followed him into the lounge. After Chun Fan went to rest, he found that his youngest sister, Chun Ru, was actually in the lounge, lying on the sofa and playing a game console with great interest. Chun Fan patted her little bottom last time. "Oh my!" Song Ru exclaimed in surprise, turned around abruptly, and saw Chun Fan looking at her with a smile. "Brother!" Upon seeing Chun Fan, the little girl cried out in surprise and rushed into his arms. Chun Fanjiang and Chun Ru hugged Chun Ru and vigorously rubbed her rosy little face. "Ouch! That hurts, you bad brother. You bully me as soon as you get back." Calmly pulling her hands away from Chun Fan's, she kept her red cheeks and yelled at Chun Fan in a cute but fierce way. Looking at Chun Ru's cute yet fierce expression, Chun Fan felt adorable and hugged Chun Ru, giving him a few hard kisses on the cheek. Chun Ru immediately yelled, "Bad brother, stinky brother. You drank so much and my face is covered in saliva. It's filthy. I'm not talking to you anymore." Chun Fan laughed heartily. Just then, Chun Guotao and Fang Bingwei came in. Chun Ru immediately ran to Fang Bingwei to complain. "Mom, look, my brother has spit on me again." Fang Bingwei took out a handkerchief to wipe Chun Ru's face and said with a smile, "All right, go have fun." Chun Ru glared at Chun Fan before going off to play somewhere else. Chapter 112 Shopping Spree with the Little Girl. Chun Guotao and Fang Bingwei both looked at Chun Fan with worried expressions and said, "Xiao Fan, about the Lu family's young master." Seeing his parents' hesitant expressions, Chun Fan smiled and said, "Mom and Dad, you don't need to worry about the Lu family anymore. They won't bother us anymore. Is everything really all right?" Fang Bingwei said uncertainly. "Mom, don't worry, they won't bother us again," Chun Fan assured her. After hearing Chun Fan's confirmation, both he and Fan Bingwei breathed a sigh of relief, and their furrowed brows relaxed. To be honest, the Lu family has been haunting us for the past 10 days or so, and we are genuinely worried. "Xiao Fan, why did it take you so long to come back from the Infinite Tower this time?" Fang Bingwei asked immediately afterward. "You've entered a special world, and you can only come out after staying inside for a full year," Chun Fan explained. "Mom and Dad, you don't need to worry anymore. According to the information I received, the time spent entering the Infinite Tower may become longer and longer. I wonder how much time has passed outside since I entered the Infinite Tower this time." "Not long has passed outside. 3 months have gone by," Chen Guotao said. "It seems the time allocation is still about the same." "Xiao Fan, are you hungry? Mom will go buy groceries now. You can go back and rest for a while." "Mom, I'm not hungry. I already had breakfast when I came over. Don't bother." Chen Fan quickly stopped her. "Mom and Dad, you go ahead with your work. I'll take my little sister out for a walk. We've already eaten lunch out. In the evening, we'll have a proper family gathering and go out for a nice meal. Eating out is such a waste of money. I'll prepare some dishes for dinner," Fang Bingwei said, trying to stop them. Chen Fan laughed and said, "Mom, don't worry about spending money. We earn so much money to enjoy life. We should spend the money we need to spend. Otherwise, what's the point of earning so much money? Honey, just listen to Xiao Fan. That's right. We've earned so much money, we should enjoy life." Chen Guotao and Fang Bingwei tried to stop them and took the lead in persuading them. "Okay, then I'll do as you say." Fang Bingwei wasn't actually a stingy person. It's just that she came from a poor background, and suddenly being asked to spend money so lavishly was something she wasn't used to. She wanted to do everything herself. "All right, I'll take my little sister out for a stroll first." With that, he picked up Chen Ru, opened the door, and walked out. Chen Ru was still holding a game console when Chen Fan picked her up, and she exclaimed, "Wow." Upon seeing Chen Fan, he cried out in dissatisfaction, "You stinky brother, put me down. Where are you taking me? I'll take you out for a walk. Stop playing games." After saying that, Chen Fan snatched the game console from Chen Ru's hand and threw it on the sofa. Chen Ru, whose game console had been taken away by Chen Fan, had her eyes light up when she heard that Chen Fan was going to take her out for a walk. She hurriedly asked, "Really? That's great. You're the best brother in the world." Chen Fan smiled and said, "Aren't I the stinky older brother?" No, You're the best brother in the world. Chunru shook her head like a rattle drum. All right, since you're so nice to talk to, I'll take you shopping first. Chun Fan put Chunru down on the ground, then took Chunru's little hand and walked towards the street. Throughout the day, Chun Fan took Chunru sightseeing and bought quite a few things, mostly clothes and toys for Chunru, and Chun Fan also bought some clothes for himself. Before entering the Infinite Tower, Chun Fan's family lived a very frugal life. Even Chunru rarely bought clothes and usually wore her older sister's hand-me-downs. Now that I have the ability, I should at least make it up to my family. When they got tired of shopping, they went to eat. Chun Fan spent the whole day going crazy with Chunru. This was the first time the little girl had played like this. Although Chun Fan's family's finances had improved, his parents were even busier. Since her older siblings are usually at school, Chun Fan's parents were worried about leaving Chunru alone at home, so they brought her to the shop. When I'm busy, I simply don't have time to look after her, let alone take her out to play, so the little girl usually stays alone in the lounge playing games. After playing all day, Chunru was really tired. On the way back, she fell asleep on Chun Fan's back while being carried on his back. Chun Fan patted Chunru on the back affectionately, and they strolled back home. When he arrived home, his younger siblings and parents had already returned home from school and were all waiting for Chun Fan to come back. Little Chunru also woke up and, upon seeing her older brothers and sisters, happily pulled them along, beginning to show off her spoils of the day. When the other younger siblings saw that Chunru had bought so many things, they all looked envious, and then they looked at Chun Fan pitifully. Chun Fan smiled and said, I'll take you shopping again when you're on vacation. Chun Bing, Chun Ping, and Chun Dong jumped up with joy upon hearing this, shouting things like, long live brother. When Chunru heard that they were going to buy more, she jumped up excitedly, indicating that she wanted to go too. At this moment, Chun Fan's parents, Chun Guotao and Fong Bingwei, came over and said, Xiao Fan, you can't spoil them too much. Chun Fan smiled and said, Mom and Dad, don't worry, it's just buying some things. With my current assets, buying some things won't cost much. We didn't have the money to buy these things before, so we couldn't provide them with a good life. Now that we have the means, we don't have to be so frugal anymore. We can buy them whatever they need. Of course, we don't need to buy things we shouldn't buy. Chun Fan patted his younger siblings on the head and said, You can buy whatever you want, but you have to keep up with your grades and cultivation. We can play when we should play, and we have to study when we should study. Yes, Chun Bing, Chun Ping, and Chun Dong bowed in response. Chunru followed suit, but her clumsy movements were quite funny, making the whole family burst into laughter. After resting for a while, Chun Fan took his family out for another big meal. Then they went to see a movie before going home. It was past 10 p.m. when we got home. The kids were all tired, so they went to their own rooms to rest, since they had to go to school the next day. After the little ones had all gone to rest, Chun Fan sat down in the living room with Chun Guotao and Fong Bingwei. Mom and Dad, from now on, you can just arrange for the staff to take care of things at the store. It would be best to find a capable person to be the store manager. You still need to improve your cultivation. I gained a lot of resources from entering the Infinite Tower this time, so you can all rest assured and focus on your cultivation. After all, strength is the foundation of everything. Otherwise, even if we have wealth, we won't be able to protect it. Chun Fan spoke first, mainly because when he returned this time, he found that his parents' cultivation level hadn't improved much. They were basically stagnating. This couldn't go on. Chun Fan didn't want his family to leave him so soon. Chapter 113, Taking 1,000 zhong for Self-Defense. After listening to Chun Fan's words, Chun Guotao and his wife fell into deep thought. In fact, they were not very talented and felt that no matter how much they cultivated, they would not be able to achieve anything. That's why I put aside my cultivation and focused on managing the shop for Chun Fan, hoping to help my son take another step forward in my lifetime. However, what was unexpected was that Chun Fan's progress was too fast, and now the resources exchanged from outside were completely useless to him. Continuing like this is completely pointless. Xiao Fan, we know we're not very talented. Continuing to cultivate would be a complete waste of resources. We might as well leave it to your younger siblings, Chun Guotao said with a wry smile. Yes, Xiao Fan, our talents aren't up to par. Let's give the resources we left to your younger siblings. We're already very satisfied that we were able to raise you to adulthood, Fong Bingwei said. Mom and Dad, there are plenty of resources. I gained a lot of resources from the special world I entered this time. No matter what your talents are, these resources will be enough to help you reach the nascent soul stage, Chun Fan said earnestly. Nascent soul stage. The two exclaimed in disbelief. In their view, The foundation establishment stage was the highest they could cultivate to, so how could Chun Fan possibly reach the nascent soul stage? Fearing they wouldn't believe him, Chun Fan took out all 2,000 plus storage rings and said, "Mom and Dad, these are all cultivation resources. These 1,000 plus rings contain first and second grade resources. These 700 rings contain third and fourth grade resources. And these 300 rings contain fifth grade resources. With so many resources, you could easily reach the nascent soul stage by simply piling them up." Chen Guotao and Fong Bingwei were almost driven crazy when they saw Chun Fan take out so many rings. They picked up the storage rings and checked them, and found that, just as Chun Fan had said, they were all filled with resources. Moreover, this storage ring is huge, more than 100 times larger than their existing storage rings. At this moment, they finally understood what their son meant by not being afraid of not having resources. With so many resources, even a pig could be built up to the nascent soul stage, let alone them. Why would someone compare themselves to a pig? However, what Chun Fan took out next left them speechless. "Mom and Dad, this ring is full of cultivation manuals of all grades, including even 9th grade ones. Of course, there are also some manuals on alchemy, talisman making, and array setting. You can select these cultivation techniques yourselves. Some of the lower grade techniques can be sold, but we shouldn't release the higher grade ones yet. We can release them later when we have even higher grade techniques." So many cultivation techniques. Chen Guotao and Fong Bian were surprised again. You should know that this entire storage ring is filled with cultivation techniques and secret manuals. Although many of these techniques are repeated, there are still quite a few. "Mom and Dad, each of you should choose a 9th grade cultivation technique to practice. Your younger siblings can also start practicing 9th grade techniques." Chen Guotao and Fong Bingwei simply nodded blankly, utterly astonished by the resources and cultivation techniques Chun Fan had provided. "We can only sell low-grade resources and cultivation manuals. As for the higher-grade ones, we can only continue to sell them after we become stronger. Otherwise, we will still attract people like the Liu family," Chun Fan continued. Upon hearing about the Liu family, Chen Guotao and Fong Bingwei's expressions clearly turned sour. Fortunately, Chun Fan returned in time. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Then Chun Fan took out a lot of spirit talismans and gave them to Chun Guotao and Fong Bingwei, saying, "Mom and Dad, these are all 8th grade spirit talismans. You should carry them with you at all times. With these 8th grade spirit talismans, they will be useful to anyone who is not a terrestrial immortal." 8th grade spirit talismans, this, so many? Chun Guotao said, his lips trembling, his words barely coherent. Fong Bingwei's eyes widened, and her body trembled slightly. 8th grade spirit talismans are different from resources and cultivation techniques. Even if they can use these spirit talismans, once activated, they can unleash their terrifying power. Those cultivation techniques and resources require them to absorb and cultivate slowly, unlike spirit talismans. With these spirit talismans, even those at the tribulation transcending stage would be in serious trouble. This is an 8th grade diamond spirit talisman, the 8 trigrams golden bell talisman. Once activated, even a tribulation transcending cultivator cannot break through its protective shield for a short time. You and your parents should each take 1,000 or so for self-defense. I will give the younger siblings theirs separately. Keep these safe for now. 1,000 or so coins for self-defense. Chen Guotao and Fong Bingwei were speechless. With 1,000 or so rank 8 spirit talismans on each person, the enemy probably wouldn't even have the desire to fight them. How could they possibly fight them? If you activate one Bagua Golden Bell talisman, it will take a long time for the protective shield to break. After it breaks, you activate another one, and so on. Eventually, the enemy's spiritual energy will be depleted, and they will no longer be able to break the Bagua Golden Bell talisman. This is a 9 tribulation thunderstorm talisman of an 8th grade diamond. Once activated, it's like a tribulation from the heavens. Even those in the tribulation transcending stage would have to host a feast. You should take 1,000 or so for self-defense. Chen Guotao and Fong Bingwei were both dumbfounded. They couldn't understand how Chun Fan had managed to acquire so many resources. The earlier resources were relatively normal, but the later ones became increasingly outrageous. This is an 8th grade diamond ice dragon breath talisman. You should also take 1,000 or so for self-defense. Its power is exactly the same as the 9 tribulation thunderstorm talisman. This is an 8th grade. This is an 8th grade. These are 7th grade spirit talismans. Although their effects are not as good as those of 8th grade ones, they are still effective for cultivators in the Mahayana stage. Take more of these 7th grade spirit talismans. About 2,000 of each type should be enough. Let's take a few thousand of the 6th grade ones. We can't use 7th or 8th grade spirit talismans to deal with some small fry. That would be too wasteful. And then there are these formations. We can set up several rank 8 formations at home and several in the shop. That way, if anyone comes to cause trouble, we can just activate the formations. As Chun Fan spoke, he took out many more arrays and tossed them to Chun Guotao and Fong Bingwei. Chun Guotao and Fong Bingwei simply accepted the items blankly and put them into their storage rings. Finally, there's this 8th grade diamond teleportation array. It's also a life-saving measure. If you encounter an invincible enemy, you can activate it and escape. After Chun Fan finished speaking, he took out over 1,000 grade 8 diamond teleportation arrays and distributed them all to Chun Guotao and his wife. After Chun Guotao and Fong Bingwei received the teleportation array, Chun Guotao asked, are there any more? Fong Bingwei, ? Chun Fan realized what was happening and said, also, these 2 storage rings contain 50 billion low-grade spirit stones and 5 billion mid-grade spirit stones respectively. After saying that, Chun Fan gave 1 ring to Chun Guotao and 1 to Fong Bingwei. There really is? Chun Guotao had just asked casually, numb to the fact that he hadn't expected it to actually exist. Chapter 114, Teaching Younger Siblings Cultivation, Entering a New World. Moreover, it was so many spirit stones. Chun Guotao felt that at his current rate of earning spirit stones, it would take him hundreds or thousands of years to earn that many spirit stones. No wonder the son said he wanted to give up his shop and devote himself to cultivation. At first, Chun Guotao and his wife thought they could help their son, but now it seems they can't keep up with him at all. Xiao Fan, what is your cultivation level now? Fong Bingwei couldn't help but ask. Nascent soul. Chun Fan slowly uttered the 2 words. Nascent soul. Chun Guotao and Fong Bingwei couldn't help but exclaim in surprise again. It's no wonder they couldn't be blamed. Chun Fan's breakthrough speed was simply too fast. No matter how much they thought about it, they didn't dare to even consider the nascent soul stage. Keep in mind that Chun Fan has only entered the Infinite Tower 3 times, which, according to outside time, is less than 8 months in total. Breaking through from the mortal realm to the nascent soul stage in just 8 months. Who can say that's not fast? Alright, Mom and Dad. You can handle these low-level resources as you see fit, but try to keep a low profile. Chun Fan stretched and said before going back to his room. Chun Guotao and Fong Bingwei watched Chun Fan walk into their room, speechless for a long time, unsure how to describe their feelings. It seems the couple is destined to have a sleepless night. In the days that followed, Chun Fan took Chun Ru out to have fun. When Chun Bing, Chun Ping, and Chun Dong had holidays, he would also take them out to play or go shopping. I've been having a very happy and carefree time lately. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. After listening to their son's advice, Chun Guotao and his wife found a reliable person to be the store manager. They entrusted all matters in the shop to the shop manager and would only seek help from Chun Guotao and his wife if there were things that couldn't be handled by the manager. During these 2 weeks, Chun Guotao and his wife chose to cultivate the 9th rank cultivation technique, Guiyuan Divine Art, as their main cultivation method. After 2 weeks of hard work, they both broke through to the 3rd level of body tempering, advancing 2 minor realms. After spending half a month playing with his younger siblings, Chun Fan began to teach them how to cultivate the returning origin divine technique. As for Chun Ru, it's not time yet. After several days of careful instruction from Chun Fan, Chun Bing, Chun Ping, and Chun Dong all comprehended the returning origin divine technique. They began formally cultivating the returning origin divine technique. 10 days later, everyone made breakthroughs. Chun Bing was the first to break through to the body tempering realm, becoming a true body tempering realm expert. Chun Ping and Chun Dong have also reached the late stage of the mortal realm, and it is estimated that they will be able to break through to the body tempering realm soon. Aside from eating and sleeping, Chun Guotao and his wife spent all their time cultivating. In the past 10 days, they broke through another small realm and reached the 4th level of body tempering. 5 days later, Chun Ping and Chun Dong also broke through to the body tempering realm. At this point, Chun Fan gave them several thousand spirit talismans ranging from 6th to 8th grade, mainly for safety. He then gave each of them 100 million low-grade spirit stones and some cultivation resources, and instructed them to cultivate diligently, as he would check their cultivation levels when he returned from the Infinite Tower. If their cultivation level remains unchanged, Chun Fan will take back the resources he gave them. Chen Bing, Chen Ping, and Chen Dong all expressed that they would cultivate diligently. As for Chen Ru, Chen Fan chose a top-grade magic weapon in the form of a necklace for her. This magic weapon also has a small space inside, containing thousands of Bagua Golden Bell talismans made of 8th-grade diamonds. Whenever she encounters danger, the necklace will trigger a mechanism to release the Bagua Golden Bell talismans to protect Chen Ru. As for offensive talismans, Chen Fan didn't give them to Chen Ru, mainly because he was afraid that Chen Ru would act recklessly and hurt his own people. He decided to give them to her when she was older. Anyway, with the Bagua Golden Bell talisman, most people couldn't hurt her. Chen Fan found that this top-grade magic weapon was quite useful, so he gave one to each of Chen Guotao and his wife, and also gave one to each of Chen Bing, Chen Ping, and Chen Dong. The next day, Chen Fan was preparing to enter the infinite world again, so he took his younger siblings out for a day of fun. After returning home, the whole family held a meeting, mainly to remind the younger siblings not to flaunt their wealth. Chen Fan was afraid that these little ones would get arrogant after having these resources and start showing off everywhere. Finally, Chen Fan gave each of them dozens of top-grade magic weapons for self-defense. It can be said that they are armed to the teeth. As long as they don't do anything reckless and cause trouble for others, they will have no problem protecting themselves. Knowing that Chen Fan would be entering the Infinite Tower again the next day, Chen Guotao and his wife put aside their cultivation time and chatted with Chen Fan until late at night before going to rest. The next morning, Chen Fan, as usual, did not wake his family and quickly headed towards the Infinite Tower. Soon, Chen Fan arrived at the Infinite Tower, paid the Spirit Stones, and stepped into the teleportation array. After a dizzying moment, Chen Fan felt his feet were already on solid ground. Chen Fan looked around and found himself in a desert that stretched as far as the eye could see, a golden expanse in all directions. According to the information Jean Buhuan obtained, the nascent soul stage should correspond to the 5-star world. According to the time rules of the 5-star world, he should stay in this world for 1 year and 2 months, while nearly 4 months will have passed outside. Chen Fan suddenly seemed to remember something and hurriedly tried out his cultivation technique, Void Space. The space opened smoothly, and all the storage rings and talismans inside were there. Chen Fan was overjoyed, because the rule that prohibited bringing items into the Infinite Tower would no longer apply to him. In that case, I would be practically invincible in every world. Next, Chen Fan opened his amplification system to take a look. He hadn't seen the effects of the upgraded amplification system after breaking through to the nascent soul stage last time. A system that amplifies a billionfold. Level 5. Amplification multiplier, 100,000 to 1 million. Randomly amplifies the quantity or quality of collected items by 100,000 to 1 million times. The quality can exceed 4 levels of this world. Sure enough, after the system upgrade, the amplification coefficient increased again, and now it can be amplified up to 1 million times. That is to say, if you randomly obtain a low-grade spirit stone, and it is amplified by 1 million times, you can obtain 1 million low-grade spirit stones. The quality can also exceed the current world's 4 levels, so wouldn't one's highest level be able to obtain 9th grade items? The 9th grade is considered the highest grade of item below the immortal grade. Once you acquire a spirit talisman of the 9th rank, you will be invincible below the level of an immortal, and even an earth immortal would be useless against you. I don't know what kind of world this is. The place I am in is a complete wasteland, full of sand. Chapter 115 The World Beneath the Desert. Chen Fan teleported more than 10 times, only to find himself still in the desert. Then, Chen Fan teleported dozens more times, but as far as the eye could see, it was still all desert, without even a single blade of grass, let alone any other creatures. Everything in sight was golden, and Chen Fan even wondered if this was a desert world. I really don't know what kind of resources this world might have, but it's impossible for the Infinite Tower to be a world without resources. Everything that exists has its reason, but we still have to find our own resources in this world. In the days that followed, Chen Fan wandered around this world for several days without discovering anything. Chen Fan calculated that at his current speed, he would have circled the earth several times already, but he still hadn't found anything, not even a single person. Chen Fan was starting to get impatient, mainly because he hadn't found anything and was still stuck in a world of only one color, as if he could never get out of this desert. Just as Chen Fan was getting anxious, he suddenly caught a glimpse of a figure flashing by out of the corner of his eye. Chen Fan was overjoyed and hurriedly chased after him, but the person had disappeared again after he caught up. Chen Fan stared at the spot where the figure had disappeared, wondering if he was seeing things. No, that's impossible. I'm not seeing things. I saw it clearly. So why did the person disappear? Chen Fan carefully examined the spot where the figure had disappeared and finally noticed something different at a sand dune. Normally, the sand on the dunes is smooth and flat, but now the slope of the dunes has a concave mark. It looks like a concave mark formed by a heavy object hitting it. Could it be that Chen Fan suddenly realized that the resources were underground? Without thinking further, Chen Fan rushed down the sunken sand dune. After rushing down a short distance, Chen Fan could feel the sand above constantly pressing in on him. He quickly erected a spiritual energy shield to block the sand outside. The further down you go, the greater the pressure becomes. However, this pressure is nothing to Chen Fan. After diving more than 20 meters, Chen Fan suddenly saw a light curtain appear in front of him, and it was this light curtain that blocked all the sand from the outside. Chen Fan stretched out his hand to test it, and the light screen did not block his hand at all. He passed through it directly without any discomfort. Chen Fan slowly passed his entire body through the light curtain. After entering the light curtain, Chen Fan found that there was no light at all, and it was completely dark in front of him. But it's still visible to cultivators, just very dark, like there's no color at all, like a black and white television. Chen Fan slowly descended to the ground, looked up, and could no longer see the light curtain through which he had passed. The area above him was completely dark. It seemed that the light curtain could not be seen from inside. Chen Fan then looked around and found that he was actually in a village. There were many houses around, all of which were pitch black, and the figure that had just entered had vanished without a trace. It could even be said that there was no one in the entire village. Chen Fan looked at the house next door, walked over, and pushed the door open. Squeak-s. The door made a chilling sound. Chen Fan went inside and found that there were no living people in the house, but there were several dead people, and it was unknown how long they had been dead. All that remained were skeletons. Chen Fan carefully examined the entire house, which had 2 bedrooms and a living room. 2 skeletons sat on chairs in the living room. There were 3 skeletons in the room, some sitting and some lying down. After observing for a while, Chen Fan came to this conclusion. These people were all killed instantly with a single blow, without any reaction or pain. The method was clean and efficient. No one knew what kind of being had killed these people who looked like ordinary citizens. Chen Fan went to look at the other rooms and found that they were basically the same as the first room he entered, with only a few skeletons remaining. No one knows what kind of being this village offended, that could have wiped out the entire village without the villagers even reacting. Judging from their positions, it seems that the entire village was wiped out in a single move without them even having a chance to react. Chen Fan found no useful resources in the village. Chen Fan left the village and headed towards the distant mountains, hoping to find out if there were any cultivation sects in those mountains. However, after traversing several mountain ranges, Chen Fan did not discover the existence of any cultivation sects. They did discover a city. Chen Fan arrived above the city and found that it was the same as the village they had encountered before. The streets were littered with bones, devoid of any life. Chen Fan landed in the city. Looking at the piles of white bones on the street, Chen Fan couldn't understand what kind of hatred or grudge could lead to the massacre of all the civilians here. It's even possible that they've wiped out everyone in this world. I wonder what kind of powerful being could wipe out an entire world with a single blow. Chen Fan walked around the city, but found nothing. It seems that most of the people in these cities are ordinary citizens, and there is no trace of any cultivators. That's true. Cultivators rarely appear among mortals. When they do, it's usually only to take on disciples. Left with no other option, Chen Fan continued onward, hoping to find traces of cultivators. Chen Fan has been in this world for several days now, but he hasn't acquired a single resource yet. This time, instead of heading towards cities, the cost is being directed towards deep mountains and dense forests. It is said to be a deep mountain forest, but there is not a single living tree on the mountain. All the trees have withered and died. All the leaves have fallen, and the trunks are black, much like monsters with bared teeth and claws on the mountain. After several days of traversing mountains and valleys, Chen Fan finally saw some pavilions and towers in a mountain range. Chen Fan quickened his pace and arrived in front of these pavilions and towers, only to find that it was actually the location of a sect. At this moment, there was even an array covering it, making it not look so desolate. You can even see some green grass and trees, which shows that there is still spiritual energy nourishing it. Above its mountain gate hangs a crooked plaque inscribed with the words, Qingyu Sect. Chen Fan tried touching the array's light barrier with his hand and found that it was blocked. indicating that the array was still functioning normally. Chun Fan punched the formation, and it shattered instantly, releasing the spiritual energy within. It seems there must be a small spirit stone mine within this sect, which has not yet formed a spirit vein. Otherwise, the spiritual energy inside the formation would be even denser. Chapter 116, The Bizarre Humanoid Puppet. Chun Fan slowly walked up the steps and looked around. He noticed that the once lush green grass and trees were now beginning to turn yellow. It's probably because the protective array barrier broke, causing the spiritual energy inside to slowly leak out, which is why these plants are gradually withering and turning yellow. This was not something Chun Fan should concern himself with. After a few flashes, Chun Fan had already arrived at the outer perimeter of Qingyu's sect. It was deserted and quiet here, the only difference from ordinary cities being that there were no skeletons. Chun Fan arrived in front of a building, pushed open the door, and found the inside empty, as if there was nothing there. But Chun Fan soon noticed something different, as if something was watching him. Chun Fan looked around and quickly made a discovery. Behind a pillar, there seemed to be a dark figure watching him. Chun Fan slowly walked over, and as the figure drew closer, he finally saw what the dark shape was. It turned out to be a disheveled figure standing next to a pillar, staring at Chun Fan with empty eyes. When Chun Fan first saw it, he thought it was a dead person, but then he noticed that its eyeballs could still move. The man's gaze followed Chun Fan's movements and gradually focused on him. My fingers started moving, and slowly my whole body began to move, making a clicking sound. When Chun Fan was close enough, she suddenly drew a sharp sword and thrust it towards him. Chun Fan slapped him across the face, sending him flying. But this person seemed oblivious to pain, getting up and continuing to attack Chun Fan. Seeing the attacker approaching, Chun Fan snatched the sword from his body and chopped off his head in one move. The headless figure slowly fell to the ground, and then a wisp of gray smoke slowly rose from its body, forming the shape of a human figure that bowed deeply to Chun Fan before disappearing. What's going on? Chun Fan watched the figure slowly disappear. He had killed him, and the man was thanking him instead. Chun Fan shook his head, unable to understand it at all. I'll stop thinking about it for now. Chun Fan turned and walked up to the second floor. As soon as he reached the second floor, a figure with a sword thrust at him. Chun Fan dodged to the side and kicked the man, who then fell forward to the ground. The man silently got up, grabbed his sword, and continued charging towards Chun Fan. Chun Fan snatched the sword from his hand and subdued him. But the figure struggled incessantly, yet how could it break free from its restraints? Looking at the empty eyes on his face, Chun Fan could sense that those eyes were pleading with Chun Fan to kill him quickly. This puzzled Chun Fan. Who would beg someone to kill them? Are you from the Qingyu sect? Chun Fan asked. Seeing that Chun Fan had spoken, the man resisted even more fiercely, even going so far as to break his own hand in order to break free from Chun Fan's grasp. Click. The man broke free from Chun Fan's grasp, but the price he paid was that his arm was broken. His arm was broken, but no blood flowed out, and the man seemed to feel no pain as he continued to attack Chun Fan. Holding the severed arm in his hand, Chun Fan watched as the figure, seemingly feeling no pain, charged towards him again. Ping Fan then cleaved the figure's head off with a single sword strike. The man fell to the ground, and a wisp of gray smoke rose up, forming a human figure that bowed deeply to Chun Fan before disappearing. Chun Fan stared at the fallen figure and the dissipating ash, lost in thought. The people here seem to be controlled by others, like puppets. If that's really the case, then the methods used to control these people are far too insidious. Just as Chun Fan was deep in thought about this, the person lying on the ground also changed. His clothes and flesh slowly turned to ashes and dust, scattering across the ground, until only a skeleton remained. Chun Fan sighed. It seemed that the physical body also needed the support of the soul. Now that the soul had been freed, the physical body would also dissipate. These people are probably already dead, but someone with great supernatural powers has trapped their souls in their bodies, turning them into puppets, preventing their souls from being reborn. The methods were extremely cruel and vicious. As long as no one broke the seal on the puppet, the person's soul would never be able to be reborn and would be trapped in this decaying body forever. Chun Fan searched the second floor, but found nothing, nor did he obtain any useful resources. He also had no idea what the attic had been used for before. Helpless, Chun Fan had no choice but to turn around and go downstairs. He then went into the adjacent attic, which also had no resources. However, he still encountered puppets like the two people before. Chun Fan directly helped them get rid of the problem. It seemed that there were no resources to be obtained from the outer sect, so Chen Fan did not linger there any longer. We arrived directly at the summit. In the plaza at the summit, there were dozens of humanoid puppets, standing there like statues. The moment Chen Fan stepped into the square, those humanoid figures drew their swords and attacked him. Faced with these humanoid puppets, Chen Fan had nothing to say, but simply went up and helped them free themselves, and they would even thank him. Most of the humanoid puppets here were at the Foundation establishment stage, and Chen Fan easily freed them. Once the souls of these humanoid puppets perish, everything on their bodies will turn to ashes, including the storage rings and storage bags they wear. It's unclear how these humanoid puppets were made. They seem to carry a kind of poison that will corrode everything on their bodies as long as there is no soul present. Chen Fan had initially thought that these people, after being freed, would surely leave behind some items and resources, but now it seemed that there was no possibility of that. After dealing with all the humanoid puppets in the square, Chen Fan arrived at the largest palace above the square. This palace must be the main hall of the Qingyu sect. Chen Fan pushed open the door and went inside. Then one could see human-shaped puppets sitting above and on both sides of the main hall. The person at the very front should be the sect leader of this sect, and the people sitting on either side should be the elders of this sect. Chen Fan glanced at their general cultivation levels. The sect leader of the Qingyu sect was probably at the late Golden Core stage. The other elders were also around the Golden Core stage. When Chen Fan pushed open the door and entered, they all opened their eyes, their empty gazes fixed on Chen Fan. Chen Fan walked in unhurriedly. When these humanoid puppets saw Chen Fan coming, a look of struggle flashed in their eyes. But in the end, they all surrounded Chen Fan and even drew their weapons. Without saying a word, he charged straight at Chen Fan. Chen Fan knew that this was not their original intention, but they had been turned into humanoid puppets by others and could only obey their commands. Chen Fan also brandished a magical flying sword and said, "Let me help you find liberation." Chapter 117 Morong Shueshua. After saying that, he controlled the flying sword, and with a few whooshing sounds, he beheaded all the humanoid puppets. They fell to the ground, and then, as they rose into the air, they formed human figures, bowed to Chen Fan, and disappeared. Only the sect leader of Qingyu sect remained unmoved. He seemed to be trying his best to restrain himself, but in the end he could not resist being controlled and also drew his sword to attack Chen Fan. Chen Fan dodged the attack with a quick movement, then controlled his flying sword to circle around the attacker's neck. The sect leader of Qingyu sect collapsed on the ground, followed by a wisp of gray smoke that eventually formed a human figure. He bowed deeply to Chen Fan, pointed outside, bowed to Chen Fan again, and then disappeared. Although there were no words, Chen Fan understood what it meant. After dealing with the humanoid puppets in the main hall, Chen Fan headed to the adjacent palaces and freed the humanoid puppets there. Although he was helping them find peace, Chen Fan didn't overlook any place that might have resources. However, he didn't find any resources in several palaces and pavilions. Instead, he helped many of the humanoid puppets find peace. They found quite a few items, but they were all corroded. If you touched them, they would immediately turn to ashes. This frustrated Chen Fan greatly. He had been in this world for almost a week and hadn't gained any resources at all. Chen Fan's figure darted around the sect, basically exorcising all the humanoid puppets in the Qingyu sect, thus fulfilling the wish of the Qingyu sect master. Finally, Chen Fan followed the faint spiritual energy and found a spirit stone mine, but the mine was basically dry. Chen Fan went down into the spirit stone mine and saw that almost all the spirit stones had turned to ashes, with only a few still containing spiritual energy. Chen Fan could only reluctantly collect them, otherwise he wouldn't have obtained any resources since arriving in this world. Obtained 103 low-grade spirit stones, an increase of 200,000 times, for a total of 20,600,000 low-grade spirit stones. More than 20 million low-grade spirit stones. It's better to have some than nothing, right? Chen Fan emerged from the mine and sighed, feeling like he'd wasted his time. Next, Chen Fan continued forward, but found nothing on several more hills. This really upset Chen Fan. He felt like he was unlucky to have come into this world, and everything was going wrong. After walking for so long, Chen Fan decided to stop and rest for a day. Since he couldn't find any resources anyway, he might as well stop and relax. They found a decent spot with a nice view, lit a fire, and then took out some chicken wings and drumsticks to start barbecuing. Before entering the Infinite Tower, Chen Fan had prepared a lot of things and materials while shopping with his family. After grilling the chicken wings and drumsticks, Chun Fan took out a recliner and leisurely lay down on it, using his sword control technique to flip the chicken wings and drumsticks over. Then, controlling the seasoning bottle, he evenly sprinkled the seasonings onto the chicken wings and drumsticks, and immediately, the aroma filled the air. Chun Fan picked up a chicken wing, smelled it, and said, "Not bad, that's the taste." After saying that, he took a bite. It was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, and it was grilled very well. Just as Chun Fan had taken a few bites, he suddenly noticed a figure approaching him at an extremely fast speed in the distance. In the blink of an eye, he was already in front of Chun Fan. Chun Fan looked at the man and saw that he was wearing a leather jacket and pants, had a big butt, a protruding front, and a ponytail. His pretty face and big eyes were staring at the chicken wings and drumsticks on Chun Fan's barbecue grill. An unidentified liquid had already begun to trickle from her fiery red lips. She was definitely craving his chicken wings and drumsticks. The beautiful woman didn't say anything, but stared intently at the chicken wings and drumsticks on the grill. Chun Fan casually picked up a chicken wing and a chicken leg and handed them over. "Want some?" Chun Fan asked. The beautiful woman quickly took the chicken wings and drumsticks that Chun Fan handed her and couldn't wait to stuff them into her mouth. So delicious. The beautiful woman made a seductive sound as she ate. This left Chun Fan speechless. "If you're going to eat, then eat. Why are you making such noises?" "Ahem." Chun Fan coughed twice and asked, "Beautiful lady, what's your name? Where are you from?" The beautiful woman took 2 more big bites of the chicken leg before answering. "My name is Murong Shue, and I come from the Vermilion Birdstar region." The introduction was very concise and clear. After finishing, he took a few more big bites of chicken leg meat. It's clear that Murong Shue is a true foodie. She even forgets about the dangers when she has food to eat. I reckon as long as there's delicious food, they could sell Murong Shue off, and she'd even have to count the money for them. Vermilion Birdstar region? Chun Fan slowly pondered these words, while Chun Fan was in the Azure Dragonstar region. The 2-star systems are not very far apart, and I've heard there have been some minor skirmishes. "Do you know anything about this world?" Chun Fan asked again. Yes. I've heard the older generation talk about it," Murong Shue said while gnawing on a chicken leg. "Can you tell me about it?" Without any reaction, Chun Fan looked at Murong Shue, only to see that she had already finished eating the chicken wings and drumsticks in her hands, and was now staring at the chicken wings and drumsticks on the grill with a drooling face. She showed no intention of answering Chun Fan's question. Chun Fan immediately understood that she was trying to trade chicken wings and drumsticks for the answer. Chun Fan gave all the chicken wings and drumsticks on the grill to Murong Shue. Murong Shue happily accepted the chicken wings and drumsticks, then took a big bite before replying. "According to the experience of our predecessors, this world must have offended some powerful figure. They wiped out everyone in this world and turned all the cultivators into puppets, imprisoning their souls inside their bodies. If no one rescues them, they will be stuck inside the puppets for their entire lives. The method to rescue others is also very simple. Just kill them, and they will be freed." Well, Murong Shue's answer was essentially saying nothing, and the outcome was pretty much what Chun Fan had guessed. "Anything else?" Chun Fan continued to ask. "Furthermore, the resources in this world are relatively scarce. Only some sects and holy sites may have some remaining resources, but these sects and holy sites are all covered by formations, and ordinary people simply cannot enter them. Do you know where there are sacred sites of sects?" "I know one, but you can't get in at all. That formation is too powerful. Many people are blocked outside. Can you take me there?" "No, I need to find other support." Murong Shue shook her head like a rattledrum. Chun Fan looked at the chicken wing and drumstick that he was about to finish eating and said, "I can grill 10 more chicken wings and drumsticks for you. In exchange, you take me to that sect's holy land, okay?" Murong Shue shook her head again and said no. After saying that, he threw away the bones he had left over and said, 20. "Okay, deal. Let's hit the road now," Chun Fan said. Chapter 118 Valley Formation. "No, you have to grill it for me first. I'm not full yet." Murong Shue refused again. "No, what if I finish baking it for you, and then you change your mind?" Chun Fan also refused. Murong Shue rolled her eyes and said, "Why don't you bake 10 for me first, and I'll bake the remaining 10 for you when we get to our destination." Chun Fan thought about it, and felt it was feasible. The main reason was that Chun Fan didn't want to waste time haggling with Murong Shue here. Chun Fan took out 5 chicken wings and 5 chicken legs again, placed them on the barbecue grill, and started grilling them. As Murong Shueshue watched Chun Fan grill chicken wings and drumsticks, an unidentified liquid began to drip from the corner of her mouth again. Chun Fan glanced at Murong Shueshue and said, "Can you please be a little more mindful of your image? You're practically drooling. Don't get my barbecue grill covered in your drool. Go away from here." Murong Shueshue wasn't angry when Chun Fan teased her like that. Instead, she looked curiously at the chicken wings and drumsticks in Chun Fan's hand and asked, "Where did you get these? They're not exactly fresh, but they're not too bad either." Chun Fan was taken aback by Murong Shueshue's question. Of course, he brought the chicken wings and drumsticks in from outside. Almost everyone knew that every time they entered the Infinite World, their resources would be confiscated by the Infinite Tower, so he definitely couldn't say that he brought them in from outside. "As far as I know, there are no living beings in this world. So where did you come from?" Murong Shueshue asked, pointing to her lips. "It's a secret. How can I tell you?" Chun Fan couldn't explain where the chicken wings and drumsticks came from. He wanted to say that he found them in this world, but Murong Shueshue blocked him. So he had no choice but to say nothing and let Murong Shueshue guess for herself. Seeing that Chun Fan wouldn't say anything, Murong Shueshue didn't press him for details. After all, everyone has their own secrets. The two chatted casually for the rest of the time, but Chun Fan did most of the talking and Murong Shueshue answered. Unfortunately, Chun Fan knew too little about the Infinite World, while Murong Shueshue happened to know more. So Chun Fan raised every question he could think of. Murong Shueshue was able to answer most of Chun Fan's questions, giving him a more comprehensive understanding of the Infinite World. All right. Chun Fan handed the grilled chicken wings and drumsticks to Murong Shueshue, and then put away the barbecue grill and other equipment. Murong Shueshue took the chicken wings and drumsticks and took a bite without hesitation, her face full of delight. Chun Fan looked at Murong Shueshue, who seemed to have not eaten for 800 years, and said irritably, "All right, you've eaten. Now it's time to take me to that sect's holy land." Murong Shueshue took another bite of meat and said, "Come with me." Then they headed in one direction, with Chun Fan following Murong Shueshue at a leisurely pace. Not long after, Chun Fan followed Murong Shueshue to a valley. Actually, it wasn't far from where Chun Fan was having a barbecue. If Chun Fan had just walked a little further, he could have reached the valley. Chun Fan was furious when he saw Murong Shueshue. He should have just come directly instead of letting Murong Shueshue lead the way. "We're here," Murong Shueshue said, taking a bite of chicken leg. "You're something else," Chun Fan said through gritted teeth. "What? You still owe me 10. Murong Shueshue pretended not to know what Chun Fan was talking about. At this moment, there are many people in the valley, all trying to figure out how to break the formation, but none of them have come up with any useful results. Some people tried to break the formation, but all of them failed. Some even coughed up blood due to the backlash from the formation. The people didn't react to Chun Fan and Murong Shueshue's arrival. Although there weren't many people coming, 2 or 3 would come from time to time, and they would leave if they couldn't break the formation. Therefore, there was nothing strange about Chun Fan and his group's arrival, nor was there any hostility towards them. Chun Fan glanced at the people around him, then at the formation. The formation enveloped the entire valley, emitting a faint white mist that obscured the view inside. This formation was like a figment of Chun Fan's imagination. He could simply teleport through it. But now there are so many people here, including more than 10 people in the late stage of the nascent soul realm, and more than 20 people in the middle stage of the nascent soul realm. Entering in front of so many people would only cause more trouble, wouldn't it? Although I'm not afraid of being surrounded by these people, it's better to be a little sneaky. Why not just take everything quietly? Why make it so public? Making money in silence is the best policy. Seeing that these people couldn't break the formation in a short time, Chun Fan didn't need to be too anxious. So he took out the barbecue grill again and started grilling chicken wings and drumsticks for Murong Shueshue. Soon, the aroma spread, attracting many people to look in Chun Fan's direction. Seeing that everyone was focused on the barbecue, Murong Shueshue moved a few steps, blocking Chun Fan and the barbecue grill behind her, as if afraid that others would steal her food. Some people curled their lip in disdain upon seeing Murong Shueshue's actions. But the aroma still made me want to look over here. Chun Fan didn't pay too much attention when he poured it. He flipped it over and sprinkled the seasoning in one go. Soon, the chicken wings and drumsticks were cooked. Chun Fan handed them to Murong Shueshue. Murong Shueshue quickly took them, sticking out her pink tongue to lick each chicken wing and drumstick first, as if afraid someone would snatch them away. This left many people speechless. After finishing preparing the barbecue for Murong Shueshue, Chun Fan pretended to come to the edge of the formation, as if he was trying to break the formation. In reality, Chun Fan knew nothing about formations. He was just there to make an appearance. He looked around, sometimes frowning, sometimes sighing, as if he knew a lot about them. The others were not surprised to see Chun Fan like this. If this formation were so easy to break, it would have been broken long ago and would still be standing. Murong Shueshue also came over at this time. Seeing Chun Fan trying to break the formation, she asked curiously, "You also know about formations?" "I know a little bit. Can you break this formation?" "Cannot." "Cut." Chun Fan ignored Murong Shueshue's disdain, sat down cross-legged, and half closed his eyes, as if he were thinking. Seeing that Chun Fan was ignoring her and Chun Fan, Murong Shueshue wandered around looking at things, occasionally taking a bite of barbecue, looking quite carefree. Seeing Murong Shueshue's actions, Chun Fan wondered if she was on vacation. Everyone else was busy searching for resources, but she seemed to be on holiday. After taking a stroll, Murong Shueshue returned to Chun Fan's side, and saw that Chun Fan was still sitting there motionless. Somewhat bored, he kicked a stone on the ground, then squatted down in front of Chun Fan, staring at him with his big eyes. Chun Fan sighed speechlessly. Chapter 119, Entering the Formation, Super Rewards. "What are you doing?" Chun Fan had no choice but to ask. "I didn't do anything." "Then why are you staring at me?" "I think you might be asleep." "If you're bored, go out for a walk." "Why are you staring at me all the time?" Chun Fan said helplessly. "It is a bit boring. I originally wanted to go out for a walk, but you brought me back here." Murong Shueshue thought for a moment and said, "What do you mean I brought you back here again? We made a deal, okay?" Chun Fan ignored her and pretended to be thinking with his eyes half closed, but in his heart he was shouting, "Miss, you should leave now, leave now." Seeing that Chun Fan was lost in thought again, Murong Shueshue didn't disturb him any longer and said, "Then I'm leaving." She shifted her feet slightly, then turned to look at Chun Fan. Helpless, Chun Fan could only wave and say, "See you again sometime." Murong Shueshue then turned and left, satisfied. Chun Fan breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Murong Shueshue leave, fearing that she would continue to pester him. It would be difficult for him to act secretly. Chun Fan sat there for the entire afternoon, then stood up, shook his head with feigned helplessness, and turned to leave. The people in the valley didn't pay much attention to Chun Fan's departure. Many people who came here would leave after failing to break the formation. Instead of wasting time here, we should go out and look for other resources. Chun Fan hadn't gone far from the valley when he stopped here. He then disguised himself again, putting on a black cloak and a magical mask that could isolate his aura. Then he cast an invisibility talisman on himself, but in reality, the invisibility talisman has no effect on those above the Golden Core stage. Cultivators at the Golden Core stage and above are extremely sensitive to auras, but Chun Fan is different because he has a magical artifact that isolates auras. As long as there are no cultivators at the nascent soul stage here, no one will discover Chun Fan, because cultivators at the nascent soul stage can manifest divine sense, and any attempt to conceal themselves or isolate their aura will be easily detected with a single sweep of their divine sense. Chun Fan swiftly approached the array in the valley. The people inside the valley didn't react at all. In addition, the world was already dark, and if it weren't for the faint light emitted by the array in the valley, the surroundings would have been even darker. With a teleportation, Chun Fan entered the formation. The inside of the formation is a completely different world from the outside. Inside the formation, the trees are lush and the flowers are in full bloom, just like a paradise. Chun Fan passed through the surrounding trees, and suddenly the view opened up before him. In front of him was a plain, which was covered with all kinds of spiritual herbs and medicines. Moreover, the quality of these spiritual herbs is not low. The lowest is grade 4, and some even reach grade 7, which is truly unbelievable. Moreover, the further into the valley one goes, the more 7th grade spiritual herbs and medicines there are. Chun Fan is now walking very carefully, afraid of crushing all these spiritual herbs and medicines. When Chun Fan reached the deepest part of the valley, the spiritual herbs and medicines here had even reached the 8th grade. However, the center of the 8th grade was no longer spiritual herbs and medicines, but a pool of transparent liquid. This is spiritual liquid? Chun Fan couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. You should know that spiritual liquid is even rarer than top-grade spirit stones. Spiritual liquid is formed when spiritual energy is extremely concentrated. It is easier to absorb than spirit stones. There's such a large pool of spiritual liquid here. No wonder the area is full of spiritual herbs and medicines. Chun Fan took a deep breath, trying to suppress his excitement. but he couldn't contain his joy and wanted to laugh out loud. But Chun Fan suppressed his emotions as much as possible. He knew he couldn't wait here for too long, as no one could say for sure when the people outside would be able to break the formation. Therefore, Chun Fan had to act quickly and dig up all the spiritual herbs and medicines here first. Moreover, he couldn't touch the pool of spiritual liquid first, otherwise the formation would weaken without the support of the spiritual liquid, and the people outside would easily break through the formation. Chun Fan suppressed his excitement and began to dig up spiritual herbs and medicines. Although he couldn't touch the spiritual liquid, he could move the 8th grade spiritual herbs around it. Obtained 1 grade 8 diamond purple jade flower. The quantity increased by 200,000 times, obtaining 200,000 grade 8 diamond purple jade flowers. Obtained 1 grade 8 diamond cold grass. Quantity increased by 500,000 times, obtained 500,000 grade 8 diamond cold grass. Obtained 1 grade 8 diamond top-tier longevity grass, with a quantity increase of 300,000 times and a quality increase of 600,000 times. Obtained 300,000 grade 4 immortal grass, 9 tribulations life-extending grass. Obtained 1 grade 8 diamond cloud dragon flying grass, increasing the quantity by 700,000 times, obtaining 700,000 grade 8 diamond cloud dragon flying grass. Chun Fan was frantically digging for spiritual herbs and medicines, so much so that he didn't even have time to check the system's boosts. Obtained 1 grade 7 diamond fragrant cloud flower. The quantity increased by 600,000 times, obtaining 600,000 grade 7 diamond fragrant cloud flowers. Obtained grade 6 gold. Achieved rank 5. Achieved rank 4. Chun Fan dug frantically for 3 days and 3 nights, and finally finished digging up all the spiritual herbs and medicines. The main task was to ensure that the medicinal properties of the herbs and medicines were not lost, which slowed down the digging speed considerably. There has been a systematic increase, and the quantity is definitely not lacking. There have also been dozens of quality increases throughout the process, but we haven't had time to look at them yet. Then came the main event. Chun Fan took out a gourd of the highest quality magic treasure type, which was perfect for holding the spiritual liquid. Chun Fan pried open the gourd's mouth, pointed the opening at the pool of spiritual liquid, and shouted, "Collect." The pool of spiritual liquid began to be poured into the gourd. As the liquid was collected by the gourd, the surrounding trees began to turn yellow, and the light of the array began to dim. After Chun Fan collected the last drop of spiritual liquid, 2 tons of spiritual liquid were obtained, an increase of 600,000 times, resulting in a total of 1,200,000 tons of spiritual liquid. Finally, all the spiritual liquid was stored in the gourd. Originally, the gourd only contained 2 tons of spiritual liquid, and there was still a lot of space left. However, after being amplified by the system, the gourd was almost full in an instant. They don't even know how long they'll need the 1.2 million tons of spiritual liquid. Right, Chun Fan suddenly remembered and quickly poured 1 ton of spiritual liquid into the pool. With the blessing of the spiritual liquid, the vitality of the entire valley was quickly restored. The withered leaves quickly turned green again, and the formation began to recover. Chun Fan dumped another ton, and the spiritual energy of the entire valley instantly returned to its previous state. Chun Fan had just thought that since there was a powerful formation here, he might as well go into seclusion here and break through to the late nascent soul stage, or even the out-of-body stage. Anyway, they can't break the formation that quickly, so I can cultivate without being disturbed. Chapter 1, 20 Out-of-Body Stage. So Chun Fan sat cross-legged in the spiritual liquid and began to cultivate. Sure enough, the effects of the spirit liquid were different. Chun Fan had only used high-grade spirit stones to cultivate before, and he felt that the effect was excellent at that time. He secretly wondered how good the effect would be if it were a top-grade spirit stone. Unexpectedly, before even experiencing the effects of the top-grade spirit stones, I tried the cultivation effects of the spirit liquid first. Chun Fan activated the void technique, frantically absorbing the spiritual energy from the spiritual liquid. His cultivation level soared, and 2 days later, Chun Fan felt that he was about to break through to the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm. Sure enough, Chun Fan broke through to the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm in no time at all. Keep up the good work and continue your training. Those outside the formation were now in a state of unease. They had been there to figure out how to break the formation. Then I realized that the power of the formation had suddenly weakened, which meant it was easier to break. So they joined forces to break the formation. Just as they had prepared the materials and were ready to break the formation's power suddenly increased. This frustrated them greatly, but since the materials were ready, they had no choice but to try to crack it anyway. However, after trying for a day, they still had no results. Just then, someone said, "Why don't we just use brute force to break it? With so many of us working together, we can directly deplete the energy of this formation and achieve the same effect. I also think we should use brute force to break it." The formation's power suddenly weakened just now. It must be because the formation is incomplete, causing it to be weak for a period of time. If we keep attacking like this, maybe the formation will run out of energy and we can break it directly. It's feasible. As long as we keep attacking, the formation needs energy to operate. As long as the formation can't supply enough energy, we can break it in one blow, said one of the formation masters. The other array masters also thought it was feasible, so they began to organize personnel, dividing them into 4 teams. Each squad took turns attacking, but the effect wasn't very good at first. The formation's energy seemed to remain undiminished, and it was still holding firm. But as their attack continued for longer, they soon discovered that the formation was indeed beginning to weaken. This gave them hope. They believed that such an attack was effective, so they began to attack the formation even more vigorously. As more and more people joined, the formation gradually weakened. What they didn't know was that it wasn't that their attack power was so strong, but that the formation was beginning to weaken. The real reason was that Chun Fan cultivated in the spiritual liquid and absorbed it. The spiritual liquid, which was originally full, began to slowly decrease after Chun Fan absorbed it. Although breaking through to the mid-nascent soul stage didn't consume a lot of spiritual liquid, it still amounted to about 1%. 5 days passed after Chun Fan broke through to the mid-nascent soul stage, and he also reached the late-nascent soul stage. The effects of cultivating with this spiritual liquid were truly remarkable. The spiritual liquid is basically free of impurities. You just need to continuously absorb and refine it by circulating your cultivation technique. After breaking through to the late-nascent soul stage, Chun Fan consolidated his realm for a while before preparing to continue cultivating. The main reason is that cultivating in this spiritual liquid yields excellent results, making it irresistible. It's like leveling up in a game. While others have to work hard to kill a monster to get 1 point of experience, Chun Fan is like he's cheating. He can get 1,000 points of experience from killing a monster and level up like a rocket. After breaking through to the late nascent soul stage, about 4% of the spiritual liquid was consumed. Now that Chun Fan is about to break through to the out-of-body stage, the energy required will probably be even greater. Sure enough, after half a month of cultivation, when less than half of the spiritual liquid remained, Chun Fan was shocked and had broken through to the nascent soul stage. What is astral projection? It means that the nascent soul can leave the physical body and travel the world. Once one reaches the nascent soul stage, the nascent soul can freely leave the body and possess others without experiencing a decline in their cultivation level, unlike the nascent soul stage where one can only passively possess others and whose cultivation level will drop. Reaching the out-of-body stage is equivalent to having an extra chance to save one's life. In the event of a fatal danger, one can leave the body with their nascent soul to temporarily save their life. Moreover, after reaching the out-of-body stage, the use of spiritual energy in heaven and earth becomes clearer and more intuitive, and even the power of spells is greatly enhanced. Chun Fan tried to separate his nascent soul from his body. Soon, a nascent soul the size of a fist emerged from the top of Chun Fan's head and looked around. Then the entire nascent soul flew up and looked around the valley. When Chun Fan's nascent soul arrived at the edge of the formation, he was surprised to find that many people were attacking the formation. Moreover, the formation does indeed appear to have lost a significant amount of power, seemingly no longer possessing even half of its original strength. But Chun Fan actually knew the reason. It was because he had absorbed half of the spiritual liquid in the valley during his cultivation, which weakened the power of the formation. The remaining half is about a ton. If Chun Fan hadn't absorbed that ton of spiritual liquid, these people probably wouldn't have been able to break the formation even if they attacked for 3 months. However, seeing that they were attacking the formation with all their might, Chun Fan felt he had to help them. So Chun Fan's nascent soul returned to his physical body, and he began to cultivate in seclusion again. The main purpose of this seclusion was to consolidate his cultivation at the nascent soul stage. After all, breaking through too quickly isn't a good thing. The fear is that one's mindset won't be able to keep up. After several days of consolidation, Chun Fan's spiritual energy became more rounded and full, and his body was more abundant. Having failed to break through any further realms, Chun Fan decided to use the remaining spiritual liquid to refine his body. Having just obtained so many spiritual herbs and medicines, I can easily refine medicinal liquids. After Chun Fan finished refining the medicinal liquid, he poured it into the spiritual liquid. The spiritual liquid, mixed with the medicinal liquid, slowly turned into a bright green liquid. Then, he sat cross-legged again, immersing his entire body in the liquid, and began cultivating by circulating the void body refining technique. As Chun Fan continued his cultivation, the green liquid gradually decreased. Outside the formation, the number of people had exceeded 100, divided into 5 teams, attacking the formation without stopping. When one team's spiritual energy was exhausted, another team would take over, and those whose spiritual energy was exhausted would sit cross-legged to recover. Of course, the effect is also very obvious. The formation is weakening little by little as they attack. It is believed that the formation will be broken in a few days, which makes them attack the formation even more vigorously. At this moment, Morong Shueshue was also in one of the squads, and it would soon be her squad's turn to attack. When Morong Shueshue first returned here, she went to look for Chun Fan, but she couldn't find him. She thought that Chun Fan couldn't break the formation, so she left again. This fool won't stay a few more days. It seems this opportunity isn't for you now, Morong Shueshue thought to herself. Chapter 121, Is This Spiritual Liquid? A few days later, Chun Fan's void body refining technique finally reached the 3rd level. At this point, only a tiny bit of the green liquid remained, probably less than half a liter. Chun Fan felt the changes in his body and realized that he could now withstand even attacks from top-grade magic weapons. Chun Fan looked at the remaining green liquid mixed with a trace of black liquid, smiled strangely, and then used teleportation to leave the valley. Not long after Chun Fan left, the formation protecting the valley was finally broken by the group. The moment the formation shattered, everyone rushed inside, because the faster they were, the more resources they could obtain. They all flew with all their might into the valley. But when they rushed through the jungle and arrived at the plain, they were dumbfounded. The plain in front of them looked as if it had been plowed over. All the soil had been turned over, and the only place that hadn't been turned over was a small pond in the very center. Everyone rushed over, and saw that there was some dark green liquid in the small pool, emitting amazing spiritual power and wisps of medicinal power. Is this spiritual liquid? One of them asked with a hint of doubt. Judging from the intensity of the spiritual energy it emits, it seems to be spiritual liquid, but the color is wrong. It should be spiritual liquid, right? Whether it's spiritual liquid or not, let's put it away first. How do we divide it? When it came to dividing the spoils, everyone became tense, since there was only so much spiritual liquid. No one wanted to put in the effort but get nothing in return, so everyone started to be wary of those around them, creating a tense atmosphere. Just as the group was about to start fighting, one of them said, I think there's still quite a bit of spiritual liquid left. How about this? We each take a drop first, and then we can distribute the rest one by one. Everyone agreed that this was a good idea, as everyone would benefit from it. Then how should the rest be distributed? Someone asked. Of course, it goes to whoever is stronger, one of the late-stage nascent soul cultivators said. In my opinion, in a battle of magic, the winner can get a drop, someone suggested. Sure, whoever wins gets another drop. Everyone thought this was a good idea. After agreeing on how to distribute the liquid, the hundreds of people began to take 1 drop of the spiritual liquid each in an orderly manner. After each person took a drop of spiritual liquid, there wasn't much left in the pool. Those with lower cultivation levels realized they had no chance of winning, so they stopped competing. In the end, only a dozen or so late-stage nascent soul cultivators were left to fight for the last drop of spiritual liquid. After leaving the valley, Chun Fan found another place to set up a barbecue. He had just finished his seclusion, and it was time to relax. Just as the barbecue was finished grilling, a figure flew in from afar. Chun Fan squinted at the approaching person and thought to himself, this is bad. It was too late to pack up the barbecue stall. What a coincidence. Morong Shueshue said with a smile to Chun Fan. What a coincidence. Are you a dog? Chun Fan said helplessly. You're the one who's like a dog. I was just passing by and saw you here, so I came. After saying that, Morong Shueshue unceremoniously picked up the food from the barbecue grill and started eating. Even if it's poisoned, you still eat it, Chun Fan said. What kind of poison? Morong Shueshue asked curiously, clearly not believing that Chun Fan had poisoned her. Chun Fan shook his head helplessly and said, Never mind, you can eat it. It's not poisonous. Chun Fan was too lazy to argue with her and waste his breath. So he casually picked up the barbecue and started eating. By the way, I still don't know your name. What's your name? Murong Shueisha asked while eating. Chen Fan. Chen Fan. Murong Shueisha asked again. When did you leave the valley? Do you know that the valley's formation was just broken and there was actually spiritual liquid inside? Spiritual liquid? Chen Fan suppressed a laugh and said, I left not long after you left. When did you go back? I went back a long time ago to help break the formation, and I also got a drop of spiritual liquid. As she spoke, Murong Shueisha took out a small porcelain bottle, wrapped it with her magic power, and took out a drop of dark green spiritual liquid. When Chen Fan saw Murong Shueisha carefully putting the spiritual liquid back into the porcelain bottle, as if it were a precious treasure, he almost burst out laughing. Then Murong Shueisha gave a brief account of what happened in the valley. When Chen Fan heard that more than 10 people in the late nascent soul stage were competing for the last spiritual liquid, he was deeply moved. He couldn't help but laugh out loud. You see, that was his bathwater. Although the effects of the spirit liquid were reduced, it still contained more spiritual energy than a top-grade spirit stone. As for the green one, it's a body-refining elixir prepared by Chen Fan. Taking it will also have the effect of strengthening the body, which is fine. That black stuff. How could Chen Fan possibly tell you that it was actually the filth expelled from his body? What are you laughing at? Murong Shueisha looked at Chen Fan's smile and couldn't help but shudder. It's nothing. I just remembered something funny, Chen Fan said with a smile. What's so funny? Tell me about it. It won't be funny if you say it out loud. Tsh, stingy, Murong Shueisha said discontentedly, then picked up another skewer of grilled meat and took a big bite, chewing hard as if to vent her dissatisfaction. Do you know of any other sacred sites of sex? Chen Fan asked. Of course I know it exists, why would I tell you? Murong Shueisha said. You ate my barbecue. I'll spit it out and give it back to you. Then spit it out. Murong Shueisha really couldn't spit it out and rolled her big eyes at Chen Fan, saying, 50 barbecues. 30. Chen Fan certainly couldn't let Murong Shueisha arbitrarily set the price. He had to reduce it at least a bit, otherwise Murong Shueisha would dare to ask for 100 next time. Although barbecue isn't expensive, grilling it is quite tiring. 45. 30. 40. 35. 35 at most. I can't give you any more, Chen Fan conceded again. Deal, Murong Shueisha said happily. How did you know where the sacred sites of sex are? Chen Fan couldn't help but ask curiously. He knew that even if someone had been to the same world, they wouldn't necessarily tell others where there were resources. It's useless, because the world refreshes every time. Resources are never in the same place. The world background is different, and the geographical features of the world are different. Only the nature of the world is the same. Therefore, many people can prioritize understanding what kind of world they will encounter, what kind of problems they will face, and what issues they need to pay attention to, but they still need to find resources themselves. Like Murong Shueisha, she had a prior understanding of the nature of this world and its general background, but she had absolutely no way of knowing where the resources were. At most, all she knew was that the people in this world had been turned into puppets, and how to guard against these puppets. As for resources, she would have to find out and acquire them herself. Chapter 122 Barbecue at a Sacred Location. Therefore, Chen Fan was very curious about how Murong Shueisha knew that there was a sect's holy land there. If he masters this method himself, he can go find the sacred sites of the sect on his own. You have to understand that it's very difficult to find someone like Chen Fan who is searching blindly, unless you're lucky enough to stumble upon one. Murong Shueisha replied while eating barbecue. It's a secret. Alright, Chen Fan didn't have the habit of prying into other people's secrets. Since Murong Shueisha was unwilling to tell him, there was nothing he could do. He couldn't force Murong Shueisha to tell him, could he? Chen Fan had his own principles. Murong Shueisha smiled at Chen Fan's embarrassed expression and said, Actually, it's not really a secret. It's just one of my talents. I'm quite sensitive to energy. You can't learn it even if I tell you. There are many people with talents like mine. After hearing Murong Shueisha's explanation, Chen Fan realized that it was Murong Shueisha's own talent. So even if Murong Shueisha explained it, he would not be able to learn it at all. Just like his own talent, the ability to sense danger, it's something that others can't learn. My talent came from opening treasure chests. Speaking of which, I haven't encountered any treasure chests since I passed the beginner stage. That's not right either. Last time I entered a special world, and there were no treasure chests in that world. I don't know if there are any treasure chests in this world. Do you know about the treasure chest? Chen Fan asked Murong Shueisha tentatively. Treasure chest? You mean the heavenly treasure chest? Tiandao treasure chest? Yes, the Heavenly Dao treasure chest. It's said that this Heavenly Dao treasure chest is extremely rare and that it usually contains great opportunities. I haven't encountered a Heavenly Dao treasure chest yet, Morong Shueshua said dejectedly. So there really are treasure chests, but are there none in special worlds? Or is it that I just haven't encountered any treasure chests yet? If there are treasure chests, can I draw talents again in the future? But that's all for later. We need to find the treasure chest first. Let's go. Morong Shueshua finished her skewers, clapped her hands, and looked at Chen Fan. Chen Fan also packed up the barbecue grill and said, "Let's go." Morong Shueshua led Chen Fan over several mountains, turning left and right haphazardly. If Chen Fan were to search for her, it would definitely be very difficult for him. After a day and a night of travel, they finally arrived at another mountain peak. At this moment, there were also a few people on the mountain peak, just like in the previous valley, all studying how to break the formation, except that this formation looked slightly weaker than the one in the valley. It's just a little weaker, but not by much. Chen Fan stepped forward, examined the formation, and confirmed that he could pass through it. However, now was not the right time. He had to wait until Morong Shueshua left before he could act. Chen Fan stared at the array, wondering how to get Morong Shueshua away. Ideally, she would leave on her own. Of course, Chen Fan could also pretend to be racking his brains to break the formation, just like last time, so that Morong Shueshua would get bored and leave on her own. Chen Fan glanced at the people studying how to break the formation, and his eyes suddenly lit up. That's it. He could ask Morong Shueshua to help him find the sacred sites of the sects first, and once he had found them all, he could come back one by one and take away the resources inside. Anyway, these people won't be able to break the formation anytime soon, so I'll have plenty of time to get back. Even if some formations are broken, they will only be a minority. Thinking of this, Chen Fan looked at Morong Shueshua and found that she was also looking at him. Chen Fan touched his nose, coughed a few times, and then said to Morong Shueshua, "Why do you always bring me to places where even formations can't be broken? This formation is simply unbreakable. It's not my problem if this can't be solved. I was only responsible for bringing you here. You're not trying to renege on your promise, are you?" Morong Shueshua stared at Chen Fan warily. "Would I cheat? I just think this deal is unfair. Think about it. You just brought me here, and I'm supposed to grill 35 chicken wings and drumsticks for you, while I get nothing in return. Do you think that's fair?" When Morong Shueshua heard Chen Fan say that, she nodded, feeling that it wasn't fair. Seeing that Morong Shueshua was thinking, Chen Fan quickly added, "How about this? You just keep leading me around until we find a sect's sacred ground that can break the formation, and I'll roast 50 chicken wings and drumsticks for you. Of course, I can't let you work for nothing. For every sect's holy land you take me to, I'll roast 5 extra for you, regardless of whether you can break the formation or not. That's something we can consider. We need to find a sect or holy site that can break the formation to roast 100 of them," Morong Shueshua said. 100? Go rob me. Don't even think about having that many," Chen Fan said dramatically, taking 2 steps back. Then 90 it is." Morong Shueshua saw Chen Fan's exaggerated expression and offered to lower the price. Chen Fan shook his head repeatedly and said, "No, definitely not. You know, I'm the only one in this world who has this ingredient, and there aren't many left. I can only give you 51 at most, that's all. And think about it, for every sect or holy site you lead me to, regardless of whether we can break the formation, I will roast 5 for you. So the more sects or holy sites you lead me to, the more I will roast for you. 80, that's the most we can go. Searching for sects and holy sites is exhausting," Morong Shueshua said through gritted teeth, as if she had made a huge decision. 52, that's really the most I can do. Chen Fan insisted on having 50 or so. Morong Shueshua stomped her foot and said angrily, "We'll each compromise. 70, no less. If it's less, I'm not doing it." Seeing this, Chen Fan knew that this was Morong Shueshua's last offer, so he had no choice but to say helplessly, "Fine, you win." Morong Shueshua clapped her hands happily and said, "Okay, then you can start baking. What are you roasting? You haven't even taken me to the sacred ground of a sect that can break the formation yet. You said you'd roast 5 for me every time you found a sect's holy site. Isn't there one here now?" Chen Fan could say no, so he took out the barbecue grill and started grilling. Soon, 5 chicken wings were grilled. Chen Fan handed the chicken wings to Morong Shueshua and said, "Here you go. Don't worry about stuffing yourself." Morong Shueshua happily took the chicken wings and said, "How could I possibly overeat? This little bit isn't even enough to fill a tooth gap." Chen Fan packed up the barbecue grill and asked, "Are we ready to hit the road now?" Morong Shueshue took a bite of the roasted chicken wing and said excitedly, "Let's go." After saying that, he took the lead and flew away. Chen Fan also secretly used his magic to make a mark here so that he could easily come back and find it later. After marking the spot, Chen Fan quickly followed Morong Shueshue. "What were you doing just now?" Morong Shueshue asked curiously. "Nothing much, just making a mark to see if the formation will loosen a bit when we come back later, just like over in the valley. Maybe the formation here will loosen too." Morong Shueshue couldn't help but chuckle after hearing this, saying, "You're overthinking it. If these formations were so easy to break, we wouldn't have a chance." Chapter 123 The Last Holy Land of a Sect. After traveling for several days, Morong Shueshue led Chen Fan to a cliff and stopped. There is also a protective array here, and there are quite a few people in front of the array, numbering over 100. However, the formation here is on the same level of strength as the formation in the valley, so breaking this formation is not that easy. The formation in the valley was weakened because Chen Fan took away all the spiritual liquid inside. Otherwise, it would have taken them forever to break the formation. Therefore, the formation here is not so easy to break. As usual, Chen Fan left a mark here and said to Morong Shueshue, "Let's go." But Morong Shueshue remained unmoved, instead looking at Chen Fan and saying, "Have you forgotten something?" Chen Fan had no choice but to take out the barbecue grill and continue grilling for Morong Shueshue. Once the barbecue was ready, Morong Shueshue received it and then set off with Chen Fan. After several more days of travel, Morong Shueshue brought Chen Fan to a city. The city had a large population, at least 1,000 people. Moreover, these people actually started doing business in the city, setting up stalls on 2 streets, and the streets were always bustling with people, with shouts and calls filling the air. "Come and see, 2 freshly grown grade 4 diamond candle shade grasses, on sale at a low price. Selling 10 grade 4 golden ice crystal grass plants. Come and take a look if you're interested. Don't miss out. A piece of grade 5 silver cold iron, the best material for refining ice attribute magic weapons. 1 grade 6 platinum ice soul herb for sale. The highest bidder wins." Looking at the bustling street scene and hearing the hawkers' cries, Chen Fan wondered if he had traveled through time again. "Weren't you going to find the sacred grounds of the sect? How do we end up here? Where is this place? Why are so many people gathered here?" Chen Fan asked several questions. "This is also a sacred site of a sect, right here in the city," Morong Shueshue replied. "Because this sect's sacred ground just happened to be located within this city, and there were also places to live in the city, these people cleared out the city and started setting up stalls here. Gradually, more and more people gathered here. Moreover, some people here are also waiting for the moment when the formation is broken, so they can enter the sacred ground inside the formation and make a fortune. Let's go. I'll take you to the Holy Land first." After saying that, Mo Rongshue led the way across the street. After passing through the bustling streets, we were almost at the inner city, which was the sacred place here. At this moment, there were also many people outside the formation studying how to break it. However, the formation here is clearly much stronger, and it would be very difficult to break through it. Without saying a word, Chen Fan took out the barbecue grill and started grilling. Soon, the barbecue was ready and given to Morong Shueshue. Morong Shueshue happily accepted the barbecue, patted Chen Fan on the shoulder with great satisfaction, indicating that Chen Fan had become sensible and didn't need her to remind him anymore. Chen Fan also marked the spot, saying, "This formation is even more powerful. I think it will be difficult to break. Let's leave. They must be much stronger now. Otherwise so many people would have broken through long ago, and we wouldn't be here yet," Morong Shueshue said, her words slightly slurred as she ate her barbecue. "Then let's go. Let me tell you, I'm taking you to the last sacred site of a sect. If the formation there can't be broken, then it's over," Morong Shueshue said. Chen Fan frowned and said, "Didn't we have an agreement? Why are you suddenly quitting?" "It's not that I'm quitting, it's just that that's the last sacred site of the sect." "The last one? You mean there are only 5 sacred sites of sects in this world?" "Yes. Do you think there are many sacred sites in sects?" Chen Fan thought about it and agreed. It's impossible for a world to have so many sects and holy lands. Otherwise, that world would be ridiculously powerful. Having 5 sacred sites of a sect is already a lot. Apart from the holy lands that Chen Fan emptied out at the beginning, there are still 4 left, which is not bad. "All right then, take me to the last sect's sacred ground," Chen Fan urged. Morong Shueshue wrinkled her nose and said, I can take you there, but let's make it clear first. When we get to that sect's holy land, whether or not we can break the formation, you have to grill 75 skewers of barbecue for me. Okay, I'll grill 75 skewers for you, like a starving ghost reincarnated, Chun Fan agreed. You're the one who's a reincarnated starving ghost, Murong Shueshue retorted before leading Chun Fan out of the city. After several more days of travel, Murong Shueshue finally brought Chun Fan to a lake, where there were many people around the lake. Like the previous 3 places, they were all trying to break the formation. However, so far, the formation here is the most powerful, covering half of the entire lake. Inside the formation, there is a thick white mist, making it impossible to see what is inside. There were probably over 100 people here, all gathered in small groups, discussing how to break the formation. Looking at the formation before him, Chun Fan said to Murong Shueshue, "It seems that of the remaining 4 sects' holy lands, this formation is the most powerful. I wonder if we can break it." "That's true. I doubt we'll be able to break this formation even after we get out," Murong Shueshue replied. "Is this really the last sacred ground of a sect? Are there any other places?" Chun Fan asked again, unwilling to give up. "Really no." Murong Shueshue rolled her eyes and said, "It's your turn." Chun Fan understood what she meant, so he took out the barbecue grill and started grilling, muttering to himself, "Eat. Eat. All you do is eat. You'll get fat. I'm naturally beautiful. I won't gain weight no matter how much I eat," Murong Shueshue said proudly. Chun Fan didn't reply to Murong Shueshue's words. He quickly grilled the skewers, flipping them and sprinkling seasonings. He finished dozens of skewers in one go. After handing the skewers to Murong Shueshue, Chun Fan continued grilling, going back and forth 3 times until all the skewers were finished. He then gave the extra 10 or so skewers to Murong Shueshue as well. It's delicious. Why were you so generous this time, giving me so much extra?" Murong Shueshue asked between bites. "I fed it to the dogs," Chun Fan replied casually. Murong Shueshue glared at Chun Fan, threw the bone she had left after finishing her meat at him, and said, "You're such a straight man, not gentlemanly at all." Ignoring what Murong Shueshue said, Chun Fan asked, "Where are you going next?" "Stay here, and we'll break the formation together." "I'm not staying here. Who knows when this formation will be broken? I'm going out to find other opportunities." "When are you leaving? Can I come with you?" Okay. Once I lead you to your destiny, you have to keep grilling barbecue for me, okay? Then let's forget about it. TCH, Stingy. Chapter 124, Innate Talent Fruit, Immortal Talent Fruit. In the end, Murong Shueshue left, and Chun Fan still did not go with her. Chun Fan also wanted to avoid Murong Shueshue, so he could act alone. Now Chun Fan needs to formulate an action plan. First, the lake is definitely the first target, followed by the cliff, then the mountain peak, and finally the inner city of the city. The reason why the inner city of that city was arranged to be the last was because there were just too many people in that city. If he were discovered, Chun Fan was afraid he would be beaten to death by them. Chun Fan looked around and saw that most people were studying how to break the formation, but a few people were also observing him. Chun Fan walked to the formation and punched it several times, but the formation did not budge. Instead, Chun Fan was blasted away by the formation and spat out several mouthfuls of blood in midair. Chun Fan landed on the ground, punched the ground several times, and then left dejectedly. Some people sneered when they saw Chun Fan being blasted away by the formation, thinking he was overestimating himself. What are all these people doing here, studying the formation? It's wishful thinking for Chun Fan to break it all by himself. However, there are quite a few people like Chun Fan. Every few days, one of them will come, but they all come and go quickly. Therefore, these people were not surprised by Chun Fan's departure. After leaving this place for about several dozen miles, Chun Fan began to disguise himself, then put on the magical mask and affixed the invisibility talisman. He returned to the lake once more and instantly entered the formation. Chun Fan's teleportation ability can now cover distances of tens of kilometers. After passing through the formation, Chun Fan's eyes lit up. The white mist was gone, and he could see an island in the center of the lake. There wasn't much on the island, except for a giant tree that grew in the center of the island, which basically covered the entire island. Chun Fan flashed to the top of the giant tree, which was covered with lush foliage like a giant umbrella, shading the entire island. And on this giant tree, there were also scattered white flowers and some red fruits. Chun Fan didn't recognize the tree or know its specific effects, but he had the system to help him. As long as he picked the fruit, he would have a general idea of the tree's effects. Chen Fan landed on a branch and reached out to pick a bright red fruit. The fruit wasn't very big, about the size of a grape. Obtained 1 grade 9 diamond talent fruit, increasing the quantity by 300,000 times, and obtained 300,000 grade 9 diamond talent fruits. The heavenly talent fruit, what is that? Judging from the name, it should be a fruit that enhances one's aptitude. I'll ask Murong Shue when I get out. That woman knows a lot anyway. Although the tree is very large, it doesn't produce many of these heavenly fruits, only about 100. 100 or so sounds like a lot, but compared to this giant tree, they are just a sparse number. However, there are quite a few small white flowers. A lot of flowers doesn't necessarily mean a lot of fruit. It's unclear how long it's been since anyone last visited this place, which is why it only produced a few hundred fruits. Chen Fan continued picking. Obtained 1 grade 9 diamond talent fruit, increasing the quantity by 100,000 times, obtaining 100,000 grade 9 diamond talent fruits. Obtain 1 grade 9 diamond talent fruit. The quantity increases by 700,000 times, and the number of grade 9 diamond talent fruits obtained is 700,000 times. Obtained 1 grade 9 diamond talent fruit, with the quantity increasing by 300,000 times and the quality increasing by 900,000 times. The current quality increase has reached its limit. Obtained 300,000 grade 4 immortal talent fruits. Chen Fan, who was picking fruit, was stunned when he saw the system notification. Immortal fruit. This is an immortal fruit. Could it be a fruit that grants the potential to become an immortal? This is defying the heavens. If I gave one to everyone in my family, wouldn't they all have the potential to become immortals? Chen Fan was excited just thinking about it. He had been worried that his family members were not talented enough and that he could only rely on resources to improve them. But if this immortal talent fruit was really the fruit he had imagined, then it would be amazing. Continue picking. Received 1 talent fruit. Obtain 1 heavenly talent fruit. The quantity increases by 500,000 times, the quality increases by 600,000 times, and obtain 500,000 grade 4 immortal talent fruits. Get. Chen Fan turned the entire tree over and over again, finally picking all the heavenly fruits. As for the unripe ones, Chen Fan did not pick them. He has already gained a lot. He can leave the unripe things to future generations. He just doesn't know if there will be any future generations in this world. However, these are not things that Chen Fan should worry about. After harvesting all the heavenly fruits here, Chen Fan found that the formation here was no different from before, and its strength was still the same. Unlike in the valley, the formation's strength did not decrease after Chen Fan took the spiritual liquid. It seems that the formation here is related to this island, or even to this giant tree. As long as the giant tree doesn't fall, there's no way to enter the formation, so it will be very difficult for outsiders to break through it. Unlike the spiritual liquid in the valley, which Chen Fan could take away, how could he take away the giant tree here, uproot it, and carry it away? Chen Fan wanted to pluck it and take it with him, but he couldn't guarantee whether it would survive. So he thought it was better to leave it here. No matter what, this giant tree has given me so many natural fruits. If I were to cut off its life, I would be utterly inhuman. So it's better to stay here and give future generations some hope. Chen Fan carefully counted his harvest, a total of 62 million heavenly talent fruits and 1,200,000 grade 4 immortal talent fruits. The quality of the Tianzi fruit improved a total of 3 times during this harvest. The effect was fantastic. After packing his things, Chen Fan teleported out of the formation. Meanwhile, those outside the formation were still figuring out how to break it, completely unaware of what was happening inside. Chen Fan smiled to himself. You guys can keep studying it. I'm leaving now. Whether they can break the formation is one thing, but whether they gain anything after breaking the formation and entering is none of Chen Fan's concern. After leaving this place, Chen Fan began to head towards the cliff. He endured wind and rain along the way, and when he had traveled nearly halfway, he actually discovered a temple on a mountaintop. The temple was shrouded in a faint golden light array. When Chen Fan approached, he found that the temple was not very large. The temple only had 1 main hall and 1 pagoda that were relatively large. The remaining rooms are a few side halls. This formation is not strong. It is at most a 4th grade formation. Chen Fan teleported and appeared inside the temple. There were no humanoid puppets in the temple square. Chen Fan walked into the main hall, where a large Buddha statue was enshrined. Chen Fan did not recognize the large Buddha statue, but 3 monks wearing kasayas were sitting on the futon beneath it. As soon as Chen Fan stepped into the main hall, everyone opened their eyes. Chapter 125 Monks in the Temple. The old monk in the middle did not move, but the two monks beside him suddenly stood up. Bathed in golden light, it charged towards Chen Fan. These two monks were surprisingly at the late nascent soul stage. Two monks rushed towards Chen Fan from the left and right, raising their fists to smash towards Chen Fan's head. Chen Fan calmly stretched out his hands, grabbing and clenching the two fists that came crashing down on him. Then, with a powerful spin, he lifted the two monks high into the air before slamming them to the ground in a cross shape. With two loud bangs, the entire hall shook, and the ground cracked open, like pebbles thrown into calm water, spreading outwards from the center. Chen Fan picked up the two monks again and threw them out of the hall. His flying sword followed closely behind, beheading the two monks. Two bald figures floated out, bowed deeply to Chen Fan, and then disappeared. At this moment, Chen Fan turned around and looked at the old monk. The old monk looked kind and gentle, with a white beard. At this moment, looking at Chen Fan, he slowly opened his mouth and said, "Amitabha." The old monk didn't speak very fluently, probably because he hadn't spoken in a long time. This was also the first time Chen Fan had heard a local speak since arriving in this world. "Thank you for helping me resolve this karmic debt and achieve liberation." After a moment of contemplation, the old monk uttered these words more fluently. "No need to be polite. I will also help the master find liberation now," Chen Fan said, raising the sword in his hand. "Thank you very much, benefactor. In return, I would like to offer you a word of advice." The old monk stood up and bowed deeply to Chen Fan. "The holy land of the End City offers no opportunities, only great terror." "What do you mean?" Chen Fan asked, puzzled. The old monk smiled, but said nothing. "Explain yourself more clearly. What's so terrifying?" Chen Fan pressed again. However, the old monk did not answer, but quietly looked at Chen Fan and said, "Please, benefactor, send this old monk on his way." Chen Fan was speechless. "You haven't even answered my question yet, and you're already in such a hurry to leave. Answer my question first, and then I'll give you a ride. Please, benefactor, escort this old monk on his way. I am about to lose control," the old monk said through gritted teeth. No sooner had he finished speaking than he threw a punch at Chen Fan, who dodged it with lightning speed, saying, "Damn it, you old bastard. You have no sportsmanship." However, the old monk ignored Chen Fan's words and kept punching him. To Chen Fan's surprise, the old monk, who looked quite old, had surprisingly strong punches. Although the old monk cannot use magic, his physical cultivation level is not low. If an ordinary nascent soul cultivator came, they probably wouldn't be able to deal with him. However, when it came to body tempering, Chen Fan was not afraid of the old monk at all. The two exchanged blows, each punch landing with a resounding thump-thump. The force of their punches nearly tore the entire hall apart. Now the hall is broken in pieces, and the roof has several large holes. Chen Fan did gain something from fighting the old monk. At the very least, he gained a deeper understanding of his body-refining techniques and a more profound comprehension of the empty fist. In the end, the old monk was defeated, and Chen Fan fulfilled the old monk's wish by performing a ritual for him. After burying the bodies of the old monk and the two monks outside, Chen Fan looked at the dilapidated main hall and guessed that there was nothing of value left inside. Chen Fan turned around and came to the pagoda. He pushed open the door of the pagoda, which had 12 floors. Chen Fan climbed up the floors one by one, but each floor was empty and had nothing inside. It wasn't until Chen Fan reached the 12th floor that he discovered something. In the very center of the 12th floor, there was a table with a box on it. Chen Fan walked over and brushed off the dust. Unexpectedly, the table suddenly crumbled into dust, and the box fell to the ground along with the dust. The box, made of some unknown material, did not crumble into dust like the table. Chen Fan stepped forward and picked up the box. The box wasn't very big, only about the size of a palm, and it had a layer of restriction on it. This restriction was not a complicated one, and Chen Fan easily broke it. Upon opening the box, Chen Fan found only 2 golden particles inside and took them out. 2 grade 8 golden relics were obtained, increasing the quantity by 200,000 times, bringing the total number of grade 8 golden relics to 400,000. Buddhist relics? They seem to be of no use to me. For those who practice Buddhism, they might be invaluable treasures, but for Chen Fan, they are utterly useless. Although it's useless to Chen Fan, he can exchange it for other resources with some Buddhas, so he'll keep it for now. After putting the relic away, Chen Fan teleported out of the temple and continued towards the cliff. As for the sacred land of Moyang City mentioned by the old monk, Chen Fan guessed it was the city that Murong Shueshua had taken him to before. As for the rumors about no opportunity and great terror, that was not a problem for Qin Fan. With so many trump cards at my disposal, as long as I'm careful, there shouldn't be any problems. I guess it's better to be careful. If things go wrong, I'll make a run for it. After several more days of travel, Qin Fan finally arrived at the sacred place on this side of the cliff. He wondered what this sacred place held. The previous 2 holy sites had been very rewarding for Qin Fan, so he still had high hopes for the next holy site. The formation on this side of the cliff is just as powerful as the formation in the valley. The people here have been here for about a month or 2, but they have no way to deal with the formation and have made no progress. As usual, Qin Fan affixed an invisibility talisman, put on a magic mask, and instantly teleported into the formation. After entering the formation, Qin Fan found himself in front of the entrance of a large cave. Red light occasionally emanated from the cave entrance, along with wisps of heat. This is a volcano crater? Qin Fan looked at the huge hole and said uncertainly. Not knowing what treasures might lie beneath, Qin Fan stepped into the cave. The cave was bright, but not in the light of daytime. It was a reddish glow, a deep, bright red. Even Qin Fan himself was completely red, like a boiled shrimp. Not long after entering the cave, there are steps leading down. The steps are spiraling downwards and hollow in the middle. Looking down, you can actually see lava bubbling and gurgling. If an ordinary person fell from here, their ashes probably wouldn't even be found. Qin Fan couldn't understand what resources could exist here that would make it a sacred place for a sect. The further Qin Fan went down, the higher the temperature became, to the point that Qin Fan himself felt quite hot. It's important to understand that cultivators are different from ordinary mortals. If cultivators can feel the heat, then ordinary people might burst into flames upon arriving here. Chapter 126 Lava Waterfall, Golden Red Fire Lotus. Despite the enhancement of his physical body, Qin Fan still felt the heat. Even a cultivator wouldn't be able to withstand the heat for long without activating a spiritual energy shield. This demonstrates just how high the temperature is here, which is comparable to that of ordinary volcanoes. Qin Fan reached the bottom and found that the temperature was even higher, just like in summer for ordinary people. Qin Fan was sweating profusely. Below is a platform. Standing on the platform, you are closer to the lava, just like looking at the lake from the shore. There was another opening in the cliff next to the platform, leading to other places. Qin Fan walked over and looked at the opening, which turned out to be a staircase leading down. Qin Fan had always assumed that everything above was lava, and everything below must be lava too. He never expected that there would be areas below that weren't lava. The stairs no longer spiral downwards, but extend straight down along the cliff face. On the other side, lava was flowing down like a waterfall, crashing against the ground and splashing out various lava sparks that scattered in all directions. The scene was extremely spectacular. Qin Fan descended and soon reached a platform below, where the temperature was even more terrifying. Qin Fan had no choice but to activate his spiritual energy shield. When Qin Fan looked up from below, the scene was even more spectacular, with sparks of lava flying in all directions and occasionally bouncing towards him. The magma that was propelled toward Qin Fan was blocked by the spiritual energy shield, making a hissing sound. On one side of the lava waterfall, Qin Fan actually saw a golden red fire lotus. The fire energy emitted a faint golden red light, which blocked the lava that was launched towards the fire lotus. It was obvious at a glance that this was a treasure. Qin Fan wrapped his hand with spiritual power and slowly inserted it into the magma. Immediately, the protective barrier made a hissing sound. Meanwhile, Qin Fan's spiritual energy was being rapidly depleted. At this rate, he should have no problem picking the fire lotus. Qin Fan erected a spiritual energy shield and flew towards the fire lotus. The closer he got, the denser the splashing lava became. Having finally gotten close to the fire lotus, Qin Fan reached out to pick it, but unexpectedly, the fire lotus suddenly vanished into thin air, leaving his hand empty. The fire lotus that had disappeared suddenly reappeared on the other side, leaving Qin Fan astonished. He hadn't expected the fire lotus to move on its own. Could it be that this fire lotus has developed its own intelligence? Qin Fan continued flying towards the fire lotus, increasing his speed, and reached out to grab it. The fire lotus disappeared again, and then reappeared on the other side of the waterfall. Qin Fan refused to believe it. He thought, how could a plant like you escape my grasp? He teleported over and reached out to pluck the fire lotus, but the fire lotus disappeared again and reappeared on the other side. Qin Fan teleported again, this time at an even faster speed. The fire lotus was also moving very fast, and by the time Qin Fan appeared, it had already disappeared. When the fire lotus reappeared, it actually emitted a faint golden red light beneath the lava waterfall, blocking the lava waterfall. Chun Fan's spiritual energy was almost completely depleted, so he had to return to the platform to recover it. Now that the fire lotus is under the lava waterfall, it's even more difficult to pick. It's not that the lava waterfall is terrifying, but rather that the fire lotus moves on its own at an extremely fast speed, no slower than Chun Fan's teleportation. We need to think of a way to stop the fire lotus from moving, but after thinking about it for a long time, we still couldn't come up with a good solution. I don't know any formations, otherwise I could just set up a confinement formation. Speaking of formations, I seem to have a lot of formation plates on me, but I don't know if I've ever entered any of them. Chun Fan searched through his storage ring, but couldn't find any array plate that was imprisoned. They did find a formation plate with a slowing effect, and it was even Ice Attribute, a 5th grade frost array. Just in time to counter the fire lotus, Chun Fan threw the array plate towards the waterfall, cast the incantation, and activated the frost array. A sudden chill swept over the area, causing the temperature to drop considerably. The fire lotus, still at the bottom of the waterfall, was clearly uncomfortable and was swaying wildly. This caused the temperature to rise slowly, and the array plate was clearly unable to withstand the high temperature and began to slowly melt away. It was estimated that the array plate would be completely destroyed soon, and sure enough, it didn't last long before it melted away. Chun Fan calculated the approximate time and realized that he would need at least 20 array plates like this to harvest the fire lotus. If it were an ordinary person, they would probably give up. The main reason is that crafting such an array plate is not something that can be done just by having it. It requires various materials, none of which can be missing. But Chun Fan is different. He holds tens of thousands of such keyboards in his hands. Let alone 20, even 200, Chun Fan could easily throw them out. With a plan to deal with the fire lotus, it would be his for the taking. Chun Fan threw out 20 array plates in succession, completely surrounding the fire lotus, and infused each one with incantations, activating all the array plates. The fire lotus seemed to sense the threat as well, and swayed even faster. Chun Fan also clearly felt that the melting speed of the main plate was also accelerating. But 20 keyboards can't just disappear in a short time, and we dared not linger. He teleported away and appeared beside the fire lotus, reaching out to pluck it. However, the fire lotus immediately retracted, reappearing only a few steps away from Chun Fan. It seems that the frost array is effective against the fire lotus. Since it is effective, we might as well throw out a few more. Chun Fan threw out another 30 frost array plates, activating them, and the temperature dropped even further. The fire lotus seemed to sense a deadly threat, and its swaying speed became even more terrifying, like a spring mechanism, swaying from side to side. The temperature it emitted was getting higher and higher, and Chun Fan dared not hesitate. He teleported over again and reached out to grab the fire lotus, but ultimately fell just short. Chun Fan refused to believe that 50 array plates couldn't imprison you, so he would bring another 50. The 20 keyboards that were thrown out first have also melted away. So Chun Fan took out another 50 array plates, inscribed them with spells, and threw them out. Chun Fan didn't believe that the fire lotus could dodge this time, so he teleported back to the fire lotus and reached out to pluck it. The fire lotus swayed wildly, trying to break free from Chun Fan's grasp. The hand, enveloped in spiritual energy, hissed and emitted a large amount of white smoke the moment it touched the fire lotus. Moreover, the force of the flickering flames was immense. Chun Fan felt like he couldn't hold on to it. It was as if he were holding a fish. Finally, Chun Fan exerted force, uprooting the fire lotus, and then swiftly teleported towards the platform. Chapter 127, the 4th grade Immortal Medicine, Golden Crow Fire Lotus. When Chun Fan returned to the platform, the array plate in the magma had completely melted away. Chun Fan breathed a sigh of relief. Of the 3 holy lands, this holy land's resources were the most difficult to obtain, while the resources of the other 2 holy lands were easy to acquire. Obtained 1 grade 9 diamond radiant fire lotus, with the quantity increased by 200,000 times and the quality increased by 700,000 times. The quality increase has reached its limit. Obtained 200,000 grade 4 Immortal Medicine Golden Crow Fire Lotuses. Surprisingly, there was a quality boost. It was a one-shot kill. I wonder what the effects of this 4th grade elixir are like. I'll ask Morong Shueshue when I have the chance. After all, this woman knows a lot, so asking her is definitely the right thing to do. Surely this holy land has more than just the fire lotus? Chun Fan searched around again and actually found some other things. Some bright red stones were embedded in the cliff face, and Chun Fan pried one out. Obtained 1 grade 7 golden fire cloud stone. The quantity increased by 100,000 times, obtaining 100,000 grade 7 golden fire cloud stones. Since it's a 7th grade gold level item, this fire cloud stone must be used for refining weapons. Although Chun Fan doesn't know how to refine weapons, he can still exchange them for other things, since they are, after all, 7th grade items. So Chun Fan began to carve the fiery cloud stone from the cliff face. Obtained 1 grade 7 golden fire cloud stone. The quantity increased by 600,000 times, obtaining 600,000 grade 7 golden fire cloud stones. Obtained 1 grade 7 golden fire cloud stone. Quantity increased by 300,000 times. Quality increased by 400,000 times. Obtained 300,000 grade 3 immortal level flame dragon divine stones. Chun Fan extracted all the fire spirit stones he could, reaping a bountiful harvest. There are over 200 million gold-grade fire cloud stones alone, and over 10 million immortal-grade flame dragon divine stones. After mining all the available fire cloud stones, Chun Fan left the cave and teleported outside the formation, which was now on the verge of collapse. It's estimated that the formation will be broken soon, but that's no longer relevant to Chun Fan, who simply teleported away. Next, we'll go to the sacred site at the mountain peak. I wonder what kind of resources the sacred site at the mountain peak will bring to Chun Fan. I bet those people are still figuring out how to break the formation. Once I get there, I'll use a sneak attack and make all your efforts go to waste. Excited just thinking about it, Chun Fan quickened his pace. After several days of travel, Chun Fan finally arrived at the sacred site at the mountain peak. But Chun Fan was dumbfounded. The array in front of him was gone, and the mountain was in a mess. No way, the formation here has actually been broken. Looking at the ravaged mountain, there's probably nothing left on it. Chun Fan lost interest in staying there any longer. It seemed there were many capable people in the world. He wondered what level of array master could break the array in such a short time. Since the holy site here has been claimed by someone else, now only one holy site remains. However, the old monk had told him that the holy land of Moyang City offered no opportunities, only great terror, and he didn't know what kind of great terror it was. I should go and take a look first. With my current cultivation level, even if there is some great terror, I can still leave without any problem. I'll also look for Murong Shueshue and ask her something. Having made up his mind, Chun Fan headed towards the end of the city. A few days later, Chun Fan finally arrived in Moyang City. The streets were just as they had been the first time he had come. A constant stream of shouts and calls to buy and sell filled the air. Chun Fan noticed that there were even more people in the city now. Previously, 2 streets were full of people, and now the 3rd street was almost full as well. I never expected that the number of people here would increase so much in just over a month. Next, Chun Fan went to check on the sacred ground in the inner city. The formation was still the same as before, without any signs of weakening. As for entering the formation, that was Chun Fan's initial thought, but after hearing the old monk's words, Chun Fan hesitated again. After all, the old monk had no reason to deceive him, so he should be more careful. Besides, he had already gained enough from entering this world. There's no need to sacrifice yourself for the resources here. It would be a terrible waste to lose your life because of a moment of recklessness. You have to understand that the world Chun Fan has entered now must be at least a 4 or 5-star world. If he dies, he will lose about 200 years of his lifespan. Seeing that the formation wouldn't be broken so quickly, Chun Fan didn't plan to enter it. Instead, he found a house to settle down in and decided to stay there for a while to see if he could run into Murong Shueshue. So for the next period of time, Chun Fan settled down in Moyang City. During the day, he would go to the market to see if there were any good things, and to see if Murong Shueshue had come over. At night, he would cultivate in his room. On a whim today, Chun Fan set up a stall in the market. As for what to sell, that was easy. Chun Fan simply took out some 4th-grade spiritual herbs and medicines and a few 4th-grade fire cloud stones. Unlike other vendors who hawk their wares, Chun Fan prefers a leisurely and carefree lifestyle, bartering only. He will only trade with vendors who have his eye on something. No amount of spirit stones will help if you don't want something. During his time setting up his stall, Chun Fan also got to know several other vendors around him and often chatted with them. Wang Dama, you haven't sold any of your grade 3 corpse demon flowers yet? If you ask me, you might as well just give them away, Chun Fan said to a pockmarked man across from him. Wang Dama said angrily, why don't you give yours away as gifts? I've never seen you sell any of yours. I'm going to switch to something different, You wouldn't understand if I explained it to you. You want to exchange for something different? Do you want to fly to the moon? With your stuff, how many grades do you want to exchange for? Even 9th grade. Wang Dama said disdainfully. Chun Fan smiled and said, then it must be of a higher grade than yours. Mine is a 4th grade spiritual herb. I'm too lazy to argue with you. Wang Dama saw that Chun Fan kept bringing up the grade, and he knew that he would definitely lose. Who told him that the spiritual herbs he had were of relatively low grade. Low grade was one thing, but they were also particularly obscure. It would be a pity to throw them away, but he didn't need them anyway. This corpse demon flower is generally useless to ordinary people. Only cultivators who deal with corpses can use it. Otherwise, it would be impossible to sell. He just set up a stall here to see if there are any suckers. If there are, that would be the best. When Chun Fan saw that Wang Dama was no longer paying attention to him, he changed his target. Master Lu, what magical treasures have you crafted to sell today? Master Lu's real name is Lu Zitao. He claims to be an intermediate-level weapon refiner, but he can only refine some low-level magical artifacts, which he often sells or gives away here at half price. I only managed to forge 1 or 2 magical artifacts today, Master Lu said, his face flushed. As an intermediate-level weapon refiner, his success rate in refining magical artifacts was pitifully low. Chapter 128, Encountering Murong Shueshua. This has always been a source of pain for Master Lu. To this day, the only magic weapon he has ever crafted is when he was advancing to the intermediate level of a weapon refiner. Chun Fan didn't tease Master Lu too much, and then switched to teasing someone else. Of course, Chun Fan was also teased by others, mainly because he had been setting up his stall here for several days and hadn't made a single sale, so it was inevitable that he would be teased by everyone. Just as Chun Fan was joking around with the vendors, he suddenly caught a glimpse of a figure out of the corner of his eye. Murong Shueshua, I've finally waited for you. Chun Fan has been setting up a stall here for the past few days, mostly because of Murong Shueshua. Chun Fan immediately packed up his stall, preparing to talk to Murong Shueshua. The vendors nearby, seeing Chun Fan suddenly packing up his stall, all asked him questions out of curiosity. Brother Chun, are you closing up shop? Xiao Fanzi, I was just joking with you. Why did you take it seriously? Yeah, Xiao Fanzi, don't be like that. I'll just say less to you in the future. Chun Fan said, everyone, I'm sorry, I suddenly have something urgent to attend to, so I'll head back first and come back another day. After saying that, he cupped his hands in greeting to the surroundings and then quickly chased after Murong Shueshua. You can still hear the voices of several people coming from behind in the distance. Xiao Fanzi, did you find something good? Tell everyone. Yes, do you have any good news to share with everyone? Chun Fan ignored them and quickly caught up with Murong Shueshua. Murong Shueshua, it's been a long time. Murong Shueshua was strolling around the city when someone suddenly appeared beside her, startling her. After seeing that it was Chun Fan, she patted her chest in relief and complained, you scared me to death. How did you suddenly appear next to me without making a sound? Chun Fan ignored Murong Shueshua's complaints and continued to ask, where have you been for the past month? Any good news to share? Are we that close? 5 barbecues. 10. Make a deal. I actually have a good place to go, but I'll tell you later. It's not convenient to say here. You know what? 2 sacred sites of sex have been deciphered again. Were you there at the time? Chun Fan asked knowingly. I know that the mountain peaks on the other side have been deciphered. When I got there, it was a complete mess, and I didn't get anything. Also, the sacred ground there has been deciphered. You're so unlucky. I happened to be on the other side of the mountain. A formation master and over 100 people broke the formation. I was involved and got a lot of good stuff, hee. After saying that, Murong Shueshua happily raised her hand and shook the storage ring in her hand. As for the other sacred site that was broken, it's the sacred site over there on the cliff. I heard that the formation suddenly weakened, and the people there joined forces to break the formation and quickly broke it, Murong Shueshua said as she walked. But when they entered the Holy Land, they heard that they hadn't gotten anything. It seemed that someone had gotten there first. After they went in, they found that the cliff face was full of pits and craters. Later, it was said that many people had obtained 7th grade fire cloud stones from the cliff face. They speculated that someone must have entered the formation and hollowed out most of the fire cloud stones. I don't know who's so powerful, able to freely enter and exit that formation and dig out almost all the fire cloud stones inside. The people waiting there are cursing and saying that if they find out who it is, they'll tear him to pieces. Murong Shueshua gestured with her hands as she spoke. Upon hearing this, Chun Fan smiled inwardly, thinking that those people would have to find him first. Chun Fan walked and talked with Murong Shueshua. Then, Morong Shueshua said, "How about you grill some barbecue for me first, and then I'll tell you about a great place. The resources there will definitely surprise you." Chen Fan was speechless. He was truly impressed by Morong Shueshua. The conversation suddenly veered towards food. "However, I still have questions to ask her, so I'll just have to put up with her for now." So Chen Fan took her back to his residence and set up an isolation array. Then I took out the barbecue grill and started grilling. Before long, the fragrant barbecue was ready and handed to Morong Shueshua. Morong Shueshua took the barbecue and began to eat it with relish. Chen Fan took out some more skewers and continued grilling, asking Morong Shueshua as he did so, "By the way, do you know what the heavenly talent fruit is?" "A fruit of talent? You have a fruit of talent? Where did you get it?" Morong Shueshua stopped eating her barbecue and looked at Chen Fan with surprise, waiting for his answer. Seeing Morong Shueshua's surprised expression, Chen Fan said, "I don't have a heavenly talent fruit. I've only heard others mention it, but I don't know what it is, so I'm asking you." Upon hearing that Chen Fan didn't have the talent fruit and only asked what it was, Morong Shueshua said, "I knew it. How could someone like you possibly obtain the talent fruit? Even I can't get one, so there's even less chance you could." Chen Fan was speechless after hearing this. "What kind of person am I? Why can't I get the talent fruit? I'm afraid the talent fruit I pull out will scare you to death. Tell me quickly, what is the heavenly talent fruit?" Chen Fan asked, feigning curiosity. The heavenly talent fruit, as the name suggests, is a spiritual fruit that enhances a person's aptitude. It is said that with enough heavenly talent fruits, one can raise a person's aptitude and spiritual veins to the 9th grade. Isn't that amazing? However, the heavenly talent fruit is extremely rare and hard to come by. It is currently in high demand, but not available in the market. It is very difficult to find even one. It can raise a person's aptitude and spiritual root to the 9th grade? That's amazing, Chen Fan said in surprise. He knew that his own aptitude and spiritual root were only at the 7th grade. Now that he had this talent fruit, it meant that his aptitude and spiritual root could be raised to the 9th grade. Not only myself, but also my family members, can all be promoted to the 9th rank. So what is there to worry about if they don't have the aptitude for cultivation? Seeing Chen Fan's surprised expression, Morong Shueshua smiled and said, "You must be amazing, but with your abilities, it's impossible for you to obtain the talent fruit. TCH, don't underestimate me. I'll bury you in the heavenly talent fruit when the time comes." Haha, I'd be overjoyed if you could throw a heavenly talent fruit at me. Besides the heavenly talent fruit, are there any other spiritual medicines that can improve one's aptitude and spiritual roots? Chen Fan continued. It seems there aren't any more. The heavenly talent fruit is the only spiritual fruit in the cultivation world that can improve one's aptitude and spiritual roots. Of course, there are also some special rare and precious treasures, but these special rare and precious treasures can only improve certain special aptitudes and spiritual roots. Isn't there anything better? Of course there are. However, I once heard my grandfather say that in our Vermilion Birdstar region, someone obtained a celestial medicine. After taking it, his aptitude and spiritual roots were directly upgraded to the celestial grade, and he soared to great heights. It is said that he is now a golden immortal. Morong Shueshua said enviously. What kind of elixir is that? I don't know. Even my grandfather doesn't know. Chapter 129, setting off to explore ancient ruins. Oh, Chen Fan did not get the answer from Morong Shueshua. Judging from the effect of the system's enhancement alone, the immortal fruit in his hand must also be an immortal fruit that improves aptitude and spiritual roots. Then it's possible for me and my family to raise our aptitude and spiritual roots to the immortal grade. I wonder what the effects of cultivating with immortal grade aptitude and spiritual roots would be. Then, Chen Fan started chatting with Morong Shueshua again, albeit casually. By the way, do you know about the Radiant Fire Lotus? When Chen Fan suddenly asked her question, Morong Shueshua was clearly taken aback for a moment before replying. Where did you hear that from? In Morong Shueshua's opinion, Chen Fan must have heard about the Radiant Golden Fire Lotus from somewhere again. I heard about it from someone else. Is this thing very precious? It's definitely precious. This is something that can make a person regenerate a spiritual root, and the lowest grade is an 8th grade fire spiritual root, and the highest grade is a 9th grade fire spiritual root. It can regenerate a spiritual root? Chen Fan was shocked again. It goes without saying how rare a treasure is that can regenerate a spiritual root. With this treasure, even a mortal without spiritual roots can develop a fire spiritual root of at least grade 8 simply by consuming one of these treasures. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that they could ascend to the heavens in one step. The golden fire lotus he obtained had been amplified by the system and directly became the 4th grade immortal medicine, the golden crow fire lotus. Doesn't that mean that as long as he consumes this golden crow fire lotus, he can give birth to another immortal grade spiritual root? Chen Fan was eager to try both the immortal fruit and the golden crow fire lotus, but it wasn't the right time yet. He needed to find a safe place to take them with peace of mind, as there was no guarantee that something might go wrong during the process. Where did you hear about these treasures? I overheard someone talking about this while I was wandering around the city. Doesn't such an incredible treasure have any side effects? There will definitely be side effects. What side effects? Chen Fan was startled. If there were side effects, he would have to think twice. If the side effects were too severe, he would never take it. The side effects are excruciating pain and weakness for a period of time. This is considered a side effect. Isn't this a side effect? All right. Chen Fan felt that this was hardly a side effect. Compared to the excruciating pain and the period of weakness, the benefits were simply outrageous. Do you have any information about these 2 treasures? Morong Shueshua asked, looking directly into Chen Fan's eyes. I wish I had news about those 2 treasures, Chen Fan sighed. Really not? No. Chen Fan handed half of the barbecue to Morong Shueshua and asked, you just said you found a good place. Where is it? What kind of treasures are there? Morong Shueshua excitedly took the barbecue Chen Fan handed her and said, let me tell you, I've discovered an ancient ruin in this world, and I bet there are treasures left behind from ancient times inside. But I definitely can't get in by myself, so I came back this time to find a few reliable people to go in with me. I'll take 50% of the treasures we get, and they can decide how to distribute the rest. I didn't expect to see you here. Well then, count me in too. Am I being generous? Ancient ruins? There's such a place. Are you looking for someone in the city? Do you know anyone? I know a few. Is it reliable? If they leak the information, then we might be out of a job. Of course it's reliable. Don't you trust my judgment? Morong Shueshua said with dissatisfaction. All right, when do we leave? I'll go find them first, and then confirm the time. Okay, let me know when you've decided on a time. The 2 chatted while eating skewers for the rest of the time, until Chen Fan was unwilling to continue grilling, and Morong Shueshua left hesitantly. A day later, Morong Shueshua came to Chen Fan's residence again. The time has been set. We'll leave tomorrow. The sooner we leave, the better, to avoid any unforeseen problems. Okay, where should we meet? It's right at the city gate. Be prepared. Okay, how many people are coming together this time? Including you and me, there are 6 people in total. After Morong Shueshua finished speaking, she wanted Chen Fan to grill some more barbecue for her to satisfy her craving. Finally, Chen Fan used the excuse that he was not feeling well and was not suitable for barbecuing to kick Morong Shueshua out. The next day, Chen Fan arrived at the city gate early in the morning. There were already a few people at the city gate, who seemed to be waiting for someone. Chen Fan randomly picked a rock, sat on it, and waited idly. Before long, Morong Shueshua led a man and a woman out of the city gate and headed straight for Chen Fan. Chen Fan, why are you here so early? Morong Shueshua greeted Chen Fan upon seeing him. I haven't been here long, Chen Fan said, standing up. Let me introduce you. This beautiful lady next to me is Zhang Honggu, and this gentleman is Li Feifei. This is Chen Fan. He's really good at grilling barbecue. Chen Fan was speechless. Did he really need to introduce himself because he was good at grilling barbecue? Chen Fan cupped his hands in greeting to the 2 and said, Greetings, fellow Taoists. Zhang Honggu and Li Feifei also cupped their hands in greeting to Chen Fan, saying, Fellow Taoist Chen. Morong Shueshua glanced at the city gate and said, There are still 2 people who haven't arrived yet. Let's wait a bit longer. After the 4 chatted for a while, 2 more men came over together. Clearly, Morong Shueshua had informed everyone and knew how many people were going together. Then Morong Shueshua began to introduce herself to Chen Fan and the others. These 2 are Cuban Hua and Jinshui Gui. She also introduced Chen Fan and the others to the 2 of them. After everyone had met, Morong Shueshua took the lead and set off towards the ancient ruins. On the way, the group discussed the distribution of the treasures. In fact, there was no need to distribute them at all. Morong Shueshua would take 50%, and the remaining 50% would be 10% each for Chen Fan, Zhang Honggu, Li Feifei, Gu Bao, and Jin Shuigui. Everyone agreed to the allocation, and no one objected to Morong Shueshua taking 50%. After all, it was Morong Shueshua who discovered the ancient ruins, and it was already quite generous of her to take them along on the exploration. It's unclear whether Morong Shueshua intentionally gathered so many people for easier allocation. Chun Fan currently has the highest cultivation level among the six, allowing him to clearly perceive their cultivation levels. He discovered that apart from Murong Shueshue, who is in the mid-nascent soul stage, the other four are in the early nascent soul stage. It seems that Murong Shueshue is not stupid. She would not seek out people whose strength is comparable to or greater than hers. As for Chun Fan, in Murong Shueshue's eyes, she always thought that Chun Fan was at the early stage of the nascent soul realm. After traveling for 4 or 5 days, the group arrived at a swamp. The swamp was covered by a thick gray fog, with very low visibility. In addition, the world was pitch black to begin with, so the visibility was even lower. If everyone hadn't been at the nascent soul stage, they probably wouldn't have been able to see their own hands in front of their faces. Even now, most people can only barely see things within 5 meters, but Chun Fan is different. Everything within his sight is visible. Although Chun Fan did not cultivate any supernatural abilities related to eyes, his high cultivation level, coupled with the effects of body tempering, meant that everything within his field of vision was visible. Chapter 130, Entering the Ancient Ruins. The swamp was full of potholes and mud pits, and bubbles would occasionally rise to the surface. After the bubbles burst, a wisp of gray smoke would rise, slowly forming a thick fog over the swamp. Murong Shueshue took out several beads that emitted a milky white light and handed them to everyone, saying, "These are luminous beads that I bought in the city. With these luminous beads, we can see further and avoid a lot of dangers." Sure enough, with the light of the luminous pearl, the darkness of the swamp was greatly dispelled. Places where visibility was previously only 5 meters could now be seen up to 10 meters away. After everyone used their magic to raise the luminous pearl above their heads, the visibility increased to about 20 meters. Everyone exclaimed that it was a wonderful item. Although this luminous pearl could not be considered a treasure, it was still a treasure in this world. Follow me. There is another illusion array in this swamp. It took me more than a month of exploration to figure out how to enter the array. You'd better stay close. If you fall behind, I won't be able to get you out. Whether you live or die will depend on your own fate. So you must stay close to me. Murong Shueshue gave instructions to everyone, and after everyone nodded, she took the lead and entered the swamp. No one dared to be careless, and they all lined up to follow Murong Shueshue's steps. This illusion array might be troublesome for others, but for Chun Fan, it's just a matter of teleportation. But since it's inconvenient to use his skills here, he has no choice but to obediently follow Murong Shueshue and the others. Not long after Murong Shueshue and her group entered the swamp, another group of 7 or 8 people flew over. One of the short, thin men said, "They disappeared in this area. There is a natural illusion array here, and it's not low level. It will probably take some time to break through it." One of the men, dressed like a scholar, said that he was actually an intermediate level array master named Zeng Shuang. A man with a scar on his face asked, "How long will it take?" He was considered the leader of this group, with the highest cultivation level at the early stage of the nascent soul realm, and his name was Bashianhu. "It will take at least 4 or 5 days. In 4 or 5 days, the daylilies will probably be too cold. Is there a faster way?" After observing the formation for a while longer, Lu Shuheng said, "There's no other way. However, after observing it, I found that this formation is the only exit from here. We don't need to break the formation and do something that's both difficult and thankless. We just need to wait for them to come out here, and then we can wipe them all out in one fell swoop." Decepticon nodded and said, "Are you sure this is the only exit?" "I still have that much confidence." "All right, we'll lie in ambush here. As soon as they come out, we'll wipe them all out." Murong Shueshue led Chun Fan and the others through the illusion array quickly. After exiting the illusion array, the scene before them suddenly opened up. Although it was still a swamp, it was no longer like the outside world where poisonous fog would erupt. It was just a normal swamp. Murong Shueshue said, "Come with me. The entrance to the ancient ruins is not far ahead." I didn't dare to go in alone back then. After Murong Shueshue finished speaking, she led Chun Fan and the others to continue forward. Before long, they arrived at the foot of a small hill, which was also located in the center of the swamp. In one corner of the small hill, a strange door had been artificially erected. Murong Shueshue led everyone to the strange door and said, "This is the teleportation array. It can teleport us to the ancient ruins. I tried it last time, and the teleportation array can be activated. Just put the spirit stone into the slot to activate the teleportation array." After saying that, she took out hundreds of high-grade spirit stones and began to put them one by one into the grooves on the door. When Murong Shueshue put the last high-grade spirit stone into the groove of the teleportation array, the entire portal suddenly lit up with light. Zhang Honggu looked at the teleportation array with its lit screen in surprise and said, "This is a teleportation array. This is the first time I've ever seen one. This is the first time I've ever seen this. Can this formation really teleport us to ancient ruins? How will we get out then?" Gubahua asked with some concern. Upon hearing Gubahua's question, everyone nodded. What if they couldn't return after being teleported? They all looked at Murong Shueshue. This teleportation array is bidirectional, just like the bidirectional teleportation arrays I've seen before. It's just that the current bidirectional teleportation arrays are much simpler and more aesthetically pleasing than those from ancient times, but the function is the same. Murong Shueshue explained. "I'll go in first, so you won't have to worry. After all, I'll still have to come out eventually. As long as I can get out, I have no objections," Zhang Honggu said. "Can." Everyone nodded in agreement, and Chun Fan had no objections either. Seeing that everyone nodded in agreement, Murong Shueshue was the first to walk towards the teleportation array. Her figure flashed on the teleportation screen and then disappeared. After exchanging glances, Zhang Honggu asked, "Who wants to go first?" "I'll go first," Jin Shuegae said, seeing that everyone was hesitant. After saying that, Jin Shuegae walked into the teleportation array and disappeared in a flash. After seeing Jin Shuegae leave, Gubahua followed him into the teleportation array, followed by Li Feifei and Zhang Honggu, and finally Qin Fan. After Qin Fan stepped into the teleportation array, he felt a sense of weightlessness. Before long, his feet were back on solid ground. Qin Fan looked around and found that Murong Shueshue and the others were already ahead. Unlike the dark outside world, this ancient ruin also possesses spiritual energy, just like the normal world. However, everywhere here are ruins and collapsed palaces, now overgrown with weeds. Murong Shueshue said, "We are now inside the ancient ruins. Judging from these collapsed palaces and houses, this should be the location of some sect. It's just that we don't know why this sect has fallen into decline. We can explore these palaces to see if there are any treasures inside. But everyone be careful. There may be dangers, so we must stay together and never act alone." Everyone knew that it was best to travel together in an unknown area to avoid any unforeseen dangers, and to help each other. If you act alone, even if you encounter danger, there will be no one to help you, and you may end up paying the price with your life. Seeing that everyone nodded in agreement, Murong Shueshue said, "All right, let's set off then. When we find any treasures, we should gather them here with me. After we've explored the entire area, we'll divide them together. How about that?" "Can." The crowd answered. "May I offer a suggestion?" Chapter 131, I am actually an archaeologist. Just as everyone nodded in agreement to focus all the resources they gained on Murong Shueshue, Qin Fan spoke up. All eyes were on Qin Fan, and Murong Shueshue looked at him and asked, "What suggestions do you have?" Qin Fan coughed twice and said, "It's like this, I'm quite interested in things left behind by ancient ruins, especially the environment of the places where they were left behind. I really enjoy studying them. So, if I discover any resources, can I be the first to acquire them? In other words, I should examine all resources first before handing them over to Murong Shueshue. Of course, as a price, I am willing to give up my own 10% of the resources in exchange." After hearing Qin Fan's words, everyone was puzzled by his purpose. They certainly didn't believe that it was just for research. However, it's impossible for Qin Fan to secretly keep the treasure under everyone's noses unless he discovers it himself and secretly takes it away. However, Qin Fan was willing to give up his 10% in exchange, which meant that Qin Fan would gain nothing by entering this ancient ruin. Murong Shueshue looked at Qin Fan and said, "Qin Fan, you should think this through. Otherwise, you might end up with nothing." Although Murong Shueshue didn't know Qin Fan's purpose, she voluntarily gave up her 10% of resources in exchange for being the first to acquire a treasure. She knew that even if you were the first to acquire a treasure, it might not be yours. I've thought it through very clearly. To be honest, I'm actually an archaeologist, and what I like to study most is the ancient cultivation culture. Murong Shueshue couldn't help but roll her eyes after hearing Qin Fan's words. When everyone heard Qin Fan's words, they all scoffed. Anyone who believed Qin Fan was a fool. However, since Qin Fan has made such a request, everyone will agree to it, even if it's just for Qin Fan's 1% of the resources. Since fellow Taoist Qin specializes in the study of ancient cultivation civilizations, I think we should grant his request, Jin Shuegae said. Gubahua echoed. Yes, there aren't many people as pure as fellow Taoist Qin anymore. We should support him. Li Feifei and Zhang Honggu also expressed their agreement. Seeing that the other four agreed with Chun Fan's suggestion, Morong Shueishue didn't say anything more. Alright, since everyone agrees, let's redistribute the spoils. I'll take 52%, you'll each take 12%, and Chun Fan will take 0%. But all the resources you discover will be prioritized for Chun Fan to acquire, then handed over to me, and then distributed uniformly. What do you all think? Morong Shueishue said, redistribute the resources, and then looked at everyone. No objections. Can. Everyone nodded in agreement. They were all very happy to have gained an extra 0.2% of resources for no reason. After seeing that everyone nodded in agreement, Morong Shueishue said, alright, let's begin our exploration. Chun Fan, you come with me in front. Brother Li and Sister Zhang will be on the left and right respectively. Fellow Taoist Jean and fellow Taoist Gu will bring up the rear so we can look after each other. The group quickly formed a formation and began to move forward. Before long, they arrived at a collapsed palace, but they found no useful resources inside. However, they did find 1 or 2 first-grade spiritual herbs. As previously agreed, Chun Fan was to pick these 1 or 2 spiritual herbs. In fact, Chun Fan really wanted to pick this great spiritual herb, mainly because he had too many grade 1 spiritual herbs. Moreover, the first-grade spiritual herbs are currently of no use to Chun Fan, but due to the agreed-upon rules, Chun Fan has no choice but to pick them. Obtained 1 grade 1 diamond azure cloud grass, increasing the quantity by 600,000 times, obtaining 600,000 grade 1 diamond azure cloud grass. Obtain 1 grade 1 diamond sunflower, increasing the quantity by 200,000 times, obtaining 200,000 grade 1 diamond sunflowers. All the herbs that gained amplification entered Chun Fan's void space. Chun Fan handed the 2 spiritual herbs to Morong Shueishue. Morong Shueishue was clearly somewhat disgusted, but she still put them away. The group continued their exploration and arrived at the second collapsed palace. Before anyone could even check, they suddenly felt the ground begin to shake. Everyone looked around in a panic, but found nothing. Underground, Chun Fan shouted, taking the lead and flying off the ground. Upon hearing Chun Fan shout, everyone took off from the ground and flew into the air. Just as they left the ground suddenly cracked open, and a huge mouth emerged, opening and closing as it bit at the group in the air. But ultimately, due to insufficient strength, it fell back to the ground with a loud bang, crushing the already collapsed palace into ruins, leaving no trace of the palace. Only then did everyone get a clear look at the monster. The monster was entirely black, resembling a giant maggot, over 20 meters long, with more than a dozen eyes on its abdomen, each eye the size of a wash basin. Its chubby body could shake the ground with the slightest movement, and its enormous mouth was full of sharp teeth. When it opened its mouth, it was easily over 2 meters long, and swallowing several people whole would be no problem. When Morong Shueishue and Zhang Honggu saw the appearance of the giant maggot, their whole bodies went numb and their hair stood on end. It's absolutely disgusting. Not to mention the 2 women, Morong Shueishue and Zhang Honggu. Even Chun Fan and the other men would get goosebumps just looking at this thing. The maggot-like creature on the ground let out a huge roar at the people in the air, its mouth wide open. The roar was so loud that the people in the air were even knocked unconscious by the stench. Everyone had to cover their mouths and noses and fly higher, because it smelled so bad. After everyone flew to a higher place, they felt a little better. What the hell is this thing? Chun Fan asked. Everyone shook their heads, indicating they didn't know. Only Morong Shueishue said with a look of disgust, this should be a ghost-faced maggot from ancient times. Ghost-faced maggot? Everyone looked puzzled. Morong Shueishue shook her head and said, I'm not too sure either. It's only mentioned in some ancient books that ghost-faced maggots are born only after a large number of high-level cultivators die. After they finish eating the cultivators' corpses, they will kill and devour each other until only one remains. Only then can they be called ghost-faced maggots. Everyone was clearly surprised by how these ghost-faced maggots were born. It was indeed quite disgusting. So what do we do now? Zhang Honggu asked, rubbing her arms. Let's just fly away and ignore it, Li Feifei said. No, we're being targeted by the ghost-faced maggot. It will keep following us, so we won't have any time to explore, Morong Shueishue said. Killed him? Chun Fan asked. We have no choice but to kill it, otherwise it will keep following us, Morong Shueishue nodded. Zhang Honggu rubbed her arms and said, Why don't you men go for it? I really can't bring myself to do this. Chapter 132 Ghost-Faced Maggot. The men were speechless. They didn't want to deal with this thing either. It was really disgusting. Look at that chubby body, the wriggling body, and the eyes, huge mouth, and sharp teeth on its body. It's definitely at the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm. But no matter how disgusting it is, you still have to go. Chun Fan swooped down first, unleashing his empty fist, and the immense force of his fist shot towards the ghost-faced maggot without warning. When the ghost-faced maggot saw someone swooping down, it excitedly opened its mouth wide towards Chun Fan, but what it received was not Chun Fan's body, but a punch. The force of the punch slammed into the mouth of the ghost-faced maggot, creating a loud boom, and the maggot's body slammed heavily onto the ground again. Dust and debris swirled across the ground. The ghost-faced maggot emitted a sharp, mournful sound from the ground, appearing quite angry. Seeing that Chun Fan had started attacking, the others did not hesitate and began to use their spells to attack the ghost-faced maggot. The demon-faced maggot roared in fury as it was beaten. However, spells do not do much damage to the ghost-faced maggot, as its outer skin is extremely tough. As for why we didn't use magic weapons or artifacts, it's because they were all confiscated by the Infinite Tower when we entered. In this world, magical artifacts and magical weapons are extremely rare. Now, almost everyone is unarmed, so they can only use magic to attack the ghost-faced maggots. As for Chun Fan, he didn't want to take out his magical artifacts and treasures, otherwise it would be difficult to explain. The barbecue incident was already hard to explain to Murong Shueshua, and if he took out his magical artifacts now, it would be even more difficult to explain. Without weapons, our spells will hardly be able to do any effective damage to this thing, Hubaho said anxiously. Yes, this thing's outer skin is basically immune to our spell damage. Although we can't fight back, the damage we inflict is extremely limited, Li Feifei said while attacking. Chun Fan remained silent, leaping down and landing on the fat body of the ghost-faced maggot, raining down punches upon it. With each punch, the fat on the ghost-faced maggot's body would tremble, and a large amount of green blood would spurt from its huge mouth. Everyone was taken aback by Chun Fan's ferocity. The ghost-faced maggot twisted its body frantically, trying to get Chun Fan off it, but Chun Fan's legs seemed to be rooted to the spot. No matter how much the ghost-faced maggot twisted its body, Chun Fan stood firmly on its body without moving. As it twisted its body, it was punched several more times by Chun Fan, and green blood sprayed out of its mouth like a heavy rain. The ghost-faced maggot was also in a hurry. It leaped into the air and rolled several times, trying to pin Chun Fan down. This forced Chun Fan to get off the ghost-faced maggot. Chun Fan then flew into the air and unleashed several punches, sending the ghost-faced maggot flying far away. The flying maggots sprayed blood all the way, much like a torrential downpour. Their entire bodies had shrunk. Seeing that Chun Fan was completely unable to fight back against the ghost-faced maggot, the others stopped their attacks and stared at Chun Fan in astonishment. They had always thought that Chun Fan was in the early stage of the nascent soul realm and that his combat strength was similar to theirs. Unexpectedly, Chun Fan's combat strength was so strong that he could easily beat up several of them by himself. Chun Fan flew towards the ground where the ghost-faced maggot had fallen, his speed astonishing. In the blink of an eye, he had reached the spot where the ghost-faced maggot was about to fall. Chun Fan watched as the ghost-faced maggot slowly enlarged before him, as if a small mountain was pressing down on him. But Chun Fan slowly stretched out his hand, preparing to throw a punch. The ghost-faced maggot also sensed the power of the small punches Chun Fan was about to deliver, and tried to twist its body in mid-air to change its falling direction. However, because its body was too fat, it could not gain any leverage in the air and had difficulty turning its body. It could only watch helplessly as its body fell towards Chun Fan, letting out a sharp cry of sorrow. As Chun Fan watched the approaching ghost-faced maggot, the power in his fist was fully charged. This punch from the Void Fist would definitely be enough to give the ghost-faced maggot a hard time. Boom! Chun Fan punched the ghost-faced maggot, and ripples spread across its surface, like pebbles thrown into a calm lake. Then Chun Fan's fist force pierced through the other side of the ghost-faced maggot, along with a lot of green blood and the soft tissue of the ghost-faced maggot. The ghost-faced maggot flew violently into the air, then crashed down hard, its body hitting the ground with a deafening sound. Before the ghost-faced maggot could react, Chun Fan delivered a powerful punch to its head, sending its head flying and spraying out a large amount of green blood. When the head of the ghost-faced maggot hit the ground with a thud, the people in the air were startled awake. They all looked at Chun Fan as if he were a monster, never expecting him to be so fierce. Murong Shueshua flew to Chun Fan's side in surprise and said, Chun Fan, I didn't expect you to be so powerful. You killed the ghost-faced maggot, which was in the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm, with ease. Chun Fan stumbled and almost fell to the ground, weakly saying, Big sister, where did you see me looking relaxed? I used a secret technique. Huh. Murong Shueshua stepped forward and helped Chun Fan up, somewhat incredulous. Really, can't you see how weak I am? Chun Fan said speechlessly. When Zhang Honggu and the others in the air heard that Chun Fan was so fierce after using a secret technique, they all showed expressions of understanding. That makes sense. How could someone at the nascent soul stage be this powerful, managing to knock the head off the ghost-faced maggot? Then you'll need to be weak for a few days after using the secret technique. Such a powerful technique must require a long period of recuperation, right? Zhang Honggu asked. Murong Shueshua rolled her eyes speechlessly. Who would ask such a question directly? Isn't that trying to find out someone's weaknesses? Why would someone tell you something so important? I should need to recuperate for about 10 days to half a month. I'll have to trouble you all during this time. Chun Fan said weakly. Murong Shueshua glared at Chun Fan. Was Chun Fan here to embarrass her? When everyone heard that Chun Fan would be weak for at least 10 days to half a month, different expressions appeared on their faces. Can you still move around on your own? Murong Shueshua asked. Chun Fan sat down cross-legged and said, Let me rest for a while. I will be able to move around freely in a while, but I will not be able to use my magic power. However, you don't need to worry. I still have the ability to protect myself. All right, you can rest for a while. After saying that, Murong Shueshua sat cross-legged next to Chun Fan. The others also found a place to rest. Chun Fan looked at the corpse of the ghost-faced maggot and asked, What use is this ghost-faced maggot's corpse? What's the use? The only useful thing about the ghost-faced maggot is its skin, which can be refined into a defensive magic weapon. Then why don't you put it away? I don't want it. Take it or leave it. This maggot-faced corpse doesn't count towards the total resources. Does anyone want it? Zhang Honggu quickly shook her head and said, I don't want it. Li Feifei also shook her head. Then Jin Shuigue also said no. Cuba, however, expressed great interest and stepped forward. Chapter 133 The Palace Filled with Cracks. But when Cubaho stepped forward, he was in an awkward situation. How was he going to get such a huge maggot back? There's nothing to store it in now, and it's so big that we can't move it at all. I was thinking of peeling off the outer skin, but unfortunately, I don't have a knife, so this is a bit difficult to handle. In the end, Cuba returned helplessly and said, This thing is difficult to handle. Without a suitable knife, you can't even peel the skin off. Zhang Honggu quickly said, Then forget it. This thing is really disgusting. Zhang Honggu was truly disgusted by this thing. As soon as she heard that Cubaho wanted to get away from him, she wanted to stay away from him. Now that Cubaho couldn't take the ghost-faced maggots away, she was happiest, because she didn't want anyone to be following her with the ghost-faced maggots. After resting for a while, Chun Fan stood up and said, All right, let's go and continue exploring. Are you sure? Don't push yourself. You can rest for a while, Murong Shueshua said to Chun Fan. Okay, let's go. All right, let's continue on our way. Everyone was excited when they heard that they could continue their journey. No one wanted to waste any more time here. Because of the arrival of the ghost-faced maggots, the palace had been completely reduced to ruins, and there was nothing left to explore. Moreover, with the appearance of the ghost-faced maggot, everyone became even more cautious. No one could guarantee that there was only one ghost-faced maggot here, or that there might be something else. They hadn't gone far when they discovered a spiritual herb garden. Although there weren't many spiritual herbs in the garden, their quality was quite high, with all of them being at least 6th grade gold level. The group counted and found there were about 10 spiritual herbs, 6 of the 6th grade gold type, 4 of the 6th grade platinum type, and 2 of the 6th grade diamond type. Chun Fan picked them all and gave them to Murong Shueshua. As for the amplified ones, they lay peacefully in Chun Fan's void space. Everyone was very satisfied with the harvest of 6th grade spiritual herbs. Even if there were no further gains, the trip would still have been worthwhile. Chun Fan and his group continued on their way and soon arrived at a relatively intact palace. Why was it considered relatively intact? Mainly because the palace had no defects, but it was covered with cracks, like a spider web. Chun Fan and his group had reason to believe that if they exerted even a little force, the palace could collapse. Shall we go in? Zhang Honggu asked. Go in? What are you afraid of? Are we afraid of being crushed to death? Cubaho snorted. Everyone thought about it and agreed. They were all experts at the nascent soul stage, so why would they be afraid of a collapsing palace? I just didn't want to get my clothes dirty, Zhang Honggu said, blushing. No one paid any attention to her words. Murong Shueshua looked at Chen Fan and said, "Why don't you wait outside while we go in to explore?" Chen Fan was speechless. They really did treat him like a patient. "I'm fine. Let's go in together. Even if it collapses, it won't hurt me." Seeing that Chen Fan had said so, Murong Shueshua did not insist further and led everyone into the palace. Upon entering the palace, the cracks became even larger. The first floor was relatively empty, with only a few tables and chairs. It was unclear what the palace had been used for before. Chen Fan and his group cautiously began to walk up to the second floor. Stepping on the creaking wooden stairs, they felt as if the building could collapse at any moment. When Chen Fan and his group arrived on the second floor, they found that it was similar to the first floor, with some tables and chairs, but with a few more shelves and porcelain vases on them. According to the rules, Chen Fan was to retrieve it, and he did not stand on ceremony, taking it directly from there. Obtained 1 bottle of grade 6 diamond burst essence pill. Quantity increased by 200,000 times. Obtained 200,000 bottles of grade 6 diamond burst essence pill. Chen Fan opened the ceramic bottle in his hand and looked inside. He found 3 violent yuan pills. Chen Fan handed the bottle to Murong Shueshua and said, "Not bad. 3 pills." Murong Shueshua took the porcelain bottle, opened it, looked at the pills inside, and nodded, saying, "A 6th grade diamond level vigorous yuan pill. After taking this pill, one's strength can be increased by 1 level, but after the effects wear off, the person who used the pill will be weak for half a month, just like when you use the secret technique." After speaking, she looked at Chen Fan. The others all showed interest after hearing about the effects of the pill, but Zhang Honggu was not interested in it. Chen Fan then picked up another bottle of pills. Obtained 1 bottle of grade 5 diamond azure profound pill. Quantity increased by 100,000 times. Obtained 100,000 bottles of grade 5 diamond azure profound pill. Chen Fan handed the pills in his hand to Murong Shueshua and then picked up another bottle of pills. Obtained 1 bottle of grade 6 platinum pure essence pill, increasing the quantity by 600,000 times, obtaining 600,000 bottles of grade 6 platinum pure essence pill. Obtained 1 bottle of grade 6 golden ice soul pill, quantity increased by 400,000 times, obtained 400,000 bottles of grade 6 golden ice soul pill. Chen Fan handed all the pills to Murong Shueshua. Murong Shueshua took the pills and looked at them one by one. Seeing that everyone was looking at her, she then spoke. "There are 4 grade 5 diamond azure profound pills. These pills have a calming effect, and taking them will make your cultivation twice as effective. 5 grade 6 platinum pure essence pills. These pills can purify one's spiritual energy after consumption. 2 grade 6 golden ice soul pills. These pills only work on people who cultivate ice attribute techniques, meaning they can increase the speed of cultivating ice attribute techniques." After Murong Shueshua finished explaining the effects of all the pills in one breath, she said, "Leave everything here with me first, and we'll distribute them together after we've finished exploring." Upon hearing about the effects of these pills, everyone's faces lit up with smiles. Apart from the ice soul pill, which was useless to them, the other pills here would greatly enhance their abilities. No one had any objections to leaving the pills with Murong Shueshua. After packing up their belongings on the second floor, Chen Fan and his group continued towards the third floor, which was also the last floor. There were no tables or chairs on the third floor, only a shelf, but the shelf was crooked and empty. It seems that the items on this floor were visited and taken away as early as ancient times. As for the items on the second floor, they probably weren't interested, which is why they ended up being taken by Chen Fan and his group. The group had no choice but to fly out of the main hall to search for other resources. Chen Fan and his group continued forward, and soon another grand hall blocked their way. This hall was only 2 stories high, but it covered a large area. Moreover, the main hall was clearly undamaged. Chen Fan and his group entered the hall and found many rooms on both sides. They pushed open the door of one of the rooms. Inside, there was a bed, a shelf, a table, and 2 chairs. Everyone immediately understood the purpose of this main hall. It was clearly a place for the disciples to rest, or simply a dormitory. Chapter 134 Undergarment, Immortal Soul Technique. Chen Fan and his group found nothing in the room, so they all left. After leaving this room, looking at so many rooms gave me a headache. Searching through each room one by one would take an unknown amount of time. Murong Shueshua looked at everyone and said, "How about this? There are so many rooms here. If we search together, it will take us a lot of time." We'll each search separately. Whatever we find doesn't need to be handed over to everyone to share. Everyone should keep what they find. As for what they get, that depends entirely on their luck and chance. What do you all think? Morong Shueshua asked, looking at everyone after she finished speaking. Can. Okay. Okay, but how should this area be divided? Kubaho asked. Looking at the rooms on both sides of the huge hall, everyone assumed that the layout upstairs would be similar to that downstairs. Morong Shueshua said, how about this? There are 2 floors in total. 3 people will be assigned to the upper floor and 3 people to the lower floor. Each person will be responsible for 1/3 of the rooms. Okay, then let's divide the areas. Once everyone's area is divided, what good things they get will depend on their own luck. Morong Shueshua nodded and said, Sister Zhang, brotherly, and I will go to the 2nd floor. Chen Fan, Gu Bawo, and Jin Shuigui, the 3 of you will search this floor. How does that sound? Chen Fan nodded to indicate that he had no objection, and Gu Bawo and Jin Shuigui also indicated that they had no problem. You can decide how to allocate this floor yourselves. Sister Zhang, brotherly, let's go to the 2nd floor. After saying that, Morong Shueshua led Zhang Honggu and Li Fei to the 2nd floor. After the 3 left, Cuba said, let's keep it simple. I'll search the middle rooms, and you can search the 2 sides. I think there are about 100 rooms here. 30 rooms, each is just right. What do you think? Okay, Chen Fan said. Jin Shuigui nodded, and then walked towards the east, indicating that he wanted to search the rooms in the east. Seeing that Jin Shuigui wanted to search the rooms on the east side, Chen Fan had no choice but to go to the rooms on the west side. As for Gu Bawo, he only needed to search the middle room. After dividing the area, Chen Fan and the others went about their respective tasks. Chen Fan pushed open the door of a room and went inside. He found that the rooms he had entered with everyone else were almost identical, with no difference at all. After searching the room for a while, without finding anything, he moved on to the next room. The 2nd, 3rd, and 4th rooms yielded nothing. They were basically the same as the previous rooms, with nothing inside. Chen Fan searched until he reached the 15th room before finding a box under the bed. It wasn't a treasure chest. It was probably left behind by the room's owner. Chen Fan dragged the box out from under the bed, shook off the dust, and then opened it. When the box was opened, a riot of colors came into Chen Fan's view. Clothing? The box was filled with fabric and clothes. Chen Fan picked up a piece and looked at it. Obtain 1 green bib, increasing the quantity by 700,000 times, obtaining 700,000 green bibs. What the heck is a belly band? Looking at this whole box of belly bands, Chen Fan was speechless. Was this a room where a female cultivator lived? But why didn't she put all these belly bands into her storage ring? Chen Fan threw the bib back into the box, closed the box, and kicked it back under the bed. Then they went to the next room and searched several more rooms, but still found nothing. Come to think of it, cultivators all have their own storage bags and storage rings, so who would keep their valuables in their room? Chen Fan searched several more rooms, but found nothing. He was about to stop searching the last few rooms, but since he had already searched all the others, a few more wouldn't make a difference. I searched 3 more rooms, but still found nothing. Only 2 rooms remained to be searched. Chen Fan entered the 2nd to last room, which was even more simply furnished, without any tables or chairs, only a bed and a shelf. There was nothing on the bed, but Chen Fan noticed a piece of metal on the shelf. Chen Fan walked over and picked it up. Obtained 1 fragment of the 9th grade diamond heavenly soul technique, with the quantity increased by 100,000 times and the quality increased by 900,000 times. Obtained 100,000 complete immortal soul techniques. It turned out to be a cultivation technique. Chen Fan quickly checked the specific effects of the technique and discovered that it was a technique for training the soul, and it was even a celestial level technique. Chen Fan was overjoyed. In addition to cultivating his magic and refining his body, he could now also cultivate his soul techniques. Of course, cultivating on all 3 fronts simultaneously will be slower than others, but from a balance perspective, it's not a problem at all. With so many cultivation resources, cultivating on all 3 fronts simultaneously means there's no need to worry about falling behind others. However, now was not the time for cultivation. Chen Fan walked out of this room, opened the last room, and found that the layout of this room was completely different from the previous ones. It was filled with miscellaneous items, mostly tools used for farm work. It seems this used to be a storage room. Chen Fan searched through the clutter, but found nothing. After searching all the rooms, Chen Fan returned to the lobby and found that Gu Bawo and Jin Shuigui had not yet returned, so Chen Fan sat down and waited for them to come back. Not long after, Gu Bawo returned, carrying several items in his hands. With a smile on his face, he greeted Chun Fan with a beaming smile, saying, "Fellow Taoist Chun, I didn't expect you to be here so quickly. Did you gain anything?" Chun Fan stood up and said helplessly, "Sai, we haven't gained anything. I have made some discoveries. Fellow Taoist Chun, why don't you come and take a look?" said Gu Baowo. "Since fellow Taoist Gu has invited me, then I will not stand on ceremony." After Chun Fan finished speaking, he went to Gu Bahua. Gu Bahua placed the items he had acquired on the table and counted them. There were a total of 4 items. Chun Fan looked at the 4 items: a bottle of pills, 2 gold forks, and a thumb ring. The pills should be grade 5 pills, but Chun Fan didn't know what they were used for. The 2 golden forks were actually low-grade magic treasures, and they should be a pair. The thumb ring was a low-grade magic artifact. No wonder Gu Bahua was so happy. Obtaining a magic weapon here would greatly enhance his life protection. Moreover, the pair of hairpins were a set, and their combined power would be no less than that of a mid-level magic weapon. Gu Bahua put everything away and said, "Fellow Taoist Chun, I'll refine these 2 golden hairpins first. Could you protect me while I do this?" Chun Fan was a little surprised when he heard what Gu Bahua said. This magic weapon was obviously for women. How could a grown man like him want to refine this magic weapon, especially a bald man like him? Chun Fan could imagine the scene of Gu Bahua pulling out a pair of golden forks to fight, and it gave him goosebumps. Chapter 135: The Strange Skeleton. Ahem, fellow Taoist Gu, why don't you keep it for now and see if they have any other gains later, then you can trade with them. Chun Fan's hint was quite obvious. It was truly unimaginable that a grown man would use a pair of gold hairpins as his secret weapon. No need. I don't have any weapons in this world yet. Once I refine this magic weapon, I'll have one to fight against the enemy, which will also ensure my safety. I'm very excited, said Gu Baowo, then sat down and began to refine the pair of golden hairpin magic weapons. Seeing that his persuasion was ineffective, Chun Fan did not stop him. After all, everyone has their own ideas. If Gu Bahua needed magic weapons to arm himself, Chun Fan would not stop him. At worst, I'll just stop watching Cuban Joshua use his magic weapons. It's really an eyesore. Of course, Gu Bahua didn't devote all his attention to refining the magic weapon. Instead, he spared a sliver of his mind to guard against Chun Fan. Once you enter the infinite world, you can only trust yourself. Gu Bahua did not fully refine the hairpins. He only refined them slightly until he could control them. Gu Bahua then absorbed the hairpins into his body. Chun Fan felt a chill run down his spine after seeing it, and decided it was best not to look. Not long after, Jin Shuegue returned. Unlike Gu Baowo, Jin Shuegue was only carrying 1 item. When Jin Shuegue got closer, Chun Fan and Gu Baowo could see what it was. It turned out to be a bracelet. Gu Bahua asked with a smile, "Brother Jin, what treasure did you obtain?" Jin Shuegue said with a grim expression, "A low-grade magic weapon." He then held out his hand, and Chun Fan and Gu Baowo saw that it really was a low-grade magic weapon, and a defensive one at that. No wonder Jin Shuegue looked so pale. This low-grade defensive magic weapon was completely useless to Jin Shuegue. It might have been somewhat useful if it were an offensive magic weapon. However, this defensive low-grade magic artifact is probably not even as strong as Jin Shuegue's own spiritual energy shield. Gu Bahua didn't say anything, but patted Jin Shuegue on the shoulder to comfort him. "Did you get anything good?" Chun Fan shrugged, indicating he had nothing. Gu Bahua touched his nose and smiled, saying, "I have an offensive magic weapon." Jin Shuegue paused for a moment after hearing Gu Baowo's words before saying, "Then congratulations, Brother Gu." Just as they were talking, Morong Shueshua, Zhang Honggu, and Li Feifei came down from the 2nd floor. Morong Shueshua looked at Chun Fan and the others and said, "So, did you all gain anything?" Chun Fan and Jin Shuegue remained silent, but Gu Baowo chuckled and said, "We've had some success. What about you guys?" Morong Shueshua spread her hands and said, "Nothing to show for it." Zhang Honggu and Li Feifei also said they had no results. "It seems this is just where some lower-level disciples live. There's nothing of value here," Morong Shueshua guessed. Everyone nodded in agreement. "All right, let's not stay here too long and continue on our way. This ancient ruin looks quite large, and it will probably take several days to explore it completely." Chun Fan glanced at the sky and said, "Why don't we rest here for the night and continue tomorrow? We don't know if there will be any danger tonight." The group looked at the sky outside, and it was indeed starting to get dark. It seemed that this ancient ruin did not have daylight like the outside world. Morong Shueshua said, "Then let's rest here for the night." Everyone nodded in agreement. "I think we should all go to the 2nd floor." We all live in the same place, so if there's any danger, we can look out for each other, Li Feifei said. Good. Everyone went up to the second floor and found a place to stay next to each other, one room for each person. There wasn't much interaction among them. Everyone went back to their rooms to cultivate or rest. After returning to his room, Chun Fan began to study the Immortal Soul technique. After studying it for several hours, he actually made some progress. The first half of the night was very quiet, and there was nothing unusual, but in the second half of the night, it suddenly started to get noisy outside. Chun Fan quickly sat up, walked to the door, and looked out through the crack in the door. Just then, skeletons crawled out from underground and began to gather in twos and threes, seemingly chatting. Some skeletons sat cross-legged, seemingly meditating, while others went into the storeroom, picked up farm tools, and began working. This is exactly like a portrayal of their lives. It seems that in ancient times, this sect also experienced an extremely fierce battle. Judging from the magnificent buildings and the vast area they occupied, this sect was undoubtedly enormous, which led to its demise. But such a massive sect was destroyed so easily, which shows just how powerful its enemies were. Chun Fan observed the skeletons, and, finding that they didn't enter the rooms, slowly breathed a sigh of relief. I'm afraid these skeletons might enter the room, and then a fierce battle would be inevitable. Although these skeletons wouldn't enter the room, Chun Fan still didn't dare to relax. I wonder what's going on with Morong Shueshue and the others next door? Chun Fan didn't dare to say he was going to find them. He could only wait until dawn. As the tedious wait continued, dawn broke, and the moving skeletons began to burrow into the ground and disappear, leaving no trace of damage on the surface. When the day was fully lit, there were no skeletons left on the ground, as if they had never been there. Chun Fan opened the door, leaped down, and went to the ground to check. He found that there was really no trace of anything breaking through the soil, which was very strange. Just as Chun Fan was checking the ground situation, Morong Shueshue, Zhang Honggu, Li Feifei, Gubahua, and Jin Shuigui also flew down. Morong Shueshue asked first, "So, did you find anything?" "No." Chun Fan shook his head. "You all saw what happened last night. It seems that the ancient ruins are not as simple as we thought, and the level of danger may be even higher," Morong Shueshue said. Chun Fan continued, "Moreover, we can't move around at night. We need to find a room to hide in. From what I've observed, these skeletons won't enter the room." Everyone nodded solemnly. Chun Fan observed the ground for a moment, walked to the spot where he remembered a skeleton entering the ground, and then threw a punch. With a loud bang, dirt and grass flew everywhere, revealing a large crater in the ground. There was nothing inside the crater. Chun Fan then punched twice more, making the crater 7 or 8 meters deep. Finally, a skeleton was revealed. At first, everyone didn't understand why Chun Fan was bombarding the ground for no reason, but they understood after seeing the skeleton. In other words, the skeleton really did crawl out at night, which is a bit eerie. If it were a ghost cultivator, that wouldn't be surprising. The main problem is that this skeleton doesn't have any ghost cultivator aura at all. It seems to be moving purely on instinct. The most bizarre thing is how the skeleton climbed up and down without leaving a single trace. Judging from the crater Chun Fan created, the soil here was clearly very firm. Yet these skeletons were able to crawl in and out without any sign of the soil being loosened. Chapter 136 Redistribution of Interests. It's impossible that these skeletons can burrow underground. Look at the skeleton in this pit. It has absolutely no cultivation level. It's just an ordinary skeleton. Could these skeletons be controlled by someone? If so, that person is quite terrifying. After covering the soil back up, Chun Fan said, "These skeletons are a bit strange, as if someone is controlling them. We shouldn't linger here too long. Let's hurry up and finish exploring before we leave. I'm afraid something might happen if we stay any longer," Zhang Honggu said somewhat timidly. From the moment Chun Fan met Zhang Honggu, he noticed that she was extremely timid, and he wondered how she had managed to cultivate to the nascent soul stage. Perhaps it was precisely because of her timidity and caution that she was able to avoid danger time and time again. Morong Shueshue nodded and said, "Okay, then let's continue on our way. However, we still need to find a place to hide for the night. I'm afraid that if these skeletons encounter us, we'll run into trouble." Everyone nodded in agreement, since no one could guarantee that the skeletons wouldn't suddenly attack. After packing up, the group set off again. They passed by 2 remaining palaces, but found nothing, which greatly disappointed them. It seems that when this sect was destroyed, someone came to clean up the battlefield and looted most of the good stuff. Chun Fan stopped and said, "Searching like this will take a long time and yield very little. I think we should go directly to the place most likely to hide the treasure. That way we can find it more effectively. After thinking it over, Murong Shueishua nodded and said, Indeed, we can't keep searching like this. It will waste a lot of time. Let's prioritize finding the places where there is the most likely treasure. No one objected, since finding the treasure was the real goal. So, instead of searching through the palaces one by one, they headed straight for the very center. Because the most central place is usually the most likely core area. This ancient ruins sect is quite large. It took the group nearly 2 hours to fly to the core area. The palaces in the core area were more severely damaged than those in the outer areas. Some were completely flattened, some were only half standing, and some looked as if they had been chopped off in half by a sword. In short, there were all sorts of shapes and sizes. This shows how fierce the battle here was back then. Everyone looked at the scene before them, feeling at a loss for what to do. The main problem is that most of the palaces have collapsed, so we have to dig things out bit by bit. Otherwise you won't know whether there are any treasures or not. Murong Shueishua's eyes darted around as she said, The situation is a bit special right now. If we search together, we might find only a limited amount of things. I think it would be better if we searched separately, and whoever finds something keeps it. We don't need to share it together. After hearing Murong Shueishua's words, Chun Fan gave her a meaningful look, knowing that she had the talent to sense the energy of treasures. Now that Murong Shueishua has suggested splitting up the search, it proves that she has already discovered some great treasure. By proposing that everyone keep what they find, it's clear that she doesn't want to share the treasures she finds with others. Of course, Chun Fan didn't expose Murong Shueishua and nodded instead. The others nodded in agreement. What you get depends on your own fate. Alright, let's split up now. We'll meet back here around dusk. If he's not back by then, we won't wait for him. However, I still don't want to remind everyone to go too far, so that if we encounter any danger, we can provide timely assistance. Does anyone have any other questions? Murong Shueishua asked after glancing at everyone. No. Everyone else answered in unison. Chun Fan nodded, indicating that he had no problem either. Murong Shueishua nodded and said, If there are no problems, then let's each set off to find our own opportunities. Cuba Ho and Jin Shueigui flew out first, and Zhang Honggu also found a direction and left. Li Feifei also chose a direction and left, leaving only Murong Shueishua and Chun Fan at the scene. Chun Fan smiled and said, Murong Shueishua, you've got a good plan. They don't know about your talent, do they? Murong Shueishua rolled her eyes at Chun Fan and said, Chun Fan, it's better not to say anything if you see through something. It'll be easier to meet again in the future. Do you want to come with me? Chun Fan shook his head and said, Forget it. I'll go out and look for my own opportunities. I won't stick around eating your leftovers. Murong Shueishua was so angry she wanted to hit someone. What did she mean by saying that following her meant only being able to eat leftovers? Was she really that bad? Her kindness was being taken for granted. Whatever, I'm leaving. Murong Shueishua said angrily and left. Chun Fan watched Murong Shueishua leave angrily and smiled. He said those words to provoke Murong Shueishua so that she would leave on her own. Watching their figures disappear into the distance, Chun Fan chose a direction and began to explore. Among so many people, Murong Shueishua is exceptionally talented and must have found the most and best resources. He didn't know if others had the ability to find treasures, but Chun Fan himself was very clear about his own abilities, which were none. In fact, whether he could find treasures depended entirely on luck. The central area is basically in ruins, making it extremely difficult to find treasures there. To find treasure here, you first need to dig through the ruins, but even if you do, there's no guarantee you'll find treasure. Therefore, Murong Shueishua, with her talent, will definitely get good things here. But Chun Fan didn't envy her. He had his own advantages. Once he got the treasure, it would be hard not to get fat. Chun Fan flew south for quite some distance, and the others were long gone. Upon seeing a 3-story palace that appeared to have been split in two, Chun Fan stopped and decided to go inside to see if he could find anything. The palace was split in half, and Chun Fan flew directly into one half of it. The palace was filled with accumulated dust. Every step you took would send up a cloud of dust, so Chun Fan didn't dare to put his foot down. It could only hover in the air. The first floor consisted of some dilapidated tables and chairs scattered on both sides, covered with a thick layer of dust. There was no need to look at the first floor to know that there were no resources left, so Chun Fan went straight to the second floor. The second floor was also covered in dust, but compared to the first floor, there were still quite a few wooden cabinets on the second floor, though they were also covered in dust. Chun Fan waved his hand, and used his magic to clean the dust off the wooden cabinet. The wooden cabinet then revealed its true appearance. It resembled the wooden cabinets found in traditional Chinese medicine shops, consisting of many small square cabinets. Chapter 137 is all pills for spirit beasts. Then, using magic, he pulled out all the small drawers, making it immediately clear whether there was anything inside. Sure enough, most of them were empty, but there were 1 or 2 drawers that did contain something. Chen Fan stepped forward and picked them up one by one to examine them. Obtained 2 grade 7 golden purple gold stones, increasing the quantity by 200,000 times, and obtained 400,000 grade 7 golden purple gold stones. Obtained 3 grade 7 diamond dragon abyss stones, increasing the quantity by 600,000 times, totaling 1,800,000 grade 7 diamond dragon abyss stones. These should be materials for refining weapons, but Chen Fan doesn't know how to refine weapons, so he doesn't know the properties of these materials. He'll find out by asking someone later. At this point, Chen Fan also realized that his knowledge of these materials was still too limited, and he needed to find this information about them to supplement his understanding. Otherwise, it would be a waste to have treasures but not know their value and just keep them in a ring. There were no more resources on the 2nd floor, so Chen Fan went straight to the 3rd floor. The 3rd floor was also covered in dust, with a similar layout to the 2nd floor, and there were quite a few wooden cabinets, but the 3rd floor was a complete mess. Almost all the wooden cabinets had been opened, and they were all empty. Undeterred, Chen Fan opened the drawers that hadn't been opened yet. The result was nothing. Then, Chen Fan flew to the other half of the 3rd floor, and it was the same, nothing at all. Upon reaching the 2nd floor, Chen Fan found that the cabinets inside were identical to those on the opposite 2nd floor. He pulled them all out and indeed discovered some items. Obtained 1 grade 7 platinum turtle spirit crystal, the quantity increased by 500,000 times, obtaining 500,000 grade 7 platinum turtle spirit crystals. As for the 1st floor, there's no need to go there anymore. After flying away from the palace that had been split in 2, Chen Fan continued southward. Along the way, all he saw were broken bricks and tiles, so there was basically no need to explore further. After flying for a distance, Chen Fan arrived at the foot of a mountain, where there were many buildings. Chen Fan flew directly up the mountain peak. The mountain peak was not small, and the buildings inside were rather strange, not like those that people lived in. These buildings are all single-story and quite tall. The walls are not solid. They are made of wood with small squares. The buildings on the mountain were not severely damaged. They were mostly intact. Chen Fan walked into one of the buildings, but it was empty and there was nothing inside. He didn't know what it had been used for before. Moreover, Chen Fan discovered that the mountain was basically filled with buildings like this, all of which were empty inside, with nothing inside. Finally, Chen Fan arrived at a building at the top of the mountain. It was a 3-story palace, unlike the buildings below. Chen Fan walked in. Unlike the palaces below, this palace was no longer covered in dust, but only had a thin layer of dust. The 1st floor was also furnished with some tables and chairs, nothing particularly special. Chen Fan went straight up to the 2nd floor, where there were many shelves filled with porcelain vases. Is this a medicinal pill? Chen Fan picked up a porcelain bottle at random. Obtained 1 bottle of grade 3 diamond bone strengthening pill. Quantity increased by 200,000 times. Obtained 200,000 bottles of grade 3 diamond bone strengthening pill. Bone strengthening pill? Could it be a body refining elixir? Chen Fan had never heard of such a grade 3 pill. He opened the porcelain bottle and found 3 dark red pills inside, which smelled somewhat fishy and foul. Chen Fan felt nauseous. Was this really a pill meant for human consumption? Chen Fan put it into his storage ring and then picked up another bottle. Obtained 1 bottle of grade 3 diamond bone strengthening pill. Quantity increased by 100,000 times. Obtained 100,000 bottles of grade 3 diamond bone strengthening pill. It's actually a bone strengthening pill. Chen Fan took it. Received 1 bottle of grade 3 diamond bone strengthening pill. Get. Chen Fan took down all the porcelain bottles from the shelf, and they were all filled with bone strengthening pills. Chen Fan looked at the shelves behind him. There were 5 shelves with porcelain bottles on them, and the rest of the shelves were empty. Could these 5 shelves all contain bone strengthening pills? He went to another shelf and picked up a porcelain bottle. Received 1 bottle of grade 3 diamond enlightenment pill. The quantity increased by 600,000 times, and received 600,000 bottles of grade 3 diamond enlightenment pills. This time it's not the bone strengthening pill. It's some kind of wisdom enlightenment pill, and I don't know what the effects of this wisdom enlightenment pill are for. Chen Fan rolled up all the porcelain vases on the shelf into his hands. Obtained 13 bottles of grade 3 Diamond Enlightenment pills, an increase of 100,000 times, totaling 1,300,000 bottles of grade 3 Diamond Enlightenment pills. Sure enough, each shelf represents a type of elixir, so 5 shelves here mean 5 types of elixir. Chen Fan went to another shelf, waved his hand, and put all the porcelain bottles into his ring. Obtained 15 bottles of grade 3 Platinum Beast Blood pills, a 400,000-fold increase in quantity, totaling 6 million bottles of grade 3 Platinum Beast Blood pills. This art style is off. These pills don't seem to be for human use. Are they meant for spirit beasts? Chen Fan then walked to the next shelf and waved his hand to put all the porcelain bottles on the shelf into his storage ring. Obtained 12 bottles of grade 4 Platinum Berserk pills, increasing the quantity by 300,000 times, totaling 3,600,000 bottles of grade 4 Platinum Berserk pills. Continue. Obtained 10 bottles of grade 5 Golden Bloodline pills, increasing the quantity by 500,000 times, obtaining 5 million bottles of grade 5 Golden Bloodline pills. It seems that all the pills here are indeed for spirit beasts, and this mountain should be a mountain for cultivating spirit beasts. This explains the strange buildings on the mountain peak. They were all used to raise spirit beasts. With so many pills for spirit beasts, shouldn't I find a spirit beast to try them out myself? Mythical beast? Speaking of which, I think I have a spirit beast, don't I? Big White. Thank you so much, you only just remembered me. Big White. Why didn't I see Big White the last few times I went back? My family didn't mention where Big White went either. Could it be that Mom and Dad cooked Big White? No way. Never mind. I'll ask Mom and Dad when I go back this time. After tidying up the second floor, Chen Fan went up to the third floor. The third floor was no longer a single hall, but was divided into several rooms. Chen Fan casually opened the door to one of the rooms closest to him. Inside, he saw a bed, a table, a few chairs, and a cabinet. This should be a place to rest. Chen Fan searched the room, but found no resources. Chen Fan searched each room one by one, but found nothing. When Chen Fan arrived at the last room, he found that it was locked, and there was a faint array in place. Chapter 138 The Egg of the Third Grade Immortal Beast, Azure Flame Phoenix. This was the first time Chen Fan had ever seen a room with an array formation when he entered the ancient ruins. This room is definitely not ordinary. Chen Fan first shattered the weak formation with a punch, then broke the lock with his hand. Pushing open the door, I found the room spotless, as if it had just been cleaned. There was a cabinet and a long table in the room. Several items were placed on the long table, and each of these items was covered by an array. The outside has been locked and protected by arrays. This thing is also covered by its own array, so these things are not simple. Chen Fan doesn't understand formations, but he knows how to break them with force, or to put it simply, he uses brute force. Chen Fan walked to the long table and looked at the first item, which turned out to be a jade slip. Could it contain a cultivation technique? Chen Fan exerted a little force and punched the array protecting the jade slip. The array had been there for an unknown amount of time and was quite fragile due to lack of maintenance. It shattered instantly after being punched by Chen Fan, and the jade slip was taken out. Obtained 1 jade slip of the Spirit Beast Cultivation Manual, with the quantity increased by 200,000 times, and obtained 200,000 jade slips of the Spirit Beast Cultivation Manual. Chen Fan picked up the jade slip and examined it. It contained the cultivation techniques for all spirit beasts. It records what kind of environment each spirit beast needs, what it likes to eat, what it dislikes, and so on. There are even detailed recipes for making pills specifically for spirit beasts. Chen Fan also found the uses of the pills he had just obtained on the second floor in this jade slip. The bone strengthening pill is used to enhance the bone strength of spirit beasts. Long-term use of the bone strengthening pill will greatly strengthen the spirit beast's bones. Bloodline pills can enhance the purity of a spirit beast's bloodline, and the effects become more pronounced with long-term use, potentially purifying it by as much as 30%. The jade slip also records many more powerful pills. However, those powerful pills require many rare and precious herbs and medicines. An ordinary person might not be able to gather enough to refine even one batch of pills in their entire life. Chen Fan thought about how he had a lot of spiritual herbs and medicines, and wondered if he could try to refine some pills. After all, he had so many resources, so he wasn't afraid of wasting them. Once we get out, we need to find some jade slips related to alchemy to look at. For now, let's collect these resources. Chen Fan arrived at the second area shrouded by the formation and looked inside. There was a jade bottle inside, but he didn't know what was inside. Could it be an even more precious elixir? Chun Fan threw a punch, and the formation shattered with a crack, allowing him to retrieve the jade bottle. Obtained 1 bottle of grade 9 diamond true dragon essence blood. Quantity increased by 800,000 times. Obtained 800,000 bottles of grade 9 diamond true dragon essence blood. The blood essence of a 9th grade diamond dragon is equivalent to the blood essence of a dragon in the late stage of the tribulation transcending realm. Furthermore, the Spirit Beast Cultivation Manual also records the wonderful uses of true dragon essence blood, which can be said to be effective for almost all spirit beasts, especially the Dragon Ascension Pill, made by combining true dragon essence blood with some precious spiritual herbs. After a spirit beast consumes it, it can truly enhance its entire aptitude and physical constitution, and may even achieve the effect of reverting to its ancestral bloodline. It can be said that this true dragon blood essence is a truly good thing, which made Chun Fan even more determined to learn alchemy. With so many resources at home, it's bound to attract attention sooner or later. I don't trust people I hire from outside, but the spirit beasts I've already raised are a different story. A spirit beast that has recognized its master will never betray its master, not even in death. After collecting the true dragon's essence blood, Chun Fan arrived at the 3rd formation. He saw that the object inside the 3rd formation was actually a piece of metal, but it didn't quite look like metal because it seemed to change shape from time to time. It's as if this piece of metal is soft. Chun Fan threw a punch as usual, shattering the formation. He reached out and touched the metal, finding that it was exactly as he had seen and thought. This piece of metal is really soft, like dough that's been soaked in water. Chun Fan picked it up and squeezed it hard, finding that the metal really did squeeze to both sides, just like dough. Obtained 1 piece of grade 9 diamond flowing sand eternal gold. The quantity increased by 600,000 times, and obtained 600,000 pieces of grade 9 diamond flowing sand eternal gold. It was actually flowing sand eternal gold, which was also recorded in the secret manual. This flowing sand gold is not used to refine magical artifacts, but rather for spirit beasts to consume. Just a small piece can greatly enhance a spirit beast's defense. If a spirit beast of the metal element consumes it, the enhancement will be even more terrifying, and it may even achieve complete metallization, making it no weaker than some magical treasures. It should be noted that Chun Fan has only reached the level of a mid-grade magic weapon by cultivating the 3rd level of the Void Body refining technique. Meanwhile, a metal attribute spirit beast could potentially reach the same level as Chun Fan by consuming just a small piece of this flowing sand eternal gold. The wondrous uses of this flowing sand gold are self-evident, and it can be given directly to spirit beasts without needing to be refined into pills. Chun Fan walked to the last formation and found that there was actually an egg inside. Is this a spirit beast egg? I wonder what kind of spirit beast egg it is, that it's protected by an array. I just don't know if it can still hatch after all this time. Chun Fan broke the formation and took out the egg, finding that it was quite large, at least the size of 2 palms. Obtained 1 grade 3 celestial beast azure flame phoenix egg, increasing the quantity by 700,000 times, and obtained 700,000 grade 3 celestial beast azure flame phoenix eggs. What? A 3rd grade celestial beast? If they all hatch, wouldn't that be a veritable army of celestial beasts? I don't know if this mythical beast egg can hatch, and I also don't know what the conditions are for hatching it. The cultivation techniques for this celestial beast egg are not found in the manual for cultivating spirit beasts. I don't know if Morong Shueshua knows. I'll have to find an opportunity to ask her. Chun Fan put away the fairy beast egg, looked around the room, then walked to the wooden cabinet, pulled it out, and found quite a few things inside. The most common items were medicine bottles, and Chun Fan picked up a porcelain bottle at random. Obtained 1 bottle of grade 7 golden beast pill. Quantity increased by 200,000 times. Obtained 200,000 bottles of grade 7 golden beast pill. The 1000 beast pill appears to be an advanced version of the 100 beast pill. Chun Fan opened the porcelain bottle and looked inside. There were 10,000 beast pills inside. He put the pills away. He then picked up another bottle of pills. Obtained 1 bottle of grade 8 diamond dragon building pill. Quantity increased by 800,000 times. Obtained 800,000 bottles of grade 8 diamond dragon building pill. Grade 7 platinum dragon soaring pill. Grade 7 diamond phoenix cry pill. Grade 8 diamond fire spirit pill. Chun Fan collected several bottles of pills, all of them grade 7 or 8. After collecting all the porcelain bottles, only 2 items remained in the cabinet. A cow horn and a bag, like a storage bag. Chapter 139, Each Person's Gains. Chun Fan picked up the ox horn. Obtained 1 grade 8 silver fire ox horn. Quantity increased by 100,000 times. Obtained 100,000 grade 8 silver fire ox horns. Chun Fan examined the fire ox horn closely. Overall, it was no different from an ordinary ox horn, except that there were faint red lines on the horn's pattern. This fire ox horn should be usable for weapon crafting. It's a very good material for it. Then, Chun Fan picked up the bag and looked at it. It was no different from an ordinary storage bag. Obtained 1 grade 7 diamond spirit beast bag. Quantity increased by 400,000 times. Obtained 400,000 grade 7 diamond spirit beast bags. This isn't a storage bag, but a spirit beast bag, meaning it's for carrying spirit beasts. Chun Fan opened the space and found that it was quite large, seemingly big enough to hold several spirit beasts. Regular storage bags and storage rings cannot hold living beings, but spirit beast bags are different. They can hold spirit beasts. Speaking of which, the spirit beast egg I just obtained shouldn't be able to fit into my storage ring, unless it's a dead egg. Eggs that can't be hatched can be put into the storage ring. Could it be that the egg can't be hatched? Chun Fan hurriedly opened all his storage rings, only to find that the egg was nowhere to be found. No way, it's gone. Chun Fan flipped through the pages again, but still found nothing. No. Chun Fan then looked into his void space and found a large pile of eggs placed there. As expected, storage rings cannot hold living beings. The fact that one's own void space can contain living beings means that one's void space is quite advanced. It seems that the void space is not just a space for storing items. There is still much to be studied about this void space. Chun Fan put away all the spirit beast bags. When the immortal beasts hatch, he can use the spirit beast bags to put them into the spirit beast bags. If they were all released during a fight, it would probably scare people to death. Just thinking about it is exciting. This was the last room. After searching the room, Chun Fan saw that it was getting dark and prepared to head back. First, we'll meet up with everyone, and then we'll see where we can camp for the night. Chun Fan flew back to the place where everyone had parted ways at an extremely fast speed and found that some people had already returned. Murong Shueshue and Zhang Honggu were already waiting there when Chun Fan flew down. Murong Shueshue stepped forward and asked, "How was it, Chun Fan? Did you get anything? We found some pills for spirit beasts. How about you guys? What's your haul?" Murong Shueshue smiled and said, "I've gained a little something." Chun Fan refused to believe that Murong Shueshue had only made some gains. With her talent, she wouldn't have made a fortune, but she certainly wouldn't have fared too badly. However, it is a principle that everyone understands. One should not flaunt one's wealth. Murong Shueshue was certainly not foolish enough to tell others about her gains. Of course, it can't compare to Chun Fan, who's a cheat code. Just those third-grade immortal beasts alone are definitely worth the trip. Zhang Honggu also raised her arm, showing off the jade-colored bracelet in her hand, and said, "I got a mid-grade magic artifact bracelet and a bottle of 5th-grade pills. Not bad." Chun Fan looked at the bracelet on Zhang Honggu's hand. It was pretty good, of good quality, and her hand looked nice too. Chun Fan glanced at the sky and asked, "Have they not returned yet?" Murong Shueshue shrugged and said, "No, they have no sense of time at all. It's almost dark, and we still need to find a place to stay. If they don't come back soon, we're not going to wait for them." "I've already found a place to stay. We'll go there when they get back," Chun Fan said. Just after Chun Fan finished speaking, 2 figures rushed towards them from a distance. Both men, including Cuban Hua and Jin Shuegue, looked very happy, clearly having made a considerable haul. After the 2 landed, Cuba Ho was the first to bow and say, "Sorry to have kept you all waiting." Jin Shuegue also cupped his hands and said, "Sorry to keep you waiting." Murong Shueshue said to Guba Hua and Jin Shuegue, "Judging from your expressions, you've made quite a haul." Cuba Ho and Jin Shuegue exchanged glances. Cuba Ho chuckled and said, "It's not much, just a little. Everyone, please don't worry about what you've gained." Murong Shueshue chuckled and said, "I didn't gain much either. I'm definitely no match for the 2 of you." Chun Fan said, "I only found a few bottles of pills for spirit beasts." Zhang Honggu raised her hand and said, "I only found a bracelet." Looking at everyone's performance, they all smiled at each other. Everyone understood what was going on. No one would really reveal all their gains. As for what they had gained, everyone knew perfectly well in their hearts. After chatting for a while, everyone became anxious as it was getting dark and Li Feifei, the only remaining person, still hadn't returned. "What's up with Brother Li? It's so late and he's still not back," Cuba Ho muttered. Murong Shueshue also looked into the distance and then said, "Let's go to the place Chun Fan mentioned first." We can't wait here any longer, otherwise we might all encounter danger when it gets dark. As for Brotherly, we'll set up a signal along the way. If he can make it back, he'll come looking for us based on the signal. Everyone nodded in agreement. After all, in this infinite world, no one would risk their life for someone they had no connection with. Alright, let's set off now. We should make it to our destination in time. Chen Fan said and flew off first. Morong Shue and the others didn't dare to delay any longer and followed Chen Fan out. The group sped along and finally arrived at the palace on the mountain before nightfall. We've arrived. We'll rest here tonight. There are many rooms on the third floor, and they're quite clean. Let's go to the third floor. After Chen Fan finished speaking, he went up to the third floor first, and everyone else hurriedly followed. Upon arriving on the third floor, Chen Fan went straight to the last room, opened the door, and said to Morong Shue and the others, I'll stay in this room. You can choose any of the other rooms. Morong Shue wrinkled her nose and said, Why do I have to stay in the same room just because you're staying here? Go to the other room. All the rooms are the same. I've already cleaned this room, so I'll stay in it. I don't believe it. I want to see if there's anything different. Then see for yourself. Chen Fan stepped aside, gesturing for Morong Shue to see for herself. Actually, after Chen Fan ransacked the room, there was nothing different about it except that it was relatively clean. Chen Fan was just too lazy to clean the other rooms. Seeing Chen Fan step aside, Morong Shue quickly went over to look at the room and found that there was nothing special about it, except that it was relatively clean. Since you've already cleaned it up, then you can have it, Morong Shue said generously. Chen Fan was speechless. What did he mean by give it to me? This was the room I chose in the first place. Did I need you to give it up? Chapter 144 Mountain Peaks. Morong Shue chose a room next to Chen Fan's, and the others also chose their rooms one after another. After closing the door, Chen Fan sat down cross-legged and began studying the Immortal Soul technique again. He only needed to explore it for a few more days before he could begin cultivating it. As Chen Fan continued his research into the late hours of the night, sure enough, noises began to appear outside again. Chen Fan drove to the window and looked out through the crack. Sure enough, more skeletons crawled out of the ground and began to move. But on this mountain, the skeletons that crawled out were not just humanoid skeletons. There were even more skeletons of various mythical beasts, and these skeletons were moving around in the open space as if they were still really alive. The skeletons kept making a ruckus until dawn, when they finally began to crawl back into the ground and disappear. After all the skeletons had crawled underground, Chen Fan, Morong Shue, Zhang Honggu, Guba Hua, and Jin Shuge opened the door and came out one after another. These skeletons are really strange. I think we need to get out of here quickly. I'm afraid that if we stay any longer, something bad will really happen, Zhang Honggu said, frowning. Jin Shuegue nodded and said, I also think we should leave as soon as possible. This place gives me a bad feeling. Cuban Jose didn't seem to care and didn't comment. Chen Fan said, Then let's finish exploring today and leave tomorrow. Morong Shue nodded and said, Okay, everyone should stay put and make sure to get back here before dark. Everyone nodded. I wonder how Brotherly is doing. Oh well, let's just ignore him, Morong Shue said, frowning. Then let's set off, Chen Fan said, and then took the lead, flying off in a certain direction. Morong Shue and the others also flew out. This time, Chen Fan changed direction. Instead of flying aimlessly, he headed straight for a distant mountain peak. Chen Fan discovered that the center of this ancient ruin was surrounded by 4 mountains, and these 4 mountains must also hold some secrets, and they must have an extremely important position within it. Just like the mountain that Chen Fan first discovered, it was clearly a place specifically for raising spirit beasts, and there were even eggs of 3rd-grade immortal beasts among them. It must have an extremely high status in this ancient sect, otherwise it would not have been possible to place such an important thing there. Therefore, Chen Fan dared to conclude that the other 3 mountain peaks must also have extremely important status or secrets. Chen Fan moved towards the mountain peak with incredible speed, even using teleportation midway. Since he had decided to leave tomorrow, he didn't have much time left and had to speed up his progress. Before long, Chen Fan finally arrived at the foot of the mountain. He flew up the mountain and found that there were no buildings on the mountain, which looked like an ordinary mountain. We continued upwards until we reached the summit, but we didn't see any buildings. It felt like an ordinary, barren mountain, and the spiritual energy there was weaker than in other places. Could it be that I guessed wrong, and that my previous visit to that mountain peak where spirit beasts were raised was just a coincidence? Undeterred, Chen Fan explored the mountain again, but still found nothing. He even went into some caves, only to find them to be nothing special. It seemed he had really guessed wrong. Chen Fan climbed back up to the mountaintop and looked down at the center of the ruins. Everywhere he looked, there was only devastation and broken walls. Looking from here, you can see how prosperous and vast this place used to be. Unfortunately, it must have offended some unknown entity, which led to its eventual destruction. This further strengthened Chen Fan's resolve to become a strong person. Chen Fan looked around the mountaintop. When he reached the back of the mountain, he saw several thatched huts not far from the summit. If a thatched hut appears elsewhere, it might be quite ordinary, but if a thatched hut appears here, then something fishy is definitely going on. Chen Fan flew to the front of the thatched huts. At a glance, there were a total of 5 thatched huts arranged in a semicircle. There is a well in the middle of the thatched hut. Although the thatched hut looked somewhat dilapidated, perhaps even worse than the ruins in the center of the site, it had stood there for a long time without any signs of collapsing. Chen Fan arrived at the outermost thatched hut and gently pushed open the door. With a creak, the door opened. Inside the thatched hut, there was an alchemy furnace, a futon, a table, and 2 cabinets. Chen Fan first went to the alchemy furnace and took a look. The furnace was quite large, almost as tall as Chen Fan himself. The alchemy furnace was carved with a vigorous pine tree and some ethereal clouds. Chen Fan reached out and touched the alchemy furnace, feeling a cool sensation. Obtained 1 grade 8 diamond pine cloud furnace, increasing the quantity by 100,000 times, obtaining 100,000 grade 8 diamond pine cloud furnaces. I had been thinking about learning alchemy, but I didn't expect there to be a ready-made alchemy furnace. Chen Fan put away the alchemy furnace and looked at the table. There was a book bound with paper on the table. Chen Fan walked over and reached out to pick it up and examine it. But to his surprise, the entire book turned to dust the moment he picked up a corner. Chen Fan was taken aback for a moment. Then he realized that the book wasn't some kind of magic weapon, and after so many years, it would definitely have weathered away. There was nothing on the table except for the books. Chen Fan then rummaged through the 2 cabinets and found some things inside. These should all be some kind of spiritual herbs and medicines, but so many years have passed, and they have been neglected, so many of them have withered and weathered away. Chen Fan had no choice but to leave the thatched hut and go into the thatched hut next to it. Once inside, Chen Fan found that the thatched hut was really clean, with nothing but a table and a futon. After leaving the empty thatched hut, Chen Fan entered the central thatched hut, which, like the ones next to it, contained absolutely no resources. Chen Fan then went to 2 other thatched huts, but again, no resources remained. After this trip, Chen Fan only managed to obtain an 8th grade alchemy furnace, which left him somewhat disappointed. Logically speaking, this shouldn't be the case. It should be at the same level as the mountain where I used to raise spirit beasts. Could it be that I'm overthinking things? But then again, something doesn't seem right. The 8th grade alchemy furnace in that thatched hut is hard to explain. Even a thatched hut has an 8th grade alchemy furnace. There should be even more good things here. Chen Fan stood in the middle of the thatched house, looked around, and then fixed his eyes on the well in the middle. Logically speaking, cultivators shouldn't need wells at all, so it's rather strange that this well is here. Chapter 141: The Stone Chamber Under the Well. Chen Fan walked over and peered into the well, only to find that there was no water in it. But this well looks very deep, like a gaping maw that could swallow a person whole. 10 meters beyond the well, it was pitch black and you couldn't see anything at all. Chen Fan used an 8th grade Bagua Golden Bell talisman on himself, and then jumped down. The deeper Chen Fan went into the well, the colder it became. It took him quite a while before he finally felt solid ground beneath his feet. The well must be at least 100 meters high. After his eyes adjusted to the darkness, Chen Fan found that the bottom of the well was quite wide, and there was no problem even if dozens of people stood there. Chen Fan looked around the well and found a stone door on one side with 2 round door knockers that occasionally flashed with lightning. It seems that the door knocker is also a magical artifact. At each end of the stone door stands a jade lion, which also emits a hazy halo, indicating that it is also a magical artifact. Moreover, there are fine patterns carved on the door, and halos of light flicker on and off on these patterns, which should be a formation. Judging from the formation's rank, it's not low. It's at least a rank 7 or higher. With the door knocker magic item, the jade lion magic item for protection, and the array for blocking, it seems that what's inside is extremely extraordinary. Of course, none of this could stop Chen Fan. He could simply teleport through the void. However, Chen Fan also wanted to take the 2 door knocker magic items and the pair of jade lion magic items for his own use. He thought that if he could take these two items back and install one of them in front of each door, it would have a good effect. However, let's go inside first and see what's inside. The fact that it's guarded by so many things means that what's inside must be extraordinary. Could it be a treasure vault? Chun Fan instantly teleported into the room. As soon as he entered, he sensed that the spiritual energy here was several times greater than outside. Before us was a passageway, large enough for 2 or 3 people to pass through together, with many glowing stones embedded in the stone walls on both sides. The passageway was made brightly lit, as bright as day. This passageway must be at least 100 meters long. Along the way, the stone walls are inlaid with these glowing stones, each one like a light bulb with a wattage of hundreds of watts. After getting used to it for a while, Chun Fan started walking towards the end of the corridor, his footsteps making a thump, thump sound in the corridor. After a distance of 100 meters, Chun Fan quickly arrived at the end of the passageway, where it forked into 2 sides, left and right. The passageways on both sides are also hundreds of meters long, and are the same as the passageway in front, also inlaid with glowing stones. Which way should we go? Chun Fan was having trouble making choices again, so he simply stopped choosing and headed straight for the left aisle. At the end of the passage, another stone door blocked Chun Fan's path, but it was just an ordinary stone door, and Chun Fan pushed it open with a little force. The moment the stone door was pushed open, a chilling wind blew in, and Chun Fan couldn't help but shrink his neck. The wind was truly cold, the kind of cold that seeps into your bones. Chun Fan peered inside and saw a rather spacious stone chamber with an altar in the center and a square offering table on it. There were 3 incense burners on the offering table, and inside the burners were a few incense sticks that had not completely weathered away. However, Chun Fan estimated that if he touched them, these incense sticks would weather away completely and crumble into ashes. This incense burner, however, should be a magical artifact, because the cave has abundant spiritual energy. Over the years, it has been nourished by enough spiritual energy and has the potential to evolve into a magical treasure. Next to the offering table were 5 small flags, each a different color: gold, green, blue, red, and yellow. These 5 colors correspond to the 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Moreover, these 5 small flags are arranged in a regular pattern, forming a small 5-element spirit-gathering array, which makes the spiritual energy of this place much denser. Chun Fan then looked around the stone chamber and discovered that there were quite a few stone doors, probably more than 100, and all of them had inscriptions on them. Chun Fan walked to the nearest stone gate and saw that it was engraved with the words 115th generation ancestor. What did this mean? Could it be that someone was buried inside, and that he was the 115th generation ancestor of this sect? The 115th generation. How long has this sect been passed down? You know, cultivators have very long lifespans. To be able to pass down for over 100 generations, it must have been over 1,000,000 years. This shows how powerful this sect was at its peak, but such a powerful sect was destroyed just like that. Moreover, there may not be any legacy left behind. Otherwise, the ruins wouldn't have waited for Chun Fan and his group to explore them. I wonder if there are any burial objects in this place where the sect's ancestors are buried. Should we go in and take a look? In the end, Chun Fan decided to go in and take a look. He placed his hand on the stone door and pushed it open with a click. Behind the stone gate was another stone chamber, in which 3 stone coffins were placed. Chun Fan walked to one of the stone coffins, reached out his hand, and gently pushed open the coffin lid. Inside the stone coffin was a desiccated corpse, dressed in a white robe. The entire body was withered, like the black bark of a dried-up old tree. Inside the stone coffin, besides the mummified corpse and the white robe, there were no other burial objects. After closing the stone coffin lid, Chun Fan clasped his hands together and bowed several times to show respect for the deceased. After all, the dead are the most important, and as the one who disturbed the deceased, it was only right for him to bow. It seems that these dead did not have any burial goods. That makes sense, as powerful cultivators from sects usually do not leave behind any burial goods after they die, because anything useful is usually left to the sect's descendants. Unless it is a powerful, independent cultivator who, unable to find a suitable disciple, leaves their legacy in the tomb, hoping for the arrival of a destined person. Since there were no burial goods, Chun Fan didn't disturb the peace of these elders and quietly left the stone chamber. There were no resources in the large stone chamber that Chun Fan needed, so he didn't take any more. Since the left side is all tomb chambers, then the right side can't be the same, right? Could this be the burial grounds of this sect? where all the important figures are buried. Chun Fan had intended to leave the stone chamber, but his curiosity got the better of him, and he headed to the right. On the right, another stone door blocked Chun Fan's path, but Chun Fan pushed it open as usual. When the stone door was pushed open, there was no cold wind blowing in. Instead, a surge of spiritual energy rushed in. Chun Fan looked into the room and was immediately taken aback. Inside the stone chamber were 3 jade tables, each over 10 meters long. But what surprised Chun Fan was not the 3 jade tables. Chapter 142, Huge Gains. What truly surprised Chun Fan were the items on the jade platforms. Each platform held more than a dozen items, all of which were shrouded in array formations and restrictions. Chun Fan was familiar with the things covered by these array formations and restrictions. Isn't this the same as the things in the palace on the mountain peak where spirit stones are raised? These are all things shrouded in formations. How could they not be precious? Chun Fan rubbed his hands together, feeling like he was about to strike it rich. Chun Fan first looked around the stone chamber again, and found that the walls of the stone chamber were inlaid with top-grade spirit stones, and even the top and bottom of the stone chamber were inlaid with spirit stones. Chun Fan strongly suspected that these spirit stones were not inlaid, but rather came from a top-grade spirit vein mine, and that this stone chamber was dug out from this top-grade spirit stone mine. All of this was done to nurture the things inside, which shows how precious the things in this stone chamber are. Thinking of this, Chun Fan couldn't help but swallow hard. The things here are definitely more valuable than those on the mountain where spirit beasts are raised. Putting aside the items on the jade platform, the top-quality spirit stones alone here represent a huge gain. Although Chun Fan had more precious spiritual liquid is something that is used up quickly, and he couldn't very well use it to trade for other things. But spirit stones are different. They can be traded. Spirit liquid, on the other hand, can be used by oneself and one's family. It is easily absorbed and has good effects, unlike spirit stones, which require slow absorption and have a slow effect. However, let's finish collecting everything on the jade platform first, and then deal with these spirit stones. Chun Fan arrived at the first jade platform and looked at what was shrouded in the formation. He saw that it was a piece of metal material that was shimmering with starlight. Chun Fan clenched his fist and slammed it down on the formation with a little force. With a muffled boom, the formation did not break, but its light dimmed slightly. Chun Fan punched it again, and cracks began to appear in the formation, but they quickly healed. Chun Fan delivered a third punch. The formation finally shattered. The formation here was quite complete, and with sufficient spiritual energy to support it, it remained incredibly strong despite the erosion over the years. However, it was still no match for Chun Fan's 3 punches from the farmer. Chun Fan picked up the metal block that was shimmering with starlight. Obtained 1 piece of grade 8 diamond star essence iron. The quantity increased by 300,000 times, and the amount of grade 8 diamond star essence iron obtained increased by 300,000 times. An 8th grade diamond. Not bad, right? Not quite 9th grade. Chun Fan thought to himself. If others knew what Chun Fan was thinking, they would definitely scold him. 8th grade is already very good, okay? 9th grade is the best material in the cultivation world. Only immortal grade materials can compare to 9th grade materials. However, in the cultivation world, it is very rare to find materials of the celestial grade. Only the celestial realm has materials of the celestial grade or higher. Therefore, in the cultivation world, 9th grade materials are very precious, and only Chun Fan, who is well fed, does not know the hunger of the starving. After tossing the star essence iron into his storage ring, Chun Fan arrived at the second formation. Looking inside, he saw another stone, which should also be an 8th grade material. The formation shattered after taking 3 punches from Chun Fan's farmer's paw. They took out the dark stone. Obtained 1 grade 8 diamond Qingyin stone. The quantity increased by 200,000 times, obtaining 200,000 grade 8 diamond Qingyin stones. Again, it's an 8th grade material. Chun Fan guessed that everything on this jade platform should be of the 8th grade. Sure enough, Chun Fan then harvested only 8th grade materials from this jade platform. Obtained 500,000 pieces of grade 8 diamond spirit soil, 100,000 pieces of grade 8 diamond meteorite, 600,000 pieces of grade 8 diamond fire crystal, 200,000 pieces of grade 8 diamond black crystal. After collecting everything from the jade platform, Chun Fan had acquired a total of 13 types of materials for grade 8 diamonds. With the increase in quantity, these materials for grade 8 diamonds had become commonplace and were no longer considered precious to Chun Fan. Everything is the same. When there's a lot of it, it becomes less precious. Of course, for outsiders, the material of an 8th grade diamond is still very precious, but it is not so precious to Chen Fan here. Then Chen Fan went to the second jade platform to start harvesting, still starting with the farmer's 3 punches. Obtained 1 grade 9 platinum 3-star stone. The quantity increased by 300,000 times, obtaining 300,000 grade 9 platinum 3-star stones. Obtained 1 piece of grade 9 diamond profound gold true iron. The quantity increased by 800,000 times, and the amount of grade 9 diamond profound gold true iron obtained increased by 800,000 times. Obtained 1 grade 9 diamond incondensation grass, increasing the quantity by 500,000 times, obtaining 500,000 grade 9 diamond incondensation grass. Sure enough, the items on this jade platform were mostly 9th grade, including materials for refining weapons and materials for refining pills. On this second jade platform, another 15 kinds of materials were harvested. Then we arrived at the third jade platform. The second jade platform was full of 9th grade resources, and the items on the third jade platform, no matter how bad, would still be 9th grade. Using the old method, Chen Fan broke the formation and came into view a spherical ore, which he picked up. Obtained 1 immortal grade 3-star origin crystal, increasing the quantity by 600,000 times, and obtained 600,000 immortal grade 3-star origin crystals. It's actually a 3rd grade immortal level item. I just don't know what the star origin crystal is used for. Chen Fan knows too little about these cultivation resources. After this trip, Chen Fan decided that he would make sure to brush up on his knowledge of resources. Otherwise, he wouldn't know what resources he might encounter. Chen Fan then broke through the formation and acquired resources. Obtained 1 mid-grade spiritual treasure, the Heavenly Sun Mirror, increasing the quantity by 100,000 times, and obtained 100,000 mid-grade spiritual treasures, the Heavenly Sun Mirror. It was actually a spiritual treasure, and a mid-grade one at that. This was the first time Chen Fan had ever obtained a spiritual treasure. Chen Fan held a round, golden mirror with a sun-like pattern engraved on the bottom. This should be an offensive spiritual treasure. I can refine it myself once I leave the ruins. We should continue collecting resources now. Obtained 1 grade 9 diamond void stone, with the quantity increased by 700,000 times and the quality increased by 600,000 times. Obtained 700,000 grade 4 immortal void stones. After collecting so many resources, the quality has finally increased again, and a 4th grade immortal item appeared immediately. Continue. Obtained 1 grade 9 diamond celestial phenomenon overlord body technique jade slip, increasing the quantity by 200,000 times, and obtained 200,000 grade 9 diamond celestial phenomenon overlord body technique jade slips. It's a 9th grade body refining technique. This is good. My family can practice it. Let's continue. Chapter 143 Top Grade Spirit Stones, 990 billion. Obtained 1 immortal grade 1 divine soul flower. The quantity increased by 700,000 times, obtaining 700,000 immortal grade 1 divine soul flowers. Obtained 1 piece of grade 9 diamond purple gold iron. The quantity increased by 100,000 times, obtaining 100,000 pieces of grade 9 diamond purple gold iron. Obtained 1 grade 9 diamond ice core grass, increasing the quantity by 400,000 times, obtaining 400,000 grade 9 diamond ice core grasses. As Chen Fan punched, he collected resources. Most of the items were 9th grade, since immortal grade items were relatively rare in the cultivation world. I obtained a total of 12 kinds of resources on the 3rd jade platform, including 2 kinds of immortal grade resources, which were enhanced by the system. The remaining resources are all grade 9 diamonds. After collecting the items from the jade platform, I touched it and thought it must be a nice item, so I kept it. Acquired 3 grade 4 platinum warm jade platforms, increasing the quantity by 100,000 times, and obtained 300,000 grade 4 platinum warm jade platforms. I didn't expect this jade platform to be a 4th grade item. After all, it's an item used to store things, and a 4th grade item is already quite good. I'll use it to store things in my own home in the future. After collecting everything in this stone chamber, it's time to collect all the top-grade spirit stones here. With so many top-grade spirit stones, Chen Fan certainly couldn't dig them out one by one. He used the same old method, directly using his fists, only this time he used a little more force. For a moment, the stone chamber was filled with rumbling sounds and billowing smoke and dust. When the sound stopped, Chen Fan waved his hand and used his great magic to disperse the smoke and dust. The original stone chamber has been expanded dozens of times, and is now nearly 20 meters deep. Among the scattered stone fragments are spirit stones, including top-grade, high-grade, and mid-grade spirit stones. Chen Fan swept all the spirit stones back into his storage ring. We obtained 320,000 mid-grade spirit stones, an increase of 100,000 times, bringing our total to 32 billion mid-grade spirit stones. 630,000 high-grade spirit stones were obtained, an increase of 600,000 times, bringing the total number of high-grade spirit stones obtained to 378 billion. Obtained 1,100,000 top-grade spirit stones, a 900,000-fold increase in quantity, and obtained 990 billion top-grade spirit stones. This top-grade spirit stone mine is truly exceptional. It produces mostly top-grade spirit stones. I've made a fortune from this operation. For a long time to come, I won't have to worry about resources and can focus on cultivation. However, if there are any good things, I will definitely try to get a share. After all, resources are something that you can only use a little at a time, and no one will complain about having too many resources. Even if you don't need it yourself, your family members will. If your family members don't need it, your subordinates will. In the future, you'll definitely need a lot of resources to build your own power. Chen Fan looked around the stone chamber and found that there were still quite a few spirit stones on the rock walls, but he didn't plan to collect them. There weren't many left anyway, so he decided to leave them there. Chen Fan leaped onto the passageway of the stone chamber, closed the door, and then ran to the passageway, prying off many glowing beads. Obtained 200 grade 2 diamond luminous beads, an increase of 600,000 times, for a total of 120 million grade 2 diamond luminous beads. Unexpectedly, this luminous pearl is actually a second-grade item. This luminous pearl is much brighter than the luminous pearl that Murong Shueshua gave. The luminous pearl that Murong Shueshua gave was just an ordinary luminous pearl, while this is a second-grade luminous pearl, which is incomparable. Chen Fan happily exited the passageway, and then instantly teleported back into the well. After looking at the door knocker and the jade lion, Chen Fan smiled wickedly. These are nice items. I'll take them. Chen Fan approached the jade lion and reached out to touch it. Unexpectedly, the jade lion came to life and slapped at Chen Fan with one paw. Wow, it can actually move. Chen Fan exclaimed in surprise, calmly dodging the jade lion's claws that came slapping at him. After Chen Fan dodged the attack of the jade lion, the two jade lions began to transform into two white lions, which pounced on Chen Fan one after the other. The speed was extremely fast, but Chen Fan was even faster. After dodging the attacks of the two white lions, Chen Fan slammed his fists into the heads of the two white lions with two loud thuds. The two white lions were slammed to the ground by the powerful fist, making a loud thud and sending dust flying everywhere. The two conjured white lions tried to stand up and continue attacking Chen Fan, but Chen Fan wouldn't give them the chance and stomped them to the ground again. The two white lions struggled incessantly, but Chen Fan's feet seemed to be welded to the lions' heads, remaining completely still. After struggling for a moment, the two conjured white lions turned into wisps of white mist and disappeared into the jade lion. Chen Fan walked over, and the two jade lions stopped attacking him. Chen Fan waved his hand and put the two jade lions away. Obtained 2 basic magic items, the jade lion, increasing the quantity by 200,000 times, and obtained 400,000 basic magic items, the jade lion. After finishing with the jade lion, Chen Fan went to the stone gate, intending to take action against the door knocker. The door knocker seemed to sense the danger as well, and began to flash with lightning, as if threatening Chen Fan. Chen Fan smiled, and reached out to grab the door knocker. The door knocker instantly emitted lightning, and struck Chen Fan. But Chen Fan ignored it, and continued to reach for the door knocker, the lightning striking his hand with a crackling sound. However, it did not cause any harm to Chen Fan. Chen Fan grabbed the door knocker, which shook violently, trying to break free from Chen Fan's grasp. But it had no effect. Chen Fan's hand was as if it were welded to the door, remaining completely still, while the door knocker emitted even more lightning power, striking Chen Fan. But it had no effect. Chen Fan used even more force to pull off the door knocker, and it stopped moving. He then pulled off the remaining door knocker in the same way. Obtained 1 pair of basic magic item lightning rings, increasing the quantity by 100,000 times, and obtained 100,000 pairs of basic magic item lightning rings. Done. Chen Fan happily accepted the pair of door knockers. He thought it would be cool to install a pair of these lightning-attracting rings on all his doors from now on. Just as Chen Fan was about to leave, he looked back at the empty stone gate scratched his head a little embarrassedly, then took out a bunch of lightning-attracting rings and reinstalled them on the stone gate. He then took out a pair of jade lions and placed them on top, so he wouldn't feel embarrassed anymore. Chen Fanfei climbed onto the well and found that it was getting dark. There was no time to go to the other two peaks. He had to hurry back to the peak where he kept the spirit beasts. Chen Fan quickened his pace to hurry back. He didn't want to spend the night in the wilderness with a bunch of skeletons. Chapter 144: The Skeleton's Abnormalities. Preparing to leave. When Chen Fan returned to the mountain where he kept the spirit beasts, he found that everyone else had already returned. When the others saw Chen Fan return, they greeted him but didn't ask how his haul had gone. They then returned to their own rooms, mainly because it was getting dark and it was safer to stay in their rooms. Murong Shueshua said to Chen Fan, "I thought you weren't coming back." "Shut your mouth. You're the one who jinxed things," Murong Shueshua said, closing the door behind her. Chen Fan also went back to his room, closed the door, and continued to study his immortal soul technique. Just like before, the skeleton army was out and about again at midnight. This time, Chen Fan didn't care what the skeleton army was doing outside. He continued studying the immortal soul technique in his room, and had almost finished. He should be able to start cultivating it once he left this ancient ruin. The night passed quickly, and in the morning, everyone got up, left their rooms, and gathered together. "So, are we going out today, or continuing our exploration?" Cubaho spoke first. It seems that Cubaho must have gotten quite a lot of good stuff yesterday and tasted the sweetness of success, and now he's starting to hesitate about whether to leave. Zhang Honggu, however, said more rationally, "I think it's time for us to leave. I noticed something strange about the skeletons from last night. They started slowly approaching the house, and some even went into the lobby on the first floor. I'm afraid they'll start going upstairs tonight." "Is that so?" Chen Fan asked, frowning, because he had been studying the immortal soul technique all night and hadn't paid any attention to the movements of these skeletons. "I never expected that something would happen if I didn't observe for just one night. It seems that I was not careful enough. If I had missed such important information, I might have been killed." Murong Shueshua chimed in. "Yes, the skeleton changed last night. I think it's time to leave. If we die here, everyone knows what the consequences will be. Not only will we not be able to take back what we got here, but we'll also lose lifespan. That would be a huge loss." Jin Shuegue didn't say anything. He was probably more supportive of Guba Hua, who could leave when he wanted and continue exploring when he wanted. Cuban Ho said in a low voice, "Fortune favors the bold. The greater the risk, the greater the reward. If you go into a treasure mountain and come back empty-handed, you might regret it later." Murong Shueshua frowned and said, "You'll have to be alive to take it. I'm not staying any longer. If you want to stay, that's fine with you." After Murong Shueshua finished speaking, she flew away on her own. It seemed that she planned to leave this place now. Zhang Honggu followed Murong Shueshua without any hesitation. She was also the one who most wanted to leave this place. Chen Fan glanced at Gu Bao and Jin Shuegue and saw that the two of them were unmoved. Gu Bao even smiled and said to Chen Fan, "Brother Chen, why don't we all stay and continue exploring together? Yesterday we discovered a huge treasure inside a mountain peak. We couldn't dig it out yesterday because of time constraints, but we'll definitely be able to today. Once we get this treasure, we won't have to worry about resources for a long time." It seems that Chen Fan wasn't the only one who discovered the secret on the mountain peak. Guba Hua and Jin Shuge did as well. If Zhang Honggu and Murong Shueshua hadn't reminded him, Chen Fan might have stayed behind to explore the mountain peak with Guba Hua and the others. However, with Murong Shueshua and the others' reminder, Chen Fan felt that he didn't need to take that risk. He understood the principle that a wise man doesn't stand under a crumbling wall. If there's something you can't resist, and it ends up costing you your life, then it's definitely not worth it. Chen Fan smiled and waved his hand, saying, "I'll pass. I wish Brother Gu and Brother Jin all the best. Farewell." After Chen Fan finished speaking, he flew away. "Coward," Jin Shuegue muttered. Of course, Chen Fan heard this too, but he didn't mind. Just like Murong Shueshua said, you have to be alive to take it. Even though the sects in these ancient ruins were so powerful, they were still destroyed. However, even though the sects were destroyed, their resources were not completely plundered. It felt as if the person who destroyed this sect had left in a hurry and never returned. Otherwise, these things would never have survived until now, waiting for Chen Fan and his group to come and loot them. Chen Fan's guess was that the people who came to destroy this sect did destroy it, but while looting the spoils, they encountered an even more powerful being, so they hurriedly withdrew and never returned. In other words, there is a possibility that an even more powerful being exists. From the beginning, Chun Fan believed that these skeletons were controlled by someone, which means that the person controlling the skeletons might be that more powerful being. Moreover, they might be members of this sect. Otherwise, why would they control these skeletons to continue what they did in their previous lives? This powerful person was unwilling to accept the destruction of his sect, and a strong obsession arose within him to continue controlling his disciples to carry on the affairs of his previous life. Now that Chun Fan and his group have come in to plunder their belongings, how could that powerful person remain indifferent? If they continue to stay here, the consequences might be unimaginable. Chun Fan quickly caught up with Murong Shueshue and Zhang Honggu, who were flying ahead. When Murong Shueshue saw Chun Fan follow her, she turned around and looked at him, saying, "I thought you would stay with them." "I'm not someone who doesn't value their life," Chun Fan replied. "I feel we should leave here before tonight. Otherwise we might really run into trouble." "Why do you say that?" Murong Shueshue asked, puzzled. In her opinion, leaving this place was not wrong, but there was no need to rush. "I have a feeling that the person controlling the skeleton is about to wake up. We came in here and took what belonged to him, so he will definitely not let us leave here easily. The skeleton's anomaly last night speaks for itself. If we don't leave here tonight, I reckon we'll have a hard time getting out." After Chun Fan finished speaking, he quickly left. Murong Shueshue and Zhang Honggu exchanged a glance, somewhat puzzled as to why Chun Fan was in such a hurry. However, Zhang Honggu was also a little anxious after hearing Chun Fan's words, and said, "Let's leave as soon as possible. I'm also a little worried." Murong Shueshue nodded, also feeling it was necessary to leave quickly, so she and Zhang Honggu also ran at full speed to chase after Chun Fan. The three of them sped along for more than 2 hours before Chun Fan suddenly stopped. Murong Shueshue and Zhang Honggu also stopped, looking at Chun Fan with puzzlement, not understanding why Chun Fan suddenly stopped walking. Murong Shueshue asked, "Chun Fan, what's wrong? Why did you stop?" Chun Fan did not answer Murong Shueshue's question, but pointed in a direction. Chapter 145 The Terrifying Person. Murong Shueshue and Zhang Honggu both looked in the direction Chun Fan pointed. They were immediately stunned. They actually saw Li Feifei, whom they hadn't seen for the past 2 days. However, Li Feifei was already dead at this time. His body was tattered, and he was basically no longer human. If it weren't for his tattered clothes, you probably wouldn't recognize him as Li Feifei. Murong Shueshue hesitated and asked, "Is this brotherly?" Chun Fan said, "We'll know once we go and take a look." After saying that, he flew over, and Murong Shueshue and Zhang Honggu followed closely behind Chun Fan. Chun Fan flew over to the mangled corpse and examined it carefully. The corpse had many tiny blood holes, each smaller than a fingertip. Their clothes were tattered and torn, and their faces were so unrecognizable that it was impossible to tell who they were. Chun Fan said, "It seems to be Li Feifei without a doubt." Zhang Honggu said, "How could he have died here? He probably couldn't find a safe place to shelter at night and was surrounded and killed by skeletons. He probably escaped from over there to this place and died here," Chun Fan said, pointing to several places in the distance that had been bombarded by magic. Murong Shueshue nodded and said, "That should be the case. It seems that these skeletons are quite powerful. Brotherly was ambushed and killed here so quickly. Where did the materials for the magical artifacts that Li Feifei had gone?" Zhang Honggu asked again. "They must have been taken away by the skeletons," Chun Fan suddenly said, sending chills down Zhang Honggu's spine. Upon hearing this, Zhang Honggu couldn't help but shudder and exclaimed, "Skeletons can recycle things? Who knows?" After Chun Fan finished speaking, he flew away, and Murong Shueshue followed closely behind. Zhang Honggu glanced at Li Feifei's corpse again, shuddered once more, and hurriedly followed Chun Fan and Murong Shueshue away. Chun Fan and his group traveled at breakneck speed without stopping, not daring to linger for even a moment, nor did they stop to rest. Even traveling at this pace, it was nearly evening before they reached the teleportation array at the exit. Meanwhile, Gu Bawo and Jin Shuigui were in a cave on a mountain peak trying to break the formation. After a day of research and exploration, they finally succeeded in breaking it. They opened the stone door inside the cave, and when they saw what was inside, their eyes lit up. They discovered that the cave contained a large number of magical artifacts and treasures, even spiritual treasures. Once they obtain these items, their combat strength will be greatly enhanced. Moreover, with so many magical artifacts and treasures, even if they cannot use them all themselves, they can exchange them for a lot of resources. We won't have to worry about cultivation resources anymore. Hubahua laughed heartily and said, There is indeed a great opportunity here. With these magical artifacts and treasures, we will have all the resources for cultivation in the future. Ha! Jin Shuigue laughed excitedly. Ha! It's a good thing Chun Fan didn't stay, otherwise we would have had one more point. That's short-sighted of him. Brother Jin, let's distribute the things here now. Guba Hor first showed his disdain for Chun Fan, and then said to Jin Shuigue. Good. Jin Shuigue replied happily. Nothing could excite him more than a prize. However, just as they were about to enter the cave to distribute the magical treasures, a bone-chilling cold suddenly struck them, freezing them instantly. The chill made it impossible for the two of them to move, as if it had frozen their blood and bones. It's not just like that. To be precise, it froze the blood and bones of both of them. Both of them showed fear in their eyes, and in no time, their consciousness seemed to freeze. Just then, footsteps and some clicking sounds came from outside the cave. The two tried to turn around, but they couldn't turn their necks at all. They could only hear the footsteps getting closer and closer, and the chill was getting stronger. The footsteps stopped behind them. They knew there was someone behind them, but their bodies were frozen, and they couldn't turn around at all. They had no idea who was behind them. The terror in their hearts intensified. They were now powerless to do anything that the people behind them might do to them. Just as their fear reached its peak, a head suddenly appeared in front of them, nearly scaring the soul out of them. When the two of them finally saw the human head, they were utterly terrified. Suddenly, a head popped out, with only a few sparse white hairs on its head. Its eye sockets were sunken, and its eyeballs were completely shriveled, as if it had no eyeballs at all. Its nose was gone, completely withered, leaving only two empty nostrils, from which wisps of white, cold air occasionally escaped. There were no lips left on their mouths, revealing white and black teeth. Every time their mouths opened and closed, a foul, cold breath would spray onto their faces. It felt as if their souls were frozen. Now, they were filled with immense regret, wishing they had left with Murong Shueshue and the others. But it's too late to regret it now. Sometimes, you have to bear the consequences of your choices, and the consequence of the choice they made was death. Once the person was fully standing in front of them, they could finally see his entire physique and appearance. His body was like a skeleton, with all the flesh and blood shriveled up, leaving only a layer of black skin covering the bones. This doesn't look like a human at all. It's like a demon crawling out of the deepest hell. He stretched out a pair of claws that emitted a ghostly light, slowly reaching for the heads of the two men. However, the two men could not move an inch and could only watch helplessly as the dark claws reached for their heads. The terror in their eyes was beyond words, and they were filled with remorse. With a snap, the two heads were severed from their bodies, but no blood spurted from their necks because their blood had completely frozen. The man threw out the heads of Guba Hua and Jin Shuigue, and then casually crushed the two frozen corpses into powder. The man slowly turned around and ordered the large group of skeletons at the cave entrance. There are 3 more bugs. Chase them. After receiving the order, the skeleton army all began to chase after Chun Fan and the others. Chun Fan and his group breathed a sigh of relief as they looked at the teleportation gate that was now right in front of them. They had finally arrived at the gate, but it was already dark. Murong Shueshue stepped forward and began to install the spirit stones into the grooves one by one. However, when there were only a few left to be installed, they felt a cold current coming over them. Murong Shueshue felt as if her hands and feet were frozen and her movements slowed down. Zhang Honggu was in even worse shape. She seemed frozen solid, unable to move an inch. Chun Fan was the only one feeling slightly better, but it was unclear how long he could hold on. Chapter 146, Encountering an Ambush. Chun Fan roared, "Here we come." After saying that, Chun Fan took a step forward and came to Murong Shueshue's side, picking up the spirit stone and stuffing it into the groove. The chill behind him was getting closer and closer, and even Chun Fan felt his body shivering from the cold. Chun Fan had to speed up the filling of the grooves with spirit stones, and Murong Shueshue also picked up spirit stones and filled them with spirit stones, her hands trembling. Zhang Honggu also wanted to help, but the problem was that she could barely move. She had to call out to Murong Shueshue, "Xiaoxue, come help me. I can't move." Murong Shueshue heard Zhang Honggu's call, turned around, and looked at Zhang Honggu, who was standing motionless not far from the teleportation array. Just as he was about to go help Zhang Honggu, Chun Fan grabbed Murong Shueshue's hand and shouted, "Don't worry about her for now. Activate the teleportation array first, otherwise none of us will be able to leave." After hearing Chun Fan's words, Murong Shueshue no longer cared about Zhang Honggu and stuffed the last spirit stone into the groove. The teleportation array emitted light, but the chill behind it intensified, accompanied by a series of eerie, cacophonous laughs. You cannot escape, ha ha. At this moment, Morong Shueshue was completely unable to move, and her eyes showed terror. Zhang Honggu was even more distressed. Needless to say, the terror in her eyes was palpable, and with tears in her eyes, she pleaded with Chun Fan and Morong Shueshue in a trembling voice. Save me, please save me. Morong Shueshue is barely able to save herself. How could she possibly save her? Morong Shueshue looked at Chun Fan and said, I can't move, what should I do? Chun Fan walked to Morong Shueshue's side, picked her up, and threw her towards the teleportation array. Morong Shueshue let out a scream and disappeared in front of the teleportation array. Then Chun Fan quickly arrived in front of Zhang Honggu, picked her up, and teleported to the teleportation array. The teleportation array flashed, and Chun Fan disappeared immediately afterward. Just as Chun Fan's figure disappeared into the teleportation array, the person who killed Gu Bao and Jin Shuigui arrived. Watching Chun Fan and the others disappear into the teleportation array, he gritted his teeth and let out a sharp roar, damn it. He really didn't expect that Chun Fan could still move despite his chill, which allowed Chun Fan and the others to escape. Given his current status, he has no way to leave this place and can only feel resentful. After experiencing a moment of weightlessness, Chun Fan, carrying Zhang Honggu, finally arrived at the teleportation array at the foot of a small hill in the swamp. Chun Fan took a step forward, throwing Zhang Honggu to the ground, and couldn't help but let out a heavy sigh. If they had been any slower, they might have actually been left there. When Morong Shueshue saw that Chun Fan and Zhang Honggu had come out, she breathed a sigh of relief. When she came out earlier, she was worried that Chun Fan and the others would not be able to come out. Thankfully, I'm out now. How are you all? Are you all alright? Morong Shueshue asked as she stepped forward. Chun Fan shook his head to indicate that he was fine. Zhang Honggu was still lying on the ground. When she saw Morong Shueshue asking a question, she slowly got up and said, It's okay, Chun Fan. Thank you for saving me. Otherwise, I might have died in there. Although dying inside doesn't mean you're truly dead, the lifespan deducted is still a significant amount, especially for those who don't have much lifespan to begin with. Chun Fan waved his hand. Saving Zhang Honggu was just a side thing. If it really came to a life-or-death crisis, Chun Fan wouldn't have saved her anyway. Morong Shueshue frowned and said, It seems that Gu Bao and Jin Shuigui are probably in grave danger. They were too greedy. Zhang Honggu nodded silently. They almost didn't come out, let alone Gu Bao and Jin Shuigui. Let's go back first. It's not safe to stay here. Who knows if they'll come after us? Chun Fan said. Morong Shueshue and Zhang Honggu's expressions changed upon hearing Chun Fan's words. Yes, who knows if that person will come after them. If he really does come out, wouldn't they be courting death if they stayed here? Morong Shueshue said anxiously. Then let's go quickly. The three dared not linger and hurriedly followed Morong Shueshue out of the illusion array. Once outside, none of them had time to breathe a sigh of relief. Chun Fan sensed danger immediately and hurriedly reminded Morong Shueshue and Zhang Honggu. Be careful, there's an ambush. After Chun Fan finished speaking, he teleported and appeared in the open space in front of him. Morong Shueshue reacted quickly and somehow managed to dash out at an incredible speed. But Zhang Honggu was not so lucky. Having just escaped death, she is now in danger again. More than a dozen spells and magical artifacts came crashing down from all sides. Before Zhang Honggu could even react, she was blasted into pieces, without even having time to scream. After Zhang Honggu died, a lot of resources fell out and were scattered around the swamp. I didn't expect you guys to be so clever, but do you really think you can escape? A strange laugh rang out, and then 8 figures surrounded Chun Fan and Morong Shueshue. One of the scarred men chuckled and said, You're surrounded. Just surrender and hand over all your resources, and we might spare your lives. Meanwhile, another man dressed as a scholar looked at Morong Shueshue with a lewd expression and said, This little girl is not bad. You can leave her to me. I can ask for less resources. After saying that, he lewdly stroked his chin, his lustful eyes roaming freely over Morong Shueshue's body. Those around him, upon hearing what the scholar-looking man said, burst into laughter and began to tease him. Master Lu, are you sure you can handle this? Yeah, Master Lu. I'm afraid your physique isn't up to par, ha. Master Lu, do you need our help? Ha ha. Ha. Morong Shueshue was so angry when she heard the scholar's attire that her face turned red, and the teasing of the people around her made her anger level soar even higher. Scarface Tyrant then spoke up. It seems Master Lu is quite the ladies' man. When we distribute the resources later, you'll get 10% less. Is there anyone else who wants to get a smaller share like Master Lu? Hearing what the others said, they all shook their heads. Compared to women, they needed resources to improve their strength. After all, with strength, what kind of women couldn't they have? Seeing that everyone was shaking their heads, Decepticon was a little disappointed. His regret was that he couldn't get more resources. Hurry up, don't waste any more time. Tyrant shouted at Chun Fan and Murong Shueishue. Chun Fan ignored Bashiana's shouts and said to Murong Shueishue, "Leave that scarred man to me. Can you handle the rest?" Chapter 147, Where is our brother Ba? Upon hearing Chun Fan's words, Murong Shueishue's eyes lit up, and she asked, "You can handle that scarred man?" Chun Fan nodded and said, "Sure. Can you handle the rest?" Murong Shueishue said, "As long as you can hold off that scarred man, I have no problem." Chun Fan looked at Murong Shueishue with some surprise. He had only wanted to test Murong Shueishue's abilities, but he hadn't expected that she could actually handle the others. It should be noted that among the remaining 7 people, 2 were at the late nascent soul stage, while Murong Shueishue was only at the mid-nascent soul stage, and she was dealing with all 7 of them at the same time, which surprised Chun Fan. It seems that Murong Shueishue is also a peerless genius. Fighting against opponents of higher levels is nothing to her. Actually, these 8 people were nothing to Chun Fan, but Chun Fan wanted to hide his true abilities. Some things should be kept hidden, as they could be used to save his life in critical moments. Chun Fan nodded, then took a step forward and charged towards the Tyrant Tiger. Seeing Chun Fan move, Tyrant Tiger revealed a disdainful smile and said, "You're courting death. Hand this man over to me, and the woman over to you." After saying that, Tyrant also charged towards Chun Fan. The remaining 7 people surrounded Murong Shueishue with lewd expressions. Chun Fan smiled slightly as he watched the Tyrant Tiger charging towards him. He didn't use any magic power, but instead relied solely on his physical strength to throw a punch at the Tyrant Tiger. Before the fist arrives, the wind from it blows first. The Decepticons, confident in their strength, threw a punch without dodging. But the Decepticons regretted it as soon as they threw half their punches. Chun Fan's fierce fist wind was already upon them, and the immense power made the tyrant feel that it was unable to resist. He abruptly pulled back his fist, which was halfway through its swing, and crossed his arms to block his chest. However, the fist slammed hard into Decepticon's hands, and the enormous force sent Decepticon flying. With a whoosh, bump, the Decepticon crashed to the ground with a loud thud, sending dirt and dust flying everywhere. Just as the 7 men were about to attack Murong Shueishue, they saw a figure fly past them and crash to the ground. They all believed that the Decepticons had already dealt with Chun Fan. "I didn't expect Brother Ba to be so quick, taking down that kid with just one punch. That kid looks all show and no substance. He was taken care of by Brother Ba with a single punch. Who gave him the courage to challenge Brother Ba?" The group was chatting away, completely unaware that the Brother Ba they were talking about was lying motionless on the ground, clearly seriously injured. The Decepticon lying on the ground, hearing these people still boasting about themselves, felt utterly devastated. "Can't you guys even look back? What the hell are you bragging about? If you want to brag, don't drag me into it. Can't you see I'm lying on the ground unable to move? Having such incompetent teammates is a disgrace to my life." Decepticon was about to utter a few curses, but no sound came out. His face turned red, and he spat out a mouthful of blood, which contained many pieces of internal organs. However, after spitting out this mouthful of blood, he was finally able to make a faint sound. "You bastards, hurry up and run with me. What are you still smug about?" However, his voice was too soft, and was completely drowned out by the boasting of the others. The Decepticons probably wished they could just smash their heads against a block of tofu and die. Murong Shueishue was also startled, thinking that Chun Fan had been defeated by the tyrant so quickly. But when she turned to look in the direction of the Decepticons, she found Chun Fan standing there in midair, looking at her with a disdainful expression. Murong Shueishue was a little confused. Was Chun Fan really that strong? Despite having the cultivation level of the early nascent soul stage, Tyrant was instantly defeated by Chun Fan in one move. When Chun Fan saw Murong Shueishue looking over, he smiled and said, "All right, the rest is up to you." Upon hearing Chun Fan's voice, the 7 people all looked towards the source of the sound. They saw that Chun Fan was still standing there unharmed, but Ba Tianhu had vanished without a trace. One of them stammered, "Little kid, You? How are you still here? Where's brother? The others stared at Chun Fan in bewilderment. How come Chun Fan was still standing there perfectly fine? Where was our brother Ba? Could it be? Was that brother Ba who just flew by? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Chun Fan gestured with his lip, indicating the large crater created by the tyrant, and said, "Your brother tyrant is lying there resting." At this point, the seven had no choice but to believe that their sworn brother had been killed by Chun Fan. Seeing that the seven people were still in a daze, Morong Shueshue ignored them and rushed directly towards Lu Shuing. He appeared in front of Lu Shuing with incredible speed, his hands flying, unleashing several powerful slaps that pressed down on Lu Shuing. Lu Shuing was still in a daze when the slap came down, and he realized what was happening, but it was too late. Several large slaps sent Lu Shuing flying. He screamed in agony as he split in mid-air, blood splattering everywhere. In fact, Lu Shuing was most proud of his mastery of formations. His combat strength was not that great at all. He relied mainly on formations when fighting others. Just now, the seven of them surrounded and killed Morong Shueshue, thinking it would be a piece of cake, but Lu Shuing didn't even set up a formation. Morong Shueshue was furious at his harassment and insults, so she would definitely target Lu Shuing first if a fight broke out. The remaining 6 people only came to their senses after hearing Lu Shuing's screams. However, Morong Shueshue had already launched her attack, prioritizing the 2 late-stage nascent soul cultivators. However, the 2 late-stage nascent soul cultivators were not pushovers either, and they engaged in a fierce battle with Morong Shueshue. The remaining people were very wary of Chun Fan's presence and did not join the 2 late-stage nascent soul cultivators in attacking Morong Shueshue. They all looked at Chun Fan warily, ready to run away at any moment. He could kill a nascent soul stage cultivator in one move, so killing them wouldn't be easy. Even the 2 late-stage nascent soul cultivators who were fighting with Morong Shueshue didn't dare to use their full strength against her. If Morong Shueshue hadn't kept harassing them, they would have run away long ago. Morong Shueshue fought with the 2 late-stage nascent soul cultivators for quite a while, causing the surrounding swamp to churn with mud and splash with water, accompanied by continuous booming sounds. Morong Shueshue was also formidable. She, a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator, forced 2 late-stage nascent soul cultivators to retreat steadily, partly due to Chun Fan's watchful eye from the sidelines. But no matter what, it's still a genius for someone in the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm to overpower 2 people in the late stage of the nascent soul realm. Seeing how fierce Morong Shueshue was, the remaining people all had the intention to retreat. They exchanged glances and understood each other's meaning. As if they had planned it in advance, several people rushed out in all directions, ignoring the 2 who were still fighting Morong Shueshue. Chapter 148 Preparing for Seclusion Again. However, it was completely useless, as Chun Fan captured them all at an extremely fast speed. The 2 who were fighting Morong Shueshue panicked when they saw that the others had abandoned them and fled. They wanted to break away from the battle and run away as well. As a result, Chun Fan captured those people without lifting a finger. A sense of despair arose in his heart. He knew that there was no way to escape, and that he could only fight to the death. He stopped worrying about the consequences and started fighting Morong Shueshue to the death, and surprisingly, he was able to fight her to a standstill. Chun Fan tossed the group aside like dead dogs next to Bashianhu. Bashianhu was utterly speechless at these idiots and didn't even bother to speak, pretending to be unconscious with his eyes closed. Chun Fan abandoned the group and ignored them, instead watching with great interest as Morong Shueshue fought back and forth with the 2 late-stage nascent soul cultivators. Chun Fan acknowledged Morong Shueshue's strength, but acknowledged that she was still somewhat inferior to himself. This also shows how advanced the cultivation technique Chun Fan is currently practicing is. The first half alone is a 9th grade technique. If he obtains the middle and lower halves, who knows what grade the technique will be. After fighting the 2 for a while, Morong Shueshue suddenly unleashed a powerful attack, sending them flying and coughing up blood. They fell to the ground, completely unable to fight anymore. Morong Shueshue, somewhat weak, landed on the ground and rolled her eyes at Chun Fan, saying, "You didn't even come to help. You just stood there watching the show." Chun Fan shrugged and said, "You said you could handle it yourself, and I even took care of the others for you. You're so capable. You could have taken care of them with just a little effort, and I'm the one risking my life here. I'm not just fulfilling your wish. I'm too lazy to argue with you. What are we going to do with these people outside? You can do whatever you want with it, I don't care." After hearing Chun Fan's words, Murong Shueshua showed no mercy to these people and killed them all. Then they collected all their resources, gave half to Chen Fan, and said, "Here, these resources are half for each of us." Chen Fan looked at the resources Murong Shueshua handed him and said with a hint of disdain, "Forget it, I don't want them. You can keep them yourself." It's no wonder Chen Fan looked down on it. The resources were truly appalling. The best were only 5th grade, and the lowest were 1st grade, and there weren't many of them. So Chen Fan really didn't care. Murong Shueshua chuckled at Chen Fan's disdainful look and said, "What's there to complain about? These people only have so few resources. I don't know what they've been doing all this time. They only have so few resources." What Chen Fan and Murong Shueshua didn't know was that it wasn't that they didn't get any resources. In fact, they used most of the resources they did get for cultivation. Generally, cultivators will use the resources they obtain for cultivation and won't save them, since they can only acquire more resources if they become stronger. Not everyone is as cheated as Chen Fan. Resources aren't so easy for others to acquire. Since you don't want them, then they're all mine. Murong Shueshua didn't stand on ceremony and collected all the resources. She didn't need these low-grade resources, but there were plenty of people in her family who could use them. Murong Shueshua walked to Zhang Honggu's body again, collected all the resources, and said, "Let's go back." Chen Fan nodded. Then the two of them left without looking back. Of the 6 people who went to explore the ancient ruins, only 2 returned with a full load. 3 of them were too greedy and lost their lives in the ruins. Zhang Honggu was extremely careful and managed to emerge from the ruins, but her strength was insufficient, and she was ambushed and killed by Ba Tianhu and his group. It was a bit of a pity, otherwise, she would have had a chance to advance further with the resources she obtained from the ruins. Now that she's died in the Infinite Tower, after deducting her lifespan, it's hard to say whether she can advance any further. After several days of trekking, the two finally returned to Moyang City. Nothing much had changed in Moyang City these past few days. Chen Fan and Murong Shueshua returned to their respective residences to rest after arriving in Moyang City. After returning to his residence and resting for a day, Chen Fan began to take stock of the resources he had acquired during his journey into this world. It's been 7 or 8 months since Chen Fan entered this world, and he has acquired a considerable amount of resources. After clearing out the resources he needed, Chen Fan prepared to go into seclusion to cultivate and improve his strength. To cultivate in seclusion, one must first find a safe place. The safest place right now is the sacred site on the lake, which is protected by a powerful array. One can go there to cultivate in seclusion for a period of time. After making his decision, Chen Fan went out and found Murong Shueshua, telling her that he was going into seclusion for a while. "Do you want me to protect you?" "No need. I found a secluded place." "Are you afraid I'll ambush you while you're in seclusion? You don't trust me at all?" "A little. You're so boring." They're gone. After bidding farewell to Murong Shueshua, Chen Fan headed straight for the sacred place in the center of the lake. Sure enough, after Chen Fan arrived at the sacred site in the center of the lake, those people were helpless against the formation. Compared to the past, there were now many more people in the sacred site in the center of the lake. However, there was still no way to deal with this formation, and Chen Fan instantly teleported into it. The trees on the island are still very lush, covering the entire island. Chen Fan arrived at the island, cleared out a relatively flat area, and prepared to cultivate and go into seclusion there. There was no danger on the island, so Chen Fan didn't set up any powerful formations, only a simple illusion array. Chen Fan first took out a 9th grade diamond level talent fruit, intending to test its effects, since he had plenty of talent fruits anyway. I ate the Tianzi fruit in one bite, and it tasted like a tomato, sweet and sour. After consuming the heavenly fruit, Chen Fan felt a surge of heat enter his dantian, which then spread throughout his meridians, flesh, and bones. Chen Fan suddenly felt as if countless ants were tearing at his body, and the slight pain made him cry out loudly. Shouting loudly wasn't enough. He started rolling around on the ground, but the pain in his body didn't lessen. Instead, it got worse. Chen Fan felt as if his entire body no longer belonged to him, and even his soul was slightly aching. The pain lasted for more than 2 hours before it began to subside. By then, Chen Fan was drenched in sweat and lay on the ground, completely exhausted. Chapter 149: Improving Aptitude and Spiritual Roots. Immortal Level Aptitude and Spiritual Roots. Chen Fan slowly regained control of his body. Having just endured inhuman pain, I have now regained control of my body and feel much lighter. Moreover, I am absorbing spiritual energy much faster. Their understanding of Taoist practices and cultivation methods has also deepened. It seems that the talent fruit really can improve the grade of spiritual roots. If one consumes the immortal talent fruit, wouldn't one instantly become someone with immortal level spiritual root aptitude? However, now is not the best time to take the immortal fruit. The pain has just subsided after taking the fruit, so we need to wait a while. After sitting cross-legged and cultivating for a while, Chun Fan felt that he was indeed absorbing spiritual energy much faster than before. After half a day, having adjusted himself to his best condition, Chun Fan took out the immortal fruit and swallowed it without any hesitation. Suddenly, an even stronger force surged through my body. This time, it no longer felt like ants tearing at my flesh. Moreover, many small snakes swam and bit inside his body, and the veins and blood vessels on Chun Fan's skin could be seen bulging from time to time. It felt like his blood vessels were about to burst at any moment, and the pain became even more intense. Chun Fan screamed through his teeth and pounded the ground with all his might. Gradually, I stopped feeling the pain in my body, and my body became numb. What followed was wave after wave of soul-wrenching pain, making Chun Fan feel as if his soul was a piece of paper being torn into pieces. The pain lasted all day, and Chun Fan even considered just passing out, but his inner drive to become stronger wouldn't allow him to just faint and lose consciousness. The bonds of family, parents, younger brother, and younger sister gave Chun Fan the belief to persevere. After a day of inhuman torture, the pain gradually subsided, and Chun Fan finally relaxed and fell into a deep sleep. Chun Fan remained unconscious for nearly 2 days. 2 days later, Chun Fan slowly opened his eyes. As soon as he opened his eyes, Chun Fan couldn't remember why he was lying on the ground. Looking at the mess on the ground, riddled with potholes, Chun Fan was somewhat bewildered. After being stunned for a while, Chun Fan finally remembered the various scenes after he took the immortal fruit. Recalling the pain he had experienced, Chun Fan couldn't help but tremble. At first, Morong Shueshua said that taking the heavenly talent fruit would be very painful, but Chun Fan didn't think much of it. After taking the heavenly talent fruit himself, he found that the pain was indeed bearable. However, the pain from the immortal fruit is far more intense than that from the heavenly fruit. It is a pain etched deep into the soul. Chun Fan felt that the immortal fruit should not be given to his younger siblings for the time being, because the immortal fruit requires strong willpower to resist the pain. If they do not have such strong willpower, they may die from the pain. They should at least wait until they reach adulthood before they can use it. The immortal fruit is not said to be better the earlier it is taken. It has nothing to do with age. You can give them the heavenly fruit first. As for the parents, they can take the immortal fruit. They have both experienced life and death, so their willpower is still strong. Chun Fan felt that the effect of absorbing spiritual energy was now dozens or even hundreds of times greater than before. As long as he had enough spiritual energy to support him, he could break through to the next realm at any time. However, Chun Fan is not in a hurry to break through now. He has decided to wait until he has consumed the 4th grade Immortal Golden Crow Fire Lotus before attempting a breakthrough. He wants to push his aptitude and spiritual roots to their limits. Who knows how powerful he will become? Chun Fan rested for a few days, mainly to alleviate the pain from the immortal fruit. Taking the 4th grade Immortal Golden Crow Fire Lotus would definitely cause even more terrifying pain. After Chun Fan adjusted himself to his best condition again, he took out the Golden Crow Fire Lotus. Looking at the golden and fiery red Golden Crow Fire Lotus, Chun Fan found it hard to bring himself to eat it. Chun Fan looked at it and decided to swallow it whole. So he ate the whole Golden Crow Fire Lotus. The texture was fine, but the taste was a bit bitter. Ugh, Chun Fan gagged. It wasn't just a little bitter, it was absolutely too bitter. After Chun Fan swallowed the entire Golden Crow Fire Lotus, he immediately felt as if his body was on fire, burning intensely. His skin began to turn red, and wisps of white gas rose from all over Chun Fan's body. Immediately afterwards, golden red flames erupted from his entire body. This time, it wasn't particularly painful, but rather intensely hot, as if he had been thrown into a raging fire. It made Chun Fan extremely uncomfortable. This flame burned on Chun Fan's body for nearly 3 days and 3 nights before it slowly went out. Chun Fan felt like he was already fully cooked, and he didn't dare to move at all. He felt as if his flesh would fall off if he moved, even slightly. Chun Fan could only circulate his internal energy to slowly begin to recover. After circulating his cultivation technique, Chun Fan felt that he was absorbing spiritual energy much faster, at least twice as much as after eating the immortal seed fruit. Don't underestimate this double effect. It's 200 times what Chun Fan experienced before eating the immortal seed fruit. Moreover, Chun Fan could also feel changes within his body, which should be due to the newly generated spiritual root. This Golden Crow Fire Lotus is a 4th-grade immortal level treasure medicine, and consuming it can increase the existence of a spiritual root, which is an immortal level spiritual root. Chun Fan now possesses 2 spiritual roots, one with spatial attributes and the other with fire attributes, both of which are at the immortal level. One can only imagine how powerful they will become when they grow up. However, having 2 spiritual roots means consuming more resources, but resources are something Chun Fan has no shortage of. Chun Fan took out a lot of spiritual liquid and began to cultivate. As time went by, Chun Fan's cultivation progressed rapidly. He easily broke through to the mid-stage of the out-of-body stage, then the late stage, and finally the nascent soul stage. However, breaking through to the nascent soul stage is not so easy. Chun Fan cultivated for a full month, absorbing nearly a ton of spiritual liquid, before he finally felt the threshold of the nascent soul stage. Although he had touched the threshold of the nascent soul stage, he couldn't break through it no matter what he did. Chun Fan simply stopped. Forcing a breakthrough when he couldn't would damage his foundation, which would be counterproductive. Since we can't break through to the nascent soul stage, we can only start from other places. Chun Fan's first thought was the void body refining technique. Now that he had spiritual liquid in hand, and had also obtained a lot of rare spiritual herbs from the ruins, he could make some medicinal liquid. Chun Fan prepared all the necessary medicinal herbs for the medicinal liquid according to the void body refining technique and began refining the medicinal liquid. He quickly refined the medicinal liquid he needed and poured it into the pine cloud furnace along with the spiritual liquid. Chun Fan prepared dozens of Songyun furnaces to hold this mixture of medicinal liquid and spiritual liquid, precisely to avoid running out of medicinal liquid when he needed to cultivate the void body refining technique, which would force him to stop. Chapter 150 Breakthrough to the Nascent Soul Stage. Shocking changes outside the array. After preparing the medicinal liquid, Chun Fan jumped into the pine cloud furnace and began cultivating the void body refining technique. After several more days of cultivation, Chun Fan finally reached the 4th level of the void body refining technique. Chun Fan had absorbed almost all of the medicinal liquid in these dozens of Songyun furnaces. Chun Fan's physical strength is now comparable to that of a top-grade magic weapon. After completing his training in the void body refining technique, Chun Fan continued his research into the immortal soul technique. After another day of research, Chun Fan also began his cultivation. The immortal soul technique has 9 levels in total. Each time you master a level, your soul power will double. After several days of cultivation, Chun Fan finally mastered the 1st level of the immortal soul technique. Chun Fan immediately felt that the opportunity to break through to the nascent soul stage had arrived. He took out a large amount of spiritual liquid and immediately began his attempt to break through to the nascent soul stage. After several days of intense effort, Chun Fan naturally reached the nascent soul stage. Once you reach the nascent soul stage, your attack methods become more diverse, and you gain a better grasp of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Moreover, once one reaches the nascent soul stage, one can develop divine consciousness. Once divine consciousness emerges, nothing can hide from it. Of course, there are also some cultivation techniques and magical treasures that can evade divine sense detection. Upon reaching the nascent soul stage, Chun Fan felt that he could cultivate the immortal soul technique with much greater ease. After several more days of cultivation, he also reached the 2nd level of the immortal soul technique. His soul power increased exponentially, and with the increase in soul power, his divine sense also increased exponentially. If Chun Fan's previous soul power was like a bucket of water, then his current soul power is equivalent to 2 buckets of water. Now Chun Fan's divine sense can probe a much wider range. With his current divine sense power, he is at least comparable to a cultivator in the integration stage. This is the difference between those who have cultivated the power of the soul and those who haven't. Moreover, cultivation techniques for cultivating soul power are extremely rare in the cultivation world. They are usually kept secret and rarely circulated outside, so ordinary people simply cannot access cultivation techniques for soul power. Chun Fan continued his seclusion and cultivation. After completing the immortal soul technique, he began to cultivate other spells and techniques, such as the Void Slash, the Void Fist, and the Void Teleportation. Once he had mastered most of the spells and techniques, Chun Fan continued his cultivation. Mid-stage nascent soul, late-stage nascent soul, and after reaching the late-stage nascent soul, Another month had passed. Chen Fan's seclusion lasted a total of 2.5 months. The time to leave this world is almost up, and I wonder what's going on outside the formation. It's time to go out and see the world. I only have a month or so left before I can leave this world. For the next month or so, Chen Fan didn't want to look for any more resources. He just wanted to relax. Chen Fan instantly teleported outside the formation. As he expected, there should be more people outside the formation, but when he came out, there wasn't a single person in sight. What's going on? Chen Fan muttered to himself. Could it be that these people knew they couldn't break the formation and left? This is the only explanation that makes sense. Chen Fan stopped dwelling on the issue and decided to go to Moyang City to take a look. As Chen Fan continued his journey, he discovered that the world seemed to be different from before. The situation had been relatively peaceful before, but on the way to the end city, Chen Fan discovered several traces of a major battle. In some places, there are even severed limbs and bloodstains, and in some places, there are even corpses of people who died violent deaths. Chen Fan couldn't understand what had happened outside during the 2 months he had been in seclusion. Chen Fan sped up his journey towards the end city. Along the way, he saw the remnants of various battles, with corpses strewn everywhere. After a day of travel, Chen Fan finally arrived at Moyang City, but the city before him made him wonder if he had gone to the wrong place. The city was in complete disarray. Most of the buildings had been destroyed, and corpses were scattered everywhere, emitting a foul stench. Chen Fan rushed to the place where Murong Shueshue used to live, only to find that the buildings there had mostly collapsed. He wondered how Murong Shueshue was doing. Chen Fan then went to the house he had lived in and found that it was also half collapsed. Only then did Chen Fan arrive at the holy site of the end city. They discovered that the formation of the Holy Land in the end city had been broken and opened. Areas that were previously invisible were now fully visible. But what could they do now? The area was in ruins, with virtually no intact buildings. It was impossible to discern its original appearance. They had no idea what had happened to cause the entire Holy Land to become a wasteland. Chen Fan then recalled the old monk's words, saying that there was great terror in Moyang City. Could everything that was happening now be related to the Holy Land of Moyang City? Chen Fan felt he needed to ask someone, so he spread his divine sense and quickly found a place. There was a concealment formation there. Chen Fan teleported there and, sure enough, found a concealment formation inside a house. Moreover, there was a defensive formation behind the concealment formation. Both formations were probably around the 5th rank. This formation has the function of isolating auras, and it is difficult to detect the existence of such a formation without using divine sense. Chen Fan arrived in front of the formation and said to the people inside, "Come out." However, the people inside the formation remained completely still, probably thinking that Chen Fan hadn't discovered them and was just bluffing. Chen Fan spoke again. "Come out. I just want to ask you some questions. These concealment and defense formations are useless to me." However, the people inside the formation remained completely unmoved, as if they would never come out no matter what. Helpless, Chen Fan had no choice but to teleport and appear inside the concealment formation. As for why he didn't teleport directly there at first, it was out of respect for this person. Having failed to get any response from his calls, Chen Fan had no choice but to teleport inside. Inside the formation, a young man dressed in blue was looking at Chen Fan with a look of utter disbelief. Chen Fan said calmly, "As I said, this formation has no effect on me." Yes, senior," the young man in blue said with a look of fear. "Don't be afraid. I'm just asking you something. I won't do anything to you. Please speak, senior. I will answer everything I know without reservation. It's been all over the place lately, with corpses strewn everywhere." "Senior, you don't know? I have been in seclusion for the past 2 months and have no idea what has happened." "No wonder, Sai," the young man in blue sighed before slowly speaking. Chapter 151: The Upheaval in the Holy Land of Moyang City. It turns out that a month ago, several array masters suddenly arrived in Moyang City. They reached a consensus with the strongest group here to break the formation together. The formation masters would take 30% of the resources inside, and the rest would be divided among those who broke the formation together. As for how to divide it, the formation masters didn't care. After more than 10 days of trying to break through the formation, a gap was finally found. The nightmare began the moment the formation was broken. Just as the formation was broken and everyone was still celebrating, some things rushed out from the gap in the broken formation. These things are neither human nor ghost. Although they walk on 2 feet and have arms, their skin is dark and their bodies are covered with white downy hair. which stands up like steel needles. These figures covered in white down rushed out and began slaughtering those around them. They were incredibly fast, and in the blink of an eye, more than a dozen people had perished. Everyone quickly realized what was happening and began attacking the monsters. However, they soon discovered that the monster's fur provided extremely high defense, and ordinary spells had no effect on them at all. Some people tried to attack with magical weapons, but it was useless. They could only knock these monsters down or send them flying. However, these monsters seemed to be immune to pain. Those knocked down would get up again and charge at people, and those sent flying would continue to charge. Only a few cultivators could inflict some damage on these monsters, but it was a drop in the ocean. Moreover, although these monsters do not possess magic, they are extremely strong and fast, making it very difficult for cultivators to withstand their attacks. As more and more monsters rushed out, more and more cultivators died. At this point, everyone stopped thinking about the resources of the Holy Land and began to flee. However, these monsters were also extremely fast, and some slow runners were caught up and killed by them. The monsters didn't even spare those who ran fast. These monsters seemed tireless, relentlessly pursuing the fleeing cultivators. Some cultivators, unable to replenish their spiritual energy, were eventually caught and killed by the monsters. Even some cultivators who hide will be found and killed by these monsters. Later, the group realized that these monsters relied on scent to find the cultivators. As long as they blocked their own scent, these monsters would have a hard time finding them. So some people hid using things that could block out smells, while those who couldn't had to keep running. Now those monsters are chasing after people who haven't isolated their scent. The young man in blue had just obtained a concealment formation and a defensive formation, so he fled back here and set up these two formations. He has been inside the formation for almost half a month now, and he doesn't know what the situation is like outside. According to him, he will stay there until the time comes for him to leave this world. During this period, they will not step out of this formation again. After listening to the young man in blue's account, Chun Fan finally understood the great terror of the endless city that the old monk had spoken of. According to the young man in blue, these monsters, neither human nor ghost, are incredibly strong, fast, and have extremely high defense. They are also impervious to pain and death, making them impossible for ordinary people to deal with. Are there any resources within the Holy Land? Chun Fan asked casually. I didn't know that. Everyone was too busy running for their lives to dare to enter the formation to look for resources, the young man in blue said, on the verge of tears. All right then, I'm leaving. After Chun Fan finished speaking, he disappeared into the formation using a teleportation technique. The young man in blue stared at Chun Fan's disappearing figure, speechless for a long time. Chun Fan then teleported to the sacred site within the End City, attempting to find some clues there. However, this place is in ruins, so finding clues would be very difficult. Chun Fan used his divine sense to probe again and again, but the result was still nothing. There were no clues left here at all, so Chun Fan carefully searched the area again. Still finding nothing, Chun Fan was about to give up when his divine sense detected something unusual. Chun Fan discovered that beneath a collapsed palace, there was a deep hole that led downwards. Chun Fan intended to use his divine sense to explore the area below. However, when Chun Fan's divine sense was halfway through its exploration, a layer of energy blocked it from reaching him, preventing him from detecting what was below. Something strange, Chun Fan muttered to himself. He had originally wanted to go down and investigate, but considering the old monk's words that the holy land of Moyang City offered no opportunities, only great terror, Chun Fan decided against it, as he would be leaving in less than a month. By then, everything here will be irrelevant to me. So why should I create trouble for myself? If there are good resources inside, Chun Fan wouldn't mind taking the risk to go in. The main problem is that nobody knows if there are any even more powerful beings inside. Chun Fan glanced at the area again before preparing to leave. He didn't know where he was going, as monsters roamed the area, making the world extremely unsafe. Those monsters find cultivators by their scent, which means that if you stay in a place for a long time, there will definitely be a scent left behind, unless there are formations or treasures that isolate scents. After thinking for a moment, Chun Fan decided to return to the sacred place by the lake. It was the safest place in the world, and he could simply stay there and wait to leave. As for rescuing those people, Chun Fan had no time for it. Life and death were predestined, and everyone was left to their own fate. Chun Fan strolled leisurely towards the sacred site by the lake, without encountering any of the monsters the young man in blue had mentioned. Could it be that the young man in blue was lying to him, and that there were no monsters at all? Otherwise, Why had he been wandering around for so long without any monsters attacking him? No, impossible. That young man in blue has no reason to lie to me. There's no benefit in lying to me at all. On the contrary, it would only bring me death. Since no monster has attacked him, it means that these monsters haven't discovered him yet. Chun Fan continued strolling along, genuinely curious about what the monster looked like. According to the young man in blue, it seemed somewhat like a monkey or a gorilla. As Chun Fan approached the sacred lakeside, the sounds of fighting finally reached him. His eyes lit up immediately. They had finally arrived. Chun Fan hurried toward the sound of fighting. He was genuinely curious about what the monster looked like. When Chun Fan arrived at the location of the fighting, he was somewhat surprised. He wasn't surprised by the monster's appearance, but rather by the people fighting it. How could it be her? Chapter 152. It feels very comfortable to squeeze. Several white-haired monsters were seen attacking a person who was none other than Murong Shueisha. Chun Fan truly did not expect to meet Murong Shueisha here. At this moment, Murong Shueisha looked completely exhausted and was clearly unable to withstand the attacks of the white-haired monster. Before long, Murong Shueisha might be torn to pieces by this monster. Without further hesitation, Chun Fan leaped up and unleashed a powerful punch at a white-haired monster. Before the monster could react, Chun Fan punched it away, sending it flying and shattering in midair. But no blood was spilled. Only a thick, black viscous fluid was present. After killing the monster, Chun Fan came to Murong Shueisha's side and protected her behind him. At this moment, Murong Shueisha was exhausted and dizzy. Just as she was about to faint, she suddenly saw a figure blocking all the monsters. At that moment, Murong Shueisha felt that her Prince Charming had appearing when she needed him most. She felt so safe, and she vowed to repay him with her body after she was rescued. Then Murong Shueisha fainted. Chun Fan looked at Murong Shueisha, who was lying on the ground, and wondered if she had suffered any serious injuries. He needed to finish this quickly, so he swung his fist and charged forward. When the white-haired monsters saw Chun Fan charging towards them, they also charged at him in return. When it came to physical strength, they had never been afraid of anyone. The first white-haired monster to rush over also swung its claws at Chun Fan's fist, but between the collision of fist and palm, the white-haired monster's hand broke into pieces. Chun Fan's fist shattered the monster's hand into fragments, and then his fist slammed into the monster's head without any hindrance. Bang! Like the sound of a watermelon shattering, the monster's head broke open, and thick black liquid drenched the monsters rushing towards it. However, these white-haired monsters still charged towards Chun Fan without fear. Chun Fan punched them one by one, blasting them into pieces that scattered on the ground. In terms of physical strength, Chun Fan is still superior. After dealing with all the monsters, Chun Fan clapped his hands and looked back at where Murong Shueisha was lying quietly. Chun Fan walked over and patted Murong Shueisha's cheek, saying, "Wake up, you can't sleep here." However, Murong Shueisha did not react at all. Chun Fan then pinched Murong Shueisha's smooth face. It had a really nice feel to it, and her skin was bouncy and elastic, making Chun Fan want to pinch it again and again. After playing for so long, Murong Shueisha still hasn't woken up. It seems she really is passed out. Chun Fan picked up Murong Shueisha and continued towards the sacred place by the lake. Before long, Chun Fan carried Murong Shueisha into the sacred area by the lake and placed her on a relatively wide tree trunk, which was at least 4 or 5 meters wide, so no matter how much Murong Shueisha rolled over, she wouldn't fall off. Afterwards, Chun Fan went to an open space and started grilling barbecue. He enjoyed a small barbecue meal, but Murong Shueisha still did not wake up. It seems that Murong Shueisha has truly exhausted all her strength this time, and it will be difficult for her to recover in a few days. Seeing that Murong Shueisha wouldn't wake up so quickly, Chun Fan resumed his cultivation. Now that Chun Fan was in the late stage of the nascent soul realm, his cultivation was becoming more solid and refined, and he might enter the next realm at any time. Chun Fan did not go all out to advance to the next realm. He wanted to enter the next realm naturally, so that his foundation would be more solid. After 2 or 3 days of uneventful life, Murong Shueisha finally woke up. She opened her eyes slightly and saw a lush expanse of green leaves. Where am I? Murong Shueisha rubbed her head, staring blankly at the thick tree trunk and lush green leaves. Woke up. Just then, a voice came from the side, and then several skewers of grilled meat were handed to Murong Shueisha. Murong Shueisha was startled by the sudden sound. Then, she saw several skewers of grilled meat appear in front of her and swallowed hard. She slowly sat up, turned her head to look at the source of the sound, and saw a handsome guy who thought he was very handsome looking at her with a smile. Would you like some? Chun Fan? It's you. When Murong Shueshua looked at Chun Fan with a surprised expression, she never expected that Chun Fan would save her. It's me, what's wrong? Do you want something to eat? Chun Fan asked again. No, it's nothing, Murong Shueshua stammered. She couldn't very well say that Chun Fan was far from her ideal Prince Charming, and that he was a little disappointed. Seeing Murong Shueshua's dazed expression, Chun Fan couldn't help but pinch her cheek again. What are you doing? Unexpectedly, Murong Shueshua suddenly screamed, and looked at Chun Fan with a bewildered expression. Chun Fan was also startled by Murong Shueshua's scream. He looked at Murong Shueshua with some confusion and said, What are you doing? Why are you screaming so loudly? Looking at Chun Fan's innocent expression, Murong Shueshua was immediately furious and said angrily, Why did you pinch my face? It's fun to pinch. Your face feels really comfortable to pinch, Chun Fan said matter-of-factly. It feels good to pinch, but just because it feels good, does that mean you can randomly pinch girls' faces? I only pinch when it feels good. If someone else asks me to pinch, I pinch from the inside. How many girls' faces have you pinched? 2. Who are these 2? You are my 5th sister. Besides me and your 5th sister, you've never pinched the cheeks of any other girl? No. That's more like it. Humph, I'll let it slide this time. Murong Shueshua then let Chun Fan go, and then smiled and waved to Chun Fan, saying, Bring the barbecue. Chun Fan handed the barbecue to Murong Shueshua, muttering, What a strange person. In his previous life, Chun Fan was a homebody who only knew how to play games and read novels. In addition, he was a bit of a straight man and had never had much contact with women, let alone a girlfriend. Having come into this world, he hadn't had much contact with girls, so he didn't have any thoughts about girls at all. Therefore, when Chun Fan interacted with girls, he didn't think about them in the direction of being boyfriend and girlfriend. While eating her kebabs, Murong Shueshua kept an eye on Chun Fan and found that he was just an ordinary person, not handsome at all. But beneath this ordinary appearance, his strength was surprisingly strong. She wondered how he cultivated himself. It seems that Chun Fan was the one who saved her. Before she fainted, she was thinking of repaying her savior with her body. Now that she found out that it was Chun Fan who saved her, Murong Shueshua is a little conflicted about whether she should still repay him with her body. Chapter 153 I saved you, and you still lust after my body. Chun Fan didn't care what Murong Shueshua was thinking. Instead, he leaped down to the ground and continued his barbecue business. After finishing her skewers, Murong Shueshua jumped down and sat down next to Chun Fan, staring intently at him. Chun Fan, sensing something amiss, looked at Murong Shueshua and asked, What are you looking at? Murong Shueshua came to her senses and said, No, it's nothing. You, by the way, have you been in seclusion cultivating for the past few months? Yes, I just came out of seclusion a few days ago. As soon as I came out, I went to the End City, only to find that the End City was in ruins and many people had died. Later, I found a guy who was hiding and learned some information from him. He said that many white-haired monsters had run out of the holy land of the End City and that they were very difficult to kill. Later I was preparing to return here, and I happened to run into you on the way, and then, as you know, that's how it happened. As Chun Fan turned the barbecue in his hand, he slowly told Murong Shueshua what was going on. After listening to Chun Fan's story, Murong Shueshua finally spoke up. Yes, these monsters are not afraid of death or pain. Once they are targeted, they will relentlessly pursue you. I have killed dozens of them, but there are just too many of them. After I kill one, another one comes along. It's like there's no end to them. No matter where I hide, they can always track me down. These past 2 weeks have been exhausting. Luckily I met you, otherwise I might have died here. Thank you. Do you know what I was thinking when I was about to die in front of this white-haired monster? Murong Shueshua asked Chun Fan earnestly. What were you thinking? Chun Fan replied casually. I was thinking, whoever saves me, I will repay them with my body. Chun Fan's hand, which was grilling the barbecue, suddenly paused, and he looked at Murong Shueshua with disbelief. Seeing Chun Fan's reaction, Murong Shueshua thought smugly. Looks like my charm hasn't diminished at all. Look at this idiot. He's so excited he can't even speak after hearing that I'm going to offer myself to him. Chun Fan stared blankly at Murong Shueshua for a long time before exclaiming, No way. I saved you, and you're still lusting after my body. While Murong Shueshua was still boasting about her charm, she suddenly heard Chun Fan's words and immediately went berserk. She stood up, kicked Chun Fan twice, and left angrily, saying, You chauvinist. Chen Fan was kicked by Murong Shueishue for no apparent reason. If anyone else had dared to kick him, he would have beaten them to a pulp long ago. It was only because he considered Murong Shueishue a friend that she allowed him to be so unrestrained. Murong Shueishue angrily ran to the side. She really didn't expect Chen Fan to say such a thing, saying that she was lusting after his body, as if she were that hungry. But one thing also proves that Chen Fan is destined to have no future with other women. Given Chen Fan's chauvinistic personality, probably not many women could stand him. This further solidified Murong Shueishue's idea. From childhood to adulthood, Murong Shueishue has always been a person of her word. There has never been a case where she said something but did not do it. Even if she did not do it, it was just that the time had not come yet. Since she said she would repay the person who saved her with her body, then she must do it, even if she lusts after his body. Chen Fan, you can't escape my grasp. Murong Shueishue said to herself, clenching her fists tightly, as if Chen Fan were right in her palm. Murong Shueishue returned to the barbecue place where Chen Fan was and sat down again. When Chen Fan saw Murong Shueishue return, he said, "Weren't you angry?" "Who said I'm angry? By the way, where's this place? Why can't we see that white-haired monster?" "Guess where it is." "I won't guess, just tell me already." "You would never guess what this place is. Actually, you brought me here before." Upon hearing Chen Fan's words, Murong Shueishue looked around curiously and discovered that she was actually on an island, with a huge tree on the island that covered the entire island. He wondered to himself, when had he brought Chen Fan here before? I've only taken Chen Fan to a few holy sites and ancient ruins, so it's impossible for him to visit the ancient ruins. That leaves only a few holy sites, and judging from the current environment, there is only one holy site in this world that matches the description. This is a sacred place by the lake. Murong Shueishue asked in a tone that was both affirmative and questioning. Chen Fan gave Murong Shueishue a thumbs up and said, "Smart." Upon receiving Chen Fan's affirmative answer, Murong Shueishue said in disbelief, "How is that possible? How did you get into this sacred place?" Hearing Murong Shueishue's words, Chen Fan naturally couldn't say that he had teleported in, so he could only say, "I found a weak point in this formation, and after several days of research, I finally found a way to get in." "So lucky." Murong Shueishue looked at Chen Fan with some suspicion. Chen Fan replied seriously, "Of course, I am the chosen one. TCH, someone like you, the chosen one of destiny." "So, what resources and treasures does this holy land have? Did you collect them all?" "Baby? Isn't she right here, even though she is far away?" "Where?" "I was just testing your intelligence. How come you turned stupid the next second?" "It's this big tree in front of us," Chen Fan said, and couldn't help but pinch Murong Shueishue's cheek. He was getting a little addicted to pinching her cheek. Murong Shueishue slapped Chen Fan's hand away and asked, "What kind of treasure is this big tree? Why don't you go up and see for yourself?" Upon hearing this, Murong Shueishue quickly flew to the top of the tree and indeed saw many small white flowers and some small green fruits. If you didn't look closely, you wouldn't be able to tell that they were fruits. Murong Shueishue flew a little closer to look at the fruit, comparing it with the resource treasures she knew. A huge tree, small white flowers, and small fruits. What was it again? I think I remember it. Murong Shueishue tapped her little head, thinking carefully. What was it again? What was it again? Yes, that's right, it's the talent fruit. This is a gifted fruit tree. How is this possible? Murong Shueishue was too shocked. She never expected that a gifted fruit tree would exist here. After her initial shock, Murong Shueishue quickly began circling the giant tree again, muttering to herself. No, none of them are ripe. After circling around a few times and flying in and out of the leaves, Murong Shueishue finally flew high into the sky with a disappointed look and said, "Why isn't there a single ripe one?" "No, Chen Fan." Murong Shueishue shouted and rushed towards Chen Fan. "Chen Fan, did you pick all the ripe talent fruits?" Murong Shueishue rushed up to Chen Fan and asked. Chapter 154 The Five Sacred Realms. "Yeah, what's wrong?" Chen Fan replied. "No, it's nothing." Murong Shueishue said somewhat disappointedly. She also felt that Chen Fan's answer was quite reasonable, since Chen Fan had arrived first, and there was nothing wrong with him picking all the ripe Tianji fruits. Even if I am the first one to arrive here, I will definitely pick all the ripe fruits of talent, and I will not say that I will leave some fruits of talent for those who come later. Everyone looks out for themselves. If there's something good, of course you should take it all. Chen Fan's decision not to take the entire fruit tree for himself is already quite considerate. Chen Fan, how many talent fruits have you picked in total? Can I trade one with you?" Morong Shueshua asked Chen Fan. There are only a few. I took one myself, and I'm giving the rest to my family, Chen Fan said. Only a few? Morong Shueshua asked, somewhat disappointed. If it's only a few, Morong Shueshua can't force it. After all, everyone hopes that their loved ones can embark on the path of cultivation. Morong Shueshua wanted a heavenly talent fruit because she had a younger brother with extremely poor aptitude and spiritual roots. She wanted to exchange a heavenly talent fruit with Chen Fan to improve his aptitude and spiritual roots, so that her younger brother could have an easier time on his cultivation path. Can't you really give me one? Just one. I'll trade all my resources for it. Morong Shueshua said in a coquettish tone. Hearing Morong Shueshua's coquettish tone, Chen Fan couldn't help but shudder. Even a straight man like Chen Fan couldn't resist and was about to agree. Ahem, that's not impossible. It depends on what resources you have, Chen Fan said after coughing twice. Morong Shueshua took out a storage ring and generously handed it to Chen Fan, saying, Take a look and feel free to take whatever you need. Chen Fan did not accept the storage ring. He did not believe that Morong Shueshua would put all her resources in this storage ring. Everyone has selfish motives and secrets. Some important things certainly won't be given up for exchange. Chen Fan said, Let me think about it some more. Morong Shueshua knew she couldn't be too hasty, as it would backfire, so she put the storage ring away. You're really lucky to have discovered the weakness in this formation and thus gained a great opportunity. Morong Shueshua's voice was a little sore. She admitted that she was envious. It's nothing special. I already told you I'm the chosen one. Now you believe me, right? Chen Fan casually flipped the barbecue in his hand and sprinkled on some seasoning. TCH, you're really getting cocky just because I said you're fat. Morong Shueshua said sourly. To be honest, she really did think Chen Fan was the chosen one. Here you go. Chen Fan handed a few skewers of seasoned grilled meat to Morong Shueshua, then took a few for himself and began to eat them heartily. Chen Fan, we've known each other for so long, but you still haven't told me which star region you belong to, Morong Shueshua said, taking a bite of her grilled skewer. The Azure Dragon Starfield is right next to yours, Chen Fan said casually. Azure Dragon Starfield? That's not far at all. In a way, we're practically in the same world, Morong Shueshua said. In the same world? Chen Fan asked in confusion. He hadn't been in this world for very long, and the place he was in was relatively remote, so his knowledge was incomplete. Not to mention someone like Chen Fan, who is a relatively ordinary person. All Chen Fan knows about is the Azure Dragon Star region, and even then, he doesn't know much about it. They only knew that their planet was in the Azure Dragon Star region, let alone any knowledge about what lay beyond it. Yes, the world we live in is called the Five Saints Realm. There are many other worlds outside the Five Saints Realm. Morong Shueshua explained patiently. Our 5 sacred realms are divided into 5 domains. The Azure Dragon domain in the east, the White Tiger domain in the west, the Vermilion Bird domain in the south, the Black Tortoise domain in the north, and the Qilin domain in the center. Your Azure Dragon domain often clashes with the White Tiger domain, while my Vermilion Bird domain often clashes with the Black Tortoise domain. The central Qilin domain often mediates the relationship between us. In fact, our 5 sacred realms are relatively peaceful. I heard from my great-grandfather that some worlds are constantly at war, with severe internal strife and the continuous fall of powerful beings. This can lead to a world being unable to resist invasions from other worlds and ultimately becoming their slaves. So although there are many conflicts of interest in our 5 sacred realms, we are still relatively peaceful, and of course, the mediation of the central Qilin domain is also indispensable. Tens of thousands of years ago, other worlds attacked our 5 sacred realms. In the end, our 5 domains united and finally drove the enemy out of the 5 sacred realms. Of course, we also suffered heavy losses. In recent years, we have been slowly recuperating and nurturing the next generation, preparing for another invasion from other worlds. This was the first time Chen Fan had heard news about the area outside the Azure Dragon domain. He had previously thought that the Azure Dragon domain was already quite large, but he hadn't expected that it was only 1/5 of the 5 Saint Realms, let alone that there were other worlds outside the 5 Saint Realms. Most importantly, other worlds may invade the 5 sacred realms again, just like tens of thousands of years ago. If the 5 sacred realms are not strong enough this time, they may be swallowed up by other worlds. Then his family and friends might become slaves to others, which is not what Chen Fan wants to see. Therefore, only by becoming stronger can we better protect our family and friends. Seeing that Chen Fan remained silent, Morong Shueshua patted his shoulder and said, Don't worry too much. If the sky falls, there are tall people to hold it up. Our Five Saints realm still has many strong people, including some who have gone to other worlds to train. Chen Fan pinched Murong Xuexiue's cheek and said, I'm not worried about that. I'm just a nobody, so worrying won't help. I just think that our Five Saints realm is already so big. How big are the other worlds? Murong Xuexiue angrily slapped Chen Fan's hand away and said, If you dare to pinch my face again, I'll chop off your hand. Chen Fan quickly pinched Murong Xuexiue's face again before leaving. Chen Fan. Murong Xuexiue angrily chased after Chen Fan, but unfortunately, the difference in their strength was too great, and Murong Xuexiue chased Chen Fan for an hour without catching up. Finally, Murong Xuexiue stopped, annoyed, and said, Humph, I'll let you off this time, but if there's a next time, I won't let you off the hook. After saying that, Murong Xuexiue walked to Chen Fan's barbecue grill, took the skewers that Chen Fan had grilled in her hands, and took a few big bites, as if the skewers in her hands were Chen Fan's meat. Chen Fan lay leisurely on the tree trunk, watching Murong Xuexiue eat her kebabs with resentment, and thought that Murong Xuexiue could be quite cute at times. Chapter 155 Studies Ergonomics. The two spent about 10 days peacefully in this sacred lakeside spot. Besides their daily cultivation, the two spent their time barbecuing and bickering. These past 10 days or so have been the most comfortable days the two of them have had since they came into this world. The two had no intention of leaving the formation to continue searching for resources outside, as the outside world had become a world of white-haired monsters. The remaining cultivators are either hiding or being chased around by the white-haired monster. Now everyone is condemning those who broke the formation of the Holy Land of Moyang City. If it weren't for these people breaking the formation of the Holy Land of Moyang City, these white-haired monsters would not have appeared in this world, and everyone could have left safely. Now things are really bad. Less than 1 in 10 cultivators are left. Even those who are left live in constant fear, hiding and running away. They don't have a single good day. Now everyone is praying that the time to leave this place will come soon. Compared to the hellish lives of those outside the formation, Chen Fan and his companion were living in paradise, enjoying a comfortable and leisurely existence every day. That day, after Chen Fan finished his cultivation, he didn't see Murong Xuexiue. He didn't know where she had gone. Over the past 10 days, they had gotten used to each other's presence. Now that he didn't see Murong Xuexiue, Chen Fan was really a little unaccustomed to it. However, Chen Fan didn't care and started arranging the barbecue on his own. He believed that Murong Xuexiue would appear soon after smelling the barbecue, just like the previous times. Whenever Chen Fan starts grilling barbecue, Murong Xuexiue always appears immediately, as if afraid that Chen Fan will eat a few more skewers. After Chen Fan grilled for a while, the aroma of barbecue began to waft out. Sure enough, a fragrant breeze wafted by, and Murong Xuexiue appeared soon as Chen Fan had expected. You're a dog. Chen Fan looked up, wanting to say a few sarcastic words to Murong Xuexiue, but he was shocked by Murong Xuexiue's appearance halfway through his sentence. Murong Xuexiue appeared in a white dress, her hair meticulously combed and draped over her shoulders, reaching down to her waist like a black waterfall, adorned with a few small white flowers. A white jade fork held her hair in place on her head. Wearing this white dress, Murong Xuexiue looked like a fairy from a myth, leaving Chen Fan momentarily stunned. Seeing Chen Fan's stunned expression, Murong Xuexiue nodded with satisfaction and said sweetly, Is it beautiful? Okay, it looks good. Chen Fan had to admit that Murong Xuexiue was really beautiful now. Where did you get this outfit? Then Chen Fan asked the question that had been bothering him. In the ruins, this is a dress that's a low-grade magic treasure, Murong Xuexiue said proudly. You actually wore someone else's clothes? Don't you mind that the person had body odor? Chen Fan said, dumbfounded. Murong Xuexiue nearly choked to death upon hearing Chen Fan's words. This is a magic weapon with its own cleaning function. Do you understand? Murong Xuexiue said angrily. But the magic weapon was also worn by someone else. Murong Xuexiue really didn't want to discuss with Chen Fan anymore whether this magical garment had been worn by someone else. Male chauvinism. After muttering something to herself, Murong Xuexiue picked up the hem of her skirt with both hands and twirled around in front of Chen Fan a few times, saying, Am I pretty or not? Beautiful. Chen Fan had to admit that Murong Xuexiue looked absolutely stunning in that white magical artifact dress. Her whole body radiated a faint magical artifact light, which made her skin appear even more fair and rosy. This made Chen Fan want to pinch Murong Xuexiue's cheeks even more. Hearing Chen Fan's praise, Morong Shueshue was secretly delighted. After spending the past 10 days together, Morong Shueshue had come to approve of Chun Fan even more, even though Chun Fan was a straight man. However, he is very sincere towards his relatives and friends, as can be seen from his conversation with Chun Fan. It was almost time to leave, and Morong Shueshue knew she didn't have much time left to wait. So she dressed up carefully today, intending to win Chun Fan over first, lest he be snatched away by another woman. Morong Shueshue would absolutely not allow such a thing to happen. A woman like Morong Shueshue is very opinionated. She doesn't care how many women Chun Fan has, but any other woman who wants to get close to Chun Fan must first get past her. Morong Shueshue said sweetly, "Chun Fan, do you think I'm beautiful?" Hearing Morong Shueshue's sweet, delicate voice, Chun Fan couldn't help but shudder and stammered, What? What do you want to do? Think." Chun Fan looked completely bewildered. What kind of answer is this? But Morong Shueshue had already given him the answer. Morong Shueshue moved closer to Chun Fan, hooked her arms around his neck, and pressed her fiery red cherry lips against his. When Chun Fan saw Morong Shueshue approaching and hooking her arms around his neck, he instinctively tried to pry her off. But when Morong Shueshue's lips came close, Chun Fan's head exploded. This. Chun Fan was at a loss for what to do. He wanted to push Morong Shueshue away, but the soft sensation on her lips made him reluctant to do so, and he froze there for a moment. Morong Shueshue clearly sensed Chun Fan's nervousness. What she feared most was that this straight man would push her away, which would make her incredibly embarrassed. Seeing that Chun Fan did not push her away, Morong Shueshue proceeded to the next step. Chun Fan's body, which had been stiff, suddenly felt as if a small fish was swimming into his mouth, with a sweet taste. Although Chun Fan is straight, it doesn't mean he doesn't understand these things. After all, he is a guy who has studied film technology from a certain country. Although he doesn't have practical skills, he can still put what he has learned to use. With Morong Shueshue taking the initiative, Chun Fan couldn't resist. He turned the tables, picked up Morong Shueshue, and carried her to a huge tree trunk, which was at least 7 or 8 meters wide, enough for the two of them to fight. The two were like dry tinder, ready to ignite at any moment. They started studying ergonomics right there on that broad tree trunk. Both of them were so engrossed in their research that they neglected to eat or sleep, and because they were both powerful cultivators, their research was even more endless. After a day and a night of research, the two finally reached a consensus, and only then did they feel tired and begin to rest. After a day of rest, Chun Fan was the first to wake up. Looking at Morong Shueshue beside him, Chun Fan felt like he was dreaming. How could he suddenly have gone from a boy to a real man? Looking at Morong Shueshue's exquisite face, Chun Fan couldn't help but touch it, and then naturally. Chapter 156 The 3-Year Agreement. Morong Shueshue let out a soft moan, a sound that was utterly deadly. This led to renewed disagreements between the two regarding ergonomics, forcing them to continue their research. Finally, after a day of reasoned argument by Chun Fan, Morong Shueshue had no choice but to give in. After the two slept together in each other's arms all night, Chun Fan still got up and went to get some barbecue. After grilling the barbecue, Chun Fan called Morong Shueshue to get up and eat. After Morong Shueshue finished dressing, she came to Chun Fan's side. Chun Fan saw that Morong Shueshue's charm had increased even more after he had aroused her, and just looking at her made him aroused. Morong Shueshue felt a little embarrassed by Chun Fan's stare and said, "Still looking? Didn't you get enough yesterday?" "No. How about we finish eating and continue?" "Keep going, my foot. I'm not tired," Morong Shueshue said coquettishly. Hearing Morong Shueshue's words, Chun Fan scratched his head somewhat embarrassedly. Indeed, Morong Shueshue had said no yesterday, but he had been like a tireless ox. Several times, Morong Shueshue almost fainted. If she weren't a nascent soul cultivator, she really wouldn't have been able to endure it. This is also thanks to Chun Fan's void body refining technique. Chun Fan did not expect that this body refining technique is not just about physical strength. Even the little brother has increased significantly, which is a pleasant surprise. After finishing the barbecue, Morong Shueshue refused Chun Fan's request again. She just couldn't stand it anymore. Seeing that Morong Shueshue was truly unable to bear it, Chun Fan had no choice but to give up. He obediently went to cultivate. After a day and a night of cultivation, Morong Shueshue recovered, but Chun Fan dragged her away to study her again. And so, the two spent nearly 10 days practicing and studying human engineering. Neither of them knew what was going on outside, nor did they want to know. "It's time for me to leave this world." We're about to leave this world, Murong Shueisha said with some worry. After spending more than half a month with Chen Fan, Murong Shueisha was already reluctant to leave him. Although Chen Fan was a straight man, he wasn't so straight after becoming Chen Fan's woman. It even felt warm, which was why Murong Shueisha was reluctant to leave Chen Fan. Yes, Chen Fan was also reluctant to part with Murong Shueisha. After we leave this world, it won't be so easy for us to meet again, and we don't know when we'll be able to see each other again, Murong Shueisha said to Chen Fan. Chen Fan hugged Murong Shueisha and said, "Don't worry, I won't keep you waiting too long. I'll come find you." "Really? How long will it take for you to come see me?" "Really, at most 3 years, I will definitely come to find you." 3 years? Are you sure? "I'm sure," Chen Fan assured him. "Yes, I believe you," Murong Shueisha said, turning around and hugging Chen Fan. The two of them then made a 3-year pact, all lovey-dovey. On this day, both of them sensed that it was time for them to leave this world. "Chen Fan, don't forget our 3-year promise. You must come to find me then. If you don't come to find me, I will come to find you," Murong Shueisha said, hugging Chen Fan. "I will definitely come to find you, don't worry," Chen Fan said again, hugging Murong Shueisha tightly. Murong Shueisha broke free from Chen Fan's embrace, cut off a section of her long hair, and handed it to Chen Fan, saying, "This is my hair. When you come to the Vermilion Bird domain, you will be able to sense your presence with this hair." Chen Fan took the long hair, solemnly put it away, and said, "Okay." At that moment, both of them sensed that they were about to leave. Chen Fan quickly took out a storage ring and handed it to Murong Shueisha, saying, "This is for you." "What is this?" Murong Shueisha asked curiously. "Some cultivation resources," Chen Fan said. Murong Shueisha hurriedly tried to return the ring to Chen Fan, saying, "You need resources more than I do. You should keep it for yourself." But Chen Fan pushed it back, saying, "Take it. I have plenty more." After Chen Fan finished speaking, he disappeared in a flash of light. Immediately afterwards, Murong Shueisha also turned into a beam of light and disappeared. In the Vermilion Bird domain, on a vast continent, within the infinite tower of the Flame Sun continent, Murong Shueisha appeared inside the teleportation array, holding a storage ring in her hand. Murong Shueisha stared at the ring in her hand, speechless for a long time. From her conversation with Chen Fan, Murong Shueisha learned that Chen Fan's place was not wealthy, and that Chen Fan's family was not like those large families with abundant cultivation resources. In this way, Chen Fan also gave her the resources he obtained in the infinite world. Murong Shueisha said it was impossible not to be moved. Murong Shueisha didn't know what was inside the ring, and planned to check it out when she got back. After exiting the Infinity Tower, a middle-aged woman with 2 maids greeted her, saying, "Princess, welcome back." The 2 maids behind her also bowed and said, "Princess." Murong Shueisha was also very happy to see the middle-aged woman and said, "Aunt Lu." "Princess, how was the harvest this time?" Aunt Lu asked curiously. Murong Shueisha put away the storage ring in her hand and said, "Let's talk about it when we get back." "All right, let's go." "The prince has been eyeing the princess for a long time," Aunt Lu said happily. Murong Shueisha and Aunt Lu chatted and laughed all the way, and soon arrived at a large courtyard located in the center of the city. This compound is extremely large, occupying roughly 1/5 of the entire city. It's like a palace, only without the same splendor and magnificence. It was just simple blue bricks and green tiles, but a remarkable array enveloped the entire courtyard. A row of guards stood at the entrance of the compound, and 2 pairs of huge bronze monsters stood in front of the gate. The huge plaque with the words Murong hanging at the entrance also highlights the identity of the owner of this grand courtyard. That's right, he is a prince of the Murong dynasty, one of the 5 great dynasties on this continent. He is the half-brother of the current emperor and was granted the title of Prince Yongle by the emperor. This place was also the fiefdom of the Yongle king, named Yongle City. Of course, the Yongle king's fiefdom was not limited to just Yongle City. Yongle City is just one of the main cities in the fiefdom of King Yongle. There are 9 other cities and 18 other places under King Yongle's fiefdom. These 9 cities and 18 territories would supply the Yongle prince with a considerable amount of resources and wealth every year, so the Yongle prince's palace was not really lacking in resources, but some rare resources were still scarce. Murong Shueisha was also the daughter of this Yongle king, who had 1 son and 1 daughter. The woman was naturally Murong Shueisha, and she also had a son named Murong Yunhai. Murong Yunhai's innate spiritual veins were only of the 2nd rank. As a result, The royal family and Prince Yongle tried every means to obtain resources, but they could only raise Murong Yunhai's spiritual veins to the third rank. The amount of manpower and resources required to further improve Murong Yunhai's aptitude and spiritual roots is unimaginable. Chapter 157 Murong Prince's Mansion. This is why Murong Shueshue previously said she was willing to give up all the resources she acquired in that world to exchange for the talent fruit. Murong Shueshue, Aunt Lu, and the others soon arrived at the gate of the Murong Prince's mansion and entered the mansion chatting and laughing. The guards at the door bowed and said, "Princess, Lord Lu." After waving to the guards, Murong Shueshue walked into the palace chatting and laughing with Aunt Lu. After entering the palace, Murong Shueshue smiled and said to Aunt Lu, "Aunt Lu, I'll go wash up first. Could you prepare some food for me? There's absolutely nothing to eat in this world. I'm so hungry." Yes, I'll go and arrange your favorite food right away. Can't you change your gluttonous temper?" Aunt Lu said, half scolding and half doting. Her princess was good in every way, except that she was greedy. Hearing Lu Zhou's words, Murong Shueshue nodded happily and said, "I knew Aunt Lu was the best to me." After saying that, she went briskly to her room to wash up. Aunt Lu shook her head and smiled as she went to make the arrangements. After returning to her room, Murong Shueshue washed up and sat down at her dressing table, taking out the storage ring that Chun Fan had given her. Upon opening the storage ring, I discovered that it contained a great many items. Murong Shueshue looked at them one by one. The majority of the spiritual herbs and medicines are of the 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th grade, but they are superior in terms of variety and quantity. On average, there are thousands of each type of plant. There are nearly 300 kinds of spiritual herbs and medicines. If there are thousands of each kind, there are as many as 300,000 plants. There are also more than 30 varieties of grade 8 and 9 plants, with about 500 plants of each variety, which brings the total to 15,000 plants. There are also more than 10 kinds of materials for refining weapons and pills of the 8th and 9th grades, with about 500 of each kind. When Murong Shueshue saw what was below, she was even more surprised. The number of top-grade spirit stones is as high as 50 billion. You should know that even the Murong Royal Palace only produces a few 100 million top-grade spirit stones a year. What happened next left Murong Shueshue so astonished that her jaw nearly dropped. Murong Shueshue thought that 50 billion top-grade spirit stones was already a lot, but she didn't expect that there would also be spirit liquid. This spirit liquid was stored in a gourd, and the gourd was also a spatial item. Judging from the amount of spirit liquid inside, it was at least 100,000 tons. 100,000 tons of spiritual liquid. What does that even mean? It's important to know that sometimes when a magical liquid appears, it's sold in large quantities, measured in grams. Smaller quantities are sold in drops. This 100,000 tons is not just 1 or 2 tons. As far as Murong Shueshue knew, there was a time when a powerful force brought out nearly a ton of spiritual liquid from a secret realm in the infinite world. It is unknown how many high-level cultivators were trained, which increased the overall strength of this major force by nearly 30%. How many advanced cultivators can I cultivate with my 100,000 tons of spiritual liquid? However, these 100,000 tons of spiritual liquid cannot all be taken out. They can only be taken out little by little. Otherwise, it would be a disaster for the Murong dynasty and might even bring about its annihilation. However, what she saw next was something Murong Shueshue could never have imagined. There were 50 heavenly talent fruits. Back then, Murong Shueshue was willing to give up all the gains in that world to exchange for just one heavenly talent fruit, but Chun Fan didn't agree. Unexpectedly, Chun Fan gave her 50 heavenly talent fruits in the blink of an eye. When Murong Shueshue examined the next item, she discovered that it had writing on it. Upon closer inspection, she found that it read, "Immortal Fruit." Murong Shueshue's head was about to explode. Immortal fruit? She couldn't believe it. Chun Fan actually had immortal fruit, and not just one, but 5. Although Murong Shueshue was not sure if the immortal fruit was the kind she was thinking of, she dared not underestimate anything with the word immortal in its name. The next thing that drove Murong Shueshue completely mad was the 4th grade immortal medicine, the Golden Crow Fire Lotus. This is a celestial medicine that can regenerate a celestial grade spiritual root. Normally, it's rare to find even one. I currently have 5 in my storage ring. It's not that Murong Shueshue had never seen celestial grade items before. She had seen them quite often, but those were just ordinary celestial grade resources. Items like the Immortal Talent Fruit and the Golden Crowfire Lotus are practically priceless and unavailable. After all, these kinds of things are rare to begin with. Even the 9th grade diamond level Heavenly Talent Fruit is priceless and unavailable, let alone the Immortal Talent Fruit and the Golden Crowfire Lotus. In large families, not all offspring are born with cultivation talent. There are plenty of people without it. That's when rare and precious materials that can change one's aptitude and spiritual roots come in handy. However, these rare and precious materials are extremely scarce and cannot be obtained simply by wanting them. Basically, every time they appear, they are snapped up in a frenzy. No one can guarantee that their offspring will have cultivation talent. If they don't have cultivation talent, these rare and precious materials can come in handy. Therefore, as long as such rare and precious materials exist, regardless of whether they are currently useful, anyone with the strength will try to seize them. Ever since Murong Tianhai was found to have extremely poor cultivation talent, the Murong royal family has been searching for rare and precious materials to improve cultivation talent. However, after so many years, they have only managed to raise Murong Tianhai's talent root to the 3rd grade, and have not found any rare and precious materials to improve cultivation talent since. Now, not only do they have immortal fruits that can elevate one's spiritual root to the immortal grade, but they even have Golden Crowfire Lotuses that can regenerate an immortal grade spiritual root. How could Murong Shueshue not go mad? The next few items were also of immortal quality, including more than 10 level 3 immortal quality Azure Flame Phoenix eggs. These level 3 immortal quality Azure Flame Phoenix eggs are quite impressive. The Murong royal family kept quite a few mythical beasts, including some of the 7th rank mythical beasts, which shows how powerful the Murong royal family was. The remaining materials are some celestial grade refining materials. These materials are relatively common for the Murong royal family, but they are still celestial grade, and therefore quite valuable. Finally, there was a jade slip. Murong Shueshue took it out and placed it on her forehead. A large amount of information entered Murong Shueshue's mind. After digesting it, Murong Shueshue realized that it was a cultivation technique for the soul, and it was even at the immortal level. The Murong royal family also possesses cultivation techniques for harnessing the power of the soul, but it is only an 8th grade technique. Although it is only an 8th grade technique, it is vastly superior to those forces that do not cultivate soul techniques. Now, Murong Shueshue will have even more powerful soul energy to cultivate her techniques. Murong Shueshue tidied up everything. She put the items that could be used for cultivation into a storage ring, and left the rest of the items that could not be taken out into the storage ring that Qin Fan had given her. After tidying everything up, Murong Shueshue adjusted herself before slowly walking out of her boudoir. Chapter 158 Eating from a Different Pot. After leaving the Infinite Tower and identifying his own direction, Qin Fan teleported there and appeared directly in his room. Qin Fan washed up first before leisurely opening the door to his room. It's only noon now. Qin Fan just used his divine sense to check the house. His younger siblings should be at school, since they still have to attend classes. The parents must have gone to the store, and their youngest daughter, Qinru, probably went with them. Qin Fan's family should be safe in this city now. Qin Fan went downstairs, where 2 maids who were cleaning and picking vegetables saw him suddenly come down from upstairs. Although they were a little surprised, they were used to it. They knew that the young master of this family had gone to the infinite world to cultivate, and he should have returned by now. Young master. The 2 maids hurriedly stood up and said. These 2 maids were hired by Qin Fan and were named Lu Qiuying and Li Baibing respectively. Qin Fan waved his hand and said, Aunt Lu, Aunt Li, don't be so polite. You go about your business. After saying that, Qin Fan went to the sofa in the living room and picked up a newspaper to read. After sitting for a short while, Li Baibing, who was in charge of sanitation, brought over a cup of tea and placed it on the table in front of Qin Fan. Thank you, Aunt Li. Young master, you're too kind, Li Baibing said, waving his hand hastily. By the way, I saw Aunt Lu preparing lunch. Will my parents be back for lunch? Qin Fan asked casually. Yes, the master and madam come back for dinner every day after they finish their business at the shop. They should be back around this time, Li Baibing replied. Okay, I understand, Aunt Li. You can go ahead and do your work. Okay, young master, call me if you need anything, Li Baibing said, and then went to attend to his duties. Qin Fan hadn't been reading the newspaper for long when he heard a sound from the doorway. It must be Chen Guotao and Fang Bingwei returning with the little girl. Qin Fan also got up and walked towards the door. Sure enough, Chen Guotao and his wife came in with their little girl. Qin Fan hurriedly went to greet them and said, Dad, Mom, you're back. Upon hearing Chen Fan's voice, Chen Guotao and Fong Bingwei both looked over with surprise and delight. Fong Bingwei even rushed over and took Chen Fan's hand, saying, "Son, when did you get back?" Chen Fan patted Fong Bingwei's hand and said, "You just got back not long ago." At this moment, the little girl ran over happily and called out, "Brother, brother." Chen Fan smiled, bent down, picked up the little girl, and said, "Did you miss your brother?" He then kissed the little girl on the cheek. The little girl was initially very happy, but after Chen Fan kissed her, her face immediately fell, and she said, "I don't want to." After saying that, she rubbed her face hard with her hands, trying to struggle to get down. Upon seeing this, Chen Fan burst into laughter and kissed the little girl's face a few more times. The little girl was almost crying, calling out, "Mommy, Mommy, save me," as she struggled to get out of Chen Fan's arms. Chen Fan didn't dare to hold Chen Ru too tightly, for fear of hurting her, so he let her struggle to leave his embrace. After breaking free from Chen Fan's embrace, Chen Ru quickly grabbed Fong Bingwei's leg and complained to her, "Mom, my older brother is so mean. He got my face all spit on me. You should scold him." Chen Ru's action caused everyone to burst into laughter. Chen Guotao laughed and said, "All right, your older brother was just teasing you." Fong Bingwei smiled and said, "Okay, Mom will scold him later." Chen Ru looked up at Fong Bingwei and asked, "Are you really going to scold him later?" Fong Bing patted Chen Ru's head affectionately and said, "Really? Let's go inside. Your Aunt Lu has already prepared a delicious meal for us." After saying that, Fong Bingwei took Chen Ru's hand and walked into the house. Chen Guotao and Chen Fan followed them in with smiles. At the dinner table, Fong Bingwei kept putting food on Chen Fan's plate, saying, "Xiao Fan, eat more. You've lost weight. Come on, eat this, it's delicious. Give me some of this too." "Mom, that's enough. I can't put any more in." Chen Fan looked at the full bowl of food in his bowl and didn't know where to start eating. At this moment, Chen Guotao put another piece of food into Chen Fan's bowl and said, "A young man like you, a little bit is not enough." Chen Fan hesitated, looking at the pile of rice bowls, and said, "Should I change the bowl?" "Changing the pot is fine too. Aunt Lu, get a pot for Xiao Fan." Fong Bingwei said to Lu Qiuying, who was still in the kitchen. No, Aunt Lu, it's okay, I was just joking with my mom." Chen Fan quickly stopped her. The little girl stared at Chen Fan and Fong Bingwei with curiosity, then asked Fong Bingwei, "Mom, when do you scold my brother?" Fong Bingwei also put a piece of food on Chen Ru's plate and said, "Eat first, then you can scold her after you finish eating." "You'll start scolding me after dinner," Chen Ru reminded her again. Chen Fan couldn't help but flick Chen Ru's nose and said, "You really want to see your brother get scolded?" Chen Ru nodded firmly. Chen Fan was speechless. After a joyful meal, Chen Guotao and his wife went to cultivate, while Chen Fan took his daughter Chen Ru out for a stroll all afternoon. In the afternoon, Chen Bing, Chen Dong, and Chen Ping were all dismissed from school. Chen Fan then took his family out for a delicious seafood feast. After eating, we took a stroll in the nearby park before heading home. After returning home, his younger siblings began to pester Chen Fan, asking him to tell them about what happened in the infinite world. The little ones listened with great interest, and even Mr. and Mrs. Chen Guotao were completely engrossed. Of course, Chen Fan only told a part of the story about Morong Shueshue. Although only a part of it was told, it probably won't mean much to Chen Fan's younger siblings. However, Chen Guotao and Fong Bingwei were able to keenly sense that their son had an unusual relationship with this girl named Morong Shueshue. As people with experience, Chen Guotao and his wife knew very well that Chen Fan was definitely interested in this girl. But they never imagined that their son had already slept with another girl and done things he shouldn't have done. They talked until 10 p.m., and only after Fong Bingwei urged them did Chen Bing, Chen Dong, and Chen Ping reluctantly leave the living room and go back to their rooms to sleep. As for Chen Ru, she had already gone to sleep. Seeing that his younger siblings had gone back to sleep, Chen Fan then began to take out some of his gains from this trip to the infinite world. First, he took out the Immortal Talent Fruit and the Golden Crow Fire Lotus of the 4th grade of Immortal level and said, "Mom and Dad, these are the Immortal Talent Fruit and the Golden Crow Fire Lotus. The Immortal Talent Fruit can improve a person's aptitude and spiritual root, and can improve it to the highest grade of Immortal Spiritual Root. And this Golden Crow Fire Lotus can even allow a person to regenerate a Fire Attribute Spiritual Root, and it is also a Celestial Grade 1. Take this when you have time. The only side effect of taking this immortal fruit is that it's very painful. When I took it, I was in excruciating pain, but the effect was also very obvious. Chapter 159. I had already learned to bark like a dog. Then, Chun Fan gave Chun Guotao and Fong Bingwei 100,000 tons of spiritual liquid and 50 billion top-grade spiritual stones each. He also gave the Immortal Soul Technique and the 9th rank Cultivation Technique, the Celestial Phenomenon Overlord Body Technique, to Chun Guotao and his wife. Chun Fan also gave a lot of items below the 5th rank, which were used to replenish the shop. After handing these items over to Chun Guotao and his wife, Chun Fan specifically instructed them to inform him if they wished to consume the immortal fruit and the golden crow fire lotus so that he could protect them. As for his younger siblings' share, Chun Fan decided to wait until they were a little older. For the next few days, Chun Fan spent his days taking the little girl out shopping and playing. The Chun Guotao couple planned to take the Tianzi fruit. After several days of preparation, they finally decided to take it. Chun Fan was well aware of the pain of taking the immortal fruit, but Chun Guotao and his wife had experienced the baptism of death, so they could grit their teeth and persevere. With Chun Fan protecting them, Chun Guotao and his wife managed to overcome the pain brought on by the heavenly talent fruit without any serious injury. His aptitude and spiritual roots have finally been upgraded to the immortal grade. After a few days of recuperation, Mr. and Mrs. Chun Guotao started taking Jinwu Hulian again. It also succeeded in giving birth to a celestial grade fire spirit root. Now Chun Fan, Chun Guotao, and Fong Bingwei all have dual spiritual roots, and they are all immortal grade spiritual roots. After Chun Guotao and Fong Bingwei both acquired dual spiritual roots, their cultivation speed was like a rocket. With the aid of spiritual liquid, it was as if a booster had been added to the rocket, allowing them to progress by leaps and bounds. After Chun Fan entered the infinite world, Chun Guotao and his wife did not slacken their cultivation progress. When Chun Fan entered the infinite world, Chun Guotao and his wife were already at the 4th level of the body tempering realm, and now almost 4 months have passed. Both Chun Guotao and his wife reached the 7th level of body tempering. With Chun Fan's unlimited resources, they were able to advance 1 realm per month, even though their aptitude and spiritual roots limited their advancement speed. Now that both of them have dual-grade immortal level spiritual roots, their cultivation levels are changing every day. After a day of cultivation, he actually reached the 8th level of body tempering, and 2 days later he reached the 9th level. 3 days later, they broke through to the Qi refining stage. The thrill of this upgrade was irresistible to Chun Guotao and his wife. He basically spends all day in his room practicing. Chun Fan was left to take care of Chun Ru. During the day, he would take Chun Ru out to play, and at night, he would go back to his room to cultivate. Otherwise, you could guide Chun Bing, Chun Dong, and Chun Ping in their cultivation. These 3 siblings also worked hard and did not neglect their cultivation as their family's living standards and status improved. After 3 months of training, Chun Bing has reached the 7th level of body tempering, while Chun Dong and Chun Ping have reached the 3rd level of body tempering respectively. With Chun Fan's guidance, they will surely break through to the next level soon. For their age, this level of achievement is already considered above average among their peers. Of course, they can't compare to those geniuses, but there's no need to worry. When Chun Bing and the others are a little older, Chun Fan will give them immortal fruit and golden crow fire lotus. By then, Chun Bing and the others will all become geniuses. That day, Chun Fan was playing with Chun Ru in the yard when suddenly a dog barked from the doorway. Then a white figure jumped in from outside the courtyard wall. Chun Fan initially thought it was some mad dog and was about to make a move. But they discovered that the dog looked a bit like a tiger. Wait, a tiger? Isn't that Baymax? At this moment, Chun Ru had already run over first, hugged Dabai's neck, and wanted to climb onto Dabai's body. After Dabai jumped over the wall, he suddenly became alert when he discovered that there was a young man in the house. Could this person be a human trafficker, trying to kidnap the little master? Etc. Why does this person look so familiar? Isn't this the cheap owner who has been missing for a long time? The man and the tiger stared at each other like that. Finally, Chun Fan spoke first. You dead dog. Oops, no, you dead tiger. Where have you been all this time? After hearing Chun Fan's questioning, the big white dog became unwilling and started barking at Chun Fan. How dare you ask me where I went? How long has it been since you've been home? Have you forgotten all of us? I come back to stay for a month or 2 every now and then. Tell me, where did you go? Have you forgotten about me? Big White unleashed a barrage of attacks on Chun Fan. Chun Fan was completely bewildered by Dabai's barking. Wasn't this a white tiger? Why was it barking? Chun Fan reached out to stop Dabai from barking, saying, "Aren't you a tiger? Why are you barking like a dog?" When Dabai heard Chun Fan's words, he was also stunned for a moment. That's right, he was the king of all beasts. How could he bark like a dog? Sigh, it's all because he spent too much time with those dogs and got infected. At this moment, Chun-Ru explained, Dabai already knows how to bark, didn't you know that, brother? What? It already knew how to bark like a dog. How would I know? Where did you learn it? Chun Fan couldn't help but ask. Dabai learned these skills in the government's doghouse. Dabai also often helps the government track down bad guys. The government even rewarded Dabai with a lot of money and bought me lots of delicious and fun things, Chun-Ru said proudly, stroking Dabai's fur. What? Chun Fan could hardly believe that this big white dog could actually hang out with the government's dogs and even help the government track down bad guys. After hearing Chun Ping's praise, Dabai actually raised his chin proudly and looked at Chun Fan with a disdainful attitude. Chun Fan was both amused and annoyed. He looked at Dabai and said, "You're wasting your cultivation level. Right now, in this family, apart from Xiao Ru, your cultivation level is the lowest." Upon hearing Chun Fan's words, Dabai immediately lowered his raised chin. Chun Fan was right. Even Chun Dong and Chun Ping's cultivation levels were now higher than his. Ever since Chun Fan brought it to this world, it has never improved its cultivation level. When it came, it was a first-grade diamond spirit beast, and it is still a first-grade diamond spirit beast now. Chun Fan's words made it somewhat withdrawn. He walked listlessly to the corner of the room and lay there motionless. No matter how much Chun-Ru pried at its fur, it remained unmoved. Chun Fan felt that this dog was acting a bit. No, it was more like a tiger. Chun Fan took out a bottle of bone-strengthening pills and poured out a pill with a slightly fishy smell. Dabai had been watching Chun Fan's movements ever since Chun Fan took out the jade bottle. After Chun Fan poured out a bone-strengthening pill, Dabai finally couldn't help but shake its head and walk over. It came to Chun Fan's side, wagging its tail frantically and barking incessantly. Chun Fan looked at the white tiger, which resembled a dog, and was truly speechless. A perfectly good white tiger had been turned into a dog. It seemed that the tiger was gone forever. Chapter 160 Azure Dragon Auction House. Chun Fan handed the bone-strengthening pill to Dabai, who swallowed it in one gulp. Then, looking at the jade bottle in Chun Fan's hand, he gestured for Chun Fan to continue. Chun Fan put away the jade bottle and said, "You should digest it first. I'm afraid you'll overeat and burst." It wasn't that Chun Fan was stingy, it's just that Dabai's cultivation level was too low, and Chun Fan really didn't dare to give it too many pills. But Big White still wouldn't let go of Chun Fan, so Chun Fan simply kicked it aside. Go, 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 digest the pill properly." After saying that, he pulled Chun-Ru out the door, leaving Dabai there with a resentful look as Chun Fan and Chun-Ru left. When Chun Fan and Chun-Ru returned, it was already evening. Dabai was fast asleep under the eaves, and it was estimated that he wouldn't wake up for several days. Spirit beasts are different from human cultivators. As long as they have enough energy, they can break through to the next realm simply by sleeping. Of course, it takes longer for spirit beasts to break through than for humans. That day, just as Chun Fan was about to take Chun-Ru out for some more fun, guests suddenly arrived at their home. The people who came were also people Chun Fan knew. Jin Buhuan, Lian Qingtian, and Huang Zhongyi, who had wanted to follow Chun Fan in the past. Chun Fan led the three into the living room, and they greeted him in unison. "Greetings, young master." Chun Fan waved his hand and said, "No need for formalities. What brings you here?" Jin Buhuan said, "It's nothing. I just came to pay my respects upon hearing that you have returned, young master." Lian Qingtian and Huang Zhongyi also nodded. "I didn't expect you to come here first, since I had something to ask you. I was planning to come to you in a few days." "Please give your orders, young master," the three said in unison. "It's nothing major. I just need you to find some information about various resources. The more the better, and the higher the grade the better, the more the merrier. It doesn't need to be recorded too thoroughly. Just knowing what resources are used for and what they are used for is enough." Jin Buhuan said, "If you only need this information, you can probably find it quickly. If you need more comprehensive information, I suggest you go to the Qinglong auction house in the provincial capital. You should be able to buy more comprehensive information there." Azure Dragon Auction House. Yes, the Azure Dragon Auction House is an auction house jointly operated by several major forces in the Azure Dragon Star region. Although it is an auction house, it also engages in buying and selling transactions on a regular basis, but it holds auctions from time to time. Speaking of auctions, The Azure Dragon Auction House in the provincial capital will be holding an auction in 2 days. If you are interested, young master, I can accompany you. I have some experience with the Azure Dragon Auction House, Jin Buhuan said to Chen Fan. Upon hearing this, Lin Xingtian and Huang Zhongyi quickly added, we can also accompany you, young master. After considering for a moment, Chen Fan said, this trip is just to buy some necessary items, so we don't need so many people to go. Just Lao Jin will accompany me. Upon hearing Chen Fan's words, Jin Buhuan exclaimed with delight, yes. Lin Xingtian and Huang Zhongyi had no choice but to agree, secretly cursing Jin Buhuan as an old fox. If there's nothing else, you can go back now. Old Jin, come with me to the Azure Dragon Auction House in a couple of days. Yes. All three nodded and prepared to leave. Etc. Just as the three were about to leave, Chen Fan called them back. Here are some resources. Take them back and use them for cultivation. After all, you can't afford to have a low cultivation level while you're with me. After Chen Fan finished speaking, he took out 3 storage bags and gave them to the 3 of them respectively. The 3 hurriedly accepted the storage bag and said with great gratitude, thank you, young master. All right, you can go now. Yes. The 3 of them then turned and left. The reason they had come here so eagerly was to become familiar with Chen Fan. If he could give them some cultivation resources, they would be satisfied. They hadn't expected Chen Fan to be so generous and straightforward, directly providing them with resources for cultivation. This made them realize they hadn't followed the wrong person, and they secretly vowed to work hard for Chen Fan. After the 3 left Chen Fan's villa, they each looked at each other. Jin Buhuan said, gentlemen, I have some things to attend to at home today, so I'll be leaving now. Lin Xingtian and Huang Zhongyi nodded with forced smiles and said, that's perfect. We all have things to do, so let's get together another time. After saying that, they went back to their respective places. In fact, they all knew in their hearts that they just wanted to go back as soon as possible to see what resources Chen Fan had bestowed upon them. The 3 of them returned home and couldn't wait to open the storage bag and take a look. There are about 300 4th grade spiritual herbs, about 100 5th grade herbs, about 50 6th grade herbs, and 3 7th grade herbs. And these are just the spiritual herbs. In total, there are about 400 herbs. Besides elixirs, spirit stones made up the majority of the items, with about 1 million mid-grade spirit stones and more than 100,000 high-grade spirit stones. This is already a huge resource, one that none of the 3 of them could even imagine. For example, the resources they obtained from entering the infinite world combined were less than 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones. But Chen Fan suddenly gave them more wealth and resources than they could earn in several lifetimes. With these spirit stones, they could purchase the pills and cultivation techniques they needed for their own cultivation. They were certain that if they turned these spirit stones into resources, breaking through to the nascent soul stage would be no problem. This further strengthened their resolve to cling to Chen Fan's coattails. Even a tiny bit of Chen Fan's generosity would be enough to feed and entertain them. In fact, these resources were just a drop in the ocean for Chen Fan, not even a drop in the ocean. 2 days later, Jin Buhuan arrived at Chen Fan's villa very early. Not long after he arrived, Chen Fan opened the door and came out. Young master, let's go. Yes. Jin Buhuan led the way, and at their pace, they arrived at the Qinglong Auction House in the province in a short while. Qinglong Auction House is located in the most central and bustling area of the province and city, and covers a very large area. Although the Qinglong Auction House occupies a vast area, its building is not tall, only 3 stories high. The first floor is the open free trading area, the second floor is the auction venue, and the third floor is the VIP area, which can only be accessed by becoming a VIP of Qinglong Auction House. Jin Buhuan first led Chen Fan to the free trade area. Here, not only was there a trading venue for the Qinglong Auction House, but other merchants also rented space to conduct free trade. The trading area of Qinglong Auction House occupies only a small part. The rest of the space is rented out. However, the rent here is extremely expensive. Just a small shop costs as much as 500 low-grade spirit stones a month. Despite the high rent, shops here are still in short supply. Chapter 161, Entering the Auction Venue. Jin Buhuan led Chen Fan directly to the shop of Qinglong Auction House. The shops were still bustling with customers, and business was booming. At that moment, a male waiter came over and said warmly, "Welcome. Is there anything I can help you with?" Knowing that Chen Fan wanted to buy information about the functions and uses of various resources, Jin Buhuan asked, "Do you have any information about various resources here?" "What do you mean?" the waiter asked, somewhat confused. It's information about the functions and uses of various resources, Jin Buhuan explained. The waiter nodded in understanding and said, yes, but I don't know what level of resource information you need. The price is different depending on the level. Jin Buhuan didn't know what level Chen Fan needed, so he turned to Chen Fan and said, young master, what do you think? I want it all, everything you can offer, Chen Fan said generously. Both? Sir, are you sure? Yes, I want them both. Okay. Sir, please come with me, and I will explain the prices for each level to you. After the male waiter finished speaking, he led Chen Fan to a private room and served tea to Chen Fan and Jin Buhuan. Then he took out a notebook and said, Sir, please allow me to introduce the resource information and pricing you need. Chen Fan picked up his teacup, took a sip, and gestured to the waiter that he could continue. The male waiter then spoke up, Sir, it's like this, the lower level information resources are relatively cheap. The higher the level, the more expensive the information will be. The highest level information I have here is only at the first grade of the immortal level. Upon hearing this, Chen Fan frowned and said, only up to the first rank of immortal? Is there no higher level? Sir, it's like this. Although I only have first grade immortal level here, if we want something higher, we'll need to get the relevant resource information from headquarters. Upon hearing this, Chen Fan's brows relaxed, and he said, then go and retrieve it. Remember, go for the highest possible value. Price is not an issue. Yes, sir. However, there is a deposit required to retrieve the resource information, and it will also take some time. I don't know if you can accept that. Oh, how much deposit do you need, and how long will it take to retrieve it? Sir, this is the situation. Retrieving the highest level resource information requires a deposit of 50,000 high-grade spirit stones. Moreover, regardless of whether you want the retrieved information or not, this deposit of 50,000 high-grade spirit stones will not be refunded. In addition, it will take half a day to retrieve the information. Do you have any problems with that? What? You want 50,000 high-grade spirit stones, and you won't pay it back whether you want it or not. Isn't that outrageous? Before Chen Fan could say anything, Jin Buhuan couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Sir, this isn't a trap. It's just that retrieving the highest level information requires the integration of resources from all over the country, which takes a lot of manpower and resources. If the end customer doesn't want it, the manpower and resources we waste are unimaginable. The male waiter was not displeased or looked down on Jin Buhuan because of his words, but patiently explained. Jin Buhuan wanted to say something more, but Chen Fan waved his hand to stop him. Okay, I'll come back this afternoon. You can go and tidy up. After saying that, Chen Fan took out 50,000 high-grade spirit stones as a deposit. The waiter deftly put away the spirit stones and said, Yes, sir, we'll be waiting for you this afternoon. After Chen Fan and Jin Buhuan left the Qinglong auction house shop, Jin Buhuan couldn't help but say, Young master, this Qinglong auction house shop is such a ripoff. No matter whether we need this resource information later or not, they won't refund the 50,000 high-grade spirit stones deposit. That's 50,000 high-grade spirit stones. Chen Fan smiled and said, Old Jin, 50,000 high-grade spirit stones are nothing to me. Any problem that can be solved with spirit stones is not a problem. Young master, I'm just a little heartbroken about those spirit stones, Jin Buhuan said with some pain. After hearing this, Chen Fan laughed and said, Old Jin, when you follow me, you need to have a long-term vision and be generous and decent in your actions. Don't be stingy. I can still afford to give you a little money. Yes, young master is right, Jin Buhuan hurriedly replied. When does the auction start? Chen Fan asked again. Jin Buhuan checked the time and said, It will start in half an hour. We can go in now. Do I need any proof to enter the auction? I've seen many places require some kind of certificate or proof, Chen Fan asked again. He had seen many TV shows and novels where you needed some kind of proof to enter a venue, and he figured it would be the same here. Yes, young master, you need to receive an invitation to enter the auction. I also received an invitation, and one invitation allows 3 people to enter. Oh, I knew it. It seems the TV dramas and novels were right. You really do need some kind of proof or pass to get into any venue. Jin Buhuan and Chen Fan went up to the second floor, where several young women dressed in traditional Chinese cheongsams were standing. When someone comes up, they greet them with a sweet, welcome. This simple greeting makes you feel right at home, warming your heart. Then someone came out and led Chen Fan and the others to a large gate. There were 4 bodyguards in black standing in front of the door, all of whom were at the golden core stage. The fact that 4 golden core cultivators were stationed at the gate speaks volumes about the strength of the Azure Dragon auction house. After being led to the door by the woman in the ancient-style Chong Sam, Chun Fan and his group left. One of the bodyguards extended his hand to Chun Fan and his group, saying, "Please show us your invitations." Jin Buhuan took out a red notebook with gold thread inlaid along the edges. The front of the notebook had the words Azure Dragon printed on it, and below it was an image of an auction hammer. The bodyguard took the notebook, glanced at its contents, and after confirming them, let Chun Fan and his group pass. Chun Fan and Jin Buhuan entered the auction venue. By this time, quite a few people had already arrived, and some areas were already full. At this moment, another young woman walked over and said, "Welcome, gentlemen. Please show me your invitations." Jin Buhuan had no choice but to take out the invitation again. The young woman looked at the invitation and said, "Please follow me, both of you. Your seats are over here." The reason for looking at the invitation was to confirm where Chun Fan and his group would be seated. Chun Fan and Jin Buhuan were led by the young woman to a seat that was in a relatively secluded location. Chun Fan glanced at the other seats and noticed a pattern. The closer to the front, the higher the cultivation level. It seems that the seating arrangement is also based on cultivation level. Chapter 162. The auction begins. While Chun Fan and Jin Buhuan waited, many more people entered the clubhouse. Soon, the auction hall was filled with people. The auction began as scheduled. An elderly man then walked out from the stage in the hall. The old man came to the front of the stage, picked up the microphone, coughed a few times to test the microphone's sound quality, and probably felt it was pretty good before he started rambling. "First of all, welcome everyone to this auction. I believe you are all familiar with me. If you are not, that's okay. I believe you will be very familiar with me after today. To accommodate those friends who are not familiar with me, please allow me to introduce myself first. My surname is Qing, and my given name is Luosaw. Of course, some friends who like me affectionately call me Long-Winded, and I quite like that nickname." Chun Fan whispered to Jin Buhuan, "Is this guy always this long-winded?" Jin Buhuan nodded somewhat sadly and said, "Yes, but this person's cultivation is quite high, which is why everyone is so tolerant of him." After hearing Jin Buhuan's words, Chun Fan looked at Qing Luosaw on the platform. Sure enough, this person's cultivation had reached the late stage of the nascent soul realm. The highest cultivation level among those sitting in the hall was no more than that of Qing Luosaw on the stage. No wonder everyone had no choice but to listen to King Luosuo's nonsense. All right, I won't waste any more words. The auction is now officially starting. Qing Luosuo finally stopped talking nonsense and began auctioning the first item. At this moment, a beautiful young woman came up carrying a plate lined with red silk, on which was placed a magical herb. Qing Luosuo announced loudly, "The first item is a 5th-grade diamond-grade spiritual herb, an indispensable herb for refining 5th-grade pills. The starting bid is 100 mid-grade spirit stones. Those who are interested should act quickly. 110, 120, 150. Soon, someone bid up to 150 mid-grade spirit stones, and that was the highest price they could go. In the end, the person who bid 150 won the 5th-grade diamond spirit herb. All right, congratulations to this friend for obtaining the elixir of a 5th-grade diamond." Qing Luosuo didn't even bother to create a lively atmosphere with the first item before auctioning off the 5th-grade spiritual herb. He knew that this 5th-grade diamond quality herb was only worth this much. Anything higher would be undesirable. Then the second item is also a spiritual herb, but this time it's a 6th-grade platinum spiritual herb, which can be used to refine 6th-grade pills. Friends who need to refine 6th-grade pills should hurry up and make their move, because this opportunity will be gone in a while. The starting price for the 6th-grade platinum spiritual herb is 2,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Bidding will begin now. 2,100 mid-grade spirit stones. 2,200 mid-grade spirit stones. 2,500 mid-grade spirit stones. No one can take it from me. I'm going to have it. This friend has already offered 2,500 mid-grade spirit stones. Is there anyone offering a higher price? This is a spiritual herb used to refine a 6th-grade pill. Qing Luosuo began to lighten the mood. 2,600 mid-grade spirit stones. 2,600 mid-grade spirit stones. Is there anyone who bid higher? If not, then this 6th-grade spirit herb belongs to the friend who bid 2,600. 2,700 mid-grade spirit stones. I told you, I'm going to take this medicinal herb. 2,700 already. Are there any higher numbers? Is there nothing better? Then you'll have to let this medicinal herb slip through your fingers. 2,700 for the first time, 2,700 for the second time, 2,700 for the third time. Okay, congratulations to the friend who got 2,700 for obtaining this 6th grade spiritual herb. 2,700 mid-grade spirit stones is already considered a premium. Unless someone really needs it, there's no way anyone would offer 2,700 mid-grade spirit stones to buy it. Chen Fan had absolutely no interest in this spiritual herb. He didn't know how many 5th or 6th grade spiritual herbs he had in his ring. There were just too many for him to bother counting. Even the 7th grade spiritual herbs were piled up like mountains, and no one knew how many there were. Although there aren't many 8th or 9th grade plants, there are still over 1 million of them. Therefore, Chen Fan has no shortage of spiritual herbs, medicinal plants, and materials for refining weapons. Jin Buhuan has lost interest in these medicinal herbs now. If it were before, he would have sold everything he owned to snatch 1 or 2. Now things are different. We have no choice but to do good deeds for this young Master Chen next to us. Even a little bit of soup that leaks from his fingers is enough to sustain him for several years. Next came some spiritual herbs and medicines, as well as materials for refining weapons. The scene was quite lively, but Chen Fan felt sleepy. These things were really boring. At this moment, the young woman brought out another item, which was no longer a spiritual medicine or refining material, but a white and transparent jade pendant. Alright, next we will auction a low-grade magic weapon. This is a defensive magic weapon. It can withstand a full-force attack from a nascent soul cultivator and can withstand up to 5 attacks. This is a rare treasure. The starting bid for this magic weapon is 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Each bid must be at least 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Those who are interested can start bidding. A low-grade magic weapon? This is a good thing. Yes, it actually withstood a full-force attack from a nascent soul stage cultivator. It's a good product, but I can't afford the price. 105,000 mid-grade spirit stones. 110,000 mid-grade spirit stones. 120,000 mid-grade spirit stones. The competition for this low-grade magic weapon was fierce from the start, with the price immediately rising to 120,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Moreover, the competitors are all cultivators at the nascent soul stage sitting in the front. Cultivators below the nascent soul stage have no right to compete, nor do they have the strength. 130,000 mid-grade spirit stones. 150,000 mid-grade spirit stones. The price skyrocketed to 150,000 mid-grade spirit stones, which can be considered the limit for this magic weapon. At this point, it was time for King Lusuo to step in and liven things up. 150,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Is there anything higher? This is a magic weapon that can withstand a full-force attack from a nascent soul stage expert. Even I couldn't break it in one hit. Buying it is definitely worth it. Even if you don't use it yourself, it's quite good for self-defense. It's like having an extra life. Perhaps after hearing Qing Lusuo's words, a voice came from upstairs. 200,000 mid-grade spirit stones. 200,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Who is this person who actually offered 200,000 mid-grade spirit stones? As soon as the announcement of 200,000 mid-grade spirit stones was made, the entire venue erupted in noise. Chapter 163 Auction. Chen Fan also became interested. He was not interested in the man's offer of 200,000, but also in the fact that the auction even had private rooms. Although Chen Fan was at the nascent soul stage, it was impossible for him to use his divine sense to explore every place he went. Moreover, in crowded places, it would be disrespectful to use one's divine sense to probe others without a valid reason. So when Chen Fan entered the auction hall, he wouldn't have known there were private rooms if the people in the private rooms hadn't started bidding. It seems that those who can enter the private room are either very powerful or have an extraordinary family background. Seeing the commotion below, King Lusuo quickly picked up the microphone and shouted, All right, everyone quiet down, everyone quiet down. Hearing King Lusuo's words, everyone gradually quieted down. Seeing that everyone had quieted down and stopped arguing, Qing Luo spoke again. Room number 6 has bid 200,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Is there anyone else who would bid higher? However, the scene was completely silent. The 200,000 mid-grade spirit stones were far more than the value of the magic weapon and were not worth it at all. Only wealthy tycoons would buy it. 200,000 the first time, 200,000 the second time. Is there any higher price? Is there any? 200,000 for the third time. Good, sold. Congratulations to the esteemed guest in room number 6 for winning this treasure. After this magic treasure was auctioned off, another low-grade, cone-shaped magic treasure was brought out. King Lusuo started promoting it again. and the cone-shaped low-grade magic weapon was eventually sold for 170,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Moreover, it was taken by someone in a private room, this time from room number 3. After the 2 magical artifacts were auctioned off, what came up this time was not a magical artifact, but a jade bottle. Qinglua said, "Friends, in the world of cultivation, besides having magic weapons, we also need sufficient cultivation. After all, one must be strong to forge iron. To improve our cultivation, besides relying on our own efforts, we also need sufficient resources and pills. The pill in front of us is a pill that can improve our cultivation, the Divine Aperture Pill. If a cultivator in the late nascent soul stage takes this pill, he can easily advance to the nascent soul stage. Even if a nascent soul stage cultivator takes it, he can still improve his cultivation by a lot." King Lusuo finished speaking in one breath, even though he had to catch his breath first. It's actually a Divine Aperture Pill. Yes, it is said that as long as a person in the late nascent soul stage takes this pill, they will definitely be able to advance to the out-of-body stage. This is the first time I've ever seen a Divine Aperture Pill. These kinds of pills have nothing to do with us. They're resources that the big shots are fighting over. The moment the Divine Aperture Pill was produced, the venue erupted in noise again, forcing Qinglua to pick up the microphone once more and ask everyone to quiet down. Once everyone had quieted down, Qinglua spoke up. "All right, I believe everyone understands the preciousness of this pill. There are 5 Divine Aperture Pills in this bottle. They will not be auctioned separately, but as a whole bottle. The starting price is 500,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Each bid must be at least 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones. The auction is now starting." After Qinglua finished speaking, the venue fell silent. Surprisingly, no one made a bid. However, Qinglua was not worried. He was not afraid that this kind of pill would not sell. The main reason is that there are very few people in the venue who can afford 500,000 mid-grade spirit stones, and those who can are not in a hurry and want to see how things go first. Since no one has made a bid yet, I'll start by offering 510,000 mid-grade spirit stones. A middle-aged man sitting in the front row said first. His cultivation level was also at the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm. When someone spoke up, everyone looked in the direction of the sound. This is Ma Huigua, the head of the Ma family in the provincial capital. No wonder he can afford this price. Yes, I heard that the Ma family has made a lot of gains in infinite time in the past 2 years, and now it seems to be true. It seemed that many people in the venue recognized Ma Huigua, and that he was quite well known in the provincial capital. All right, Patriarch Ma will start by offering 510,000 mid-grade spirit stones, Qinglua said. 510,000 mid-grade spirit stones is nothing. My Huang family will offer 530,000 mid-grade spirit stones. At this moment, an old man sitting not far from Ma Huigua spoke up. Everyone was drawn to the old man's voice again. This is Huang Qieying, the eldest elder of the Huang family. That explains it. I've heard that the Huang family and the Ma family have always been at odds. No wonder the Huang family stepped forward. 550,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Ma Huigua glanced at Huang Qieying and replied casually. My Huang family will offer 580,000 mid-grade spirit stones. The Huang family's eldest elder retorted, not to be outdone. 600,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Ma Huigua replied calmly, as if he had plenty of spirit stones in his hands and was not afraid of the Huang family's elder raising the price further. In truth, they were also extremely panicked. The 600,000 mid-grade spirit stones were already the limit that the Ma family could afford. If they were to add any more, even the Ma family would suffer heavy losses, which would not be worthwhile. When the Huang family elder heard Ma Huigua raise the price, he knew in his heart that he could not raise the price any further. If he raised the price any further, the Huang family would not be able to come up with that many spirit stones. He could only snort and say, "You win." Ma Huigua returned the smile to the Huang family's elder, demonstrating the magnanimity of his Ma family. Of course, he also knew that he had no chance of acquiring this bottle of Divine Aperture Pill for 600,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Just as he expected, before Qinglua could even start to liven things up, sounds came from the private room upstairs. 650,000 mid-grade spirit stones. At this moment, King Lusuo also began to get excited. It seemed that the big shots upstairs were about to make their move. The VIP in room number 8 has offered 650,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Are there any bids higher? Spending tens of thousands at a time is a waste of time. 800,000 mid-grade spirit stones. At this moment, a younger voice came from the private room on the second floor again. The VIP in room number 3 has bid 800,000 mid-grade spirit stones. 800,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Anyone bidding higher? Qing Luosua announced loudly. 1 million mid-grade spirit stones. A voice came from room number 8. Before Qing Luosua could speak this time, another voice came from room number 3. 1.5 million mid-grade spirit stones. The moment the voice announced the 1.5 million mid-grade spirit stones, the entire venue fell silent. Is this insane? 1.5 million mid-grade spirit stones. Even mid-grade spirit stones that cost more than 1 million are already overpriced. This 1.5 million mid-grade spirit stones is truly an astronomical price. Even Qing Luosua was briefly stunned before excitedly saying, "The distinguished guest in room number 3 has offered 1.5 million mid-grade spirit stones. Is there anyone else who wants to raise the price? You should know that there are 5 divine aperture pills here. If a nascent soul cultivator takes them, they can create 5 out-of-body stage experts. Don't miss out." Chapter 164 Auction 2. Although Qing Luosua's words were tempting, after all, everyone wanted their faction to have 5 more nascent soul stage cultivators. But my financial situation doesn't allow it. Not everyone can come up with 1.5 million. Even if they could, it would be a huge financial loss, not worth it. 1.5 million mid-grade spirit stones. Is there anyone else bidding? Qing Luosua shouted again. Jin Buhuan was considering bidding for the bottle of divine aperture pills, as Chun Fan had rewarded him with 1 million mid-grade spirit stones and 100,000 high-grade spirit stones a couple of days ago. Based on the spirit stone ratio, 1 high-grade spirit stone is equal to 100 mid-grade spirit stones. Therefore, Jin Buhuan has a total of 11 million mid-grade spirit stones, so acquiring this bottle of divine aperture pill is not a problem. Regardless of the price, what he wants most right now is to break through to the nascent soul stage. If he had this pill, breaking through to the nascent soul stage wouldn't be a problem. Otherwise, with his current aptitude and spiritual roots, it would be impossible for him to break through to the nascent soul stage. He turned to Chun Fan and hesitated, saying, "Young master, how about we bid for it?" He mainly wanted to see if Chun Fan was interested. If Chun Fan was interested in the pill, he would never try to take it from him, and he couldn't win anyway. This divine aperture pill is completely useless to Chun Fan, and even his parents can't use it. Now that his parents' aptitude and spiritual roots have reached the immortal grade, breaking through to the nascent soul stage is a piece of cake for them. Chun Fan glanced at Jin Buhuan and was speechless at his longing look. "If you want to take the picture, just take it. Why are you looking at me? Do you want me to pay for it? If you want, take a picture of it yourself." "Yes, young master," Jin Buhuan said happily after hearing Chun Fan's words. Then he announced loudly, 1.8 million mid-grade spirit stones. 1.5 million mid-grade spirit stones for the first bid. Cough, my god. This friend has bid 1.8 million mid-grade spirit stones. What a bold move. Qing Luosua had thought that no one would continue bidding, and just after he shouted 1.5 million mid-grade spirit stones for the first bid, someone bid 1.8 million mid-grade spirit stones. Moreover, the person who made the offer wasn't a guest in the upstairs private room, but an ordinary nascent soul stage cultivator sitting in the main hall, which Qing Luosua found somewhat unbelievable. Not only did he not believe it, but even the crowd in the main hall was somewhat skeptical, unable to understand how a nascent soul cultivator could have so many spirit stones. You should know that anyone who dares to bid recklessly at the Azure Dragon auction house will be severely punished. So no one dares to bid recklessly at the Azure Dragon auction house. If you bid, you have to take out the corresponding amount of spirit stones. Otherwise, it will be difficult for you to leave the Azure Dragon auction house. Qing Luosua still wanted to confirm again. "Friend, was it you who just bid 1.8 million mid-grade spirit stones?" Jin Buhuan wasn't intimidated. He had spirit stones, and the young master was there to back him up, so he said, "Yes." Qing Luosua spoke again. "Friend, do you know the consequences of our Azure Dragon auction house engaging in reckless bidding?" "No." "All right, this friend has offered 1.8 million mid-grade spirit stones. Is there anyone offering a higher price? Are there any higher-priced options? 1.8 million mid-grade spirit stones for the first time, 1.8 million mid-grade spirit stones for the second time, 1.8 million mid-grade spirit stones for the third time. Okay, let's congratulate this friend on winning the divine aperture pill." Qing Luosua said excitedly. "How could I not be excited? You know, the higher the auction price, the higher my commission." After Jin Buhuan won the divine aperture pill, a beautiful young woman came over and handed him a token, saying, "Sir, after the auction, You can use this token to pay the spirit stones backstage and collect the auctioned items. After Jin Buhuan put away the sign and nodded, the young woman left. Next, they started auctioning other items, but none of them interested Chen Fan. The items here were too low level. Until the end of the auction, Chen Fan didn't find anything that caught his eye. He felt that coming to the auction was a waste of his time and that he would have been better off staying home with his little girl. After the auction, Chen Fan accompanied Jin Buhuan to deliver the spirit stones and collect the auctioned items. After Jin Buhuan paid 18,000 high-grade spirit stones, he received his auction item. Nothing unexpected happened. Unlike in TV shows or novels where you'd encounter clueless people causing trouble wherever you went. Those who cultivate immortality are not fools. How could someone without absolute power dare to expose their wealth? After Jin Buhuan received his auction item, he went with Chun Fan to the Qinglong auction house shop on the first floor. Upon seeing Chun Fan and his companion, the male waiter hurriedly approached them, saying, "Welcome, gentlemen. Your needs have been prepared. Please follow me." The male waiter led Chun Fan and Jin Buhuan back to the same private room as before. After serving the tea, he took out a notebook and said, "Dear guests, all the materials you need have been prepared. Now I will explain the fees for each stage of the materials." Chun Fan picked up the teacup on the table, took a sip, and waved his hand, saying, "No need. Just tell me how many spirit stones you need in total." The male waiter was clearly surprised that Chun Fan would ask him to quote the total price directly. He paused for a moment, then quickly replied, "Okay, the total price is 11 million top-grade spirit stones." "What? How much?" Upon hearing the waiter's quote, Jin Buhuan jumped up from his chair, thinking he had misheard. However, Chun Fan remained calm as he sat in his chair, sipping his tea. To Chun Fan, the 11 million top-grade spirit stones were nothing at all. Is the information detailed? What's the highest rank of the information? The waiter was initially startled by Jin Buhuan's loud exclamation. After all, the astronomical price of 11 million top-grade spirit stones was something that even he had just received. That's why he was thinking of offering a price. He just hoped the customer would buy the information mentioned earlier, so his commission would be quite high. Hearing Chun Fan's question, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief and said, "The resource information is very detailed, the highest being the 9th rank of chaos." 9th rank of chaos? Isn't there anything higher? I don't know either. The information I have is that the highest level reached is the 9th rank of chaos. All right, give me a copy based on this information, Chun Fan said, taking out a storage ring and placing it on the table. The waiter was taken aback when he heard Chun Fan's words. He hadn't expected Chun Fan to actually want this information. It was 11 million top-grade spirit stones, not low-grade spirit stones. If it were low-grade spirit stones, how much would that be? He couldn't even imagine how much commission he would get. Chapter 165 Purchasing Resource Information and Alchemy Technique Materials. Jin Buhuan was also taken aback by Chun Fan's words. "Young master, are we really going to buy it?" He hadn't expected Chun Fan to be so extravagant. 11 million top-grade spirit stones. He spent them without even breaking a sweat, and the items he bought weren't even things that could improve his cultivation. The waiter, realizing what was happening, quickly said, "Okay, sir, please wait a moment. I'll get our manager right away. After all, I can't make the decision on such a big transaction on my own. The manager has to come and review it." Chun Fan nodded and said, "Go quickly and come back quickly." "Okay, I'll be right there." The waiter replied quickly and then jogged out. "Young master, this is 11 million top-grade spirit stones." Jin Buhuan was still a little unsure of what to say and could only say that it was 11 million top-grade spirit stones. "Old Jin, I've told you before, you need to broaden your horizons when you follow me," Chun Fan said again. "Yes, young master," Old Jin bowed and nodded. The two didn't have to wait long before the male waiter brought over a middle-aged man with a small mustache. The waiter quickly introduced them. "Distinguished guests, this is Manager Tian from Qinglong Auction House in our province." "Manager Tian, these are the two guests who want to purchase that information." The manager, Mr. Tian, greeted them with a smile and cupped his hands in greeting, saying, "Greetings, gentlemen. I am Tian Yuliang, the person in charge here." Chun Fan and Jin Buhuan also stood up, cupped their hands in farewell, and said goodbye. Chun Fan, "Priceless. Please have a seat, both of you." Tian Yuliang gestured for them to sit down. After Chun Fan and Jin Buhuan sat down, Tian Yuliang also sat down. Then he said, "Gentlemen, the information you need is ready. The total price is 1,100 top-grade spirit stones, and we can deliver it at any time. Chun Fan pushed the storage ring on the table and said, "The spirit stones are all inside. Steward Tian can take a look." After hearing this, Tian Yuliang didn't stand on ceremony. He picked up the storage ring, looked at it, and then put it down with a smile, saying, "The quantity is correct." Then, he took out a jade slip from his storage ring and handed it to Chun Fan, saying, "Mr. Chun, please take a look." Chun Fan took the jade slip, probed it with his divine sense, and after examining it, confirmed that it contained the information he needed. He then put the jade slip away and said, "Not bad. It's what I need." "Excellent, Mr. Chun. This is a gold membership card from my Qinglong auction house. You can get a 10% discount wherever Qinglong auction house is located, and you can also participate in all auctions of any auction house with this card." After the transaction was completed, Tian Yuliang first put away the storage ring containing the spirit stones on the table, and then took out a golden card and handed it to Chun Fan. Chun Fan took the gold card and looked at it. It had a majestic blue dragon on the top, and the words "Blue Dragon" below. The back had an auction hammer pattern. After pondering for a moment, Chun Fan said, "I wonder if your Azure Dragon auction house has any information about alchemy." Tian Yuliang asked, "Mr. Chun, do you want to learn alchemy?" Chun Fan nodded and said, "Yes, I want to learn." Tian Yuliang said, "Mr. Chun, it's like this. We do have some information about alchemy, but it's not very comprehensive. Generally, people learn alchemy with a master. It's difficult to make progress by learning on your own. Moreover, alchemists rarely pass on their alchemy techniques and skills. Even if they do, they are incomplete. Therefore, it is difficult to achieve success through self-study unless one can inherit the knowledge." Chun Fan nodded in understanding, but still said, "Okay, thank you for letting me know, but I still want to buy the techniques and materials related to alchemy." After hearing that Chun Fan still wanted the information, Tian Yuliang hesitated for a moment before agreeing. "Okay, Mr. Chun, please wait a moment while I prepare." With that, he quickly left. Chun Fan and Jin Buhuan didn't have to wait long before Tian Yuliang hurriedly returned. After sitting down and taking a sip of water, Tian Yuliang took out a jade slip and said, "Mr. Chun, this contains information about alchemy and some pill formulas, but the only technique for controlling fire is a common third-grade technique. Is that all right with you? Third rank. Isn't there anything higher?" Chun Fan was still somewhat dissatisfied with the third-rank cultivation technique. Tian Yuliang said with a bitter expression, "There's nothing we can do. Ordinary alchemists don't lack spirit stones at all. Even if we wanted to pay a high price to buy them, we couldn't. Alchemists have their own lineages and they won't sell them, so it's very difficult to get high-quality cultivation techniques." Chun Fan finally understood that if he wanted to learn alchemy, he had to find an alchemist to teach him. Otherwise, high-quality fire control techniques simply couldn't be bought with money. "Okay, that's all for now. I'll take a look first." Chun Fan wouldn't make things too difficult for Tian Yuliang. Tian Yuliang handed the jade slip to Chun Fan and said, "Mr. Chun, the contents of this jade slip are worth a total of 1 million high-grade spirit stones. Since they are all basic things, they are not very valuable. The more valuable things are just a few pill formulas." Chun Fan didn't waste any time and directly took out 1 million high-grade spirit stones and gave them to Tian Yuliang, who then put the spirit stones away. "Mr. Chun, is there anything else you need?" Tian Yuliang asked with a smile. A money god like Chun Fan is a rare find on this planet, so of course he had to make the most of it. Chun Fan shook his head and said, "I don't need anything for now. Could you keep an eye out for me and collect any pill formulas or information about alchemy? I'll take them all. Price is not an issue." Upon hearing Chun Fan's words, Tian Yuliang's eyes lit up and he said, "Okay, Mr. Chun, don't worry, I'll keep an eye out for it. As soon as I find it, I'll definitely contact you immediately." "Okay, thank you for your help." Then, Chun Fan and the others exchanged contact information. "Mr. Chun, I have prepared food and drinks. Please join Mr. Chun and Mr. Jin for a meal," Tian Yuliang said warmly. After exchanging contact information, Chun Fan was about to leave, but Tian Yuliang extended an invitation to Chun Fan and his companions. Chun Fan thought about it and agreed. Then they went to the place that Tian Yuliang had prepared for their meal. After exchanging toasts and chatting at the dinner table, they all began to address each other as fellow Taoists. During this process, Chun Fan also inquired with Tian Yuliang about how to leave this planet. According to Tian Yuliang, there are 3 ways to leave this planet. One option is to take the Nebula shuttle directly, but it takes longer, though it's cheaper. One option is to leave via a teleportation array, which is very fast, but extremely expensive. The last one is that after reaching the immortal realm, one's physical body can traverse the void, and the speed depends on one's own cultivation level. Chapter 166, Jingyan Mountain. After finishing their meal at Tian Yuliang's place, Chun Fan and Jin Buhuan returned to their respective residences. When Chun Fan returned, it was already evening. Little girl Chun Ru had already gone to sleep, and Chun Bing, Chun Ping, and Chun Dong had all gone back to their rooms to cultivate. Needless to say, Chun Guotao and his wife cultivated all day long. In the past, their aptitude and spiritual roots were not good, so their cultivation speed was slow and they made no progress. But things are different now. Their aptitude and spiritual roots are already at the immortal level, so naturally they need to work hard to cultivate. They don't want to keep holding Chun Fan back, and at least they don't want Chun Fan to worry about the family, so they cultivate whenever they have time. Chun Fan didn't disturb them and went back to his room to check the information on the various resources he had brought back from the Azure Dragon auction house. Its resource information is truly comprehensive, recording everything from Grade 1 to Grade 9 Chaos resources in great detail, including various elixirs. Chun Fan spent a little time memorizing everything in the Jade Slip. Now Chun Fan finally understands the resource information he didn't know before, and he will know what to do with any resources he gets next time. Next, Chun Fan took out a Jade Slip containing knowledge about alchemy and began to read it carefully. Just as Tian Yuliang said, the alchemy techniques recorded here are indeed only of the 3rd grade. In other words, even if Chun Fan learns them, he can only refine pills of the 3rd grade or lower at most. However, it's enough for practice in the early stages. As for the pill formulas, there are more than 10 kinds, 8 of which are Grade 1 to 3, and the remaining 4 are Grade 6. This 6th grade elixir formula should be the somewhat valuable one that Tian Yuliang mentioned. Chun Fan first looked at the basic knowledge of alchemy. To become an alchemist, certain requirements must be met regarding one's aptitude and spiritual roots. Firstly, one must have a fire spiritual root, because cultivators with a fire spiritual root can more easily control the fire, thus increasing the success rate of pill formation. Secondly, there is the wood spirit root, because these spiritual herbs all belong to the wood element. So the wood spirit root is better able to analyze the properties of spiritual herbs and medicines. If one possesses both fire and wood elemental roots, then that is the best alchemist. However, cultivators with these 2 elemental roots are extremely rare, so to become an alchemist, one must at least have a fire or wood elemental root. Chun Fan had just consumed the Golden Crow Fire Lotus and developed a celestial grade fire spirit root, meeting the requirements for an alchemist. The only problem is that the alchemy technique is a bit lacking. I must get a better technique when I have the chance. Otherwise, it's so frustrating to only be able to refine pills of Grade 3 or lower. Moreover, alchemy requires a furnace, and Chun Fan happens to have a Songyan furnace with an 8th grade diamond. The higher the quality of the furnace, the higher the success rate of alchemy, and the higher the quality of the pills produced. Everything is ready. Now all that's left is to cultivate the technique properly and wait for the pill refining to begin. After 2 days of practice, Chun Fan finally mastered the fire control technique. We can start refining pills now, but before that, let's take the little girl out to play first. I've been busy researching the fire control technique these past 2 days and have neglected her. Chun Fan took the little girl out for a trip. After returning, Chun Fan first prepared to refine a 1st grade marrow cleansing pill. This grade of marrow cleansing pill is the best medicine for mortals to cleanse their marrow and tendons during cultivation, effectively expelling impurities from the body. Moreover, the materials are all 1st grade spiritual herbs and plants. Chun Fan has plenty of 1st grade spiritual herbs and plants now, enough for him to practice with. Chun Fan took out his alchemy furnace and 1st grade spiritual herbs and plants. Just as he was about to refine the pills, he discovered a problem. He had no fire at all. The best fires for alchemy are terrestrial fire and celestial fire. The so-called earth fire is fire that emerges from the ground, just like the fire that erupts from a volcano. This earth fire can be modified according to one's needs through the formation to form the fire intensity one desires, so that one can refine pills. Heavenly fire is a kind of flame that exists between heaven and earth. Its greatest characteristic is that it can give birth to spirituality. Moreover, heavenly fire can be absorbed into the body and can be used to refine pills. Unlike earth fire, which requires a specific environment and cannot be carried on one's person, heavenly fire is the most popular flame among alchemists. Chun Fan doesn't even have 2 kinds of flames right now, so he definitely can't refine pills. He can't exactly use firewood or the fire from the natural gas stove at home to refine them. The temperature of the flame alone is insufficient, let alone anything else. Therefore, Chun Fan's alchemy project had to be put on hold. Forget about heavenly fire, because it's something that's extremely rare and hard to come by. Even if someone gets their hands on it, they'll usually sell it to a famous, high-level alchemist, and only these high-level alchemists are worthy of possessing it. As for earth fire, it's relatively easy, but you have to go to a specific place to refine pills. We'll ask Jin Buhuan and the others when the time comes to find out where there's subterranean fire. Unable to refine pills now, Chun Fan had no choice but to calm down and continue cultivating. He had been back for half a month, and apart from cultivating at night, he had basically not cultivated during the day, spending all his time playing with the little girl Chinru. Although he only cultivates at night, Chun Fan has accumulated knowledge over the past half-month in the Infinite World and the past 10 days since leaving the Infinite World. With the nourishment of spiritual liquid, he has almost reached the threshold of advancing to the integration stage. If Chun Fan wanted to break through, he could almost certainly reach the integration stage, but he didn't try to break through directly. Instead, he focused on self-improvement and allowed the breakthrough to happen naturally in the future. The next morning, Chun Fan called over Jin Buhuan, Lin Qingtian, and Huang Zhongyi. Young master. The three of them arrived very quickly, practically on call. Chun Fan nodded and then said, I called the three of you here today because there's something I want to ask you about. The three exchanged glances, all somewhat puzzled as to what the young master wanted to ask them. Jin Buhuan was the first to ask, I wonder what business you have with us, young master. Chun Fan said, It's like this, I originally planned to learn alchemy, but unfortunately, I don't have any fire to refine pills, so I asked you if you know where I can find earth fire to refine pills. Upon hearing Chun Fan's words, the three of them brightened up and said in unison, Jingyan Mountain. Jingyan Mountain? This time, Lin Qingtian answered first. Yes, young master, there is earth fire on Jingyan Mountain, but it is now controlled by the people of the Alchemy Association. If we freelancers want to enter the alchemy field, we must pay a certain amount of spirit stones to enter, and the fee is not cheap. It costs 500 low-grade spirit stones a day. Moreover, the earth fires that can be used to refine pills for us lone cultivators are of relatively poor quality. The better spots are reserved by the members of their alchemy association, and no one else is allowed to enter. Chapter 167 begins alchemy. After hearing this, Chun Fan felt that 500 low-grade spirit stones were nothing. As for the position, he didn't care. Anyway, he was just learning alchemy, so it didn't matter if the position was a little worse. Where is Jingyan Mountain located? Young master, Jingyan Mountain is not far from where I live. I can take you there, Lin Qingtian said. Okay, then you take me there. You two can go back first. Yes, young master, the three replied in unison. Then, Chun Fan followed Lin Qingtian to Jingyan Mountain. Actually, Jingyan Mountain is not far away. It only takes less than 20 minutes to fly there from Chun Fan's villa. Young master, we've arrived. This is Jingyan Mountain. Lin Qingtian pointed to the mountain path in front of him, which was made up of rocks. Chun Fan looked at the mountain peaks in front of him, which were entirely composed of rocks, and thought that the name was indeed fitting. Although the mountain is not high, it is enormous, and there are many houses built on its slopes. Chun Fan asked Lin Qingtian, Are there any other conditions required to go up? Lin Qingtian said, No. As long as you go to the main hall upstairs, explain your purpose, and then pay the spirit stones to receive the gate token, you're good to go. All right, you can go back now. Young master, shall I accompany you upstairs? No need. After saying that, Chun Fan flashed off towards the mountainside of Jingyan Mountain. Seeing that Chun Fan had already left, Lin Qingtian had no choice but to head back home. Chun Fan soon arrived at the largest hall located halfway up the mountain. At this time, there were many tables and chairs in the main hall, and people were sitting on them, discussing something in twos and threes. On one side of the main hall, there was a row of counter windows, each with a person inside, but there were few people outside the windows. Chun Fan approached one of the windows, and a young woman inside, seeing someone arrive, greeted him warmly. Young master, are you here to refine pills? Chun Fan nodded and said, Yes, I came here to borrow the earth fire to refine pills. Okay, young master, the alchemy room here costs 500 low-grade spirit stones a day, the girl said sweetly. Chun Fan thought for a moment and said, Then give me 5 days first. 5 days, young master, are you sure? The girl looked at Chun Fan in disbelief. Because the alchemists who usually come here to borrow the alchemy room are all independent cultivators, and they are relatively low-level alchemists, such as alchemy apprentices, and the highest level they can reach is no more than a junior alchemist. Low-level independent alchemists are generally quite poor. They have no choice but to rely on taking on odd jobs to improve their alchemy skills, and can only charge a small fee for their efforts. Very few people would rent a pill refining room for 5 days at once like Chen Fan, so it's no wonder the girl was surprised. Even the people chatting in the main hall turned to look at the girl with curiosity when they heard her exclamation. When they heard her ask Chen Fan if he was renting for 5 days, they were all taken aback. You should know that those who rent alchemy rooms here, like them, are usually independent cultivators without any power or influence. Skilled alchemists usually have their own private alchemy rooms and don't need to rent one from here. Among the rogue cultivators, low-level alchemists are generally quite poor. Those who are a little richer usually rent an alchemy room for a whole day, while those who are poorer only rent for half a day, and sometimes several people even rent for half a day or a whole day together. So when they heard Chen Fan say he wanted to rent it for 5 days, they all looked at Chen Fan and started talking about it. Where did this greenhorn come from, renting the alchemy room for so many days? He's obviously a fledgling with no experience. Yes, he'll soon find out that his elixirs are all used up, and he still has so many days left. They won't refund the money then. Yes, if it's just for 1 day, wouldn't it be better to use the extra spirit stones to buy spirit herbs? I guess she's a fledgling alchemist who's just getting into it, and is recklessly wasting her spirit stones because she has a few left. Of course, Chen Fan heard their discussion, but he couldn't be bothered to pay any attention to them. He had so many spirit stones that he could kill them all, so what were a few thousand low-grade spirit stones? Chen Fan nodded to the girl in front of the counter and said, "Can't I rent it for 5 days?" The girl realized what was going on and said, yes, but we don't offer refunds or exchanges here. It's all right, just rent for 5 days. We can extend it if it's not enough time. After Chen Fan finished speaking, he took out 2,500 low-grade spirit stones and placed them on the counter. The girl quickly put away the spirit stones and handed Chen Fan a door plate, saying, "Young master, number 8. After you leave the main hall, turn left and keep walking straight ahead. You will find alchemy room number 8. Chen Fan accepted the nameplate, thanked him, and walked out of the main hall. After leaving the main hall, following the information provided by the girl, he turned left and kept walking. Then Chen Fan found the first alchemy room. It was actually a cave carved out of the stone wall. A large red one is carved above the cave, making it easily recognizable. Chen Fan continued walking forward and soon arrived at the cave dwelling marked with the number 8. Using the door plate given by the girl, I opened the cave, and a wave of heat rushed out. Chen Fan entered the cave and found that there was only a pill furnace and a futon inside, nothing else. Below the alchemy furnace is an opening, and below that is surging earth fire. At this moment, the opening is sealed by an array. Once this sealing array is opened, the earth fire can be used to begin refining pills. This formation that seals the earth fire is the most basic element in the fire control technique, so Chen Fan knows how to use it. Chen Fan closed the cave door, then went to the futon. He first opened the array that sealed the earth fire, and instantly, the earth fire surged out. Chen Fan quickly used the fire control technique to control it. After controlling the fire to the desired intensity and temperature, Chen Fan proceeded with the preparatory work, such as cleaning and heating the furnace. Chen Fan originally intended to use his own pine cloud furnace directly, but he thought it would be better to try using an ordinary alchemy furnace first. After Chen Fan had prepared all the preliminary work, he took out 7 or 8 kinds of spiritual herbs needed to refine the first-grade marrow cleansing pill. Following the steps in the prescription, I began to perform the procedure one by one. Before long, black smoke began to billow from the alchemy furnace, directly indicating that Chen Fan's alchemy attempt had failed. Chen Fan didn't care. Generally speaking, which alchemy apprentice who learns alchemy can succeed without experiencing a few failures, unless they are alchemy prodigies? Chen Fan resumed washing and heating the furnace, and then began refining the second batch. Before long, another plume of black smoke appeared, and it was another failure. Continue with the third batch. Fail. The fourth batch. Fail. The fifth batch. Still a failure. Thankfully, the oven didn't explode, otherwise everyone here would probably have kicked Chen Fan out. Chapter 168. Can alchemy also enhance abilities? Although the oven didn't explode, the continuous failures made even Chen Fan somewhat discouraged and want to give up. I wonder if I simply don't have any special talent for alchemy, which is why I keep failing. Why don't you try using your own alchemy furnace? But Chen Fan thought about it and decided against it. If he were to use a higher-level alchemy furnace, his future achievements in alchemy would be very limited. After all, no alchemist starts out using a high-grade alchemy furnace. They all start with ordinary furnaces and work their way up step by step. One cannot rely too much on external tools. True strength lies in one's own exceptional skills. After figuring out the key points, Chun Fan calmed down again and began to summarize the reasons for the failure before starting a new round of refining. However, failure was inevitable, and it was another 2 failures in a row. But Chun Fan finally found the reason. His fire control technique was not perfect enough, and the fire intensity was inconsistent, leading to the failure of the alchemy. Once you figure out the reasons, you'll know how to improve the situation. Sometimes the worst thing is not knowing why you failed. Once you find the reason, you can then effectively solve the problem. After several attempts, Chun Fan finally figured out how much heat was needed to refine the marrow cleansing pill, when to increase the heat, and when to reduce it. He was now confident in all of this. Let's continue. This time, Chun Fan went into the refining process with 100% confidence. He was already extremely skilled at cleaning and heating the furnace. After completing the previous preparations, Chun Fan began refining pills. This time, he did it in one go and controlled the temperature perfectly. Before long, the aroma of pills began to waft from the furnace, indicating that it was about to be completed. Sure enough, nothing went wrong at the last step. Chun Fan extinguished the flames, and the aroma of medicine still wafted from the furnace. He waved his hand to open the alchemy furnace and took out 2 pills from it. Although the quality was not very good, they were still pills at least. Received 2 grade 1 bronze marrow cleansing pills, increasing the quantity by 2 million, and obtained 4 million grade 1 bronze marrow cleansing pills. Chun Fan was caught off guard by the system's notification. He never expected that his alchemy could enhance his abilities. That means if I refine a batch of pills, I can get hundreds of thousands of pills, which is a bit outrageous. First, I enhance the spiritual herbs, and then I enhance them again by refining pills. That's equivalent to enhancing them twice. It seems that choosing to refine pills was the right choice. Chun Fan thought for a moment. Then could his weapon crafting and talisman making also be amplified? Then I absolutely cannot waste this talent. If I succeed once, it will be equivalent to others succeeding hundreds of thousands of times. Most importantly, there is also the quality amplification aspect. How come I never noticed this before? If I had known earlier, I would have started learning alchemy, weapon crafting, and talisman drawing long ago. Since alchemy and other techniques can enhance abilities, I shouldn't waste this system's enhancement. He then began refining a first-grade marrow cleansing pill. It wasn't that Chun Fan didn't want to refine other pills, but rather that he needed to practice more since the marrow cleansing pill had just been successfully refined. Obtained 3 grade 1 bronze marrow cleansing pills, increasing the quantity by 1 million times, obtaining 3 million grade 1 bronze marrow cleansing pills. I obtained 2 grade 1 silver marrow cleansing pills, increasing the quantity by 5 million times, and obtained 10 million grade 1 silver marrow cleansing pills. I have obtained a grade 1 golden marrow cleansing pill. As Chun Fan continued to refine the marrow cleansing pill, his proficiency increased. Although he would occasionally fail, the success rate was higher than the failure rate. Moreover, as proficiency increases, the quality of the refined pills also improves, eventually leading to the refinement of diamond-quality marrow cleansing pills. Later on, Chun Fan really didn't want to refine it anymore. Anyway, he had already mastered the method of refining the marrow cleansing pill, and he could refine it whenever he needed it in the future. After taking stock of what he had gained from refining the marrow cleansing pills over the past half-day, he was surprised to find that he had accumulated quite a lot of them. Bronze pieces number as many as 500 million, silver pieces 200 million, gold pieces 80 million, platinum pieces 34 million, and diamond pieces 12 million. This is only the result of Chun Fan's one day of refining. If he hadn't failed so many times before, he probably would have made even more marrow cleansing pills by now. Of course, this is also thanks to the fact that Chun Fan had a lot of resources at his disposal. The resources consumed in a day of refining were only a drop in the ocean. Chun Fan planned to give all the marrow cleansing pills below the diamond quality to his parents to sell in their shop. As for the diamond quality pills, he would keep them for later, as these resources would be indispensable if he wanted to develop his power later. Next, he began refining the second-grade body tempering pill. Chun Fan had taken this body tempering pill before. It was an indispensable pill in the body tempering realm, greatly accelerating the cultivation process. Having gained experience from refining the marrow cleansing pill, Refining the body tempering pill was no longer as blind as it had been at the beginning. At least he knew where to look for the cause, and after several failures, Chun Fan finally succeeded in refining it. Obtained 1 grade 2 bronze body tempering pill. The quantity increased by 9 million times. Obtained 9 million grade 2 bronze body tempering pills. After the first success, it became much easier, although there were still occasional failures. However, as his proficiency increased, the chance of failure decreased and the quality improved. Chun Fan only stopped after successfully refining several diamond-level body tempering pills. Then they began refining second-grade Qi refining pills. After the Qi refining pills were finished, they started refining third-grade pills. There were 2 types of third-grade pills, foundation-building pills and Biga pills. Chun Fan maxed out his proficiency with all these pills until they reached diamond quality before stopping. Chun Fan tried all the remaining pill formulas below grade 3, but they were all relatively obscure pills that few people would use. However, there is a type of third-grade pill called the lesser longevity pill, which is made from rare ingredients that even Chun Fan does not possess, so he has not refined it. This lesser longevity pill increases lifespan, but the increase is not significant, hence the name lesser longevity pill. After trying all the pills he could refine, Chun Fan set his sights on the 6th grade pill formula, thinking he might as well give it a try. Without thinking, Chun Fan prepared to start a batch, but ended up failing pointlessly. However, it doesn't matter if you fail. Based on Chun Fan's experience, it's probably because he didn't control the firepower well, so he should try a few more times. However, after several attempts, he still failed. Chun Fan refused to give up and continued refining. After dozens of failures, Chun Fan had to stop. It wasn't that he didn't have enough spiritual medicine, but rather that the continuous failures had exhausted even his patience. Chapter 169. The hatching of a rank 3 immortal beast egg begins. It seems that the alchemy technique plays a crucial role in refining 6th grade pills. At present, I can only refine pills of grade 3 or lower at most. I can't refine pills of grade 3 or higher. The only solution is to find a better alchemy technique. Otherwise, continuing to refine them will only be a waste of spiritual herbs. Although Chun Fan has plenty of spiritual herbs, he can't just waste them. Since we can't refine pills of grade 3 or higher, there's no need to stay here any longer. Counting the time, more than 4 days have passed. Chun Fan opened the stone door of the alchemy room and walked out. Just then, the afterglow of the sun shone down. Chun Fan couldn't help but squint his eyes, stretch, and loosen his muscles a couple of times before saying comfortably, "Let's go home." Chun Fan went to the main hall of Jingyan Mountain to return the gate plaque, and then quickly went home. As soon as they arrived at the door, Dabai jumped out, wagging its tail wildly and barking a few times, as if urging Chun Fan to do something. Chun Fan slapped his forehead speechlessly. It seemed that this big white had been completely ruined. Seeing the big white dog still wagging its tail frantically, Chun Fan took out a bloodline pill and tossed it to the dog. The big white dog swallowed the pill in one gulp and looked at Chun Fan with hopeful eyes, as if to say, "Give me another one." Chun Fan kicked it away and said, "Go and refine it properly. Don't be afraid of overeating." Then, Chun Fan opened the villa door and went inside. Big White was kicked away by Chun Fan and barked at him in dissatisfaction, then followed him into the villa. Hearing Dabai's barking, Chun Fan wanted to slap it a few times. It wasn't that Chun Fan was stingy, but he was really afraid that Dabai would really burst. Although Chun Fan has been giving Dabai pills for the past few days, Dabai has advanced from a first-grade Diamond Spirit Stone to a second-grade Platinum Spirit Stone, and its leveling speed is very fast. Now that Chun Fan has given Dabai a 5th-grade Bloodline pill, he really doesn't dare to give it any more, for fear that it might kill itself. Looking at the big white dog still surrounding him, Chun Fan kicked it to a corner of the yard and left it alone to take a nap. Hearing Dabai's voice, the little girl inside the villa also came out of curiosity and peeked out. Then she saw Chun Fan walk in and immediately went up to him, looking aggrieved, and said, "Brother." Chun Fan squatted down, pinched her nose, and said, "What's wrong, little girl?" "Humph, you go out to play without taking me with you. How annoying," Chun-Ru said, grabbing Chun Fan's hand with dissatisfaction. Chun Fan laughed and said, "Brother went out on business, not to play." Chun-Ru looked at Chun Fan with wide eyes and asked, "Are you really not going out to play?" "Really? But I can take you out to play later." Okay, let's go then." Chun-Ru was very happy to hear Chun Fan say that he wanted to go out to play, and pulled Chun Fan to go out. Chun Fan patted Chun-Ru's head and said, "Wait a minute, I'm going to take a shower." Shinru looked at Chun Fan with her big eyes and said, "Then you'd better hurry up." Chun Fan smiled and said, "Okay, let's go inside and wait." Chunru obediently followed Chun Fan into the house to wait. Chun Fan returned to his room, quickly washed up, and then took Chunru out. Chun Bing, Chun Dong, and Chun Ping were just getting out of school, so I picked them up, took them out for dinner, and then we strolled around the streets for a bit and bought a lot of things. It was almost 9 o'clock when Chun Fan finally took his younger siblings home. When they got home, Chun Guotao and his wife were already waiting for them in the living room. When they saw Chun Fan and the others return, they urged Chun Bing, Chun Dong, and Chun Ping to hurry up and do their homework, and then take a shower and go to bed. Then he took Chunru to take a shower and go to bed. Chun Fan returned to his room and suddenly thought of Dabai. He used his divine sense to check on Dabai and saw that Dabai was fast asleep with its 4 legs in the air, so he felt relieved. Thinking of Dabai, Chun Fan also thought of the immortal beasts in his void space, which were ready to be hatched. After obtaining information on various resources purchased from the Azure Dragon auction house, Chun Fan already knew how to hatch the 3rd-grade immortal beast, the Azure Flame Phoenix egg. First, in order to hatch this 3rd-grade immortal beast, the Azure Flame Phoenix, there must be enough fire attribute materials and a huge amount of spiritual energy for the egg to absorb. As long as there are enough fire attribute materials and spiritual energy, it will hatch in a few days. However, before hatching, you must first drip a few drops of your own blood onto the egg so that the hatched mythical beast will immediately recognize you as its master. Chun Fan possessed both fire attribute materials and a large amount of spiritual energy. He could use 7th-grade fire cloud stones for the fire attribute materials, as he had plenty of them, over 200 million. If the 7th-grade fire cloud stones were insufficient, he also had 3rd-grade immortal level flame dragon divine stones. As for spiritual energy, Chun Fan decided to just use spiritual liquid, since he still had plenty of it. After thinking it over, Chun Fan decided to arrange eggs for his parents and younger siblings tomorrow. He would give each of them 11 eggs, enough for a football team, so they could play football together when they were bored. The next morning, when Chun Fan finished his cultivation and came down from his room, Chun Bing, Chun Dong, and Chun Ping had already gone to school. Chun Fan planned to arrange for these mythical beasts to be given to his parents and Chunru first. Chun Fan first took out 22 grade 3 immortal beast eggs and gave 11 to Chun Guotao and Fong Bingwei, saying, "Mom and Dad, these are immortal beast eggs. Later, you will each drip your own blood on these immortal beast eggs and then hatch them. That way, you will also have powerful immortal beast pets." Chun Guotao and Fong Bingwei were stunned when they heard this. A mythical beast. It was a mythical beast. While everyone else was still happy to have obtained a spirit beast, their family started bringing in mythical beasts, and not just 1 or 2, but a whole football team for each person. Isn't that a bit terrifying? The Chun Guotao couple stood there blankly, holding the mythical beast egg. They cut their hands and dripped their blood onto the egg, which slowly seeped into it and disappeared. Next, Chun Fan led Chun Guotao and his wife to move all the immortal beasts to a room. In this room, they set up an array to prevent the loss of spiritual liquid and fire cloud stone energy. First, they laid enough fire cloud stones on the floor of the room, and then poured in the spiritual liquid. When all the spiritual liquid had submerged the fire cloud stones, Chun Fan placed the immortal beast eggs on top of them. After the immortal beast eggs came into contact with the fire cloud stones and spiritual liquid, as if activated, they all began to slowly absorb the spiritual liquid and fire cloud stone. Next, it was time to help Chunru, but she absolutely refused, saying she was afraid of bleeding and pain. Ultimately, under Fong Bingwei's tyranny, it was forced to shed tears of blood onto the fairy beast egg, and then Chun Fan moved it to that room. Chapter 170. What a melodramatic plot. As for Chun Fan himself, he'll leave it for now. He'll be fine with his own big white. I simply don't have the energy to take care of them. I've already almost ruined my one big white dog. I don't know what it would be like if I had more. Chun Fan planned to equip each of his subordinates with a mythical beast egg if he wanted to cultivate his own power later. Just thinking about it made him feel really cool. As Chun Fan stepped outside, he saw that Dabai was already waiting at the door. When it saw Chun Fan come out, it wagged its tail and barked twice. Well, they've come for food. Chun Fan looked at Dabai. After consuming the bloodline pill yesterday, it had actually become a 3rd-grade silver spirit beast, showing considerable potential. Chun Fan tossed another bloodline pill to Dabai, which Dabai swallowed in one gulp and then obediently went to sleep under the eaves. This surprised Chun Fan a bit. Why wasn't Dabai acting up today? It felt a little strange. Chen Fan didn't pay much attention to Dabai. He practiced his martial arts in the yard for a while, and then notified Jin Buhuan, Lin Qingtian, and Huang Zhongyi to come over. The three of them quickly arrived at the villa entrance. Chen Fan let them in and gave each of them 2 fairy beast eggs. The three of them stared at Chen Fan with blank expressions, not understanding what Chen Fan wanted them to do with the egg. Chen Fan said, "Drip your blood on this egg." The three of them then realized what was happening and dripped their own blood onto the egg. Jin Buhuan was the first to ask, "Young master, what kind of spirit beast egg is this? What's the highest rank it can reach?" Lin Qingtian and Huang Zhongyi also looked at Chen Fan with eager expressions. Chen Fan smiled and said, "You'll know once they hatch. Let's just leave the eggs here. You probably won't be able to find a suitable place to incubate them anyway." The three answered in unison, "Yes." "Okay, then you can go back first. I'll let you know when the egg hatches." Chen Fan put the egg away. He had originally intended to give them some of the 7th grade fire cloud stone and spirit liquid, but then decided against it. The spirit liquid was too precious, and Chen Fan was afraid they wouldn't have enough, which might harm them in the end. Moreover, it will also implicate my parents. Although even if someone at the tribulation transcending stage comes now, there is nothing I can do about them. What if someone above the tribulation transcending stage comes? Therefore, I should still hide my talents. After hearing Chen Fan's words, the three of them left Chen Fan's villa. After leaving Chen Fan's villa, Huang Zhongyi couldn't help but ask, "What do you think the spirit beast the young master gave us is of what grade?" Lin Qingtian said, "I think the lowest rank will be no less than the 3rd rank, and the highest rank is probably the 5th rank. The most likely rank is between the 3rd and 5th ranks." Jin Buhuan shook his head and said, "Impossible, impossible." Huang Zhongyi and Lin Qingtian looked at Jin Buhuan with puzzled expressions when Jin Buhuan shook his head and said it was impossible. Lin Qingtian asked doubtfully, "You mean it's impossible to be higher than the 3rd rank?" Huang Zhongyi also said, "That's right. Those below the 3rd rank are the most likely, while those above the 3rd rank are too precious." It should be noted that spirit beasts of the 3rd rank or higher are equivalent to Foundation Establishment cultivators, 4th rank is Golden Core cultivators, and 5th rank is Nascent Soul cultivators. Jin Buhuan shook his head and said, "I mean, young master wouldn't bring out such a low-level spirit beast. I think it should be at least rank 6 or higher." Upon hearing Jin Buhuan's words, Lin Qingtian and Huang Zhongyi were both astonished and exclaimed, "How is this possible? This can't be true." Jin Buhuan smiled at their surprised looks and said, "Nothing is impossible. You'll see when the egg hatches." After saying that, he stepped out and left. Lin Qingtian and Huang Zhongyi looked at each other, still incredulous. I wonder what kind of expression they'll have when the egg hatches and they discover it's a mythical beast. After Jin Buhuan and the others left, Chen Fan took all the eggs to that room and then took the little girl Chen Ru out to play. Later that evening, after dinner, Chen Fan gave Chen Bing, Chen Dong, and Chen Ping each a football team's worth of mythical beast eggs. They still made them bind the divine beast eggs with their blood before placing them in that room. Now all we have to do is wait for these eggs to hatch. That day, Chen Fan originally planned to take Chen Ru out to play again, but he received a phone call. "Hey, Fatty Jean, what brings you to call me?" "Brother Fan, how have you been lately? Did you get anything from the Infinite Tower?" "It's all right. As for you, did you inherit your father's business?" "Sigh, don't even mention it. My dad has an illegitimate child outside, and he actually wants to bring him and his mother back." "What? Such a melodramatic plot? This fat guy is so cunning. He'd probably be helping his younger brother count the money even after being sold out." "How old is your younger brother?" "He's 12 now. Brother Fan, what do you think? Should I accept him as my younger brother?" This, Chen Fan really couldn't say. After all, it was someone else's family matter. "My dad said we should get along well, but my mom disagrees." Chen Fan was speechless. Was there even a question? It would be a miracle if his mother agreed. "So what do you think?" "I don't know either. It's driving me crazy. Fatty, I shouldn't pry into your family affairs, but I think you should be careful so you don't get scammed." "Got scammed? Brother Fan, are you talking about my brother?" "Who else could it be? Your dad, perhaps." Chen Fan was speechless. Oh, okay. I'll hang up now if there's nothing else. Call me if you need anything." "Okay, Brother Fan." Chen Fan hung up the phone, but he was a little worried about Fatty Jean. After all, Fatty Jean was Chen Fan's only friend in this world. It seems I need to find some time to visit Fatty Jean. At least if he encounters danger, Chen Fan can save his life. Because of Jean Pongzi's matter, Chen Fan didn't take Chen Ru out to play anymore. After feeding Da by a pill, He stayed at home with the little girl to watch TV and play some games, and then went to check on the hatching of the fairy beast egg in the room. The day passed quickly. During his evening cultivation, Chun Fan suddenly sensed that his cultivation level was about to break through. He had been using spiritual liquid to cultivate these past few days. He could no longer suppress his cultivation level, and his cultivation had settled down to a sufficient level. In addition, he already possessed dual elemental immortal spiritual roots, which made his cultivation even faster. Everything happened naturally. After Chun Fan consumed the spiritual liquid, his cultivation level broke through without any obstacles, unlike those who needed to go into seclusion for a long time to break through. Of course, with the accumulation of unlimited resources like Chun Fan, anyone with a bit of talent could easily break through their current realm, just like Chun Guotao and his wife, who are now at the Golden Core stage. Chapter 171 Breakthrough to the Fusion Stage. Breaking through the current nascent soul stage and reaching the body integration stage, Chun Fan felt a strange sense of wonder. This feeling is like the nascent soul merging with oneself, but it's not a true merging. Rather, it's like the nascent soul is merging with heaven and earth. In short, I felt like the place I was in was my own world, and I could control everything within my own domain. Of course, this range is limited. Chun Fan feels that he can only control a range of about 10 meters. This might also be related to his recent advancement to the integration stage. After experiencing this feeling, Chun Fan immediately calmed down to stabilize his own realm. As Chun Fan continued to absorb spiritual liquid, his realm gradually stabilized and improved. By morning, Chun Fan had reached the peak of the early stage of the integration realm. At this time, Chun Fan discovered that the range he could control seemed to have increased to about 20 meters. This is the benefit of having spiritual liquid and immortal-grade spiritual roots. The realm that others might not be able to reach even after decades or hundreds of years of hard work, Chun Fan could easily achieve in one night. After finishing his cultivation, Chun Fan first went to check out the room where the immortal beast eggs were hatching, and added some fire cloud stones and spiritual liquid as appropriate. Then they went downstairs and left. What was rare was that Chun Guotao and Fong Bingwei did not continue their cultivation today. Mom and Dad, why aren't you continuing your cultivation today? Chun Fan asked curiously. Chun Guotao chuckled and said, well, I just reached the Golden Core stage. I need to stabilize my cultivation and relax a bit to help improve my mental state. After all, haste makes waste. Yes, we haven't spent time with you all in a long time. Let's relax for a few days. The holiday is almost here, so let's spend some quality time with you these next few days. Fong Bingwei also said with a smile. Indeed, since Chun Guotao and Fong Bingwei acquired immortal-grade spiritual roots, their cultivation has progressed by leaps and bounds. Now that they have broken through to the Golden Core stage, they have become much younger. His previously gray hair has now turned black, and all the wrinkles on his skin have disappeared after breaking through to the Golden Core stage. In short, he has become much younger. Seeing his parents so happy, Chun Fan felt relieved and said, okay, Mom and Dad, I have some things to do and need to see Fatty Jean. I'll be back this afternoon, and then our family can go out and have some fun for a few days. Chun Guotao said, okay, you should come back early too. Let's go out for dinner together tonight, and then discuss where to go for fun. Fong Bingwei also said, go early and come back early. Be careful on the road. Okay, Mom, I understand. After saying that, Chun Fan pinched Chun Ru's cheek and said, I have something to do today, so I won't play with you for the time being. Chun Ru nodded obediently and said, then brother should come back early to play with me. Chun Fan nodded and said, okay, Mom and Dad, I'll go out now. After Chun Fan finished speaking, he opened the door and left. Upon arriving at the entrance of the residential compound, Chun Fan first called Fatty Jean. Hey Fatty, what are you doing? Brother Fan, I'm at my dad's company. Is there something you need? Can I contact you if there's nothing wrong? Are you free now? I'll come over to you. Brother Fan, I'm free anytime. When can you come over? I'm coming over now. Wait a moment. Okay, call me when you arrive. Chun Fan hung up the phone and headed towards Fatty Jin's company. He had been to Fatty Jin's company a few times before, so he knew the way. Chun Fan teleported almost instantly to Fatty Jin's company. Fatty Jin's company was quite well known in the city, specializing in the wholesale and sale of various materials for ferocious beasts. In the past, it would have been a place that Chun Fan looked up to, but now, it no longer catches his eye. Jean Ponzi's company is called Beast Duo Company. In short, it is quite well known in the city, and its annual income is unknown, but it is estimated to be around 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. The company building was more than 10 stories high. Chun Fan didn't know which floor Jean Pongzi was on, so he didn't use his divine sense to find out. Instead, he called Jean Pongzi directly. Fatty, I'm here. Which floor are you on? Wow. Fanji, you were just saying you were coming over a second ago, and now you're saying you're here? Now that we've arrived, will you come downstairs, or should I come find you? Wait, let me get down. Brother Fan, you're not messing with me, are you? Stop arguing and come down now. Okay, coming right away. Chun Fan hung up the phone, and soon after, Fatty Jean came running down the street, covered in sweat. Chun Fan looked at Fatty Jean's obviously fatter figure and shook his head speechlessly. Jean Pongzi arrived in front of Chun Fan, panting, and said happily, Brother Fan, I didn't expect you to actually come. You weren't just nearby, were you? Yes, it's nearby. Chun Fan didn't want to argue with Fatty Jean about this for too long, and for him, getting from home to here was just a matter of teleporting, so it was considered nearby. Brother Fan, how was it? Did you gain anything from entering the infinite world? There have definitely been gains, but Fatty Jean, why hasn't your cultivation level increased at all? Chun Fan could tell at a glance what Fatty Jean's cultivation level was like. It can be said that since leaving school, Fatty Jean's cultivation level has remained stagnant, still at the mortal stage. Even one of his younger siblings could easily defeat him. A rich kid like him shouldn't act like this. Fatty Jean said with a bitter face, Brother Fan, you know I'm not cut out for this. I have no talent, so I can only coast along and wait to die. That's why my dad wanted to bring that illegitimate son back. He's more talented than me, and he's already at the body tempering realm. That's why my dad asked me to help him a lot. My mom has argued with my dad about this several times. It's so difficult. Fatty Jean poured out his grievances to Chun Fan. Chun Fan looked at Fatty Jean and then asked, When are you free? What's wrong, Brother Fan? Is something the matter? Take a few days off and come to my house. Well, how about in a few days? I've been really busy these past few days. Some goods have just arrived, and I need your help sorting them out, Fatty Jean said with some difficulty. Sure, I don't have time these days either. Call me in a few days, and I'll come pick you up, Chun Fan said after thinking for a moment. Okay, Brother Fan, with this kind of thing happening at home, I also want to go out for some fresh air. All right, I'll head back now. Oh, right. Put on this magic necklace and don't take it off. Never take it off under any circumstances, understand? Chun Fan handed a necklace to Fatty Jean. This necklace is the same one he gave to his family. Whenever danger arises, the talisman inside the necklace can be activated. Chun Fan also put thousands of grade 8 diamond Bagua golden bell talismans inside the necklace, which can effectively ensure the personal safety of Fatty Jean. Chapter 172, Preparing to go on a trip. Brother Fan, this is a magic weapon? Fatty Jean took the necklace with trembling hands and stammered a little. Yes, once you put it on, don't take it off. This magic weapon can only save your life. It has no offensive capabilities, so keep a low profile, Chun Fan said. Fatty Jean quickly put the necklace on and said excitedly, I know, Brother Fan, you're amazing. You actually managed to get a magic weapon. The magical artifacts that Fatty Jean knows about are very valuable. Even the lowest grade artifact might be worth more than his entire company. All right, I'm off now. Remember to look me up in a few days, Chun Fan said, patting Fatty Jean on the shoulder. Fatty Jean nodded hurriedly and said, Brother Fan, don't worry, I know. After receiving Jean Pongzi's reply, Chun Fan instantly teleported back home. Jean Pongzi was left alone, bewildered in the wind. Where are they? Fatty Jean looked around, and if it weren't for the magic necklace Chun Fan had just given him around his neck, he would have thought he was dreaming. This Brother Fan is amazing. It's only been a few months since I last saw him, and he's already become so successful. I have to follow Brother Fan no matter what. I don't need this company anymore. Fatty Jean muttered to himself, having made a decision in his mind. Chun Fan returned to the villa entrance, opened the door, and entered the villa. He saw Chun Guotao sitting on a recliner in the courtyard, with a pot of tea and some fruit on the table next to him, looking very comfortable. Meanwhile, Chun Fan's mother, Fong Bingwei, was playing with her little daughter, Chun Ru. This heartwarming scene was exactly what Chun Fan wanted to see. Chun Fan also walked over and sat down on the chair next to Chun Guotao, casually picking up a grape and popping it into his mouth. When Fong Bingwei and Chun Ru saw Chun Fan return, they put down their games and came over. The little girl hugged Chun Fan's leg and said, Brother, when are we going out to play? Chun Fan patted Chun Ru's head and said, I don't know. Maybe we shouldn't go out. No, I want to go out, Chun Ru said, shaking Chun Fan's leg and acting coquettishly. Chen Fan laughed loudly and said, then ask your parents where they want to go for fun. Upon hearing this, Chen Ru immediately ran to Fong Bingwei and asked, Mom, where are we going to play? Fong Bing smiled and flicked Chen Ru's head, saying, all you do is play. I'll have to send you to school next year. I don't want to go to school. Chen Ru shook her head desperately when she heard Fong Bingwei say that she would take her to school. That's not up to you, Fong Bingwei said. Chen Guotao also said with a smile, Xiaoru is of school age. Upon hearing Chen Guotao's voice, Chen Ru immediately glared at him with displeasure, which caused Chen Fan and Fong Bingwei to burst into laughter. Chen Guotao also touched his nose and laughed heartily, because Chen Ru's expression was just too cute. Soon, in the afternoon, Chen Bing, Chen Dong, and Chen Ping returned. The family discussed where to go for fun. It was a rare opportunity to go out, but they didn't want to be too tired, so they decided to go to the nearby beach. The round trip wouldn't take too long, only an hour or so, and for Chen Fan, it would only take a few seconds, making it convenient for him to take care of the fairy beast eggs in the room. After deciding to go to the nearest beach, the family started packing their clothes late at night. Actually, there wasn't much to pack. Everyone just put their belongings into their storage rings. As for Aunt Lu and Aunt Li, they were also given leave so that they could go back and spend time with their own families. The next morning, Chen Fan and his family set off for the seaside in a neighboring city, a journey that took more than an hour. The family finally arrived at the seaside hotel. As soon as they entered, a waiter came up to them and said respectfully, Welcome. Are you here to stay or have a meal? Chen Guotao said, We need a suite. Your suites all have several rooms. Sir, our suites here have 3, 4, and 5 rooms. Then let's have 5 rooms. Okay, sir, this way please. Please register at the front desk first. The waiter gestured for them to proceed, and then led Chen Fan and his family to the front desk. The waiter led Chen Fan and his family to the front desk, and after speaking to the receptionist said to them, Welcome. You'd like a suite, right? Chen Guotao nodded and said, Yes, we need 5 rooms. The receptionist worked quickly and then said, Okay, please provide your identification, and we'll process your application right away. Chen Guotao took out his ID card. After the receptionist received Chen Guotao's ID card, she quickly processed it and said, Okay, your room is Suite 601 on the 6th floor. It costs 100,000 Qinglong coins per day. How many days are you staying? 2 days, Chen Guotao replied simply, then took out his Qinglong card and handed it to the receptionist. The receptionist took the Qinglong card, swiped it quickly, and then had Chen Guotao record the PIN. After paying, the receptionist handed Chen Guotao 2 room cards and said, Have a pleasant stay. Please let our staff know if you have any questions. Thank you. Chen Guotao put the access card away. The receptionist who had brought Chen Fan and the others to the front desk earlier came up again and said, Please follow me. I will take you to the 6th floor for check-in. After leading Chen Fan and his group to Suite 601 on the 6th floor, the waiter said, Everyone, we've arrived. Please contact us if you need anything. Thank you. Chen Guotao opened the door, and the family went inside. The apartment was quite large, with the living room alone being about 50 square meters. Then they each chose their own room. Chen Guotao and Fong Bingwei shared a room. Chen Fan had his own room. Chen Dong and Chen Ping each had their own room. And Chen Bing shared a room with Chen Ru. After we settled into our rooms, it was already close to noon, so we decided to go out and find a seafood restaurant to fill our stomachs first. I originally planned to dine at the hotel, but considering I was going out for a stroll later, I decided to go out and find a seafood restaurant to see what the local specialties were like. After leaving the hotel, the family quickly arrived at the commercial street along the coast, following the directions of the hotel staff. You can basically buy whatever you need on this commercial street, and you can also find the most famous local specialties here. Chen Fan and his group randomly picked a restaurant called Overlord Seafood Restaurant and went inside. The doorman immediately greeted us warmly. Welcome. How many of you are there? Do you have a reservation? Chen Fan said, There are 7 people, no reservations. Please prepare a private room. The doorman said warmly. Okay, there's 1 private room left. Please follow me. Then the doorman led Chen Fan and his group to a private room. The room wasn't very big, but it could easily seat 10 people. However, it felt a bit spacious for Chen Fan's family. Chapter 173 Eating a Seafood Feast, ordering 7 servings of everything. After Chen Fan and his group were seated, a waitress came in with a menu and said, Hello everyone. Would you like to order now? Chen Fan nodded and said, Yes, what are some of your specialty dishes? The waitress walked up to Chen Fan and said, Sir, We are located near the sea, so most of our specialties are seafood. You can take a look. After saying that, he handed the menu to Chen Fan. Chen Fan took the menu and looked at it, and found that the seafood on the menu was actually similar to the seafood on his previous Earth. Therefore, Chen Fan also chose to try some seafood that he had never eaten before on Earth, but which was relatively famous and expensive. Chen Fan flipped through the menu and said, "Give me 7 king crabs, 1 for each of us, and steam them all." Oh. The waitress wasn't sure if she had misheard or if Chen Fan had misspoken, but it was 1 king crab per person? "Sir, are you sure you want 7? "Yes." Chen Fan nodded affirmatively. "Sir, this king crab is quite large. 1 crab is usually enough to fill up 2 or 3 people. Are you sure you want 7? The waitress kindly reminded him. It wasn't that she thought Chen Fan and his group couldn't afford it or couldn't pay for it. It was just that the king crab was quite large, and she was afraid that Chen Fan and his group wouldn't be able to finish it, and it would be a waste. Chen Fan looked up at his parents and younger siblings and said, "Can everyone finish eating?" Everyone nodded. Since they had achieved success in their cultivation, their appetites had become exceptionally large, and a king crab was nothing to them. Although one can abstain from grains once they reach the golden core stage, the human desire for food is a basic human instinct. Even if one can abstain from grains, one will still be unable to resist the temptation of food they like. Moreover, Chen Bing, Chen Dong, Chen Ping, and Chen Ru all need to eat. In particular, Chen Bing, Chen Dong, and Chen Ping are now in the body-tempering realm, so they need more energy and therefore eat more. As for Chen Ru, she is just here for the fun of it. After all, everyone already has 1, so we should at least give her 1 too. We can't be biased. If this little girl really can't finish it, then there are others who can help her finish it off. 7 then, Chen Fan said to the waitress after everyone nodded. The waitress stammered, Okay, sir." Because very few people actually order 7 king crabs at once, the waitress still diligently operated the ordering machine. 7 blue lobsters too. How do you cook blue lobsters to make them taste good? Chen Fan asked, looking at the menu. "Sir, our blue lobster is available in sashimi, steamed, boiled, and pan-fried. I personally recommend the pan-fried version, followed by the sashimi," the waitress said. "But this blue dragon is quite big, and with the emperor crab on top of that, we might really not be able to finish it." The waitress reminded her again. "It's all right, trust us, we can finish it, there won't be any waste," Chen Fan said again with certainty. How about half of this blue dragon is pan-fried and half is sashimi? Mom and Dad, what do you think?" Chen Fan looked at Chen Guotao and Fong Bingwei, seeking their opinions, mainly because he was worried that Chen Guotao and Fong Bingwei might not be used to sashimi. Fong Bing smiled and said, "Xiao Fan, you can order. We'll just eat." Chen Guotao replied, "Anything is fine, we'll eat whatever we order." "Okay, half pan-fried, half sashimi," Chen Fan said to the waitress. The waitress had no choice but to write it down. "How is the price of the bluefin tuna?" Chen Fan asked, pointing to the menu. The waitress approached Chen Fan, looked at the menu, and said, "Sir, this is priced per serving. How many kilograms are in 1 serving?" "How many kilograms? How many kilograms would you like for 1 serving?" The waitress was a little confused by Chen Fan's question and said, "Well, I don't know. Shall I ask?" After saying that, he wanted to go out and ask. "All right, let's have 7 servings first, and we can add more if it's not enough," Chen Fan said, stopping her. The waitress realized that Chen Fan always ordered individual portions of food. She wondered if this family had been pigs in their past lives to be so gluttonous. But she didn't dare say much, and could only quickly take notes. Chen Fan continued flipping through the menu, then said, "These geoduck clams are good. Let's get 7 of them. We'll stir-fry them." The waitress knew there was no need to remind Chen Fan anymore. He wouldn't listen anyway, so she could just keep a record. Chen Fan pointed to the menu and said, "These large yellow croakers are good. Bring 7 of them, steamed. These Australian abalone are also good. Let's start with 7, and we'll braise these abalone. 7 more servings of grilled eel, please. I'd like another soup. What kind of soup should I have? How about some seaweed and egg drop soup? That'll do for now. We'll add more if needed." Chen Fan closed the menu and said, but saw the waitress still standing there dumbfounded. Chen Fan asked, "Is there anything else?" The waitress then realized what was happening and asked, "Sir, are you sure you want seaweed and egg drop soup?" She really didn't expect Chen Fan to end up with a seaweed and egg drop soup. In her mind, Chen Fan had already ordered so much expensive seafood, so the soup couldn't be too low class, right? But this is what he got? Are you sure? Don't you have any in your store? Chen Fan looked at her suspiciously. No, it is. The waitress really didn't know how to start the conversation. Could it be that the seaweed and egg drop soup was too low class, lowering the quality of the other ingredients, or lowering the status of Chen Fan and his group? So, does it exist or not? Chen Fan noticed that the waiter stammered for a long time, unable to utter a complete sentence. Yes, it is, but isn't seaweed seafood? Yes. Then hurry up and go down to prepare. Okay, please wait a moment. In the end, the waitress was unable to express her true feelings before Chen Fan arranged for her to prepare. Before long, a large bowl of seaweed and egg drop soup was served. The family didn't need to stand on ceremony. Everyone ladled themselves a bowl of seaweed and egg drop soup and started eating. Then the other dishes started to arrive one after another. Putting everything else aside, this seafood restaurant is quite fast at serving food. All the dishes were served in no time. The table was filled to the brim, so much so that even the blue dragon that arrived later couldn't fit on it and had to be placed on the cabinet next to it. The main problem was that this king crab was really big, much bigger than Chen Fan had imagined, at least twice the size of any crab he had ever seen on Earth. That blue dragon was more than twice the size of the one on Earth. If it were before, Chen Fan and his companions would have had more than enough time to finish eating one king crab each. Not to mention the other dishes. With all the dishes served, there was no need to stand on ceremony, and the family began to eat. Chen Fan first helped Chen Ru peel some king crab meat, so that she could eat her fill first. Chapter 174, A Spoiled Brat from Who Knows Where. The little girl was quite unceremonious, picking up a crab leg meat as thick as her arm and stuffing it into her mouth. Chen Fan estimated that just this one crab leg would be enough to fill the little girl's stomach. Next, Chen Fan prepared some other food for Chen Ru. As for sashimi, Chen Fan did not give it to her, since she was still too young and had not yet started cultivating, so it was better not to eat raw food. After taking good care of his little princess, Chen Fan began to enjoy his meal. While eating, they discussed the taste and texture of various seafood. Since it was the first time for everyone to eat seafood, they found it quite novel. However, compared to higher quality ingredients, this seafood was still a bit lacking. Just as they were enjoying their meal, a commotion suddenly broke out at the door. Then, the door slammed shut with a loud bang, almost as if it had fallen off. A young man was seen slowly putting his foot down at the doorway. Clearly, the door was kicked open by this young man, who was followed by 7 or 8 other young people. In fact, they were all rich second-generation heirs in Linghai City. Relying on their families, they were used to running rampant in Linghai City and basically didn't take others seriously. The young man who kicked down the door was from the Qing family, one of the 4 major families in Linghai City. The second young master of the Qing family was named Qing Guanfeng. He usually acted recklessly because he was from the Qing family, one of the 4 major families. I happened to be eating at this Bawang seafood restaurant today. Even when eating out, a rich kid like me has to maintain a certain level of sophistication. I can't just sit in the main hall like ordinary people, so I always make sure there's a private room. Unexpectedly, when I arrived at the Bawang seafood restaurant, I found that there were no private rooms available. Upon inquiring, I discovered that the people in the other private rooms were all quite influential. The only person in the private room where Chen Fan was an out-of-towner, and he was traveling with his family, so they wanted Chen Fan and his family to give up their room. The manager here was also in a dilemma. He said he could help inquire and see if they could make room for it, but Qing Guanfeng stopped him. He felt there was no need to discuss it with Chen Fan's family. He could just kick them out. The manager couldn't stop him, and Qing Guanfeng kicked open the door to the private room. The manager hurriedly entered the private room and apologized to Chen Fan and his group, saying, "Everyone, I'm so sorry to have disturbed your meal." Before the manager could finish speaking, Guan Qingfeng shoved him aside and said, "Get out of here, stop rambling on." The manager was pushed by Qing Guanfeng and stumbled, falling to the ground. Qing Guanfeng led his group into the private room and looked at Chen Fan's family with disdain, saying, "Here's 10,000 Azure Dragon coins for you. Get out of this room, or you'll regret it." The group behind Qing Guanfeng all looked at Chen Fan's family with cold smiles. Although they are not members of the 4 major families in Linghai City, their family businesses are quite prominent in the city. Therefore, they can be said to be fearless in Linghai City, let alone outside of it. Moreover, judging from Chen Fan's family, they don't seem like important people, they look more like nouveau riche. Indeed, Chen Fan and his family have only been wealthy for less than a year, so they can be considered nouveau riche. However, Chen Fan is different from other nouveau riche. He is a powerful nouveau riche. Just based on his current cultivation level at the integration stage, There is no one in Linghai City with a higher cultivation level than him. Even if someone has a higher cultivation level than him, they can't do anything to Qin Fan. As far as Qin Fan's trump cards are concerned, as long as they are not above the loose immortal level, they pose no threat to Qin Fan. Qin Fan glanced at Qin Guanfeng, wondering where this spoiled brat came from. His cultivation was only at the 3rd level of the body tempering realm. Not counting Qin Ru, even his own younger brother and sister could easily crush him. Who do you think you are, telling us to leave just like that? Qin Fan said disdainfully. This time, before Qin Guanfeng could speak, a chubby young man behind him started shouting. You little punk, do you know who Brother Feng is? Let me tell you, Brother Feng is the 2nd young master of the Qin family, one of the 4 major families in Linghai City. How dare you be so rude to Brother Feng? I think you don't want to leave Linghai City. Judging from this guy's appearance, he probably hasn't seen much of the world. How would he know how powerful Brother Feng's family is? Another young man with an unsteady physique chimed in. If they knew how powerful Brother Feng was, they'd probably have wet their pants in fear. I guess you could call that ignorance is bliss, another skinny guy, as thin as a bamboo pole, said. Then, the people behind them also came up and started mocking Qin Fan and his group, one after another. Upon hearing the words of these young men, Qin Guanfeng raised his head even higher and looked at Qin Fan's family with disdain. Qin Fan couldn't stand the buzzing of these flies in his ears any longer, so he slapped them away with his palm. Qin Guanfeng and the young man behind him suddenly felt a gust of wind rushing towards them, and without any power to resist, they were blown backward by the wind. They were all spitting out blood, their eyes filled with terror. The manager, who had fallen to the ground, looked at Qin Fan with a look of fear, never expecting that Qin Fan would have such strength. But when they saw the spoiled rich kids lying on the ground, their faces immediately showed expressions of fear. Because he knew that if these spoiled rich kids got into trouble here, then everyone at the Overlord Seafood restaurant would be in big trouble. The manager quickly got up and grabbed Qin Fan's leg, saying, Young master, please have mercy. If you kill them all, none of the people here will survive. Qin Fan looked at the manager who was clinging to his leg, his snot and drool almost smearing his clothes, and kicked him away, saying, Get out of here, what do I care if you live or die? Qin Fan detested people who bullied the weak and feared the strong. When these spoiled brats came to kick down the door, why didn't he grab their legs? Because his family was from out of town and didn't seem to have any connections, they only stopped him symbolically. Now that Qin Fan has made his move, the manager comes over and tries to cling to Qin Fan's leg, hoping to make him stop, but Qin Fan is not going to let him have his way. The manager, who had been kicked away by Qin Fan, spat out a mouthful of blood and cried out, Young master, spare my life. Young master, spare my life. Qin Fan ignored him and slowly walked up to the group of spoiled brats, saying, If you're not satisfied, you can call your backers over, and I'll give you a chance to take revenge. Qin Guanfeng glared at Qin Fan with a ferocious expression and said, Kid, you dare to hit me? You're dead. I'll make sure your whole family suffers a terrible death. The others looked at Qin Fan with a mixture of hatred and fear, saying, Let me tell you, if you hurt us, you can forget about leaving Linghai City. That's right, if you dare to hurt us, my dad will never let you get away with it. Chapter 175 Kneeling. Qin Fan felt disgusted by these people's threats and intimidation, and wondered how they had lived to be so old. Quickly call all your backers here. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll send you to be reincarnated right now, Qin Fan said with a murderous look on his face. Qin Guanfeng and the others realized that Qin Fan didn't seem to be threatening them, but actually dared to kill them. Everyone looked fearful and dared not utter a word. They all picked up the phone and began contacting their families. Qin Guanfeng's hands were trembling as he hurriedly called his older brother. He usually called his older brother whenever something happened. He dared not call his father, for if his father found out he was causing trouble outside, he would surely break his legs. The call connected quickly. Hey, brother. As soon as the call connected, Qin Guanfeng's eyes immediately turned red, and his voice sounded a little aggrieved. Phone, what's wrong? Did someone bully you? A gentle male voice asked from the other end of the phone. Brother, someone hit me, wah? Qin Guanfeng cried. In Linghai City, there are actually people who dare to bully our Qin family. Where are you? I'm coming over. I'm at the Bawang Seafood restaurant on the commercial street. Bro, come quick. That guy is trying to kill me. Okay, stall him for now. I'll be there soon. Don't provoke him any further. Wait for me. Good. After hanging up the phone, Qin Guanfeng looked at Qin Fan with a smug and resentful expression and said, Just you wait, my brother will be here soon, and then I'll make you wish you were dead. Chen Fan was speechless as he looked at Qin Guanfeng. His brother had just told him not to provoke the other party anymore, but Qin Guanfeng had completely forgotten. It was a miracle that he had lived this long. Meanwhile, the others also started picking up the phone to ask their families for help. After finishing their calls, they all reverted to their spoiled brat ways, looking at Chen Fan's family as if to say, "Just you wait, you'll be sorry." At this moment, Chen Guotao and Fang Bingwei came to Chen Fan. Fang Bingwei said to Chen Fan with some concern, "Xiao Fan, why don't we just let it go and not make a big deal out of it?" Chen Guotao looked at the group and asked, "Xiao Fan, is there no problem?" Chen Fan gave his parents a reassuring look and said, "Mom and Dad, it's okay, I'll handle this. You can go back and continue eating." Although their son said that, Chen Guotao and Fang Bingwei were still a little worried. They did not go back to the private room to continue their meal, but stayed behind. Even if something really happened, they would face it together with their son. Chen Bing, Chen Dong, and Chen Ping also craned their necks to look outside from inside the private room, their eyes filled with worry and fear. Chen Ru, on the other hand, seemed completely unaffected, still munching on a crab leg. Seeing this, Chen Fan said to Fang Bingwei, "Mom, you take your younger brother and sister back to the private room first. I can handle things here." Fang Bingwei also noticed Chen Bing and the others, so she had no choice but to lead them back to the private room first. Meanwhile, the hall outside also became noisy. Some locals recognized these spoiled brats and were very curious about who dared to injure them. This guy must be from out of town. He actually dared to injure these people. He probably doesn't know the power behind them. Yeah, if you hurt someone, why don't you run away? There are already people behind these people. It'll be hard for them to leave. Yes, the Qing family alone is enough to keep him in check, not to mention the other young masters from other families. It's hard to run now. I guess the forces behind these people are already on their way. Chen Fan listened to the onlookers' comments, but didn't care. He simply waited quietly for the forces behind these people to arrive so that they could be wiped out in one fell swoop and save them from causing trouble every few days. He came here for tourism, and he doesn't want people coming to cause trouble every day. Those spoiled rich kids, hearing the voices of the onlookers, looked at Chen Fan with great pride and couldn't help but raise their heads. But seeing that Chen Fan had no expression, they all assumed that Chen Fan was scared, and they all struggled to sit up. "Kneel down." Suddenly, a loud shout startled all the spoiled brats, almost causing them to fall to the ground. They all looked at Chen Fan in disbelief. Wasn't this guy scared? How could we dare to make them kneel down? "Who do you think you are, daring to make us kneel down?" One of the spoiled brats said angrily. "Our men are on their way. If you kneel down and beg for mercy now, perhaps we will take pity on you and let you die a little less painfully," another person said. "That's right. Kneel down and beg for mercy now, and we'll let you die a quicker death." Chen Fan picked at his ear, and 3 gusts of wind shot out from between his fingers, hitting the 3 men directly on the knees. Blood spurted out, and the 3 men immediately fell to the ground, clutching their legs and howling like pigs being slaughtered. The other spoiled brats were terrified and turned pale, never expecting Chen Fan to be so decisive in his actions. Chen Fan glanced at them, then said calmly, "Kneel down." Although the sound wasn't loud, it was like thunder to those spoiled brats, and they all knelt down, none of them daring to do more. The onlookers were also taken aback by Chen Fan's move. They didn't expect him to actually make a move, so they all moved far away and even left the Bawang Seafood Restaurant, fearing that he would implicate them. The staff at Bawang Seafood Restaurant were pale-faced, and some even cried. They all knew they were in big trouble, but they dared not leave, unlike the other crowd. Even if they leave, these rich kids' families will definitely be able to find them. Even if they did nothing wrong, they will still suffer collateral damage because these spoiled brats got into trouble at the Overlord Seafood Restaurant. Chen Fan glanced at the service staff and knew what they were worried about, so he said, "You can leave now. Don't worry about them causing you trouble. I'll handle it." Some people were tempted after hearing this, but still dared not leave. Chen Fan stopped paying attention to them. He said he would handle it well, and he would definitely handle it well, and he would never cause them any trouble, since these people were implicated by him. Time passed slowly, and more people gathered outside, but no one dared to approach the Overlord Seafood Restaurant. About half an hour later, a commotion began to rise outside. Gradually, a path parted in the crowd, and a middle-aged man was seen walking slowly with a dozen or so bodyguards. The surrounding crowd gradually dispersed. The middle-aged man arrived at the entrance of the Bawang Seafood Restaurant, but instead of pushing the door open and going in, he stopped, seemingly waiting for something. Chapter 176: The Arrivals from Various Families. This is the second master of the Yin family. I heard he is a cultivator in the late foundation establishment stage. Yes, I heard that he once fought against a golden core stage expert and was able to escape unscathed. He's a formidable figure. Who says otherwise? I heard he almost never lost during his foundation establishment stage. He's incredibly powerful. Not long after the second master of the Yin family arrived, an elderly man with white hair came over with a group of bodyguards. Look, Elder Lu from the Lu family has arrived too. Good heavens, this is incredible. Just how many people have they offended? When the second master of the Yin family saw the arrival of the eldest elder of the Lu family, he cupped his hands in greeting, said nothing more, and stood aside. The eldest elder of the Lu family also cupped his hands towards the second master of the Yin family, and then stood aside. Then, a few more people arrived one after another. An elder from the Lu family has arrived. The Ding family has arrived too. The Tian family has also arrived. The Lin family. 4 more families arrived, bringing the total to 6. However, all 6 families stood outside the Overlord Seafood Restaurant and did not enter, as if they were waiting for something to arrive. Finally, after waiting for a while, a young man arrived leisurely with dozens of people. When the other families saw the young man arrive, they all stepped forward and bowed, saying, "Young Master Yun." Young Master Yun waved his hand and said, "No need for formalities." Then, his gaze fell on the Bawang Seafood Restaurant, and a faint, cold smile appeared on his lips. The arrival of this young Master Yun caused an uproar among the onlookers. This is the eldest son of the Qing family. Even the eldest son of the Qing family has arrived. Those inside are probably not far from death. Yeah, even if you don't die, you'll be badly injured. How could they not die? With so many people coming, there must have been bloodshed. Young Master Yun withdrew his gaze and nodded. The other families then stepped forward and shouted, "Yan Jinghua of the Yin family. Lu Yixing of the Lu family. Lu Jiejun of the Lu family. Ding Jia Dinghua. Tian family, Tian Buguang. Lin Jilan Pingzi. I have come here to retrieve my unfilial son. I beg the fellow Taoists inside to spare him and his companions." After the members of these families announced their names, they shouted in unison. In fact, after receiving a request for help from their junior, they had already begun investigating Chun Fan's background. However, since Chun Fan was not in Linghai City, and given that he had only recently risen to prominence and was a low-key person, these families were unable to uncover any results from their investigation. However, anyone who knows the power behind these people and still dares to attack their own juniors is either a fool or has the confidence to confront these families. Otherwise, why would they dare to lay a hand on their juniors? He even made these younger generation members kneel down, and those who refused to kneel were even injured, which shows that this person probably had some confidence. So they started with politeness before resorting to force, wanting to test Chun Fan first. When the spoiled rich kids inside heard that their own people had arrived, they all showed excited smiles, and then they all looked at Chun Fan with arrogance, completely unlike their previous timid appearance. Some people even disregarded Chun Fan's previous threats and stood up, pointing at him and saying, "Kid, you're dead. Our people are here. Now kneel down and kowtow to apologize, or I might be happy to leave you a whole corpse." Chun Fan glanced at the person who had stood up and uttered 2 words indifferently. "Noisy ears." Then he slapped him away, sending him flying. His body crashed through the door of the Overlord Seafood Restaurant with a loud bang, landing in front of the family members. After spitting out several mouthfuls of blood, he lay stiffly on the ground, barely breathing. Upon seeing the figure lying on the ground, Lin Pingji of the Lin family shouted angrily, "This is outrageous. Men, take this piece of trash away for treatment." Clearly, the person Chun Fan slapped away was from the Lin family. The spoiled rich kids inside the Overlord Seafood Restaurant immediately became obedient after seeing the person who had just been shouting get slapped away by Chun Fan. They all lay on the ground, not daring to move. Chun Fan glanced disdainfully at the crowd lying on the ground and said, "Anyone else want to say something?" The spoiled rich kids lying on the ground looked at each other, barely daring to breathe. They were scared half to death and didn't dare to say a word. Although they were arrogant and domineering, they weren't stupid. This person had threatened to beat them up in front of the whole family. Who would dare to risk their lives to speak up? Unless they were safe, they definitely wouldn't say a word now. Chun Fan glanced at the spoiled brats lying on the ground before waving his hand and opening the door to the Overlord Seafood Restaurant. Those outside the Overlord Seafood Restaurant exchanged glances upon seeing the door open before turning their attention to young Master Yun. Young Master Yun chuckled and strode towards the Overlord Seafood Restaurant, with the others following closely behind. When young Master Yun and his group entered the Overlord Seafood Restaurant, they were furious to see the spoiled brats lying on the ground. First, he was angry at the fact that his family's disciples were useless. Second, he was angry that Chen Fan did not give his family any face. Even young Master Yun showed anger on his face. Although his younger brother was useless, Qing Guanfeng was still the second young master of the Qing family. If this gets out, the Qing family will lose face big time. But young Master Yun quickly suppressed his anger and instead smiled and cupped his hands to Chen Fan, saying, "Greetings, brother. I am Qing Guanyun from the Qing family. If my brother has done anything wrong, I apologize to you." The spoiled brats lying on the ground all looked towards the entrance of the Overlord Seafood Restaurant after hearing Qing Guanyun's voice, and saw that their elders all had angry expressions on their faces. He hurriedly and frantically got up and scrambled towards his own territory, as if afraid of being too slow. The elders of the family, seeing these spoiled brats tumbling and crawling towards them, all shouted, "Useless! Utterly useless! You have completely disgraced the family. Wait until we get back and see how your aunt deals with you." The angry shouts and accusations made these spoiled brats blush, and they all glared at Chun Fan with resentful eyes. They believed that Chun Fan caused all of this, and now they are thinking about how to make Chun Fan wish he were dead. Upon seeing Qing Guanyun's arrival, Qing Guanfeng's lips trembled, and he immediately began to sob. "Big brother, you finally come. He bullied me, and even made me kneel on the ground. You have to help me get revenge, Qingguan Peak climbed toward Qingguan Cloud while crying. Chapter 177 Compensation of 1 million low-grade spirit stones. When Qing Guanyun saw Qing Guanfeng's appearance, he really wanted to slap him to death, but for the sake of his image in public, he took a deep breath. Then she gently said to Qing Guanyun, "All right, don't be afraid, don't cry." Then he said to the people below, "Quickly take the second young master down to rest." Yes. Two people came up and wanted to take Qing Guanfeng down. However, Qing Guanfeng was unwilling to leave. Instead, he said to Qing Guanyun, "Brother, I'm not going back yet. I want revenge. I want to see him die with my own eyes." After saying that, he pointed at Chen Fan, staring at him with venomous eyes, as if to say that he would not leave until Chen Fan died. Qing Guanyun glanced coldly at Qing Guanfeng, then smiled warmly and said, "Listen to me. Go down first." "No, I must watch him die." This time, Qing Guanfeng did not heed Qing Guanyun's words, but spoke very resolutely. Qing Guanfeng was furious. From childhood to adulthood, Qing Guanfeng had always been very obedient to him, never going west if he was told to go east. It was precisely because he was obedient that Qing Guanyun had been so indulgent towards him. In fact, Qing Guanyun and Qing Guanfeng's father wanted to raise both of them to be successful, so that they could work together to elevate the Qing family to a higher level in the future. However, Qing Guanyun didn't think so. The Qing family only needed him, Qing Guanyun, and as for Qing Guanfeng, he should just be a good second-generation rich kid. As long as no major trouble is caused, the Qing family's influence in Linghai City can resolve it. This is why he indulges Qing Guanfeng so much. He wants to turn Qing Guanfeng into a useless person. Qing Guanyun took a deep breath and stopped paying attention to Qing Guanfeng, deciding to teach him a lesson when they got back. Then, smiling at Chen Fan, he said, "I wonder where this brother is from. Why don't you come to Linghai City for a visit? We, as the locals of Linghai City, have not fulfilled our duties as hosts. We are truly sorry." Looking at Qing Guanyun's smiling face, Chen Fan had already labeled him in his mind as a smiling tiger. Chen Fan did not answer Qing Guanyun's question directly, but instead said, "What? You want to find out my background so you can make arrangements?" Qing Guanyun was clearly taken aback by Chen Fan's answer. He hadn't expected Chen Fan to be so blunt. "I want to know your bottom line, but you don't have to say it out loud. It makes us sound like we're not very articulate, you know?" Chen Fan didn't give them much time, and continued, "You don't need to try to figure me out anymore. I'll tell you, we don't have any background. My biggest background is my strength. So, you don't need to play it by ear anymore. Use whatever tricks you have. Brother, I don't know what my brother and his friends did to offend you, that you would resort to such ruthless tactics," Qing Guanyun said with a smile. "Are you sick? Can't you ask your brother?" Chen Fan retorted directly. Looking at his smiling face, Chen Fan felt uncomfortable and wanted to punch him. Qing Guanyun was so angry at Chun Fan's retort that his face turned red. In recent years, very few people have dared to speak to him like that, and even directly called him sick. Even without the incident at Qingguan Peak, Qing Guanyun did not intend to let Chun Fan leave Linghai City, wanting Chun Fan to know the consequences of offending him. Although that's what she thought in her heart, she still smiled and said to Chun Fan, Yes, I was confused. I'm sorry. Then he turned to Qingguan Peak and said, Xiao Feng, tell me, what happened? People from other families also looked at their own members, their meaning clear. Qing Guanfeng and the other spoiled brats were too afraid to raise their heads and speak. What was originally a small matter of whether or not to give up a private room had turned into such a big fuss. Qing Guanfeng looked up and glared at Chun Fan with hatred. It was all that kid's fault. If he hadn't refused to give up his place, things would have turned out like this. In the past, if we asked for a private room, someone would always give it up willingly. It's only Chun Fan's family that's so ungrateful. Brother, it's all his fault. We came here to eat because we wanted him to give us a private room. He wouldn't give it to us, and he even hit us. The other spoiled brats chimed in. That's right. Everyone finally understood what was going on. They knew that their own disciples were used to being arrogant, and it couldn't be as simple as asking someone to give up a private room, as these disciples claimed. But no matter what, they were still their own disciples, and now that Chun Fan had injured them, they had to give an explanation. Qing Guanyun smiled and said to Chun Fan, Brother, it's just a private room. If you don't want to give it to them, then don't. Why did you have to injure them? Members of other families chimed in. That's right. If they don't want to, then they don't. But they've injured them, so they have to give us an explanation. Among them, the Lin family and the Yin family shouted the loudest at the Lu family, because their family members were the most seriously injured. One of them had been slapped by Chun Fan and had already passed out, with countless broken bones. The other two had their kneecaps shattered by Chun Fan, so their legs are probably ruined, and they'll likely have to use crutches for the rest of their lives. Lin Pingji said angrily, You seriously injured my family members. Don't you think you're putting the Lin family in your eyes? If you don't give us an explanation today, don't even think about leaving Linhai City. Yin Jinghua also angrily said, Indeed, they went too far. It was just a private room, yet they shattered my child's kneecap. If they don't give us an explanation, we won't let you leave Linghai City today. Lu Yixing coldly replied, That depends on whether the explanation given is enough to get us out of Linghai City. Chun Fan listened to their words with a cold smile, offering no further explanation or comment on what they meant by, It's just a private room. If you were an ordinary person, you would have no choice but to put up with these spoiled brats and obediently give up your private room. If they can't stand this humiliation and refuse to leave the private room, they might face a beating or even injury or death, leading to broken families and separation from their spouses. This time, however, they encountered Chun Fan, which can be considered as kicking a hornet's nest. Chun Fan looked at these people with some disdain. The strongest among them was only at the early stage of Golden Core, namely Qing Guanyun. The rest were only at the foundation establishment stage, and some were even at the Qi refining stage. Oh, what kind of explanation do you want? Tell me, Chun Fan asked with a smile. Lin Pingji stepped forward and said, Each family will be compensated with 1 million low-grade spirit stones, and then they will cripple their cultivation. I can spare your lives. The other family members' eyes lit up when they heard Lin Pingji's words, and they all echoed his sentiments. Even Qing Guanyun nodded with a smile. Even for him, 1 million low-grade spirit stones is a huge sum of money. Chapter 178, let's stop here. Chun Fan smiled wickedly and said, You have quite the appetite, but I don't know if you can handle it. Whether we can eat it or not is none of your business. Hurry up and provide compensation, Yin Jinghua said. Chun Fan took out a storage ring, tossed it around, and placed it on a table, saying, The spirit stones are all in here. I just don't know if your teeth are strong enough to handle it. Everyone looked at the storage ring on the table, regardless of whether there were spirit stones inside or how many spirit stones there were. They just wanted to get their hands on it first. Lin Pingji stepped forward first and reached out to grab the storage ring, but just as he was about to grab it, he felt a pressure pressing down on him. Instantly, his knees buckled and he knelt down, unable to move. His eyes were filled with terror as he realized that he and his companions had likely offended someone they shouldn't have. However, he could not speak, and although he wanted to beg for mercy, he could not utter the words, and the fear in his eyes intensified. When the others saw Lin Pingji reach for the ring, they all thought Chun Fan would make a move, but Chun Fan just stood there without moving. Assuming that Chun Fan had compromised, and was going to hand over the contents of the storage ring as compensation. But unexpectedly, just as Lin Pingji's hand was about to touch the storage ring on the table, he suddenly knelt on the ground and didn't move at all. All the people could see was the back of Lin Pingji's head. They couldn't see the fear in his eyes. "Brother Lin, why are you kneeling down?" "Oh no, he's fallen for that kid's trick." Some people were puzzled as to why Lin Pingji suddenly knelt down, while others realized what was going on. "Boy, what did you do to Brother Lin? That despicable fellow must have resorted to some underhanded tricks. Go and rescue him quickly." As they spoke, Yan Jinghua and Lu Yixing rushed towards Chen Fan. Yan Jinghua used his skills to attack Chen Fan, while Lu Yixing reached for the storage ring. Neither of them was going to save Lin Pingji. Chen Fan smiled disdainfully, and then saw that the two men, just like Lin Pingji, knelt down and remained motionless. Their eyes were filled with fear, and they both thought to themselves, "It's over. Not only are they doomed, but their entire family may be doomed." The aura emanating from that person alone is enough to immobilize them, so their strength is beyond imagination. At the same time, he felt immense anger and hatred towards those troublesome descendants. He thought to himself that if this matter could be resolved, he would definitely teach them a lesson and break their legs to prevent them from causing trouble again in the future. When the others saw Yan Jinghua and Lu Yixing return to the ground, they understood that the three of them had fallen, and it wasn't because Chen Fan had used any underhanded tricks. Everyone turned to look at Qin Guanyun, since he was the most powerful cultivator there, and they all wanted him to make a move. The smile on Qin Guanyun's face gradually faded, replaced by a solemn expression. Even he himself was unsure, so he could only test the waters first. Qin Guanyun smiled and said to Chen Fan, "This brother is quite skilled. I would like to learn from you, but I hope we will stop here." Chen Fan found Qin Guanyun's words amusing. Before, when he didn't know his strength, he was all talk and no action. Now that he had shown a little of his strength, he stopped short of killing. "Do you think this is child's play? You're just going to stop here." Seeing that Chen Fan ignored him and looked at him with a contemptuous smile, Qin Guanyun felt a surge of anger. He was, after all, a favored son of heaven in Linghai City. But Chen Fan ignored him, which made him lose face. He snorted angrily in his heart, leaped up and slapped at Chen Fan with his palm. However, as soon as it flew in front of Chen Fan, it felt as if a huge mountain was pressing down on it, pushing its entire body towards the ground. He couldn't even scream. His whole body lay sprawled on the floor, unable to move, like a turtle. The others stared in disbelief at Qin Guanyun lying on the ground and Chen Fan standing there motionless. Now they realize they've really kicked a hornet's nest, and it's not just a simple rock. It's like kicking a blast-proof steel plate. They didn't even have to lift a finger, and their strongest person was already down. What's the point of fighting anymore? Qin Guanyun lay on the ground, gritting his teeth, trying to lift his head, but he couldn't move an inch. He couldn't imagine how ugly he looked. Tomorrow, news of the Qing family's eldest son lying motionless on the ground in a turtle-like position will probably be all over the place. No, it probably won't even be until tomorrow. It's probably already spread throughout Linghai City by now. Tears of humiliation welled up in her eyes, and she hated her younger brother Qin Guanfeng to the core. If it weren't for the trouble Qin Guanfeng had caused, she wouldn't have to suffer such humiliation. This was someone they couldn't afford to provoke. With his golden core cultivation, he couldn't even withstand the opponent's aura, so the opponent's cultivation must be above the nascent soul stage. It should be noted that the highest cultivation level in their family was that of his grandfather, who was at the late nascent soul stage. He had sensed his grandfather's presence before, and it was definitely not this terrifying. After everyone else realized what was happening, they all wanted to leave the Overlord Seafood Restaurant, but Chen Fan interrupted their plans with a shout. "Anyone who dares to step out of this door will die." Chen Fan's calm voice extinguished any thought they might have of leaving. At this moment, those spoiled brats were terrified, especially Qin Guanfeng, who was completely stunned. His once formidable elder brother was now lying on the ground like a dead turtle, unable to move at all. He knew how serious the trouble he had caused was, and he was filled with remorse. He wished he hadn't tried to snatch the private room. Now it was too late for regrets. Chen Fan then said calmly, "Contact your families and have each family bring 1 million low-grade spirit stones to ransom the person." "Well, I'll give you 1 hour. If you don't see any spirit stones in 1 hour, you know what will happen, hee." Chen Fan revealed a sinister smile, which sent chills down the spines of everyone present. They all understood Chen Fan's meaning. If they didn't see the spirit stones, their deaths were likely imminent. Without daring to waste any more words, They all started contacting people within their families, urging them to bring spirit stones over as soon as possible. Even for their family, 1 million low-grade spirit stones would be a devastating blow, equivalent to half of their family's assets. Seeing that they had already started contacting their families, Chun Fan came to Chun Guotao's side and said, "Dad, I don't think they'll be there so soon. Let's go back and have dinner first." Chun Guotao nodded blankly. He hadn't participated in anything and just watched his son resolve the matter so casually. Chapter 179, The Arrival of the Big Bosses of Various Families. He thought there would be a fierce battle, but before it even started, people were lying down and kneeling. He was completely dumbfounded. He never imagined his son was so capable. He followed Chun Fan back to the private room in a daze, and even after sitting down, he still hadn't come to his senses. "What are you spacing out about?" Chun Guotao only came to his senses when Fong Bingwei nudged him. "Huh? What?" Chun Guotao asked Fong Bingwei, not quite having heard clearly. "What are you spacing out for? Have you taken care of everything outside?" Fong Bingwei asked again. "Resolved? Not yet. Ask your son." Chun Guotao also seemed a little unsure. "Really, haven't you been out the whole time?" Fong Bing muttered a slightly dissatisfied comment, then turned to Chun Fan and asked, "Xiao Fan, is everything resolved?" Chun Fan certainly heard Fong Bingwei's question to Chun Guotao. "Mom, it's all right. Let's continue eating," Chun Fan said with a smile. "Is everything really all right? I noticed your dad was acting strangely," Fong Bingwei said, glancing at Chun Guotao with a puzzled look. "No, look, Dad's still eating blue lobsters like crazy. What's wrong with that?" Chun Fan pointed at Chun Guotao and said. Fong Bingwei turned her head and saw that, sure enough, Chun Guotao was eating lobster with gusto. This made Fong Bingwei feel even stranger, and she muttered to herself, "Even stranger. Mom, you should eat too. We're going out to play after we finish eating." Upon hearing this, Fong Bingwei joined the battle, while Chen Bing, Chen Dong, and Chen Ping also possessed extraordinary fighting abilities. After more than half an hour of fighting, the family finally finished all the food on the table. Of course, little Chun-Ru couldn't finish it all, and it was eventually divided among the family. "How is it? Are you all full?" Chun Fan asked. "I'm full," everyone said in unison. Chun Guotao also said with a smile, "I've never eaten seafood to my heart's content in all my life. It's really satisfying." Fong Bingwei also said, "Yes, seafood is quite different from regular meat." Chun Bing, Chun Dong, and Chun Ping all nodded in agreement, and even the little girl Chun-Ru nodded to join in the fun. "Waiter, the bill, please," Chun Fan said to the person outside. At this moment, a plump middle-aged man walked in, grinning obsequiously, and said, "Young master, is the food to your liking?" "Who are you?" Chun Fan asked, noticing that when he called the waiter to pay the bill, a fat man instead entered instead of the waiter. Upon hearing Chun Fan's question, the fat man quickly replied, "Young master, I am the owner of this shop. You can just call me Dafei." He had just received a call saying something had happened at the store, which is why he rushed over in a panic. Upon arriving, he saw members of various families lying or kneeling on the ground, which terrified him so much that he almost wet his pants, but thankfully he managed to hold it in. He rushed to the manager to inquire about the situation. After getting a general understanding of what had happened, he learned that there was a very powerful person having dinner in that private room, so he didn't dare to go over and disturb him. It wasn't until Chun Fan called for the bill that the owner of the Overlord Seafood restaurant finally came in with a shameless grin. "Oh, your restaurant is pretty good. The seafood is very fresh," Chun Fan replied after hearing Dafei's introduction. "How much is it in total?" "Young master, it's already a great honor for you to come and patronize my establishment. How could I possibly charge you?" Dafei said with a smile. Chun Fan had no habit of taking advantage of others, so he said, "Tell me, how much?" Seeing that Chun Fan seemed about to pay, Dafei didn't dare to continue saying it was free. After all, these important figures had rather eccentric temperaments, and if he said it was free again, he might offend them. As for offering it for free, it's just a way to get to know this important figure. Someone who can crush so many families in Linghai City must have terrifying cultivation and power. Now that this important person doesn't want it for free, I didn't dare to insist too much, so I called over a waiter and asked, "How much has this young master spent here in total?" The waiter said tremblingly, "Boss, the total is 1.35 million Azure Dragon coins." "Young master, 1.35 million Azure Dragon coins." Chun Fan nodded, then took out his card and said, "Swipe the card. 2 million. The rest is compensation for the damage to your things." The waiter hesitated to take the card, But Dafei finally accepted it and said, "Thank you, sir, but we don't need the compensation." Swish, Chun Fan said without hesitation. "Yes, yes, yes, young master." Dafei hurriedly replied after seeing Chun Fan's unquestionable tone, then took the card and led the waiter down to swipe it. A short while later, Dafei returned with a card and a receipt. After handing everything to Chun Fan, he said, "Welcome to visit again, young master." After taking the things, Chun Fan nodded and then said to his family, "Let's go out and play first." "Great." Chun Bing, Chun Dong, Chun Ping, and Chun Ru said happily, while Chun Guotao and Fong Bingwei nodded with a smile. So everyone walked out of the private room together, and now there were even more people standing in the hall outside. Upon seeing Chun Fan and his family emerge, several older men hurried forward. In fact, they had arrived much earlier, but initially, after receiving the information, they hadn't paid much attention, thinking that in Linghai City, no matter what, they should at least give them some face. However, after they arrived and after some questioning, my attitude changed from indifference to the need to treat them with care. They were all shrewd enough to have survived to this day and managed their families to this extent. None of them were fools. They all knew the saying that there are always people more capable than you, and that there is always something beyond your understanding. They all stepped forward and bowed to Chun Fan's family. Qingjia Qingshenlin, Yin Jinghua of the Yin family, Lu Yilong of the Lu family, Lu Jiahao of the Lu family, Ding Jia Ding Long, Tian Jiada Bowen, Lin Zijuan of the Lin family. I've met a few of them. Chun Fan was fully aware of their arrival, but Chun Guotao and his wife were not. Now, seeing several old men approaching, whose cultivation levels were no lower than theirs, and some even higher, they became somewhat nervous. Chun Bing, Chun Dong, and Chun Ping all looked at the people who came forward without fear, and they all looked at them with curiosity. Chun Fan said calmly, "Is everything ready?" The group exchanged troubled glances, but Qing Tianlan, who had the highest cultivation level, finally bowed and said, "Fellow Taoist, this is just a matter of a private room, and it was all caused by the ignorance of some juniors. Look, you also injured them. We'll discipline them more when we get back. Let's settle this like this, and let's both compromise." Chun Fan glanced at Qing Tianlan sideways and said, "That means you weren't prepared." Seeing that Chun Fan was unwilling to give up, Qing Tianlan said with some annoyance, "Why are you so aggressive, fellow Taoist? Pushing us too far will not do you any good. In the end, it may result in a lose-lose situation." Chapter 180 Senior, it was a misunderstanding just now. Chun Fan glanced at Qing Tianlan and found it somewhat amusing. Qing Tianlan was the one with the highest cultivation level among this group, at the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm. He scoffed, "A lose-lose situation? You're just a mere nascent soul cultivator." After saying that, Chun Fan released an aura towards Qing Tianlan, locking her firmly in place. The moment Chun Fan finished speaking, Qing Tianlan felt a dangerous aura lock onto her. Her body trembled uncontrollably, her face turned pale, her lips quivered, and her eyes looked at Chun Fan with fear in them. But Chun Fan was looking at him with a disdainful smile. Seeing Chun Fan smile, Qing Tianlan was terrified. He secretly thought to himself that he was doomed. He had kicked a steel plate. The aura that Chun Fan was emitting alone was too much for him to handle. Qing Tianlan's lips trembled as she forced an awkward smile and said, "Senior, it was a misunderstanding, a complete misunderstanding." "Oh, it's a misunderstanding. I don't think there's any misunderstanding," Chun Fan said calmly. The others looked at Qing Tianlan with confusion. Didn't they just say they were going to fight to the death? Why did they suddenly back down? Lin Zijuan from the Lin family couldn't help but say, "Patriarch Qing, we don't need to be afraid of him. I don't believe that so many of us can't beat him. Even if we both get injured, it doesn't matter. We need to let him know that the people of Linghai City are not to be bullied." The other family members also nodded, indicating their support for Qing Tianlan. Qing Tianlan cursed inwardly. "Damn it, don't drag me into your show of bravado. It's a lose-lose situation. They could probably wipe us all out with a flick of their wrist." He shouted sternly, "If you want to cause trouble for this senior, don't drag me into it. My Qing family is willing to offer spirit stones as compensation." The others were all astonished to hear this. How could Qing Tianlan, who was just one of their own, suddenly become their enemy? Your defection was too fast. How can we tell that you're putting on a show with this young man, trying to swindle our spirit stones? But they also knew that Qing Tianlan was not one to suffer losses, and there was no reason for her to bow down to Chun Fan so quickly. There must be a reason, so they could only remain silent. They've already yielded the strongest option. What else can they do? To fight to the bitter end? That would be insane. Yan Jingwa said. We just can't come up with that many spirit stones all at once. Could you give us a few more days? Yes, we really can't come up with that many spirit stones all at once. Yes, please grant me a few more days. Qing Tianlan looked at Chun Fan with a troubled expression and said with a wry smile, Senior, we really can't come up with so many spirit stones all at once. Please give us a few more days. Once we have enough spirit stones, we will send them to you as soon as possible. Chun Fan glanced at them and said calmly, Okay, but I'll only stay here for 2 days. I'll be leaving after 2 days. If I still don't see any spirit stones by then, you know what will happen. After he finished speaking, his aura swept through everyone in the Overlord Seafood Restaurant, and everyone immediately felt cold in their hands and feet and had some difficulty breathing. At this point, they finally understood why Qing Tianlan had chickened out. Anyone in his position would have chickened out. After hearing Chun Fan's words, Qing Tianlan and the others knew that this was the deadline Chun Fan had given them. If they hadn't prepared the spirit stones by then, it was uncertain whether their family would still exist in Linghai City. Yes. Everyone bowed their heads and agreed, not daring to offer any further rebuttal. All right, then you can go and prepare. Remember, I need to see the spirit stone in 2 days, Chun Fan said coldly again. After saying that, he said to his family, Let's go. Chun Guotao and his wife, along with their younger siblings, were filled with pride upon seeing how capable and impressive Chun Fan was. Besides pride, Chun Guotao and his wife felt even more honored. Chun Bing, Chun Dong, and Chun Ping, on the other hand, were different. Besides their pride, they also aspired to become as powerful as their older brother in the future. After Chun Fan and his family left, Qing Tianlan and the others breathed a sigh of relief, but at the same time, their faces turned very ugly. To raise 1 million spirit stones in such a short time, the only option is to sell off one's own assets at a low price. Otherwise, it would be impossible to raise 1 million spirit stones in such a short period of time. Patriarch Qing, what is his cultivation level? Why did I feel my hands and feet turn ice cold, and my body feel like it wouldn't obey me when he just released a little bit of his aura? Yan Jingwa asked Qing Tianlan. Don't even mention you guys, even I'm the same. Did you think I was about to back down just now? I can't withstand even a single aura from them. If I don't back down now, am I just waiting to die? I think they must have at least the cultivation of the late nascent soul stage, or even the integration stage. Such a powerful being is not someone we can afford to offend. Let's go back and think about how to raise these 1 million spirit stones. The other family members were shocked to hear Qing Tianlan's words, but at the same time, they were also very relieved. If Qing Tianlan hadn't decisively backed down, they would probably be corpses by now. It's just that it's really hard to raise 1 million spirit stones, sigh? Many families sighed and lamented, estimating that after raising the 1 million spirit stones, they would really have to tighten their belts to make ends meet. Moreover, this also greatly affects the cultivation progress of their family members. If a family member's cultivation progress is slower than others, they will definitely be suppressed. Thinking of this, Qing Tianlan was furious. It was all because of this unfilial descendant who only knew how to go out and cause trouble all day long. He didn't expect him to bring any benefits to the family, as long as he didn't drag the family down. In the end, he brought a huge disaster to the family. Where are the people from Qingguan Peak? Get out here, Qing Tianlan shouted. Qing Guanfeng, who was hiding in the crowd, was already terrified. Knowing that he had offended someone he shouldn't have, he hid behind the crowd like a quail. Now, after being yelled at by Qing Tianlan, he trembled all over, and he couldn't control himself anymore. Drops of liquid flowed from his trouser leg, emitting a foul odor. This caused the people around him to cover their noses and walk away, leaving Qing Guanfeng standing there all alone. Seeing this, Qing Tianlan's face turned even darker. He roared, "Useless trash," and slapped Qing Guanfeng from a distance, sending him spinning and flying through the air. Blood gushed out in midair before he crashed heavily to the ground. Qing Tianlan was still not satisfied, so she shot out 2 more gusts of wind from a distance, which struck Qing Guanfeng's knees, breaking both of them before shouting, "Take this piece of trash back and lock him up. He shall never leave the family again." This is a warning to future generations that those who bring trouble to the family in the future will all suffer the same fate. Chapter 181 Playing. When the other second-generation scions of the families saw Qing Guanfeng's fate, they were all terrified, their faces turning pale and their bodies trembling uncontrollably. However, the next moment, it was their turn. All the spoiled brats who had provoked Chun Fan had their legs broken and were forbidden from ever stepping out of their homes again, which could be considered as retiring at home in advance. Then, the various families went down to sell their properties and exchange them for spirit stones. Due to time constraints, many businesses were sold at a discount, but even so, other families in Linghai City relentlessly pushed for lower prices. Everyone in Linghai City knows that these families have offended a powerful figure and are now selling off their assets to obtain spirit stones as compensation. Therefore, the other families were not afraid that these families would not sell, and they pressured them to the death. Even if these families were unwilling, they had no choice, because Chun Fan had only given them that little time. Moreover, they had to beg people to buy their properties. Whenever a family sold off a property at a low price, the family members who sold the property would come back and beat up those spoiled brats who had offended Chun Fan. They've suffered a lot of humiliation from the outside world. Their business was already being sold at a loss, but they still have to beg others to buy it. They feel incredibly cheap, and now anyone can trample on them. After leaving the Bawang seafood restaurant, Chun Fan and his family went to the nearby aquarium. They happily strolled around the aquarium, seeing all kinds of marine life, and thoroughly enjoyed themselves. It wasn't until evening that the family went to the seafood street to eat all kinds of seafood snacks. They kept walking and eating until midnight before finally returning to the hotel to rest. The next morning, the family went to the seaside morning market for a seafood porridge and various seafood breakfasts, and then went to play on Linghai City's most famous beach. The family enjoyed various recreational facilities at the beach, including jet skis, beach buggies, bumper boats, and water bikes, having a great time. They even had lunch at a seafood restaurant on the beach, and after lunch they continued playing until evening before heading back. The next morning, the family went out early again. This time, they didn't go to the beach, but instead visited some historical sites. They visited several places throughout the day and didn't return to the hotel until 8 p.m. As soon as they entered the hotel, Chun Fan and his family saw several members of the Qing family chief's family waiting anxiously. It seemed that they had been there for a short time. Qing Tianlan and the others had obviously seen Chun Fan's family arrive and quickly came over to greet them. With a fawning smile, he bowed to Chun Fan and said, "Senior." Seeing them approach, Chun Fan's smile faded, and he said calmly, "Have you prepared all the spirit stones?" These people hurriedly took out a storage ring and said, "Everything is ready. Everything is ready. Please take a look." With a wave of his hand, Chun Fan collected all the storage rings from their hands. After scanning the storage rings with his divine sense and confirming their contents, he distributed all the storage rings to Qin Bing, Qin Ping, Qin Dong, and Qin Ru. He said to them, "Here's some pocket money for you." Upon hearing this, Qing Tianlan and the others were stunned into silence. This was considered pocket money, but it represented half of their family's assets. Looking at Qin Bing, Qin Dong, Qin Ping, and Qin Ru, their eyes were filled with envy. Now, Qin Bing and his family's wealth could be said to be equivalent to the family businesses of each of them. After all, everyone now has 2 million spirit stones, and even Xiao Qinru has 1 million spirit stones. As for them, it's considered good if they have tens of thousands of spirit stones in their hands now, and some don't even have a few thousand spirit stones left. After receiving the storage rings, Qin Bing and the others happily said to Qin Fan, "Thank you, brother." Qin Fan waved his hand, then looked at the stunned group and said, "Now that the goods have been delivered, you can leave. If there is a next time, I will not let you off easily." Upon hearing this, the group felt as if they had been granted a pardon and bowed to Qin Fan, saying, "Thank you, senior. Thank you, senior. There will never be a next time." After saying that, he quickly left the hotel. Only after they had gone far away from the hotel did everyone breathe a sigh of relief. Yan Jinghua couldn't help but ask, "Just who is this person? How can they give so many spirit stones to a child so easily?" Lin Zijuan said with a wry smile, "Yes, that's half of our family fortune, and it was given to the child as pocket money by that person." Lu Yilong said, "I feel really poor now. 1 million spirit stones is just pocket money for other people's kids." Upon hearing Lu Yilong's words, everyone nodded in agreement. They used to think their families were very powerful and wealthy, but now, compared to him, they were nothing. There are two sides to the story. After the other families left, Chun Fan and his family walked towards their own suite. Throughout the journey, Qin Bing, Qin Dong, and Qin Ping all looked at Chun Fan with admiration. "Brother, I want to be as good as you in the future, so that no one will dare to bully us," Qin Dong said to Qin Fan with admiration. Qin Ping also said, "I also want to be like my elder brother and become a strong person that others fear. Chun Fan patted their heads and said, if you want to become a strong person, you must work twice as hard in your cultivation and have enough perseverance. Only then can you become a strong person. We will work even harder in our cultivation, Chen Dong and Chen Ping said in unison. Chen Bing said, I can do that too. Chen Ru also chimed in, I will work hard too. Chun Fan and the others burst into laughter after hearing this. Chun Fan even picked up Chen Ru and kissed her twice, saying, then you'd better work hard. Ugh, you've got my face all drool on again, Chen Ru said, struggling to get down. After Chen Fan put her down, he pinched Chen Ru's little face, which made Chen Ru scream and hide behind Fong Bingwei. The next day, Chun Fan's family set off for home very early, arriving home around 7 a.m. Then, Chen Bing, Chen Dong, and Chen Ping didn't even have time for breakfast, grabbing their things and rushing off to school. Chen Fan went to the room where the immortal beast eggs were being incubated. After entering the room, Chen Fan found that the fire cloud stones and spiritual liquid were running low, so he quickly replenished them. After replenishing the eggs, Chen Fan looked at the fairy beast eggs again and found that their vitality was getting stronger and stronger, so it seemed that they would hatch soon. Once these celestial beast eggs hatch, it will be about time for me to enter the infinite world. After leaving the room containing the mythical beast eggs, Chen Fan gave up by another pill and let it digest it on its own. After being fed with Chun Fan's pills, Dabai's cultivation level has been rising steadily, and it has now reached the 3rd grade platinum level. Over the past month, Dabai has rarely gone outside. It spends its days watching over Chun Fan as he feeds it pills. After eating the pills, it obediently goes to sleep and stops causing trouble. This made Chun Fan feel that he had changed Dabai's temperament again, and that he would probably still be a majestic white tiger in the future, instead of a white tiger that acted like a dog. Chapter 182 Azure Flame Phoenix. Chun Fan has been staying at home these past few days, and hasn't taken Chen Ru out to play. Instead, he's been cultivating at home. He wanted to break through one more minor realm before entering the infinite world. Meanwhile, the mythical beast eggs in the room also began to react, with small cracks appearing on their shells. As these small cracks began to open, the rate at which the fire cloud stone and spirit liquid in the room were consumed also accelerated. This forced Chen Fan to replenish his fluids every day. Today, the cracks in the eggshells have widened considerably, and Chun Fan's family is huddled together in the room watching these mythical beast eggs. Suddenly, one of the eggshells made a crackling sound. Chun Fan and his family all looked at the egg and saw it vibrate twice, and then it seemed like something was moving inside the eggshell. Then a sharp beak emerged from the crack, as if trying to squeeze out, but the crack was too small for the little creature inside to get out. This made the little guy inside a bit anxious, so he started pecking at the eggshell with his sharp beak. Sure enough, after being pecked a few times, the crack in the eggshell got bigger and bigger, and soon the eggshell cracked open completely. A small bird with no feathers appeared in everyone's eyes, looking just like a chick. Brother, are you sure this is an Azure Flame Phoenix, and not a chick? Chen Bing asked Chun Fan with some disappointment when he saw the Azure Flame Phoenix. Chen Ru clapped her hands, pointing at the newly hatched Azure Flame Phoenix, and said, Little chicken, little chicken. Chen Fan looked at the Azure Flame Phoenix that looked a bit like a chick. Although the Azure Flame Phoenix had just been born, it was already quite strong and had reached the foundation establishment stage. It can only be said that a celestial beast is a celestial beast. It has such a high level of cultivation from birth, and its potential for advancement should not be bad either. Even Chun Guohao and Fong Bingwei were surprised, not expecting that the Azure Flame Phoenix egg would have the strength of the foundation establishment stage as soon as it was hatched. This should be the Azure Flame Phoenix. Don't let its small appearance fool you. It's strong enough to easily defeat you all, Chen Fan explained. Chen Bing, Chen Dong, and Chen Dong were all somewhat skeptical. Chen Dong said, Brother, you underestimate us. These little chicks are so tiny, I could crush them with ease. Chen Ping also said, That's right, brother, I can handle it easily too. Chen Ru also chimed in, Take it easy, take it easy. As she spoke, she stretched out her hand and made a grasping motion in the air. As if it had heard Chen Dong and the others' words, the Azure Flame Phoenix began to spew out a large mouthful of flames. The flames were extremely hot, causing the walls of the room to become scorching. Fortunately, everything in the room had been removed to incubate these Azure Flame Phoenix eggs. Otherwise, it would probably have already caught fire. Chen Ping and the others were all startled and immediately shut their mouths. Even the little girl Chun Ru shut up, Her hand that was making a gesture in midair froze. After a long while, she pointed at the Azure Flame Phoenix egg and shouted, "His little penis is breathing fire." Chen Dong swallowed hard and said, "It seems like they really can crush us." Chen Ping nodded as well. After the Azure Flame Phoenix eggs spewed flames, it seemed like a signal, and more eggs began to vibrate and crack open, from which Azure Flame Phoenixes jumped out. However, the newly hatched Azure Flame Phoenix does look a bit like a chick, with no feathers on its body. Moreover, each one that comes out first breathes a mouthful of fire, as if announcing its arrival. Before long, all the Azure Flame Phoenixes had hatched. After exhaling their flames, the Azure Flame Phoenixes went to their newly hatched eggs and ate them all. After eating the eggshells, these Azure Flame Phoenixes grew feathers at a speed visible to the naked eye. Soon, the fur grew in, and its entire body was covered in bluish-red feathers, making it extremely beautiful and quite adorable. Only after the Azure Flame Phoenixes had grown their feathers fully turned their attention to Chen Fan and his group did they turn their gazes toward them. Dozens of Azure Flame Phoenixes cried out joyfully and rushed over. Chen Fan originally intended to block them all, but seeing that these little guys meant no harm, he didn't move. The Azure Phoenixes swooped down and dispersed, surrounding Chen Guotao and his wife, Chen Bing, Chen Dong, Chen Ping, and Chen Ru. 11 Azure Flame Phoenixes surrounded each person. At this moment, everyone understood that the birds had dripped blood on the eggs and had already recognized them as their masters. Chen Fan's family was very happy watching the Azure Flame Phoenixes surrounding them, teasing one and then poking at the other. The remaining 4 or 6 remained in the room, anxiously jumping around. Chen Fan took out his phone and called Jin Buhuan, asking him to call Lien Qingtian and Huang Zhongyi over. Jin Buhuan and the others arrived soon after, and Chen Fan released the 6 Azure Flame Phoenixes. The 6 Azure Flame Phoenixes quickly found their respective masters and happily flew to Jin Buhuan and the others. Jin Buhuan and the others were quite surprised to see the small blue-red bird that flew to their side. They also noticed the power within the bird, which actually had the strength of the Foundation Establishment stage, which was equivalent to a third-grade spirit beast. Jin Buhuan looked at the 2 little birds hopping and playing on his shoulder and cupped his hands to Chen Fan, saying, "Young master, could this be the spirit beast that hatched from the egg you made us believe that day?" Lien Qingtian and Huang Zhongyi also looked at Chen Fan. "That's good. You should nurture them well. They have great potential," Chen Fan said. They knew how much potential it had. It had already reached the 3rd rank after it was just hatched. With a little nurturing, it could easily reach the 4th or 5th rank, and even the 7th rank. Chen Fan didn't tell them that the Azure Flame Phoenix was a celestial beast with far greater potential than theirs. He believed that as long as it grew, it would definitely become a celestial beast in the future. After receiving Chen Fan's reply, the 3 of them bowed to him and said, "Thank you, young master. Well, you'd better work hard for me and I won't treat you badly. Take them home and train them slowly," Chen Fan said with a faint smile. The 3 bowed again and said, "Yes, young master." None of the 3 of them uttered any words of loyalty, but they all secretly vowed to themselves that they must do their best to serve Chen Fan. After the 3 left, Chen Fan fed Dub by another pill, then let it go play somewhere else before returning to his room to cultivate. After these few days of cultivation, coupled with Chen Fan's own accumulation of unlimited resources, his cultivation level has been advancing by leaps and bounds. Chen Fan feels that he will be able to break through to the mid-stage of the integration realm in just a few days. The more powerful you become, the more advanced the world you enter, and the more advanced the resources you can acquire. Chapter 183 Mid-Stage of Fusion, Entering a New World. For the past few days, Chen Fan has been staying in his room cultivating, only occasionally leaving the room. Outside the room, they would feed pills to Big White and the other Azure Flame Phoenixes. The Azure Flame Phoenix is growing extremely fast. It has almost reached the 4th rank in just a few days. Compared to Dabai, this speed is extremely fast. Dabai hasn't even reached the 4th rank yet. There's no way around it. That's just because of the difference in height. Dabai's height is too low, so it can't compare to the mythical beasts at all. Ever since Dabai saw the Azure Flame Phoenix appear in the house, he has become incredibly timid and can only hide under the eaves every day waiting for Chen Fan to feed him. There's nothing that can be done about it. It's a suppression based on bloodline. And these Azure Flame Phoenixes like to bully Big White, and it's not just 1 or 2 of them. With no other option, Dabai tucked its tail between its legs and hid in Chen Fan's room. The only thing Dabai could be thankful for was that Chun Fan hadn't taken the Azure Flame Phoenix as a pet. Otherwise, it would have been completely powerless in the house. After Chun Fan left, he had to go back to working for the government. But there, he was the boss. Speaking of which, he really missed his underlings there. They were good-tempered and had nice voices. A few days later, Chun Fan finally broke through to the mid-stage of the fusion realm. More than a month has passed since Chun Fan returned. Logically, Chun Fan should be able to enter the infinite world again, but he is not in a hurry to do so. Chun Fan stayed at home for a few more days, giving some of the useful resources to his family members. For example, he gave the pills for raising spirit beasts to Chun Guotao and his wife, as well as his younger siblings, and told them the dosage and how to use them. Of course, Chun Fan didn't forget about Dabai's share either, and reminded his parents to give Dabai a share every day as well. Chun Fan's family also knew that Chun Fan was about to enter the infinite world, so they put aside their cultivation and spent more time with him. Before entering the infinite world, Chun Fan called Jin Buhuan and the others over, gave them some pills for nurturing spirit beasts, and told them to take good care of his family before letting them leave. Chun Fan stayed at home for another day or two before heading to the Infinite Tower. As the teleportation array of the Infinite Tower flashed, Chun Fan landed on his feet and found himself in a dilapidated mountain village. Most of the houses in the village had collapsed, and there was no sign of human habitation. Chun Fan doesn't understand what world he has arrived in, but based on his calculations, it is at least a 6-star world. However, not knowing what kind of world this was, Chun Fan felt he should investigate first, so he used his divine sense to explore the surroundings. Scanning his surroundings with his divine sense, Chun Fan discovered something, or more accurately, something like a soul. Chun Fan flew curiously toward the object that resembled a soul. Soon, Chun Fan arrived at the place his divine sense had discovered, which turned out to be a cemetery. As Chun Fan landed, 2 figures wielding swords and knives immediately appeared and charged towards him. Chun Fan casually slapped the 2 spirit-like entities onto the ground, rendering them unable to move. Upon closer inspection, it was discovered that these things were actually wrapped in something resembling armor, but it wasn't a physical object. It seemed to be something that had been condensed within itself. Even the swords and blades they held were not physical objects, but rather things they conjured. However, these armors and swords were slightly transparent and not very solid. Except for the parts covered by armor, the thing's arms, head, and feet are transparent. Only its eyes occasionally emit a red glow. Otherwise, it is basically no different from a human. At this moment, these spirit-like entities still tried to struggle, but Chun Fan held them down firmly. Looking at their attire, Chun Fan felt that these things resembled ancient soldiers, except that these soldiers were no longer human and had become beings in another form. For now, let's just call them soul soldiers. With a slight exertion of force, Chun Fan caused the 2 soul weapons to explode. The exploded corpses turned into specks of starlight and slowly disappeared, leaving only 2 wisps of energy dissipating. Chun Fan reached out and drew the 2 auras into his hand, discovering that they were actually 2 faint strands of soul power. He wondered if he could absorb them. Just as Chun Fan was wondering whether or not to absorb it, the 2 streams of soul power had almost dissipated. Even if Chun Fan wanted to absorb it now, it was too late. It had dissipated too quickly. This led Chun Fan to speculate that this world was related to soul power. However, this place is relatively remote, and these 2 soul soldiers are too weak. According to their cultivation level, they are at most at the body tempering realm, so they don't have much soul power. If they were higher level, they might have more soul power. Then you can try to absorb it. With that in mind, Chun Fan decided to try out another soul weapon, but he needed to find a stronger one. So Chun Fan got up and headed in one direction, using his divine sense to explore as he flew. Along the way, Chun Fan encountered several such soul soldiers, but their strength was about the same as the 2 soul soldiers he had killed before, so Chun Fan didn't bother to make a move. Chun Fan flew for quite a distance, but did not find any such soul weapons. It seems that soul weapons are not found everywhere. Moreover, Chun Fan discovered a pattern. That is, wherever I encounter a soul weapon, there will always be a village nearby. Is this the rule for the birth of soul weapons? In other words, the more desolate and wild the area, the fewer the soul soldiers there will be, and the larger the city, the more soul soldiers there will be. Then I must have been wrong to run all the way into the desolate mountains and wilderness. To verify his idea, Chun Fan changed direction and found a small mountain village. Sure enough, he found a soul soldier nearby. This further convinced Chun Fan of his idea. and then Chun Fan continued along the path at the entrance of the small mountain village. As long as you follow this path, you will definitely reach a larger town or city. After all, roads are made by people walking on them, otherwise there would be no roads. Chun Fan traveled along the road at a very fast speed. Soon, he arrived at another small mountain village. This village was not very big and was not the town or city that Chun Fan was looking for. However, as long as you continue along the road in this small mountain village, you will definitely be able to find the town or city. It's just that the journey will be a bit slow. Chun Fan continued on his journey, passing several villages along the way, but he couldn't find a town or city. He couldn't understand how the people here had managed to go to the market before. The town was too far away from these villages. Chapter 184 System Upgrade, 10 millionfold increase. At the same time, Chun Fan also sensed that this world might be unusually large, otherwise the villages would be too far apart. Moreover, it was quite far from the town, so Chun Fan continued along the path. Before long, Chun Fan turned a corner, and the view suddenly opened up before him. The narrow path was no longer in front of him, but a relatively wide road. Chun Fan knew that he had arrived at the place he wanted to go. Now, as long as he kept walking along this road, he should be able to reach the town. Chun Fan hadn't gone far when, sure enough, there was a large town ahead. Overjoyed, he quickly sped up and flew over there. Soon, they arrived above the town. Chun Fan scanned the town with his divine sense, and indeed found quite a few such soul soldiers. Moreover, the soul soldiers here are generally stronger than those in the villages, with the lowest cultivation level being Qi refining stage and the strongest being golden core stage. Chun Fan instantly appeared beside the golden core stage soul soldier. The soul soldier clearly did not notice Chun Fan and did not react to his arrival. After a while, the soul soldier belatedly noticed Chun Fan, hurriedly drew his weapon, and attacked Chun Fan without any nonsense. Chun Fan still struck out with his palm, slamming the soul weapon to the ground. The soul weapon had no power to resist and was slammed into starlight and disappeared by Chun Fan. Chun Fan quickly noticed that a surge of soul power was rapidly disappearing. He tried to grab it and refine it, but the soul power was disappearing too quickly, and Chun Fan couldn't absorb it in time. It seems we still need to find a more powerful soul weapon to see if we can absorb this soul power. If we can absorb it, it will be a great boost to our soul power. The golden core stage soul soldiers here are considered the strongest. Chun Fan had no desire to fight the other lower-level soul soldiers and simply strolled around the town. However, the town was in a terrible state of disrepair, with almost all the buildings collapsed, making it completely unworthy of exploration. Chun Fan also scanned the town with his divine sense and found no resources whatsoever. Several more soul soldiers discovered Chun Fan, but he easily destroyed them all. After discovering that the town had no useful resources, Chun Fan continued along another main road in the town. To find a more powerful soul weapon, he needed to find a larger city. Chun Fan also believed that as long as he followed the main road, he would definitely be able to find a larger city. Just as Chun Fan had expected, he traveled along the main road for half an hour and finally discovered another city, which looked much larger than the town he had just encountered. A sweep of divine sense revealed a nascent soul stage soul weapon, though it's unclear what kind of soul weapon a nascent soul stage soul weapon is. Chun Fan, as usual, teleported to the side of the nascent soul stage soul soldier. The armor on this soul soldier was noticeably thicker, and the figure was more substantial. Not long after Chun Fan arrived, the soul soldier reacted, drew his sword, and slashed at Chun Fan. At the same time, Chun Fan also felt a spiritual force approaching him. Although it was very weak, if he hadn't reached the nascent soul stage, this spiritual force would have been enough to defeat someone of the same level. Chun Fan slapped his palm hard, and the soul weapon also turned into specks of starlight and disappeared. This time, instead of soul power, a crystal the size of a fingernail appeared, emanating a faint soul power. Chun Fan stepped forward and picked it up. Gained 1 low-grade soul crystal, the quantity increased by 30 million times, and obtained 30 million low-grade soul crystals. Upon seeing the system's notification, Chun Fan was taken aback. He wasn't surprised by the system's boost, but by the soul crystal. Since he bought the manual explaining the properties and uses of various materials, he has become familiar with and able to use many things. Of course, he also knew about this soul crystal. It was one of the few things that didn't count towards the grade, because it could be used regardless of the realm. Holding it in your hand, you can absorb it like you would absorb spiritual energy from a spirit stone, but what you absorb is not spiritual energy, but the power of your soul. It is one of the materials that can strengthen one's soul. Soul crystals are divided into low grade, medium grade, high grade, and top grade, just like spirit stones. Chun Fan never expected that he would be able to enter such a world. He had no choice but to make a good harvest here. At the same time, Chun Fan looked at his system panel. A system that amplifies 1,000,000,000-fold. Level 8. Amplification multiplier, 10 million to 100 million. Randomly amplifies the quantity or quality of collected items by 10 million to 100 million times. The quality can exceed 7 levels of this world. Chun Fan knew that his system had definitely been upgraded, but he didn't expect that the increase would be so high after he hadn't looked at the system panel for a long time. I didn't notice when I was refining pills last time, but the system had already upgraded once by then. After I finished refining the pills, I broke through to the integration stage, and the system upgraded again. The minimum increase is now in the tens of millions, meaning that you can easily increase the value by more than 10 million just by acquiring one item. Chun Fan held the low-grade soul crystal he had acquired in his hand and tried to absorb it. Before long, the power of the soul crystal in his hand was completely absorbed by Chun Fan. Chun Fan took a moment to assess his situation and discovered that his soul power hadn't increased much at all, just a tiny bit, even less than a hair's breadth. Although it's a small amount, it still increases. If absorbed over a long period, it won't be just a tiny bit. The increase will definitely be substantial. But Chun Fan felt that this was still too slow. If he could get a top-grade soul crystal, he would definitely be able to absorb more soul power, and then he would have to find a more powerful soul weapon. I wonder if there are any other resources available in this world besides soul crystals. Chun Fan didn't stay in this town for long. Now he knew that only soul soldiers at the nascent soul stage or above had soul crystals, while those below the nascent soul stage probably didn't. So there was no need for him to waste his time here. Let's continue searching in a larger city and see if we can find soul soldiers at the nascent soul stage or above. Chun Fan continued his journey at a rapid pace, but before he could find a town, he was stopped by someone. The man who stopped Chun Fan was an old man over 50 years old. His hair was thinning and his beard was already white, but his complexion was extremely ruddy. He was dressed in a Taoist-like manner, and his cultivation level was at the early stage of the integration realm. He stopped Chun Fan and said, "Young man, I think you and I are very destined to meet." After being stopped by him, Chun Fan was inexplicably confused by the old man's immediate statement that they were extremely destined to be together. Chapter 185 Old Man Su. Chun Fan raised an eyebrow and said, "Oh, what's the connection between you and me?" The old man said, "Young man, our fate is predetermined. As long as you follow me, you will surely find wealth beyond your imagination." Chun Fan was speechless. Who was he trying to fool? No one would believe him. So he ignored the old man and walked straight past him. Seeing that Chun Fan was ignoring him, the old man hurriedly followed Chun Fan and said, Hey, young man, don't go. I'm telling the truth, there really is a great opportunity." Chun Fan continued walking forward, ignoring the old man. The old man panicked. He knew where the resources were, but the place was too dangerous. He needed to find someone to test the route. Outside, he could easily find someone. However, finding someone in this world is really not easy. He was just worrying about this when he suddenly noticed Chun Fan flying over from a distance, which is why he stopped Chun Fan. As Chun Fan walked, he said, "Oh, then tell me, what great opportunity is there?" The old man followed Chun Fan, saying as they walked, "I definitely can't tell you this first. What if you go to get it by yourself if I tell you?" Chun Fan continued walking and said, "Then how can you be so sure there's a great opportunity?" Seeing that Chun Fan showed no sign of stopping, the old man had no choice but to follow in Chun Fan's footsteps and said, "Young man, I won't lie to you. This is actually my second time entering this world." Upon hearing the old man's words, Chun Fan immediately stopped in his tracks and looked at the old man with a suspicious expression. Seeing that Chun Fan had finally stopped, the old man smiled with satisfaction and said, "Don't doubt it. This really is my second time entering this world, so I do know a thing or two about it." Chun Fan looked the old man over again and said, "Oh, how can you convince me? You'll have to tell me about the characteristics of this world." The old man thought for a moment and said, "All right, this information isn't worth much anyway, so I'll just tell you about it. Everyone calls this world the Xianyuan realm. It is believed that in ancient times, for some unknown reason, this world changed, all humans died, and the soul race was born. The soul walker is divided into soul soldier, soul general, soul commander, and soul emperor. Those below the nascent soul stage are called soul soldier. Those in the out-of-body stage are soul general. Those in the deity transformation stage are soul commander. And those in the integration stage are soul emperor. Soul soldiers generally have no intelligence and are just walking corpses who obey the orders of those above the soul general stage. The most powerful soul attackers are not those who know any powerful techniques or spells, but those whose soul attacks are the most powerful. It is difficult for people of the same level to resist their soul attacks. Xianyuan Realm? Chen Fan murmured. He knew about Xianyuan Realm. The information he bought contained all the basic information about all the known infinite worlds. Chen Fan also learned from the information that the Xianyuan Realm not only has things like soul crystals, but also many rare and precious materials that can strengthen the soul, as well as some soul cultivation techniques passed down through generations. Yes, young man, you also know about the Xianyuan Realm? The old man said. Chen Fan nodded and said, I've heard of it. That's right. Now, young man, you can believe what I said, right? I really do know that there are opportunities in some places. The old man nodded and said to Chen Fan, you need to tell me what kind of opportunity it is first, so I can see if there's anything I need. If there's nothing I need, I'm too lazy to make this trip, Chen Fan said casually. It wasn't really as he said. He just wanted to know what it was. Seeing Chen Fan's persistence, the old man was about to give up and let Chen Fan come with him. But the Xianyuan realm was so vast that he couldn't find anyone else in a short time, and it would be too much of a waste of time to deliberately look for someone. I might as well talk to Chen Fan about it. The old man looked around first, then lowered his voice and said, young man, since we are destined to meet, I will tell you something, but you must not spread this around. When Chen Fan saw the old man acting mysteriously and deliberately lowering his voice to get closer to him, he looked just like the old lady from the village intelligence agency in his previous life. I observed this place last time I came here and found a spot that, after some investigation, has at least 5 soul emperors. Then what? 5 soul emperors. Then what? I already said there are 5 soul emperors. I know there are 5 soul emperors now, so what? Do you know what 5 soul emperors represent? They represent 5 top-grade soul crystals, not to mention that 5 soul emperors would definitely have some rare and precious treasures in their collections. No, do you think the two of us can handle 5 soul emperors? Chen Fan rolled his eyes. It should be noted that 5 soul emperors are equivalent to 5 nascent soul stage cultivators, and 5 nascent soul stage cultivators who are proficient in soul attacks. Chen Fan can withstand them, but it is unknown whether this old man can. The old man was taken aback by Chen Fan's words for a while before slowly saying, it seems like that won't work. We'll have to find someone to help us, otherwise we'll definitely be out of luck if we go over there. Where are you going to find someone? You're the first person I've met on my way here, Chen Fan said again. The old man hesitated for a while before finally saying, well, there's nothing we can do about it. We can only take it one step at a time. Chen Fan was speechless after hearing this, and then took a step forward and said, all right then, come find me after you've gathered everyone. The old man was somewhat speechless after hearing this and said, no, after I find the person, where am I supposed to look for you? After hearing this, Chen Fan thought about it and realized it made sense. He and the old man were from different star systems, and their phone numbers and communication jade slips were different, so it would be difficult to contact each other after they separated. Then forget it, I won't participate. After thinking for a moment, Chen Fan felt that there was no need for him to follow the old man. In any case, with his system, he would get plenty of resources. After hearing Chen Fan's words, the old man became even more anxious. He had finally met someone, and if they were separated, he didn't know when he would be able to get everyone back together. That won't do. I think we should act together. We should find that place first, and then figure out how to find people, and we need to find people whose cultivation level is no lower than ours. No, you still don't know where it is? Chen Fan had to stop again and ask. Of course I don't know now. You know that every time we enter a new world, its geography and resources change, the old man said, shrugging. Then why did you say you knew where there was a great opportunity? Were you just playing me for a fool? I don't know where it is now, but I'll know once I find it, the old man said matter-of-factly. Chen Fan was speechless. He had already found someone and knew where they were. Did he need Chen Fan to tell him? They stopped talking and continued on their way. Chapter 186 Discovery of the Soul Commander Sect. Seeing Chen Fan leave, the old man followed closely behind, and naturally continued to ask Chen Fan, young man, which realm are you from? Chen Fan replied, when inquiring about where someone comes from, shouldn't you introduce yourself first? The old man slapped his forehead and said, you're right. I should introduce myself first. Old man, I come from the heavenly domain of the ancient demon realm. My name is Su Yu. You can also call me Old Su. Chun Fan, Azure Dragon domain of the Five Saints realm. Chun Fan replied succinctly. The Five Saints realm? Your Five Saints realm is quite powerful. I've heard you've been having conflicts with the people of the divine insect realm. Old man Su muttered. Chun Fan didn't know which world his Five Saints realm had a conflict with. But after hearing Old Man Su's words, he finally understood which world his Five Saints realm had a grudge against. Although I don't know much about the divine insect realm, at least I know which world they have a grudge against, so I can be prepared even if we encounter them in the infinite world. The two chatted as they walked, and soon a town appeared ahead. Chun Fan flew over first, and at the same time, he scanned the area with his divine sense, and found that there was also a nascent soul stage soul soldier there. Without wasting words, Chun Fan immediately lunged forward and shattered the nascent soul stage soul weapon with a single punch, then collected the soul crystal. Seeing that Chun Fan had accepted the soul crystal, Old Su came over and said, Young brother Chun, this low-level soul crystal isn't worth much. I think we should go and make something bigger. Chun Fan also knew that these low-grade soul crystals were not very valuable, only worth 100 mid-grade spirit stones each. However, these soul crystals are extremely rare and in short supply. Once they appear, they are quickly snapped up. Upon hearing Old Man Su's words, Chun Fan immediately became interested and asked, Oh, do you know where I can find higher-grade soul crystals? Of course I know. Let's find a sect's sacred site deep in the mountains. The soul crystals there are of higher quality, but the strength there will definitely be much greater. How do I find it? We'll have to look for it, Old Su said, scratching his head. I've searched in the wilderness before, but I haven't found anything, Chun Fan said. It's not that easy to find. If it were easy to find, everyone would be rich. Let's go and look for it. Perhaps there are some rare and precious herbs among them that nourish the soul. If you come with me, I'll have some experience in finding these sections. Old Su said in succession, and then flew out first. Chun Fan watched as Old Man Su flew into the air. His thoughts raced. He had considered whether Old Man Su might be setting a trap for him, but he was still quite confident in his own strength. Even if he couldn't win, he could still escape unscathed. So he followed in Old Man Su's footsteps. The two flew towards the deep mountains and forests. According to Old Man Su, some of the more powerful soul generals and soul commanders are quite intelligent and will establish their own sects, making them difficult for ordinary people to find. Old Su would investigate each place he arrived at, and only continue on his way if he found nothing. While Old Man Su was investigating, Chun Fan would also use his divine sense to search for anything. The two searched the deep mountains and forests for nearly 3 days without finding anything. Fortunately, they were both patient people, otherwise they would have parted ways long ago. Chun Fan also noticed that this Old Man Su usually preferred to explore in front of tall trees or steep cliffs. Another day passed, and Old Man Su led Chun Fan to a rather tall tree. Suddenly, he grinned and said to Chun Fan, I've got it. Upon hearing this, Chun Fan became interested and used his divine sense to investigate. He quickly discovered a faint soul fluctuation emanating from a very large tree trunk. Come on, follow me, Old Su said to Chun Fan, and then walked towards the tree trunk that emitted a faint soul fluctuation. Chun Fan nodded and followed. Old Su walked up to the tree trunk, but instead of stopping, he continued walking forward. Just as he was about to crash into the tree trunk, a miraculous scene unfolded. Old Su crashed into the tree trunk, which rippled like water, absorbing his body and disappearing from sight. Chun Fan was greatly surprised and also crashed into the tree trunk. The tree trunk emitted a ripple that absorbed Chun Fan. Chun Fan felt a distortion in his vision, and then the distortion subsided, and he found himself in a valley. Old Su was standing beside him, squinting as he looked into the depths of the valley. Chun Fan also looked into the depths of the valley and saw pavilions and towers. Although there were only a few scattered buildings, Chun Fan discovered that these buildings were constructed with special materials. The entire pavilion exudes soul power, which is very helpful for cultivating soul power. Chun Fan also used his divine sense to investigate, and found that there were actually 2 soul generals, 5 soul generals, and 10 nascent soul stage soul soldiers. As for the lower level ones, there were none. Just as Chun Fan and his group entered, they seemed to have noticed their arrival and actually gathered together. Then, 2 soul generals led the way and flew towards Chun Fan and his companion. In the blink of an eye, they were in front of Chun Fan and the other person. Chun Fan examined the soul generals and found that their armor was almost solidified, and their bodies had skin and bones, although they were still relatively transparent. Just as Chen Fan was sizing up the two Soul Generals, the two Soul Generals were also sizing up Chen Fan and Old Man Su. Then, surprisingly, it emitted soul fluctuations and began to question Chen Fan and Old Man Su. "You two are outsiders. You are not welcome here. Please leave immediately." Chen Fan looked at Old Man Su and said, "They can communicate with us?" Old Su said, "Yes, but we can only communicate using soul fluctuations. They won't understand if we talk like this." "Oh, I see. What should we do if he tells us to leave?" Chen Fan asked Old Man Su after understanding the situation. "What else can we do but start fighting? Let's make it clear first. Whoever kills the enemy gets the soul crystal. No stealing allowed." After saying that, Old Man Su charged towards a soul commander and began fighting him. Seeing this, Chen Fan no longer held back and charged towards the other soul commander. When the two soul generals saw Chen Fan and Old Man Su charging towards them, they reacted very quickly and retreated. At the same time, they ordered another 5 soul generals and 10 soul soldiers to stand in front of them. Moreover, it simultaneously launched a soul attack towards Chen Fan and Old Man Su. Chen Fan was in a better position. Because he cultivated the immortal soul technique, his soul power was stronger than that of ordinary cultivators. In addition, the immortal soul technique contains some defensive techniques to protect against soul attacks, so the soul commander's soul attack did not cause Chen Fan any trouble. Chapter 187. The family is building a new house. Old Su, however, was not so easily dealt with. He suddenly paused for a moment and finally let out a muffled groan. However, he quickly regained his footing and struck the 2 charging soul soldiers with a palm. The 2 soul soldiers were no match for him and shattered instantly. Old Su picked up 2 low-grade soul crystals and then charged towards the 2 soul generals who were rushing towards him. Meanwhile, Chen Fan unleashed several punches, shattering the charging soul soldiers and generals, who were utterly unable to withstand his onslaught. Even with the soul generals and soul commanders launching their soul attacks, they couldn't stop Chen Fan in the slightest. He swiftly killed 3 soul generals and the remaining 7 soul soldiers, casually scooped up soul crystals, and continued his attack on the soul commander. Seeing that Chen Fan had easily killed those soul soldiers and soul generals, the soul general put all his effort into launching a soul attack on Chen Fan, but it was still ineffective for Chen Fan. In an instant, he arrived in front of the soul general and slapped him away. The soul general was a bit more robust than the soul general. If the soul general had taken that slap, he would have shattered long ago. However, the soul commander did not. His body and armor became slightly more transparent, and he quickly stood up as if nothing had happened. Seeing this, Chen Fan didn't hold back and slapped the soul general a few more times, leaving him dizzy and completely powerless to fight back. Finally, Chen Fan delivered a powerful punch to the soul general, who shattered into starlight and dissipated unwillingly. Chen Fan then retrieved the soul crystal. Obtained 1 superior grade soul crystal, the quantity increased by 60 million times. Obtained 60 million superior grade soul crystals. Chen Fan put away the soul crystal and looked at the data he had obtained from the soul general and soul soldier he had killed earlier. Wow, this boost is awesome. The 7 low-grade soul crystals alone would provide a boost of nearly 500 million, while the 3 mid-grade soul crystals would provide 120 million. Even if Chen Fan were to leave this infinite world now, he would already be at a loss. After reviewing his gains, Chen Fan looked towards Old Man Su and saw that Old Man Su was still fighting back and forth with the soul commander. So he simply ignored him and flew directly into the valley. Old Su had said before that whoever killed the monster would keep the soul crystal, and no one was allowed to steal it. Since he couldn't steal Old Su's monster, Chen Fan had no choice but to go and see what good things were in the valley. Old Su was also quite helpless. He originally thought that Chen Fan's strength was not much different from his own, and at first he even thought that he would be a little stronger. As a result, Chen Fan killed the other soul soldiers and soul generals in a few moves. In the end, even the soul general could not withstand Chen Fan for long and was killed by Chen Fan. He was currently being dragged along by a soul commander, and Old Man Su's disadvantage lay in the fact that he hadn't cultivated any soul-related techniques. As soon as Old Man Su got close to the soul commander would launch a soul attack. Old Su would pause for a moment, and then the soul general would create distance between them. The two of them would repeat this over and over again, and now it was just a matter of who would give up first. So even though Old Man Su was anxious when he saw Chen Fan heading into the valley, there was nothing he could do. Chen Fan quickly arrived at the valley, and indeed, as he had seen from afar, there were only a few buildings inside. What intrigued Chen Fan the most was why this pavilion emitted an aura that could nourish the soul. Chen Fan observed carefully, even using his divine sense to slowly sense it. The foundation of the entire building was no different. It was all paved with stone slabs, without any problems. These stone slabs were just ordinary stone slabs. Next is the building itself, which was built with ordinary wood and stone, and there were no problems with it. Then, Chen Fan immediately noticed the difference in the main beam. It was this main beam that emitted the soul-nourishing aura throughout the entire building. Chen Fan leaped aside and used brute force to knock the main beam off. After examining it closely, he quickly discovered that the main beam was actually made of soul-nourishing wood. This explains it, as the name soul-nourishing wood implies that it can nourish the soul. For powerful beings whose physical bodies are damaged and who cannot find a suitable body for a while, if they have a piece of soul-nourishing wood, they can stay in the soul-nourishing wood temporarily. This will not only ensure that their soul power does not dissipate, but also continuously nourish their soul, making their soul even stronger. The soul-nourishing wood in front of Chen Fan was quite large. How could it not be? It was being used as the main beam. Obtained 1 grade 9 diamond soul-nourishing wood, the quantity increased by more than 4,000 times, and obtained 40 million grade 9 diamond soul-nourishing woods. It was indeed soul-nourishing wood. Then Chen Fan went and dismantled the main beams of the next few buildings, bringing the total number of buildings to 6. With the system's boost, a total of 270 million soul-nourishing woods were obtained. Next, Chen Fan used his divine sense to scan the valley again and actually found a place where several spiritual herbs were planted. These spiritual herbs should also be used to nourish the soul. Chen Fan then flashed to the side of the spiritual herbs and picked them up by the roots and soil. Obtained 5 grade 8 diamond soul tempering grasses, increasing the quantity by 30 million times, and obtained 1.5 billion grade 8 diamond soul tempering grasses. Chen Fan put away the soul refining grass and nodded to himself. Not bad. This soul refining grass is a spiritual herb that can refine the soul, and it is usually very rare. Although soul refining grass can only temper the soul and not increase its power, the tempered soul becomes more resilient, making it a rare and valuable item. After collecting the soul refining grass, Chen Fan used his divine sense to scan the valley again, confirming that there were no remaining resources, before slowly heading out of the valley. Once they reached the outside of the valley, Old Man Su managed to kill the Soul Commander. After obtaining the Soul Commander's soul crystal, Old Man Su saw Chen Fan emerge from the valley. A sudden wail erupted. "Oh dear, I've lost so much money. I've lost so much money." After saying that, he looked at Chen Fan with a bitter face and said, "Kid Chen, what good stuff did you get in the valley? Show it to me." Chen Fan spread his hands and said, "It's nothing. There's nothing good in the valley." Upon hearing Chen Fan's words, Old Su's expression froze, and he said to Chen Fan, "I'd be a fool to believe you. No, I have to go and see." After saying that, he ignored Chen Fan and flew straight into the valley. Chen Fan also put his hands behind his head and followed at a leisurely pace. When Old Man Su arrived in the valley, he used his divine sense to investigate and immediately discovered something was wrong. He first went to check several buildings and found that the main beams of several buildings were missing. He knew that Chen Fan must have taken them, but he didn't know what they were. Upon seeing Chen Fan arrive, Old Su hurriedly asked, "Where's the main beam? What is it?" Chen Fan shrugged and said nonchalantly, "It's nothing special, just ordinary wood. I think this main beam is very straight, and since we're building a new house, it'll be perfect to take it out as the main beam." Chapter 188 Soul Kingdom. Old Su glanced at Chen Fan and said, "Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child?" Chen Fan didn't offer much explanation. "Believe it or not, it's up to you." Next, Old Su went to the spot where Chen Fan had dug up the soul tempering grass and asked Chen Fan, "What's this?" "It's nothing, just a few weeds," Chen Fan replied nonchalantly. Old Su stared at Chen Fan with his not-so-big eyes. "Is it okay for you to lie so blatantly? Do you really think I'm a 3-year-old? However, Chen Fan was unwilling to say it, and there was nothing he could do about it. After the battle just now, he had clearly realized that Chen Fan was stronger than himself. Moreover, when I first joined, I said that whoever got the resources would keep them. Now that I think about it, I feel like I've really lost out." Chen Fan ignored Old Man Su's gaze and said, "It seems there's nothing good here. Let's go." Old Su muttered, "You've looted all the good stuff. Of course there's nothing left." Chun Fan ignored Old Man Su's mutterings and flew back the way he came. Helpless, Old Man Su had no choice but to follow. After coming out, Chun Fan asked Old Man Su, "Shall we continue?" Old Su said dejectedly, "We can continue, but this time we have to split what we get equally." Chun Fan thought about it and decided it didn't matter. Anyway, he had the amplification system, and after the amplification, he could give some to Old Man Su without losing out. Most importantly, having a free laborer to guide you and explore is great, so you don't have to do anything yourself, which is wonderful. Okay, but I'll take 60% and you take 40%. After listening to Chun Fan's words, Old Su thought it was a good idea. Chun Fan was very strong, and he could follow Chun Fan around, which would be equivalent to having a good henchman. Moreover, all I need to do is scout ahead to find out if a sect exists. Getting 40% is not bad. He nodded and said, "Okay, then let's go." Old Su nodded and continued searching for these sects built by soul soldiers. However, this sect was not easy to find, and after several more days of searching, they still found nothing. Moreover, the world is quite large. The area that Chun Fan and his group explored is only a small place. That day, as they explored the past, they suddenly emerged from the lush forest and were surprised to find a wide plain before them. In the middle of the plain stood a tall castle, and remarkably, the castle was intact. Looking at the castle, Chun Fan asked Old Man Su, "What is this?" Old Su looked at the castle excitedly and said, "This is the Soul Kingdom of the Xianyuan realm." The Soul Kingdom? That's right. Generally speaking, a soul general can build their own sect, but to build a soul kingdom, one must be at the Soul Emperor level. That means there are Soul Emperor level beings here. There definitely is. Alright, let's go take a look. After Chun Fan finished speaking, he stepped out. Old Su quickly followed up, saying, "Young Chun, it's not enough for just the two of us. Going over like this is just like delivering vegetables." Chun Fan continued walking, saying, "Let's go take a look. I've found that there are already a few people like us near the Soul Kingdom." When Old Su heard Chun Fan's words, his eyes lit up. If there were still people nearby, then everyone could work together to take over the Soul Kingdom. Soon the two arrived at the Soul Kingdom. From a distance, the Soul Kingdom did not appear very large, but upon closer inspection, it was quite large. On the outer walls of this castle, rows of soul soldiers stand, and the lowest level of cultivation among them is the foundation establishment stage. When Chun Fan and Old Man Su arrived at the foot of the castle, they found that there were already more than 10 people there. When the dozen or so people saw that more people had arrived, they all looked at Chun Fan and Old Man Su. Chun Fan took a closer look at the dozen or so people and found that they were divided into 4 groups, which could be seen from the direction they were standing. One group had the most people, with 5 people. There were 2 other groups, each with 3 people, and the last one was clearly a single person. This group of 5 is clearly the weakest, and they are all men. Only one of them has reached the early stage of the fusion realm, while the remaining 4 are all at the late stage of the nascent soul realm. One of the groups of 3 consisted entirely of women, with 1 woman at the mid-stage of the fusion realm, 1 at the early stage, and the remaining woman at the late stage of the divine transformation realm. The other trio consisted of 2 men and 1 woman. One of the men was at the late stage of the nascent soul realm, while the other man and woman were at the early stage of the body integration realm. The last person was the strongest, having reached the late stage of the integration realm. Moreover, she was a female cultivator, but judging from her appearance, she seemed rather sharp-tongued and mean. Old Su was the first to smile and cup his hands in greeting to everyone, saying, "Greetings, fellow Taoists." Chun Fan also cupped his hands in greeting, just like Old Man Su. The dozen or so people returned the greeting to Chun Fan and Old Man Su, saying, "Greetings." Then Old Su asked, "Everyone, how is the situation?" The middle-aged man with the highest cultivation level in the 5-person team said, "It's still unclear. They don't seem easy to defeat." The female cultivator with the highest cultivation level glanced disdainfully at the 5-person team before snorting. "If your cultivation isn't up to par, don't come and join the fun, or you'll die without even knowing how you died." The middle-aged man did not refute the female cultivator's words. He simply touched his nose awkwardly without saying a word and returned to his own group. The other 2 teams remained silent. Chun Fan felt that relying on others to gather intelligence was not as efficient as doing it himself, so he immediately released his divine sense to probe out into the Soul Kingdom. The entire Soul Kingdom was instantly enveloped by Chun Fan's divine sense, and within the Soul Kingdom, a divine sense quickly attacked Chun Fan's divine sense as well, and the two divine senses collided in midair. With a loud bang, as if a thunderclap had exploded in midair, the two people's spiritual senses were evenly matched, and then they each withdrew their spiritual senses. However, Chun Fan had already discovered what he wanted. The others also stared in astonishment at the loud noise that came from midair in the Soul Kingdom, and then all looked at Chun Fan and Old Man Su. Old Su also looked at Chun Fan and said, "Young Chun, how is it?" Chun Fan said calmly, "There is a Soul Emperor level expert, which should be equivalent to the mid-stage of the integration realm, 20 Soul General level experts, and more than 50 Soul Generals." Everyone was surprised and somewhat doubtful upon hearing Chun Fan's words, not expecting that Chun Fan had actually discovered the information. The lone female cultivator looked at Chun Fan with some surprise, then composed herself and said to him, "You're quite strong, kid." Hearing the female cultivator's words, it was clear that she affirmed Chun Fan's statement, proving that the information Chun Fan had investigated was correct. At the same time, his expression became serious, indicating that the strength of the Soul Kingdom was indeed not weak. Chapter 189 Attacking the Soul Kingdom. Should we wait for reinforcements to arrive, or should we attack directly? Old Su asked. Chun Fan shrugged indifferently. The female cultivator with the highest cultivation level pondered for a moment, and then said, "I think we should wait a day or two. If no one else comes, it won't be too late for us to fight." After hearing what the female cultivator said, everyone else nodded in agreement. While waiting, Old Su began chatting with the people around him. Although they were all strangers, he mingled with them without any restraint, as if they were old friends. He enthusiastically asked everyone's name and remembered them perfectly, as if it were a special skill of his. After learning their names, he didn't forget to make a few jokes, making the atmosphere even more relaxed and pleasant. The five-person team consists of Su Hao, Xiao Zixuan, Song Ke, Chu Kuangren, and Zhao Wumian. Su Hao is the strongest among them, being at the early stage of the fusion realm, while the others are all at the late stage of the nascent soul realm. The three-person team consisted entirely of women named Li Muzi, Wu Jingya, and Sun Xiaofei. Among them, Li Muzi was at the mid-stage of the fusion realm, Sun Xiaofei was at the early stage of the fusion realm, and Wu Jingya was at the late stage of the nascent soul realm. The other three-person team consists of 2 men and 1 woman named Zhou Zixuan, Xie Yun, and Li Mo. Among the three, Xie Yun is at the late stage of the nascent soul realm, while the other 2 are at the early stage of the body integration realm. The last female cultivator refused to reveal her name, only asking everyone to call her Aunt Yun, presumably an alias. 2 days passed, but no one came again. At this moment, Yungu came out and said, "We don't need to wait anymore. No one else should be coming. Waiting any longer is just a waste of time." Everyone nodded in agreement. As they couldn't wait indefinitely, they needed to explore other places to find resources. Now that we're starting, there are some things we need to agree on beforehand. Whoever gets it, to avoid unnecessary disputes later. Does everyone agree? Aunt Yin continued. The others naturally had no objections, since they came to the infinite world only for resources, not to make enemies. However, Old Man Su did not want to do this. After all, he had suffered at Chun Fan's hands before. He was about to speak when Chun Fan stopped him. Chun Fan transmitted his voice to Old Man Su, saying, "Old Man Su, are you out of your mind? There are so many people here, and you still want to split it equally. They definitely won't agree. That old woman will be the first one to target you." After listening to Chun Fan's words, Old Man Su thought about it and realized that they made sense. With so many people here, there would be objections no matter how the distribution was divided. Those who were stronger would naturally get more, while those who were weaker would be unwilling to leave if they received less. Yungu also noticed Old Man Su's actions. Seeing his hesitant expression, she frowned and asked, "Is there anything else you want to say?" Old Su awkwardly touched his nose and said, "No, I think it's fine this way." Yungu nodded and said, "All right, everyone get ready, we'll be attacking soon." Old Su then transmitted his voice to Chun Fan, saying, "Young Chun, you've definitely made a fortune this time." Chun Fan glanced at Old Man Su and said, "What's there to earn? Can't you see there's someone with a higher cultivation level than me?" Old Su rolled his eyes at Chun Fan. The others didn't know Chun Fan's strength and thought he was just an ordinary mid-stage nascent soul cultivator. Didn't he know that Chun Fan was stronger than even a late-stage nascent soul cultivator? After a short while, Yun Gu said again, "All right, let's go." After she finished speaking, she flew out first and struck the soul soldiers on the castle wall with a palm. Although Yun Gu's palm strike seemed light and casual, when it was unleashed, a huge icy hand appeared and slammed towards the city wall. Just as the giant icy hand was about to strike the city wall, more than a dozen blades of light suddenly appeared on the wall and slashed towards the giant hand. Although the power of these sword lights was not as strong as the giant hand, their quantity made up for it. The moment the giant palm collided with the blade light, a deafening roar erupted, and both the blade light and the icy giant palm shattered. Without further ado, Yungu approached the city wall and struck out with her palm again. At this moment, 10 soul generals flew out from the city wall and intercepted the palm strike that Yungu had unleashed, and then the two sides clashed. Yungu's original cultivation level was the late stage of the integration realm. Logically speaking, killing a soul general with the cultivation level of the nascent soul realm would be an easy task. However, the soul general would launch a soul attack from time to time, which made Yungu feel restricted and unable to play freely, resulting in the two sides actually fighting to a draw. The others, not to be outdone, flew towards the city walls and unleashed their special skills to attack the soul soldiers. Meanwhile, the soul generals and commanders of the Soul Kingdom came out one after another to meet the challenge. In an instant, the battlefield became extremely intense. As Chun Fan flew onto the city wall, 2 soul generals and 5 soul commanders surrounded and attacked him. Although Chun Fan's people had high cultivation levels, the Soul Kingdom had a large number of soul generals and soul commanders, making the battle difficult to determine a clear winner. The main problem was that these soul generals and soul commanders would occasionally launch a soul attack. The user must be constantly on guard against soul attacks, so they are very restrained in battle and can only exert 70% of their full strength. Old Su was also surrounded and attacked by 2 soul generals and 5 soul commanders. He was being beaten so badly that he was screaming. Originally, he could have dealt with 1 soul general by himself, but now there was an additional soul general and soul commander. It would be strange if Old Su didn't yell, but in the end he had no choice but to shout, "Young Chun, let's finish this quickly." However, Chun Fan ignored him. He wasn't foolish enough to think that old man Su really couldn't hold on. Chun Fan felt it was good that these people were all tied up here, so he could enter the Soul Kingdom to search for resources. Anyway, whoever found them could keep them, so why should he stay and help others deal with these soul soldiers? Chun Fan smiled slightly as he looked at the soul generals and soul soldiers charging towards him, and then raised his fist and charged towards them. With a single punch, he blasted a soul general into countless specks of starlight, then casually scooped up the soul crystal. Obtained 1 mid-grade soul crystal, the quantity increased by 80 million times. Obtained 80 million mid-grade soul crystals. Then Chun Fan swung his hands out repeatedly, and the soul generals and soul commanders that touched Chun Fan's fists were shattered by Chun Fan. Even when the soul generals and soul commanders launched their soul attacks, they couldn't stop Chun Fan's offensive in the slightest. In just a few exchanges, Chun Fan killed all 5 soul commanders and 2 soul generals, leaving only 1 soul general alive. Chun Fan retrieved the soul crystal that remained after he had scattered his body parts. The system notifications kept ringing. Obtained 1 mid-grade soul crystal, the quantity increased by 30 million times. Obtained 30 million mid-grade soul crystals. Obtained 1 superior grade soul crystal, the quantity increased by 50 million times. Obtained 50 million superior grade soul crystals. Chapter 190 Soul Emperor. Chun Fan looked at the remaining soul commander and smiled, then threw another punch at him. The soul commander hurriedly retreated while launching a soul attack on Chun Fan. But Chun Fan paid no attention to the soul attack, and his punch landed squarely on the soul commander without any resistance. Obtained 1 superior grade soul crystal, the quantity increased by 20 million times. Obtained 20 million superior grade soul crystals. Seeing that Chun Fan had killed the soul generals and commanders surrounding him in just a few moves, Old Su hurriedly shouted, "Young Chun, come and help me." Chun Fan merely glanced at him before ignoring him and flying directly into the city. Hearing Old Su's shout, the others, who were focused on fighting the soul generals and soul commanders, all looked towards Chun Fan. They were all astonished to see that Chun Fan had already dealt with the soul generals and soul commanders who were besieging him. I knew Chun Fan would be strong, but I didn't expect him to be even stronger than I imagined. It seemed like he could deal with such soul generals and soul commanders with ease. Even Yungu was astonished. So far, she had only killed 1 soul general and 1 soul commander, even though she had fought against more soul generals and soul commanders. However, even if she were to fight against the same number of soul generals and soul commanders as Chun Fan, she wouldn't be able to kill them as easily as Chun Fan. Seeing Chun Fan charging into the city, they were extremely anxious and wanted to get around these Soul generals and commanders. However, these Soul generals and commanders could not do as he wished. They relentlessly entangled Yungu, and whenever Yungu tried to get past them, they would attack her with their souls repeatedly. Yungu was so angry that she gritted her teeth, but there was nothing she could do. The others also wanted to speed up, but the more they rushed, the more problems arose. The 5-person team was back-to-back, completely defending as if it were an attack, and they were barely able to hold their ground. Moreover, most of the attackers were Soul generals, and there were only 2 Soul commanders. Li Zimu's 3-person team was also very united and took good care of Wu Jingya, who was in the nascent Soul stage. Although there were 4 Soul generals and more than a dozen Soul commanders attacking their team's overall strength was relatively strong, and these Soul generals and Soul commanders could not do anything to them. The other 3-person team was clearly not as united as Li Zimu and her 2 companions. They were all fighting on their own, especially Xie Yun, who was in the nascent Soul stage and was now in grave danger. However, Zhou Zixuan and Li Mo did not seem to want to help Xie Yun at all. Instead, they fought while keeping their distance from Xie Yun. As for Old Man Su, although he was beaten and forced to run around, these Soul generals and commanders couldn't do anything to him. They just kept grumbling and muttering to themselves. Chun Fan didn't care about their lives or deaths. Instead, he flew towards the inner city. Chun Fan believed that if they dealt with those Soul generals and commanders first, they wouldn't come to help him. Instead, they would do what he did and prioritize plundering resources. 2 more Soul generals came to intercept him along the way, but they only added 2 more sources of income for Chun Fan. Just as they were about to reach the inner city, a powerful soul attack suddenly struck Chun Fan. Chun Fan did not dare to be careless and also used his divine sense to crash into the soul power. The 2 forces collided violently, and Chun Fan let out a muffled groan. Instantly, his head began to ache, and Chun Fan had no choice but to stop. Meanwhile, the Soul Emperor who had been secretly attacking Chun Fan swayed for a moment, then quickly regained his balance and appeared beside Chun Fan. While Chun Fan was still clutching his head, the Soul Emperor raised his knife and slashed fiercely at Chun Fan. Chun Fan also felt a gust of wind above his head, and without thinking, he teleported away. The Soul Emperor's blade missed its mark, causing him to let out a soft exclamation. Chun Fan teleported away, and after a while, his head didn't hurt so much anymore, and he felt a little better. This Soul Emperor's soul attack was really strong. If he hadn't cultivated the Immortal Soul technique and his spiritual power was comparable to that of a cultivator in the Mahayana stage, he probably wouldn't have been able to withstand it. After regaining his footing, Chun Fan looked at the Soul Emperor. He saw that the armor on the Soul Emperor's body had almost solidified into a physical object, and his body had almost become tangible. In particular, the sword in his hand emitted a faint, cold light. Chun Fan had reason to believe that if he hadn't dodged, that knife would have definitely cleaved him in 2. It seems that in this Xianyuan realm, the Soul Emperor is a watershed. With my current level, I can't say that I can do whatever I want in the Xianyuan realm. I can only say that I can protect myself. Next, Chun Fan realized that he couldn't confront the Soul Emperor's soul attack head-on anymore, as he would definitely not come out on top. When faced with soul attacks, one can only passively defend. The Soul Emperor's eyes glowed red as he stared at Chun Fan, emanating a soul-stirring aura as he said, "You're quite good." Chun Fan replied using his divine sense, "You're quite good too. I almost fell into your hands just now. If you leave now, I can let it go," the Soul Emperor continued. Chun Fan smiled and said, "Do you think it's possible?" The Soul Emperor roared, "Then you should die." After saying that, he condensed his soul power into a flying knife and quickly flew towards Chun Fan. Chun Fan felt another attack from the power of the soul and dared not relax in the slightest. He dared not confront it head-on and could only keep his mind focused. He adopted a defensive stance within his sea of consciousness, his divine sense forming layers of defensive arrays, directly creating over 30 defensive nets, and exerting all his strength to resist. Within his sea of consciousness, Chun Fan clearly felt a flying knife enter, tearing apart the layers of defensive netting he had laid out with his divine sense. The first dozen or so layers of defensive netting were quickly ripped apart by the flying knife. However, as more and more defensive nets were torn apart, the speed of the throwing knife also slowed down. After tearing through more than 10 layers in a row, the speed of the throwing knife slowed down to the extreme. When only 1 or 2 layers remained, the throwing knife was already at its last gasp. However, After tearing through one layer of the defense network, it ultimately crashed into the last layer and shattered together. Chen Fan was panting heavily. It was really close. He almost experienced that pain again. Although he managed to defend himself, Chen Fan had also consumed a lot of his spiritual energy. If the Soul Emperor attacked him twice more, Chen Fan estimated that he would be finished. After blocking the soul attack, Chen Fan disregarded the depletion of his spiritual energy and instantly teleported to the Soul Emperor's side. He raised his fist and unleashed a powerful empty fist. The Soul Emperor was still amazed that Chen Fan could defend against his ultimate soul attack. He was about to praise Chen Fan when he saw that Chen Fan's figure had disappeared before his eyes, and he secretly thought that something was wrong. He was about to retreat when the gust of wind from the punch coming from above was too late, so he hurriedly swung the knife in his hand backward. Chen Fan saw that the Soul Emperor reacted quickly, actually swinging his sword backward to slash at him in that instant. However, when it comes to martial arts skills, Chen Fan is not afraid of this Soul Emperor. Chapter 191 Killing the Soul Emperor, A Great Harvest. Chen Fan slightly shifted his body to the side, and at the same time, his fist slammed into the Soul Emperor's back. The powerful force of the punch sent the Soul Emperor flying. The Soul Emperor's body slammed into a building in the city like a cannonball. Boom! The building collapsed, burying the Soul Emperor's entire body underneath. The loud noise drew the attention of the dozen or so people still outside, who couldn't help but glance towards the inner city. Then a cloud of dust rose from the inner city, and no one knew what was going on inside. Yungu also frowned. She didn't have the extra power to investigate the situation inside, and all her divine sense was used to defend against the soul attacks launched by these soul generals. Chen Fan teleported to the top of the collapsed building again and threw another punch downwards, but halfway through the punch, he sensed danger. He inwardly cried out in alarm and quickly used his divine sense to construct a series of defensive networks within his sea of consciousness, exactly the same as the previous ones. Just as the defense network was completed, another flying knife appeared in the sea of consciousness, hurtling towards it with lightning speed. This attack was even fiercer than the previous one. The flying knife swept through Chen Fan's defenses with unstoppable force, quickly tearing apart the last layer of defenses. Although it couldn't stop the soul-piercing flying knife, the knife was almost completely exhausted before finally piercing into Chen Fan's sea of consciousness. Chen Fan couldn't help but let out a miserable howl. Ah! Then blood flowed from all 7 orifices of Chen Fan, and his aura weakened considerably. Despite the pain in his head, Chen Fan continued to slam his fist into the ground. Boom! 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 He threw more than a dozen punches in a row, punching the ground into a hole more than 10 meters deep. Chen Fan only stopped, feeling somewhat exhausted, after he could no longer sense the Soul Emperor's aura. After probing with his divine sense, Chen Fan pulled a soul crystal out of the pit. This soul crystal was extremely solid, and there were even golden threads on it. These golden threads, as if engraved on the soul crystal, formed the shape of a flying knife. Moreover, the soul power on the soul crystal was extremely strong. Chen Fan believed that as long as he refined this soul crystal, his soul and consciousness would be qualitatively improved. Obtain 1 top-grade soul crystal. The quantity has increased by 90 million times, and 90 million top-grade soul crystals have been obtained. Because this was the place where soul generals lived, no soul generals or soul commanders came over at this time. But Chen Fan did not dare to be careless. After putting away the soul crystal, he quickly took out a few healing pills and swallowed them. Then he circulated his cultivation technique to refine the medicinal power of the pill. After a few breaths, Chen Fan felt a little better, but the stinging pain in his soul still came in waves. Chen Fan also realized that he had been a bit too confident and arrogant lately. Moreover, he was keenly aware that his strength was far from sufficient in this world. Now that he had so many resources, he should first find a place to go into seclusion for a while and improve his cultivation. The most important thing is to improve the realm of the soul and consciousness, because the Soul Emperor of the Xinyuan realm is only strong in soul attacks, while other attacks are relatively weak. After thinking it over, Chen Fan got up to search for all the good stuff in the Soul Kingdom. Chen Fan used his divine sense to investigate and quickly found a target. It was a basement in a courtyard not far from Chen Fan, and there were many good things in the basement. Chen Fan teleported and appeared in the basement. Inside the basement, there were 2 rows of wooden shelves. Although the shelves were not very large, their material was extraordinary. They were made of golden soul wood. Golden soul wood is a rare material for crafting soul-type magical artifacts, and the artifacts made from it have unexpected effects on attacking and defending against soul-type attacks. It's unexpected that the Soul Emperor would use it to make shells for storing things. It's probably because no one in the Xianyuan realm knows how to refine weapons. Next, Chen Fan looked at the items on the shelf. There weren't many items on the shelf, but the quality was excellent. Chen Fan collected the items one by one into his own void space, without examining what they were. However, the system kept giving him prompts. Obtained 1 grade 9 diamond eye soul bead, increasing the quantity by 20 million times, and obtained 20 million grade 9 diamond eye soul beads. Obtained 1 grade 9 diamond resurrection flower, the quantity increased by 10 million times. Obtained 10 million grade 9 diamond resurrection flowers. Obtained 1 grade 8 diamond king soul ghost flower, the quantity increased by 50 million times. Obtained 50 million grade 8 diamond king soul ghost flowers. Get. Obtain 1 top grade soul crystal, the quantity increases by 10 million times. The quality increases by 60 million times, and obtain 10 million top-grade immortal soul crystals. Chen Fan collected them one by one, and in the end, there was a quality boost, which directly upgraded the top-grade soul crystal to the level of a top-grade immortal soul crystal. Chen Fan didn't have time to examine it closely and put the golden soul wood away as well. Obtained 2 grade 9 diamond gold soul wood frames, increasing the quantity by 30 million times, and obtained 60 million grade 9 diamond gold soul wood frames. After collecting everything, Chen Fan teleported outside again, just as the battle outside was nearing its end. Chen Fan used his divine sense to investigate, and found that both sides were basically evenly injured. The soul generals and soul commanders are basically finished, but the humans aren't faring much better. Of the 5-person team, almost all the nascent soul stage members were dead, leaving only Su Hao, who was in the early integration stage, still holding on, but he was also at his last gasp. The only ones still entangled with him are a soul commander and a soul general. Looking at Li Zimu, Wu Jingya, and Sun Xiaofei's team, there were no casualties, only minor injuries. The 3 of them were currently besieging the remaining soul commander. As for the other 3 members of the team consisting of Zhou Zixuan, Xie Yun, and Li Mo, each of them had their own agendas, so they were probably the first team to be defeated. Now all 3 of them are dead. As for Yungu, her strength was already undeniable. Although she had the most soul generals and soul commanders besieging her, after many entanglements, she also paid a considerable price in injuries to kill all the soul generals and soul commanders who were besieging her. At this moment, she was actually sitting cross-legged to heal her injuries. Chen Fan couldn't bear to watch Su Laoda's situation any longer. He hadn't killed a single soul general or soul commander, yet Su Laotu himself was completely unharmed. Chen Fan had no idea how Su Laotu had managed to do it. Although the soul generals and soul commanders kept attacking Su Laotu, it seemed that Su Laotu possessed a unique movement technique. Relying on this extraordinary power, they have been dealing with these soul generals and commanders, so neither side has suffered any losses so far. Chen Fan finally understood why old man Su had been able to live until now. The fundamental reason was his movement technique. Of course, Chen Fan couldn't guarantee that old man Su didn't have any other trump cards. After all, anyone who lives to such an old age must be very shrewd. Chapter 192. Yes, I beg you. Seeing that old man Su was out of immediate danger, Chen Fan intended to search for more resources. Then they saw that Yungu had already stood up and was flying towards them. She quickly flew to Chen Fan's side. Yungu also looked Chen Fan over and found that he was bleeding from all 7 orifices. His hair was messy, and his clothes were torn. He couldn't help but let out a cold snort, but asked in a clear, cold voice, "What about the Soul Emperor?" Chen Fan said calmly, "He is dead." Yungu wasn't too surprised after hearing this, because seeing that Chen Fan was still alive, she understood that Chen Fan had definitely won the battle between the Soul Emperor and Chen Fan. However, Chen Fan didn't look well either. He must have suffered a significant injury. Although Chen Fan was injured, Yungu did not dare to provoke him. After all, someone who could kill a Soul Emperor single-handedly was not someone to be trifled with. She simply spread her divine sense, quickly identified a direction, and flew away. After seeing that Yungu had left, Chen Fan immediately got up and flew towards Old Man Su. He had already taken the largest share of the resources. He would leave the rest to them. No matter what, they were people who had worked together. I can't always take all the resources and make myself a target for others. After Chen Fan arrived at the outer city, Li Zimu, Wu Jingya, and Sun Xiaofei had already killed the last Soul Commander. They were all surprised to see Chen Fan emerge from the inner city, but they quickly composed themselves, put away their soul crystals, and headed towards the inner city. As for Su Hao, he was already struggling to hold on, and it was estimated that he would soon be decapitated. As for Old Man Su, he's still playing hide-and-seek with the Soul Generals. Chen Fan patted his forehead, ignoring Old Man Su for the moment, took a step forward, and arrived next to Su Haoxing. He killed the Soul General and Soul Commander beside him with 2 punches. Then, without looking back, he collected the soul crystals of the Soul General and flew towards Old Man Su. Su Hao breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing Chen Fan pick up the soul crystal and leave, he didn't dare to say anything. Although he had been dealing with the Soul General for a long time, Chen Fan had killed the Soul General and saved his life in the process. You could say he was Chen Fan's savior. So Su Hao didn't think it was wrong for Chen Fan to take the soul crystal. Seeing Chen Fan take the soul crystal and leave, he hurriedly cupped his hands in thanks to Chen Fan's retreating figure and said, "Thank you, Senior." Chen Fan simply waved his hand and headed towards Old Man Su's side. Old Su saw Chen Fan coming towards him from afar and exclaimed, "Young Chen, you're really not being fair. You're not helping me at all." After hearing this, Chen Fan stopped and deliberately stopped walking, saying, "I see. Then I'll be going now." After saying that, he pretended to leave. When Old Su saw that Chen Fan was about to leave again, he became anxious. He couldn't be sure if Chen Fan was leaving on purpose. If Chen Fan really left, wouldn't he still have to play hide-and-seek with these Soul Generals and Spirit Commanders here? "Hey Chen, don't go. Come help me." "Forget it. I'm really not a good friend." No, no, no. You're so righteous. You're so righteous. Let's forget about it. Maybe someone will accuse me of stealing his soul crystal, and then I'll be left with no recourse," Chen Fan said, taking 2 steps back. Old Su immediately became anxious and hurriedly said, "No, no, don't go. I'm begging you, please help me. You begged me for this." "Yes, I beg you. Please have mercy." Seeing that things had gone far enough, Chen Fan stopped teasing Old Man Su and strode over to his side. He first threw 2 punches at the 2 Soul Generals, who were sent flying without any defense. Then it bombarded the other Soul Generals. Old Su saw that the Soul General that Chen Fan had blasted away shattered and dissipated in midair, leaving only soul crystals falling to the ground. With a few flashes, he grabbed 2 high-grade soul crystals and then headed towards the inner city without looking back. "Young Chen, you killed him first. I'll go to the inner city and see if there's anything good there." Chen Fan was speechless when he saw that Old Man Su shamelessly pick up the soul crystal and run towards the inner city. This Old Man Su was really not a good person. He came to help him, but he ran away first. However, Chen Fan wasn't really angry. After all, he had taken the lion's share, so others should get some soup too. He just didn't know if Old Man Su would still get any soup if he went now. Chen Fan killed the remaining Soul Generals with a few punches, then put away the soul crystals before leisurely heading towards the inner city. By the time Chen Fan arrived at the center of the inner city, the others had already plundered all the resources in the city. Yungu seemed to have obtained some good things, as a smile appeared on her lips. However, upon seeing the others, that smile quickly vanished, replaced by an icy expression. Li Zimu, Wu Jingya, and Sun Xiaofei also clearly had a good haul, chatting quietly along the way and occasionally bursting into laughter. Su Hao, on the other hand, remained calm, showing neither excessive joy nor sorrow. Upon seeing Chen Fan, he even cupped his hands and said, "Senior." Chen Fan nodded in agreement. Old Su arrived last, his face full of bitterness, as if he were mourning. As soon as he got close to Chen Fan, he said to him, "Chen boy, I asked you to help me a long time ago, but you only came to help me at the last minute. Now I haven't found anything. Tell me, how are you going to make it up to me?" Chen Fan raised an eyebrow at Old Man Su and said, "Compensation? I haven't even asked you for those 2 soul crystals yet, and you still dare to ask me for compensation?" After hearing Chen Fan's words, Old Man Su paused, unsure of what to say. Once something was in his pocket, it was impossible to get it back, so he could only pretend he hadn't heard Chen Fan's words. At this moment, Li Zimu cupped his hands in greeting to everyone and said, "Everyone, the matter here is settled, so we will take our leave now." Sun Xiaofei and Wu Jingya bowed to the crowd and then left with Li Zimu. After the 3 of them left, Yungu flew away without saying a word. Su Hao then approached Chen Fan and said, "Senior, thank you for saving my life. I'll be leaving now." After saying that, he cupped his hands in greeting to Chen Fan and Old Man Su. and then flew away. After Su Hao left, old Su muttered, "Just a verbal thank you is enough." He didn't even bother to offer any resources as thanks. He has no sincerity at all. After hearing this, Chen Fan looked at old man Su with amusement and said, "I also saved you, so give me some resources to thank me. No need for verbal thanks." Upon hearing Chen Fan's words, old Su retorted, "We're such good friends, it's only right that you save me. I won't thank you verbally or with any resources. Will be even the next time I save you." After hearing what old man Su said, Chen Fan couldn't help but give old man Su the middle finger. Chapter 193 Breakthrough to the late stage of the fusion realm. Although everyone gained something, some people stayed here. Just like Su Hao's team, only he was left, and the rest of them were eliminated early. Although they wouldn't actually die, the lifespan deducted was definitely not low. Another 3-person team was completely wiped out here. Seeing that everyone had left, Chen Fan turned around and went into the place where the Soul Emperor had lived before. Old Su quickly followed up, saying, "Young Chen, when are we leaving here?" Without turning his head, Chen Fan said, "I'm going to go into seclusion here for a while. I won't leave yet." Upon hearing this, old man Su hurriedly said, "You're wasting your time by going into seclusion here. Don't you know that we all came here for resources? And you're saying you're going into seclusion to cultivate?" "Yes, I feel that my strength is somewhat lacking, so I will go into seclusion to cultivate for a while," Chen Fan said matter-of-factly. Old Su slapped his forehead and said, "You think you lack strength? You've already killed the Soul Emperor. You don't understand. Do you know how much I paid to kill him? No, I really don't think it's necessary to go into seclusion here. It's a real waste of time." Chen Fan turned to old man Su and said, "I really am going into seclusion. You should go out and wander around for a while, maybe a month or two, and then come back to me." Hearing Chen Fan's firm words, old Su knew he couldn't change Chen Fan's mind, so he had no choice but to shut up. Chen Fan then said, "How about this? You go out and scout out where there are sects with soul weapons, and then we'll come back and wipe them out in one fell swoop." Old Su had no choice but to say helplessly, All right, I'll go find that Holy Land first, and while I'm at it, I'll look for other sects to see if I can find any more people." Chen Fan nodded after hearing what old man Su said, then suddenly remembered something and said, "No, there were so many people here just now. Why didn't you invite them to join? I think that Aunt Yun is quite capable, and those 3 sisters are also quite good." After hearing Chen Fan's words, old Su said, "I don't like women." Upon hearing what old man Su said, Chen Fan immediately felt a tightness in his chest, and his gaze towards old man Su became strange. Could it be that this old man Su is following me? Chen Fan suddenly felt nauseous and wanted to slap the old man Su to death. Old Su sensed Chen Fan's strange gaze and murderous intent, and immediately felt that he might have said something wrong. "Hey Chen, what kind of look is that? I don't like teaming up with women. It's too much trouble, and sometimes they can be unreasonable. Don't get the wrong idea, I still like women. I have over a dozen beautiful wives at home," old Su hurriedly explained. Chen Fan breathed a sigh of relief after hearing what old man Su said, and said, "Speak clearly, don't pause. I almost slapped you to death just now." After hearing Chen Fan's words, old Su felt a chill of fear. He was no match for Chen Fan. "Oh, by the way, you really have more than a dozen beautiful wives at home." Old Su rolled his eyes speechlessly. "Is this something you should be concerned about? What? Are you trying to steal my girlfriend?" Chen Fan was just curious about whether old man Su was still capable at his age, so he casually asked. Then Chen Fan said, "All right, you can leave now. Come find me later. I'm going into seclusion." "All right, I'm leaving now. Oh, by the way, shouldn't you share 40% of the good stuff you just got with me?" Roll. Old Su walked out dejectedly. If they wouldn't give it to him, they shouldn't have resorted to violence. After taking one last look at the courtyard, old man Su flew out as well. After old man Su left, Chen Fan took out several rank 8 array plates from his own spatial storage and set them up in the courtyard, covering the entire courtyard so that he wouldn't be disturbed during his seclusion. Chen Fan's main purpose in this seclusion was to comprehensively improve his realm, especially in terms of his soul. Because other attacks in this world are relatively simple, but it has unique expertise in soul attacks, and soul attacks are inherently invisible and colorless, making them relatively difficult to defend against. Just like Yungu, she was clearly a late-stage nascent soul cultivator, but she struggled immensely against a soul general in the nascent soul stage. If it were a nascent soul cultivator, Yungu would have slapped him to death long ago. In contrast, Chen Fan, having cultivated the immortal soul technique, possessed a soul strength comparable to that of a mid-stage Mahayana cultivator, which enabled him to kill the Soul Emperor. Even if Chun Fan managed to kill the Soul Emperor, he suffered considerable injuries, and injuries to the soul are relatively difficult to heal. Chun Fan took out a large amount of spiritual liquid and began to cultivate in seclusion. He planned to first raise his cultivation level to the late stage of the integration realm, and then cultivate the Immortal Soul technique in one fell swoop. With his dual immortal grade spiritual roots and the aid of spiritual liquid, Chun Fan's cultivation speed was quite fast. After a month of secluded cultivation, he naturally broke through to the late stage of the integration realm. Chun Fan originally wanted to continue cultivating and break through to the Mahayana stage, but he didn't have that much time. To break through to the Mahayana stage, he would need to cultivate diligently for at least 3 more months. After breaking through to the late stage of the integration realm, Chun Fan began to cultivate the Immortal Soul technique. After more than half a month of cultivation, Chun Fan finally cultivated the Immortal Soul technique to the 3rd level. With each advancement in the Immortal Soul technique, the power of the soul increases exponentially. When Chun Fan cultivated the Immortal Soul technique to the 2nd level, his soul power was comparable to that of a cultivator in the Mahayana stage. Now that he has cultivated to the 3rd level, his soul power has reached a level comparable to that of a cultivator in the Tribulation Transcending stage. Moreover, after cultivating to the 3rd level, a skill related to soul defense has actually appeared. That is to forge a shield within one's own soul, which can defend against some soul attacks. Once this shield is forged using soul power, it can automatically defend against soul attacks in the future, instead of having to use his divine sense to build a defensive network like Chun Fan did before. Moreover, this shield can be forged in multiple ways, rather than being limited to forging only one side, and then being unable to forge any more. However, the soul power consumed in forging such a shield is quite terrifying. Generally, forging such a shield requires the accumulation of soul power over a long period of time. If one is too eager to achieve the desired result, it will cause irreparable damage to one's soul. Of course, there is also a faster way, which is to use rare and precious materials that can restore soul power to assist in cultivation, so that such a shield can be forged quickly. Ordinary people certainly don't have that many rare and precious materials to restore soul power, but Chun Fan is different. He currently has a large number of soul crystals that can restore soul power, so cultivating this shield is a piece of cake for him. Chapter 194 Forging a Soul Shield, Cultivating Soul Skills. However, before forging this shield, Chun Fan had something even better that he hadn't used yet. That is the Soul Forging Grass. The effect of the Soul Forging Grass is to make one's soul power more resilient. Therefore, one can take the Soul Forging Grass before forging this shield. Chun Fan took out the Soul Forging Grass and swallowed it without hesitation. Of course, if the Soul Forging Grass were refined into a pill, the effect would be even better, and the medicinal power of the Soul Forging Grass would not be wasted. However, Chun Fan did not know how to refine such pills, nor did he have the relevant formula, so he could only consume the Soul Forging Grass raw. It was a waste, but what could he do when he had so much Soul Forging Grass? Chun Fan cultivated the Immortal Soul technique while consuming the Soul Forging Grass. Time passed in the blink of an eye. After consuming the Soul Forging Grass, Chun Fan's soul power became more and more solid and resilient. If Chun Fan's soul power was thin and invisible before, then now it is like wisps of smoke, slowly taking on a physical form, even though his soul power level has not improved much. However, the change in quantity exceeded the improvement in realm. As Chun Fan continued to cultivate the Immortal Soul technique, his soul power also slowly increased. Once his soul power reached a certain level, it stopped increasing, forcing Chun Fan to stop. I roughly calculated that I used over 1,000 Soul Forging Grasses this time. Although I used so many Soul Forging Grasses, my strength did improve. But it was still a bit wasteful to consume Soul Forging Grasses like this. After the medicinal power of the Soul Forging Grass had no effect on Chun Fan's soul power, Chun Fan began to cultivate the skill from the Immortal Soul technique. Chun Fan began forging the shield according to the records of the Immortal Soul technique. Sure enough, the soul power required to forge this shield was extremely large. With Chun Fan's current soul power, it would take at least half a year to completely forge this shield. Chun Fan couldn't wait that long, so after thinking for a moment, he took out the top-grade Immortal Soul Crystal. In Chun Fan's mind, since he was going to use soul crystals for cultivation, he should definitely use the best ones. Therefore, Chun Fan did not hesitate to choose Immortal Soul Crystals for cultivation. This was the first time Chen Fan had taken out this top-grade Immortal Soul Crystal since obtaining it. It was clear that this top-grade Immortal Soul Crystal was not much different from the top-grade Soul Crystal. The top-grade Soul Crystal was a relatively transparent crystal. The top-grade Immortal Soul Crystal is more white, or rather, it's more like a transparent crystal filled with white smoke. Moreover, there is a pattern made of golden threads around the crystal. The pattern was actually a needle. Chen Fan picked up the Immortal Soul Crystal and began to absorb it. He was forging a shield while absorbing the power inside the Immortal Soul Crystal. As the power within the Immortal Soul Crystal continued to flow in, the shield Chen Fan forged slowly took shape. Soon, Chen Fan had completely absorbed all the power within the Immortal Soul Crystal. Only 1/10 of the shield had been produced. Chen Fan shook his head helplessly. The power of one Immortal Soul Crystal was only enough to forge 1/10 of the shield. To forge it completely, at least 10 Immortal Soul Crystals would be needed. But Chen Fan soon realized something was wrong. Another cultivation technique for cultivating soul skills had appeared in his sea of consciousness. Chen Fan quickly examined it and discovered that it was actually a cultivation technique called Soul Snatching Needle. What's going on? After thinking for a moment, Chen Fan immediately understood that the cultivation method of the Soul Snatching Needle must have been inherited from this top-grade Immortal Soul Crystal. Chen Fan opened his eyes and looked at the Immortal Soul Crystal in his hand. Sure enough, the Immortal Soul Crystal had completely turned into a piece of rubble, and even the pattern made of gold threads on it had disappeared. I didn't expect that this top-grade Soul Crystal would also come with its own inheritance. Chen Fan muttered to himself. However, we still need to cultivate one thing at a time. First, we need to forge this shield, and then we can start cultivating the soul-stealing needle. As Chen Fan continued to absorb Immortal Soul Crystals, the shield within his sea of consciousness became more and more comprehensive. When Chen Fan had absorbed the 10th Immortal Soul Crystal, a shield finally appeared within his sea of consciousness. Chen Fan finally learned what the shield was called. The name of the shield was very fitting. It was called the Soul Shield. The power of this Soul Shield is truly formidable. Chen Fan only understood its power and offensive and defensive capabilities after forging it. Moreover, the more Soul Shields there are, the stronger they become. This solidified Chen Fan's idea of focusing on cultivating the Soul Shield skill, while other soul skills would be secondary. After forging the Soul Shield, Chen Fan prepared to cultivate the Soul Snatching Needle. Chen Fan began cultivating according to the method for cultivating the Soul Snatching Needle, and soon condensed a Soul Snatching Needle. Chen Fan finally understood the difference between the Soul Snatching Needle and the Soul Shield. Why is it said that while the Soul Shield requires forging, the Soul Stealing Needle only requires cultivation? Because the Soul Stealing Needle is like a skill. You only need to know how to use it, and it doesn't exist when you don't use it. The Soul Shield is different. Like a weapon, once it is forged, it will always exist. It doesn't cease to exist just because it's not used. It is always there and can provide defense at all times. Furthermore, the Soul Shield also comes with corresponding defensive and offensive techniques. The two are simply not in the same league. After practicing the Soul Snatching Needle technique several times, Chen Fan mastered it completely and could use it at any time when facing an enemy. Then Chen Fan remembered that he still had top-grade Soul Crystals. This top-grade Soul Crystal also contains a legacy, namely the Soul Skill of the Flying Knife. Chen Fan took out a top-grade Soul Crystal and began to absorb it. As expected, after the Soul Crystal was fully absorbed, another soul skill that could be cultivated appeared in the sea of consciousness. Chen Fan quickly took a look. This Flying Knife soul skill was a bit inferior to the Soul Snatching Needle. It didn't even have a name. Only the related cultivation method, and the speed at which the Flying Knife was condensed was also a bit slow. Chen Fan only glanced at it before giving up on cultivating it. Since he had already cultivated the Soul Snatching Needle, it would be somewhat pointless to cultivate the soul skill of this Flying Knife. By this time, almost a month and 20 days had passed. Chen Fan thought for a moment and started forging the Soul Shield again. In any case, the Soul Shield would exist forever once it was forged, unless it broke. If it breaks, it has to be reforged, which is essentially similar to a magic weapon. Over the next few days, Chen Fan went into seclusion to forge soul shields. After several days of forging, Chen Fan has now forged a total of 30 soul shields. Of course, the consumption was also astonishing. He used nearly 500 top-grade Immortal Soul Crystals. At first, Chen Fan thought that forging one side of the Soul Shield would only require 10 Immortal Soul Crystals. Later, they discovered that not every Soul Shield went so smoothly. If things didn't go well, one soul shield might require 15 top-grade immortal soul crystals. Therefore, Chun Fan used more than 500 immortal soul crystals to make these 30 soul shields. After forging 30 soul shields, Chun Fan stopped forging them. These 30 soul shields were enough for him now, and it was time for him to go out and explore, looking for some resources. Chapter 195 Soul Emperor. Moreover, Chun Fan has become familiar with the Soul Shield's attack methods and defensive techniques, so it can be said that the Xianyuan realm no longer needs to worry about the soul attacks of these Soul Emperors. Chun Fan got up and put away all the formations before leaving the courtyard. As soon as he stepped out, he saw Old Man Su. Old Su also noticed Chun Fan coming out and went up to him to complain. Young Chun, you've been in seclusion for too long. It's been more than 2 months, and you're only coming out now. You have no idea how long I've been waiting. Besides, you went into seclusion, and you even set up multiple formations, making it impossible for me to get in. Who are you trying to protect yourself from? Are you trying to protect yourself from me? Do you think I'm that bad? Old Su started rambling on, making Chun Fan's ears itch. He quickly stopped Old Su and said, "Stop talking nonsense and tell me about the recent situation. Have you found any other places with resources?" Old Su hesitated for a moment, then licked his lips before saying, "There hasn't been anything much going on lately, just some minor skirmishes. The biggest thing is that a huge soul kingdom has been discovered in the west. There are probably several soul emperors in that soul kingdom. Even cultivators in the late stage of the integration realm can't detect what's going on inside, and no one dares to make any rash moves. I want to see it too. That soul kingdom is really big, at least 10 times bigger than this soul kingdom here. I suspect there are at least 10 soul emperors inside, and maybe even soul sovereigns." Soul Emperor? Old Su touched his nose and said, "I'm just guessing. The last time I entered this world, the strongest I encountered was only a soul emperor, and there was never such a large soul kingdom before. This is the first time I've seen such a large soul kingdom, so I'm guessing that there might be an even more powerful soul emperor inside." This was the first time Chun Fan had ever heard of the soul emperor. If there really was a soul emperor, what grade would the soul crystal within it be? Could it be a celestial grade? Chun Fan said, "Let's ignore that for now. Let's find other resources first. We'll check on the soul kingdom later. I don't think many people will bother with it now." Yes, didn't I tell you last time that there was a great opportunity?" Old Su said, gesturing excitedly. Chun Fan remembered that when Old Man Su first met him, he mentioned that there was a great opportunity for him to explore together, but at the time he said that there were not enough people and that the place had not been found, so he gave up for the time being. Could it be that Old Man Su has actually been found again? Chun Fan looked up at Old Man Su and asked, "You found it?" Old Su said even more excitedly, "Yes, I searched using the same method I used to find that place last time, and I actually found it. But I found that this place seems to be even more powerful than the last one." Powerful? Can it be stronger than the Soul Kingdom discovered in the West? Of course it can't be compared. The only difference I found here is that there are 1 or 2 more Soul Emperors than last time. Maybe 4 or 5 more in total, Old Chun said, picking his nose. "Okay, let's go," Chun Fan said, feeling that it was a good idea. Moreover, he wanted to try out the soul skills he had learned first, and these Soul Emperors were just right for him, so he couldn't wait. Old Su said, "While you were in seclusion, I found 3 more people. With you and me, we now have 5 people in total. We should be able to handle this place. If it weren't for waiting for you, we would have already taken action against that place." Hearing what Old Man Su said, Chun Fan curled his lip in disbelief and said, "Then you can go first." Old Su was just venting his anger. There were only 4 of them, and they really didn't dare to make a move. He had witnessed Chun Fan's strength, so he would definitely drag Chun Fan into it no matter what. Old Su didn't dwell on the topic, and instead changed the subject, saying, "Have you gained anything from your 2 months of seclusion?" Actually, he was just asking and didn't think Chun Fan could make any breakthroughs in such a short time. Chun Fan said calmly, "Yes, you've broken through a minor realm." Old Su suddenly stopped walking, turned to look at Chun Fan in disbelief, and said, "Are you sure you're not joking?" Seeing the disbelieving look on Old Man Su's face, Chun Fan replied, "I was just kidding. There was no breakthrough." Old Su then turned around and continued walking forward, saying, "I knew it. No one can break through so quickly." Chun Fan didn't care whether Old Man Su believed him or not. He figured Old Man Su wouldn't believe him anyway if he told the truth. The two chatted along the way, and 2 days later, they finally arrived at a huge canyon. Unlike other canyons, this one was relatively flat. Moreover, The canyon is filled with birdsong and fragrant flowers, with lush trees and abundant grass, making it look like a paradise. Chun Fan was already outside the canyon, where 3 people were waiting. Upon seeing Chun Fan, Old Man Su came to greet him. One of the younger men came up and complained to Old Man Su. Old Man Su, why have you been gone for so long? It's been almost half a month, I'm so bored. If you don't come back soon, I'm going to go out for a walk. The other 2 were also getting impatient. One of them, a middle-aged man with a small mustache, said, Old Su, you've been gone for too long. You've wasted too much time. The other, rather overweight middle-aged man simply nodded and didn't say anything more. Old Su repeatedly cupped his hands and said, Everyone, I'm really sorry, it has indeed been a while. It's really hard to find reliable people, so it's taken a bit longer. Then Old Man Su introduced Chun Fan to the 3 of them, saying, This is Chun Fan. He is very strong. He even killed a Soul Emperor some time ago. Then he said to Chun Fan, This younger one is called Su Wei, this one with a beard is called Li Longji, and this chubby one is called Hu Tong. After hearing Old Man Su's introduction, Su Wei, Li Longji, and Hu Tong all looked at Chun Fan with some surprise, not expecting that Chun Fan's strength was really that great. Chun Fan also cupped his hands in greeting to the 3 of them. The 3 of them returned the greeting one by one. They still showed considerable respect for the strong. Chun Fan immediately recognized their cultivation levels. They were all at the late stage of the integration realm. This Old Man Su really knew how to find people. He managed to find people at the late stage of the integration realm. Among these people, Old Man Su's cultivation level seemed to be the lowest, but he dared to seek out people with higher cultivation levels than him. Chun Fan didn't believe he didn't have some trump cards up his sleeve. Otherwise, he definitely wouldn't have chosen someone with a higher cultivation level than him. He must have been hiding his cultivation level. This old man is very shrewd, much like the 6th brother. Of all these people, Chun Fan needed to be most wary of Old Man Su. Old Man Su gave him a very unusual feeling. Chun Fan hadn't sensed it before he broke through his cultivation level. It wasn't until he broke through his cultivation level and improved his soul power that Chun Fan realized that this Old Man Su was no ordinary person. Chapter 196 First Test of the Soul Shield and the Soul-Stealing Needle. After chatting for a while, everyone became familiar with each other. They were all discussing how to attack this place and the allocation of resources. In the end, everyone decided to divide it into 5 parts, with each person taking 1 part. As for when to attack, everyone thinks it will happen first thing tomorrow morning, and no one wants to wait any longer. After making the decision, some sat down to rest, while others chatted idly, all waiting for tomorrow to arrive. The next morning, everyone got up and, led by Old Man Su, set off into the canyon. When you reach the middle of the canyon, a huge rock blocks your way. Old Su took a step without stopping, and the stone rippled like water splashing, and then he disappeared on the boulder. The group filed in and disappeared onto the boulder. When everyone opened their eyes again, they found themselves in what appeared to be a small mountain village. Before they could take a closer look, they realized they had arrived at a small mountain village. Several powerful auras swept over. They were 5 Soul Emperors. These 5 Soul Emperors are all stronger than the Soul Emperors Chun Fan faced in that Soul Kingdom. Several Soul Emperors issued a warning via soul transmission as soon as they approached. Outsider, get out. This warning is non-negotiable. Chun Fan and his companions exchanged glances, and then each chose an opponent to attack. Chun Fan and his companions are all exceptionally strong. Even Old Man Su no longer dares to conceal his abilities. He fought the Soul Emperor to a standstill, but the Soul Emperor was not so easy to deal with. In particular, the Soul Emperor's soul attack can severely damage the soul if one is not careful. Chun Fan wanted to test his soul attack techniques, so he led a Soul Emperor to look to the side while they fought. After getting away from Old Man Su and his group, Chun Fan lured the Soul Emperor to the side and then intensified his attack on the Soul Emperor, forcing him to launch a soul attack. Soon, the Soul Emperor's soul attack struck Chun Fan's Sea of Consciousness, and Chun Fan deliberately allowed the soul attack to enter his Sea of Consciousness. Soon, a long spear appeared in Chun Fan's Sea of Consciousness and pierced into the depths of his consciousness. But just as the spear was about to pierce through, a shield suddenly appeared out of thin air, blocking its path. The spear and shield collided, producing a sound like fine iron clashing. The soul shield remained undamaged, but the spear unleashed by the Soul Emperor shattered and vanished. Chun Fan nodded with satisfaction. This soul shield was indeed very strong, many times stronger than the soul attacks unleashed by these Soul Emperors. The Soul Emperor was puzzled to see that Chen Fan had no reaction after taking his soul attack, so he launched another soul attack. However, the attack had no effect after entering Chen Fan's sea of consciousness. Having roughly understood the power of his soul shield, Chen Fan smiled and said to the Soul Emperor, "You should also try out my soul skill." As he spoke, Chen Fan activated his soul skill, Soul-Stealing Needle, and attacked the Soul Emperor. The Soul Emperor seemed to sense Chen Fan's soul attack. He looked at Chen Fan with a serious expression and began to defend himself. However, no matter how hard he tried to defend himself, Chen Fan's soul-snatching needle still pierced into the depths of the Soul Emperor's sea of consciousness without any hindrance. After being attacked by the soul-snatching needle, the Soul Emperor's entire body bent over, and he roared while holding his head with both hands, but no actual sound came out. Then the entire soul body fell to the ground, crashing down with a thud. The body curled up, and the soul rolled around on the ground, clutching its head. Judging from the Soul Emperor's appearance, Chen Fan knew he was in a lot of pain, because Chen Fan had experienced something similar recently. During this time, Chen Fan did not disturb the Soul Emperor, who was clutching his head in pain, but instead watched the show from the sidelines. Then they saw that Old Man Su was fighting a Soul Emperor to a standstill, and he was completely different from before. Chen Fan cursed inwardly. "That bastard, I've been deceived by him for so long. It seems I still lack experience." As for Su Wei, he seems to be quite strong as well. If these Soul Emperor's soul attacks weren't so powerful, Chen Fan estimated that Su Wei would have already taken down this Soul Emperor. Li Longji's movement technique is extraordinary. Relying solely on his movement technique, he has forced his opponent, the Soul Emperor, to retreat steadily. It is estimated that he will be able to defeat the Soul Emperor soon. Although the Soul Emperor occasionally launches soul attacks to hinder him, he still relies on his movement technique to approach the Soul Emperor and then launch an attack. As for Hu Tong, it seems that his cultivation method is quite straightforward, which puts him at a disadvantage against the Soul Emperor. However, he can still hold off the Soul Emperor, but the outcome is still uncertain, and it is unknown what trump cards Hu Tong may have. Chen Fan watched the show while keeping an eye on his opponent. As soon as the Soul Emperor showed any signs of recovery, Chen Fan would deliver another soul-snatching needle. Then the Soul Emperor had to lie down again. After 2 or 3 times, the Soul Emperor was lying on the ground, on the verge of death. If Chen Fan were to fire another shot, this Soul Emperor would probably be finished. Meanwhile, Old Su and his group had already captured the Soul Emperor and were beginning to collect the soul crystals from his body. Now only the Soul Emperor, who is fighting against Hu Tong, remains. Seeing this, Chen Fan quickly came to the Soul Emperor's side, stomped his foot slightly, and finished off the Soul Emperor. With a wave of his hand, he put away the soul crystal. Obtain 1 top-grade soul crystal. The quantity has increased by 40 million times, and 40 million top-grade soul crystals have been obtained. After putting away the soul crystals, Chen Fan, Old Man Su, Su Wei, and Li Longji headed towards the alley. When the Soul Emperor saw Chen Fan and the others approaching, a look of panic and anxiety appeared on his face. He unleashed a soul attack, forcing Hu Tong back, and then let out a piercing soul sonic boom. Su Wei picked at his ear, then looked at Hu Tong with a mocking expression and said, "Hey Hu Tong, are you even capable? Why don't you let me have a turn?" Hu Tong was already anxious because he was the last one who hadn't killed the Soul Emperor yet. Now, hearing Su Wei's teasing, he felt a little embarrassed and decided to use his trump card to take down the Soul Emperor first. He then said, "No need, just keep an eye on it." As he spoke, his body began to shrink, and the fat on his body visibly disappeared, turning into a muscular physique, just like the bodybuilding coaches Chen Fan had seen before. Then Hu Tong charged towards the Soul Emperor, his speed increasing 2 or 3 times, even faster than Li Longji's movement speed. In the blink of an eye, he had already approached the Soul Emperor. He threw a punch, and the Soul Emperor, who was still emitting a sonic boom, was struck by Hu Tong's fist, his voice abruptly cut off. His entire body was sent flying backward. Hu Tong followed like a shadow, moving at incredible speed. Before the Soul Emperor could even stop, Hu Tong had already reappeared behind him, raised its foot, and slammed the Soul Emperor down hard. Boom! The Soul Emperor's body crashed to the ground with a deafening sound. Chapter 197 Soul Emperor. Chen Fan, Old Man Su, Su Wei, and Li Longji all looked at the alley with some surprise. I never imagined that Hu Tong's kung fu would be so unique. At the same time, I also understand why Hu Tong has such a thick coat of fat. It turns out that what's stored in that fat isn't oil, but energy. Hu Tong slowly dissipated his cultivation technique, and his body gradually became fat again, though noticeably thinner than before. Hu Tong reached down and collected the soul crystal from the ground, smiling as he said, "How is it? Not bad, right?" Chen Fan and his group had to give a thumbs up. The martial arts techniques in this alley were indeed quite unique. Old Su said, "All right, now that we've killed all the Soul Emperors here, it's time for us to go in and see what good stuff we can find." Everyone was eager to try. However, at that moment, dozens of powerful forces suddenly erupted from the small mountain village, forces similar to the Soul Emperor that Chen Fan and his companions had just faced. Old Su and the others' expressions changed drastically. What was this? Before they could react, dozens of figures flew out of the small village and formed an encirclement around Chen Fan and his group. There are so many Soul Emperors that they can't handle them. Dealing with one Soul Emperor is already their limit. If they had to deal with two, they would probably have no choice but to run away. Not to mention so many others, they don't even know if they can escape. However, before they could be too terrified, two even more powerful soul auras had already locked onto them. Old Su screamed in terror. "This is the Soul Emperor. How is this possible?" After speaking, Old Man Su suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, then transformed into a streak of blood-red light and headed towards the exit. His speed was so fast that the Soul Emperors had no time to stop him, and Old Man Su had already disappeared. The two powerful soul auras sensed that Old Man Su had escaped, and immediately let out a cold snort. Without holding back, they launched a soul attack towards Chen Fan, Su Wei, Li Longji, and Hu Tong. Su Wei, Li Longji, and Hu Tong all screamed at the same time, bleeding from all 7 orifices, and all 3 fell to the ground. However, before they even landed, several Soul Emperors stepped forward and hacked the 3 of them to pieces. Their nascent souls had just flown out when they were killed by a Soul Emperor's soul attack. Chen Fan also felt a powerful soul attack coming towards him. The soul power transformed into a large sword and slashed towards Chen Fan's Sea of Consciousness. However, they were all blocked by Chen Fan's soul shield. At this moment, Chen Fan was left standing there all alone. 2 figures flew close in the blink of an eye from afar. Chen Fan looked at the 2 figures flying towards him and found that they looked almost exactly like humans, as if they were flesh and blood. Both of them looked at Chen Fan and let out a soft exclamation. A Soul Emperor said to Chen Fan, "You're quite good. You didn't even fall after taking one of my attacks." Chen Fan also looked at the 2 Soul Emperors and said, "I didn't expect there to be 2 of you here. It seems we miscalculated. 5 people came in, 1 escaped, and the other 3 died. Now only Chen Fan is left." The 2 Soul Emperors were not in a hurry to make a move. Instead, they looked at Chen Fan with curiosity and said, "I am very curious about how you were able to withstand our attacks. In this world, there are not many outsiders who can withstand our attacks. They are extremely rare." Another Soul Emperor said, "Tell us the secret to how you withstood our attacks, and we'll make your death easier." Chen Fan smiled and said, "Are you so sure you've got me cornered? Oh, so you want to resist? We have to give it a try. Young man, you don't know anything." Chen Fan stopped wasting words with the 2 Soul Emperors and teleported directly between them. He unleashed the full power of his Void Fist and slammed his hands towards the 2 Soul Emperors. Now that there is no one else around, Chen Fan no longer needs to hide his strength and can reveal his full power. Chen Fan was also unsure of what level he could reach if he revealed his full strength. But now, it's time to test my abilities. The 2 Soul Emperors did not expect Chen Fan to be so brave, actually attacking them directly. Their strength was not to be underestimated. They reacted instantly, immediately channeling their soul power to attack Chen Fan while simultaneously flying backward. Chen Fan then felt a knife and a sword slashing and stabbing at him. The soul shield within Chen Fan's Sea of Consciousness immediately manifested 2 sides, blocking both the knife and the sword. Although the knife and sword were blocked, they did not shatter but continued to attack Chen Fan's Sea of Consciousness. However, Chen Fan's soul shield was no pushover either, blocking all the attacks from the knife and sword. As the 2 sides clashed, their strength was constantly being depleted, and the power of the knife and sword was continuously weakening. The soul shield was covered with scratches from the impact, but it remained sturdy without a single crack. In the end, the sword shattered completely and vanished. Although the battle of soul power between the 2 sides seemed to last a long time, it was only a blink of an eye outside. Chen Fan now has a much deeper understanding of the soul shield, and he hadn't expected its defensive capabilities to be so strong. The soul attacks from the two Soul Emperors didn't harm Qin Fan at all. They were all blocked by his soul shield. Since the Soul Emperor's soul attack had no effect on him, Qin Fan had nothing to worry about. You can just focus on attacking. As for soul attacks, leave the soul shield to defend on its own. There's absolutely no need to worry. If these Soul Emperor's soul attacks are ineffective, they pose no threat to me, and I can take over this place completely. When the two Soul Emperors saw that their soul attacks had no effect on Qin Fan, their expressions changed, and they hurriedly summoned the Soul Emperors beside them to attack Qin Fan together. Immediately, dozens of Soul Emperors launched soul attacks on Qin Fan. At this moment, the 30 soul shields in Qin Fan's sea of consciousness came into play. Although facing attacks from dozens of Soul Emperors and 2 Soul Kings, these 30 soul shields were able to cope. They just needed to devote some of their attention to defending against these attacks. If the soul shields were to defend on their own, there would definitely be some flaws. This will definitely affect Qin Fan's reaction speed. For a moment, the two sides were deadlocked, and Qin Fan had no way to deal with the Soul Emperor. Qin Fan knew that this couldn't go on. There were many Soul Emperors and Soul Sovereigns, and if this stalemate continued, he would eventually be worn down to death. Moreover, it was obvious that these Soul Emperors thought the same way. They were just keeping Qin Fan hanging, launching soul attacks at him, and flying away from him whenever he got close, without ever confronting him head-on. Chapter 198 Besieged. Qin Fan knew that this couldn't go on, mainly because there were too many Soul Emperors. If it weren't for these Soul Emperors, he could have taken care of these 2 Soul Sovereigns in no time. Since we can't kill the Soul Emperor right now, let's deal with these Soul Emperors first. Therefore, Qin Fan changed his target and rushed towards those Soul Emperors. These Soul Emperors are far slower than Soul Kings. Qin Fan quickly closed in on him, and the Soul Emperor who was approached by Qin Fan clearly did not expect Qin Fan to suddenly turn and attack him. The other Soul Emperors and the 2 Soul Sovereigns did not expect Qin Fan to suddenly turn his attention to attacking the Soul Emperors. Now it was too late to come to their aid, and they could only rely on the Soul Emperor himself. However, it was clearly impossible for the Soul Emperor to dodge Qin Fan's attack on his own. Moreover, Qin Fan wouldn't give him any chance, unleashing his Void Fist directly at the Soul Emperor's back. Boom! The Soul Emperor flew out like a cannonball, and then disappeared in midair like fireworks, scattering starlight across the sky. Then Qin Fan teleported to another Soul Emperor and unleashed another empty fist. Boom! Another Soul Emperor flew out, then scattered into specks of starlight and disappeared. The 2 Soul Emperors immediately roared at the Soul Emperor, "Scatter! Scatter! Don't stop attacking!" Upon hearing the Soul Emperor's words, the Soul Emperors immediately dispersed and kept their distance from Qin Fan. However, none of these worked on Qin Fan. Qin Fan could teleport and appear behind a Soul Emperor in an instant. As long as the Soul Emperor didn't react in time, Qin Fan could basically kill them with one punch. The attacks from the Soul Emperor and Soul King continued unabated, but they did not cause any real damage to Qin Fan. This left the Soul Emperors and Soul Kings feeling helpless and terrified, unable to understand how Qin Fan could remain unharmed despite the soul attacks from so many of them and the 2 of them. In just a few breaths, Qin Fan had killed 7 or 8 Soul Emperors, and the more Soul Emperors Qin Fan destroyed, the easier it became for him. This infuriated the Soul Emperor, while terrified the Soul Consort. But Qin Fan didn't care what they did. He sped up even more, and in just a few breaths, he killed several Soul Emperors. The Soul Emperor roared at Qin Fan in a fit of rage. "If you have the guts, stop and fight me fair and square. What kind of person targets someone with lower cultivation?" Qin Fan found it amusing. "A whole bunch of Soul Emperors and Soul Kings are ganging up on me. Aren't I fighting you fair and square now? How could I possibly stop? I need to speed things up." As a result, Qin Fan's speed increased even further, and he killed dozens of Soul Emperors, leaving only about 10 alive. No matter how far away you hide, it's useless. Qin Fan can teleport and appear behind a Soul Emperor. Then, with a simple punch, the Soul Emperor flies out like a cannonball and dissipates into starlight in midair. Now even the Soul Emperor is starting to regret it. If he had known Qin Fan was so powerful, he would have offered some benefits to make them leave. Now he doesn't know if it's too late to compromise. So he shouted at Qin Fan, "Stop, stop, stop now." As a result, Qin Fan continued to kill the other Soul Emperors without looking back. After killing several more Soul Emperors, the Soul Emperor spoke again. "Stop. We are willing to offer something as compensation." However, Chun Fan acted as if he hadn't heard them and continued to kill the Soul Emperor. It wasn't like they could just stop whenever they wanted. It's impossible for someone to tell you to stop only after realizing you can't win. Once these Soul Emperors and Soul Kings are defeated, everything here will be theirs. The thought that everything here would be his own filled Chun Fan with excitement. With 2 Soul Emperors here, there must be plenty of rare and precious treasures. At the same time, they also sped up. Seeing that Chun Fan showed no sign of stopping, the 2 Soul Emperors' eyes, which were already bloodshot, became even redder, almost glowing red. They sped up and flew towards Chun Fan. But how could their speed compare to Chun Fan's teleportation? They could only watch helplessly as Chun Fan killed their Soul Emperor subordinates one by one. Seeing that he only had 4 or 5 Soul Emperors left under his command, he ordered them all to gather behind him. Seeing this, Chun Fan smiled. He had killed most of them, and the rest were no longer a threat. Of course, these few are also bound to be included. The 2 Soul Emperors stared intently at Chun Fan with their eyes glowing red. It was one thing that they couldn't compare to Chun Fan in terms of physical strength and magic power, but it was even more absurd that their soul attacks had no effect on Chun Fan. Their greatest strength was their soul attack, but now that their soul attack was ineffective, what could they use to fight Chun Fan? The 2 Soul Emperors suppressed their anger and said, "Stop here, and we are willing to compensate you." Chun Fan responded directly to the 2 Soul Emperors' words with action. He teleported behind one of the Soul Emperors and unleashed a powerful punch. The 2 Soul Emperors didn't even have time to react and rescue him. The Soul Emperor collided with another Soul Emperor and was sent flying. Both Soul Emperors dispersed into starlight in midair. Seeing that Chun Fan had no intention of stopping, the 2 Soul Emperors were both angry and alarmed. Now there were only 2 or 3 Soul Emperors left. After killing the Soul Emperors, Chun Fan would definitely turn on them. How could they possibly withstand Chun Fan then? The 2 Soul Emperors exchanged a glance and nodded to each other. Then, a faint white light emanated from their bodies, and their forms began to slowly become transparent. The 2 Soul Emperors were just like the Soul Soldiers Chun Fan had encountered at the beginning. Chun Fan didn't understand what the 2 Soul Emperors were doing, but he knew they were definitely preparing to unleash a powerful attack. This was the prelude to it. Chun Fan certainly wouldn't wait for these 2 Soul Emperors to unleash their ultimate moves. He wasn't one of those brainless villains who waited for others to use their ultimate attacks. Chun Fan teleported to the 2 Soul Emperors and threw 2 more punches at them. However, the 3 Soul Emperors fearlessly stood in front of Chun Fan, blocking both punches. Their bodies shattered and dissipated into starlight. The last Soul Emperor also unleashed a full-force soul attack on Chun Fan, while simultaneously charging towards him. The 2 Soul Emperors' bodies had essentially become transparent, and then the 2 figures began to merge and overlap, slowly transforming into one. The figure began to solidify slowly, its solidity growing stronger until it was fully formed. At this moment, Chun Fan slapped the last Soul Emperor away, sending him flying into the air and dissipating into starlight. With that, all the Soul Emperors in the area were wiped out by Chun Fan. Chapter 199, Killing the Soul Emperor. However, those 2 Soul Emperors had also used up all their power. The 2 Soul Emperors merged into one Soul Emperor, and Chun Fan didn't know how strong this Soul Emperor was. Chun Fan was also surprised that the 2 Soul Emperors transformed so quickly. He thought that the 2 Soul Kings' ultimate moves would take at least a few minutes to prepare, but it only took a dozen seconds. It's unclear what the combined Soul Emperor's strength is, so Chun Fan won't act rashly. The Soul Emperor glared at Chun Fan and said, "Since you refuse to let us go, then we have no choice but to fight to the death. You forced us to do this." Chun Fan smiled and said, "Stop with the nonsense, let's get to it." The Soul Emperor gritted his teeth and said, "As you wish." After saying that, he launched a soul attack towards Chun Fan. Chun Fan immediately felt a soul attack several times stronger than before attacking his Sea of Consciousness. Chun Fan dared not be careless and quickly activated the soul shield within his Sea of Consciousness to block the soul attacks coming towards his Sea of Consciousness. The soul attack transformed into a weapon that was neither sword nor knife, spinning as it stabbed towards his Sea of Consciousness. Chun Fan blocked the weapon with a soul shield, which immediately made a squeaking sound, and soon a crack appeared in the soul shield. Moreover, the crack was getting bigger and bigger, and even another crack appeared. As the other crack appeared, more and more cracks followed. Bump! One of the soul shields shattered into pieces, and Chun Fan hurriedly activated another shield to block the weapon. The weapon slammed into the soul shield. After the second soul shield held out for a moment, a crack also appeared. However, the crack did not spread as quickly as it did on the first soul shield. The weapon's spinning speed gradually slowed down, eventually coming to a complete stop. At this moment, the second soul shield also shattered, but the weapon also shattered and dissipated. It seems that after the Soul Emperor fused, his strength has also been qualitatively improved. Just now, so many Soul Emperors and 2 Soul Emperors attacked him together, but his soul shield was basically unharmed. Now, the Soul Emperor's attack shattered 2 of his soul shields, demonstrating his extraordinary strength. The Soul Emperor on the other side was also very surprised to see Chen Fan. They knew very well how strong they were after their fusion, but Chen Fan seemed to be unaffected after taking their attack. This was hard not to surprise them, and they roared, "We don't believe it. Let's see how many times you can withstand our attacks." After saying that, he launched another soul attack at Chen Fan. Chen Fan now had a better understanding of the situation. He knew that the Soul Emperor's attack could at most shatter 2 of his soul shields. He had 30 soul shields, which could withstand at least 15 attacks from the opponent. Moreover, the Soul Emperor's fusion time should be limited, and there will definitely be after effects after it disintegrates. If there were no after effects, they would have used it from the beginning and wouldn't have waited until now. Chen Fan couldn't remain passively defensive forever. Seeing the weapon formed from the opponent's spiritual power spinning and rushing towards his sea of consciousness, Chen Fan immediately activated 2 soul shields to block the weapon's attack path. At the same time, he also unleashed the soul-snatching needles at the Soul Emperor, and not just 1, but 10 soul-snatching needles shot directly into the Soul Emperor's sea of consciousness. The Soul Emperor was using his soul skills to fight against the soul shield in Chen Fan's sea of consciousness, and he never expected that Chen Fan would actually have soul skills. As a result, Chen Fan's soul-stealing needle pierced into the Soul Emperor's sea of consciousness without any resistance. The Soul Emperor had no time to react before he was pierced by the soul-snatching needles, suffering excruciating pain. Moreover, there were 10 soul-snatching needles in total. He fell to the ground, clutching his head and howling in agony. Chen Fan hadn't held out much hope, but to his surprise, the Soul Emperor was completely unprepared, which led to him being hit with a single blow. Chen Fan knew the principle of striking while the iron is hot. Seeing the Soul Emperor clutching his head and howling in agony, he teleported over without hesitation and unleashed a long-charged void fist. Boom! With a single punch, the ground collapsed, and dust billowed everywhere. Chen Fan dared not relax for a moment, and once again condensed 10 soul-snatching needles to attack the Soul Emperor. At the same time, his hands didn't stop moving, and he threw out several more punches. Boom, boom, boom. Smoke and dust billowed out, and the ground collapsed more than 10 meters deep. Chen Fan and the Soul Emperor's figures also completely disappeared from the ground, leaving only a deep hole. After the smoke and dust cleared, Chen Fan slowly flew up from the cave entrance. At this time, he was holding a soul crystal in his hand. This soul crystal was similar in appearance to the immortal soul crystal that Chen Fan had enhanced. Obtained 1 low-grade immortal soul crystal, the quantity increased by 60 million times, obtained 60 million low-grade immortal soul crystals. As expected, it was a celestial soul crystal. However, compared to Chen Fan's top-grade celestial soul crystal, which had been enhanced in quality, it was still a bit lacking. It was still not bad, though. If these 2 Soul Emperors hadn't fused, it probably wouldn't even be a low-grade celestial soul crystal. But even if it wasn't a low-grade celestial soul crystal, it should be more powerful than a top-grade celestial soul crystal. After all, what Soul Emperors dropped were all top-grade celestial soul crystals, while what Soul Emperors dropped should be somewhere between celestial soul crystals and celestial soul crystals. The reason why Chen Fan was able to kill the fused Soul Emperor so easily this time was because the Soul Emperor was too careless. He always thought that Chen Fan and his companions did not know any soul skills, so he was completely unprepared and allowed Chen Fan to succeed in one strike. If the Soul Emperor had been even slightly on guard, Chen Fan wouldn't have been able to kill him so easily. Now only Chen Fan is left here. Only Old Su escaped, everyone else is dead. Therefore, the resources here can only be enjoyed by Chen Fan alone. After resting for a while, Chen Fan began to collect the soul crystals one by one, with system notifications constantly ringing out. Obtain 1 top-grade soul crystal, the quantity has increased by 30 million times, and 30 million top-grade soul crystals have been obtained. Obtain 1 top-grade soul crystal, the quantity has increased by 80 million times, and 80 million top-grade soul crystals have been obtained. Yet, obtain 1 top-grade soul crystal, the quantity increases by 60 million times, the quality increases by 50 million times, and obtain 60 million top-grade immortal soul crystals. Another quality boost resulted in obtaining a top-grade immortal soul crystal. Chen Fan felt that obtaining the top-grade immortal soul crystals was easier than obtaining the mid-grade immortal soul crystals by killing other beings. He thought that he should find more soul emperors to kill in the future, as this would make it easier to obtain immortal soul crystals. Of course, Chen Fan was just thinking about it. It didn't mean that he wouldn't kill soul emperors when he encountered them in the future. He would still kill them. Maybe after killing a soul emperor, the quality of the immortal soul crystals he obtained would be enhanced again. What kind of soul crystals would those be? Chapter 200, A Bountiful Harvest. After collecting the soul crystals, Chen Fan looked at the various soul crystals in his hand. They discovered that they already had quite a few soul crystals. There are several 100 million low-grade soul crystals, several 100 million mid-grade soul crystals, and only a little over 1 billion high-grade soul crystals. The remaining top-grade soul crystals are the most numerous, totaling over 5 billion. There are 50 million low-grade immortal soul crystals and less than 60 million top-grade soul crystals. This only accounts for the harvest of soul crystals. As for other materials, Chen Fan hasn't calculated them yet. He'll wait until he's finished looting everything here before taking a look. After looting everything here, Chen Fan felt that he had recouped his investment in the resources he had acquired since entering this world. If others knew what he was thinking, they would probably curse Chen Fan's ancestors for 18 generations. With these resources, he had already broken even. Others would be happy for a long time after working hard to obtain a top-grade soul crystal. But Chen Fan is now somewhat disdainful of even top-grade soul crystals. Even low-grade immortal soul crystals are nothing to him. If he wants to use them for cultivation, he needs to use the best top-grade immortal soul crystals. After taking inventory, Chen Fan flew towards the thatched huts that resembled small mountain villages. When Chen Fanfei got closer, he realized that this was no ordinary thatched hut in a small mountain village. It was a typical, luxurious mountain village that looked just like a normal one. That might be a bit off, but the buildings and farmland in this small mountain village really do look as grand and imposing as a small mountain village. All the wood used for the thatched houses in this small mountain village is soul-nourishing wood. Anything made of wood is soul-nourishing wood. The main beams, doors, windows, chairs, benches, and all other furniture were made entirely of soul-nourishing wood. The thatch covering the structure wasn't real thatch. It was actually a rare and precious herb called soul-soothing grass. As the name suggests, this herb has the effect of calming the soul, similar to the effects of soul-nourishing wood. When the two are combined, the building becomes the best dwelling for souls. After looking at the thatched hut, Chen Fan turned his attention to the fields, which were not planted with rice or other grains. It's planted with all sorts of spiritual herbs that nourish the soul. This can't even be called a field anymore. It's a field of all kinds of medicinal herbs. Chen Fan looked at each medicinal field, which had at least 100 spiritual herbs planted on it, and wondered how long it would take for these fields to grow to such a scale. I roughly counted, and there are no fewer than 50 medicinal herb fields. Moreover, the medicinal herbs planted in each medicinal field are different, which means there are at least 50 kinds of medicinal herbs here, and their quality is not low. Chen Fan was a little stunned. There were just too many resources, and these were only the resources that were visible on the surface. He didn't know how many other resources there were. Now Chen Fan is facing a problem. What to do with this thatched hut? If he were to dismantle it and store it in his own space, it would probably take a long time. Chen Fan first looked at his void space, which was much larger than before. He had advanced 3 major realms in a row, and with the improvement of his soul, his void space now had 100 million square meters of space. It should not be a problem to put these thatched huts in there. Chen Fan attempted to store the entire thatched hut into his own void space. Acquire 1 thatched hut. The quantity increases by 70 million times. Acquire 70 million thatched huts. The system didn't indicate the grade of the thatched hut, mainly because there were quite a lot of things inside. It's estimated that the system was afraid of causing trouble, so it simply didn't indicate the grade and just referred to it as a thatched hut. In an instant, 70 million thatched huts appeared in Chen Fan's void space. After looking at the thatched huts in the space, he found that the things inside were still the same as before. Everything was exactly the same. Since he could store the entire thatched hut together, Chen Fan stored all the remaining thatched huts into his void space. After collecting them all, Chun Fan's space contained a staggering 2.4 billion thatched huts, filling one corner of his entire space. Then, Chun Fan looked at the medicinal fields and pondered for a while. Since the thatched hut could be stored in his void space as a whole, could the medicinal fields also be stored in his void space like the thatched hut? Moreover, one's own void space can store living things. Thinking of this, Chun Fan decided to give it a try. So he came to a medicinal field, used his magic to cut the entire field off, and then put the whole field into his own void space. Obtained 1 grade 8 diamond soul tempering herb field, with the quantity increased by 20 million times, and obtained 20 million grade 8 diamond soul tempering herb fields. It really works. Chun Fan looked at his void space with surprise. He saw that one corner of his space was covered with a medicinal field, and the soul refining grass in the field was lush and vibrant, showing no signs of withering. It seems my idea is feasible. In that case, I can simply replicate the process and store the remaining medicinal fields into my own space. So Chun Fan began to cut down all these medicinal fields and store them in his own space. Obtained 1 grade 8 diamond crimson flame soul flower medicinal field. The quantity increased by 40 million times, and obtained 40 million grade 8 diamond crimson flame soul flowers. Obtained 1 grade 9 diamond 7 leaf soul herb field. The quantity increased by 10 million times. Obtained 10 million grade 9 diamond 7 leaf soul herb fields. Obtained 1 grade 9 diamond 5 colored smoke soul flower herb field, with the quantity and quality increasing by 20 million times. Also obtained 20 million grade 7 immortal 10 colored cloud soul flower herb fields. Get. Obtained 1 grade 9 diamond essence ghost eye flower medicine field, with the quantity increased by 50 million times and the quality increased by 30 million times. Obtained 50 million grade 7 immortal essence ghost immortal flower medicine fields. Chun Fan took all the medicinal fields into his space in one go, and twice he even boosted the quality of the fields, directly raising them to the 7th grade of the immortal level. If the system hadn't limited them to a maximum of 7 levels, Chun Fan estimated that these medicinal fields could have been boosted to even higher levels. Chun Fan looked at the medicinal herb field in his space. The herb field covered the entire space, but compared to the area of Chun Fan's space, it only occupied a corner. It seems I'll need to bring in more medicinal fields later on. Not just medicinal fields, but anything that can be transplanted can be brought into my space. Now that Chun Fan has finished collecting all the thatched huts and medicinal fields, the canyon, which resembles a small mountain village, looks a bit messy. The main problem is that there are deep pits at the places where Chun Fan cut down the medicinal fields, so there are now more than 40 deep pits in the canyon.